Chapter 1. Transmigration. Has the Imperial envoy arrived? Author specifically transmigrated back from December 1st, 2023 to establish a cerebral repository here. The Zhong dynasty. In the northern region, at the Duke of Yubei's residence, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Before him, a woman with enchanting eyes and a languid demeanor lay gracefully upon him. Her beauty was striking. Yet, Lu Yuan abruptly pushed the captivating figure away, gazing around in astonishment. Am I transmigrated? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. Before him lay an opulent chamber. Lacquered, gilded sandalwood furniture, exquisite and ancient porcelain adorning the space, and delicate sheer curtains woven with finesse. Everything radiated nobility. No matter how one looked at it, it bore no resemblance to a shabby rented room. Ingda ate tea that moment. As Lu Yuan was engulfed in bewilderment, a soft, alluring moan suddenly reached his ears. He snapped back to reality. Only then did he recall that a woman had been draped over him when he first awakened. He quickly turned to glance back. In the next instant, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him was a stunning beauty, reclining elegantly, her slender waist accentuated, her figure exquisitely delicate. A few fine strands barely concealed her vital areas, revealing vast expanses of snowy skin. At this moment, the woman furrowed her brow slightly, her small hand gently caressing the transparent fabric that veiled her ample bosom. Yet, this only heightened her allure. Gulyalu. Lu Yuan instinctively swallowed hard. This woman was nothing short of a mesmerizing enchantress. At that moment, the breathtaking beauty gazed at Lu Yuan with a hint of reproach, her voice soft and alluring. Your Highness, why are you so rough? You've caused me great pain. Though her tone was teasing, her voice was irresistibly seductive. Coupled with her alluring demeanor, one could hardly resist the primal instinct within. Ah, Your Highness? Lu Yuan's mind raced, his gaze fixated on the woman before him. However, upon hearing her address him, he paused slightly in surprise. Your Highness? Had he truly transmigrated to the ancient past and become a prince? As he contemplated this with a burgeoning sense of delight, the next moment, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. The Jiuzhou continent, Eastern Prefecture, the Zhong dynasty, Prince of Yubei, Lu Yuan. After a considerable time, Lu Yuan, his face a canvas of astonishment, swallowed hard once more. Goodness, he had genuinely traversed worlds, and he had landed in a fantastical realm where cultivation was possible. His previous self, sharing the same name, Lu Yuan, was the esteemed Prince of Yubei in the Zhong dynasty. The Zhong dynasty, one of the mightiest empires on the Eastern Prefecture continent, boasting vast territories and countless subjects. It was a transcendent force of a dynasty. Alas, the previous incarnation of this northern duke seems to have met with a rather unfortunate fate. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Logically speaking, one would expect that a figure of such noble stature, belonging to a vast imperial dynasty, would possess an unparalleled status, especially one holding the title of Northern Duke, the supreme commander of 1 million elite troops in the northern region. However, the reality of his predecessor's position starkly contrasts this expectation. In his memories, although the former self still held the nominal title of Lord over 1 million border troops, referred to as His Highness the Northern Duke, the military power had long been rendered ineffective. Despite wielding the imperial seal, his commands fell upon deaf ears. To put it more charitably, he had become nothing more than a mere emblem. The root of this predicament lay in the fact that the former self possessed only the hollow title of Northern Duke, devoid of the requisite strength that such a title demands. Not only was he physically incapacitated, unable to cultivate any martial prowess, but he also exhibited no ambition whatsoever. With nothing to occupy his time, he indulged in frivolities today, and tomorrow he would seize a woman to bring home. Exploiting the privileges of a local emperor, he committed acts that incited both divine wrath and public outrage. As for how such a feeble individual could ascend to the position of Northern Duke, it was due to the mysterious disappearance of the previous Duke, who was the former self's father, during a great battle with the Northern Barbarian Empire several years ago. Inheritance passed to the Son as the sole offspring of the Northern Duke, he hastily inherited the title. Regrettably, when compared to his father, a figure of immense capability and valor, the former self was nothing but a complete inept, were it not for the loyal veteran generals left behind by his father. Discreetly supporting him, he would have long been met with a gruesome end at the hands of an enraged populace. After reviewing the memories of his predecessor, Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Though not a hellish beginning, it was hardly a favorable one. As the nominal ruler of the northern region, he lacked the commensurate strength to uphold such a title, yet he clutched powers that were not rightfully his. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, such a situation is indeed a grave, original sin. "Oh dear, your highness, what are you lost in thought about? Why do you ignore me?" Just as Lu Yuan was engulfed in turmoil, the enchanting woman from earlier leaned closer. "You hurt me just now. My chest still aches a bit. Why don't you give it a try?" The alluring woman teased playfully. Upon hearing her soft voice, Lu Yuan finally snapped back to reality. Perhaps inheriting the former self's disposition, he found himself captivated by the sight of the woman before him, her attire scant and her demeanor enticing. His fingers twitched with desire, and a warm sensation coursed through his abdomen, especially as she seemed to exude an almost ethereal charm that stirred his heart. Damn it, why not indulge? At worst, I can relinquish military power in the future and live as a peaceful prince, steering clear of courtly strife. I could enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. That would be quite delightful. At this moment, Lu Yuan's heart brimmed with a desire to simply lay down and embrace a carefree existence. In his past life, he had been a 996 workhorse, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Now he had directly traversed into a noble family. What grievances could one possibly harbor when basking in boundless wealth and splendor? Moreover, the presence of a beautiful companion only enhances the joy. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan could not help but smile mischievously at the woman, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear beauty, it seems I have erred earlier. Now allow me to cherish you properly." The woman let out a soft cry, and Lu Yuan transformed into a ravenous wolf, pouncing upon her. In an instant, their garments lay in tatters around them. However, just as Lu Yuan was about to proceed to the next step, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Your Highness, I have urgent news to report." An anxious voice pierced through the door. Lu Yuan jolted, the unexpected sound dousing his fervor like a bucket of cold water. "Chang'an, you had better have something important," he growled. "Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Interrupted, Lu Yuan was immediately displeased, his irritation boiling over. Even though the voice belonged to a childhood companion and eunuch, he felt compelled to express his displeasure for this unwelcome disruption. "If you interrupt me, then I shall return the favor." Sensing the hostility in Lu Yuan's tone, Chang'an's voice trembled with fear. Your Highness, the Imperial envoy has arrived. It is said that Her Majesty the Empress has issued a decree and is currently waiting for you outside the palace. The Imperial envoy and a decree from the Empress? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was taken aback. What could the Imperial envoy possibly want at the Northern Prince's residence? As per his recollection, the last time the Imperial court had sent someone was during his father's disappearance when he was in mourning. In the years that followed, it seemed the court had forgotten all about him and the northern region, remaining utterly silent, and the Empress. Indeed, the current ruler of the great Zhou Empire was a woman named Zhou Linglong. She was the first and only empress in the 9,000 years of the great Zhou's establishment. It was said that Zhou Linglong handled state affairs with remarkable efficiency, exuding the aura of a wise monarch, and was also renowned for her ethereal beauty. Whether these claims held any truth, however, remained to be seen. Chapter 2. A Death Sentence. A Traveler's Experience Card? Never mind. Since it is a decree from the Empress herself, I should hasten to see what it entails. Despite his confusion, Lu Yuan managed to suppress his restless mind. With his father missing and his mother long deceased, due to complications in childbirth, he was now the only one capable of representing the vast northern king's residence. In resignation, Lu Yuan reluctantly abandoned the sumptuous feast before him. With a lingering touch, he brushed the exquisite nose of the beautiful woman and said, "I must attend to matters first. I shall return shortly to deal with you." I shall await your return." However, Lu Yuan failed to notice the peculiar glimmer that flickered in the woman's eyes upon his mention of the Empress. At that moment, The gates of the northern king's residence swung wide open. Flanking either side of the entrance stood hundreds of armored soldiers, solemnly at attention. These warriors, clad in fearsome iron masks, exuded an aura of menace, unmistakably seasoned veterans who had emerged from the blood-soaked fields of battle. At the forefront of these soldiers stood an elderly eunuch. Upon seeing Lu Yuan emerge, a sinister smile crept across the eunuch's face. Lu Yuan's heart sank. What was it about this eunuch's smile that felt so unsettling? It was said that such unrooted individuals often possessed peculiar quirks. Surely it couldn't be true? The imperial decree has arrived. The eunuch's croaky voice shattered Lu Yuan's reverie. Observing the eunuch unfurl the yellow dragon edict, Lu Yuan promptly knelt down. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, I, Lu Yuan, humbly accept the decree. His demeanor was nothing short of respectful, adhering to local customs in this realm where imperial authority reigned supreme. A mere waste of space, devoid of power. He had no choice but to comply with the rules of this land. As Lu Yuan bowed his head in submission, the eunuch concealed a cold, mocking smile, filled with derision. At least he understood the situation. Yet, what good would that do him? He could not escape the fate that awaited him. Casting a glance at Lu Yuan, the eunuch slowly opened the decree and, with his croaky voice, began to read. By imperial command, Lu Yuan, the northern king, is of a wicked disposition, oppressing the people and unworthy of his position. Therefore, I hereby revoke his military authority in the northern region. Furthermore, to appease the populace and show compassion towards their hearts, he is to be granted a cup of poison. Thus decreed. Boom. At that moment, the eunuch's sharp voice thundered in Lu Yuan's ears like a clap of thunder. What? A death sentence? Lu Yuan was taken aback, rendered speechless. Just a moment ago, everything seemed well. How could he have suddenly received such a decree? The news came far too abruptly. Eunuch, this decree must be a mistake. For such a trivial matter, how could Her Majesty the Empress decree my death? Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his voice in protest to the eunuch. The reason for this death decree, in Lu Yuan's view, is utterly ludicrous. Exploiting the common folk? Indeed, his former self was not a dutiful son and committed acts of oppression against the populace. However, let us not forget, this is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Lives are as expendable as grass. The weak are merely the oppressed. Previously, a demonic cultivator sacrificed a city's worth of 1,000,000 souls to forge a weapon, yet no one held him accountable. Why? Because the strong prevail. Ultimately, this very demonic cultivator was even courted by the royal family of the great Zhou as a revered guest, allowed to indulge in the flesh of the commoners while slaughtering them at will to cultivate his dark powers. Is it absurd? Not in the least. For the law of the jungle is precisely the rule of this realm. Now, as a direct descendant of nobility, he has merely oppressed the common folk, not annihilated a city. Compared to the demonic cultivator, one could even say he is benevolent. Yet the final outcome is a decree of death? It is truly unfathomable. No, there is something amiss here. It is certain that the Empress wishes to eliminate me, seizing the opportunity to regain control of the northern territory. Lu Yuan is no fool. With a swift turn of thought, he comprehended the underlying reason. It must be due to his identity as the king of the north. Although the actual power in the northern territory has secretly fallen into the hands of the Empress, he remains the nominal lord. For the Empress, many matters are encumbered by his presence. It would be far more convenient to simply remove this stumbling block. A forcible eradication or installing him as a puppet is naturally untenable. After all, how would the other lords with territories react? Thus, a trivial excuse was concocted to justify his execution. It seems he is simply too weak, Lu Yuan lamented. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's retort, the eunuch's eyes glimmered with cold light. With a thunderous roar, the elderly eunuch unleashed a violent aura, directly pressuring Lu Yuan. Old Lu Yuan, are you questioning the Empress's decisions? How dare a mere incapable wretch challenge the noble Empress? As an ordinary person unable to cultivate, Lu Yuan was immediately crushed to the ground by the eunuch's terrifying presence. His bones creaked under the pressure, and a pained expression emerged on Lu Yuan's face. Observing Lu Yuan sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, the eunuch's eyes were filled with disdain. A mere incapable wretch, in this world, is even less than an ordinary person. With the imperial decree issued, Lu Yuan is no longer the lofty nobleman he once was. He can be humiliated at will. Were it not for the Empress's order for his poisoning, the eunuch would have easily crushed him to death. The eunuch, with an air of arrogance, mockingly addressed Lu Yuan in a slow tone. One must not defy the emperor's command. When the emperor demands a subject's death, the subject must comply. Lord Lu, you should resign yourself to your fate. Having spoken, the elderly eunuch waved his hand, summoning a finely crafted bronze wine vessel, which was presented by a young attendant. Serve wine to Prince Lu. Yes. Upon hearing the eunuch's domineering command, Lu Yuan could no longer contain his fury. What a necessity to perish. A despairing cold laugh escaped him as he stood abruptly, defying the immense pressure. How dare you? Kneel before me. You seek my demise, and yet you expect my respect? They say the Empress is wise. Nonsense. This Zhou Linglong is truly ruthless. My father, Lu Qingtian, devotedly served for many years, establishing a vast empire for the great Zhou. Now, the Empress, in her quest to reclaim power in the northern region, has the audacity to condemn her own son to death? The Zhou dynasty is indeed merciless. Truly, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. Lu Yuan pointed an accusatory finger at the elderly eunuch, unmasking Zhou Linglong's hypocrisy. Lu Qingtian, naturally, was his predecessor's father and the king of the north. In his memories, Lu Qingtian, as the invincible god of war for the great Zhou, remained unwaveringly loyal, laying the foundations of a mighty empire. Later, he willingly stationed himself in the northern region, instilling fear in the northern barbarians for decades. Now, in his efforts to defend the great Zhou, he had gone missing in battle, with not even a trace of his remains to be found. Today, the grave of his father is still fresh, yet his descendant is forced to drink poison. Such a heart-wrenching betrayal. Upon hearing Lu Yuan daring to publicly criticize the reigning empress, the elderly eunuch's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Seeking death. How can Her Majesty tolerate such slander? To speak ill of Her Majesty is a capital offense. Seize Lu Yuan and make him drink. Yes. Behind the eunuch, a group of armored soldiers surged forward, brimming with murderous intent, ready to impose immediate retribution upon Lu Yuan. Damn it! How infuriating! Lu Yuan lamented, gazing skyward in despair. Having just traversed into this new world, he was on the verge of meeting his end. Awarded the experience card for crossing over, he could surely be deemed the most unfortunate of all travelers. Chapter 3. Sign in with Su Chu. A single strike. However, the heavens do not entirely forsake humankind. Just as the soldiers, with cruel expressions, forced poison down Lu Yuan's throat, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Before him appeared a unique interface visible only to him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Great Rebellion system. Do noble lords and high officials possess true valor? This system offers comprehensive rebellion services to the host. The host may sign in daily for random rewards. Alternatively, by undermining the Imperial dynasty's foundation, such as slaying generals, decimating armies, or conquering and destroying cities, corresponding fortune values can be acquired. Once the fortune values accumulate to a specific extent, the host may draw rewards within this system. Rewards may include martial arts techniques, elixirs, subordinate legions. Anything is possible. A system? Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then exhilarated. It was indeed a system. He was no stranger to this golden finger that every transmigrator awakens. Although he sensed something amiss in the system's introduction, Lu Yuan could hardly dwell on that now. At this moment, after hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan quickly grasped its purpose. Ding! The host currently possesses one sign-in opportunity. Shall it be utilized? At this juncture, the system's prompt resonated. Yes. Sign in. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan nodded in affirmation, feeling a tinge of anxiety. The situation was dire, and he wondered if the sign-in reward could alleviate his current predicament. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a semi-holy guardian, Su Chu. Semi-holy. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. According to the memories of his predecessor, the martial realm in this world is classified as warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial god. Above martial sage, the realms become exceedingly difficult to ascend, hence the term semi-holy. His father, the king of the north, Lu Yuan, was renowned and exerted pressure over 100 great dynasties, yet his strength was merely that of a semi-holy. Now, with a semi-holy powerhouse as his guardian, his precarious situation would undoubtedly be resolved. In reality, despite the passage of time, only a fleeting moment had elapsed. Just as Lu Yuan was about to be poisoned to death, a brawny and formidable warrior suddenly leaped from behind him. Boom! Scoundrels! Who dares to harm my master? A thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. The warrior glared with eyes as large as copper bells, fiercely confronting the encroaching soldiers. An almost palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, overwhelming his adversaries. Bam! 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 Clutching the visage of Lu Yuan, the soldier bore a cruel smile upon his face. In the next instant, he was shattered into a crimson mist by the violent aura. This is a half-saint. Sensing this overwhelming presence, the old eunuch was struck with terror, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. To think, it is a half-saint. In an era where martial emperors have vanished and martial saints are a rarity, a half-saint represents the true pinnacle of existence on this continent. The old eunuch's heart quaked. Although the Empress had prepared contingencies before their arrival, determined to eliminate any potential threats, facing a being of half-saint caliber rendered those precautions utterly futile. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of such a formidable entity? Flee! Beside him, the surviving soldiers were filled with dread, despite being elite members of the royal guard. Before such a saintly being, they felt no different from mere insects. No one is allowed to run. Charge! The old eunuch bellowed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. While he forbade others from fleeing, he himself moved with astonishing speed. With a surge of spiritual energy, he covered several meters in mere moments. Hidden dragon guards. As he dashed, the old eunuch did not forget to call forth his backup. The hidden dragon guards, the exclusive protectors of the great Zhou royal family, were all top-tier warriors. The weakest among them was above the rank of martial king. This was also the safeguard the Empress had meticulously prepared for unforeseen circumstances. As the old eunuch's voice faded, a dozen figures cloaked in black suddenly materialized from the void. Beneath their dark robes, only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes were visible, resembling soulless killing machines. Kill! Without hesitation, the moment the hidden dragon guards appeared, they surged toward Lu Yuan with a collective howl. Instantly, their black robes billowed, and spiritual energy surged forth. The hidden dragon guards unleashed their full might, seemingly unperturbed even with the half-saint Su Zhu standing beside Lu Yuan. They exhibited no fear, treating life and death with indifference. Trained from a young age to serve the royal family, they regarded their lives as expendable in service to the crown. Seeking death. A flicker of malice passed through Su Zhu's eyes. In a flash, a gleaming long knife appeared in his hand. Die! Su Zhu roared, his eyes wide with fury, as the blade traced a silver crescent in the air, hurtling towards the hidden dragon guards. Concurrently, he summoned a faint protective barrier to shield Lu Yuan. Boom. In an instant, the spiritual energy surged. Lu Yuan was blinded by the tumultuous waves of power, hearing anguished cries erupt from ahead. When calm returned to the scene, several figures lay on the ground, their bodies grotesquely severed, writhing in agony. Intestines and organs lay scattered across the ground. Lu Yuan was shocked by the gruesome scene before him, gasping in horror. Decapitation? Such brutality! Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, this group of hidden dragon guards had not only suffered physical dismemberment, but their very souls had also been cleaved in twain by Su Zhu. Otherwise, with the resilience and endurance of the hidden dragon guards, they would not have cried out in agony from mere dismemberment. Nearby, crimson blood splattered onto the old eunuch, rendering his face as pale as parchment. Astonished, the old eunuch's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Witnessing the dismemberment of the hidden dragon guards, despair filled his heart. He had thought these guards could hold out for a while longer, yet they had been annihilated in an instant. Now, with all his subordinates dead, how far could he escape? It was inevitable. The old eunuch trembled, his legs quaking. He wished to flee, but his limbs had turned to jelly. A foul liquid spread across his trousers like a map. The old eunuch had actually wet himself in fear. I, the humble Su Zhu, pay my respects to my lord. Ignoring the urine-soaked old eunuch, Su Zhu turned to Lu Yuan and knelt on one knee, a fervent loyalty evident on his face. No need for such formalities. Please rise quickly. Lu Yuan's lips nearly stretched to his ears, curiously observing this renowned warrior from history. Name, Su Zhu. Realm, Peak Half-Saint. Leadership value, 89. Loyalty, 100. Having arrived in this fantastical realm, Su Zhu's prowess had undergone significant enhancement. Though he was merely a half-saint, his presence was formidable, already at the peak of half-saint. He stood merely a step away from the realm of saints. Chapter 4, The Lottery. 100,000 Snow Dragon Riders. Are you truly prepared to defy the Imperial decree, Lu Yuan? Outside the city, I have brought with me 100,000 elite guards. If you dare to resist, the iron cavalry of the elite guards will trample the entire royal palace. The old eunuch's lips trembled as he shouted at Lu Yuan. His voice fierce yet shaky, revealing the depths of his fear. 100,000 elite guards. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Lu Yuan's expression turned icy. This cunning Zhou Linglong had even summoned the elite guards protecting the capital of Chang'an to turn against him. Su Zhu, eliminate him. Lu Yuan's tone abruptly chilled as he commanded Su Zhu, feeling utterly betrayed by the Empress's actions. Having resolved to rebel, he would walk this dark path to the very end. Understood. Su Zhu responded emphatically. The old eunuch's face paled at Lu Yuan's chilling words. You dare. Yet before he could finish, Su Zhu's gleaming blade met him head-on. Blood spurted forth, and his head rolled to the ground. The old eunuch was dead. With the demise of the old eunuch and his accomplices, a melodious notification echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! The host has slain 20 martial kings, 5 martial emperors, 2 martial sovereigns, and 300 martial masters. Obtained 275,000 fortune points. Fortune points. Lu Yuan's heart surged with joy upon hearing the system's announcement. According to the previous explanations, these fortune points could be utilized for a lottery in the system's marketplace. System, open the lottery interface. Lu Yuan eagerly summoned the system. After a brief examination, Lu Yuan grasped how to engage in the lottery. Spending 100 fortune points would allow for a low-level draw, with rewards being rather mundane. Sometimes even as trivial as kitchenware. Spending 1,000 fortune points would grant access to a mid-level draw, where the rewards improved slightly but remained unimpressive. For 10,000 fortune points, one could partake in a high-level draw, where rewards generally included items of martial emperor caliber. Spending 100,000 fortune points unlocked the super draw, yielding rewards typically of martial sovereign level. As for the higher tiers, such as holy and emperor draws, they demanded terrifying amounts of 1 million and 10 million fortune points, respectively, with rewards surpassing the holy and emperor realms. Ding! The system has detected that the host is conducting their first lottery draw and is offering a one-time 90 discount. A 90 discount? Lu Yuan's joy knew no bounds. With over 270,000 fortune points at his disposal, this discount meant he could partake in a million-level holy draw. System, I wish to conduct a holy draw. Lu Yuan commanded without hesitation. Utilizing this rare chance for a sacred-level lottery undoubtedly maximizes benefits. After all, the rewards drawn are of the sacred realm. Ding! The host has chosen the sacred-level lottery. The system is now drawing. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exclusive legion, the 100,000 Great Snow Dragons Riders. The Great Snow Dragons Riders. Lu Yuan's spirit soared. It is said that Guangling is unaware of the chill. The Great Snow Dragons Riders descend to the south. As he unearthed memories long buried, Lu Yuan finally recalled this legendary cavalry from his past life. The Great Snow Dragons Riders, the preeminent cavalry in the world. Haha, delightful. System, your grand gift arrives most opportunely. Lu Yuan could not help but laugh heartily toward the sky. Currently, he commanded no troops, merely a lone figure. The emergence of this invincible army perfectly filled that void. Host, please be advised, the current space is too confined. The Dragon Riders will be automatically deployed outside the city. The system's voice prompted. Very well, no problem. I am eager to behold the grandeur of the Dragon Riders. Lu Yuan chuckled heartily. Regrettably, this discounted lottery opportunity is limited to just one. With 17,000 luck points remaining, Lu Yuan decided against further attempts, opting to save them for future use. At that moment, Lu Yuan surveyed the ground before the royal mansion, littered with dismembered limbs, and furrowed his brow, saying, Su Zhu, Do be more mindful next time. Do not leave such a mess for others to clean. After all, this is before the royal residence. A scene of devastation is quite difficult to tidy up. People still reside here. He. Yes, my lord. Su Zhu, wiping the blood from his blade, scratched his head with an honest smile. This simple demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier fearsome presence. Such is the unwavering loyalty and obedience exhibited by characters summoned by the system. By the way, my lord, that old eunuch just mentioned that there are still 100,000 Imperial guards outside the city. At this, a trace of concern crossed Su Zhu's face. Although he was a half-saint, facing such a vast army was still somewhat daunting. Merely in terms of numbers, they could exhaust him. In response, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, even smiling cheerfully. The 100,000 Imperial guards are splendid. Just the right opponents for the great snow dragon's riders to hone their skills. I wish to see how formidable this great snow dragon's riders truly are. Outside the North Domain City, the 100,000 Royal Imperial Guards had already established their encampment. Congratulations, Commander Li. This time, assisting the eunuch in suppressing the Northern Prince's mansion is indeed a windfall. Indeed, such a rare opportunity for effortless merit is truly exceptional. Within the command tent, the gathered officers lavished praise upon Commander Li Weiming, who sat at the head. At this moment, the tent was filled with beautiful courtesans dancing, and the aroma of wine and meat wafted through the air. Various commanders and lieutenants indulged, embodying a scene of decadence. My esteemed comrades, you speak too soon. Today, the esteemed Lord Huang has gone forth to proclaim the Imperial edict. Perhaps that scoundrel Lu Yuan might heed the Emperor's command and take his own life. If that transpires, we shall find ourselves rendered unnecessary, and any accolades will be but a distant memory. Yet, despite such musings, the joy upon Li Weiming's countenance remains unabated. In truth, the so-called suppression of the Northern Prince's residence is of secondary importance. The spoils to be garnered thereafter hold little allure for him. What truly captivates his ambition is the edict from Her Majesty, the Empress, commanding him to take charge of the northern territories and oversee its affairs temporarily. This is the prize Li Weiming covets most. Though termed as stewardship, the actual authority over the northern territories would rest firmly in his grasp. Thus, how far could he be from becoming the next Northern Prince? The onlookers, astutely aware of the situation, observed Li Weiming's self-satisfied expression and exchanged knowing glances, jesting. I dare say that Lu Yuan, the good-for-nothing, will not truly rebel. What a pity that Lu Qingtian's illustrious legacy is marred by the failings of his son. Indeed. Once Lu Yuan is unseated, the entire northern territory shall be at the mercy of our Commander Li. Yes, such a feat cannot be overlooked. When the time comes, Commander Li, do not forget us, your loyal subordinates. As the flattery and laughter echoed around him, Li Weiming basked in the adulation, reveling in it all the more. That is a certainty. Let us drink. Whether it was the influence of the alcohol or the intoxicating allure of power, Li Weiming's eyes grew glassy, as if the titles and accolades were already within his grasp. Chapter 5. The Snow Dragon Cavalry. As the revelers indulged in merriment, a sudden realization struck one of the commanders. Ripples inexplicably formed upon the surface of his drink. What? This wine? Initially believing his eyes to be deceiving him, he rubbed them vigorously, peering again at the liquid. Yet, the ripples not only persisted but intensified with a more pronounced tremor. Simultaneously, a series of thunderous booms, reminiscent of raindrops, approached from afar, faintly echoing in the ears of the assembly. Amidst the drunken revelry, the crowd remained momentarily oblivious, until one voice broke the silence, questioning the ominous sound of muffled thunder. However, as the ground quaked more violently, the realization dawned upon them. This is disastrous. It's cavalry. All present were seasoned warriors. After a brief moment of confusion, they swiftly discerned the source of the tremors. What thunder? This was unmistakably the resonant sound of hooves from a massive cavalry charge. The remnants of their intoxication evaporated in an instant. At that moment, a young officer rushed into the tent in a state of panic. Weak-kneed, he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "It's bad, Commander Li." Outside the camp, countless heavily armored cavalry clad in white armor and riding white steeds are approaching. The officer's face was a mask of terror, clearly shaken by the formidable sight outside. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent. Where did such white-armored cavalry emerge from? Outside the northern domain city, deep within the northern territories, where could they possibly come from? Could it be the northern barbarians' iron cavalry? Yet that seemed implausible. If the northern barbarian legions were mobilizing, they would have received word by now. As the commanders hastily donned their armor and exited the tent, they were met with the shocking sight of a white-armored cavalry that had breached the camp's defenses, charging directly into the heart of their forces. Kill! 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 The furious roars echoed through the heavens. Within the sprawling central camp, countless white-armored knights surged and clashed, engulfing the hapless Imperial guardsmen like a blanket of snow. The anguished cries of the Imperial soldiers filled the air, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the cavalry. Witnessing this, the commanders of the Imperial guards, just emerging from their tents, stood in stunned silence. Slaughter. This scene could only be described by that single word. Quick, organize a counterattack. Commander Li Weiming was the first to regain his wits, urgently commanding his subordinates. Yes, the various officers, slow to respond, hurriedly took their orders and dashed away. At this moment, a keen observer would note that while Li Weiming feigned calmness, his hands trembled uncontrollably. His heart was gripped by an overwhelming fear. It's over. All is lost. Li Weiming, pale-faced, gazed at the chaotic scene before him, his eyes vacant as he murmured to himself. After leading for so many years, Li Weiming is certainly no fool. Now he can instantly discern that the defeat of his 100,000 Imperial guards is imminent. The white-armored cavalry, like thunderbolts, charge with ferocity, completely shattering the formation of the Imperial guards. It is crucial to understand. Cavalry is the natural nemesis of infantry. Moreover, the dragon riders methodically target the fleeing infantry, systematically cutting them down, leaving no opportunity for regrouping or retaliation. Under such circumstances, defeat is merely a matter of time. Half a stick of incense later, through the desperate maneuvers of the commanders among the Imperial guards, Li Weiming has managed to gather a meager 2,000 men. As for the remaining forces, they have been ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving no one to surrender. Form ranks. At this moment, a whistle suddenly pierced the air from the dragon riders. Instantly, they abandoned the pursuit of the remaining soldiers and swiftly assembled in an orderly fashion. The wind rustled the banners as both sides stood in confrontation. The entire white-armored camp appeared as if sculpted from a single mold. Not a single voice was raised, nor a hoarse neigh heard. The silence was suffocating and unsettling. In stark contrast, the morale of Li Weiming's guards had plummeted to its nadir, their formation in disarray. They bore no semblance of the elite Imperial guards. The sight of horses trampling over corpses, blood flowing freely, instilled a deep sense of dread and terror among the surviving soldiers. The fact that they had not collapsed and surrendered on the spot was a testament to their formidable willpower. Seeing the gathering of the remaining defeated soldiers, Li Weiming's expression darkened to an extreme. He understood that he had lost, utterly. Where on earth did this cavalry come from? He cursed bitterly to himself. In just half a stick of incense, 100,000 troops, the elite Imperial guards no less, had been nearly exterminated. They could not even muster a semblance of resistance. It is essential to note that these Imperial guards are not like the useless mascots of local militias. They are truly first-rate combatants. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Li Weiming's gaze began to flicker with a strange intensity. Having suffered a crushing defeat, with the tide turned against him, he now contemplated the utmost importance of self-preservation. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Furthermore, there are still over 1,000 remnants to divert attention. Li Weiming is confident he can blend in and escape amidst the chaos. Retreat. He growled softly, feigning reluctance as he prepared to announce a withdrawal. In reality, he was poised to conceal himself among the crowd and seize the opportunity to break free amidst the turmoil. However, just as he issued the retreat order, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. I have long heard of the great Marshal Li Weiming. I wonder where you intend to go? Upon hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Li Weiming froze momentarily. Then his expression darkened further. Jinbei Huang. Lu Yuan. Previously, Li Weiming had encountered Lu Yuan several times. As a cultivator, he possessed an impeccable memory and would certainly not forget a person's face or voice. Li Weiming gritted his teeth, his fierce gaze directed towards the source of the sound. Yet, beneath the surface, a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. The emergence of Lu Yuan had made the outcome painfully evident. This sudden appearance of the heavy cavalry clad in white armor was undoubtedly under Lu Yuan's command. Lord Lu, I never imagined you concealed your intentions so deeply. Are you intent on rebelling against the court by launching an unwarranted attack on its troops? Li Weiming feigned ignorance, adopting a look of profound grievance as he questioned Lu Yuan from a distance. If he had known that such a formidable force was at Lu Yuan's disposal, he would never have dared to wade into this treacherous situation. This was no mere opportunity to claim credit. It was a blatant invitation to death. And now, here they were, with his 10,000 elite troops nearly annihilated. Even he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but smile knowingly. General Li, at this juncture, let us dispense with the pretense. We both understand the reason for your presence here. With that, Lu Yuan cast a discreet glance around. The great snow dragon cavalry was quietly encircling the remnants of Li Weiming's forces. A subtle smile tugged at Lu Yuan's lips. If he were not concerned that this fellow might escape too swiftly for the dragon cavalry to pursue, he would have been disinclined to intervene and delay the inevitable. Chapter 6. Annihilation. 3 million fortunes. At long last, after a few moments, the dragon riders had successfully completed their encirclement. The siege was utterly established. Recognizing that the adversary was now utterly trapped, Lu Yuan lost interest in further conversation. With a weary tone, he declared, "Dragon riders, escort General Li on his final journey." Understood. The dragon riders responded in unison. Immediately, a symphony of gleaming steel resonated as their sabers and spearheads directed toward Li Weiming. The great snow dragon riders humbly invite General Li on his journey. A cacophony of voices converged into a singular line, reverberating throughout the realm, a thunderous proclamation that pierced the very soul. Lu Yuan. Li Weiming stood dumbfounded at the sight. Goodness, this is not how it's supposed to unfold. Shouldn't there at least be an attempt at surrender first? Your Highness, what do you mean? I cannot comprehend. Li Weiming feigned ignorance, hoping to elude his fate. Yet, what greeted him was the chilling roar of the dragon riders. Kill! The hooves of the dragon riders surged forward, charging at the remnants of Li Weiming's forces. In the blink of an eye, with a thud, Li Weiming's legs buckled, and he knelt before the battlefield. The swiftness of his fall left all present in utter disbelief. General Li Weiming begs for your mercy. Your Highness, I am willing to serve as your steed and bear your burdens. Li Weiming prostrated on the ground, his voice reduced to the utmost humility. In the face of survival, all dignity was cast aside. What were titles compared to life and death? A flicker of hope remained within Li Weiming. Surely, with his peak martial sovereign prowess, Lu Yuan would consider him worthy to serve. After all, a martial sovereign was no weakling. General? Behind Li Weiming, a group of battered commanders gazed in astonishment at their once mighty leader kneeling before them. Was this truly the imposing general who commanded the elite Imperial Guard? How had they never noticed the frailty of their commander's backbone? Surrender? What? Does General Li wish to align himself with this rebel? Across the field, Lu Yuan erupted into laughter as though he had heard the most amusing of jests. My dear General Li, you are the commander of the Imperial Guard. If the Empress were to learn of your surrender, would she not be enraged? Li Weiming's face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation at Lu Yuan's mockery. The notion of the esteemed commander surrendering to a rebel was indeed a scandalous reputation to bear. Yet, for the sake of his life, he would endure. However, just as Li Weiming prepared to offer some flattering retort, Lu Yuan's voice echoed from afar. General Li, you are not even worthy of surrender. Cease your futile words. You and your subordinates should resign yourselves to your fate. The ethereal voice of Lu Yuan resonated before the two armies. Kill them. This was Lu Yuan's final decree. Indeed, from the very beginning, Lu Yuan never intended to spare Li Weiming and his 100,000 troops. The moment they decided to encircle him, they had sealed their own doom. Lu Yuan had never shown mercy to his enemies. Moreover, a throng of uncertain loyalties and questionable devotion served under him, which gave him little peace of mind. It was far more advantageous to rely on fortune instead. What? I am unworthy of surrendering, Li Weiming exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Yuan's gaze directed at him, cold and lifeless as though he were gazing upon a corpse, Li Weiming finally comprehended that Lu Yuan was not jesting. He truly wished for his demise. Glancing at the elite heavy cavalry surrounding him in layers, Li Weiming's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Lu Yuan, you have forced my hand. His expression darkened as he cursed. Damn it. With this distraction, the escape route has been sealed. It appeared that a gentle approach would yield no results. Thus he resolved to adopt a more forceful stance. Li Weiming rose defiantly from the ground. Turning to address his comrades, brothers, you have all heard the traitor Lu Yuan's words. He offers us no avenue for survival. If he desires my death, so be it. He shall not spare you either. At this juncture, we must resist to the bitter end. Arm yourselves and fight alongside me to eliminate this rebel for our nation and our people. The first to strike will be rewarded with gold beyond measure and an elevation to the 5th rank. Should we emerge victorious, all shall gain 3 ranks and a bounty of 1,000 gold. Capture the traitor Lu Yuan alive, and perhaps we shall secure a glimmer of hope. Li Weiming's rallying call stirred considerable fervor among the 2,000 remaining soldiers. Although they held disdain for Li Weiming's character, they found themselves with no means of retreat. Furthermore, the promise of substantial rewards ignited a flicker of courage within them. The traitor Lu Yuan was tyrannical and bloodthirsty. Since he offered them no chance of survival, they would carve their own path. Brothers, charge. Slay the treacherous dog and claim your reward. Kill. Forward. The remaining 2,000 soldiers erupted with an indomitable will to fight. However, the Snow Dragon cavalry advance. A sharp command rang out. Subsequently, amidst a thunderous cacophony, a line of snow rushed forth with astonishing speed. Boom, boom, boom. Mere moments later, Li Weiming and his 2,000 remnants had not even stirred a drop of water, and the battlefield returned to its eerie calm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 100,000 enemies. You have earned 276,300 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving victory in a grand battle and annihilating the enemy forces, earning a reward of 100,000 exchange points. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lu Yuan smirked derisively. How audacious of Li Weiming to resist even in his final moments. A futile endeavor indeed. Yet, what surged within was an overwhelming excitement. With over 2 million fortune points, a bountiful windfall awaited. Adding to the previous 17,000 fortune points, I could indulge in 3 grand-level sacred lotteries once more. I, Yuan Zhong, humbly pay my respects to your majesty. At that moment, a towering figure clad in magnificent general's armor, stained with blood, stepped forward and knelt before Lu Yuan. The commander of the Snow Dragon Cavalry, General Yuan Zhong. General Yuan, please rise. Lu Yuan approached with a smile, assisting Yuan Zhong to his feet, while simultaneously revealing the information panel before him. Name, Yuan Zhong. Realm, Peak Half Saint. Command value, 97. Loyalty, 100. A half saint. Lu Yuan's countenance brightened with joy. Yet another formidable half-saint general had joined his ranks. The Dragon Cavalry Corps was renowned for its sacred-level rewards. Though the commander possessed only half-saint prowess, it was entirely reasonable. General Yuan, what can you tell me about the strength of your Dragon Cavalry? In response, Your Majesty, the current Dragon Cavalry comprises ordinary cavalry, who are peak martial masters. The centurions are peak grand martial masters. The 1,000-man captains are peak martial kings. The lieutenants are peak martial emperors. The deputy generals are peak martial sects. And I, as your humble servant, am a peak half-saint. Good heavens! At this revelation, Lu Yuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even the ordinary soldiers are martial masters? And peak ones at that. It is worth noting that in the great Zhou Empire, martial masters are sufficient to serve as centurions. In fact, peak martial masters can even hold the position of 1,000-man captains in certain garrison forces. Yet, within the current Snow Dragon Cavalry, peak martial masters are merely the standard soldiers. Indeed, the title of the world's foremost cavalry is not merely a name. Chapter 7. The Triple Holy Level Lottery. The twin hares traverse the earth. Indeed, the title of the world's foremost cavalry is not merely for show. Lu Yuan could not help but exclaim with excitement. The presence of such an elite army is truly a boon. It is unworthy of a gentleman to harbor grudges unavenged. General Yuan, I have a grievance, and I would like you to address it. I am willing to alleviate the worries of my lord. Yuan Zhong readily vowed. Excellent. A chilling smile crossed Lu Yuan's face. The Empress of the Great Zhou, Zhou Linglong, is blind to loyalty and treachery, bestowing harm upon the faithful. Surely, there must be treacherous ministers whispering deceit in her ear, or vile individuals scheming behind the scenes. For the sake of the great Zhou's legacy and the peace of its people, enter the court, clear the emperor's side. A glint of cold light shone in Lu Yuan's eyes. Empress, since you lack benevolence, do not blame me for being unprincipled. Agreed. Yuan Zhuozong, expressionless, thunderously accepted the command. The title of Empress means little. In his eyes, Lu Yuan is the absolute sovereign. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Destination, Chang'an City. March 4th. However, just as the Dragon Cavalry was about to embark on their journey, a scout suddenly reported, "My lord, we have captured a group of suspicious individuals. According to them, they are scouts from the garrison of Yubei City. They claim to represent the city lord, Huang, inquiring about our origins." Huang. Yuan Zhuozong looked at Lu Yuan, puzzled. I am familiar with Huang. He is the city lord appointed by the court to oversee Yubei City. Lu Yuan replied calmly. Such commotion outside the city cannot possibly elude the garrison within. However, upon recalling Huang's identity, a flicker of malice appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. This Huang is a loyal dog of the Empress. Logically, the northern domain is the territory of the Prince of the North. The authority to appoint the city lord should rightfully belong to me. Yet, since my father's disappearance, the Empress has bypassed me, dispatching her confidants to take direct control of the major cities in the northern domain, rendering my power obsolete. And this Huang is responsible for overseeing Yubei City. This Huang is an agent of the Empress. He deserves death. Rest assured, my lord, I shall execute the captured men immediately. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhuozong was filled with indignation, ready to draw his blade. However, Lu Yuan shook his head, intervening. General Yuan, please wait. Huang deserves death, but those soldiers should not be killed. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he contemplated. General Yuan, let us delay our descent for now. I need you to undertake a mission, eliminate Huang and his associates. Then, in my name, take control of Yubei City. Additionally, ensure that the entire garrison of Yubei City is reorganized, guaranteeing their loyalty to me. With that, Lu Yuan tossed the token of the Prince of the North to Yuan Zhuozong. Since Huang is a loyal servant of the Empress, he must perish. Furthermore, a significant portion of the lower-ranking soldiers are remnants of his father's loyal faction. If he were to reveal the insignia of the Northern King, it is certain that these individuals would rally to his cause. Naturally, Yuan Zhuozong would not dare to defy Lu Yuan's orders. Accepting the command, he promptly set forth. System, unveil the lottery interface. I am about to draw. Having arranged everything, Lu Yuan turned and directly accessed the system's lottery interface. He still possessed 3 million luck points, which he had yet to utilize. Ding! The system lottery interface is now open. As Lu Yuan's words faded, a faint ethereal interface materialized before him. Without hesitation, he opted for the million-level sacred lottery. After all, higher-tier lotteries offer greater value. Ding! The host has selected the sacred lottery. The system is drawing. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained 300 shadow guards. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained 50,000 assault troops. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained the intelligence organization, Drizzle. Lu Yuan expended all his luck points, executing 3 consecutive draws, each accompanied by the system's notification. Shadow guards, assault troops, and an intelligence organization, Drizzle. Upon witnessing the 3 rewards acquired through the lottery, a flicker of joy crossed Lu Yuan's face. The mere names indicated that these rewards were anything but ordinary. Indeed, the subsequent descriptions from the system validated Lu Yuan's assumptions. Shadow guards, leader at the peak of semi-saint, deputy leader as standard semi-saint, 10 captains at martial sovereign, members ranging from martial king to martial emperor, assault troops, commander at the peak of semi-saint, deputy commander at peak martial sovereign, 1,000-man leader at peak martial emperor, 100-man leader at peak martial king, soldiers at the grand martial master level, Drizzle, leader at semi-saint, deputy leader at martial sovereign, regional leader at martial emperor, head at martial king, with 100,000 members ranging from martial warriors to grand martial masters. Note, the 100,000 members of Drizzle have been automatically dispersed across the continent and provided with identities. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Though the quality of the 3 rewards varied, they were all sacred-level rewards. Each organization contained a semi-saint presence, especially the Shadow Guards, boasting 2 semi-saints. While the assault troops were fewer in number than the Dragon Riders, their quality was significantly superior. Drizzle, though slightly lacking, was primarily an intelligence organization, where combat prowess was not its forte. Soon, a formidable group of individuals appeared beside Lu Yuan. His subordinates, Mo, Shadow Guards, Gao Shun, assault troops, and Yu Xiang, Drizzle, paid their respects to their master. Among the throng of imposing figures, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon Yu Xiang, the leader of Drizzle. To his surprise, Yu Xiang was a woman. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful one. Lu Yuan did not deny his penchant for beauty. Upon encountering the exquisite beauty before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Such beauty, however, across from him, as Lu Yuan's gaze grew increasingly fervent, Yu Xiang suddenly felt a wave of panic. The Adam's apple beneath his lowered head bobbed nervously. "My lord." Yu Xiang clenched his teeth and hastily explained, "My lord, I am actually a man, disguised in female attire through the art of transformation. Look." As he spoke, with a flick of his delicate hand, he astonishingly transformed from an enchanting fairy into the guise of a refined young gentleman clad in white. Fearing that he might lose the moment, Lu Yuan's loyalty was already at its peak, leaving him unable to resist. "What?" Upon hearing Yu Xiang's words, Lu Yuan's face morphed into one of disbelief. Witnessing the transformation right before his eyes, his expression darkened instantly. "A man? Good heavens! My friend, while it is one thing to disguise oneself as a woman, to adopt such a feminine name is quite another. You nearly led me astray." Yet, amidst his confusion, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a hint of admiration. It was no wonder that Yu Xiang was the leader of the Drizzle organization. His mastery of disguise was truly remarkable, having deceived even himself. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang wore a wry smile. He had intended to leave a favorable impression on Lu Yuan by donning a feminine appearance, only to nearly jeopardize his own identity. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows, the cloaked figure of Mo observed the scene thoughtfully. The pair of glimmering eyes peeking from beneath the mask resembled a tranquil pool, captivating and alluring. Chapter 8. Capture the city of Dongbei. The entire army marches south. After the incident with Yu Xiang, Lu Yuan's spirits had somewhat diminished. He dismissed the formalities and retracted his gaze from the few women, concealing his peculiar thoughts. Who knows, perhaps there might still be an enchanting D-type girl among them. As for the other 2 leaders, there was little to elaborate on. One was Gao Shun, commanding the famed Xianjing camp, whose soldiers were all formidable men with powerful physiques, exuding an intimidating aura that hinted at their impressive combat prowess. In contrast to the flamboyance of the Xianjing camp, the Shadow Guards were far more subdued. Clad entirely in black, with only their piercing eyes visible, their presence was chilling, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, easily overlooked, yet ever poised to deliver a lethal strike to their adversaries. It is noteworthy that the characters summoned by the system, while possessing independent thoughts and unique consciousness, lacked any prior memories. For instance, Gao Shun and Su Zhu, though both hailing from the 3 Kingdoms era, were strangers to one another and had never heard of each other as titles. The only bond they shared was their unwavering loyalty to Lu Yuan. In the face of the ferocious dragon cavalry, Heilong's meager forces were utterly insignificant. Yuan Zhuozong acted swiftly. As soon as Lu Yuan had completed his reward extraction, Yuan Zhuozong returned with his men, presenting a collection of severed heads which he discarded onto the ground. Dismounting, he knelt on one knee before Lu Yuan and reported, "My lord, Heilong and his confidants have been entirely eliminated. The 10,000 garrison troops of Dongbei City have been reorganized, and all high-ranking officers have been replaced with our own. How did it go? Did you encounter any obstacles?" "None." After presenting your token, the integration proceeded remarkably smoothly. "Very well," Lu Yuan nodded. Although Dongbei City was the primary city of the northern region, it paled in comparison to the heavily fortified northern borders, housing merely over 10,000 defenders. Thus, its assimilation was relatively effortless. Ding. The host has slain 6 martial kings, 2 martial emperors, and 67 grand martial masters, earning 32,700 fortune points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for taking control of a city, earning a reward of 100,000 fortune points. Disregarding the system's notifications, Lu Yuan found the mere 130,000 fortune points unremarkable. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze flickering. Now that Dongbei City had returned under his command, it was time to march southward and settle accounts with the Empress. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan commanded the gathered troops. Order the garrison to hold fast to Dongbei City. Dragon Cavalry and Xianjin camp, prepare to march. Our target is Chang'an City. At that moment, Lu Yuan seemed to recall something. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a solemn tone to Yu Xiang, have your people keep an eye on the Huang residence. Should any changes arise, prioritize the safety of those within. In this world, he no longer had any kin. Perhaps there remain some elders within the manor who have watched him grow. Yet, that is merely a vestige of the past. Now, he is poised to undertake significant endeavors. It would be folly to squander military resources on such trivialities. Furthermore, the northern domain city is situated in the heart of the northern region, generally immune to disturbances. He has stationed 10,000 guards and entrusted the vigilant personnel to oversee them. He has exhausted all measures of benevolence. If the Empress truly descends into madness, then he cannot be blamed for his ruthlessness. He must abandon the northern protectorate. With these thoughts, Lu Yuan's mood returned to a state of calm. Yuan Zhuozong. Gao Shun. Issue orders to the entire army. March southward. Depart. Understood. At Lu Yuan's command, over 100,000 troops surged forth in a magnificent display. In the northern domain, at the Yumen Pass, even the ordinary soldiers of the Dragon Cavalry and the assault camp are martial masters. Their march swift and unrelenting. Within a single day, they quickly arrived at the Yumen Pass, the crucial gateway connecting the northern domain to the Central Plains. This location serves as the juncture between the Central Plains and the northern domain. The Yumen Pass is overwhelmingly grand, resembling a colossal dragon lying dormant upon the earth from a distance. On either side, steep and perilous mountain peaks rise, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. My lord, we have arrived at the Yumen Pass. Lu Yuan nodded, his gaze momentarily flickering as memories of intelligence regarding the Yumen Pass flooded his mind. The Yumen Pass was constructed during the declining era of the Great Zhou to repel the northern barbarian empire. However, since his father's ascendance, who pushed the latest fortifications to the borders of the Great Wall, this Yumen Pass has become merely ornamental. Once a magnificent stronghold, it has devolved into little more than a tourist attraction. Yet, since his father's disappearance, the garrison at Yumen Pass seems to have multiplied and grown increasingly elite. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. Surely, at that time, the Empress had already harbored intentions towards the northern domain. My lord, grant me half a day, and I shall undoubtedly breach this pass. Beside him, Yuan Zhuozong declared with unwavering confidence. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry is the finest cavalry in the realm. Even if the Yumen Pass is heavily fortified, it cannot withstand the iron hooves of the Dragon Cavalry. Lu Yuan did not respond, but instead cast his profound gaze far towards the Yumen Pass. At this moment, the Yumen Pass had shed its previous laxity, adopting a posture of vigilant defense. A mere glance from Lu Yuan revealed no less than several elite squads stationed atop the walls. Particularly, some massive crossbows on the ramparts made Lu Yuan's gaze sharpen. These colossal crossbows are the standard siege weaponry of the Great Zhou army, exceedingly powerful. They possess the capability to slay martial emperors and pose a grave threat to martial sovereigns. At this moment, however, there are hundreds of such crossbows atop the walls. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Should the Dragon Cavalry charge with force, significant casualties would inevitably ensue. A single volley could result in hundreds of losses. Moreover, once this nation's strategic stronghold is established, it will undoubtedly be imbued with the formidable power of the heavens and the earth. Within its encompassing range, it exerts a significant suppression on masters surpassing the martial sovereign. It is likely that this is the will of the heavens in this realm, designed to diminish the prowess of experts on the battlefield and prevent one-sided massacres. Otherwise, should a martial sage arrive, a single strike could shatter the stronghold, rendering its construction meaningless. General Yuan, have you already devised a means to counter the colossal ballista atop the city? Lu Yuan inquired, pointing at the battlements with a wry smile directed at Yuan Zhuozong. Similarly, Yuan Zhuozong regarded the massive ballista with a face full of trepidation. Should a forceful assault be attempted, He indeed had confidence in seizing the city, yet the potential damage could be rather severe. Yuan's Zhong hesitated for a moment, seemingly fearful of Lu Yuan's discontent, before resolutely stating, "My lord, although those ballistae pose a threat, our dragon cavalry is not to be underestimated. If the dragon cavalry charges forth, even this 100-foot wall shall not impede us in the slightest." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "General Yuan, if it is not absolutely necessary, there is no need for a reckless charge. Furthermore, siege warfare is inherently not the forte of cavalry." Lu Yuan's assertion holds true. Throughout history, who has ever used cavalry to breach the gates? Chapter 9. The Shadow Guard Moves. The Empress is furious. Yuan's Zhong acknowledged that Lu Yuan's words held merit. His proposal merely aimed to showcase his own abilities before Lu Yuan. "Well then, what course of action shall we take next?" he inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "If we wish to launch a distant assault on Chang'an, the Jade Gate Pass is an indispensable route. Are we truly considering abandoning it?" Lu Yuan cast his gaze upon the assembly, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Apart from the dragon cavalry, the three newly summoned legions proved to be of great utility. However, at present, the role of the intelligence organization, known as the Drizzle, was rather limited. After all, one could not expect immense martial prowess from a group devoted to information gathering. While the Assault Legion was formidable, the massive crossbows atop the city walls were not to be underestimated. A direct charge would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. "My lord, I am willing to lead the Assault Legion to capture the Jade Gate Pass," Gao Shun proclaimed, stepping forward with unwavering resolve. "The Assault Legion is renowned for its siege capabilities. Taking the Jade Gate Pass will be a mere trifle. We too wish to contribute to your cause, my lord." Both Mo, the leader of the Shadow Guard, and Xiang, the head of the Drizzle, declared in succession. "Excellent," Lu Yuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Your loyalty and sincerity have not gone unnoticed. However, I have already devised a plan for our next steps." His attention shifted towards the Shadow Guard. Unlike the other legions, the Shadow Guard excelled in stealth and assassination. Evading the guards to infiltrate the Jade Gate Pass would be a simple task. Moreover, with their formidable strength, they were ideally suited for internal sabotage. 300 masters, each above the rank of Martial King, under the veil of darkness, could wreak havoc upon the Jade Gate Pass. Mo shall lead the Shadow Guard to infiltrate the Jade Gate Pass as our internal support, seize the city gates, and endeavor to dismantle the colossal crossbows atop the walls. When the time comes, we shall coordinate with the Assault Legion and the Dragon Cavalry to breach the Jade Gate Pass. Understood. Mo and the others promptly nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan suddenly cast a curious glance at Mo, who had lowered his head. He wondered if it was merely his imagination, but there was a certain melodious quality to Mo's voice that struck him as feminine. Yet, Lu Yuan dismissed the thought, considering it perhaps a fleeting illusion. At that moment, Xiang unexpectedly stepped forward with enthusiasm. "My lord, I too wish to join the mission. I am skilled in stealth and may prove to be of assistance." Earlier, upon noticing that Lu Yuan had not assigned him a task, Xiang had felt a pang of urgency. Initially, he disguised himself as a woman, which had irked Lu Yuan. Fearing he had left a poor impression, he was eager to demonstrate his worth and alter Lu Yuan's perception of him. "Very well, Xiang, you may accompany us." Lu Yuan hesitated for a brief moment before consenting. Xiang's abilities were not to be taken lightly, being a master of the half-holy realm. Even when suppressed by the formidable formations of the defense, eliminating an ordinary martial sovereign remains a trivial endeavor. Moreover, Xiang's concealed and illusory techniques are unparalleled. Infiltrating the fortress to sow chaos may yield unexpected surprises. Furthermore, with the leadership of 3 formidable half-saints, success is more assured. Having devised a strategy, Lu Yuan promptly issued orders for the Dragon Cavalry to await the opportune moment, while the Shadow Guards and others directly infiltrated the human pass. In the next moment, the figures of Mo and his companions gradually faded from sight. Without careful observation, no one would notice the faint and elusive shadows lingering on the ground. Chang'an, the political capital of the great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of Chang'an, the ministers stood in a deathly silence. As a realm of fantasy, the communication methods in this world are not inferior to those of certain sci-fi worlds. not long after the annihilation of Li Weiming's elite guards. News had already reached Chang'an, thousands of miles away. You say that Li Weiming and my 100,000 elite guards were obliterated by the Northern King, Lu Yuan? On the golden dragon throne sat a woman of commanding presence. With a voluptuous figure, proud stature, and a face of stunning beauty, she donned a resplendent golden phoenix robe, her jeweled crown accentuating her regal bearing. This is the current Empress of the Great Zhou, Zhou Linglong. Upon hearing her inquiry, the ministers below were instantly rendered mute with fear. Despite the Empress's calm demeanor, they understood that this facade of tranquility concealed turbulent undercurrents. The more serene she appeared, the more tumultuous the storm behind it. Your Majesty, indeed, stammered Minister of War Yang Yan, trembling with trepidation. Even with his peak half-saint cultivation, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhou Linglong. Following Yang Yan's declaration, the court fell into an eerie silence. No one could have anticipated that a seemingly unremarkable northern king, Lu Yuan, rumored to be a wastrel, would stir such a monumental upheaval. Suddenly, an urgent report arrived, bursting into the court like a tempest. A messenger, breathless and hurried, rushed in and knelt, declaring, "Your Majesty, the traitor Lu Yuan has led 100,000 iron cavalry to the Yuan Pass. The defending general requests reinforcements." At this proclamation, the court erupted in chaos. The Yuan Pass? How dare Lu Yuan? Indeed, beyond the Yuan Pass lies the heartland of our great Zhou. Lu Yuan's advance towards the Yuan Pass is clear as day. The Yuan Pass is the crucial artery connecting the Central Plains and the Northern Territories, the essential route for any incursion southward. Is Lu Yuan truly daring enough to threaten the Yuan Pass? Yet, gazing upon the Empress, whose expression darkened further, silence descended upon the assembly once more. The court returned to its state of hushed tension. Very well. After a long time, Empress Zhou Linglong suddenly let out a light chuckle. Yet, this laughter bore an unmistakable chill. What a bold Lu Yuan! For several years, she, Zhou Linglong, has ascended the throne and governed the entire Great Zhou with meticulous order. The nation thrives in peace and prosperity, its strength continually rising. Wherever her imperial edicts reach, none dare to disobey. Yet now, this Lu Yuan dares to slap her face so brazenly. If she does not respond, the dignity of the Great Zhou will be utterly diminished. Noble lords, is there anyone willing to lead troops to reinforce Yuan Pass and eliminate the traitor Lu Yuan for me? The Empress bellowed in fury. Silence. Upon her proclamation, not a single soul in the court responded. Each person bowed their heads, shrouded in an eerie quietude. After all, no one is a fool. A rumored wastrel suddenly rising to power? He even annihilated an entire elite royal guard? This matter reeked of the bizarre. Who could ascertain whether this Lu Yuan was merely feigning weakness to achieve his ends? Those with sense would undoubtedly choose the path of cautious self-preservation. Fortunately, this oppressive silence did not last long. Among the lords standing in rows below, a young man with bright brows and white teeth suddenly stepped forward, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "I, your servant, am willing to eradicate the traitor for your Majesty." Clad in imposing armor, he clearly belonged to the ranks of martial generals. At that moment, the young man's gaze toward Zhou Linglong was ablaze with fervor, distinct from loyalty to the sovereign. This fervent gaze concealed a hint of something more sinister, an alluring greed. "Oh, the heir of Duke Wu is willing to resolve this predicament for me?" Zhou Linglong, seated upon her dragon throne, appeared oblivious to the peculiar glint in the young man's eyes. Observing his boldness, a slight smile graced her lips, her bright eyes shimmering with admiration that she did not attempt to conceal. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a flicker of disdain lurked deep within Zhou Linglong's gaze. Clearly, she had witnessed the young man's subtle antics in their entirety. Chapter 10. Infiltrating the Yuan Pass. Securing the stronghold. Below the stage, witnessing Zhou Linglong's reaction, the man appeared even more exhilarated. In a court where no one dared to respond, he boldly stepped forward. Not only did he alleviate the Empress's embarrassment, but he also extricated her from a precarious situation. Undoubtedly, he had now garnered the Empress's gratitude and recognition. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I, Zhao Kuanying, shall undoubtedly eradicate the traitor Lu Yuan, upholding the laws of the state," Zhao Kuanying declared with fervor, his voice booming. Possessing unparalleled talent, he was the youngest semi-saint of the Great Zhou. A mere Lu Yuan, despite his capabilities, would be no match for him. Once he achieved great merit, he would surely earn the Empress's trust and become her most valued confidant. Who knows, in the future, he might even gain her favor, ascend to the inner palace, and jointly govern the great Zhou alongside the Empress. Ultimately, perhaps he could even reverse their roles, transforming the great Zhou into the domain of the Zhao family. However, the overconfident Zhao Kuanying failed to notice the bemused gazes of the other courtiers, who regarded him as if he were a fool. How could the illustrious Duke of Martial Nation have such a dim-witted son? It was a pity that he was a semi-saint, with all his martial prowess seemingly confined to his head. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, allowing this brainless fellow to probe the depths of the Northern Guardian King's strengths and weaknesses. Amidst the various ulterior motives harbored by the court officials, Zhao Kuanying nonetheless mobilized 200,000 Imperial city guards to support the Human Pass. At the Human Pass, among the Shadow Guardians, the lowest-ranked member was a martial emperor. Thus, infiltrating the Human Pass was a mere trifle. Mo, I shall first infiltrate the military camp to seek out the whereabouts of the enemy commander. You lead the team to seize the city gates. And those formidable crossbows that our master fears, destroy them all. Understood. Mo responded in a cold, detached tone. After Rainxiang finished instructing Mo, she transformed into the guise of a guard officer and stealthily ventured deeper into the fortifications. Watching Rainxiang's departing figure, a glimmer of determination flickered in Mo's exposed eyes. This was the first mission bestowed upon him by his master, and he was resolute in his commitment to execute it flawlessly. Shadow 1. You shall lead 2 teams to dismantle the crossbows atop the city wall. The rest will accompany me to seize the city gates. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Yes, with Mo's command, the Shadow Guardians swiftly commenced their separate actions, each blending seamlessly into the shadows. On the city wall, the entire fortification stretched for miles, heavily fortified. Countless soldiers stood ready, their attention solely focused outward. After all, just beyond the walls lay Lu Yuan's formidable army, numbering over 10,000. Some soldiers nervously gripped their weapons, their hands slick with sweat. However, they remained oblivious to the presence of death that had silently crept up beside them. Suddenly, the sound of blood gushing forth echoed as several soldiers operating a massive crossbow were severed from their bodies. Destroy the crossbow. The shadowy assassins concealed in the darkness swiftly revealed themselves, and with a flurry of lethal strikes, the fragile crossbow was reduced to mere splinters. Simultaneously, on the entire city wall, wherever crossbows were stationed, similar scenes unfolded. At last, after several miles of battlements, someone finally noticed the presence of the shadowy assassins. Enemy attack. A chilling scream pierced the air, plunging the entire city wall into chaos. Shouts of curses, sounds of combat, and cries of agony echoed incessantly. Hurry! Break into the city gate. Witnessing the ensuing turmoil, the movements of the shadowy figures quickened further. Yet, the control of the city gate was a vital stronghold. Here, a contingent of several hundred elite soldiers stood guard. The commanding general was a formidable warrior of the martial realm. Upon seeing Mo and his companions, the martial general stepped forward with a fierce expression. How audacious to dare intrude here. I shall see just how many of you. However, before he could finish, the scene before him nearly shattered his resolve. In the blink of an eye, the martial general witnessed a breathtaking flash of cold light. The next moment, those hundreds of soldiers who had been standing at the ready collapsed in unison. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies hit the ground, raising clouds of dust. A closer inspection revealed a glimmering line of blood at each neck. Before them, a petite figure clad in black bent slightly, maintaining a poised stance with a dagger. This is impossible. The martial general's face contorted with disbelief. Just as he attempted to voice his thoughts, an excruciating pain suddenly coursed through his neck. He reached up to touch it, only to find his hand drenched in blood. The martial general opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to utter something, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat as he fell. I detest loquacious individuals, thought the shadowy figure, excluding their master. With an expression of icy composure, Mo withdrew the dagger from the general's lifeless form and opened the city gate, welcoming their master into the city. Within the city, the commander of the Human Pass was a lord named Li Shun, a peak-level warrior of the martial realm. Within the camp, he was taken aback by the audacity of the so-called waste, Lu Yuan, to have advanced this far. A force of 100,000. A hint of trepidation crossed Li Shun's face. The name of the waste, Lu Yuan, was known throughout the northern region. Yet, who could have anticipated? Once a mere wastrel, he now commands an army of 100,000, arriving at our gates. At this moment, the deputy commander beside Li Shun attempted to offer reassurance. General, there is no need for excessive concern. We have already sought assistance from the court. Now we must steadfastly defend the Jade Gate and patiently await the arrival of reinforcements. Our 5,000 defenders are fortified by this stronghold. Even with Lu Yuan's 100,000, they shall never penetrate our defenses. The deputy spoke with unwavering confidence. The Jade Gate has previously stood as an impenetrable fortress against the northern marauders. A mere 100,000 troops under Lu Yuan should find it no easy task to breach our stronghold. However, just as the deputy's words echoed with conviction, he was swiftly met with disillusionment. General, we have grave news. The city gate has been breached. A blood-soaked lieutenant rushed in, panic etched upon his face. What did you say? At this, Li Shun and the deputy leapt to their feet in astonishment. Repeat that. The gate has fallen? The deputy's voice trembled with disbelief. The lieutenant, with a sorrowful expression, nodded vigorously. Yes. A group of cloaked figures infiltrated from an unknown direction, each one a formidable warrior. They wreaked havoc on the crossbows atop the walls, and none could stop them. They even seized the city gate. Now those black-clad assailants have opened the gates, and Lu Yuan's cavalry has successfully entered. Upon hearing the lieutenant's report, a wave of suffocating dread washed over Li Shun, leaving him lightheaded and disoriented. The entry of cavalry into the fortress. What could this possibly signify? No one understood its gravity better than these commanders. Had they already lost? He had yet to ascend the walls to oversee the defense. General, perhaps we should retreat. The deputy suggested, his voice quaking with fear. Lu Yuan is fearsome. The Jade Gate, a once mighty fortress, has fallen in less than half an hour. Retreat. Retreat. Li Shun was now fraught with anxiety. He finally comprehended why Li Weiming and his 10,000 elite troops had been annihilated by Lu Yuan. The terror was overwhelming. The forces under Lu Yuan were utterly inhuman. Chapter 11. The True Sacred Realm. Extraordinary Rewards, Northern Army. Hurry. To the stables. Prepare the horses. I also have the Imperial Guard. Just as Li Shun anxiously exited the camp, he noticed a military officer in uniform meandering about. He promptly summoned the soldier to his side. Hey, you there, come here. Immediately proceed to the Imperial Guard, convey my military orders, and instruct them to mobilize swiftly to intercept Lu Yuan's forces entering the city. They must exert every effort to hold the line. Retreat is not an option. Though Li Shun's face was filled with reluctance, he ultimately steeled himself and resolutely declared. At this moment, he could only use his personal troops as bait to create an opportunity for his own escape. Every moment he could delay mattered. However, in his state of panic, Li Shun failed to notice the strange smile that crept upon the lips of the soldier he had called over. Meanwhile, on the side of Lu Yuan's army, although the garrison at Yumen Pass consisted of elite troops, they paled in comparison to the Dragon Cavalry and the elite formations like the Assault Corps. The disparity in their military prowess was simply insurmountable. The ordinary soldiers of the Dragon Cavalry could easily match a centurion in strength. How could this battle even be fought? As the city gates swung open, Lu Yuan's army surged into the city. The moment the two armies clashed, it devolved into a one-sided massacre. Simultaneously, the Shadow Guards and other experts navigated the battlefield, specifically targeting those officers of slightly higher ranks. This further exacerbated the collapse of the Yumen Pass garrison. Please spare me. I surrender, wailed the terrified defenders, dropping their weapons in despair and collapsing to their knees on the battlefield. The phrase "a defeated army" is like a landslide rang true, as the entirety of Yumen Pass swiftly fell into Lu Yuan's grasp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the defeat of 30,000 enemies, earning a fortune value of 738,575. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in a siege battle, receiving a reward of 100,000 fortune value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a stronghold, receiving a reward of 100,000 fortune value. Another wave of fortune value flooded in. Lu Yuan's total fortune value had once again surpassed 1 million. He could conduct a sacred level lottery once more. System. I wish to perform a sacred level draw. Lu Yuan called upon the system directly. Points in the account remain mere points. Only when converted into combat power do they hold true significance. Ding. The host has chosen the sacred level lottery. The system is drawing. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Sacred Realm Guardian, Li Sandao. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. The Sacred Realm. This lottery, unlike previous ones that yielded sacred level legions, had directly produced a true powerhouse of the Sacred Realm. Now he finally possessed a trump card. With a joyful expression, Lu Yuan quietly sighed in relief. Indeed, in the depths of Lu Yuan's heart, a lingering sense of anxiety resided. Although he commanded several semi-saint subordinates, he lacked a true powerhouse of the saint realm to bear the weight of his ambitions. Rumor had it that within the forbidden grounds of the Great Zhou, the Dragon Court, there existed an ancient ancestor of the saint realm. Now, with the emergence of a saintly figure, his resolve to venture to Chang'an was bolstered significantly. In an instant, a shadow akin to a phantom materialized beside Lu Yuan. Master, I, Li Sandao, pay my respects. A middle-aged man clad in battle attire knelt before Lu Yuan, his face alight with fervent loyalty. Realizing the situation, Lu Yuan quickly moved to assist Li Sandao to his feet. Please rise, Sandao, Lu Yuan exclaimed, his expression one of surprise and admiration. This was a being of the saint realm. Upon closer inspection, Li Sandao's aura was subdued. He appeared utterly ordinary, like a commoner devoid of any cultivation. Yet Lu Yuan knew this was merely a reflection of his own inadequacies, unable to perceive the depths of Li Sandao's concealed prowess. If Li Sandao were to unleash even a fraction of his energy, it could easily shatter Lu Yuan's frail mortal form. Such was the might of a saintly strongman. The prospect of Li Sandao wreaking havoc was tantalizing, for it could potentially yield an immense fortune of luck. Just as Lu Yuan reveled in this thought, the system's notification chimed. Ding. The host's subordinates will see their contributions to battle adjusted according to their respective cultivation levels. Lu Yuan's expression darkened immediately. It appeared that the system had effectively sealed all loopholes. At that moment, Zhong and Mo returned to report. Upon seeing Li Sandao by Lu Yuan's side, their eyes widened in alarm, a wave of trepidation causing their hairs to stand on end. Fear not, they are our own. Lu Yuan reassured them with a smile. Understood. Zhong and Mo exchanged wary glances with Li Sandao. They felt that this individual could effortlessly extinguish their lives. However, reassured by Lu Yuan's words, they steadied their nerves and reported, Master, we have not disgraced our mission. The commander of the Human Pass, Li Shun, has been slain by us. Zhong presented a head wrapped in black cloth with utmost respect. Excellent. Well done. Lu Yuan praised Zhong, having already learned of Li Shun's demise through the system. This peak martial sovereign had significantly contributed to his fortune. Mo, your shadow guards have performed admirably as well. Your efforts in this siege are invaluable. It is my duty to alleviate the master's burdens, Mo replied, her voice suddenly taking on a hoarse quality as she stood before Lu Yuan. To outsiders, her tone was indistinguishable from that of a male. Zhong cast a curious glance at Mo, puzzled by her strange behavior and the need to disguise her voice. Yet she did not dwell on it. As long as it is ensured that Mo remains loyal to the master, that suffices. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained oblivious, nodding with delight. Now, having successfully secured the Human Pass, the path south lay before him, unimpeded and clear of any obstacles. The Human Pass held significant strategic importance, serving as the vital gateway between the Central Plains and the northern regions. Occupying this position allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. However, it was imperative to station some troops for its defense, Lu Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. He must also prepare a contingency plan. If he encountered any setbacks while advancing into the Central Plains, and if the route through Human Pass were to be cut off, he would indeed find himself in a dire predicament. The question remained, which army should he retain for this purpose? Lu Yuan found himself in a quandary. It was impossible to leave behind the 100,000 dragon riders, as they constituted his main force for the southern campaign. Perhaps the 50,000 soldiers of the assault camp could be spared. Yet, it seemed somewhat beneath such a formidable force to be relegated to mere garrison duty. That was indeed a considerable asset. As for the Shadow Guards and the Drizzler, these two unique organizations were not conventional armies and were ill-suited for guarding a pass. Perhaps it was best to draw upon his luck once more and see if he could summon another army. With no suitable options at hand, he turned his gaze to the remaining over 100,000 luck points in his account. Just in time, he could undertake another grand draw. The cost for the super draw was set at 100,000. The rewards typically included troops of the martial sovereign caliber, which would be perfect for manning the pass. Ding. The host has chosen the super draw. The system is now drawing. Ding. Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exclusive legion, 10,000 Northern Army troops. Chapter 12. The City of Bayong. Zhao Quanying arrives. The Northern Army? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had no particular impression of this military force. However, upon examining the introduction provided by the system, a hint of delight appeared on his brow. Northern Army. Commander at the pinnacle of martial sovereign, deputy commander at the ordinary level of martial sovereign. 1,000-man commander at the martial emperor level, 100-man commander at the martial king level, 10-man leader at the great martial master level, soldiers at the martial master level. Elite. Such an elite army could even contend with soldiers awarded at the sacred level. This configuration, if placed among the rewards of a super lottery, would surely rank among the foremost. Your humble servant, Xian, pays his respects to the sovereign. With the successful issuance of the system reward, a robust man knelt on one knee before Lu Yuan in salutation. There is no need for excessive formalities, General Xie. Lu Yuan responded with a slight smile. General Xie, I entrust you with the defense of the human pass. There are also 20,000 surrendering troops within the pass. I leave their management entirely in your hands. One thing only. Ensure that those who remain are all loyal individuals. I shall not fail in my duty. Xian thunderously accepted the command. By the way, General Xie, Lu Yuan suddenly inquired, gazing curiously at Xian, do you have a sister named Xie Daoyan? Indeed. Xian clasped his fists and nodded. Though he lacked his previous memories, he would never forget his elder sister. As expected, Lu Yuan realized. A line reminiscent of the gentle willows swaying in the breeze had stirred countless literary souls throughout the ages. It was merely a pity that such an extraordinary woman was one he could not behold. He could only observe her brother, this rugged man. If only. Lu Yuan shook his head. What was he contemplating? There were numerous significant matters at hand. Breaching the human pass was but a minor episode. After entrusting the human pass to Xian, Lu Yuan commanded the army to set forth once more. After all, speed in military affairs is of utmost importance. Should the Empress react and mobilize various armies to escort her back to the capital, it would certainly pose some challenges. Let us depart. Continue southward. Entering the Central Plains was like stepping into the sea. In the vast expanse of the flat Central Plains, Lu Yuan finally set foot upon this land. Liangzhou, city of Bayong. Liangzhou was the northernmost state under the direct jurisdiction of the Great Zhou, bordering the northern region. The city of Bayong served as the prefectural city of Liangzhou. This city lay merely over 1,000 miles from the human pass. At this moment, outside the city of Bayong, an army of 200,000 surged forth in great numbers. Leading them was a strikingly handsome young man with bright eyes and white armor that radiated a terrifying semi-holy aura. He exuded an air of arrogance, as if nothing were beneath his notice. Indeed, this young general was Zhao Quanying, the heir to the Duke of Martial State of the Great Zhou. Behind Zhao Quanying stood the 200,000 troops sent by the Empress to reinforce the human pass. At this moment, as Zhao Quanying's troops arrived at Bayong City, an urgent military report was unexpectedly delivered to him. An urgent military report? Zhao Quanying furrowed his brows as he took it. Upon opening the envelope, he initially regarded the contents with indifference. However, once he discerned the message, he leapt to his feet in shock. What? The human pass has fallen. The commander Li Shun has been slain. Prince of the North, Lu Yuan, has crossed the human pass, leading his army forward. Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhao Quanying hurled his golden whip to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. That useless Li Shun. He couldn't even hold for a single day? That is the human pass. And it's lost just like that. Zhao Quanying was beside himself with fury, his eyes blazing as if they could consume the world. It was no wonder he was so enraged. The human pass, a crucial bastion against the northern barbarians, was indeed easy to defend yet difficult to assault. However, for such a strategically vital location, even an incompetent could hold it for at least a few days. The fact that Li Shun couldn't last even a single day before the city fell sounded utterly implausible. This is infuriating. Yet, the deed was done. Even the commander Li Shun had already met his demise. Despite Zhao Kuanying's pent-up fury, he found no outlet for his wrath. At that moment, the deputy commander approached with further troubling news. General, the soldiers are complaining of the rapid march, suffering greatly. We've reached our limit after covering 1,000 miles in a single day. Furthermore, the speed-enhancing talismans have been exhausted, and our pace has slowed down. What shall we do? The speed-enhancing talisman, frequently employed by the military, is crafted by talismancers, akin to cultivators, but belonging to a different system of practice. The purpose of the speed talisman is, as its name suggests, to augment the marching speed of the troops. Were it not for these talismans, the distance from Chang'an to Yumen Pass, spanning thousands of miles, would be insurmountable, even if every soldier possessed some form of cultivation. Realizing that reaching Yumen Pass was no longer feasible, and witnessing his fatigued troops due to the hasty march, Zhao Kuanying's gaze flickered momentarily as he devised a temporary strategy. Very well. Convey to the entire army to abandon the Yumen Pass. We shall retreat to Bayong City for resupply. In preparation for the rapid advance, Zhao Kuanying's army was lightly equipped. They had brought nothing but their weapons. Initially intending to resupply upon reaching Yumen Pass, now that it had fallen, he had no choice but to seek provisions from Bayong City, the nearest major city. Bayong City, the capital of Liangzhou Prefecture, was also the most prosperous city in the entire Liangzhou region. Originally, Zhao Kuanying had planned merely to pass through without leading his troops into the city. Consequently, Bayong City had made no preparations for their arrival. Now, with the sudden change of plans, chaos ensued. On both sides of the bustling street, ordinary vendors display their wares. A formidable troop marches into the city. Seizing the opportunity amidst the troops' advance, some seasoned veterans ruthlessly raid the stalls of the street vendors. Hand it over. In the eyes of these veterans, glimmers of avarice shine brightly. The act of forcibly seizing goods upon entering the city has become their customary practice, indiscriminately targeting both enemy and ally alike. The officers turn a blind eye, for these soldiers live by the edge of their swords. Only by satiating their insatiable greed can they be spurred on to fight fiercely on the battlefield. Moreover, the victims of these thefts are merely humble civilians, whose plight seems inconsequential. On the roadside, a tattered old man with disheveled hair pleads desperately with a burly soldier, who is forcibly clutching a handful of precious herbs from the mountains. Please, soldier, if you take these, I will lose 3 months of hard-earned wages. The old man implores. These herbs represent the culmination of 3 months of perilous toil in the deep mountains, and selling them is the sole hope for his family's sustenance in the coming months. Get lost, you decrepit old fool. Delay any longer, and I won't be so courteous. The veteran barks viciously. As the old man clings tightly, the soldier, growing impatient, kicks out at him. A gust of wind follows his swift motion, while the frail old man, hunched and emaciated, resembles a flickering candle in the wind. Should the soldier's kick connect, it would surely cost the old man dearly, perhaps even his very life. Chapter 13. The Tsundere Girl. The Lord of Bayong City has arrived. Nearby, the soldiers who were merely spectators chuckled, showing no signs of concern. To them, it was just the death of one individual, a source of amusement. Surrounding them, innocent little merchants turned their heads away from the grim scene, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They were citizens of the Great Zhou, after all. Not only did the official army of Great Zhou fail to protect them, but they also stooped to bully them. Some impassioned youths clenched their fists in anger. Yet upon recalling the formidable prowess of the Imperial guards, they helplessly relaxed their grip. What could they do? Approaching would only lead to their demise. They were merely ordinary people. Indeed, who would care for the lives of mere ants? Just as a tragic event seemed imminent, an indignant cry rang out from the street. How despicable! Are you truly soldiers of the Great Zhou? Why torment an innocent elder? The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback before turning towards the source of the voice. A young girl, petite and clad in striking leather armor, stood with a furious expression, glaring at the seasoned soldier attacking the old man. The soldier let out a sinister laugh, ignoring the girl's words, continuing his merciless assault on the elderly man. Just as the old man was about to meet his fate, the agile girl swiftly darted forward, appearing before the soldier as if by magic. Step aside. she commanded, and with a fierce strike, she aimed a palm at his chest. Bang! The soldier barely registered the blur before him. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous force strike his chest as if he had been hit by a hammer. He was sent flying. Thud! Crack! Pain! The girl had struck with great force, compressing the soldier's chest by several centimeters, and it was no surprise when his ribs fractured. Gasping, the soldier crashed to the ground, only managing to draw a breath of cold air before he spectacularly lost consciousness. The surrounding soldiers, finally reacting, glanced from the fallen soldier to the girl remaining in her attack stance, instantly perceiving her as a formidable threat. Enemy attack. In an instant, numerous weapons were leveled at the girl, and the soldiers swiftly surrounded her. Witnessing this, the girl's disdainful eyes, partially concealed by her flowing hair, surveyed the scene. Humph. Truly a den of snakes and rats. A pack of scoundrels. Are you all right, sir? Despite the multitude of weapons aimed at her, the girl remained unflustered, her concern directed towards the elderly man beside her. I'm fine, but, alas, young lady, by standing up for me, you've landed yourself in a tremendous predicament. The old man looked fearfully at the surrounding soldiers, his murky eyes glistening with apprehension. What a delightful young lady she is. Alas, it is a pity that for the sake of this aged wretch, she has attracted this vile group of brutes. Escaping from their clutches will prove exceedingly difficult. At this moment, an increasing number of soldiers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. Upon beholding the young maiden's exquisite visage, a sinister thought flickered across the faces of these soldiers. Damn it, let us capture her alive. It's been ages since I've laid eyes on such a beautiful woman. Haha. Brothers, do not rush. We shall take turns. And there will be enough for everyone. I can hardly contain my thirst. As the highest-ranking officer present, allow me the first taste of pleasure. Upon hearing the soldier's lewd remarks, the maiden furrowed her brows tightly together, her countenance growing increasingly repulsed. Fear not, dear elder. I refuse to believe that anyone in Bayong City can harm me. She glared in disdain at the soldiers across from her, finding their behavior utterly revolting. As a soldier of the Great Zhou army, how could they dare to oppress the citizens of the Great Zhou? They truly bring shame to the esteemed title of the Great Zhou elite. With a calm demeanor, the maiden casually flipped her hand, and a communication token materialized from thin air. Father, if you do not come quickly, you may never see your daughter again, she declared through gritted teeth, her face a mask of cold defiance. Witnessing her plea for help, the surrounding soldiers, far from being intimidated, erupted into raucous laughter. Oh, is she calling for help? How amusing. Calling for her father? If you're scared, just call him daddy. Heh. Has the little miss summoned her father? Well then, let me meet my future father-in-law and introduce him to his gaggle of son-in-law candidates. Haha, which father? Your dear daddy is right here. However, if you call for him again, I might just become even more excited. A cacophony of vulgarities erupted from the seasoned veterans, entirely disregarding the frostiness that enveloped the maiden's expression. In the eyes of these old soldiers, the young lady appeared to possess merely the cultivation of a martial king. While not weak, they were the Imperial guards of the capital. A martial king? There were 2 experts among the soldiers present. As for her summoning help with the token, they dismissed it with scorn. After all, they were the elite troops sworn to protect the emperor. Today, not even the King of Heaven could intervene. This stunning maiden must be captured and ravaged without mercy. As the soldiers grew increasingly brazen, the fire of fury surged within the maiden's eyes. Her temper was already short, and now, provoked by their words, her emotions surged tumultuously, causing her to seethe with rage. Meanwhile, the old soldiers watched the scene with eyes wide open, their determination to capture this maiden solidifying even further. However, in the next moment, the laughter of these seasoned veterans abruptly ceased. Just moments after the maiden's cry for help suddenly, a tremendous aura surged forth from the direction of the Lord's Manor in Bayong City. Whoosh! A towering figure, enveloped in dazzling radiance, swiftly approached this location. Humph! Let us see which scoundrel dares to aspire to be the father of my daughter. Before his arrival, his voice echoed, accompanied by the unique, divine might of a sacred realm expert, bearing down upon the seasoned veterans. Bang! Bang bang! The once arrogant group of old soldiers instantly fell to their knees, their faces twisted in agony, cold sweat streaming from their brows, as if burdened by an immense weight. Those of lower cultivation were overwhelmed by the oppressive force, spitting blood on the spot before collapsing into unconsciousness. A few martial kings, and even martial emperors, barely managed to withstand the pressure, their hearts filled with dread as they struggled to lift their heads, eager to discern the identity of the newcomer. As they laboriously raised their gazes, they beheld a middle-aged man radiating an air of authority. His appearance was unremarkable, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. However, despite his ordinary looks, no one dared to underestimate him, for at that moment, he emanated an overwhelming aura. Those with keen insight quickly discerned the man's cultivation level. This was a peak half-saint. Yet, this realization chilled them to the core. They had inadvertently provoked a half-saint powerhouse. Chapter 14. The fierce Zhao Kuanying and the city lord's daughter, Jiang Qianing. We are the royal forbidden army. We implore you, esteemed one, to spare our lives. The highest-ranking individual present, a martial emperor lieutenant, trembled as he pleaded with the middle-aged semi-saint. However, the middle-aged man was utterly unmoved, sneering, the royal forbidden army? How splendid. Such a prestigious force has committed such disgraceful acts. Where do you place the law of the land? With a cold snort, he intensified his oppressive aura. His icy gaze fixed on the few who had spoken so arrogantly moments before, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. As a devoted father, his daughter was his Achilles heel. How dare these individuals attempt to tarnish his beloved daughter? They were utterly oblivious to their impending doom. It was imperative to teach them a lesson to remind them of their place. At last, the commotion attracted the attention of some formidable experts. In the distance, a figure clad in armor soared through the air. What brings City Lord Zhong to our humble abode? I was just contemplating a visit to your residence. Zhao Kuanying, another semi-saint, arrived fashionably late. Upon Zhao Kuanying's arrival, he chuckled heartily, waving his hand casually. The oppressed soldiers immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them, collapsing to the ground as if pardoned from a grave fate. Phew, thank you, General. They gasped, their eyes wide with relief, having believed their lives were forfeit. Fortuitously, General Zhao had arrived just in time. City Lord Zhong let out a heavy cold snort. Zhao Kuanying's sudden entrance into the city had caught him off guard. Who could have anticipated that these soldiers would engage in such actions that would incite the wrath of the heavens? General Zhao, your subordinates are quite the exemplary soldiers. You must provide me with an explanation for today's events. Should Her Majesty the Empress discover that your men have tarnished her reputation, how do you think she would respond? City Lord Zhong spoke coldly, offering Zhao Kuanying no semblance of respect. Although Zhao Kuanying was a general favored by the Empress, he was also the governor of Liangzhou, a significant official in his own right. His authority and status were not vastly inferior to Zhao Kuanying's. Moreover, it was well known throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty that Zhao Kuanying was a hollow semi-saint, having relied on ancestral favor and excessive consumption of elixirs to achieve his status. In a real confrontation, Zhang Shiqing would not be intimidated. Seeing City Lord Zhong's blatant disregard for courtesy, Zhao Kuanying's expression stiffened. He had hoped to brush the matter aside with a smile, yet Zhang Shiqing was relentless. A glimmer of darkness flickered in Zhao Kuanying's eyes. Were it not for the fact that Zhang Shiqing was at the pinnacle of semi-saint status and on the verge of breaking into the sacred realm, he would have been unable to restrain himself. Realizing he was not Zhang Shiqing's match, the shadow of gloom in Zhao Kuanying's eyes was swiftly concealed. Well, he chuckled, a smile adorning his face that appeared utterly innocuous. Paired with his handsome visage, one could easily mistake him for the amiable boy next door. However, in the next moment, with a mere wave of his hand, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted forth. Boom! General! The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed several soldiers, who had just moments ago felt fortunate to have escaped peril, explode into a mist of crimson. This unforeseen spectacle left everyone utterly astounded. The observers, upon witnessing this event, turned pale and instinctively recoiled, their fearful gazes fixed upon Zhao Kuanying. How had the general become so merciless? Perhaps even those who perished could never have imagined that the very Zhao Kuanying who had moments ago shielded them would transform into their executioner. Mayor Jiang, are you now satisfied? Zhao Kuanying's tone was laced with a haunting chill, yet his smile remained. However, it now sent an unsettling shiver down one's spine. This turn of events momentarily left Mayor Zhong in stunned silence, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, Zhao Kuanying had already dispatched those who had spoken disrespectfully and had offered his apologies. Mayor Zhong's expression softened slightly. Humph, let this serve as a warning. He coldly huffed. With the dead now beyond his reach, he deemed it unwise to pursue the matter further. Ah, this must be the esteemed daughter, he remarked, his tone lightening as he observed her beauty, exclaiming, "What a dazzling appearance! Truly befitting the daughter of the mayor." At that moment, Zhao Kuanying turned his gaze toward the proud young maiden beside Mayor Zhong, subtly glancing at her blossoming figure. Indeed, she had begun to mature. A flicker of wicked desire danced in Zhao Kuanying's eyes. To be honest, the girl's beauty was nearly on par with that of the Empress, though one exuded grace and poise while the other radiated youthful arrogance. It was undeniable that both were unparalleled beauties. The young maiden, blissfully unaware of the unusual glint in Zhao Kuanying's gaze, felt a surge of fondness for him after witnessing him effortlessly eliminate several loathsome pests. When Zhao Kuanying inquired about her, she graciously smiled and introduced herself. "I am Jiang Qianing, honored to meet the general." "Jiang Qianing? A lovely name. I am Zhao Kuanying. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Jiang." Zhao Kuanying recognized that with such a naive young lady, one must not rush. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation back to serious matters, directing his attention to Mayor Zhong. "Mayor Zhong, I believe you are already aware of the circumstances that have brought me to the city. The fall of the Yuan Pass compelled me to take refuge in Bayong City." As the matter turned serious, Lord Zhong's expression grew solemn. "I am already aware of this situation. Alas, how could that young man from the Lu family engage in such treasonous acts? It is worth mentioning that I am an old acquaintance of his father. Our families have." At this point, Lord Zhong instinctively glanced at Jiang Qianing, feeling a sense of relief that that incident did not come to fruition. Otherwise, being entangled with a traitor would have dealt a significant blow to my career. With the presence of Zhao Kuanying from the court, Lord Zhong immediately fell silent. He then lamented, "It is truly unexpected that the young man from the Lu family possesses such remarkable prowess. He managed to breach the Yuan Pass in less than a day. General Zhao, this matter is of great importance. Let us proceed to the Lord's residence for a detailed discussion." After you. The two, each with their own ulterior motives, swiftly made their way toward the Lord's residence. As these two prominent figures departed, the crowd present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They turned their gaze toward Jiang Qianing, their eyes filled with apprehension. This little ancestor is not to be trifled with. With a semi-saint father as her backing, who would dare to challenge her? Remember, from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name, Jiang Qianing. I shall stand up for you." Jiang Qianing proudly pointed to herself with a thumbs up and declared to the crowd, "Thank you, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang is formidable. Finally, someone is willing to treat us commoners as human beings. Miss Jiang is truly a kind-hearted living bodhisattva. Indeed, with Miss Jiang around, we no longer fear being bullied." At these words, the common folk's eyes brimmed with gratitude and excitement, with some even shedding tears. In the past, those lofty cultivators never regarded them as human, referring to them as mere ants. Only Jiang Qianing was willing to assist them, becoming their shield. In the hearts of these commoners, Jiang Qianing was elevated to an absolute pedestal. Not far away, Lord Zhong, who had not yet strayed far, unconsciously wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. "This girl, truly. Never mind, as long as my daughter is happy. Let these commoners amuse my daughter. It is well enough." Chapter 15. Arrival at Bayong City. A midnight assault? At this moment, Lu Yuan's army had already exited the Jade Gate Pass, marching southward and delving deep into the territory of Liangzhou. Along the way, they encountered several minor cities, which they swiftly annihilated with a mere gesture. The common folk were spared, but the garrison soldiers were entirely eradicated, transforming them into precious luck points. Upon entering another's domain, Lu Yuan had no inclination to manage the captives. It was far more expedient to eliminate them outright. Consequently, Lu Yuan's luck points surged dramatically, bringing him closer to yet another opportunity for a divine-level lottery. "Commander, 300 miles ahead lies Bayong City, the capital of Liangzhou. Shall we bypass it or lay siege first?" Soon, scouts returned with reports, and Yuan Zhuozong relayed this information to Lu Yuan. "Bayong City, Allow me a moment to ponder. Upon hearing Yuan Zhuozong's inquiry, Lu Yuan hesitated. To besiege the city or to circumvent it? After considerable contemplation, Lu Yuan resolved to forego the detour and opt for a direct assault. His decision was grounded in two primary reasons. Firstly, upon reaching the Central Plains, he would encounter a multitude of cities belonging to the Great Zhou. The journey from the Jade Gate Pass to Chang'an would necessitate traversing several prefectures, including Liangzhou, Jincheng, and Bingzhou, spanning thousands of miles. Throughout this journey, he would be surrounded by foes on all sides. Should he rashly advance, his army could easily find itself ensnared in a perilous encirclement. Secondly, he possessed the advantage of a system. He harbored no fear of warfare. Rather, he grew stronger with each conflict. War was, in essence, an opportunity for his growth. With relentless momentum, he would crush his adversaries, akin to a snowball effect, and seize Bayong City. He commanded the entire army to march towards Bayong City. Understood. Upon hearing of the impending battle, Lu Yuan's generals were invigorated, and their pace quickened significantly. Bayong City, the city lord's mansion. Zhao Quanying was in discussion with city lord Zhong regarding military affairs when suddenly urgent news arrived. Lu Yuan's army had reached within 30 miles of Bayong City. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Zhao Quanying's face. Lu Yuan has finally arrived. Eliminating a rebel of princely status should elevate my rank as well. Zhao Quanying felt no fear. Instead, he perceived Lu Yuan as a stepping stone toward his own ascension. However, City Lord Zhong appeared deeply concerned. General Zhao, I believe it would be prudent for us to exercise caution. Lu Yuan cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The battle at the Jade Gate Pass and the annihilation of Li Weiming's 100,000 elite troops all hint at something sinister. Although the Great Zhou is aware of Lu Yuan's might, the extent of it remains shrouded in mystery. Jiang Shiqing shared his apprehensions. Once the city of Bayong, under his command, fell, it would undoubtedly tarnish his political career. Suddenly, Jiang Shiqing recalled the relationship between the two families, and his gaze flickered with a peculiar glint. Oh, this could be an opportunity. If he could persuade Lu Yuan to surrender and quell this rebellion, it might indeed become a significant achievement. Jiang Shiqing narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, did he not wish to use Lu Yuan as a stepping stone for his own advancement? Beside him, Zhao Quanying feigned agreement. Yet his tone was laced with impatience. All right, I understand, City Lord Jiang. Rest assured, I shall handle it with utmost care. Observing the overly cautious Jiang Shiqing, Zhao Quanying felt a swell of disdain within. Such trivial chatter. You appear to be timid as a mouse. What is there to fear from a mere waste of a prince? That Li Weiming and Li Shan, both of the Li clan, were defeated by a good-for-nothing. Truly, a disgrace to the Great Zhou. Zhao Quanying thought contemptuously. As one of the few half-saint generals of the Great Zhou dynasty, and among those most likely to achieve sainthood, he possessed every right to be proud. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly arrived with news. General Zhao, Lu Yuan's forces have arrived and are now stationed outside the city. It seems they will not attack for the time being. So soon? Zhao Quanying momentarily paused. However, upon hearing the news of Lu Yuan's troops setting up camp, he burst into laughter. Stationed? Lu Yuan is afraid. Yet, he is not foolish. He knows I am not to be trifled with. So he has chosen not to attack. This unexpected development is indeed a pleasant surprise. I was worried he might flee and deny me this opportunity for merit. Zhao Quanying chuckled coldly, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Come nightfall, I shall personally lead the troops out and claim this merit for myself. No one shall deter me. Anyone who obstructs my pursuit of glory will be my enemy. As he concluded, Zhao Quanying cast a casual glance at City Lord Jiang before striding out with purpose. He could no longer tolerate Jiang Shiqing's incessant prattle. It was truly vexing. Sighing at Zhao Quanying's retreating figure, Jiang Shiqing exhaled deeply. He then smirked disdainfully, hoping that General Zhao would exhibit a modicum of prudence. Otherwise, although Jiang Shiqing did not hold a high opinion of Zhao Quanying, he was, after all, a general appointed by the court. If he were to fail, it would deliver a severe blow to the dignity of the Great Zhou. And then there was Lu Yuan, that young man. Perhaps he could be persuaded to return to the right path. If not, then I shall have to intervene. Jiang Shiqing chuckled softly. After all, the two families had a history, and he did not wish to make matters too unseemly. Beneath the city of Bayong, Lu Yuan refrained from attacking the city, opting instead to encamp outside its walls. The rationale was quite straightforward. He had only just learned of the arrival of Zhao Kuangying's formidable force of 200,000 troops within the city. Until now, he had been unaware, but with this newfound knowledge, he understood the necessity of caution. After all, his own forces numbered merely in the tens of thousands. Ingemo, Yuxiang, you shall infiltrate the city first to gather intelligence. Assess the guard situation and ascertain the origins of those 200,000 soldiers. To ensure prudence, Lu Yuan dispatched individuals to scout for information, adhering to the adage that knowledge of both oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Understood. Ingemo and Yuxiang responded in unison, promptly making their way toward Bayong City. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within Bayong City was fraught with tension and anxiety. The entry of Zhao Kuangying's 200,000 troops, coupled with Lu Yuan's own forces poised at the city's gates, had instigated a state of high alert throughout the city. Nevertheless, such a level of vigilance was not sufficient to thwart the stealthy infiltration of Ingemo and his companions. Before long, in a dimly lit alley within Bayong City, several shadows flitted past. Indeed, it was Ingemo and Yuxiang. In a brief span, they had thoroughly assessed the situation within the city. I have gathered comprehensive details regarding the deployment of all military forces in Bayong City, Yuxiang remarked with a hint of amusement. Zhao Kuangying possesses remarkable audacity, contemplating a night raid with his troops. They were concerned about how to besiege the city. Yet it seems Zhao Kuangying has decided to venture out himself to engage in a counterattack. In the context of a siege, the defensive side typically holds a significant advantage. However, at this moment, the opposing force appeared willing to forego this inherent benefit, a notion that was indeed laughable. Chapter 16, Night Raid. The Pitfall. Let us not tarry. Has the message been delivered to our lord? Ingemo inquired, her expression as impassive as ever, her voice imbued with a frigid clarity. Rest assured, I promptly relayed the intelligence the moment I received it. That is reassuring. Ingemo nodded slightly. What did our lord say? Are we still to act as insiders? Indeed. According to the intelligence, only the cavalry from within the city will accompany Zhao Kuangying as he exits the city tonight. The remaining infantry is still stationed at the city walls. Following our lord's directives, once Zhao Kuangying leads his troops out of the gates, we shall seize the opportunity to capture the city gate. After our lord achieves victory and dismantles the enemy's raiding cavalry, we shall coordinate our efforts from within and without to directly breach the northern Yang city. Upon hearing this, Ingemo nodded slightly, pleased. This is excellent. When the enemy attempts to raid, the defenses at the city gate will surely weaken, favoring our actions. However, at this moment, Yuxiang's expression shifted, revealing a hint of concern. Nevertheless, Zhao Kuangying is, after all, a half-saint. Moreover, the soldiers participating in the night raid are all elite troops. With over 100,000 troops, our lord's concerns are valid. Alas, it is regrettable that we must carry out our mission and cannot remain by our lord's side. Yuxiang sighed. Although he had already gleaned the strength of Zhao Kuangying's forces, which paled in comparison to the dragon cavalry and the assault camp, they still numbered over 100,000. A slight misstep could yield consequences beyond their capacity to bear. Hearing this, Ingmo's exquisite brows furrowed slightly. Fear not. Our lord is accompanied by several half-saint experts, including the saint guardian, Li Sandao. A mere initial stage half-saint poses no threat to our lord. Yet, despite her reassurances, a flicker of anxiety lingered in Ingmo's eyes. At worst, after we secure the checkpoint, we shall hasten back to our lord's side. While the likelihood is slim, they could never allow their lord to be placed in peril. That night, on Zhao Kuangying's side, tens of thousands of troops were quietly gathering. The not-so-large city of northern Yang was already brimming with men and horses. All the war horses were fitted with bits, their hooves wrapped in cotton. The soldiers held their breath, maintaining complete silence. At the forefront of the army, Zhao Kuangying donned a resplendent heavy armor, riding a fierce hybrid war steed, exuding authority as he led the throng. Due to special circumstances and the mobilization that had taken place during the day, Zhao Kuangying refrained from excessive exhortations. Seeing that all was in readiness, he waved his hand decisively. Open the city gates. The entire army move out. Zhao Kuangying bellowed softly yet fiercely. The heavy gate, weighing 10,000 tons, creaked ominously as it opened under the cover of night. The grand city gate of Bayong slowly swung ajar, allowing the cavalry to surge forth with alarming swiftness. The dull thud of hooves, muffled by cotton wrappings, echoed against the ground. Zhao Kuanying's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty excitement. "Humph, Lu Yuan, today marks your demise." The dragon cavalry and the assault brigade were not far from Bayong City. The short distance was traversed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Kuanying could even see the flickering campfires within Lu Yuan's encampment. Meanwhile, the camp remained eerily tranquil, seemingly oblivious to their impending assault. "Attack!" Zhao Kuanying's heart surged with joy. With a low growl, he unsheathed his weapon with a swift motion. "Men, charge with me!" he bellowed recklessly. The advantage was theirs. Their cavalry had already launched into a fierce charge, unstoppable in their momentum. Even if the enemy reacted now, it would be too late. A smug satisfaction glinted in Zhao Kuanying's eyes. Victory was within his grasp. However, just as Zhao Kuanying led his troops within 100 meters of the camp, he suddenly felt his steed stumble beneath him, as if it had twisted an ankle. Zhao Kuanying's heart raced, but he remained composed, skillfully dismounting as the horse faltered. A trap was his immediate thought upon safely landing. Indeed, a glance at the ground revealed a myriad of hoof-sized pits, concealed beneath a blanket of weeds, an explanation for his earlier oversight. A caltrip pit. Zhao Kuanying's expression darkened. Caltrip pits were a common tactic against cavalry, typically laid in ambush along their path. Had Lu Yuan anticipated his nocturnal raid? Before he could ponder further, cries of panic erupted around him. "Watch out! Caltrip pits!" Zhao Kuanying's heart sank as he urgently warned the rear ranks. Yet, the suddenness of the situation left the cavalry in disarray, unable to respond in time. Even if Zhao Kuanying shouted at the top of his lungs, it was impossible for the charging cavalry to halt completely. One by one, the riders plunged into the traps like dumplings falling into boiling water. "Stop! Stop! No! Ah!" The cavalry behind him lacked the martial prowess of Zhao Kuanying. Zhao Kuanying remained unscathed, yet his soldiers faced dire consequences. In the chaos, they were unceremoniously flung to the ground by the rearing horses. Some suffered broken necks, meeting their demise instantly, while others clung to a fragile breath of life. In the throes of terror, they beheld the massive hooves of the follow-up cavalry looming ever larger, mercilessly trampling over them, subjecting them to a brutal fate. A cacophony of cries for help, neighs of horses, and anguished sobs filled the air. The ground became a grotesque amalgamation of horse and human muck, a scene of utter devastation, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Witnessing this horror, Zhao Kuanying's countenance shifted dramatically, his body trembling with fury. "Dog thief Lu Yuan, I shall not rest until I confront you." His eyes blazed with a red intensity, as if he yearned to consume his adversary. Even before laying eyes on Lu Yuan, he had already fallen victim to this fool-esque treachery. For the proud Zhao Kuanying, it was a profound humiliation. Yet, all he could muster was a long, despondent howl, feeling utterly powerless. In the midst of such a great army, the occurrence of such calamities was beyond his solitary control. Nonetheless, the cavalry he commanded consisted of elite warriors. After incurring the loss of thousands, they finally regained their composure. Yet, the morale of Zhao Kuanying's troops had been utterly shattered. The momentum of their earlier charge dissipated into nothingness. In the distance, Lu Yuan stood atop a slope, coldly observing the unfolding scene. The intelligence from Yuxiang had proven accurate. Zhao Kuanying indeed led a night raid. This pitfall formation would serve as a harsh lesson for them. He signaled the dragon riders to mobilize, determined to demonstrate to this rabble what true cavalry prowess entailed. Chapter 17. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry Launch. At this moment, Zhao Kuanying gazed at the reorganization of the front lines, his heart increasingly troubled. Though a tempest of fury brewed within him, it did not cloud his reason. Instinctively, Zhao Kuanying cast a glance towards the camp of Lu Yuan. At such a close distance, he could hear the crackling of burning charcoal in the fire pits of the opposing camp. Yet, it seemed eerily vacant, offering no sign of life or response. This was rather peculiar. Previously, the thunderous charge of their cavalry had sent tremors through the ground. It was one thing for the enemy to respond sluggishly then, but now, with their forces so close and having suffered significant losses, surely they must have reacted by now. Yet, the enemy's camp remained ominously silent, as if it were a ghostly encampment. In that moment, Zhao Kuanying's unease reached its zenith. Everything felt profoundly illogical. Suddenly, rumbling sounds echoed once more, and the earth quaked violently beneath him. From the horizon, a formidable presence approached at a rapid pace, intensifying with a ferocity that surpassed their earlier cavalry charge. Pebbles were sent flying, soaring to the height of the horse's legs. This was bad. A trap. The ambushing forces of the enemy were upon them. Even if Zhao Kuanying were slow to comprehend, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Truly, the unexpected often harbors treachery. At the skyline, though it was still the dead of night, the luminous glow of the moon illuminated a line of snow racing toward them with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kuanying could discern the outlines of the soldiers at the forefront. The great snow dragon cavalry. Charge! A commanding shout reverberated through the heavens. Indeed, this cavalry, clad entirely in white, was none other than the great snow dragon cavalry. Form ranks. Prepare to engage. Zhao Kuanying's countenance fell, and he promptly shed any notions of underestimation. No matter how one looked at it, the momentum of this cavalry was far more formidable than his own troops. Should he fail to treat this encounter with the seriousness it warranted, he risked catastrophic defeat. Lu Yuan had the audacity to orchestrate an ambush against him. Zhao Kuanying's expression morphed into one of utter humiliation, feeling as though he had been made a fool by someone he considered worthless. What astonished him even more was the unsettling question: how could a perceived weakling command such a formidable cavalry? Previously, the front lines had only conveyed news of Li Weiming's demise, failing to mention the existence of this elite cavalry under Lu Yuan's command. But what did that matter? I am a half-saint, an invincible powerhouse of the sacred realm. Upon the realization of his semi-saint prowess, Zhao Kuanying's expression brightened considerably. Even if he were to be outmatched, he believed he could still preserve his safety amidst the chaos of battle. Send the order. Rear forces advance to the front. Charge. Perhaps it was the confidence bestowed by his semi-saint strength that emboldened him. As the dragon riders surged toward him, Zhao Kuanying made a decisive gesture, opting to confront them head-on. In the distance, Lu Yuan observed the enemy's audacity to charge, almost bursting into laughter. Did they truly intend to clash with the dragon riders? Was the commander of the opposing forces not of sound mind? Lu Yuan regarded them as a fool. To stand against the world's premier cavalry could only lead to one inevitable outcome: demise. On the battlefield, both sides boasted elite cavalry, moving with the grace of dragons and the ferocity of tigers. Yet, Zhao Kuanying's forces were slightly slower. After all, the momentum of their initial charge had been shattered, and their morale had been significantly diminished. A subsequent charge could not replicate the earlier fervor. Moreover, their strength paled in comparison to that of the dragon riders. Before engaging the dragon riders, Zhao Kuanying had harbored a fair degree of confidence. He thought that even if a surprise attack failed, a stalemate could be established. As a semi-saint warrior leading a cadre of elite troops, he believed he could hold his own against the enemy. However, as the two armies collided, he was struck by the realization of his grave misjudgment. The so-called elite cavalry of Zhao Kuanying was swiftly overwhelmed upon contact with the dragon riders, akin to a beach submerged by a rising tide. The clash was brutal. The sounds of swords piercing flesh and anguished cries reverberated through the air. Zhao Kuanying's forces were thrown into disarray, their ranks collapsing under the relentless assault of the dragon riders. Lives, both equine and human, were trampled beneath the hooves of the enemy cavalry. It was a scene of utter devastation, aptly described as the annihilation of withered wood. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of despair and suffering. Some did not even have the chance to wail, crushed into a gruesome pulp by iron hooves. This sight was far more harrowing than the earlier chaos of the pitfall charge. Witnessing this, Zhao Kuanying's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a grim reality. How could this be? In disbelief, he exclaimed, observing his troops so easily outmatched. Were they not elite soldiers? How could they be slaughtered as if they were mere vegetables? As he watched his men succumb to fear and chaos, some soldiers turned to flee in panic. Zhao Kuanying's urgency escalated. Kill. Refusing to yield to despair, a fierce determination ignited within him. He raised his long blade and charged toward the advancing white-armored cavalry. The formidable power of the semi-holy realm erupted in its entirety. In an instant, the spiritual energy trembled. A massive surge of spiritual force enveloped the long blade, its sharp aura transforming into a glimmering streak of light in the air. The prowess of a semi-holy being is no trifling matter. On the battlefield, it is akin to unleashing unparalleled might. Even the ordinary dragon cavalry would undoubtedly be unable to withstand Zhao Kuanying's strike. Of course, this only applies to the ordinary dragon cavalry. Zhao Kuanying's blow did not succeed. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Kuanying's strike was intercepted by a suddenly appearing armored general. Boom! The full force of Zhao Kuanying's blade was shattered into spiritual particles, dispersing into the air. Meanwhile, the newcomer appeared unfazed, as if entirely at ease. "Your opponent is me," Zhong stated calmly. The newcomer was none other than the commander of the dragon cavalry, Zhong. A semi-holy? Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of such a formidable warrior, Zhao Kuanying was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the opponent's cultivation level, disbelief flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by a hint of trepidation. This was indeed a semi-holy. Damn, where did this semi-holy come from? Zhao Kuanying was suddenly flustered. The reason he had felt so unrestrained was due to his own semi-holy cultivation. Yet now, an equally ranked semi-holy powerhouse had appeared, nullifying his advantage in realm. How could he not be alarmed? Chapter 18. The decisive battle against Zhao Kuanying. The Lord of Bayong City makes his appearance. At this moment, a flicker of retreat instinctively arose in Zhao Kuanying's heart. However, the situation on the battlefield had devolved into a stalemate, or rather, a massacre. He understood that if he were to flee amidst the turmoil, the tens of thousands of cavalry under his command would instantly crumble, leading to an even swifter defeat. Such an outcome would be utterly catastrophic and intolerable for him. Very well, let us engage in this battle. Reluctantly, Zhao Kuanying steeled himself and clashed with Zhong. The opponent's attire indicated he was most likely the opposing commander. Should fortune favor him, there might still be a glimmer of hope for a reversal. Overestimating yourself. Zhong scoffed, fully aware that his adversary was a semi-saint. His eyes gleamed with fervent battle intent. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to partake in a truly exhilarating fight. Now, let the opponent witness that even among semi-saints, disparities exist. Boom. Without further ado, the two engaged in combat. The surrounding forces instinctively retreated, providing space for their fierce clash. The aftermath of a battle between semi-saints was beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. In the midst of their confrontation, Zhao Kuanying unleashed his ultimate technique, the Great Wilderness Dominance Slash. This Earth-grade intermediate battle skill was exceedingly rare within the entire Dazhou dynasty. It must be noted that in the absence of heaven-grade techniques, Earth-grade skills represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, often serving as the legendary techniques of transcendent sects. However, in response to Zhao Kuanying's ferocious assault, Zhong merely exhibited a hint of disdain. Sheathing his spear, he revealed a long blade in his hand. While the world regarded him as a spear master, little did they know his swordsmanship surpassed it. Zhong pointed his long blade, declaring, "I, Zhong, invite you to your demise." In the next instant, their blades, each infused with an unparalleled aura, collided violently. A blinding flash of light erupted momentarily, and a terrifying wave of spiritual energy coalesced into dense mist, enveloping the two combatants. Both warriors had immediately unleashed their most formidable attacks. On the battlefield, soldiers engaged in combat instinctively halted their skirmishes, their attention riveted upon the clash between the two. In that moment, it seemed as though the world had fallen silent. The brilliance did not last long. Mere breaths later, a figure, spitting blood, was hurled from the fray like a shooting star. How is this possible? Zhao Kuang's pupils widened in terror, his face a canvas of shock. Just moments ago, the instant their weapons clashed, his own was violently dislodged, leaving his hands tingling with numbness. Die? No. Spare me. At that moment, Zhao Kuang finally felt fear. He understood at last. Wily Wei Ming and Li Shun had suffered such a devastating defeat. Their adversaries were not mere soldiers. They were demons incarnate. Now, Zhao Kuang harbored a flicker of regret. Had he known, he would never have emerged from seclusion. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for remorse. With a thunderous shout from Zhong, Zhao Kuang was cleaved in two, his boundless ambition and lofty aspirations extinguished in the city of Bayong. The demise of this commander sent the morale of his cavalry plummeting to its nadir. The dragon riders surged forward, an unstoppable force. crashing into the crowd like ravenous wolves and ferocious leopards. Thus commenced the brutal slaughter. From a distant cliff, observing the dragon riders seize control of the battlefield, Lu Yuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The danger had passed. The dust had settled. Gao Shun. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to Gao Shun and the valiant soldiers of the vanguard camp behind him. Your orders, Commander. At the sound of his name being called, Gao Shun, brimming with martial fervor, stepped forward with a resounding presence. Witnessing the carnage wrought by the dragon riders, he could hardly contain his eagerness. With the enemy commander slain, the remaining foes would surely be leaderless. Lead the vanguard camp to assist the dragon riders in swiftly clearing the battlefield below. Then, with the Shadow Guard as our inside support, we shall seize Bayong City. Understood, Gao Shun replied, his face alight with excitement, and he set forth. Although the vanguard camp boasted merely 50,000 troops, half the strength of the dragon riders, their combat prowess was by no means inferior to that of the 100,000 dragon riders. After all, they too had received the same divine rewards. Once more, a pack of fierce tigers was unleashed. After Gao Shun departed, only Su Chu and Li Sandao remained by Lu Yuan's side. Lu Yuan's gaze drifted far towards Bayong City. Why had Mo and Yuxiang not yet signaled? Had they encountered unforeseen complications? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. During the day, upon learning of the enemy's impending night raid, he had chosen to turn the tables. One side lay in ambush for a nocturnal assault, while the other seized the city walls of Bayong to facilitate the subsequent entry of the main army. Yet now, the battle on his side was nearing its conclusion, while there was still no sign of activity from Bayong City. Su Chu, heed my command. Yes, my lord. Su Chu responded, his countenance illuminated with excitement. At last, it was his turn. His great blade yearned for action. Su Chu was a warrior at heart, eager to let his blade taste blood. However, the next command from Lu Yuan, left Su Chu feeling despondent. At this point, there was still no signal from Mo and the others. Go take a look and see if anything has transpired, Lu Yuan instructed. What? Su Chu opened his mouth, his face filled with disappointment. He had assumed that Lu Yuan intended for him to join the fray on the battlefield. To his surprise, it was merely to assess the situation. Nevertheless, he dared not defy Lu Yuan's command. Understood. Su Chu could only respond listlessly, his enthusiasm entirely diminished. Meanwhile, at Bayong City, upon learning that their comrades had ventured to infiltrate the enemy camp, the soldiers guarding the city gate had grown somewhat lax in their vigilance. The actions of Mo and his companions proceeded inexplicably smoothly. They swiftly dispatched the soldiers at the city gate, finally arriving at the winch controlling the gate. However, at that moment, Mo seemed to sense danger, instantly alerting himself to a particular direction. Something is amiss. There is someone there. Upon closer inspection, in the shadows of the city tower, a middle-aged man stood with his back to them, as if awaiting their arrival. Who goes there? Hearing Mo's warning, Yuxiang shouted, fully on guard, as he turned his gaze toward the darkness. Emerging from the shadows, the middle-aged man slowly rose to his feet and remarked, I never expected that tonight's visitors would be 3 half-saints, along with 300 formidable warriors above the martial king rank. I truly cannot fathom how my nephew managed to gather such an elite cadre. Chapter 19. Jiang Shiqing takes action. Is there assistance? Playing tricks? Who on earth are you? No, wait. This aura. Yuxiang questioned sharply, already drawing his weapon. Yet, he soon found himself momentarily startled. The presence emanating from his opponent felt surprisingly familiar. Are you the lord of Bayong City, Jiang Shiqing? You recognize me? This time, it was Jiang Shiqing's turn to be astonished. He had yet to reveal himself, yet the other party had already discerned his identity. Across from him, Yuxiang silently mused that it was indeed true. Earlier in the day, while gathering intel within the city, he had encountered Jiang Shiqing, the lord himself. It was even his disguise that led to the revelation of Zhao Kuanying's midnight plot to steal the camp. Indeed, I am Jiang Shiqing, the lord of Bayong City. Emerging slowly from the shadows, Jiang Shiqing spoke. Esteemed guests, I wish to avoid any conflict among us. Might you grant me a small favor and withdraw? I shall consider tonight's events as though they never transpired. As he spoke, a peak semi-holy aura subtly radiated from him, accompanied by an almost imperceptible trace of genuine sanctity. Yuxiang and Mo exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of solemnity. This was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of semi-holy power. Yuxiang whispered to Mo, having already gathered all intelligence regarding the Lord during the day, he was well aware of his prowess. Now, the opponent's aura sliced through the heavens like a blade, affirming the accuracy of his intel. However, Mo remained unperturbed. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed Jiang Shiqing's proposal. Furthermore, he issued a warning of his own. This city, I, Wei, have claimed. Should you insist on making us your enemies, do not blame us for being ungracious. Mo's voice remained as cold as ever, yet it was resolutely firm. Simultaneously, the 300 shadow guards behind him unsheathed their weapons in unison. This action unmistakably signified their resolve. To the bitter end, the task assigned by our master must be fulfilled, even at the cost of our lives. Sigh. Upon hearing Mo's outright refusal and the actions of the shadow guards, Jiang Shiqing let out a slight sigh. It seemed this battle was inevitable. If that is the case, then I must apologize in advance. As Jiang Shiqing spoke, the last word barely escaping his lips, his figure vanished like a specter. All that remained was a fleeting shadow, slowly dissipating. Be careful. Just as Mo warned, Jiang Shiqing reappeared before them in the blink of an eye. Suddenly standing before Yuxiang. What audacity! Upon witnessing the scene, Yuxiang's pupils narrowed slightly, and she could not help but erupt in a fit of rage, laughing derisively. Among those present, there were 3 half-saints, Mo, Yi, and himself. Yet, the adversary had chosen him as the primary target for their assault. Clearly, they perceived him as a soft target, aiming to dismantle the weaker opponents one by one. Sad and bitter breeze palm, Yuxiang shouted in fury, unleashing her ultimate martial technique. As the leader of the Drizzle organization, her prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Even though Jiang Shiqing was at the pinnacle of half-saint mastery, he could still contend with 1 or 2 of them. Moreover, he had Mo and Yi, 2 half-saint powerhouses, by his side. Attack! Mo and Yi exchanged glances. Upon seeing their ally engage, they also sprang into action. The daggers in their hands slithered like agile serpents, darting towards Jiang Shiqing from either side. Dodge! Faced with the dual onslaught from Mo and Yi, Jiang Shiqing could only evade sideways. Boom! Jiang Shiqing hastily exchanged a palm strike with Yuxiang, only to find himself retreating several steps upon landing. Under the threat posed by Mo and Yi, this palm clash with Yuxiang had surprisingly left him at a slight disadvantage. Ridiculous. How can you, a mere half-saint, withstand the might of 3 half-saints? Yuxiang stood with her palm withdrawn, laughing coldly. In their ranks, both Mo and Yi were half-saints. With him included, 3 half-saints had gathered. Their opponent had but a single half-saint to contend with. In response, Jiang Shiqing smiled wryly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Indeed, you 3 are formidable. While my realm may surpass yours, dealing with you is quite challenging. However, who said there is only 1 half-saint on my side? Yi brother, Jing brother, I beseech your assistance. Jiang Shiqing called out urgently for reinforcements. In the distance, within the city lord's mansion, as Jiang Shiqing's voice echoed, 2 figures adorned with flowing light suddenly emerged. Brother Jiang, if you wish for us to intervene, you understand the price, right? Rest assured, the benefits shall not be lacking for you. Jiang Shiqing chuckled, shaking his head in mock reproach. To enlist the aid of half-saints, the cost was typically exorbitant, especially when it involved 2. Now, it was certain that he would incur a considerable expenditure. I did not expect you to have reinforcements. With the appearance of 2 additional half-saints, Mo and her companions began to take the matter seriously. A 3 against 3 was indeed reasonable. However, Jiang Shiqing's trio comprised of experts at the peak of half-saint mastery, while Mo's side had only her. Yuxiang and Yi were merely ordinary half-saints. Thus, the situation became quite unfavorable for Mo and her allies. Although the system produced only the finest when faced with peak half-saints, Yuxiang and her companions could only strive to avoid defeat. Shadow guards, heed my command. We shall hold off the 3 half-saints, while you proceed as planned to open the city gates. With a firm voice, Mo commanded the shadow guards. He was well aware of his responsibilities. Although they could not eliminate these 3 half-saints, it mattered little. As long as they could delay them and allow the remaining shadow guards to open the gates, it would suffice for the main force to enter the city. Alas, upon hearing Mo's orders, Jiang Shiqing's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of a grave issue. Indeed, he had prepared contingencies for 2 half-saints. Yet now, all 3 half-saints, including himself, were being detained by the enemy. Moreover, the adversary had 300 formidable warriors above the rank of Martial King. The soldiers left to defend the city were certainly no match for them. As anticipated, the moment the defending troops on the city wall engaged with the Shadow Guards, they were met with a brutal massacre. The immense disparity in realms rendered the Shadow Guards unstoppable. Each strike claimed lives with ease, sometimes even entire groups. Witnessing his soldiers being slaughtered like helpless chicks, Jiang Shiqing's eyelids twitched in distress. This situation could not continue. Seizing the moment, a fierce glint flashed in Jiang Shiqing's eyes. The only opportunity was to swiftly eliminate the Shadow Guards before the half-saints could react. Thus, he dashed forward, his spiritual energy coalescing into a concentrated force aimed directly at the slaughtering Shadow Guards. However, his subtle maneuver did not escape Ing Mo's notice. Whoosh! Your opponent is me. Ing Mo, like a specter, appeared before Jiang Shiqing, thwarting his desperate ambush. Get out of my way. Jiang Shiqing, feeling a surge of irritation, unleashed his full spiritual energy. Ing Mo remained silent, the silver teeth hidden beneath her black mask clenched tightly. Faced with Jiang Shiqing, a formidable foe on the brink of becoming a saint, she too sensed a hint of pressure. Chapter 20. Jiang Shiqing's Revelation. A terrifying onslaught. Faced with Jiang Shiqing's furious strike, Ing Mo chose to endure the blow head-on. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and weapons glimmered with fiery brilliance, as if they had ignited a tempest of wrath. Realizing he could not overcome his opponent, Jiang Shiqing abruptly withdrew, retreating into the air and hovering with an impassive expression. Enough, enough, he declared. You go fetch Lu Yuan. I shall speak with him personally. Jiang Shiqing's heart brimmed with resentment. Initially, he had intended to instill a sense of humility in his nephew, to temper his fervor, and to position himself advantageously in the forthcoming negotiations. However, to his dismay, he found himself unable to subdue even the subordinates sent by the other party. This unforeseen turn of events shattered Jiang Shiqing's original plan, leaving him momentarily flushed with embarrassment. What a disgrace! Meanwhile, Ing Mo remained oblivious to Jiang Shiqing's inner turmoil. Upon hearing that Jiang Shiqing sought to meet his master, he scoffed coldly. Huh, you wish to see my master? Not a chance. Let us settle this with our own hands. With that, he denied Jiang Shiqing any opportunity for explanation and charged toward him once more. Jiang Shiqing shook his head in resignation. It seemed that even a meeting with his nephew had become a daunting challenge. Faced with Ing Mo's assault, Jiang Shiqing had no choice but to engage in battle once again. The clash among the 6 demigods was nothing short of cataclysmic. Unlike the strategic stronghold of Human Pass, which possessed formations capable of suppressing cultivation levels, Bayong City did not have such defenses. Consequently, the 6 demigods unleashed devastation with every motion, shattering vast sections of the city walls. The commotion escalated, drawing the relentless advance of the defending soldiers into the fray. Upon their arrival, the soldiers realized they could not intervene in the battle between the demigods. Thus, they directed their fury towards the shadowy assassins. Kill! The soldiers, heedless of their own lives, charged forward with blades drawn, their battle cries piercing the heavens. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Jiang Shiqing felt a surge of hope. Imperial guards, hold the city gate. Notify the various camps to rush for support. Yi Jing, quickly deal with the enemy and assist the Imperial guards. Understood. On it. Jiang Shiqing issued commands with urgency, instructing the arriving soldiers to secure the city gate and urging the 2 demigods he had summoned to resolve matters swiftly. Once the situation stabilized, he would deal with the cloaked figure before him and reclaim his standing. However, it was then that Jiang Shiqing sensed something amiss. The reinforcements were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the shadowy assassins. It was a one-sided massacre. The sole purpose of these soldiers' arrival was to buy precious moments with their lives, delaying the enemy's deadly strikes for but an instant. Only a fleeting moment remained. On the city walls, due to the overwhelming casualties, a thick crimson mist enveloped the scene. Fortunately, amidst the accumulation of lives lost, the Imperial guards managed to slightly impede the advance of the Shadow Sentinels. Jiang Shiqing watched this tragic spectacle with a heavy heart. yet he felt utterly powerless. He understood that the defeat of his side was merely a matter of time. No, he could not afford to wait any longer. Jing, I will confront the three of them head-on. You go deal with those shadow sentinels. Zhong Shirching bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura. Boom. With a single step, the city wall shattered into a web of cracks. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging straight towards the trio of Shadow Mo. In that moment, the power emanating from Zhong Shirching reached the heights of the Holy Realm. Upon witnessing this, Shadow Mo's exposed eyes flickered with a hint of gravity. Her agile figure tensed slightly. Handle your own foes, and I shall take him on. Since the opponent was serious, she would respond in kind. Shadow Mo parted her lips, slowly uttering the words, Shadow Kill, Instant Prison. At that moment, Shadow Mo unleashed a martial technique she had refrained from using until now, an exclusive skill of the Shadow Sentinels. In an instant, Shadow Mo appeared directly behind Zhong Shirching. Without any prior indication, she raised her dagger high, poised to slice through Zhong Shirching's neck. Upon realizing that Shadow Mo had vanished from sight, Zhong Shirching's pupils narrowed slightly. Damn it, he could no longer track her movements. Just as he began to scan his surroundings with caution, he suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A formidable sense of danger surged behind him. Instinctively, Zhong Shirching ducked to the side. He felt a cold glint narrowly graze his neck. The razor-sharp blade had even pierced his resilient skin, drawing forth rivulets of blood. Zhong Shirching broke into a cold sweat. That was close. He almost had his throat cut. Turning with grave intensity, he regarded the slightly panting Shadow Mo and managed a faint smile. You are quite impressive. However, your skills focus primarily on assassination and stealth. In a direct confrontation, I fear you may not be my match. Enough with the chatter. Let us fight. Shadow Mo gasped, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. Very well. Zhong Shirching laughed heartily. Let me witness your true strength. Fight. The two locked eyes, their spirits ignited with the fervor of battle. Zhong Shirching gazed into her autumn-like black eyes, momentarily taken aback. In that instant, he finally realized that the figure before him, clad in black, was indeed a woman. Yet, what astonished Zhong Shirching even more was the additional information he gleaned from her gaze. That is, a diehard. The opponent is actually a devoted warrior. Zhong Shirching marveled inwardly. The woman before him, without a doubt, is a subordinate of the rumored waste from the northern region. Yet, if she is indeed a waste, why has she garnered the loyalty of such a formidable warrior? Could it be a contingency left by an old friend? Confusion overwhelmed him, an impenetrable haze of bewilderment. Zhong Shirching found himself engulfed in profound uncertainty. Nevertheless, his hope of overcoming three adversaries was swiftly dashed. The other two semi-saints were also entangled and unable to extricate themselves. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Shirching could only silently pray that the guards atop the city walls could endure just a little longer. Meanwhile, the shadowy warriors, amidst their relentless assault, unconsciously came to a halt, for around them, no soldiers remained to press forward. As the fervor in their minds dissipated, gazing upon the sea of corpses, only terror remained in the eyes of the remaining guards. Devils. These individuals are devils. Run. Clang, clang. Oh my goodness. Don't jostle me. Let me flee first. A group of guards discarded their helmets and armor, scrambling to escape in a frenzied rush. The shadowy warriors did not pursue. Chasing these individuals held no significance for them. Moreover, they no longer needed to seize the city gate's nexus, for the entire gate had been utterly shattered in the chaos of the preceding battle. Chapter 21. 6 Semi-Saints. The Siege of Bayong City. At long last, the fierce battle did not endure for long. A robust figure clad in armor suddenly descended upon the scene. Observing the chaos unfolding around him, the newcomer could not suppress the excitement that illuminated his face. Ha. Indeed, my lord was not mistaken. Mo, you have truly encountered a predicament. It seems a conflict is imminent here. At last, I shall have the opportunity to demonstrate my prowess. Su Chu rubbed his fists in anticipation, his countenance radiating an unsettling enthusiasm for combat. Initially, he had presumed this to be a mere reconnaissance mission, yet he had not anticipated that a genuine battle awaited him. How exhilarating! Upon the city walls, as yet another semi-saint arrived, Zhong Shirching's gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened instantaneously. This was dire. With a fleeting glance at the unfolding situation, he inwardly lamented. Curse it! Another semi-saint has appeared. This marks the fourth semi-saint to emerge today. Moreover, from his observations, this newcomer was equally formidable, matching his own pinnacle of semi-saint prowess. Zhong searching was perplexed. Why, on this day, were semi-saints appearing like common cabbages? To date, throughout his arduous journey to attain the pinnacle of semi-saint, he had only encountered 2 or 3 acquaintances of the same rank. Witnessing yet another semi-saint join the adversaries, the 2 semi-saints whom Zhong had invited began to waver in their resolve. A 3-against-4 scenario implied that one would have to face 2 foes alone. They could manage to confront one, but engaging 2 simultaneously would surely lead to their downfall. Hey, Zhong, I just remembered I have some pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. As for the promised rewards for my assistance, I shall forego them. Indeed, I must return home. I have a cauldron of elixirs currently refining, and I need to check on it. Those items you promised me, I no longer desire. Faced with the threat to their lives and fortunes, the 2 made a decisive choice to retreat. Upon hearing their words, Zhong searching opened his mouth, but ultimately, the words of protest remained unspoken. In such a dire situation, how could he reproach the enemy for fleeing? Could he truly expect them to remain and face certain death? Furthermore, if they were determined to escape, he would be powerless to stop them. However, even if those 2 semi-saints wished to depart, Yu Xiang and Ying Yi would not permit it. Think you can leave? Too late. Were you not enjoying the fight just moments ago? Su Chu, come quickly. Help me deal with this old fool. Yu Xiang sneered, directly calling for Su Chu's assistance. Among them, his strength was the weakest, and he had faced the greatest pressure moments ago. Now that reinforcements had finally arrived, she would not easily allow the adversaries to escape. Do not flee. Prepare to face my wrath. Yu Xiang's furious shouts echoed as she unleashed a flurry of formidable attacks upon her adversaries, channeling her full strength to incapacitate them. Do not fret. I am on my way. Su Chu grinned broadly, his massive frame charging toward Yu Xiang like a colossal bear. Get away from me. The 2 semi-saint figures, witnessing Yu Xiang's reckless strategy of trading injuries for injuries, felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Like tenacious leeches, they could neither defeat her nor escape her grasp. Desperation took hold as they resolved to unleash their ultimate trump cards. One of the semi-saints produced a large jade seal, intricately inscribed with intricate patterns that shimmered with radiant light, a clear indication of its status as a supreme magical artifact. The Tianfan seal. Just as this semi-saint prepared to wield the artifact, an overwhelming aura of terror suddenly locked onto him, rendering him motionless. Holy realm. His pupils dilated in involuntary shock as he struggled to swallow. Indeed, the soul-chilling aura unmistakably belonged to the holy realm. At that moment, a thunderous cacophony of heavy hooves resounded from afar, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, reverberating like thunderous roars. Excellent. The master has arrived. Yu Xiang was the first to react, her voice bursting with excitement. Sure enough, a line of white glimmer raced toward them from the distant horizon. Clad in gleaming white armor, riding snow-white steeds, the dragon cavalry surged forth, their advance cloaked in a flurry of snow. Behind them followed the assault corps. Indeed, the dragon cavalry and the assault corps had decisively dealt with the remnants of Zhao Kuanying's forces, allowing them the opportunity to launch an offensive on Bayong City. Leading the charge were Yuan Zhuozong and Gao Shan. Yu Xiang spotted them immediately. Yuan Zhuozong, Gao Shan, come to our aid. However, upon hearing Yu Xiang's call for help, the 2 remained still, their gazes respectfully directed toward a young man beside them. Only after receiving his nod of approval did they break away from the main force and hasten toward the city walls. They're here, Gao Shan exclaimed, eagerly licking the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed intently on one of the semi-saints. No one else can claim him. He is mine. Previously, Yuan Zhuozong had already slain one semi-saint, but Gao Shan had yet to do so. With their master observing from behind, he felt compelled to showcase his prowess. At this juncture, as 2 more semi-saints approached, Zhong Shiqing was utterly astonished. What? 2 more semi-saints have arrived. He stared in disbelief, his mind reeling. Had semi-saints become as common as cabbages? Before him stood 6 semi-saints. In an instant, an unshakable dread rose within Zhong Shiqing's heart. The scene was overwhelming, and he found himself losing control. No matter how formidable he was, Facing 6 adversaries alone was beyond his capacity. Meanwhile, Zhong Shicheng, who had summoned the 2 semi-saint warriors for assistance, felt an even greater sense of dread. It was not merely the arrival of 6 semi-saints that instilled fear. At that pivotal moment, they sensed an overwhelming threat locking onto them. An instinctive terror surged within them, causing their hairs to stand on end. "Old Zhong, you have truly brought us to ruin." The bitterness was palpable on their lips. As peak semi-saints, they recognized the formidable aura that had targeted them. It could only belong to a genuine saint. To be locked onto by a being of such caliber was enough to unnerve anyone. With a unified effort, Su Chu and his 5 companions launched an attack, swiftly establishing a significant advantage by pitting 2 against 1. Under the relentless assault of the 2 semi-saints, Zhong Shicheng and his companions were in dire straits. Particularly for Zhong Shicheng, contending with the peak semi-saint Yuan Zhuozong was already a formidable challenge. Coupled with the ambush from Mo, he found himself teetering on the brink of disaster multiple times, nearly meeting his end. "Stop, stop, stop!" At last, after narrowly fending off another assault from Mo, Zhong Shicheng called out to the advancing troops. "Is that you, nephew Lu Yuan? I am your uncle Zhong. I am well acquainted with your father and a close friend." His face was etched with desperation. If he did not reveal his identity soon, he would surely meet his demise in this place. Chapter 22. Do you not recognize me? Then be gone. With a resonant shout, Zhong Shicheng successfully captured the attention of everyone present. Mo cast a skeptical glance at Zhong Shicheng, pondering whether this fellow truly recognized their master. Regardless, their master had already arrived. Let us see what he has to say. After all, the adversary had nowhere to escape. If not, it would not be too late to eliminate them. Mo gestured for the other 5 to temporarily cease their actions. At last, in response to Zhong Shicheng's hopeful gaze, Lu Yuan slowly stepped forward. "Uncle Zhong, nephew, how is it that I am supposed to know you? Or perhaps it is you who recognizes me." Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Shicheng, his expression rife with confusion. Meanwhile, Mo's face remained cold as she slowly raised her dagger once more. This old scoundrel dared to deceive their master. How audacious! Upon witnessing this, Zhong Shicheng broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly chuckled. "Nephew, you jest. How could you possibly forget me? I was a close friend of your father, Lu Qingtian, a brother in arms. Indeed, I was the one who carried his coffin during his funeral." Upon hearing Zhong Shicheng's words, Lu Yuan finally recalled some fragments of memory. "Ah, so it is Uncle Zhong. I do remember now," he exclaimed in realization. At times, the memories of his previous life would elude him, only to resurface when he least expected it. Moreover, given Zhong Shicheng's disheveled appearance, it was even less likely that Lu Yuan would recognize him at first glance. Seeing that Lu Yuan had indeed recognized him, Zhong Shicheng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It's all good, as long as my nephew recognizes me." Subsequently, Zhong Shicheng, feeling quite familiar, eagerly attempted to approach Lu Yuan to foster a closer connection. "Haha, nephew Lu. It has indeed been a long time. I recall when you were just a..." However, before he could finish, Mo abruptly intercepted him and shot a warning glance at Zhong Shicheng. It was as if she intended to plunge her dagger into him should he dare to take another step forward. In response, Zhong Shicheng glared at Mo in indignation. "What is the meaning of this? Do you not see that I am acquainted with your master? I am his uncle. I have yet to settle the score with you from our earlier encounter, and now you dare to obstruct me. Do you believe I cannot have Lu Yuan teach you a lesson?" Yet, in the face of Zhong Shicheng's threats, Mo remained impassive. She was far from trusting someone who had just moments ago been in conflict with her to approach her master, unless Lu Yuan himself intervened. Seeing that Mo was unmoved, Zhong Shicheng's expression grew increasingly awkward. With so many eyes upon him, where could he possibly hide his face? Zhong Shicheng turned to Lu Yuan, adopting a condescending tone typical of an elder, and remarked sarcastically, "Nephew Lu, what manner of training have you provided your subordinates? They appear utterly devoid of manners. Were I in your position, I would surely impose a severe punishment. Such ill-mannered subordinates require thorough education to recognize who their true master is." Observing Zhong Shicheng, who seemed to believe himself the paramount figure in the room, Lu Yuan suddenly smiled, a hint of derision crossing his face. How curious, he thought, that someone so unrelated to his affairs would presume to reprimand his own people. Indeed, this Zhong was a former acquaintance of his father, But what relevance did that hold for him? Noticing Lu Yuan's lack of response, neither intervening to halt Ing Mo's actions nor acknowledging Jiang Shiqing's words, only a faint smile graced his countenance. Jiang Shiqing felt an uncomfortable flush of embarrassment. His toes could have etched a 3-bedroom layout into the floor beneath him. This charade made him feel like a mere clown, and a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. Despite maintaining a cheerful facade, he had already begun to harbor resentment toward Lu Yuan. That little brat. How dare he leave me in such a predicament? I shall ensure he regrets this. At last, after several minutes of palpable awkwardness, Lu Yuan broke the silence. Uncle Jiang, you must have already been aware of my arrival in Bayong City, yes? And I presume you know the purpose of my visit as well? Given this knowledge, why did you choose to assault my subordinate? Do you, Uncle Jiang, harbor a bias against my status as a rebel? Casually grooming his nails, Lu Yuan regarded Jiang Shiqing with a sardonic smile. Though not an outright accusation, his tone carried an undercurrent of hostility. This question had suddenly occurred to him. After all, Jiang Shiqing was the lord of Bayong City. Lu Yuan found it hard to believe that news of his arrival had not reached him beforehand. The fact that Zhong, fully aware of his identity, had permitted Zhao Quan and the Shadow Cavalry to launch a nighttime ambush was troubling. Even as the Shadow Guards attempted to seize the city, this uncle had intervened, engaging in battle with them. Such actions, followed by his jovial demeanor in acknowledging their familial ties, left Lu Yuan questioning Zhong's true intentions. Ahem. Nephew Lu, you are overthinking this. I assure you, I have no such thoughts. Jiang Shiqing stammered, his face flushing crimson as he was momentarily rendered speechless. He found himself at a loss for words, wondering how he could possibly explain his actions. Was he to confess, I initially sought to discipline you, to temper your fervor, by eliminating some of your subordinates to establish my authority, and then, as the victor, persuade you to surrender? Perhaps even gain credit for quelling a rebellion and advancing my own status? Such truths could never be spoken aloud. Observing Jiang Shiqing's faltering demeanor, Lu Yuan felt a sense of clarity dawning upon him. It was indeed confirmed. This so-called Uncle Jiang was, without a doubt, a duplicitous individual. As this realization settled in, Lu Yuan's gaze gradually turned icy. You truly are a splendid uncle, he thought with a cold smile. Bah, what a farcical pretense. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan refrained from immediately tearing off the mask of civility. Instead, he gestured towards the two unfamiliar semi-saints beside Jiang Shiqing, inquiring, by the way, Uncle Jiang, who might these two individuals be? Upon hearing Lu Yuan shift the topic, Jiang Shiqing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As Lu Yuan inquired about his two friends, Jiang Shiqing chuckled nervously. Oh ha, these two are my friends, both masters of the semi-saint realm. Dear nephew Lu, could you kindly ask your subordinates to lower their weapons? After all, we are all family. There is no need for hostility. Jiang Shiqing spoke with a certain trepidation, unable to ignore the dagger that Ing Mo was still pointing at him. Lu Yuan chose to disregard Jiang Shiqing's plea, continuing with a nonchalant tone. Oh, so they are friends of Uncle Jiang. By the way, does my father know them? Not at all. They are merely my acquaintances. And your father has never met them, Jiang Shiqing clarified. Oh, I see. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he thoughtfully stroked his chin. Since they bore no significance to my father, it would be best to send them away. After all, they are not my beloved uncle. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, revealing a row of pearly whites. Two semi-saints. That indeed represented a considerable amount of fortune. Chapter 23. The Frustration of Jiang Shiqing. Even the Holy Son does not receive such treatment. HM. Thank you, nephew. Ah, wait a moment. Sending them away? Jiang Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. As if he could not trust his own ears, he incredulously addressed Lu Yuan. Nephew Lu, have you made a mistake? They are my friends. By virtue of seniority, you should even refer to them as uncles. How can you show such disrespect to your elders? As he spoke, Jiang Shiqing seemed to regain the dignity of an elder, adopting a tone of admonishment towards Lu Yuan. Heh! Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. How audacious! How dare he lecture me? If Jiang Shiqing had genuinely treated me with respect, perhaps I would have reciprocated him with the deference due to an elder. But now, it was evident that Jiang Shiqing harbored ulterior motives. I owe him no respect. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Lu Yuan replied, Indeed, Uncle Jiang. I truly intend to send them away. Those who dare to oppose me must have prepared themselves for their demise. How can one kill, yet not be killed in return? Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Zhong? In his concluding words, Lu Yuan's smile held a subtle implication. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Shiqing had similarly turned against the Shadow Guards. He had merely benefited from the influence of his father in his previous life. Showing him leniency was already an act of great mercy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqing forced a smile. He sensed the underlying meaning in Lu Yuan's words, and his tone instinctively softened. Lu, my dear nephew, let us not jest. They are friends of mine. You should release them at once. Rest assured, I will ensure they remember your great kindness and repay you in the future. In response, Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh, a flicker of impatience evident in his eyes. How infuriating. He despised being morally coerced. They had already bullied him, and now they expected his forgiveness? Such delusions. Did they truly believe he was a living bodhisattva? Su Chu, proceed. Let Uncle Zhong's two friends depart swiftly. Lu Yuan maintained a harmless smile on his face. Yes. Su Chu, upon receiving Lu Yuan's command, approached the two individuals with a mocking grin. Among all present, Su Chu's emotional roller coaster was the most dramatic. Initially, he had anticipated a grand battle, only for Lu Yuan to arrive and reveal a prior acquaintance with the enemy. Just when Su Chu resigned himself to the disappointment of not being able to strike anyone, Lu Yuan's command granted him the opportunity once more. Truly, a series of unexpected twists. As Jiang Shiqing realized that Lu Yuan was not jesting and genuinely intended to strike down the two demigods, he was left in a state of bewilderment. The two demigods themselves were equally astonished. Clearly, the three individuals were in cahoots. Why then were only they slain, while Jiang Shiqing remained unscathed? The two semi-saints cast venomous glances at Jiang Shiqing. You scoundrel! You have led us to our doom. They cursed. Jiang Shiqing, I always knew you harbored ill intentions. Even if I become a ghost, I shall not spare you. May your ancestors be damned. Their vitriolic words dripped with hatred, as they yearned to devour Jiang Shiqing alive. In their eyes, their current predicament was entirely his fault. Had he not invited them, none of this would have transpired. Moreover, why were they the only ones to perish when they had all acted together? Was this not a deliberate trap, designed to lure them to their deaths? Uncle Jiang, they disregard your pleas for mercy and hurl insults at you. Lu Yuan, weary of the incessant noise, urged, strike. Flash. With a furious roar, Su Chu swiftly eliminated the two semi-saints with a single stroke. Lu Yuan, Jiang Shiqing bellowed, nearly spitting blood from his fury. His expression a portrait of utter humiliation. This insolent wretch had dismissed his words as mere background noise, showing him no respect whatsoever. What infuriated Jiang Shiqing further was the ingratitude of his two semi-saint companions. After he had groveled to plead for their lives, they had the audacity to insult him. Now they are dead. They truly had it coming. Lu Yuan feigned innocence. Uncle Lu, do not be hasty. Although you have also laid hands on my subordinates, who can blame you for being my Uncle Jiang? He continued, let us overlook this incident for now. Just as Jiang Shiqing was about to express his wrath and deliver a reprimand to Lu Yuan, he suddenly caught sight of Lu Yuan's icy gaze. That single look plunged Jiang Shiqing's heart into a frigid abyss. He sensed that should he utter another word, he would undoubtedly be the next to perish. Jiang Shiqing was rendered speechless. He had initially thought it would be a simple matter to manipulate his nephew. Little did he realize how resolute and decisive Lu Yuan could be. It was at that moment he recalled a crucial point he had overlooked. He was now the one begging for mercy. Lu Yuan gestured towards Ing Mo and the others, indicating his intention to spare his Uncle Jiang for the time being. It was not yet the moment to execute him. Stabilizing Bayong City, and indeed the entire Liangzhou, would still require his presence. After all, he was indeed his Uncle Jiang. Advance the army. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them on the spot, Lu Yuan commanded. With the walls of Bayong City already compromised, the forces could march in without hindrance. Now that the upper echelon's combat power had been neutralized, the incursion of Lu Yuan's army into the city was virtually unimpeded. The occupation of Bayong City had become an inevitable conclusion. At this moment, Lu Yuan had approached Jiang Shiqing's side. Beside him, Li Sandao had manifested to provide protection. Lu Yuan, mindful of the gravity of the situation, urged Li Sandao to remain vigilant. Should Jiang Shiqing exhibit any signs of unrest, he must be dealt with on the spot. Currently, Lu Yuan was merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. If Zhong Shiqing were to suddenly unleash violence, it could cost Lu Yuan his life, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Uncle Zhong, how many soldiers are stationed in Bayong City at present? At this moment, Zhong Shiqing was momentarily lost in thought. The abruptness of Lu Yuan's inquiry startled him, snapping him back to reality. It was then that Zhong Shiqing's attention was drawn to Li Sandao standing beside Lu Yuan. His breath hitched in disbelief. Could it be that he was indeed a martial saint? A genuine martial saint? A surge of shock coursed through Zhong Shiqing's mind. The mere fact that Lu Yuan had 6 half-saint subordinates had already left him astounded. Now, to encounter a martial saint directly in his presence was beyond comprehension. Though half-saints bore the title of saint, the distinction between them and a true martial saint was akin to that of heaven and earth. To put it into perspective, the entire Zhou dynasty boasted several hundred, if not 1,000 or more, half-saints. However, the number of martial saints could be counted on one's fingers. This rarity underscored the extraordinary nature of a martial saint. In that instant, Zhong Shiqing began to question whether Lu Yuan had risen to become a scion of some sacred ground. No, even a scion of a sacred site would not enjoy such an honor as having a martial saint in close attendance. Chapter 24, The Northern Camp. Zhong Shiqing's schemes. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of a martial sage, Zhong Shiqing dared not make any rash movements. He obediently responded to Lu Yuan, approximately, around 100,000, perhaps. With the city breached, the garrison of Bayong City has likely retreated to the northern camp. Zhong Shiqing spoke uncertainly. As the capital of Liangzhou, Bayong City was defended by roughly 10,000 troops. Excluding the cavalry led by Zhao Quanying that had been dispatched to raid, there should still be around 70 to 80,000 Imperial guards remaining. Combined, they would approach 200,000. However, during the defense of the city, these soldiers had suffered considerable losses at the hands of the shadow guards, leaving him unsure of the exact number of soldiers still standing. The northern camp? Lu Yuan murmured. Previously, after Yuxiang had gathered intelligence on Bayong City, he had reported the situation regarding the northern camp to him. It served as the encampment for the entirety of Bayong City's military forces. Even the troops led by Zhao Quanying were stationed there, all gathered in the northern camp. How convenient. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. If these soldiers had scattered, it would have been troublesome to hunt them down one by one. But now, with them all congregated in one location, it presented the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Zhong Shiqing remained oblivious to Lu Yuan's thoughts. Upon hearing Lu Yuan inquire about the number of soldiers, his mind began to work rapidly. Lu Yuan likely intends to recruit those soldiers for himself. Given his current rebellion, he must be in dire need of military support. As the lord of Bayong City, having cultivated his influence over the years, Zhong Shiqing believed he held some sway. If Lu Yuan wished to successfully seize Bayong City and recruit those scattered troops, he would undoubtedly need Zhong Shiqing's assistance. Contemplating the implications of their relationship, Zhong Shiqing straightened his posture. When the time comes, if Lu Yuan wishes to enlist my aid, it will not be so simple. Let him experience some setbacks first. With an army of over 100,000 at my command, even if Lu Yuan harbors intentions against me, he must think twice. Zhong Shiqing thought to himself with a sense of pride. Once he regained the initiative, he would ensure that Lu Yuan regretted his arrogance today, daring to disregard him. An elder. However, upon snapping back to reality, he realized Lu Yuan had already distanced himself. Faintly, it seemed Lu Yuan was mentioning something about a substantial amount of fortune value. Fortune value? What might that be? Zhong Shiqing furrowed his brow, an inexplicable feeling suggesting that this term would have profound implications for him. Quickly, no tricks. At that moment, Ing Mo and others surrounded him, urging him onward. Observing their behavior akin to herding cattle, Zhong Shiqing felt a mix of anger and helplessness, harboring resentment within. Should Lu Yuan come to seek my assistance, I shall certainly put on airs and consume some of his time. Let us observe how he intends to subdue those tens of thousands of troops without my presence. However, Zhong Shiqing remains oblivious. From a logical standpoint, his calculations appear sound. Yet, alas, Lu Yuan does not conform to the ordinary. The northern camp of the city, as the name suggests, is situated to the north. Having discerned the location of the remaining troops, Lu Yuan refrained from sending his army into the city. Instead, He issued commands directly to the assembly. Yuan Zhuozong, you shall lead the dragon cavalry to the northern camp and eliminate it. Gao Shun, you will command the assault camp to coordinate with the dragon cavalry. Simultaneously, secure the major city gates of Bayong and take control of the entire city. Yu Xiong, contact your operatives in Bayong and discreetly monitor any unusual activities. Keep a detailed record. Ingmo, lead the shadow guards to patrol Bayong. Should anyone attempt to incite chaos, eliminate them on the spot. Lu Yuan commanded with a composed demeanor. Understood. His subordinates replied, promptly setting their plans into motion. At that moment, Su Chu hurriedly approached Lu Yuan, inquiring with a grin, what about me, my lord? While the other semi-saints were engaged in their tasks, Su Chu, a fervent warrior, felt an itch for battle. You? Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shicheng, reluctant to let this old fellow stray from his watchful eye. You shall remain by my side. Be vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances and serve as a reserve, Lu Yuan stated calmly. With his skilled subordinates already dispatched, he had only Li Sandao remaining by his side. Keeping Su Chu close would ensure he had someone to rely on in case of emergencies. Upon hearing this, Su Chu's face fell in disappointment. Another task eluded him. Fresh from slaying 2 foes, his excitement had been abruptly curtailed. Just then, Ingmo, still within earshot, coldly transmitted a message to Su Chu. Su Chu, safeguard the Lord's safety, particularly watch that Jiang Shicheng. If any harm befalls the Lord, I shall not spare you. Turning around, Su Chu found Ingmo glaring at him with an icy expression. He quickly offered an awkward smile, realizing the gravity of the situation. The safety of their lord was paramount above all else. Leave it to me, Sister Ing. I shall manage it well, Su Chu assured her solemnly. Let us hope so, Ingmo replied, casting a final cold glance at Jiang Shicheng as she departed. Should that individual dare to act treacherously, he would surely come to regret his existence in this world. The northern camp of the city. Previously, Jiang Shicheng had temporarily entrusted all military authority to the prefect of Liangzhou, Chen Jinzhuz, a formidable warrior of the pinnacle of the martial sect. At this moment, upon learning of the fall of Bayong City to the forces of Lu Yuan, and with Lu Yuan's army advancing, Chen Jinzhuz summoned all personnel within the camp. How could this happen so suddenly? Is Lu Yuan truly that formidable? Bayong City fell so easily. And that Zhao Kuanying, what a useless fool. With over 100,000 troops sent to ambush, they were utterly annihilated. Chen Jinzhuz cursed vehemently. Just this evening, he had just embraced his newly acquired 106th concubine, and before he could indulge, he was abruptly interrupted by an urgent military order from his subordinates. This left him bewildered and filled with indignation. Damn it, a group of useless fools, with so many attacking a worthless prince. How could they allow him to turn the tables? And now, it affects me, robbing me of my night of pleasure. Beside him, the expressions of the generals from the Imperial Guard darkened upon hearing Chen Jinzhuz's tirade. Though Zhao Kuanying had indeed faltered, he was still their leader in the Imperial Guard. Chen Jinzhuz's words undoubtedly trampled upon their dignity. General Chen, your remarks are rather inappropriate. Our General Zhao is, after all, a commander appointed by Her Majesty. How can a mere prefect like you insult him? One of the leaders from the Imperial Guard stepped forward, visibly agitated, and spoke. Chapter 25. At this moment, the only sound that echoed through the heavens and the earth was the rhythmic clattering of horse hooves. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jinzhuz's eyes narrowed sharply, a fierce glint flashing within. Who do you think you are? How dare you accuse me? So what if I say the Imperial Guards are nothing but worthless trash? They truly are a pitiful bunch. And you, General Zhao? I see you as nothing more than a pile of excrement. Damn it, you cur. Huh. Chen Jinzhuz thundered in fury. His mood had already soured, and now the words of the leader of the Imperial Guards only served to stoke the flames of his wrath. You. Hearing this, the leader's countenance shifted dramatically. What do you mean by you? It seems you are seeking death. Chen Jinzhuz bellowed. The aura of a peak martial sovereign surged from him, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying presence that left everyone gasping for breath. The group that had been chattering incessantly fell silent in an instant. Sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Chen Jinzhuz, the Imperial Guard's leader, who had been about to retort, swallowed his words in reluctant silence. He realized he was outmatched. He was merely at the early stage of martial sovereign, while Chen Jinzhuz stood at the pinnacle, just a step away from the realm of a half-saint. The disparity was daunting. Humph. The leader of the Imperial Guards snorted coldly, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Yet, just as he begrudgingly turned to retreat, Chen Jinzhe struck. "Damn it! Did I say you could move?" Chen Jinzhe roared, raising a hand to conjure a spiritual palm that gripped the leader's throat tightly. Though the leader was also a martial sovereign, their strengths were worlds apart. Moreover, Chen Jinzhe had caught him completely off guard with his sudden assault. Despite the leader's desperate struggles, the grip around his neck only tightened, leaving angry red marks on his skin and turning his face a shade of purple from asphyxiation. Nearby, the onlookers gasped in horror at Chen Jinzhe's violent outburst. "Impudent! Chen Jinzhe, we are the Imperial Guards, directly under the Empress. How dare you lay a hand on us? You are courting death. General Chen, release him. He is on the verge of suffocating." The crowd erupted into chaos. The Imperial Guards, not ones to be trifled with, quickly surrounded Chen Jinzhe. However, this was the northern camp, Chen Jinzhe's domain. "I dare anyone to move." He spat. "I've long found this bunch of pompous nobles irksome." Tension escalated between the two parties. Finally, just as the leader of the Imperial Guards was on the brink of unconsciousness, Chen Jinzhe relented, his spiritual palm dissipating. The leader collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air, his bulging eyes wide in shock. As I cast my gaze upon Chen Jinzhe, it was filled with sheer dread. Madness indeed. The audacity of Chen Jinzhe is unparalleled. He has truly dared to lay hands upon the Imperial Guards. Has he not contemplated the repercussions of such actions? Humph, truly a vile creature. It seems he must endure a thorough reprimand to comprehend the gravity of his transgressions. This serves merely as a lesson, illustrating that one cannot always afford the luxury of barking like a dog. Chen Jinzhe let out a cold chuckle, his disdain evident in his eyes. In response to his mockery, the guards present clenched their fists, yet none dared to retaliate. They were powerless. The situation dictated their submission. Upon returning, they would undoubtedly report to the Empress, ensuring that this wretched creature pays dearly for his insolence. Ultimately, the commander of the Imperial Guards had not met his demise at Chen Jinzhe's hands. Nevertheless, the purpose of establishing Chen Jinzhe's authority had been achieved. Very well. Since all appears to be in order now, let us proceed according to my commands. I shall make my intentions clear, should anyone defy my orders. They shall not find me merciful. Chen Jinzhe warned the assembly with arrogance. As a native and the most formidable presence among them, he considered himself the sovereign of this domain. Subsequently, Chen Jinzhe issued commands for battle. Although the Lu Yuan army bore a formidable reputation, Chen Jinzhe had never entertained thoughts of retreat. With over 100,000 troops at his command, he was resolute in his belief that he could prevail against Lu Yuan. Should victory be achieved, he would bring glory to his lineage. Not long after, the dragon riders arrived as anticipated. 100,000 dragon riders surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble beneath their might. Clad in white armor, they exuded an overwhelming aura reminiscent of an avalanche descending upon the world. Witnessing the formidable presence of the dragon riders, a sense of panic began to rise within the hearts of all in the northern camp. How terrifying! Is this force truly capable of conquering us? Calm yourselves. Do not falter. Prepare the arrows and crossbows. Brace for the impending confrontation. Chen Jinzhe bellowed in anger. To be candid, upon witnessing this army, even Chen Jinzhe, initially brimming with confidence, found himself momentarily shaken. Yet, as the commander, he swiftly quelled his inner turmoil, feigning composure as he commanded his soldiers to prepare for battle. The northern camp, as its name suggests, was merely a garrison for troops. Its walls could not compare to the grandeur of Bayong city. They were constructed of simple earth and a smattering of bricks. Observing the rudimentary and inferior fortifications, Zhong smirked disdainfully. Such walls could be shattered by a single charge from the dragon riders. After all, the power of heavily armored cavalry is no trifling matter. Dragon riders, form ranks and charge. Zhong issued the order for a direct assault. Against such adversaries, a straightforward advance with overwhelming force sufficed, requiring no elaborate tactics. On the walls of the northern camp, as the white-armored heavy cavalry began to accelerate, beads of sweat began to form in the palms of all present, betraying their growing anxiety. The oppressive presence of the dragon riders loomed heavily over them, creating a sensation that, at this moment, the only sound resonating through the heavens and the earth was the thunderous clatter of hoofs. "Royal Guards, prepare the dragon-hunting crossbows for rapid fire," came the command, followed by a swift transition to close combat readiness. The tense atmosphere on the city walls rendered this directive particularly jarring. A lieutenant of the Imperial Guards, drawing upon his past experiences, nervously issued a command to his soldiers. Yet, this seemingly innocuous order would lead him to catastrophic consequences. Who do you think you are? Can you even distinguish between minor and major matters? Chen Jinzhe's face contorted with fury, a menacing aura radiating from him. The overwhelming pressure from the dragon riders had constricted his heart, and the lieutenant became an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Without reason, or perhaps merely seeking a flimsy excuse, Chen Jinzhe found a way to vent his internal turmoil. What? The lieutenant stammered in disbelief. Was there an error in his command? Surely not. It was perfectly suited to the current battlefield situation. General Chun, we are the Royal Guards. Our methods of combat are beyond question. However, before the lieutenant could finish his sentence, he was struck through the chest by a single, devastating punch from Chen Jinzhe. With an expression of disbelief, the lieutenant gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, unable to comprehend where he had gone wrong as life slipped away from him. This is my battlefield. I am the commander, and my word is law. Should you issue any further orders out of turn, do not blame the harshness of military law, Chen Jinzhe declared, his eyes shadowed with malice. The noise from those nearby was intolerable. Chapter 26, a direct assault on the northern camp. Leave no one behind. In truth, Chen Jinzhe had long harbored a disdain for this group of Imperial Guards. The incident when these ruffians nearly harmed Jiang Qining upon entering the city had reached his ears. Had it not been for Jiang Shiqing's order to avoid unnecessary conflict, he would have long sought retribution against these guards. Humph! With a cold snort, Chen Jinzhe redirected his focus to the dragon cavalry. The most pressing matter at hand was to withstand the onslaught of those white-armored heavy cavalry. Beside him, the Imperial Guards watched in despair as their comrades fell, a mixture of fear and fury swelling within them. How dare they endure such humiliation? To make matters worse, they were now tasked with defending the city. Many among them began to entertain thoughts of retreat. After all, northern Yang City was not theirs. Its loss would not concern them. Some cast furtive glances, already plotting their escape. Soon, the dragon cavalry, enveloped in an overwhelming force, crashed against the camp walls. Leading the charge, Yuan Zhuozong wielded his spear like a colossal dragon, ferociously thrusting it forward. With a resounding boom, the power of a half-saint erupted. The seemingly impregnable camp walls were shattered to smithereens by Yuan Zhuozong's formidable strike. The soldiers originally stationed atop the walls were likewise obliterated in the wake of this tremendous assault. The remnants of the walls disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the ether. At the breach, the surviving soldiers stood in shock, gazing at the destruction around them, their eyes filled with terror. Some, overwhelmed by fear, lost their footing and plummeted from the heights. They were subsequently trampled into a gruesome pulp beneath the iron hooves of the charging dragon cavalry. Witnessing the ease with which the camp walls had been breached, Chen Jinzhe's expression shifted dramatically. However, what horrified him even more was the sheer might that Yuan Zhuozong had just unleashed. A half-saint. A wave of panic surged within Chen Jinzhe, his scalp prickled, and an instinctive urge to flee seized him. How could they possibly prevail against a half-saint adversary? No, there must be a chance for reversal. If he could hold his ground for a moment longer, surely news of the situation would reach Lord Jiang, who would come to their aid. At that point, the presence of the enemy's half-saint would be inconsequential. As he thought of his lord, a peak half-saint, Chen Jinzhe regained a modicum of composure. Once Lord Zhong arrived, all these tribulations would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, little did Chen Jinzhe know that his lord had already defected. Poor soul, he had placed his hopes on Jiang Shiqing. At this moment, buoyed by a newfound confidence, Chen Jinzhe steadied himself and began to command the battlefield. Ballista, quickly fire. Shoot. Damn it. Hold the line. Where are your elite guards? Quickly ascend and block the breach. Upon witnessing the damage to the camp walls, Chen Jinzhu immediately commanded the elite guards to seal the gaps in the city wall. What? You want us to go? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the elite guards became visibly uncomfortable. Were they to use their bodies to thwart the cavalry's charge? Did they appear to be fools? What? Is there a problem? Chen Jinzhu smiled ominously. And no. The leader of the elite guards swallowed hard, responding submissively. Faced with the tyrannical Chunjinju, they dared not utter a word of dissent. Who would? The lieutenant who had just been killed with a single punch served as a stark warning. Helplessly, under Chunjinju's oppressive might, they could only instruct their subordinates to fill the void. After all, they could simply hide behind and remain unharmed. It was not their lives at stake. However, as those elite soldiers advanced, they could not even slow down the dragon cavalry, let alone halt them. It was akin to queuing for death, especially for Yuan's Zhong. With no skilled opponents to impede him, slaughtering this group of ordinary soldiers was as effortless as butchering chicks. With a single thrust, dozens exploded into a mist of blood, leaving not even a fragment of their remains. The defenders gazed in terror at Yuan's Zhong, who appeared as a deity descended from the heavens. Within a 10-meter radius of him, none dared to approach. The dragon cavalry surged forward, even breaking through the entire northern camp. The northern camp was capable of housing hundreds of thousands of troops, yet the dragon cavalry swept through it with ease. One can only imagine the feeble resistance they encountered. Turn around. Continue the charge. Yuan's Zhong, expressionless, led the dragon cavalry in a swift maneuver, diving back toward the northern camp once more. Inside the encampment, as they beheld the dragon cavalry piercing through the entire site and departing with grace, everyone stood transfixed. The ferocity of the dragon cavalry left an indelible impression on them. It was unlikely that such a ruthless and powerful cavalry could be found anywhere else on the continent. However, just when they thought they might catch a breath, the dragon cavalry unexpectedly launched a counterattack. This is intolerable. Retreat quickly. They are a horde of demons. Demons? Oh, mother, I want to go home, sob sob. Don't kill me, please. Let those who wish to fight do so. Brothers, the city gate is over there. Let us charge out together. After witnessing the might of the dragon cavalry in the previous assault, nearly no soldier was willing to face them again. Was this a battle? It was clearly a march to death. Consequently, the soldiers revolted. Ignoring the officers' threats, they stormed out of the city gates, scattering in every direction. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. Soldiers fled ahead while officers chased after them. And then, charging forth, were the dragon cavalry. Just as those fleeing soldiers raced against death, desperately escaping the city gates, they could hardly anticipate that having narrowly evaded the clutches of the Grim Reaper, they would soon find themselves embraced by the Lord of the Underworld. The timing was impeccable. The vanguard had arrived. At the city gates, Gao Shun led the vanguard with a sinister smile plastered across his face. They had been eagerly awaiting this moment for quite some time. With a single command from Gao Shun, a ferocious battalion of heavily armored infantry surged forward like tigers unleashed, barreling towards the panicked soldiers. I surrender. Spare my life. Do not kill me. I surrender. I surrender. The disheartened soldiers, casting aside their armor and bereft of fighting spirit, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy in hopes of preserving their lives. However, the vanguard remained unmoved, their expressions icy as they wielded their great blades without hesitation, striking down upon the kneeling soldiers. Why? Why must you kill me even after I have surrendered? No. Gao Shun observed the scene with a cold gaze, a smirk forming within his heart. Prior to this, he had received orders from Lu Yuan. No surrenders would be accepted. All must be executed. The vanguard. Annihilate the enemy completely, leaving none alive. Chapter 27. Breaching the northern camp. 9 million fortune points. A mere throng of defeated soldiers, the vanguard camp swiftly dispatched them. Gao Shun, still savoring the aftermath, wiped the blood from his blade and gazed towards the northern camp. Within the entirety of the northern camp, there lay nearly 200,000 defenders. Vanguard camp. Leave 20,000 to guard the city gates, preventing any escape. The rest shall accompany me into the city, supporting the dragon cavalry. Kill. Gao Shun's smile was menacing. With 200,000 troops inside the city, it should provide ample opportunity for a gratifying slaughter. Inside the city, the dragon cavalry had already carved through the northern camp several times. The ground was awash in crimson, littered with the gruesome remnants trampled by hooves. This Yuan's Zhong. Did he not leave me even a drop to drink? Gao Shun scoffed. The sight of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood might terrify others. But for them, it was all too familiar. Observing the scattered remnants of fleeing soldiers, Gao Shun wasted no time and charged forward, weapon in hand. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Every morsel counts. Upon the camp walls, As the soldiers faltered, the high-ranking officers realized the tide had turned. Their spirit for battle evaporated, and thoughts of retreat surfaced. General Chun, take care of yourself. All Imperial Guards, retreat at once. The commanders of the Imperial Guards issued the command to withdraw. With the camp walls breached, what was there left to defend? More critically, they were no match for the enemy. Remaining would merely mean offering their necks for slaughter. I'll see who dares to leave. Chunjin Zhu seethed with rage. These wretched scoundrels dared to contemplate retreating. What infuriated him more was that they did not even invite him along. The commanders of the Imperial Guards, observing Chunjin Zhu fleeing faster than them, could only stare in disbelief. Damn it, this fellow was just shouting for battle, yet now he ran faster than anyone. Despite their internal grievances, they did not falter in their retreat, hastening to escape, fearing they would be left behind. However, fate was unkind. Just as Chunjin Zhu and his men reached the city gates, Gao Shun intercepted them. A bounty of large fish. Upon seeing the armored figures of Chunjin Zhu and his companions, Gao Shun's eyes sparkled with delight. Slaying 100 minor soldiers could not compare to the satisfaction of taking down a single commanding officer, and now there was a whole group. Stand aside. Do not obstruct my path. In a desperate bid to flee, Chunjin Zhu launched himself at Gao Shun with a palm strike, aiming to clear the obstacle and hasten his escape. How amusing! How dare you! Witnessing the audacity of the attack, Gao Shun chuckled, astonished by the bravery displayed. A martial sovereign, visibly impatient, directed his attack towards the half-saint, declaring, "You are the first. How dare you!" Hai Shun's formidable aura of a half-saint surged forth. In the night sky, visible energy tides began to gradually form. Chunjin was taken aback by Hai Shun's sudden display of power, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Damn it! Another half-saint. The realization struck him as he rushed heedlessly forward. His expression changed drastically, and in an instant, he shifted his posture, sliding to his knees with a thud. Spare me, Senior. I swear I won't dare again. Please have mercy. I am willing to serve you like a beast. Just grant me my life. I don't want to die. Chunjin knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy, internally cursing himself for his foolishness. Had his previous actions been an invitation to death? Behind Chunjin, several guards were no better off, also kneeling in fear, surrendering even faster than he did. It was hardly surprising, after decades or even centuries of arduous cultivation, achieving the realms of martial emperor and sovereign, and enjoying thousands of years of life. No one wished for an untimely demise. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the fear of death. Yet, Hai Shun remained resolute in executing Lu Yuan's orders. The pleas of Chunjin merely amused him, a curious individual indeed. However, take heed in your next life. Do not provoke those who are not to be trifled with. With a swift stroke, Hai Shun reduced a group of martial emperors and sovereigns to mere fragments. Chunjin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he waited in vain for the arrival of his revered city Lord Jiang. The battle between the hundreds of thousands at the northern camp should have been grand. However, the defending troops faced nothing but overwhelming slaughter. The conflict lasted merely half an hour before concluding. 200,000 defenders and elite troops were annihilated. In Bayong City, the system chimed, "Congratulations to the host for defeating 36,783 enemies. Reward, 8,233,400 in fortune value. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in a super large-scale battle, completely annihilating the enemy forces, earning a reward of 500,000 fortune value. Congratulations to the host for taking control of a state's main city, earning an additional reward of 500,000 fortune value." As Bayong City fell entirely under Lu Yuan's control, the system's voice echoed in his ears, observing the 9,240,000 fortune value in his account. Lu Yuan smiled with delight. It seemed the battle at the northern camp had concluded splendidly. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. The outcome of the northern camp was entirely anticipated by Lu Yuan. Confronted with the dragon riders and the elite troops, whose prowess surpassed that of average martial masters, the defenders of the northern camp were nothing more than a flock of ineffectual chickens. With over 9 million fortune points at his disposal, Lu Yuan's gaze fixated upon the account, captivated by the long string of numbers. His eyes gleamed with fervor. This signified that he could engage in 9 more sacred level draws. However, Lu Yuan's attention shifted towards the Imperial level draw option. He pondered the nature of the rewards that the Imperial level draw might bestow. A flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes. He was no longer content with merely sacred level draws. Through the sacred level draws, he had already acquired formidable allies such as the Dragon Riders and Li Sandao. Surely, the Imperial level draws would yield even greater rewards. Yet, each Imperial level draw required a staggering 10 million fortune points. With his current total exceeding 9 million, he was tantalizingly close to achieving the threshold for the coveted Imperial level draw. Hiss! The thought of being so near, yet so far from that elusive fortune, was a source of frustration for Lu Yuan. Su Chu, come here. Master, what is your command? Go, take a few lives for me. Huh. Su Chu was momentarily taken aback. Who does the master wish for me to slay? The instant he heard Lu Yuan's directive, Su Chu's anticipation surged. The unexpected windfall was rather astonishing. As long as Lu Yuan provided a name, he would not hesitate. Regardless of whether it was a parent or anyone else, he would act without a moment's pause. Indeed, whom should he target? Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. With the city of Bayong now recaptured, the defenders had all been vanquished. Yet, he still required over 700,000 fortune points, a quantity that was neither too little nor too much. However, gathering it swiftly presented a formidable challenge. At this moment, it seemed that only. Lu Yuan instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shiqing, who walked ahead. The value of a peak half-saint should be worth over 700,000 fortune points, wouldn't it? Chapter 28. The Fear of Jiang Shiqing. An arranged marriage? As Jiang Shiqing walked ahead, an inexplicable chill suddenly gripped him from behind, instilling an ominous premonition within his heart. He hesitantly glanced backward, only to find Lu Yuan gazing at him with an enigmatic smile, a sinister grin plastered across his face. While Jiang Shiqing maintained a facade of cheerfulness, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lu Yuan intended to harm him? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was implausible. Lu Yuan's ambition to seize control of Bayong City, and indeed the entirety of Liangzhou, would never allow him to jeopardize Jiang Shiqing's existence. For a traitor like Lu Yuan, any disruption would be insurmountable. Jiang Shiqing's presence was vital for the successful conquest of Bayong City and the larger Liangzhou. As long as Lu Yuan retained any semblance of reason, he would never dare to act against him. Indeed, Jiang Shiqing was partially correct in his assumptions, yet regrettably, he grasped only half the truth. His significance to Lu Yuan was undeniable, but not in the manner he envisioned. Rather, it was his life that held the key to the fortune required for Lu Yuan's first Imperial level lottery. It appears that my uncle Zhong cannot be spared after all. Lu Yuan thought with a dark chuckle. His demise would serve as a contribution to Lu Yuan's Imperial lottery. The allure of swiftly conducting the lottery outweighed the need for a seamless control over Bayong City. Su Chu, weren't you just asking whom I should strike down? Lu Yuan gestured towards Jiang Shiqing. Master, Jiang Shiqing? Su Chu scratched his head, seeking confirmation. Indeed, with Lu Yuan's affirmation, Su Chu responded without hesitation. It mattered not who it was. As long as Lu Yuan commanded, he would strike down anyone. A spark of excitement flickered in Su Chu's eyes as he regarded Jiang Shiqing. How splendid! Jiang Shiqing was of the same realm, promising a thrilling battle. However, just as Su Chu prepared to make his move, a delicate young girl burst into view, breathless and frantic. Father? Wu, father, I finally found you. Where have you been? I've searched high and low for you. Jianning, what are you doing here? Jiang Shiqing exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing his daughter, Jiang Qianning. Wiping away her tears, Jiang Qianning, filled with urgency, declared, Father, something terrible has happened. A catastrophic event. The northern camp has been attacked. 200,000 troops, along with Uncle Chun and the others, have perished in battle. Boom. Her words struck Jiang Shiqing like a thunderclap, resonating through his mind. The northern camp attacked? 200,000 troops, all dead. His head spun as the world around him began to tilt. This news struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly bewildered. Who could be responsible for this? No, that thought vanished as Jiang Shiqing's expression morphed dramatically, instinctively glancing towards Lu Yuan. The northern camp had been attacked at this critical juncture. The only one possessing both the capability and the audacity for such a feat was undoubtedly the ruthless figure before him. Jiang Shiqing regarded Lu Yuan with a profound gaze. a flicker of trepidation surfacing within him. The revelation shattered all his previous conjectures and confidence. It became painfully clear that the foundation he had relied upon was utterly insignificant in the eyes of his adversary. Concepts of subjugation and allegiance were rendered irrelevant. What loomed in their vision was nothing but slaughter. Father. Jiang Qianning, observing her father in a state of daze, felt a surge of anxiety. With the fall of Bayong City and now the northern camp, tears began to stream down her cheeks in desperation. Yet, as she attempted to rush to Jiang Shiqing's side, Su Chu stepped forward, blocking her path. One more step, and you shall meet your demise. Su Chu's cold gaze swept over Jiang Qianning. Though she was an unparalleled beauty, he exhibited no signs of tenderness. For the safety of his master, anyone daring to encroach upon that sacred space would face certain death. Jiang Qianning initially assumed Su Chu was merely a commander under Jiang Shiqing and intended to rebuke him. However, the icy glint in Su Chu's eyes silenced her, causing her to swallow hard and break into a cold sweat. A chilling intuition gripped her. Should she disregard his warning, her life would indeed be in peril. The haughty demeanor of the young lady dissipated in an instant. Qianning, I am fine. At that moment, Jiang Shiqing regained his composure, forcing a smile towards Jiang Qianning. The blow from the news had been profoundly shattering, overwhelming him with an almost unbearable weight. The strategic confidence that had once adorned his face had vanished, leaving only confusion and fear in its wake. Su Chu then strode purposefully towards Jiang Shiqing, a derisive smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Jiang City Lord, if you have any final words, now is the time to voice them. Soon, there shall be no opportunity left. Jiang Qianning's presence was merely an unexpected twist. Now, he was prepared to execute his master's orders. Jiang Shiqing froze at Su Chu's proclamation, a bitter smile etching itself on his face as he seemed to anticipate this outcome. Upon hearing of the northern camp's fall, he had already suspected this would be the conclusion. It appeared that Lu Yuan had never intended for him to survive this ordeal. What? You intend to kill my father? Jiang Qianning's eyes widened in disbelief upon overhearing their exchange. The scene unfolding before her was beyond her comprehension. Why would this armored brute seek to end her father's life? Yet, not a single soul around her acknowledged her plight, nor did anyone offer an explanation. Only Jiang Shiqing could manage a bitter smile. Casting a pleading glance towards Lu Yuan, he implored, "The world is fraught with peril. Dear Lu, I beseech you. Spare Qianning. She is innocent. All I desire is for her to survive. You two shared such camaraderie in your youth. Surely you would not harm your sister Qianning, would you, Lu Shiji?" At that moment, Jiang Qianning finally noticed Lu Yuan's presence. Instantly, her eyes blazed with disdain as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How dare you appear in Bayong City? Are you plotting to assassinate my father? Lu Yuan, you are nothing but a rogue, a complete scoundrel." Jiang Qianning was not naive. She quickly discerned that everyone present seemed to regard Lu Yuan as the focal point. While shock coursed through her, her anger surged forth. Jiang Qianning was familiar with Lu Yuan, having grown up alongside him due to the acquaintance between Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yuan's father. Their families had even arranged a betrothal in their youth. However, as Lu Yuan descended into debauchery, her disdain for him intensified, and she vehemently opposed any notion of their union. Yet, Lu Yuan persistently pursued her beauty, his relentless advances becoming irksome. It was only after Lu Yuan's father mysteriously vanished on the battlefield 6 months prior, and with Jiang Shiqing's intervention, that their entanglement finally dissipated. Chapter 29. The Sacred Body of the Primordial Yin. Father-in-law? How audacious! Upon witnessing someone disrespecting Lu Yuan, Su Chu's eyes widened in fury, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The humiliation of the master brings death to the servant. How dare anyone insult Lu Yuan to his face? Su Chu's anger surged to its zenith. Before Su Chu could react, Jiang Shiqing became anxious, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "Silence, Qianning. You must not be disrespectful to young Master Lu. Forgive me, young Master Lu, it was Qianning's impulsiveness. I apologize on behalf of my niece," Jiang Shiqing said, his voice trembling with concern that Lu Yuan might retaliate against Jiang Qianning. He continuously cast meaningful glances at her. Does this foolish girl truly fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? "Father, you." Jiang Qianning was taken aback, her mouth agape. As she witnessed her father bowing to Lu Yuan, his demeanor exceedingly humble. In her eyes, her father had always been a man of great stature. How could he submit to this scoundrel before them? The blackbird returns the favor, as the world unites in loyalty. Zhong Shiqing cherished his daughter, and Jiang Qianning held her father in the highest regard. No, father, please don't. I won't let anything happen to you. Lu Yuan, you audacious rogue. How dare you humiliate my father? I shall fight you. With that, Jiang Qianning charged at Lu Yuan with reckless abandon. Her mind convinced that this man was the mastermind behind it all. If she could only kill him, everything would return to normal. Yes, all would be well if she simply eliminated him. But how could a mere martial king like Jiang Qianning breach Su Chu's defenses? As she dared to threaten Lu Yuan, Su Chu's aura turned rampant. Humph, what audacity! Truly, you court death. With a single strike, he aimed for Jiang Qianning's delicate neck. He cared not for any notions of chivalry. On the battlefield, showing mercy to an enemy is a cruelty to oneself. No, do not harm Qianning. Jiang Shiqing cried out in alarm, instinctively attempting to intervene. But in the next moment, a formidable force surged forth, directly suppressing Jiang Shiqing. His semi-saintly power was sealed. It was Li Sandao who intervened. No. Jiang Shiqing's desperate cries echoed as he helplessly watched Su Chu's merciless blade descend upon the bewildered Jiang Qianning. As she stood on the brink of demise, a voice finally rang out. Enough, Su Chu, cease your attack. Lu Yuan massaged his temples, the storm in his mind gradually subsiding. Drawing upon the memories of his former self and piecing together the recent exchanges, Lu Yuan finally grasped the situation. He chuckled, his gaze turning with interest toward Jiang Qianning. It must be said that Jiang Qianning is indeed a breathtaking beauty. Even he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. No wonder his previous incarnation was so relentlessly infatuated with her. However, Lu Yuan had no intention of keeping someone who harbored animosity towards him by his side. It was undoubtedly an unwise choice to retain such a foe. Su Chu, escort the Jiang father and daughter on their way, Lu Yuan stated with an expression of indifference. Everything Jiang Shiqing had done to him rendered it impossible for him to spare him. Now, in pursuit of amassing a fortune of 10 million in luck value, it was even less permissible to let them go. At that moment, Li Sandao, who had remained silent beside Lu Yuan, suddenly spoke up. His gaze flickered, and with a hint of hesitation, he conveyed to Lu Yuan, "My lord, this Zhong family woman possesses a rare sacred body, the primordial Yin sacred body. Are you certain you wish to take her life?" Li Sandao hesitated, aware that interrupting his lord's orders was a grave disrespect for a guardian like him. Yet, the potential of the primordial Yin sacred body was simply too immense. He could not bear to witness such a valuable asset go to waste. "Oh, the primordial Yin sacred body?" Lu Yuan inquired, looking at Li Sandao with curiosity. Li Sandao quickly elaborated, "My lord, the primordial Yin sacred body is one of the most formidable physiques. Should you choose to keep her, it would greatly enhance your cultivation. Just one fusion could equate to 100 days of arduous training." Upon hearing Li Sandao's explanation, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened immediately. One fusion could indeed substitute for 100 days of hard work? The assistance provided by the primordial Yin sacred body was so profound? A surge of fervor ignited within Lu Yuan. Although he possessed the existence of a system and had several semi-saint experts under his command, he himself remained an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, which left him feeling quite insecure. As a transmigrator, Lu Yuan yearned to become a practitioner capable of grasping the sun and moon and plucking stars from the heavens. Upon learning that Jiang Qianning possessed the primordial Yin sacred body, he found himself compelled to re-evaluate his relationship with the Jiang father and daughter. In light of this, Lu Yuan stroked his chin, casting a glance at the enchanting Jiang Qianning, then at Jiang Shiqing, who appeared to have narrowly escaped a calamity. His previous incarnation had an engagement with them? It seemed that killing his future father-in-law would be somewhat difficult. Su Chu, hold off for now. Su Chu was bewildered. Why the sudden change from killing to sparing? Were they to be executed or not? However, upon Lu Yuan's command, Su Chu dared not defy it. He immediately sheathed his blade and stood obediently to the side, yet his gaze remained fixed on the Jiang father and daughter, ready to act without hesitation should they make any further moves. Lu Yuan approached Jiang Shiqing, offering a faint smile. "Uncle Jiang, I recall that our families had a prior engagement, correct?" Jiang Shicheng was still in a state of shock. Looking up at Lu Yuan, Jiang Shicheng swallowed hard and forced a bitter smile, saying, Lu Shizhi, it is our Zhong family that has erred regarding the engagement. At that time, it was I who insisted on its dissolution, and it had nothing to do with Qianning. If you harbor any resentment directed at me, I implore you, spare Qianning. Upon hearing Lu Yuan mention the marriage, Jiang Shicheng thought Lu Yuan must be nursing a grudge. After all, for a man to have an engagement actively rescinded by the woman's family is an undeniable humiliation. Lu Yuan smiled gently and stepped forward to assist Jiang Shicheng to his feet, saying, How could that be, Uncle Jiang? I bear you no ill will. However, regarding the engagement between our families, I sincerely wish to rekindle our past ties. Lu Yuan's smile carried a profound meaning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shicheng's mouth opened in astonishment. Could it be that this young man has taken a liking to his precious daughter? Thoughts raced through Jiang Shicheng's mind as his eyes glittered with a frantic energy. Although he was a devoted father, Jiang Qianning was his Achilles heel. Yet, it now seemed that his daughter had become his sole avenue for survival. For the sake of his own life, alas, he would have to endure the temporary suffering of his beloved daughter. Jiang Shicheng exhaled heavily, resignedly stating, As long as Lu Shizhi is willing, that is sufficient. At this moment, despite the urge to eliminate Lu Yuan, he could only submit to the latter's formidable presence. Lu Yuan chuckled, Very well, my dear father-in-law. At hearing this title, Jiang Shicheng could scarcely suppress a twitch of his eyelid, nearly losing the impulse to crush Lu Yuan there and then. This young man was truly insufferable. But suddenly, the sharp gaze of Li Sandao pierced through like lightning. Jiang Shicheng's body stiffened as he forced a smile, saying, You jest, my dear nephew. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly. Su Chu, please escort Uncle Jiang below to rest. Out of respect for Jiang Qianning, Lu Yuan decided to temporarily spare Jiang Shicheng. After being led away by Su Chu, Jiang Shicheng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Deep inside, he silently vowed that one day, should he successfully break through to the sacred realm, this humiliation would surely compel Lu Yuan to pay a devastating price. Chapter 30 Miss Jiang, you wouldn't wish for anything unfortunate to befall your father, would you? As for Jiang Shicheng's thoughts, Lu Yuan remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. After all, in the presence of true power, all else is but an illusion. Lu Yuan strolled leisurely to Jiang Qianning's side, greedily inhaling her fragrant aroma, his expression laced with intoxication. This scent must surely be the legendary fragrance he had heard about. He mused. Unable to resist, he extended his finger, gently tracing the delicate skin of her oval face. Qianning, it has been far too long. I never imagined you would grow even more beautiful, Lu Yuan remarked, captivated by her stunning profile. One could not deny that despite Jiang Qianning's less than admirable character, her beauty was undeniably striking. At that moment, upon witnessing Lu Yuan's gleeful demeanor, Jiang Qianning felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. She recoiled, hurling venomous words at him. Bah! Lu Yuan, you scoundrel! I wish I could slay you. You shall not have me. Jiang Qianning's anger surged, fueled by the fear instilled in her by Su Zhu's earlier blade. Had it not been for that, she would undoubtedly have lunged at Lu Yuan to sink her teeth into him. Why such fury, Qianning? Lu Yuan replied with a subtle smile. Yet, he soon recognized that his demeanor might appear somewhat twisted. Straightening his expression, he continued, Jiang uncle has just agreed to our betrothal. From this moment forth, you belong to me. We shall be husband and wife, so getting all riled up is ill-advised. Bah! Who would marry you, you wretched beast? As Jiang Qianning displayed her lack of appreciation for his advances, Lu Yuan's countenance darkened abruptly. Though she was breathtaking, akin to an ethereal being, her sharp tongue, even when laced with insults, was oddly enchanting. However, he was no pushover. With his patience wearing thin, he leaned closer to Jiang Qianning, his voice low and cold. Miss Jiang, do not test my patience. By the way, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your father, would you? At his words, Jiang Qianning trembled visibly. While the breath escaping Lu Yuan's lips sent shivers down her spine, she found herself unable to focus on such trivialities. She comprehended his menacing implication. This scoundrel was using her father as leverage against her. Should she refuse, it seemed that both her father and she would be met with a grim fate. With her beautiful eyes fiercely fixed upon Lu Yuan, She thought that had her gaze the power to kill, he would surely be torn to shreds. Lu Yuan, you are truly despicable. She seethed through clenched teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, nearly pushing Zhong Qianning to the brink of fury. The conversation between Lu Yuan and Zhong Qianning did not escape her ears. This scoundrel had the audacity to request her father to marry her. Damn. What was even more disconcerting was that her father had acquiesced to such a demand. Nevertheless, Zhong Qianning, astute and perceptive, understood that her father was left with no choice. If her father had no alternatives, what choices remained for her? Lu Yuan, I concede. I sincerely hope you honor your word and ensure my father's safety. Tears streamed down Zhong Qianning's cheeks. She had contemplated resistance. Yet upon seeing Su Chu standing coldly beside her, despair washed over her. What could a frail woman do? Was suicide an option? While she could end her own life, it would inevitably bring harm to her father at Lu Yuan's hands. For her father's sake, she had to endure it all. Rest assured, I, Lu Yuan, am a man of my word. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Indeed, the thrill of coercing others into villainy was immensely gratifying. Of course, the notion of marriage was merely a facade. There would be no title or status to accompany it. Upon hearing his name, Li Sandao instantly comprehended Lu Yuan's intent. Channeling the strength of a saint-level warrior, he directly sealed Zhong Qianning's powers. Lu Yuan was exceedingly cautious in this regard. After all, his adversary was a martial king, while he was merely an ordinary individual. Should anything go awry, for the sake of safety, Lu Yuan had no choice but to take such measures. As Zhong Qianning faced the ceiling of her powers, she seemed to accept her fate, silently enduring it all. Perhaps, the greatest sorrow lies in the death of the heart. Throughout the night, the residents of Bayong City dared not venture outside. It was only at dawn the next day that some cautiously opened their doors. Observing the streets appeared unchanged, a few brave souls took their first steps into the day, resuming their usual lives. Those living on the fringes felt oblivious to any changes in Bayong City. Yet, the skies above Bayong had already transformed. In the Lord's mansion, Lu Yuan reclined on a fragrant pink bed, a look of contentment gracing his face. The room's decor exuded a fresh and youthful charm. Undoubtedly, this was once Zhong Qianning's personal chamber. The claims regarding the primordial sacred body were no exaggeration. Merely after one night, I have ascended to the realm of a martial artist. Feeling the transformation within his body, Lu Yuan was filled with elation. Though he was but a fledgling martial artist, an ordinary person would typically require at least 3 to 4 years, or even a decade, of arduous training to reach this stage. Yet, Lu Yuan had achieved this in a single night. His progress was undeniably swift. However, this rapid advancement did come at a cost, leaving him with a twinge in his lower back. Lu Yuan grimaced, feeling the ache, yet he reveled in the pain. Oh, it seems the time for sign-in is fast approaching. After all, Lu Yuan had not forgotten his primary objective. Originally, Lu Yuan believed that the sign-in time was at the stroke of midnight. However, he was taken aback to discover that the countdown was based on the time of the first sign-in. At this moment, only a few minutes remained before he could proceed with his second sign-in. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the countdown timer of the system's sign-in. Ding! The current host has one sign-in opportunity available. Would you like to sign in? Finally, at the very moment the countdown reached 0, the system's prompt echoed. Yes, sign in. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Yuan nodded decisively in agreement. Chapter 31. The Martial Emperor's Direct Access Card. The Shocked Courtiers. Ding. System signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Martial Emperor's Direct Access Card. Martial Emperor's Direct Access Card, upon use. It grants direct attainment of Martial Emperor's cultivation without any side effects. The Martial Emperor. Lu Yuan exclaimed in delight. It was as if a pillow had appeared just when one felt drowsy. To his astonishment, he had obtained an item that would allow him to ascend directly to the realm of the Martial Emperor. Though the cultivation of the Martial Emperor was not exceedingly high, within this world, it conferred him with sufficient power for basic self-preservation. Lu Yuan expressed his satisfaction. Quickly, use that access card. Lu Yuan urged the system eagerly. Ding. Martial Emperor's Direct Access Card used successfully. As the system's voice faded, a surge of pure energy materialized within Lu Yuan's dantian. This energy was both turbulent and gentle, filling every part of his being. It was not overwhelming enough to cause him harm. Within his dantian, the faint true energy he had cultivated the night before surged forth as if invigorated, expanding rapidly. It then coursed vigorously through Lu Yuan's veins. Simultaneously, his aura began to rise steadily. Martial artist perfection. Early martial master. Great martial master perfection. Pinnacle of martial king. Ultimately, Lu Yuan's cultivation stabilized at the initial stage of martial emperor. Is this the power of the martial emperor? Lu Yuan felt an immense strength within every gesture he made. It even seemed capable of shattering the earth. This was no mere illusion. Upon entering the realm of the martial emperor, he had initially acquired the might to split mountains and sever rivers. Subsequently, Lu Yuan began to gradually acclimate himself to this newfound formidable power. Truly, it was an enhancement without side effects. Although this strength felt like an enlightening revelation, Lu Yuan wielded it as though it were innate, mastering it with ease. If the power of the martial emperor was already so formidable, how powerful must the likes of Su Chu, as semi-saints, be? For instance, Li Sandao. The more power Lu Yuan possessed, the more acutely he sensed his own frailty. Perhaps, as a powerful saint, a mere strike from Li Sandao could obliterate an entire city. It seemed that when it was prudent to bide one's time, one must indeed do so. Lu Yuan sighed. Unless he became invincible, he resolved to remain hidden behind his subordinates. His commotion had also awakened Zhong Qianing, who had been sleeping nearby. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Yuan, Zhong Qianing's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. Wasn't Lu Yuan just an ordinary person before? How had he, in a single night, transformed to the point where she felt a sense of pressure from him? Seeing Zhong Qianing's shocked gaze upon him, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had successfully completed his metamorphosis from an ordinary person to a martial emperor. The state of physical vigor remains an enigma, its enhancement unknown. In this moment, he was incredulous, refusing to believe that he could not subdue this young girl. When it came to Zhong Qianing, Lu Yuan exhibited no tenderness or mercy. Observing her, one could see Zhong Qianing lightly biting her lip, a flicker of anguish gracing her countenance. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, her teeth clenched, uttering not a single word. What a joke! How could she possibly plead for mercy from her adversary? In the great Zhou dynasty, the atmosphere within the imperial court was stifling, inducing a sense of dread. Within a single day, both Yumen Pass and Bayong City had succumbed. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers had perished at the hands of Lu Yuan, including several formidable, semi-holy warriors. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of some court officials instantly darkened, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves of anxiety. The various factions exchanged frantic glances, their eyes reflecting a tempest of intrigue as they pondered the implications of this revelation for their own interests. Upon the Golden Dragon throne, Empress Zhou Linglong clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles paling under the pressure. Internally, she cursed the useless Zhao Kuanying, who not only failed to subdue Lu Yuan, but had also sacrificed her 20,000 elite troops, further diminishing her authority as empress. Yet, her greater ire was directed towards Lu Yuan. His prowess had transcended her control, reaching a level that demanded her utmost attention. Esteemed ministers, do any of you possess strategies regarding the matter of Lu Yuan? Zhou Linglong inquired coldly, her gaze fixed upon the assembled officials. The rebellious Lu Yuan surged forth with an undeniable ferocity, his strength surpassing all expectations. Now, with Bayong City fallen and the governor of Liangzhou, Jiang Shicheng, seemingly defecting to that traitor Lu Yuan, it appeared the entirety of Liangzhou had fallen under his dominion. Jiang Shicheng had always maintained cordial relations with the Lu family. This betrayal was anticipated. It was regrettable that we had not apprehended him sooner. Amidst the officials, each voice chimed in, yet none addressed the crux of the issue. It was futile. Who among them would dare to step forward at such a critical juncture? The recent example of Zhao Kuanying served as a cautionary tale. While they mocked Zhao Kuanying's folly, their trepidation towards Lu Yuan only deepened. Observing the bickering officials, a frost began to settle on Zhou Linglong's delicate features. Damn it! Once I fully seize control of the great Zhou, I shall ensure that all of you parasites meet your demise. Fury surged within her as she recognized the cunning nature of these court officials, each of them deflecting responsibility. Amidst their deliberations of self-interest, who truly considered the welfare of the great Zhou. The ascent of a female emperor had already been fraught with challenges. To outsiders, it appeared she wielded unparalleled power, at least on the surface. Yet, she dared not overstep with the powerful nobles and ministers surrounding her. Without the support of these noble families, it would not be an easy task for her to gain complete control over the intricacies of the court. Yang Yan, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing the Empress's authoritative voice, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Yang Yan's forehead. What insight could he possibly offer? Could he even view the situation from an inverted perspective? Yet, as the Minister of War and a trusted confidant of the Empress, he paused thoughtfully before responding. Your Majesty, with the provinces of Bingzhou and Liangzhou in proximity, we should summon a great army to Bingzhou and organize the Lu Yuan forces to advance southward. If 200,000 elite troops cannot conquer Lu Yuan, then let us deploy 500,000 or even 1,000,000. Our great Zhou boasts millions of armored warriors. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue a mere Lu Yuan. Not to mention, the garrison tasked with safeguarding Chang'an alone numbers 70. Cough, cough. Now, it should be down to 40,000. With such an elite force, even a single spit from each soldier could drown Lu Yuan. Minister Yang's words carry weight. However, it has come to my attention that there are several semi-saint level experts within the Lu Yuan army. With so many semi-saint warriors, we must also dispatch our own skilled fighters to restrain them. At this moment, a concerned courtier spoke up. The semi-saints, being the closest to the realm of sainthood, possess formidable strength. While a grand army may pose a significant threat to semi-saint warriors, we must not forget that the enemy also commands a large force. Isolated semi-saint warriors may not be particularly daunting, but when combined with a fierce army, they become an unstoppable force. Therefore, in typical military engagements, high-level warriors from both sides tend to counterbalance each other. What troubles the assembly now is that, although Great Zhou has its share of semi-saints, very few truly heed the call of the empire. Most belong to transcendent sects, inclined to follow orders selectively rather than unconditionally. Chapter 32. Inquiry into the Sword Sect. Ling Yun Peak. Damn it. When did so many semi-saints emerge around Lu Yuan? Upon hearing the words of the court officials, Zhou Linglong's expression darkened. This was her greatest perplexity. Semi-saint warriors possess their own pride, rarely yielding to others. Yet Lu Yuan is merely a waste incapable of cultivation. What merit does he possess to attract such a multitude of semi-saint followers? Your Majesty, I wonder about the Sword Sect. Swish. At that moment, someone spoke up. Instantly, the gaze of the entire court turned toward this individual. The Sword Sect is an extraordinary force within the Great Zhou realm, ranking first in strength. The sect is home to countless experts, with more than a dozen semi-saints acknowledged in plain sight. Moreover, the current master of the Sword Sect, Ling Yun Peak, is a true saint-level powerhouse. What is even more crucial is that the current Empress, Zhou Linglong, is intricately connected to this transcendent sect. She is the beloved granddaughter of the saint-level master, Ling Yun Peak, with a saint-level powerhouse backing her. This is one of the reasons why Zhou Linglong was able to rise above the opposition and become the first female emperor of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing the mention of the Sword Sect, Zhou Linglong fell silent for a moment. Did she not understand the intentions of these court officials? However, to be honest, she was somewhat resistant to seeking assistance from the Sword Sect. After all, she had always aspired to rely on her own strength to truly become a formidable empress of the Great Zhou, rather than leveraging her grandfather's name to wield power deceitfully. Yet now, surrounded by a group of cunning and slippery nobles who feigned loyalty while refusing to step forward, she found herself without any truly capable experts at her disposal. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I understand. I will handle matters with the Sword Sect myself. Zhou Linglong nodded indifferently. With the issue of experts resolved, the next matter at hand was the selection of the military. Zhou Linglong's gaze sharpened, and her crisp, authoritative voice echoed throughout the grand hall. I decree that Guoming, the Deputy Minister of War, shall lead 300,000 elite troops to Bingzhou to thwart Lu Yuan's advance southward. I summon the lords of various provinces to rally their forces in support of Bingzhou. As Zhou Linglong spoke, a fierce glint filled her eyes. 300,000 elite troops. It must be recognized that the elite forces, tasked with guarding the imperial capital, are undeniably formidable. 300,000 are sufficient to flatten a small power. Yet this is merely the beginning. Next, Zhou Linglong issued another command. Furthermore, I hereby decree that the Northern Wall Legion shall dispatch 300,000 troops southward to encircle Lu Yuan. I refuse to believe that this time Lu Yuan can escape. With such a grand mobilization, she was determined to capture Lu Yuan in one decisive blow. Your Majesty is wise. Aside from Guoming, the other ministers continued to flatter and appease. Upon hearing Zhou Linglong mention Guoming's name, many cast gleeful glances in his direction. Guoming, too, wore a bitter smile, never expecting that this duty would fall upon him. Although Guoming possessed considerable strength, being a formidable half-saint, it still offered him no sense of security. After all, half-saints were not invulnerable. Guoming, you must not disappoint me. As Zhou Linglong's gaze languidly turned towards him, Guoming smiled wryly and clasped his hands. I shall not fail to meet your Majesty's expectations. After the court meeting, Zhou Linglong returned to her palace. With the assistance of the palace maids, she shed her imposing court attire. Once clad in casual garments, she transformed from a regal empress into a lively and spirited young girl. Gone was the air of nobility, replaced by the charm of a simple maiden. After all, she was merely a youthful girl at heart. In the quiet of her chamber, Zhou Linglong sat before a bronze mirror, her gaze flickering thoughtfully. She understood that outside the court, various factions were undoubtedly in turmoil. The ministers would be embroiled in a web of intrigue. Yet, was this not the very outcome she desired? The more chaotic the situation, the greater her opportunity to seize benefits. However, there was an important matter at hand. After much hesitation, Zhou Linglong finally retrieved a token she had kept close but seldom used. This ancient token bore the two powerful characters Wenjian intricately carved upon its surface. Indeed, this token was a gift from her maternal grandfather, Ling Yunfeng, the master of the Wenjian sect, enabling long-distance communication. Very well, just this once. She resolved that once she dealt with Lu Yuan, she would never again call upon her grandfather's power. The more she relied on external forces, the more it would imply her own inadequacy as an empress. Zhou Linglong was unwilling to bear such a reputation. Resolute, she gritted her teeth and activated the token. Before long, a fond voice emanated from the other end. Linglong, what brings you to seek your grandfather? Have you encountered some trouble? Humph. Which blind fool among the court has dared to upset my Linglong? Tell me, and I shall make them pay. As the master of a major sect, Ling Yunfeng's tone was commanding, showing no regard for the esteemed ministers of the court. Naturally, he possessed the power of life and death. Grandfather. Zhou Linglong felt a conflict within her regarding her doting grandfather. She longed to be an ordinary girl, nestled in his embrace, playfully seeking his affection. Yet, she was an empress. Even in her assertiveness, she hesitated to trouble Ling Yunfeng for assistance. Grandfather, I truly have one matter for which I seek your intervention. Currently, the northern king, Lu Yuan, is in rebellion, wielding a formidable military force that has already breached both the Jade Gate Pass and Bayong City. His ranks are bolstered by several semi-saint warriors. Thus, I wish to inquire if the Sword Sect might lend us some capable individuals to quell this insurrection. Upon hearing this, Ling Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuan, the northern king? He must be the son of that Lu Qingtian. Humph. While Lu Qingtian has some merit, how could his son be so wicked as to dare rebel? Bayong City, you say? Conveniently, the Sword Sect is located in Liangzhou. Rest assured, Linglong, I shall dispatch experts to assist you forthwith. Upon receiving Ling Yunfeng's assurance, Zhou Linglong finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, grandfather. Oh, you silly girl. Why be so formal with your grandfather? Ling Yunfeng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, even though you are the empress, the duty of producing heirs should not be neglected. Your empty harem is in dire need of attention. I am eagerly awaiting the day I can hold my great-grandson. Grandfather. Zhou Linglong quickly severed the connection, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks. How could he speak so shamelessly? She touched her warm face, embarrassed by the conversation. Despite being the empress, Zhou Linglong was merely in her 20s, akin to a youthful girl enamored with cosmetics in an ordinary household. However, being born into royalty, she was burdened with responsibilities far beyond her years. The harem. Humph. I, Zhou Linglong, shall never consort with men in this lifetime. What ordinary man could possibly be worthy of me, the empress of the great Zhou? Zhou Linglong brimmed with pride. In the entirety of the great Zhou, who could rival her in strength and status? Those lesser men could never catch her eye, with such lofty standards. Perhaps only a man, even more formidable than herself, could hope to conquer her heart. Chapter 33. The Great Zhou takes action. The Great Wall Legion has arrived. In the city of Bayong, while the dynasty was stirring, Lu Yuan was not idle either. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Lu Yuan convened a gathering in the council hall of the Lord's mansion. Congratulations, my lord, on entering the ranks of the martial emperors. As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, the crowd noticed the palpable shift in his aura, having indeed ascended to the martial emperor realm. Joy illuminated their faces as they offered their heartfelt congratulations. Enough with the flattery. Lu Yuan jestingly reprimanded, "You, a gathering of half-saints, are lauding a mere martial emperor. How absurd." The assembly, comprised primarily of half-saints, elicited his suspicion that they were merely engaging in a display of false modesty. They exchanged knowing smiles. Typically, they would not regard an ordinary martial emperor with any merit. Yet, this particular martial emperor was their sovereign. The distinction between the two was insurmountable. As the meeting commenced, Su Chu had several boxes filled with gold, silver, jewels, and exquisite calligraphy brought forth. Among these gifts was even a box of spirit stones. Although they were of the initial grade, the emanating spiritual energy invigorated the attendees. "My lord, these were sent by the affluent families of the city this morning. They wished to pay their respects, but I turned them away. Though they did not meet you, they left their gifts behind. As for the spirit stones, I do not know who sent them, but I retained them as well." Su Chu chuckled, scratching his head. Spirit stones, essential for cultivators, represented a universal currency across the continent, undoubtedly possessing significant value. The worth of that single box of spirit stones alone surpassed the total value of all the other offerings combined. Their information network is quite efficient. Lu Yuan remarked with a cold smile. These local gentry were akin to opportunistic reeds swaying in the wind. They would align themselves with whoever held the upper hand. Today, having seized Bayong City, they were eager to present gifts. Tomorrow, should the tides change, they would extend the same courtesy to another. Nevertheless, one should not refuse what is freely given. Lu Yuan decided to accept these offerings, viewing them as a suitable betrothal gift for the Zhong family. He held little regard for such wealth, as he was not in need of a system for exchanges or financial gain. Thus, these treasures held no intrinsic value for him. Subsequently, the assembly turned their focus to pressing matters. "Yuxiang, have there been any developments from the Great Zhou?" Lu Yuan inquired, sipping his tea and casting a casual glance toward Yuxiang. Now that he had taken control of Bayong City, he could not believe that the Great Zhou would remain unresponsive. As the intelligence organization, Shiyu, permeated every corner of the Great Zhou, it would undoubtedly be the first to acquire such news. In response, Yuxiang relayed the gathered intelligence to Lu Yuan. "My lord, according to the reports from Shiyu, the Great Zhou has dispatched an additional 300,000 elite troops. Furthermore, reinforcements from the other continents are continuously being mobilized towards Bingzhou. Moreover, the leader of the Northern Great Wall Legion, Huang, has dispatched 300,000 border troops to encircle us." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "The Great Wall Legion has arrived as well. Does this Empress not fear that the northern barbarians will seize the opportunity to march south?" Lu Yuan let out a cold snort. He was no stranger to the Northern Great Wall Legion. After all, it was established by his predecessor, his father. As the name suggests, the Great Wall Legion is typically stationed at the Northern Great Wall, ever prepared to fend off invasions from the Northern Barbarian Empire. It seems the Empress has perceived the threat posed by me to be far greater than that of the Northern Barbarians, which is why she has mobilized the Great Wall Legion to eliminate me. However, as the bulwark against the Northern Barbarians, the withdrawal of the Great Wall Legion would certainly leave an opening for the Northern Barbarians to invade the North. "My lord, if I may speak candidly, was not the Great Wall Legion founded by your father? How could they possibly come to attack the son of their creator?" Lu Yuan articulated the doubts of those present. A smirk of derision appeared on Lu Yuan's face. It is merely a result of the previous Northern Protector King's obstinacy. He was so devoted that he demanded his subordinates remain loyal to the throne. When the Great Wall Legion was established, soldiers were indoctrinated with an unwavering loyalty to the throne. No matter the situation, they were to be loyal only to the Great Zhou. Now that the Empress has spoken, those brainwashed loyalists in the Great Wall Legion will inevitably march forth. After all, loyalty to the Great Zhou, huh? Lu Yuan had long understood the underlying reason for this. This was also why he had never reached out to the Great Wall Legion from the very beginning. For the Great Wall Legion recognizes only the command medallion, not individuals. Furthermore, the current commander of the Great Wall Legion, Huang, has already pledged allegiance to the Empress and become her lackey. Lu Yuan could not help but let out a laugh. His predecessor's father was indeed foolishly loyal. If he were to learn that the force he had personally established was now set to march against his own son, one could only imagine his feelings. Let the Great Wall Legion come, then. I shall not show mercy simply because they are the subordinates of my predecessor's father. They have chosen to encroach upon me as foes. They must prepare for death. A cold glint flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. Even though the Great Wall Legion defends the borders and bleeds for the Great Zhou, they are indeed true soldiers. Moreover, they are the direct descendants left behind by my predecessor's father. However, once they choose to become my enemies, I will show them no mercy. To oppose me is to invite certain death. Moreover, traversing the Jade Gate Pass will not be an easy task for them. The Great Wall Legion must pass through the Jade Gate Pass, and facing 300,000 of them. The 10,000 Northern Army soldiers stationed at the pass will undoubtedly feel the pressure. Let Xie Xian and his companions hold their ground as best as they can. Once I annihilate the 300,000 elite troops of Bingzhou, the Long Wall legions will pose no threat. Lu Yuan declared confidently. Do not be deceived by the mere 10,000 men of the Northern Army. They are all seasoned warriors. They will certainly inflict considerable suffering upon the advancing Long Wall legions. As Lu Yuan was devising his strategy for the southward campaign, Mo suddenly appeared in the chamber, kneeling before Lu Yuan with one knee on the ground. My lord, we, the Shadow Guards, have apprehended several suspicious individuals near Bayong City. We suspect they harbor ulterior motives. Through interrogation, we have confirmed that these individuals are scouts sent by various factions. Oh, it seems that the various factions are quite intrigued by our movements. Lu Yuan chuckled, feeling no surprise. The commotion he had caused had undoubtedly drawn the attention of all powers within the vast Zhou realm. Whether out of curiosity or for other purposes, those factions would surely dispatch personnel to investigate. Mo, what are the captives you have seized? Upon hearing this, Mo clapped his hands, and a group of shadow guards promptly emerged, casting down a dozen or so bound figures. Each was of considerable prowess, with at least the strength of a Grand Martial Master. Indeed, only those of such caliber could serve as scouts. Chapter 34. The Sword Sect wishes to be an enemy? They must be eliminated. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, yet it halted upon a man clad in simple garments, bearing a sword upon his back. This man was unremarkable in appearance, but what drew Lu Yuan's attention was the long sword he carried, an essence sword. As one of the three transcendent sects of the Great Zhou Empire, Lu Yuan immediately recognized this as the exclusive weapon of a disciple from the sword sect. From the moment they enter the sect, each disciple is bestowed with a personal sword. They live and eat alongside their sword, nurturing it with their own essence, striving for a unity of person and blade, achieving the status of a sword master. Goodness, even the sword sect has come. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. To be classified as a transcendent sect, it undoubtedly harbors formidable masters of the sacred realm. Moreover, if Lu Yuan's memory served him correctly, the current leader of the sword sect had intricate ties to the Empress, being her maternal grandfather. This fact was an open secret throughout the Great Zhou. Release me. I am a disciple of the sword sect. At that moment, the captured disciple of the sword sect wore a face full of fury. You filthy ruffians. If my master were here, he would surely slay you all. If you free me now, I might still plead for your lives before my master. Impudence. Who granted you the audacity to shout so boldly? Mo stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. The man glared at the large footprint on his chest, his expression darkening. His eyes darted, landing on Lu Yuan, who stood at the forefront of the group. You must be the Northern King, Lu Yuan, huh? Humph. What is the Northern King but a mere lackey of the Great Zhou Empress? The sword sect is the foremost sect in the Great Zhou. How dare you treat me so? I shall demand retribution from my master, making sure you pay dearly for this. The man's threats echoed, oblivious to the increasingly disconcerted expressions of those around him. Upon hearing the words of the sword sect disciple, Lu Yuan chuckled softly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. This disciple seemed to harbor quite the animosity towards him. Was it a personal vendetta? Or had the entire sect already branded him an enemy? Furthermore, did this disciple not realize that he had already fallen out of favor with the Empress? He had betrayed her and still feared that someone might speak ill of him before her? It appeared that the sword sect could not be spared. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly. The appearance of this sword sect disciple served as a reminder. His current relationship with the Empress was one of irreconcilable conflict, and the sword sect was intricately connected to her. The enemy of a friend is indeed an enemy. How could the sword sect remain a passive observer in this unfolding drama? Inquiring about the sword sect, located in Liangzhou, is akin to probing the very heart of one's own territory. It is conceivable that at any moment, they might strike a treacherous blow from behind. Moreover, there lies a crucial consideration in Lu Yuan's perspective. The absence of a decisive action against Jiang Shiqing means that the fortune required for the Imperial level lottery remains unattainable. However, should he obliterate the sword sect, the necessary fortune for the Imperial level lottery would surely be amassed. Master, how shall we deal with these individuals? Su Chu inquired, gazing at the group bound in ropes. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily before he finally responded. Release everyone except those connected to the Daizhou royal family. My primary adversary remains the Empress and the Imperial family of Daizhou. While Lu Yuan harbored ambitions of sweeping through the entirety of Daizhou, he understood that establishing too many hostile factions at this juncture would be ill-advised. Any potential backing from powerful ancestors would render such endeavors futile. Return and inform your master that the skies of the northern region have yet to change. Should anyone dare to act foolishly, they must not blame my ruthless nature. Lu Yuan warned coldly, emphasizing the necessity of a firm reprimand to deter any ill-conceived actions. Upon Lu Yuan's command, scouts from various factions scattered as if released from a great burden, silently committing his words to memory. Conversely, those factions allied with Daizhou did not share such fortune. With a swift stroke from their shadow guards, heads began to roll. Witnessing this scene, a disciple of the sword sect finally panicked. No, you cannot kill me. My master is a senior disciple of our sacred realm-s leader, a semi-holy powerhouse. If you slay me, it will undoubtedly invite endless retribution. The audience, however, wore expressions of derision at such claims. A mere semi-holy? Who among them was not of similar stature, aside from Lu Yuan himself? Allow me to pose a question. Answer sincerely, and I may grant you your life. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Lu Yuan inquired casually as he examined his nails. The sword sect disciple, now visibly distressed, hurriedly replied, Are you serious? I do not wish to die. I was sent by my master to keep a close watch on your army's movements. I was to report any actions immediately. If I do not return, he will surely know. Please, I beg you to spare me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression hardened. Indeed, the sword sect intended to position themselves as his adversaries by sending a spy. What other motive could there be for dispatching scouts to monitor his actions? Since the sword sect seeks to wade into these murky waters, they should not expect my leniency, Lu Yuan resolved, unwilling to tolerate such a disruptive threat lingering in the shadows. The sacred realm. He had his own connections as well. Su Chu. Lu Yuan averted his gaze. In an instant, Su Chu comprehended Lu Yuan's intentions. A fierce glint ignited in Su Chu's eyes. No, you lack integrity. The terrified disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect exclaimed vehemently. My lord has decreed your reprieve, but I have said nothing of the sort. Su Zhu sneered, swiftly unleashing a blade imbued with icy malice. A head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth. Ding! The host has slain 3 martial kings and 12 grand martial masters under his command, earning 67,200 fortune points. The formidable prowess of those scouts once again contributed over 60,000 fortune points to Lu Yuan. Observing the balance still lacking several 100,000 for an Imperial level lottery, Lu Yuan felt an insatiable itch within. Yet he was acutely aware that the completion of this goal was not far off. Yuxiang, instruct Xiaoyu to investigate the depths of this sword inquiry sect. Lu Yuan commanded. Yuan Zhuozong Gaoshan, lead the army with me to annihilate the sword inquiry sect. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Although the sword inquiry sect lay somewhat off the direct southern path, what did it matter? Those who stood against him would surely perish. As Lu Yuan's command resonated, the generals began to spring into action. However, At that moment, Jiang Qianning unexpectedly approached. Lu Yuan, I wish to see my father. You promised to ensure his safety, and I must witness it with my own eyes. Jiang Qianning bit her lip, her gaze unwavering and fervent as she fixed her eyes upon Lu Yuan. She had already made her sacrifices. Now, without the sight of her father's safety, her heart would remain perpetually unsettled. Chapter 35 Qianning, you have suffered. Find the pirate ship. Gazing into Jiang Qianning's imploring eyes, Lu Yuan gently touched his nose and chuckled. Am I the type to break my promises? Rest assured, your father is safe. I keep my word. With a wave of his hand, a shadow guard immediately appeared, kneeling beside him. Follow him. He will lead you to your father. All right. Seeing that Lu Yuan seemed truthful, Jiang Qianning lowered her gaze and murmured softly. As long as her father was safe, that was all that mattered. Thus, her sacrifices would not be in vain. Perhaps it was time to meet Jiang Shiqing. Noticing Jiang Qianning's desire to see Jiang Shiqing, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to accompany her. After all, his future father-in-law was a formidable figure at the peak of the semi-saint realm. Such strength should certainly be put to good use. Not far from the Lord's mansion, Jiang Shiqing was confined within the residence of a wealthy family. As for the original owner of the house, he graciously relinquished it after friendly negotiations with the shadow guards. Welcome, my lord. Upon Lu Yuan's arrival, several shadow guards swiftly emerged from the shadows. Respectfully kneeling on one knee before him, Lu Yuan waved his hand and inquired, So, has Jiang Shiqing caused any trouble? Reporting to my lord, everything is normal. A guard answered dutifully. Lu Yuan nodded. Although Jiang Shiqing was at the semi-saint level, his powers had been sealed by Li Sandao, rendering him comparable to an ordinary person. With several martial emperor shadow guards on watch, any attempts at rebellion were futile. Lead the way. Lu Yuan exhaled softly, his mind already formulating his next words. In a side chamber, Jiang Shiqing sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly shut, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Despite his powers being sealed, he remained unperturbed. His daughter was valued by Lu Yuan, who even sought to arrange another marriage. Thus, he felt assured that he would not face any immediate threats. For now, all he could do was wait. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Jiang Shiqing suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of excitement sparking within them. Someone was coming. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Who else could visit him at this moment but Lu Yuan? It seemed the day of his liberation was drawing near. Indeed, as the door swung open, the first to step inside was Lu Yuan, his curiosity piqued by the room's decor. However, upon seeing Lu Yuan, Jiang Shiqing's pupils involuntarily constricted. A martial emperor, Jiang Shiqing gasped in astonishment. Though his powers were temporarily sealed, his insight as a semi-saint had not diminished. Lu Yuan sure did not conceal his formidable prowess, and Jiang Shiqing immediately sensed it. This aura unmistakably belonged to a martial emperor. A tempest of astonishment surged within Jiang Shiqing's heart. He was certain that when he last encountered Lu Yuan, the latter was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. Just last night, he was an unremarkable person. Now, after a single night, Lu Yuan had astonishingly transformed from a mere mortal into a formidable martial emperor. It was utterly astonishing. Father! Just as Jiang Shiqing was engulfed in shock, a delicate cry interrupted his thoughts. Upon seeing Jiang Shiqing, Jiang Qianning rushed forward with reddened eyes, her pent-up grievances erupting at that moment. Father, I am so relieved you are safe. You cannot imagine how worried I was for you. Seeing Jiang Qianning, Jiang Shiqing felt a surge of emotion. However, his keen gaze quickly discerned the hint of allure in Jiang Qianning's expression. With a slight sigh, he reflected on the implications of that allure. Well aware of what it represented at his age, Qianning, you have endured much. Jiang Shiqing trembled as he comforted her, gently stroking her back. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stood awkwardly to the side, feeling somewhat out of place. Goodness! With Jiang Qianning crying so distressingly, one might think he had mistreated her. He had only playfully struck her with a small stick in the middle of the night. Ahem. Qianning, why don't you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something with Uncle Jiang, Lu Yuan suggested, feigning a cough. All right. Jiang Qianning complied obediently. After a brief moment of hesitation upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, she reluctantly exited the room. The two exchanged glances, watching her slowly leave. At that moment, Jiang Shiqing suddenly spoke in a somber tone. Young man, take good care of Qianning. Do not let her suffer. I shall. No need for your reminder. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. He then boldly seated himself on a nearby stool and addressed Jiang Shiqing. Uncle Jiang, since we are now family, I shall be straightforward. I am about to lead my army into action, and I wish for you to continue as the lord of Bayong City. Initially, Lu Yuan had contemplated whom to assign to guard Bayong City. However, he now felt that such measures were entirely unnecessary. Once he entered the Central Plains, there would be ample opportunities for conquest. He could not possibly station troops at every location. Given his limited forces, it would be imprudent. Thus, it seemed wiser to return this burden to Jiang Shiqing. After all, with Jiang Qianning in his grasp, it was unlikely that Jiang Shiqing would dare to betray him. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Shiqing was taken aback, regarding Lu Yuan with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Oh, are you jesting, nephew Lu? Are you truly willing to return Bayong City to me? To allow me to be its lord once more? Lu Yuan poured himself a cup of tea and remarked with a smile, what could possibly be wrong with that? It is merely the lord of Bayong City, and besides, the garrison has been utterly annihilated. Returning it to Uncle Jiang is simply a token of my respect as a junior. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqing momentarily fell silent, gazing intently at Lu Yuan. This young man, could he be scheming something once more? Bayong City is, after all, the capital of Liangzhou Prefecture. Its geographical and political significance is exceptionally unique. How could one so easily relinquish control of a city that took such effort to conquer? At that moment, Jiang Shiqing seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes suddenly sparkling with insight. My esteemed nephew Lu intends to return the lordship to me. Yet I suspect there are ulterior motives at play. A hint of derision appeared on Jiang Shiqing's face. It must be acknowledged that his ascent to the position of Lord of Bayong City was not without merit. He had likely surmised Lu Yuan's intentions, to ensnare him aboard his proverbial ship of thieves. By reinstating him as the Lord of Bayong City, Lu Yuan was, without a doubt, announcing to the world that Jiang Shiqing had aligned himself with Lu Yuan. And with Jiang Qianning by Lu Yuan's side, their relationship was undeniably solidified. Even if circumstances were to change in the future, he would find it impossible to refute the truth. Chapter 36. Is this considered bullying? The enraged third elder. Observing that Jiang Shiqing seemed to have discerned his intentions, Lu Yuan nonchalantly shrugged, indicating that he was indifferent to the interpretation. Regardless of your thoughts, the Lord of Bayong City, whether you wish it or not, has no choice but to assume that role. I am merely informing you, not seeking your counsel. Lu Yuan candidly confessed, catching Jiang Shiqing off guard. He certainly did not expect Lu Yuan's threats to be so overt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Jiang Shiqing opened his mouth, then sighed with a wry smile. Do I truly have any room for choice? Ah, Uncle Jiang, you are quite perceptive. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Shiqing. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me, Uncle Jiang. Otherwise, Lu Yuan left his statement hanging. Yet the implied threat was unmistakable. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your reunion any longer. While the opportunity still presents itself, do take the time to converse with each other. With that, Lu Yuan exited the room, leaving space for the father-daughter duo. Father, what were you two discussing just now? Upon re-entering, Jiang Qianning inquired curiously. It's nothing. Jiang Shiqing's gaze flickered, his mind evidently preoccupied with the recent dialogue with Lu Yuan. By the way, Qianning, that young man did not bully you, did he? He asked casually. At his words, Jiang Qianning's expression stiffened involuntarily. She recalled the previous night's encounter, where Lu Yuan showed no mercy. Even now, she felt a lingering ache. Was this bullying? Yet, to spare her father's concern, Jiang Qianning forced a smile, saying no. He treated me well. Lost in thought, Jiang Shiqing seemed oblivious to the subtlety of Jiang Qianning's expression. Upon hearing her insistence that all was well, he instinctively nodded. That's good. If that young man dares to bully you, I certainly will not allow it. The father and daughter conversed a while longer, but ultimately, it was Lu Yuan's impatience that led him to intrude once more, directly taking Jiang Qianning away. After Lu Yuan departed, Jiang Shiqing remained alone in the room, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Alas, Lu Yuan is truly not as simple as he appears. His depths are profound. Although temporarily safe, It is regrettable that I may soon bear the label of a traitor. Zhong Shiqing sighed helplessly. He had not anticipated that his efforts would yield nothing. Not only had he gained no advantage, but he had also lost his precious daughter in the process. After countless attempts to thwart the geese, he ultimately found himself pecked in the eye. As for the so-called revenge, Zhong Shiqing could only manage a bitter smile. With his daughter now in Lu Yuan's grasp, what could he possibly do? Now he is bound to Lu Yuan's chariot. Their fates are intertwined, flourishing together or suffering together. On the return journey from Zhong Shiqing, Jiang Qianning suddenly cast a flickering glance at Lu Yuan. I heard that your army is about to depart from Bayong City. It is traditionally a grave taboo to bring women into the military. Are you? Before Jiang Qianning could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan's authoritative voice interrupted her. Even if I leave, I will take you with me. In this lifetime, you shall never escape my grasp. Lu Yuan sneered at Jiang Qianning. Thinking of fleeing? Absolutely impossible. Nonsense. How could a seasoned warrior like Lu Yuan ever let her slip away? As for the saying that a forced fruit is not sweet, as long as it quench thirst, that suffices. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianning cast a deep, complex glance at Lu Yuan, her heart a tumult of emotions. Would she ever manage to escape in this lifetime? At this moment, 100 miles away from Bayong City, hundreds of formidable sword cultivators soared through the skies on their flying swords. Their terrifying and sharp aura even tore through the clouds above, leaving a long trail behind. In this realm, those capable of flight must possess at least the cultivation of a martial sovereign. This means that these hundreds of sword cultivators are all formidable beings beyond the martial sovereign level. Upon closer inspection, the flying swords beneath their feet were imbued with spiritual essence, occasionally shimmering with flowing light. Indeed, these hundreds of sword cultivators hailed from the Huang sect. At that moment, an elder exuding a fierce sword intent seemed to sense something. Frowning, he took out a life token. The next moment, with a crack, the millennium-old locust wood life token in the elder's hand shattered into several pieces. Seeing this, the elder's expression changed dramatically. Not good. A Quan's life token has shattered. Damn it. Lu Yuan truly possesses audacity to slay my disciple. Third elder, what has transpired? A group of sword cultivators turned their gaze towards the elder, sensing his fury. I had previously dispatched a disciple, fortuitously on a mission in Bayong City, to investigate Lu Yuan's army. Now, this disciple's life token has shattered. I suspect that this disciple may have been discovered and eliminated by Lu Yuan. The third elder's face was grim. Typically, such life tokens harbor a trace of the contractor's aura. They not only facilitate communication over distances, but also allow for constant monitoring of the contractor's life and death status. Once a life token shatters, it signifies the death of the individual bound to it. Now, with the shattering of this life token in the third elder's hand, the implications were all too clear. Lu Yuan, I shall remember this grudge. When I capture you, you shall wish for life, but find none, and wish for death, but be unable to attain it. The third elder was consumed by rage, his face twisted in fury. The death of his disciple was not merely a matter of disgrace. It stirred a deeper fury within him. The sword sect has a long-standing tradition that disciples who have achieved a certain level of mastery must pay tribute to their masters for a century. His disciple had only just ascended to the rank of martial king. The tribute from a martial king represents a substantial resource. With his demise, such resources were lost forever. Enraged, the third elder unleashed his spiritual energy, reducing the nameplate in his grasp to mere dust. Beside him, the head elder wore an expression of indifference. Even upon hearing of the death of a disciple from their own sect, his countenance remained unchanged. Third elder, do not let your temper get the better of you. Once we capture Lu Yuan, we shall ensure he faces your wrath. For now, the sect master has commanded us to assist the Imperial army of Dazhou. We must not squander our time. Very well. The third elder gritted his teeth and reluctantly nodded. The sect master's direct order left him no choice but to comply. The speed at which sword cultivators travel upon their blades is nothing short of remarkable. Traversing thousands of miles in a single day is but a trifling feat. Due to the scouts being slain by Lu Yuan, this group of sword practitioners decided to take a detour to inspect Bayong City. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to find the city deserted. The military camp stood empty, the gates wide open, and the city walls unguarded. Where was the presence of a great army? The group exchanged puzzled glances, each one questioning the other. Was it not said that Lu Yuan's forces were stationed in Bayong City? Where had they all gone? Chapter 37 The Grand Elder. It seems we cannot proceed. What has happened to Bayong City and the army of Lu Yuan? A group of Jianxiu from the questioning sword sect appeared utterly perplexed. Wait a moment, I shall inquire with someone. One of them, with a goat-like beard, stated with composure. He then approached an elderly man passing by. Gulp. Who are you? The old man looked on with a face full of terror, intimidated by the imposing cultivators. Fear not, old sir, we are disciples of the questioning sword sect, a reputable sect. We would never harm you. I would like to ask, where has the army of Bayong City gone? Seeing that they truly bore no ill intent, the old man's fearful expression began to wane slightly. Oh, you mean that army? They departed half an incense stick ago. Alas, we are too late. One of the sword cultivators sighed upon hearing this. However, since Lu Yuan has left, they must also set out. We must reach Bingzhou before Lu Yuan's forces to support the Imperial troops of Dezhou. Yet, just as the group prepared to leave, an inquisitive voice broke the silence. Old man, do you know which direction that army took? To which the old man replied, it seems they left through the North City Gate, so they must be heading north. You know, when those cavalry thundered by, the spectacle was so grand. I thought the earth itself was turning, and those soldiers were so serious, not uttering a word, like ghostly warriors. The old man continued rambling, but the members of the questioning sword sect exchanged glances, keenly sensing something amiss. North? Wait, that cannot be right. Isn't Bingzhou to the south? Why would Lu Yuan's army head north? One elder from the sect furrowed his brow. Are you certain that the army is headed north? The old man shrugged. I wouldn't dare to venture out to see how those soldiers march, but I am sure they exited through the north gate. If they headed north, you can just chase after them to find out. Indeed, following the old man's account, the Jianxiu from the questioning sword sect ventured northward. They soon discovered an army advancing, heading northwest. From a distance, the fierce aura emanating from the hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers was intimidating. That must be Lu Yuan's army. However, observing the direction taken by Lu Yuan's forces, confusion enveloped the group. Their orders were to proceed to Bingzhou to assist the local imperial troops in repelling Lu Yuan's advance. Yet, with Bingzhou situated to the south of Bayong City, Lu Yuan's army was now heading northwest. This contradictory maneuver left them in a state of bewilderment. Should we report this situation to the sect leader? What if Lu Yuan is merely feigning an attack elsewhere? Would that render our journey futile? Some individuals, indecisive, promptly took out their communication tokens to relay the news to Ling Yun Peak. Upon receiving the information, Ling Yun Peak could not help but furrow his brow. Lu Yuan's unexpected maneuver was beyond his anticipation. To the northwest, Ling Yun Peak instinctively glanced at the map adorning the wall. It appeared that Lu Yuan was not heading directly north, but rather towards the northwest. Although the northwest region of Liangzhou borders Bingzhou, it is characterized by treacherous mountains, ill-suited for the movement of large armies. Northwest, northwest. This is troubling. The Wanjian sect. As Ling Yun Peak paced, he fortuitously spotted the location of the Wanjian sect on the map. His expression shifted dramatically. The northwest of Bayong City is precisely where the Wanjian sect is situated. Good heavens! Is Lu Yuan intending to cause trouble for the Wanjian sect? Ling Yun Peak's countenance darkened considerably. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Previously, Lu Yuan had captured a scout disciple from the Wanjian sect, likely extracting some intelligence from him. Thus, he may have decided to strike first against them. Great Elder, you need not proceed to Bingzhou for support. Return to the sect immediately. I suspect Lu Yuan's intentions may be directed towards the Wanjian sect. Ling Yun Peak spoke into the communication token with a grim expression. This. Upon hearing this, the Great Elder and others also changed their expressions. How dare Lu Yuan? He actually intends to strike at the Wanjian sect first? What audacity! This scoundrel Lu Yuan is truly courting death. Does he think the Wanjian sect is made of clay? Upon uncovering the truth, the elite members of the Wanjian sect erupted in fury. They, as the foremost sect of the Great Zhou, wielding formidable strength, were held in high regard by all. How dare that scoundrel Lu Yuan make the first move against them? He evidently holds them in contempt. Good heavens! Lu Yuan's army is right below. I shall rush forth and annihilate them without a trace. An irritable elder immediately charged towards Lu Yuan's forces. "Elder Chen, you absolutely must not." As the irascible Elder Chen made a move, he was swiftly intercepted. "Humph, we have 6 half-saint experts here. What do we have to fear?" The stopped Elder Chen retorted defiantly. The Wanjian sect had deployed hundreds of martial masters, led by 6 half-saint experts. This force could easily obliterate an ordinary dynasty. "That may be so," replied the one who intervened, "but if the army had not yet gathered, we would still have the opportunity to assassinate their higher-ups. Now, however, the enemy forces have already convened. Even the most formidable of saints would hesitate to confront an army of over 100,000. The man who stood in opposition shook his head, recalling the precedents of the past. There had once been a warrior saint who, emboldened by his exceptional strength, attempted to penetrate a host of 100,000 soldiers. Though he managed to slay 30,000, he ultimately succumbed to the relentless attrition of the army. Moreover, the cavalry below was awe-inspiring. Each member a paragon of excellence, stronger even than the forces that had previously vanquished the warrior saint. "Very well, let us spare that young man for the time being." Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's countenance darkened with a shadow of trepidation. He was well aware of this tale, though earlier his anger had clouded his judgment. At that moment, an elder, enveloped in silence, spoke up. "Enough of this bickering. Since the sect leader has commanded our return, we should hasten back. The leader surely has his reasons." The elder's words were measured and calm. As the Grand Elder, he possessed a deeper understanding of the situation. Typically, when elite forces converge, they coalesce into a military spirit. Though intangible, this spirit exists in reality, much like a strategic stronghold. It exerts a profound pressure on those of semi-saint status and above. Faced with a well-structured legion, even the mightiest warriors would find it impossible to slaughter as they do against mere mortals. Instead, they would be ground down by the disciplined army. This serves as a mechanism within this realm to prevent powerful beings from wantonly slaughtering on the battlefield. Despite the presence of several hundred martial sovereigns, should they charge forth, it is likely they would still fall before their adversaries. The Grand Elder gazed intently at the dragon cavalry below, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping him since his arrival. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. "This place is no longer safe. We must depart at once." The Grand Elder instructed gravely. "Elder, what troubles you?" Gulp. "I fear we may not escape." The speaker swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Just as a flicker of doubt crossed the Grand Elder's mind, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Turning around, he was met with a blade of light, eclipsing the sun, expanding ominously in his vision. Chapter 38, The Imperial Lottery. An upgrade card for Imperial forces? In truth, the moment the elders of the Wanjian sect arrived, they had already been detected by Lu Yuan and his companions. It was rather amusing that they believed their movements to be discreet. "Li Sandao, do you have the confidence to eliminate this group? 6 semi-saints and hundreds of martial practitioners. If we wish to conclude this battle swiftly, we must call upon Li Sandao to act." Upon hearing this, Li Sandao replied with a calm smile, "Rest assured, my lord. I can resolve this conflict in merely 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Lu Yuan cast a glance at Li Sandao. Were it not for the latter's serene demeanor, he might have thought Li Sandao was boasting. "Very well, I leave it to you." Li Sandao nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. "These opponents were hardly worthy of my blade. Yet since my lord desires a swift resolution, I have no choice but to strike." The next moment, Li Sandao appeared in midair, his expression nonchalant. From his name, one could discern he was a master swordsman. As for why he was called Three Blades, it was because no one had ever managed to withstand 3 of his strikes. Before Li Sandao, an ancient long blade gradually emerged from the void. He grasped the hilt firmly. First blade of the 3 killings, Radiant Fury. With a powerful shout, the archaic long blade erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A blade of light, vast and overwhelming, surged forth at an unimaginable speed towards the sword cultivators of the Wanjian sect. As soon as Li Sandao made his move, he unleashed his renowned skill, the 3 Killings Blade. Panic ensued among the Wanjian sect members upon witnessing the ferocity of Li Sandao's attack. The eldest elder, in particular, displayed a look of terror. "This is bad. He is a martial saint. Quick, use all our strength to block him." Realizing the terrifying aura emanating from Li Sandao, the elder's heart sank. He hastily commanded everyone to muster their strength in defense against Li Sandao's onslaught. Instantly, the hundreds of sword cultivators unleashed a myriad of techniques. Some summoned their defensive artifacts, while others invoked secret methods to bolster their defenses. In short, a dazzling array of protective energies erupted. Boom. The next moment, that terrifying blade of light collided with the defenses erected by the cultivators. However, the protective barrier formed by the hundreds of martial practitioners failed to even momentarily halt the blade's advance and was cleaved through in an instant. Boom. The hundreds of sword cultivators from the Huang sect were unable to emit even a single cry before their bodies were obliterated into a mist of blood. Furthermore, the blade of light continued its relentless path, leveling the hills behind them and ultimately crashing to the ground, creating a canyon with a resounding boom. Plop. Having effortlessly dispatched nearly all the martial practitioners of the Huang sect, Li Sandao landed gracefully beside Lu Yuan and the others. Gazing upon the remains of the Huang sect's sword cultivators and the distant chasm, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Ah, what a remarkable display. When he chooses to act, he does so with such astonishing force. He knew that the martial saint was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, thoroughly impressed by Li Sandao's performance. Indeed, Li Sandao, I truly did not misjudge your capabilities. A smile of satisfaction spread across Lu Yuan's face. With a powerful ally like Li Sandao at his side, he felt invincible in this realm. Those who fell beneath my blade are fortunate indeed, Li Sandao remarked nonchalantly. Lu Yuan was taken aback. What? How had he not recognized Li Sandao's remarkable flair before? Observing Li Sandao's calm demeanor, as if he were merely stating a fact, Lu Yuan couldn't help but reflect. It is indeed true that when one's power reaches a certain pinnacle, even honesty may be mistaken for arrogance. As Li Sandao eradicated the members of the Huang sect, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The host's subordinate has slain 6 half-saints and 269 martial sovereigns, earning a fortune of 137,000 luck points. Due to the vast disparity in realms, the luck points Lu Yuan received from Li Sandao's victories were significantly diminished. Nevertheless, it still contributed over 100 points towards Lu Yuan's total. At last, he had accumulated the coveted 10 million luck points. As he gazed at his account, now reaching the 10 million mark, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lu Yuan's eyes. Finally, he had gathered enough luck points for an Imperial level lottery. He felt deeply grateful to the Huang sect for their generous contribution. System, let me partake in an Imperial level lottery, Lu Yuan declared, his heart brimming with enthusiasm. Ding. Host has chosen the Imperial level lottery. The system is processing. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an Imperial level faction upgrade card. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. A divine level lottery worth millions had yielded merely an Imperial level faction upgrade card? What exactly is this card? Curiously, Lu Yuan opened the corresponding description. Imperial level faction upgrade card. Can elevate any faction under the host's command to Imperial status. Currently usable. Great Snow Dragon Riders, Assault Corps, Shadow Guards. Oh, so that is its purpose. Under the system's explanation, Lu Yuan began to grasp the utility of this upgrade card. For instance, the Dragon Riders, being a reward of the Saint level, are classified as a Saint level faction. The Imperial level faction upgrade card can elevate them to Imperial status. But which faction should he bestow this card upon? Lu Yuan hesitated momentarily. It was certain that the Drizzle organization would be the first to be excluded. While intelligence organizations hold significant importance, they do not compare to others in this context. Thus, he was left with the Dragon Riders, Assault Corps, and Shadow Guards. Among these three, the Dragon Riders stood as the most formidable and were indeed his main force. According to the precise display of the system's backend, after a series of battles, the Dragon Cavalry, initially numbering 100,000, is now reduced to 93,000. This indicates that the various engagements have resulted in a loss of 7,000 warriors. For Lu Yuan, who aspires to forge a truly invincible legion, this is far from sufficient. Although the Snow Dragon Cavalry is formidable, it has yet to achieve genuine invincibility in this realm. Given this reality, I shall transform the Dragon Cavalry into an undeniably invincible force. A gleam of determination flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and he clearly discerned his path forward. System. Apply the upgrade card to the Dragon Cavalry. Ding. Are you certain you wish to use the Imperial level power upgrade card on the Dragon Cavalry? Affirmative. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan nodded. Ding. The Imperial level sacred upgrade card has been successfully applied. Target: Snow Dragon Cavalry Legion. Chapter 39. The Dragon Cavalry Ascends. All command plates shattered? Boom. As the system's voice echoed, the 100,000 Dragon Cavalry suddenly erupted with an unprecedented and formidable aura. Astonishingly, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry collectively experienced a surge in their realms. Yuxiang stood in stunned disbelief. The others were equally astonished. What spectacle could one witness when 10,000 individuals simultaneously elevated their realms? Such a scene had likely never been witnessed in history. Boom, boom, boom. Within the Dragon Cavalry, radiant white lights flickered intermittently, some powerful, others relatively weaker, yet all soared skyward. Particularly around Yuan Zhuozong, a terrifying presence emanated, creating a no-approach zone within 100 meters. The energy amassed from the collective ascension of 10,000 individuals stirred the very heavens and earth, as the sky began to manifest ominous signs. Before Lu Yuan could utter a word, Li Sandao waved his hand, concealing all celestial anomalies. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, recognizing Li Sandao's understated nature. He took the initiative to hide the signs. Lu Yuan was keen to avoid any troubles that might arise from such phenomena. Quiet accumulation of wealth is indeed the golden rule. The entire ascension lasted a full quarter of an hour before it finally subsided. After a considerable time, as the last individual stabilized their elevated aura, everyone's realms were completely enhanced. Lu Yuan opened the information panel of the Dragon Cavalry. The entire Great Snow Dragon Cavalry had ascended a level. On the panel, the once peak Martial Masters transformed directly into peak Grand Martial Masters. The Centurions advanced from peak Grand Martial Masters to peak Martial Kings. The 1,000-man commanders progressed from peak Martial Kings to peak Martial Emperors. The lieutenants elevated from peak Martial Emperors to peak Martial Sages. The deputy generals rose from peak Martial Sages to peak Half-Saints. The commanders ascended from peak Half-Saints to peak Martial Saints. Moreover, in terms of equipment, the Dragon Cavalry also experienced significant enhancements. The ordinary iron armor was directly replaced with enchanted dark iron armor. Even their mounts were upgraded from the legendary steeds capable of traveling 10,000 miles a day to exotic demon horses that could traverse 100,000 miles daily. Why did Yuan Zhuozong only attain peak Martial Saint and not the Half-Emperor realm? Lu Yuan gazed at Yuan Zhuozong's cultivation with slight bewilderment. He had initially hoped that Yuan Zhuozong would achieve the Half-Emperor status, similar to the Half-Saint reward received earlier. However, to his surprise, he had only reached peak Martial Saint. Although peak Martial Saint was impressive, it still fell short of the Half-Emperor level. Ding. Based on the vast number of the Dragon Cavalry, energy distribution only supports the commander reaching peak Martial Saint cultivation. If the host desires to attain Half-Emperor or true Martial Emperor status, they may do so by selecting a single individual or a smaller force. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan felt relieved. Indeed, the 100,000 Dragon Cavalry were not merely inflated numbers. Each was an elite warrior. Lu Yuan felt a tinge of regret. If that enhancement card were bestowed upon the Shadow Guards, would it not truly give rise to a semi-emperor or even a martial emperor? I am Yuan Zhuozong, and I express my profound gratitude for your Majesty's generous gift. Adjusting his state, Yuan Zhuozong, having attained the Martial Saint realm, immediately knelt upon the ground, his face brimming with excitement. The Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, we are deeply grateful for your Majesty's benevolence. Beside him, the voices of 100,000 dragon riders resonated fervently in the heavens. They all understood that this was a boon granted by Lu Yuan. Excellent. Indeed. Observing the sudden surge in morale among the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. This upgrade card is truly invaluable. What pleased Lu Yuan even further was that this card not only elevated the realm of the Dragon Cavalry, but also replenished the previously lost troops, restoring them completely. The Dragon Cavalry has once again returned to its full strength of 100,000. How formidable they are, truly deserving of the title Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Undoubtedly, their prowess has significantly improved from before. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with excitement. their gazes toward the snow dragon cavalry, filled with fervent admiration. They are all under Lu Yuan's command, their fates intertwined, rejoicing in each other's glory and mourning each other's losses. With the dragon cavalry growing stronger, their joy was only natural. Indeed, they eagerly anticipated the next Imperial-level lottery. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Yuan's lips, his heart swelling with anticipation. The thought of the sword-questioning sect ahead, with abundant fortune awaiting him, made Lu Yuan impatient. He could hardly wait to gather for another Imperial-level lottery. Yuan Zhong, it is time to assess the strength of your dragon cavalry. Yes, we shall follow your majesty's command. Yuan Zhong responded emphatically. Lu Yuan turned to Yuan Zhong and then commanded, "You and I shall lead the dragon cavalry to strike directly at the sword-questioning sect. The Shadow Guards, alongside numerous semi-saint experts, shall accompany us as support. This battle must be won." Lu Yuan gazed sternly at the crowd. The hundreds of experts above the martial sect of the sword-questioning sect have already been vanquished by Li Sandao. Their vitality must be severely diminished. In contrast, the strength of the dragon cavalry has witnessed a tremendous enhancement. Crushing a sword-questioning sect should be a mere formality. "Yes, I shall obey your orders," Yuan Zhong bellowed solemnly. With the battle prowess of the dragon cavalry soaring, he too wished to test their current capabilities. Moreover, with such great grace from His Majesty, how could he face him again without conquering the sword-questioning sect? Finally, Lu Yuan turned to Gao Shun of the assault camp. "Gao Shun, you shall lead the assault camp to follow closely behind as the rear guard." "Yes," Gao Shun replied with a wry smile. It seems this time, the assault camp would once again have little part to play. However, Gao Shun also understood that now, with the dragon cavalry upgraded, their speed had been further enhanced. The heavy infantry of the assault camp would now be utterly unable to keep pace. At this moment, within the Chang'an hall of the Wanjian sect, the guards were rendered speechless as they beheld the numerous shattered life tokens strewn across the floor. One of the disciples, so taken aback, dislocated his jaw in sheer shock. He scrambled out, frantically seeking the steward who was enjoying a drink outside. "Abba, Abba, Abba." The disciple gestured wildly, but the steward, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend a word. "What nonsense are you babbling? Dare to disturb my drinking, and I shall smash your head," the inebriated steward retorted angrily. Realizing that communication was futile, the guard forcibly dragged the steward into the Chang'an hall. Upon witnessing the scattered fragments of life tokens, the steward's drunken stupor evaporated instantly. No one understood better than he, the custodian of these tokens, the grave implications of their destruction. Each fragment signified the demise of a formidable being. As he glanced around, he counted hundreds of shattered tokens, among which were several belonging to semi-holy elders. Heaven! The sky is falling. The steward, in a state of panic, hurriedly made his way toward the peak of the Wanjian sect. Chapter 40. The outcry of the cultivators of the Sword Inquiry sect. The Grand Army arrives at the Sword Inquiry sect. Shortly thereafter, Lingyun Peak, accompanied by the remaining dozen or so semi-saint elders, arrived at this location. Upon witnessing the shattered fate tablets strewn across the ground, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What on earth had transpired? The fate tablets of the Grand Elder and the others lay in ruins. Moreover, the shattered tablets belonged to formidable cultivators above the martial sect level. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the onlookers. Having sustained such significant losses, it was undeniable that even the profoundly rooted Sword Inquiry sect would suffer a grave blow to its vitality. Some disciples, who had gathered to observe, furtively glanced at Lingyun Peak's countenance, which was darkened with a brooding intensity. As silence enveloped the assembly, Lingyun Peak was the first to break the stillness. With a grim expression, he recounted the previous events. "Earlier, I communicated with the Grand Elder and the others via the communication tokens. They reported encountering the forces of Lu Yuan. Following that, the communication was abruptly severed. No matter how I attempted to reach out, there was no further response from them." Around him, the other elders engaged in a flurry of discussions upon hearing Lingyun Peak's words. Since they had lost contact just before encountering Lu Yuan's army, it was evident that this calamity was orchestrated by them. Furthermore, the Lu Yuan forces seemed to possess the capability to execute such an operation. Otherwise, the events unfolding could not be rationally explained. Yet, despite their evident strength, It was unfathomable that the Grand Elder and his companions could not even relay a message back. The assembly was engulfed in a haze of confusion. The Grand Elder and his companions were formidable cultivators, numbering in the hundreds above the martial sect. In the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, who could stealthily annihilate such a formidable force? Unless a martial saint had personally intervened. However, intelligence indicated that Lu Yuan's ranks were primarily composed of semi-saints at best. Where, then, would a martial saint emerge from? Could it be that they encountered some unforeseen circumstance? Regardless of the fate of the Grand Elder and his companions, I must now deliver a dire piece of news. Lu Yuan surveyed the crowd, his face darkening further. At this very moment, the Lu Yuan army is advancing towards our Lu Yuan sect. It is certain that they intend to lead their forces in an assault on our Sword Inquiry sect. Given that our sect is not far from Bayong City, it is likely that the Lu Yuan army will arrive within a matter of days. Lu Yuan's proclamation ignited a tumultuous uproar among the crowd. The disciples, initially struck with disbelief, soon erupted in indignation. What? That waste known as Lu Yuan dares to attack our Sword Inquiry sect? Has he lost his senses? Is he truly so reckless as to challenge us? If Lu Yuan dares to come, I shall personally sever his head. At this moment, aside from a few high-ranking elders, the impression of Lu Yuan among the disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect remained rooted in his past as a worthless scion. Upon hearing that he had the audacity to assault their sect, many disciples could hardly contain their laughter, fueled by a mix of anger and disbelief. The name of Lu Yuan, deemed a waste, is not merely known throughout the northern regions. It has become a household name across the entire Great Zhou. Yet now, a so-called waste dares to launch an assault on the foremost sect of the Great Zhou? Is this not the height of madness? However, in stark contrast to the indignant disciples, the elders, well aware of the underlying truths, wore expressions of grave concern. They were acutely aware of Lu Yuan's current capabilities. To speak candidly, although their sword-seeking sect boasted formidable strength with a disciple count reaching 100,000, they harbored no fear of Lu Yuan's forces. Nonetheless, fearlessness does not negate the reality that should they confront Lu Yuan's army, the sword-seeking sect would undoubtedly suffer losses. At that juncture, could they possibly maintain their status as the premier sect of the Great Zhou? The sect leader. Many elders cast their gazes towards Lu Yuan. Naturally, Lu Yuan had anticipated the concerns of the elders. Thus, he had previously instructed the Grand Elder and others to swiftly return to the sword-seeking sect. Do not fret, everyone. I shall intervene when the time comes, Lu Yuan sighed, to avert a catastrophic outcome where both sides would be irrevocably harmed. This martial saint sect leader was compelled to take action, although he alone could not dispatch Lu Yuan's army of 100,000. One must not forget that as the foremost sect of the Great Zhou, they too had an equal number of disciples. Moreover, there were still over a dozen elders at the semi-saint level. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's assurances, the doubts in the elders' eyes began to dissipate. With their saint realm leader stepping in, all issues would surely be resolved. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, panic-stricken. Disaster has struck, sect leader and esteemed elders. An army has appeared at the sect. They claim to be under the command of the Northern Suppression King, Lu Yuan, here to attack our sword-seeking sect. At this moment, the disciples' words echoed ominously. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lu Yuan arrives with remarkable swiftness. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as he coldly declared, set aside the matter of the Grand Elder's command, token shattering for now. We shall investigate that later. Immediately, summon all disciples and prepare for battle. Elders, let us descend the mountain and greet this Lu Yuan. Understood. Lu Yuan issued his orders with composure, and the others swiftly busied themselves. Sect leader, should we not awaken the ancestor? One elder hesitantly inquired. The illustrious battle record of Lu Yuan left this elder feeling uneasy. Lu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the elder, saying, the ancestor reached the pinnacle of martial saint 300 years ago and has since secluded himself in pursuit of a breakthrough. Now, 3 centuries have passed without a whisper of his progress. No one knows whether he has succeeded or failed. If we were to disturb him over such a trivial matter, we would become eternal sinners in the annals of the sword-seeking sect. Under the piercing gaze of Lu Yuan, the elder broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, I was rather abrupt. The meaning conveyed by Lu Yuan is exceedingly clear. Unless absolutely necessary, the slumbering ancestor shall not be disturbed. The existence of an ancestor in the Sword Inquiry sect is hardly a secret. After all, which eminent sect does not possess one or two esteemed ancestors? The Sword Inquiry sect is nestled within a mountain range in the northwest of Liangzhou, having established its stronghold in reliance upon these very mountains. At this moment, Lu Yuan has arrived at the foot of the sect with the dragon cavalry. Why you? Just wait. Our sect leader will be here shortly. The two gatekeepers at the entrance warned Lu Yuan with a facade of bravado, their trembling swords appearing rather ludicrous and lacking any semblance of intimidation. My lord, shall we not charge in at once? Shu Chu and his companions were already eager and prepared for battle, readying their weapons while disregarding the two sentinels entirely. Lu Yuan shook his head and remarked, such an eminent sect possesses formidable protective formations. Should we rashly enter their domain, activating their defenses would pose significant challenges. For now, let us remain at the mountain's base and await the arrival of their experts. When they come, we shall eliminate those formidable foes, thereby clearing our path into the sect. Even if any remnants dare to activate the defensive formation, without a competent master to direct it, its power will be greatly diminished and thus not a cause for concern. Lu Yuan had long instructed Shiyu to thoroughly investigate the Sword Inquiry sect's intricacies. Hence, he was well prepared to confront such a venerable sect. Chapter 41. At this juncture, the youth can no longer adhere to the principles of martial ethics. Upon hearing these words, everyone suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Ah, indeed, our Lord's foresight is commendable. Of course, our Lord possesses unparalleled wisdom and insight. How could he possibly overlook such a matter? Enough flattery. This intelligence was procured through my diligent probing by the rain of fine mist, Lu Yuan chided with a smile. At this moment, Lu Yuan discreetly summoned Li Sandao and Yuan Zuozong. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed them, according to our sources, the master of the sword-questioning sect is a formidable martial saint. Do not act hastily. Wait until they reveal themselves, and then launch a surprise attack. Strike decisively while they remain unprepared, delivering a fatal blow. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The knowledge of a martial saint in his midst was known to hardly anyone. In fact, those who were aware had already met their end in the netherworld. As per the information, the master of the sword-questioning sect, Ling Yunfeng, is indeed a martial saint. There is even a peak martial saint elder currently in seclusion. To ensure success, it is prudent to wait for the opposing sect master to appear, allowing Li Sandao and Yuan Zuozong to strike unexpectedly. With both martial saints attacking in unison, they would neutralize one threat before addressing the remaining adversary, who would then pose little concern. Understood. Yes, my lord. In response, Li Sandao and Yuan Zuozong nodded in agreement. Although the act of ambushing could be deemed dishonorable, in the grand scheme of things, the victors dictate the narrative. At this critical moment, it is unreasonable to expect the youth to uphold martial ethics. Before long, Ling Yunfeng led the elders of the sword-questioning sect to the foot of the mountain. Upon the arrival of their sect master, the two gatekeeping disciples regained their arrogance. Their hands no longer trembled, their spines straightened, and their confidence surged. You scoundrel Lu Yuan, have you no shame? How dare you trespass upon the territory of the sword-questioning sect? Kneel and bow your heads in apology, and perhaps we shall spare you. The two gatekeepers, brimming with bravado, appeared to have forgotten their earlier trepidation. Upon hearing their taunts directed at Lu Yuan, the subordinates were incensed. While they might tolerate insults directed at themselves, any affront to Lu Yuan was undoubtedly a touch upon their most sensitive nerve. Seeking death, indeed. Su Zhu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he raised his blade, aiming a powerful strike at the insolent gatekeepers. However, before his strike could land, another figure moved with swiftness surpassing his own. Emerging from the shadows of the gatekeeper, a lithe figure appeared. Dai, Ing Mo declared, brandishing a dagger, his expression one of indifference. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the fury simmering in the depths of his eyes. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp dagger pierced the chests of the two disciples in an instant. A double kill. How could it be? The two disciples felt a sharp pain in their chests, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their own sect's master had arrived, yet the adversary still dared to strike at them. Blood began to seep forth, soaking their garments. A deep sense of regret welled up within the two disciples. Had they known this would transpire, they would have held their tongues. How audacious! Ling Yun Peak was immediately filled with fury. Despite his presence, the opponent had the audacity to commit murder right before his eyes. What would the other disciples of the Wanjian sect think? With a furious shout, Ling Yun Peak began to gather his spiritual energy. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura gradually rose around him. Mo cast a fleeting glance at Ling Yun Peak. Sensing the depth of his cultivation, a hint of trepidation flashing in his eyes, he realized he could not match him in strength. Before Ling Yun Peak could make his move, Mo vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he emerged from the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet, standing beside him. The shadow technique was not only advantageous for offense, but also a remarkable skill for retreat. Witnessing Mo's escape, Ling Yun Peak let out a cold snort. To have someone slip away from under his command was a significant blow to his pride. However, the man had already fled, and he could not force his way into Lu Yuan's ranks to slay Mo. Ling Yun Peak narrowed his eyes, addressing Lu Yuan with a question. On the opposite side, "You must be the Northern King, Lu Yuan, am I correct? With such a grand display, what is your intention in leading your forces to our Wanjian sect?" Hearing Ling Yun Peak feign ignorance, Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. These natives are quite amusing, always trying to play both sides. They seem fully aware, yet choose to act innocent. Sect Master Ling, since my army has arrived, I believe no further explanation is necessary, is it? I am well aware of the schemes you have been orchestrating, Lu Yuan said with a cold smirk. You have decided to take action against me. How could I refrain from retaliating against your Wanjian sect? Ling Yun Peak, having had his secrets exposed by Lu Yuan, showed no signs of embarrassment. At his age, he had long since grown a thick skin. Remembering the matter of the elder and the shattered life tokens, Ling Yun Peak's expression darkened as he pressed Lu Yuan. I shall not dwell on other matters. Our esteemed elder and 300 elite members of the Wanjian sect encountered your army before their disappearance. They are now unaccounted for. I must ask you, were you responsible for this? Ling Yun Peak gazed intently at Lu Yuan, as if hoping to discern something from his reaction. In response, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. Could this old fool be aware of the incident involving Li Sandao eliminating those 300 Wanjian sect experts? Yet, as Lu Yuan contemplated, it seemed improbable. He chuckled softly. Since Ling Yun Peak harbored doubts, it indicated that he could not be certain of my involvement. As long as I refuse to acknowledge it, he has no evidence to confront me with. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. It seems that this old fellow is still unaware of the cause of those people's demise and is oblivious to the existence of martial saints among my subordinates. Since I must feign weakness, I cannot afford to reveal my trump card, Li Sandao. To avoid arousing any suspicion from Ling Yunfeng, Lu Yuan casually remarked, Why should I concern myself with the disappearance of the Sword sect members? I certainly have not seen them. Perhaps they have inadvertently wandered into some newly opened relic. That is not out of the realm of possibility. Lu Yuan did not make this claim lightly. It was based on thorough investigation. This continent boasts a history spanning countless years, having witnessed innumerable powerful beings, even those surpassing the martial emperor. Naturally, after certain strong individuals fall or due to other reasons, ancient relics often emerge. Within these relics lie both opportunities and perils, where one might ascend to greatness by obtaining the legacy of a great emperor, or they could embrace death, reporting directly to the king of hell. Moreover, the time and location of these relics openings are entirely unpredictable. Therefore, stumbling upon one is indeed a plausible scenario. Though the odds may be exceedingly slim, one cannot assert their impossibility. Chapter 42. Crushing the Sword Asking Sect. Ruins? Upon hearing the word ruins, Ling Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Didn't he, the masters of the Sword Asking Sect, go missing? Was it truly not your doing? Why would I deceive you? Moreover, if I had annihilated your hundreds of experts, would there be no sign of disturbance? Could they not send out even a single cry for help? Lu Yuan replied with an air of indifference. Observing Lu Yuan's demeanor, which appeared devoid of deceit, Ling Yunfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow. At this moment, Lu Yuan's explanation seemed the most logical. It appeared that the Grand Elder and his companions had inadvertently wandered into the ruins, only to be slain by the mechanisms within. Deep down, Ling Yunfeng preferred to believe this outcome. The emergence of ruins, perhaps. Splendid. A glimmer of avarice flashed in Ling Yunfeng's eyes. Ruins are indeed a treasure trove. Although perilous, the rewards are commensurate with the dangers involved. Historically, whenever ruins surfaced, the entire continent would flock to them, engaging in brutal battles for the rights to claim them. This illustrates the deadly allure that ruins hold for humanity. "Where's that ruin?" Ling Yunfeng inquired, his gaze filled with greed. At this juncture, while the news of the ruins had yet to disseminate, if the sword-asking sect were to seize that location first, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In response, Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, regarding Ling Yunfeng as if he were a fool. Why would I tell you? Let alone the fact that I am unaware. Even if I did know, I would never divulge it to you, old fossil. Lu Yuan retorted, exasperated. Ling Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. Initially, he intended to engage Lu Yuan in further discourse, hoping to dissuade him from his military ambitions without resorting to violence. Yet, now that the ruins had manifested, such a strategy was futile. To prevent this information from leaking, there was no longer any necessity for Lu Yuan and his followers to remain. "Let us dispense with idle chatter and settle this matter through action," Prince Lu declared, eager for confrontation, and the sword-asking sect was equally willing to oblige. Ling Yunfeng scoffed coldly. Once this matter was resolved, they could search for the location of the ruins at their leisure. "Excellent. I share your sentiment," Lu Yuan thought, feeling sickened by the need to converse with such a hypocritical individual. Now that Li Sandao and Yuan Zuozong were in position, Lu Yuan could no longer restrain himself. In an instant, both parties, unable to find common ground, erupted into fierce combat. As a renowned cultivation sect and the foremost sect of the Great Zhou, the disciples of the sword-asking sect were naturally formidable. Core disciples often began as great martial masters, with some true inheritors reaching the realms of martial kings, and even martial emperors. However, the number of core disciples in the sword-asking sect is ultimately but a mere fraction. The majority consists of those lower-ranked outer disciples. And what of the dragon cavalry? They commence at the pinnacle of the great martial master realm. Moreover, the dragon cavalry rides upon formidable beast steeds, wielding exquisitely crafted weapons, and clad in enchanted dark iron armor. They also coordinate their attacks and battle formations. In terms of combat prowess, they utterly overpower the disciples of the sword-asking sect. The disparity becomes painfully clear upon the first clash. Two core disciples of the sword-asking sect, both at the great martial master level, join forces to confront a single member of the dragon cavalry. Yet, in a mere moment, they are sent flying by the charge of the dragon cavalry steed, crashing to the ground and spewing forth blood. Then, an onslaught of countless steeds surges forth, trampling the two into a gruesome pulp before they can even comprehend the situation. "Run. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Spare me. Have mercy." In an instant, the disciples of the sword-asking sect suffered devastating losses. Even some who had trained on the mountain since childhood, never having witnessed bloodshed, are rendered utterly paralyzed by the horrific scene of slaughter. They discard their swords, collapsing to the ground in desperate pleas for mercy. Yet, their cries fall on deaf ears, met only by the merciless trampling of the dragon cavalry. Those select disciples of the elders might manage to withstand a blow or two, but the ordinary disciples cannot endure. In panic, they abandon their armor and flee. The sect is not akin to certain aristocratic families or imperial clans. The sense of belonging among most disciples is not particularly strong. They feel no obligation to sacrifice themselves for the sword-asking sect. However, these frantically fleeing disciples commit a grave mistake. They turn their backs to the dragon cavalry. How fast can their legs carry them? They are soon overtaken by the dragon cavalry's beast steeds, leading to a brutal massacre. Help! The piercing screams echo into the heavens. In mere moments, more than half of the sword-asking sect's disciples meet their demise beneath the hooves of the dragon cavalry. A vast pool of crimson blood stains the ground, dyeing the gates of the sword-asking sect a vivid scarlet. Such formidable combat strength. Ling Yunfeng's pupils constrict as his expression darkens considerably. No wonder the army of Lu Yuan can advance unimpeded and even capture the city of Liangzhou. Their combat capabilities are simply unparalleled. This terrifying army is not one that ordinary disciples of the sword-asking sect can contend with. Lu Yuan doesn't even bother to glance at the carnage, instead turning his gaze directly towards Ling Yunfeng. He knows that this old man is on the verge of losing his composure. Indeed, Witnessing the ruthless slaughter of his disciples, Ling Yunfeng's eyes blaze with fury. If this continues, the sword-asking sect will be annihilated. He realizes that if he does not act now, it will be too late. Elders, it is time for us to make our move. If this continues, the very foundation of the sword-seeking sect shall be shaken. With a thunderous shout, Ling Yunfeng drew forth his treasured sword from his spatial ring. This magnificent blade gleamed a resplendent golden hue, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. The sword's edge sparkled with a lethal brilliance, emanating an air of sharp, murderous intent that instilled fear in all who beheld it. This sword was, in fact, a spiritual weapon. With Ling Yunfeng's declaration, the elder members of the sword-seeking sect, standing behind him, unsheathed their own spiritual swords. In an instant, their blades danced, unleashing a myriad of radiant sword lights. A rain of swords. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, all swords converging as one. The elders roared in unison, and the torrent of sword light cascaded down upon their foes. Each of them possessed the formidable strength of a half-saint, wielding their powers with remarkable prowess. As they fully unleashed their lethal techniques, the very air trembled and the heavens changed hue. The combined might of these half-saints posed a significant threat to the dragon cavalry. Meanwhile, the disheartened disciples of the sword-seeking sect regained their courage, rallying behind the elders to charge forth once more. Humph! You face us as your adversaries. With the emergence of the opposing half-saint experts, Su Chu and the others stepped forth as well. Although Lu Yuan's side boasted only 6 half-saints, each was capable of contending with 2 opponents. Notably, Su Chu, at the pinnacle of half-saint strength, could even face 3 adversaries without faltering. Chapter 43. The Ambush on Lingyun Peak. 1,000,000 fortune points. Su Chu and his companions successfully held off a dozen elders from the Wanjian sect. As a formidable being at the Saint Realm, Lingyun Peak did not engage Su Chu and the others. Instead, he bypassed them and advanced directly towards Lu Yuan. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Lu Yuan had previously instructed that the dragon riders should not intervene. Consequently, Lingyun Peak effortlessly reached Lu Yuan's side. Little thief, die! Lingyun Peak brandished his longsword, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. In his mind, he envisioned the next moment when his sword would slice through Lu Yuan's throat. And then, the head would roll. However, when Lingyun Peak turned to Lu Yuan, hoping to find fear etched upon his face, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. For Lu Yuan's expression was not one of terror. Instead, it bore an odd smile. This is bad. Observing the mocking glint in Lu Yuan's eyes, Lingyun Peak felt an intense sense of danger lock onto him. He instinctively attempted to retreat. Li Sandao, Yuan's Zhong. Now, at that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly shouted. Boom. Before Lingyun Peak could react, he witnessed 2 seemingly ordinary soldiers beside Lu Yuan springing into action. Kill! Yuan's Zhong, wielding a spear, roared. His weapon moved with the agility of a serpent, striking towards Lingyun Peak's shoulder. With a piercing sound, Lingyun Peak was caught off guard as the spear pierced through his shoulder. Li Sandao was equally swift, unleashing his lethal technique. The third strike of the 3 kills blade, Absolute Shadow. With a fierce shout, Li Sandao's blade erupted in dazzling brilliance. As he swung, even the air along the blade's path warped. With a swift motion, Lingyun Peak's abdomen was slashed open, crimson blood spraying forth. The wound was so deep that one could vaguely discern the writhing intestines within. Retreat. Faced with the sudden onslaught from Li Sandao and Yuan Zhong, Lingyun Peak's complexion changed drastically. Enduring the excruciating pain from his 2 injuries, he immediately leaped back, retreating several meters. As he withdrew, he frantically pulled out various healing elixirs from his spatial ring, desperately shoving them into his mouth. What a pity! Observing this, Lu Yuan shook his head with regret. Li Sandao and Yuan Zhong's concealed ambush had not managed to slay Lingyun Peak on the spot. Indeed, at the level of martial saints, it was not so easy to fall. Flee. Severely wounded, Lingyun Peak decisively stepped onto his spirit sword and turned to escape. His speed was so swift that he left a streak of light across the sky. Li Sandao and Yuan Zhong wished to pursue further, but Su Chu and the others were already struggling to hold their ground. After all, the 6 of them were facing a dozen cultivators of the same realm. Even the weakest among them, Yu Xiang, has begun to show signs of injury. Alas, it is best to assist Su Chu and the others in resolving the immediate predicament. Yuan Zhong let out a regretful sigh. Although he was confident in overtaking them and subsequently vanquishing the adversaries, such an endeavor would require time. Meanwhile, Su Chu and his 6 companions were on the verge of collapse. Without delay, Li Sandao and Yuan Zhong joined the fray. The 2 formidable martial saints engaging a group of semi-saints was akin to a father chastising his son. With a single stroke of blade and spear, none could withstand their might. In the high-stakes battlefield, the Wanjian sect offered no resistance, swiftly subjected to the punitive measures led by the 2 martial saints. In the ordinary arena, the slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided. The dragon riders trampled across the peaks of the Wanjian sect without leaving a single survivor. Even if a few skilled fighters valiantly resisted, they were dispatched with the swiftness of shadows by the spectral guards, their throats slit without mercy. Once a serene and picturesque sanctuary for cultivation, the Wanjian sect now lay shrouded in smoke and littered with corpses, resembling a hellish landscape. Even the mountain stream that flowed down to the foot of the hill had been stained crimson with blood. At last, after a brief interval, the system's voice resonated within Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! The host's subordinates have slain 13 semi-saints, 32 martial lords, and 476 martial emperors, totaling 73,000 martial artists, thus acquiring an auspicious value of 15,760,000. Ding! The host's martial saints have slain 12 semi-saints, drastically reducing the acquired auspicious value. The astonishing figure of over 10 million in auspicious value elicited a joyful expression from Lu Yuan. Had it not been for Li Sandao and Yuan Zhong, who had dispatched 12 semi-saints, would his own auspicious value not have surpassed 20 million? It seems prudent to allow Yuan Zhong and the others to intervene as little as possible in future encounters, Lu Yuan mused, stroking his chin in regret. This system is indeed ruthless. The deduction of auspicious value due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels is exceedingly harsh. Lu Yuan had previously inquired about the system, incredulous at the notion of a direct reduction of 90%. Nevertheless, the Wanjian sect, being the foremost sect of the Great Zhou, certainly possesses formidable strength. If one were to consider the 300 martial lords and 6 semi-saints that Li Sandao had previously vanquished, the number of experts within the Wanjian sect even surpassed that of his own subordinates. Lu Yuan couldn't help but lament. The combined prowess of his elite fighters paled in comparison to that of the Wanjian sect. Had it not been for his possession of 2 martial saints, he might very well have faced defeat. However, gazing at the 1,600,000 auspicious value residing in his account, a smile inevitably spread across Lu Yuan's face. Indeed, the spoils of bloodshed yield golden rewards. The bounty from annihilating a major sect nearly equaled the gains from the previous eradication of hundreds of thousands of troops. A significant auspicious value, yet again, heralds another Imperial-level lottery. Lu Yuan chuckled with excitement. During the last Imperial-level lottery, the strength of the Dragon Riders was significantly elevated. This time, the rewards should not be lacking in quality, I presume. Just as Lu Yuan was about to summon the system for another Imperial-level draw, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged from his shadow. Master, I report that the majority of our enemies within the Sword Inquiry sect have been eradicated. All fleeing personnel have been pursued and eliminated. Only a certain canyon at the rear of the Sword Inquiry sect remains unconquered, where some remnants of the sect are hiding. We have previously traced the sect leader, Ling Yunfeng, who, after sustaining injuries, fled to this canyon. Our leader, Shadow Mo, has sent me to seek your guidance on how to proceed. Should we storm the canyon directly? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brows. A canyon? Based on the intelligence previously gathered by Ji Yu, it seems the Sword Inquiry sect also has an elder who is currently in seclusion, possessing the peak cultivation of a martial saint. Your leader has acted wisely. In the face of potential danger, it is imperative to report promptly and avoid taking unilateral action. Lu Yuan turned to Li Sandao and Yuan Zhong, saying, let us proceed to the canyon and investigate if that elder from the Sword Inquiry sect is still alive. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Leaving no roots behind in the grass is indeed his customary approach. Chapter 44. Inquiring of the ancestor of the sword-seeking sect. The forbidden ground of the sword-seeking sect, the very gorge reported by the Shadow Guard and Lu Yuan. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng, pale-faced and clutching his wounded abdomen, staggered deeper into the valley. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground, forming a crimson path. Although Ling Yunfeng had narrowly escaped the clutches of Li Sandao and Yuan Zhuozong, he was not without grievous injuries. Even with countless elixirs consumed, they proved to be mere drops in the bucket. The wound inflicted by a full-force strike from a martial saint was not easily mended. Cursed be it, Ling Yunfeng clenched his teeth, an unprecedented wave of weakness coursing through his body. Furthermore, with each drop of blood lost, this sense of frailty intensified. Yet, more than the physical agony, it was the shock within his heart that weighed heavier. Who could have anticipated that a mere king of the northern town would command such formidable martial saint experts? And two of them at that. Finally, Ling Yunfeng, dragging his weary form, reached the end of the path. It appeared that he had no choice but to awaken the reclusive ancestor. He gazed upon the cave obstructed by a massive stone. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his wounds, a fervent light suddenly ignited in his eyes. Behind the stone lay the sanctum of the sword-seeking sect's ancestor. Despite the sect being cornered and on the brink of collapse, Ling Yunfeng felt no trepidation. For as long as their ancestor remained alive, they could reconstruct the sword-seeking sect or even establish a new Lingjian sect at any moment. What did it matter what name it bore? After all, a name was merely a label. This ancestor, currently in seclusion and striving for the martial emperor realm, was the true foundation of the sword-seeking sect. Steadying himself, Ling Yunfeng's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. There was no time to dwell on his injuries. He swiftly formed several incantations with his hands, chanting fervently. As his hands flickered with phantoms, the previously tranquil spiritual energy around him surged with agitation. A formidable vortex of spiritual energy coalesced, hurtling toward the colossal stone. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the massive stone into countless fragments. As the dust settled, a skeletal figure, ensnared in cobwebs, was faintly visible within the cave, sitting cross-legged. The elder's eyes were tightly shut, showing no signs of life, as if he had been in eternal rest for many years. Yet, Ling Yunfeng dared not let his guard down, promptly kneeling respectfully upon the ground. Ling Yunfeng, the seventh sect master of the sword-seeking sect, pays his respects to the ancestor. No response came, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, echoing only Ling Yunfeng's voice. It seemed as if, apart from him, there was no other breath in the vicinity. Nevertheless, Ling Yunfeng continued to kneel reverently upon the ground, frozen in place. Blood slowly trickled from his wound. However, Ling Yunpeak remained seemingly oblivious, maintaining his posture of reverence. After a considerable duration, the once lifeless and desolate figure of the ancient skeleton suddenly emitted a faint surge of energy. On the ground, the blood that had oozed from Ling Yunpeak's wound began to eerily coalesce, drifting towards the skeletal elder. The crimson liquid was swiftly absorbed into the elder's body. As the blood was consumed, the elder's visage, resembling that of withered wood, astonishingly began to gradually regain a semblance of vitality. Although it had yet to revert to the hue of a normal human, it was a marked improvement from its previous tree-like pallor. Should Ling Yunpeak dare to lift his gaze at that moment, he would discover that the elder's once closed eyes had inexplicably opened. They shone with a radiant brilliance, akin to a constellation of stars. Various profound and intricate laws surged within the elder's eyes, captivating those who beheld them into a state of profound immersion. After but a fleeting moment, the myriad of wonders slowly faded. Subsequently, a palpable glimmer of menace emerged in the elder's piercing gaze. "You summon me. For what purpose? If it is not of great consequence, the repercussions shall be dire." The elder's voice, as if two rusted iron blocks were scraping against one another, resonated harshly, revealing that he had not spoken in quite some time. With the elder's words, Ling Yunpeak felt an intense gaze fixate upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Despite his cultivation at the martial sage level, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. "I am at fault. I have disturbed the ancestral elder's seclusion. Please, impose your punishment," Ling Yunpeak fervently pleaded. "Yet at this moment, I find myself in desperate straits. A legion has besieged my Wanjian sect, inflicting countless casualties upon its disciples. They threaten to annihilate the entire sect, leaving not a trace behind. I, a mere disciple, am powerless to resist, and thus I come to seek your aid." Ling Yuan Peak pressed his forehead deeply into the ground, hastily explaining. Upon hearing his words, the elder's attention was drawn to Ling Yuan Peak's grievous wounds. Observing the severity of Ling Yuan Peak's injuries, the fury in the elder's eyes gradually subsided. After a prolonged silence, the seated elder slowly rose to his feet, as if finally reacquainting himself with the ability to speak. He approached Ling Yuan Peak and inquired with a calm demeanor, "A legion has set its sights on my Wanjian sect? Is it the great Zhou dynasty?" Though his tone was unremarkable, the tempestuous aura emanating from him belied a tumultuous heart beneath the surface calm. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Ling Yuan Peak's forehead. The ruler of the great Zhou dynasty was, after all, his own granddaughter. Should the elder misconstrue the situation, it would spell disaster. Ling Yuan Peak hastily clarified, No. The current ruler of the great Zhou dynasty is my granddaughter. How could she possibly attack my Wanjian sect? The great Zhou dynasty is our ally. The aggressor is a rebel named Lu Yuan. Upon hearing Ling Yunfeng's explanation, a glint of ruthless determination flashed in the elder's eyes. Lu Yuan. As the name escaped the lips of the sword-questioning ancestor, the entire cavern began to tremble, stones cascading down from above. At that moment, the sword-questioning ancestor was consumed by an overwhelming hatred for Lu Yuan. "Ancestor, have you ascended to that realm?" Ling Yunfeng cautiously inquired, voicing the doubts that plagued his mind. As a martial saint, he surmised that the only one capable of exerting such immense pressure upon him must be the ancestor, who had likely transcended to the martial emperor realm. Alas! To his surprise, the sword-questioning ancestor suddenly sighed deeply, a wistful expression settling upon his face. "Time and fate. Consider me, the sword-questioning ancestor. Truly, my rise and fall are tied to the sect." The original purpose behind the founding of the sword-questioning sect was to harness the resources necessary for his cultivation. Ultimately, it had indeed aided him in reaching the pinnacle of martial saint. Now, he secluded himself in an effort to breach the emperor realm. In fact, he had already placed one foot into the domain of the emperor. Yet, due to the sword-questioning sect facing a life-and-death crisis, he was forcibly pulled back, tragically losing the opportunity to enter the martial emperor realm. Chapter 45, 8th Rank Elixir. Half-Emperor? Damn it, it was so close. The ancestral figure of the Wanjian sect roared in frustration. After 300 years of seclusion, he had finally brushed against that realm, only to be cast back down. Such a stark contrast nearly shattered even the peak mentality of a martial saint. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan Peak gazed at the furious countenance of the Wanjian ancestor, feeling a wave of dismay wash over him. It was over. The worst fear had materialized. Due to his interruption, he had inadvertently awakened the reclusive ancestor, causing the elder to miss the chance to ascend to the status of a great emperor. Curse that Lu Yuan. It was all your fault, you wretched little brat. Ling Yuan Peak's expression twisted in anguish. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's assault on the Wanjian sect, he would never have found himself in such a dire predicament, awakening his own ancestor. All the blame for the elder's missed opportunity to become a martial emperor fell squarely on Lu Yuan's shoulders. It was the disciple's fault. Yet, when delving into the root cause, it all traced back to that brat Lu Yuan. Were it not for him, none of this would have transpired, and the opportunity to ascend to the great emperor would not have been lost. Ling Yuan Peak's eyes brimmed with resentment. Do not remind me. Humph. I shall take Lu Yuan's head to quell my rage. The Wanjian ancestor snorted coldly, and the temperature around him plummeted several degrees. Regardless of the outcome, someone had to bear the responsibility, and that scapegoat would undoubtedly be Lu Yuan. At that moment, Ling Yuan Peak suddenly recalled the two martial saints who had ambushed him previously. His expression shifted, and he quickly warned the Wanjian ancestor. By the way, ancestor, Lu Yuan has two martial saints under his command, and they are exceedingly treacherous. My injuries were inflicted by their sneak attack. You must be cautious. Ling Yuan Peak's face was etched with concern, though his ancestor possessed unparalleled combat prowess. Facing two martial saints remained a substantial challenge. It was regrettable that he, as a severely injured disciple, could not lend a helping hand to his ancestor. Ling Yuan Peak sighed, fully aware of the gravity of his injuries. It would take no less than 3 years of recuperation. In his current state, he was akin to a powerless invalid. Upon hearing this, the Wanjian ancestor cast a fleeting glance at Ling Yuan Peak. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a delicate white jade vial from his spatial ring. Take this elixir, he instructed, snapping his fingers and sending the vial into Ling Yun Peak's hands. As Ling Yun Peak received the vial and opened its mouth, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted forth. This is an 8th rank elixir. Ling Yun Peak was momentarily stunned, then trembled with excitement. In this land, elixirs were also categorized by rank, ranging from 1st to 9th, ascending in potency. Generally speaking, any alchemical elixir above the 6th grade is already an exceedingly rare and exquisite treasure. As the esteemed leader of the Sword Inquiry sect, Ling Yun Peak possesses the highest grade of elixirs, which merely amounts to the 7th grade. Master this. This is truly too precious, Ling Yun Peak exclaimed, holding the porcelain vial, gazing in astonishment at the sect's venerable ancestor. Is it necessary at this moment to ponder the worth of the elixir? The venerable ancestor admonished. However, a fleeting expression of pain crossed his eyes, revealing that he was not as composed as he appeared. For now, this disciple at the martial sage level still holds some value. An 8th grade elixir for winning hearts is indeed quite commendable. Excellent. Upon hearing the venerable ancestor's words, Ling Yun Peak's eyes shimmered with gratitude. The elder had bestowed upon him an 8th grade elixir, a tremendous favor. A glint of resolve flashed in Ling Yun Peak's gaze as he vowed to serve the venerable ancestor diligently henceforth. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and consumed the 8th grade elixir. Truly, the 8th grade elixir lived up to its reputation. As the elixir took effect, the healing properties manifested immediately. Ling Yun Peak's shoulder and abdomen wounds swiftly ceased bleeding. Fresh, tender flesh began to visibly grow, and the wounds gradually started to mend. Although he had not returned to peak condition, the wounds appeared significantly less gruesome. Thank you, venerable ancestor, for the gift of medicine. Ling Yun Peak excitedly knelt in gratitude before the venerable ancestor. Anticipating an imminent battle, Ling Yun Peak gritted his teeth and declared, Master, although I have not fully regained my strength, I can certainly hold off a martial sage. You need only focus on vanquishing one of our foes. The venerable ancestor did not respond, but gestured with a single hand, saying, Rise. Henceforth, you need not take action, merely observe. Ling Yun Peak felt the sudden surge of a formidable aura emanating from the venerable ancestor, his expression one of astonishment. Master, you have actually reached the half-emperor realm? At that moment, Ling Yun Peak clearly sensed the imperial majesty in the elder's every gesture. Although not as resplendent as a true martial emperor, it was undeniably present. This unequivocally indicated that his venerable ancestor had stepped into the half-emperor realm. The venerable ancestor snorted lightly and remarked, Though I did not successfully break through to the emperor level, 3 centuries of enlightenment have granted me the half-emperor realm. Unfortunately, my potential is now exhausted, and I can only remain at this stage henceforth. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun Peak felt a mix of joy and anger. The joy stemmed from the fact that even though the elder's opportunity to become a martial emperor had been severed, he had still successfully ascended to the half-emperor realm. The anger arose from the realization of his elder's extraordinary talent. With such innate gifts, had he not been disturbed, a martial emperor status was all but assured. And all of this had been irrevocably interrupted by his own awakening, to compel the venerable ancestor, a half-emperor, to take action. That little thief Lu Yuan must indeed be quite proud. Ling Yunfeng seethed with resentment towards Lu Yuan, his teeth clenched in frustration. The glory that rightfully belonged to the Sword Inquiry sect had been ruthlessly snatched away by Lu Yuan. This only fueled Ling Yunfeng's animosity further. Elder ancestor, Lu Yuan stands at the entrance of the Forbidden Grounds. I implore you to intervene and capture him completely. It would be best to extract his very soul, subjecting him to the torment he endured 2 years ago, ensuring he can never transcend. Let us go. I shall confront Lu Yuan. With a mere wave of his sleeve, the elder ancestor of the Sword Inquiry sect emanated an aura so frigid that it could be felt even from several meters away. At the valley's mouth, a small contingent of Sword Inquiry sect disciples stood trembling at a distance. It was not that they did not wish to delve deeper, but the forbidden grounds of their sect were fortified with defensive barriers. Given their cultivation levels, they found it utterly impossible to breach them. This is disastrous. As they observed the opposing army poised to advance, a flicker of despair crossed the eyes of these disciples. With no path forward or backward, the prospect of waiting quietly for death was undeniably the most disheartening ordeal. Chapter 46. The The Imperial Lottery, the 18 Riders of Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan had arrived at the mouth of the valley. However, he did not rush to take action. Instead, he turned to Yu and inquired, Yu, how many years has the ancestor of the Wanjian sect been in seclusion? Replying to the master, it has been over 300 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. 300 years, indeed, a considerable span of time. Do you think that after 300 years, the ancestor of Wanjian sect has any hope of successfully ascending to the martial emperor? Lu Yuan seemed to pose this question to those around him, yet it felt as if he were also musing aloud. In response, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to provide a definitive answer. To become the ancestor of the Wanjian sect, one must undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent. Whether 300 years would suffice to attain the status of martial emperor remained uncertain. At this moment, Li Sandao stepped forward and declared, Master, there is no need for 300 years. Give me 80 more years, and I shall succeed in ascending to the realm of the martial emperor. Li Sandao spoke with an air of calm certainty, as if declaring an undeniable fact. Were other cultivators to witness Li Sandao's unwavering confidence, they would surely find it laughable. 80 years. For beings with prolonged lifespans such as cultivators, 80 years was but a fleeting moment. Upon reaching the martial king realm, one could expect a lifespan of 1,000 years. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more arduous the path to advancement. Indeed, it was not uncommon for high-level cultivators to be stalled at a particular realm for thousands of years. Hence, the higher the realm, the fewer the practitioners. For instance, the Wanjian sect previously boasted several hundred martial sect experts. Yet this number dwindled to a mere dozen at the half-saint level. Reaching the martial saint level, that would yield just one. Now, with Li Sandao boldly asserting that he could attain the martial emperor status within 80 years, few dared to believe him. Yet, Lu Yuan had faith, for he understood that those who emerged from the system possessed such capabilities. Li Sandao, I believe in your ability. However, at present, you are not yet a martial emperor and cannot contend with one, Lu Yuan remarked with a smile. What he truly lacked was a martial emperor as a contingency. It was evident that Li Sandao did not meet this criterion. Perhaps it would be wiser to conduct an imperial lottery first, Lu Yuan contemplated. Although he had 2 martial saints by his side, he remained cautious. Who could predict whether his army would encounter a martial emperor upon storming the valley? System. Initiate the Imperial Lottery. Ding. The host has chosen the Imperial Lottery. The system is drawing. Ding. The draw is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive legion, the 18 Riders of Yuan. The 18 Riders of Yuan, led by a half-emperor, with the remaining 17 riders all at the pinnacle of martial saint cultivation. Your humble servant, Luo Yi, pays his respects to the master. A burly man, clad in a black iron mask that concealed all but his eyes, knelt before Lu Yuan with a resounding thud. Behind him, 17 formidable men, each wielding twin crescent blades and carrying powerful bows and arrows, exuded an overwhelming aura. This was an unmistakable presence forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The moment the 18 riders of Yuan made their appearance, the surrounding crowd felt their hair stand on end. Although these 18 individuals did not intentionally release their aura, the masses were still acutely aware of the palpable malevolence that swept over them. Particularly, there was Luo Yi. As a semi-emperor, his every gesture radiated imperial might, compelling others to avert their gaze. Merely standing there, he resembled a blazing sun, proud and unyielding in its splendor. Luo Yi. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by elation. It appeared that the 18 riders he had summoned belonged to a mythic version. No wonder their strength was so formidable. 17 peak martial saints and 1 semi-emperor. Even the steeds they rode were akin to demonic beasts of the martial sovereign realm. This imperial-level lottery was undoubtedly a remarkable bargain. It was likely one of the top rewards within the imperial lottery. My lord, I sense a powerful aura approaching rapidly within the canyon. At that moment, Luo Yi suddenly furrowed his brow and spoke. Although the opponent was relatively weak, it seemed that the master was even weaker. The existence of this foe would undoubtedly pose a serious threat to the master's safety. Moreover, he sensed that the visitor bore ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was taken aback. A powerful aura? Has it arrived? He inquired about the ancestral master of the Sword Inquiry sect. Suddenly, Lu Yuan understood. If even Luo Yi perceived this presence as powerful, it could only belong to the ancestral master of the Sword Inquiry sect, who had been in seclusion for an extended period. Lu Yuan chuckled. What a coincidence! Just as Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yun were summoned, the ancestral master of the Sword Inquiry sect arrived. Luo Yi, I entrust this to you, Lu Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Luo Yi with a smile. Let us have you practice your skills on this ancestral master as the first sharpening stone in this world. Yes, this subordinate shall not disappoint the master's command, Luo Yi declared solemnly. In an instant, his expression hardened, and like the wind, he led the 18 riders charging into the canyon. Such a formidable aura. At that moment, the ancestral master of the Sword Inquiry sect suddenly sensed a powerful presence swiftly approaching him. A serious expression flickered in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 18 terrifyingly strong masked men had appeared before him. I am Luo Yi, sent by my master to collect your heads. Luo Yi, astride his steed, nearly materialized before the ancestral master of the Sword Inquiry sect. Beneath him, the eyes of the demonic beast steed sparkled with defiance, even drawing a glance of intrigue from the ancestral master. Simultaneously, a silver spear materialized in Luo Yi's hand, pointed menacingly at Ling Yuan Peak and the ancestral master of the Sword Inquiry sect. The ancestral master glared at Ling Yuan Peak beside him. Is this what you referred to as 2 martial saints? What the hell? 17 peak martial saints and 1 semi-emperor. I am merely a newly awakened semi-emperor in the early stage, not yet restored to my full strength. Am I to face them head-on? At this moment, Ling Yunfeng was utterly bewildered. The assailants who had ambushed him were clearly 2 martial saints, yet now there appeared to be more than a dozen. How could this be possible? How could so many formidable warriors suddenly emerge from Lu Yuan's ranks? 18 peak martial saints? No, this must be an illusion. Ling Yunfeng felt on the verge of collapse. My heavens, can you believe it? Here I am, a distinguished martial saint, and yet among the 20 present, I am the one with the lowest cultivation level. Even more perplexing was this. If Lu Yuan had such a multitude of elite warriors, why resort to ambushing a mere beginner martial saint like myself? They could have easily crushed me in an instant. It made no sense. Fool, do you still not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The sword ancestor, with a grim expression, reprimanded him. Is this truly the time to be entangled in such thoughts? You should be contemplating how to survive. Ling Yunfeng immediately fell silent. He was acutely aware of the sword ancestor's temperament. If he continued to be so oblivious, he even suspected that his own ancestor might turn against him. Chapter 47. A Piercing Arrow. The Self-Detonation of the Sword-Wielding Ancestor. My friend, we of the sword-wielding sect harbor no ill intentions. Everything that has transpired may merely be a misunderstanding. I kindly ask you to grant us passage through the canyon. The sword-wielding ancestor cast a respectful glance at Luo Yi, bowing slightly, entirely oblivious to his earlier fierce demeanor. Beside him, Ling Yuan Peak swallowed his pride, reluctantly lowering his head. Though a flicker of anger simmered within him, he recognized that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Before him stood a half-emperor, accompanied by a dozen peak martial saints. Their might was undeniable. As an ordinary martial saint, with his ancestor just newly awakened, it was prudent to acquiesce. Misunderstanding? A mocking smile graced Luo Yi's lips. Truth be told, he had emerged late and was unaware of the events that had unfolded prior. He did not even recognize the 2 individuals before him. Yet, what did it matter? Regardless of misunderstandings, if his master desired the demise of these 2, that was sufficient. Brothers, prepare for action. Luo Yi disregarded the sword-wielding ancestor, his voice low yet commanding. Understood. Behind Luo Yi, the 17 members of the Yun 18 riders erupted in a thunderous roar, a fierce battle spirit surging through them with fervor, unyielding in their advance. The countenance of the sword-wielding ancestor shifted slightly, shocked by the intensity of their aura. He felt his hands tremble in response to Luo Yi's blatant disregard. After all, he was a half-emperor. Did he not deserve some respect? Do not go too far. I am not to be trifled with, he declared, though his voice lacked conviction. Luo Yi sneered disdainfully, twirling his great desert silver spear. Enough with the pleasantries. Let our actions speak for themselves. Upon hearing this, the sword-wielding ancestor's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Luo Yi's decisiveness. leaving no room for negotiation. A flicker of gravity crossed the ancestor's face, yet his gaze began to waver. Deep down, he alone understood the bitterness and difficulties he faced. Having lived for over 8,000 years, his lifespan was nearly at its limit. After meditating for over 300 years, his vitality had dwindled to its nadir. Though he had ascended to the status of a half-emperor, recovering his strength was not instantaneous. It required time. In contrast, the opposing half-emperor was clearly in the prime of his life, full of vigor and at the peak of his power. Moreover, they were at the late stage of half-emperorship, while he, even at full restoration, would only achieve the early stage. It is crucial to understand that at this level of cultivation, even a slight difference could signify a chasm in combat prowess. Not to mention, they were two entire stages apart. Given these circumstances, the only viable option was to flee. In the next moment, before the sword-wielding ancestor could articulate his thoughts, his figure vanished from sight. Only Lu Yuan remained, utterly bewildered. The ancestor, he just fled? Not even a single blow exchanged. Lu Yuan was disheveled in the wind. At the very least, he could have called out to himself while escaping. Escape? Is it even possible? Lu Yuan gazed disdainfully at the distant figure, now reduced to a mere speck, a mocking smile gracing his features. In an instant, a magnificent purple-gold longbow materialized in Lu Yuan's hands. The bow shimmered with a radiant brilliance, a faint aura of lethality emanating from it, evoking a sense of dread at a mere glance. This bow had accompanied Lu Yuan in battles across the land, having long since become a supreme spiritual treasure of boundless power. Upon grasping the bow, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened with intensity. Though his martial prowess was formidable, his archery skills surpassed all. He drew an arrow from behind, knocking it onto the string, and the purple-gold bow was pulled taut, resembling a perfect crescent moon. Whoosh! In the next moment, an arrow shot forth, piercing the air. Meanwhile, the fleeing questioning sword ancestor, still catching his breath, suddenly felt a prickling sensation at his back. A sharp aura pierced his skin, sending a jolt of alarm through his heart. This is bad. The ancestor's sense of crisis surged. Instinctively, he attempted to duck and evade. But Lu Yuan's arrow was not so easily dodged. Thud! Before the ancestor could react, the arrow had already pierced through his chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Boom! Yet this was not the end. At the very instant the arrow penetrated the questioning sword ancestor's body, Lu Yuan let out a cold shout. A tremendous explosion ensued. The arrow that had just traversed the ancestor's chest detonated with a force akin to a nuclear blast, unleashing a mushroom cloud that blossomed in the sky. Puff! The questioning sword ancestor was hurled backward, his battered body embedding itself into the side of a cliff. The successive blows left him gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Your strength is weaker than I anticipated. Lu Yuan appeared before the questioning sword ancestor, stating calmly, "How is this possible? How could you be so strong? We are both half-emperors." A look of disbelief washed over the ancestor's face. He never imagined he would be defeated so easily. Despite being equals in rank, he hadn't even been able to withstand a single strike from his opponent. One arrow. It nearly cost him his life. Repeated blows shattered the once proud mentality of the questioning sword ancestor, leaving him unable to accept the outcome. His composure lay in ruins. First, his opportunity to ascend to emperor was interrupted, and then he was vanquished in a single move, without even a chance to draw his sword. As the situation grew increasingly dire, he resolved to abandon all hope. The questioning sword ancestor's mentality exploded. Huh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face contorted with malice. You truly intend to eradicate me? If you wish to kill me, I shall ensure your suffering as well. Lu Yuan, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, a mere defeated foe dares to speak so arrogantly? Yet, dying at my hands will grant you peace. His words struck a painful chord in the pride of the sword-asking ancestor. Having ascended to the status of a semi-emperor by overpowering his peers, he had never endured such humiliation. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he recognized the inevitability of his fate today. Ha! I concede you are formidable, but if I unleash this technique, how will you respond? The sword-asking ancestor suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Since you refuse to allow me an escape, let us all perish together. Let death claim us. All shall die? And that Lu Yuan, too. Let them all perish. In that moment, the sword-asking ancestor's composure shattered. his face contorting with madness. Luo Yi, initially oblivious, felt a drastic change in his demeanor the next second. He sensed a tumultuous and formidable energy brewing within the sword-asking ancestor. "You madman, you intend to self-destruct?" Luo Yi gasped, casting a furious glance at the sword-asking ancestor. Damn it! In his fury, the sword-asking ancestor has chosen to detonate himself. In this world, where cultivators enjoyed extended lifespans, the devastation of a self-detonation, even the most rudimentary kind, could obliterate cultivators several ranks above. The power unleashed by a half-step martial emperor's self-destruction was unimaginably terrifying. "Do not look back. Retreat swiftly," Luo Yi cried out, hastening towards Lu Yuan's location. His own demise mattered not. The crucial point was to protect his master from harm. Chapter 48. Desperate Resistance. Luo Yi severely injured. "Ha ha ha, it's too late. You shall all perish. Not a single one shall escape." The sword-asking ancestor laughed maniacally, unhesitatingly detonating his own dantian and meridians. He transformed into a shooting star, hurtling toward Luo Yi. "Get away!" Luo Yi bellowed, striking out with his palm. Yet, before his attack could reach the sword-asking ancestor, the latter exploded. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body, overwhelming the very heavens and earth, which could not withstand the self-detonation of a semi-emperor. The void itself seemed to be torn asunder, scattering fragments like a spider's web. A visible and horrifying shockwave swept outward, reducing everything it touched to powder. Luo Yi's heart trembled. The sheer power was enough to instill fear even within him. There was no time. Observing the rapidly expanding tide of terrifying energy, Luo Yi's expression turned grim. Under such circumstances, he might manage to extricate himself. However, the safety of his master. With a fierce resolve, Luo Yi shouted back, 18 riders, heed my command. We will not flee. Prepare to withstand this assault and buy time for our master to escape." He had already informed Lu Yuan of the sword-asking ancestor's self-detonation. Now, Lu Yuan and his group were hastily retreating. Their mission was to secure enough time for Lu Yuan to reach a safe haven. Understood. Upon hearing this, the 17 members of the Yan Yun 18 riders immediately ceased their retreat. They turned back to confront the oncoming tide, unflinching and unwavering, willing to sacrifice everything to ensure their master's safety. "Form ranks. Block this attack. We must buy time for our master," Luo Yi shouted, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. If they did not obstruct the energy tide, the surrounding area would be obliterated, leaving nothing but ashes. At that moment, everyone would meet their demise alongside it. He would not allow such a catastrophe to occur. The 17 peak martial saints of the Yan Yun 18 riders bore solemn expressions, standing resolute. Boom. The energy waves surged violently, akin to a primordial beast charging toward them with ferocity. "Attack!" Luo Yi shouted, taking a deep breath. He drew forth his purple-gold great bow, knocking an arrow and bending the bow into a crescent shape. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted forth. With a resonant hum, the golden arrow soared through the air, transforming into a massive arrow of hundreds of feet in length. Its formidable presence howled as it struck the energy tide. However, the energy tide merely paused for an instant before effortlessly swallowing the 100-foot-long arrow whole. It surged forth with even greater ferocity toward them. "Brothers, fight with me." Luo Yi understood that a single arrow would not suffice. Suddenly, a figure surged forward, wielding a spear that resembled a magnificent golden dragon, exuding an aura of invincibility as he charged ahead. Behind him, the 17 elite riders of Yan Yun followed closely. They unleashed their formidable techniques without reservation. The onslaught of the 18 riders collided violently with the tidal wave of energy. Crack! In the void, thunder roared. Fractures in the fabric of space appeared with each collision, sprawling like an immense chain. The clash between the two forces caused the void to shatter even further. "Break through!" Luo Yi exclaimed, his legs treading upon the void. A guttural sound escaping his lips, his expression twisted in agony. At the moment of impact, the resilience of his golden sinews and jade bones had already begun to crack. He was merely at the half-emperor level, and yet he was in such dire straits. The remaining riders of the Yan Yun were in an even graver condition. Blood streamed from their 7 orifices, their bones shattered. Even those who suffered less were violently spitting blood, their internal organs damaged. Yet the 18 stood firm as if they were indomitable Vajras, resolutely refusing to retreat. Hold on. Push through. We must endure. Roe roared. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His once handsome visage appeared pallid and drained. The 17 peak martial saints gritted their teeth, clinging to their resolve. They understood that they could not falter. Should they fall, their lord's safety would be compromised. Boom. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. The energy tide, now infused with the fluctuations from the ruptured void, surged in power. With a resounding crash, it engulfed Roe and his companions. Puff! Roe felt a jolt as his bones shattered under the immense pressure, countless wounds erupting on his body. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. The other 17 riders could no longer withstand the onslaught and were flung away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Roe was left alone, desperately holding his ground. Cursed be this fate. Roe clenched his teeth, standing firm without retreating an inch. He dared not relent, nor could he afford to abandon his fallen brothers. As long as their lord could escape alive, what did it matter if they perished here? Time slipped away, and eventually, Roe sensed a release of pressure. The fractured void began to mend, and the energy tide was consumed by the void. At last, it was over, panting heavily. Roe found his garments drenched in sweat, yet his eyes shimmered with a sense of relief. As the pressure dissipated, he felt his eyelids growing heavier. His battered body could no longer endure, and he plummeted from the air. Roe! Roe! In his daze, it seemed a voice echoed in his ears. Luo suddenly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in an unfamiliar valley. Surrounding him were heaps of debris resembling mudslides, barren and devoid of any greenery. My lord, as he discerned the face before him, Luo struggled to rise. Do not move. Lu Yuan firmly pressed him back down. Logically, how could Lu Yuan, a martial sovereign, restrain a demigod? Yet, he exerted almost no effort, revealing the severity of Luo Yi's injuries. My lord, I am relieved to see you unharmed. By the way, how are my brothers faring? Luo spoke weakly. Indeed, I am well, thanks to you. Had it not been for your valor, I might not have survived. Your brothers are commendable as well. Although grievously wounded, they remain out of peril. That is a relief. Luo managed a faint smile, his anxious heart finally at ease. Chapter 49. The Annihilation of the Sword Inquiry Sect. Ling Qi. Observing the battered and broken form of Luo Yi, a surge of fury ignited within Lu Yuan. Had it not been for Luo Yi's timely warning and valiant efforts to obstruct the impending danger, his life might have already been extinguished. The Sword Inquiry Sect. Yu Xiang, command the drizzle to relentlessly pursue every disciple of the Sword Inquiry Sect scattered across the continent. Upon discovering one, eliminate them. I intend to sever all ties with the Sword Inquiry Sect. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Thus far, he had merely obliterated the headquarters of the Sword Inquiry Sect. Established for millennia, the sect boasted an immense number of disciples spread throughout the continent. Those who were on missions or undergoing training outside had undoubtedly evaded disaster this time. Lu Yuan's objective was to hunt down these elusive remnants, to slay all who were associated with the Sword Inquiry Sect. Understood, Yu Xiang replied solemnly. Although Drizzle was primarily an intelligence organization, its members were not lacking in combat prowess. Moreover, the main fighting force of the Sword Inquiry Sect had already perished. The scattered personnel would be no match for Drizzle. After this battle, the Sword Inquiry Sect, a top-tier transcendent power, would be completely erased from the continent. Luo Yi, you must rest well. As Lu Yuan gazed upon Luo Yi's shattered body, his heart ached with compassion. Although Luo Yi had been summoned by the system, in Lu Yuan's eyes, he was a living, breathing entity. Master, I can still fight. I can still. Enough with the nonsense. If I tell you to rest, then rest. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's rebuke, Luo Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet, warmth spread through his heart. Having a master who cared for them was indeed a blessing. Yes, Luo Yi will rest well. Once I recover, I shall fight for my master once more. Luo Yi declared with unwavering resolve. After ensuring the well-being of Luo Yi and the others, Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 18 riders of Smoke and Cloud were gravely injured, they were thankfully out of mortal danger. However, for Luo Yi and the others to regain their peak condition, it would take at least half a year, unless they consumed some sacred healing elixirs to expedite their recovery. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan had none of those. During the recovery period, it would be prudent for Luo Yi and the others to minimize their exertions. For the time being, the two martial saints, Li Sandao and Yuan Zhuozong, could still maintain the facade. Lu Yuan contemplated this in his mind. Martial saints were already dominant figures on the continent. At least for now, they could still uphold the sect's reputation. Master, I have returned. At that moment, Imo suddenly emerged from Lu Yuan's shadow. How did it go? Were you able to find what I requested? Lu Yuan inquired, his tone suggesting he had anticipated this. Imo knelt on one knee and reported, My lord, after our search, we found no trace of the ancestral figure of the sword-seeking sect. It is presumed that he has met a gruesome end, completely dissipated from this world. However, during our quest, we unexpectedly discovered the sect leader of the sword-seeking sect. Upon finding him, he was barely clinging to life, and I forcefully sustained his breath. As Imo spoke, he cast down a battered figure. There lay Ling Yunfeng, sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his body. His form twisted in unnatural ways. His breaths were weak, indicative of a soul that was barely lingering. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Immediately after the terrifying explosion, he had dispatched his shadow guards to search for the ancestral figure of the sword-seeking sect. To his astonishment, instead of locating the ancestor, they had returned with the sect leader. Humph, what a stroke of fortune for that old wretch. Yet, since the ancestor has perished, let this sect leader bear the brunt of it. Go, preserve his life for now. Begin with his slow torture. Then extract his soul and use it to suffer under the heavenly lantern. Looking down at the dying sect leader, Lu Yuan let out a chilling laugh. It was a pity that the ancestral figure had met such an untimely demise. Having inflicted such severe injuries upon the Yun 18 riders, he deserved to experience the cruelest torments this world has to offer. However, with the ancestor gone, it was time for the sect leader to pay the price. On the ground, Ling Yunfeng trembled, gasping for breath. You little bastard, grant me a swift death. To torture me, what kind of hero do you think you are? He screamed, his eyes filled with madness. The slow torture of the flesh, the lighting of the soul, these were the most brutal forms of punishment in this realm. At this moment, all he desired was a release from his suffering, but he longed for a swift end, not prolonged agony. Humph, Imo, treat our esteemed sect leader well, Lu Yuan coldly commanded before turning away and leaving the scene. Yes, my lord, I shall not disappoint you, Imo replied earnestly, drawing forth his dagger in front of Ling Yunfeng. Now, the first step, slow torture. My knife skills are quite proficient, I assure you. I will not grant you a swift death. A flicker of panic finally crossed Ling Yunfeng's eyes. No, please. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had also familiarized himself with certain functions of the system during this time, discovering where his personal panel resided. Host, Lu Yuan, strength. Initial stage of martial emperor. Subordinate forces, Yun 18 riders, severely injured. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, enhanced version. 50,000 Trap Camp, Shadow Guards, Drizzle, 10,000 Northern Army, diminished. Subordinate Guards, Li Sandao Su Chu. Points, 6, 376, 975. Gazing at the 6 million points, Lu Yuan suddenly shook his head in regret. It is regrettable. Had the sword ancestor not resorted to self-detonation, but instead been vanquished by Luo Yi, it would undoubtedly have yielded a substantial fortune in luck points, potentially exceeding 10 million once more. However, as the matter has concluded, Lu Yuan would not dwell on it further. Suddenly, Lu Yuan noticed a change on his personal panel. The Northern Army has been diminished? Observing the character indicating remnants behind the Northern Army, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The data on the panel is updated in real time. For instance, the severe injury status of the 18 riders of Yun signifies their grave condition. Yet, recalling the information previously provided by the rain, Lu Yuan immediately became enlightened. It appears that the Northern Wall Legion is advancing southward, currently besieging the Jade Gate. Rain Xiang, what is the situation at the Jade Gate with Xie? Lu Yuan casually summoned Rain Xiang to inquire about the circumstances at the Jade Gate. The information organization, Fine Rain, spans the entirety of the Great Zhou, essentially serving as his eyes and ears. Rain Xiang clasped her hands respectfully and reported, My lord, Commander Huang Hu of the Wall Legion is leading 300,000 troops to assault the Jade Gate. Xie commands 10,000 men. steadfastly defending the fortified city and refusing to sortie. Huang, who possesses semi-saintly prowess, yet the Jade Gate is fortified with restrictions, rendering the opponent's semi-saint strength of little consequence. Indeed, the intelligence provided by Rain Xiang corroborated Lu Yuan's suspicions, since Xie Xian had not sought his assistance. It indicated that the Jade Gate was not currently facing any significant issues. Chapter 50. The Handmaiden Ruolan. Is she the princess? At this moment, Yu Xiang seemed to recall something and continued, "By the way, Your Majesty, the 10,000 guards from Yubei City have also abandoned the city and returned to Yumen Pass. The elderly from the northern town prince's residence have been safely escorted to Yumen Pass as well." Lu Yuan nodded. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Yu Xiang, the elderly from the northern town prince's residence can be settled casually. As for the guards from Yubei City supporting Yumen Pass, that is commendable. Yumen Pass is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and with 20,000 guards, it can withstand for quite some time." Yu Xiang nodded in agreement. The formidable Yumen Pass had indeed served as an impenetrable barrier for the once weak Great Zhou, and this was not without reason. "Your Majesty, there is one more matter." Yu Xiang's expression suddenly turned hesitant. Lu Yuan, unaware of her unease, remained calm. "What is it?" After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xiang finally spoke. "Your Majesty, there is a woman from the northern town prince's residence who claims to be your woman and insists on seeing you. If we do not bring her, she threatens to take her own life in front of us. I was unable to handle her and did not dare to act against her, so I brought her here." Yu Xiang lowered her head. "I do not dare to make decisions on my own and seek your guidance on how to arrange for this woman." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. From Yu Xiang's description, he could surmise who it was. It must be the enchanting woman who had been by his side when he first crossed over. This captivating woman, named Ruolan, was the personal handmaiden of his previous incarnation. Although a handmaiden, she was nearly akin to a concubine, merely lacking official recognition. The former self had been utterly infatuated with her, devoting all his attention to her, even keeping her hidden within the prince's residence as a cherished possession. However, how could he bring a woman to the battlefield now? And as for Jiang Qianning, she was, after all, a formidable warrior of the martial king realm. Where was she now? Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to meet her. Setting aside other considerations, she had come all this way, and he felt it was necessary to amend the regrets from his recent awakening. Yu Xiang said, "The shadow guards have dispatched someone to welcome her. She should be arriving soon." Before long, a shadow guard escorted Ruolan into Lu Yuan's tent. "Your Highness, I finally see you," Ruolan exclaimed, rushing toward Lu Yuan with tears in her eyes. "I have missed you so much. Why did you leave me behind? Do you no longer want me?" As Ruolan appeared, Lu Yuan couldn't help but glance at her. Indeed, her attire remained as revealing as ever, igniting a heat within him. "Lu Yuan, when will you return to Bayong City?" At that moment, Jiang Qianning unexpectedly entered the tent and immediately caught sight of Ruolan clinging to Lu Yuan's arm. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Lu Yuan felt a lingering gaze filled with resentment directed at him. Without a doubt, it was from Jiang Qianning. Clearing his throat, feeling the soft brush of an arm against his, Lu Yuan quickly asked, "What brings you here? By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Ruolan, my former mate." Suddenly, Lu Yuan seemed to have realized something, letting out a soft gasp. "Ruolan, I recall you mentioning that you were born into a humble farming family and came to Yubei City to seek a livelihood, correct?" He cast a meaningful glance at Ruolan. Previously, without his cultivation, he had overlooked much. However, now possessing the prowess of a martial emperor, he discerned something amiss. This Ruolan was no ordinary woman. She was a formidable warrior with the strength of a martial king. Unaware of Lu Yuan's subtle transformation, Ruolan blushed and replied, "Indeed, I never expected your highness to remember. Meeting you has truly been a blessing in my life." Lu Yuan smirked coldly, discreetly pushing Ruolan's arm away as he turned to sit on a chair, sipping from his teacup. If she were indeed a woman of humble origins, why then did she possess such formidable cultivation? Martial king, no less? At Lu Yuan's words, Ruolan's movements froze, and a flicker of panic crossed her face. All of this was observed by Lu Yuan, further solidifying his suspicion that Ruolan harbored ulterior motives. Your Highness, Ruolan stammered, flustered and at a loss. "Speak." What is your true purpose in approaching me? Lu Yuan's gaze was cold as he scrutinized Ruolan. He could not believe that a martial king would approach him without a motive. After all, he was merely a discarded prince, powerless, insignificant, with little to offer other than a handsome facade. What could possibly attract a martial king to him? Around them, Su Chu and the others grew vigilant, watching Ruolan with wary eyes. Should this woman dare to make any sudden moves, they would promptly subdue her. Ultimately, Ruolan, under the pressure of Su Chu's cold stare, felt compelled to relent. She could sense the profound cultivation of Su Chu and the others, especially Li Sandao, whose presence sent a shiver down her spine. Gritting her teeth, Ruolan declared, "Your Highness, I am in service of the third prince. In these turbulent times, the Empress is merciless, and your death has been decreed. The third prince hopes to collaborate with you." As she spoke, she inadvertently faltered, suddenly sensing that the Lu Yuan before her was as chilling as the depths of the abyss. The third prince, huh? How amusing. This third prince truly possesses remarkable influence to dare encroach upon my domain. The fury within Lu Yuan swelled to an unprecedented peak. The Empress decreed his death, and now the third prince sought to join the fray. Then let there be bloodshed. Let it instill terror in their hearts, rendering them incapable of extending their claws again. Su Chu, carry out my command. Lu Yuan did not spare a glance at Ruolan, coldly issuing his orders. Understood. Su Chu cared not for any notions of pity or tenderness. Lu Yuan's words were as binding as a royal edict. With a swift motion, Ruolan attempted to argue, but Su Chu's great blade had already struck. The force of the strike shattered Ruolan into a myriad of pieces. Cooperation. Huh. Third prince. I shall remember you. Lu Yuan cast a profound gaze upon Ruolan's lifeless form. Before the Empress's decree of death, this Ruolan had been by his side. At that time, his former self was but a mere wastrel. It was evident that the third prince's intentions were never to ally with him. Fortuitously, he had restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have found it utterly revolting. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply. The individual he had sought to engage in meaningful discourse turned out to be a spy sent by another. How could this not incite his wrath? Chapter 51. Sign in. Huang pills. Lu Yuan returned to his chair, the anger still palpable on his face. No wonder his predecessor was completely enchanted by the other party. For a formidable martial king to mesmerize an ordinary person, it would be effortlessly easy. Go, Yuxiang, investigate that third prince, ascertain his origins. Humph. Since they dare to set their sights on me, they must be prepared to pay a bitter price. A cold glint flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. The power dynamics of the great Zhou dynasty were intricate and convoluted. He had no idea where this third prince had emerged from or the extent of his resources. However, the fact that the opponent could casually dispatch a martial king as a pawn to lurk by his side indicated that they were not to be underestimated. Yes, my lord, Yuxiang replied, his body tense with anxiety. After all, it was he who had brought this matter upon himself, and now that trouble had arisen, he could not escape accountability. Fortunately, Yuxiang sighed in relief as Lu Yuan made no attempt to pursue the issue further, merely waving him off and allowing him to exit the tent. Ning, did you wish to say something? Is there a matter that brings you to me? At this moment, Lu Yuan lifted his teacup, casting a curious glance at Jiang Ning, who was standing nearby. Jiang Ning's fingertips were pale from gripping tightly, her gaze fixated on the bloodstains lingering on the ground. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan had ruthlessly slain the alluring woman, which had terrified her. That enchanting woman was evidently Lu Yuan's partner, and he had struck her down without a flicker of hesitation. This prompted her to reflect upon her own situation. Was there truly any distinction between her identity and that of the mesmerizing woman? There was none. Both were dependents, subsisting under Lu Yuan's protection. If Lu Yuan could so mercilessly eliminate that beautiful woman, what would prevent him from doing the same to her? Ning? Observing Jiang Ning lost in thought, Lu Yuan impatiently called her again. Startled, she snapped back to reality upon hearing his tone. No, I merely came to see. Jiang Ning stammered, hastily waving her hands. Presently, she dared not continue to vie for attention or show displeasure towards Lu Yuan, fearing that his ire might mirror the fate of that woman. If she were to perish, her father would likely not escape the clutches of this demon either. Jiang Ning's mind was in turmoil, and today's events had compelled her to reevaluate her circumstances. As she fled in haste, Lu Yuan was left bewildered. What was wrong with her? He shook his head, promptly dismissing Jiang Qianning from his thoughts. There were pressing matters at hand. It was not the time to deal with her antics. Just as Lu Yuan pondered his next course of action, a notification suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! The host has slain a heavily injured martial saint under his command, gaining 100,000 fortune points. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had slain a martial saint? Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized that this must be the contribution from the Shadow Ink that had slain the sect master of the sword-questioning sect. However, upon seeing the fortune value presented by the system, Lu Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Is the system siphoning off my fortune value? Why is it only 100,000? A martial saint should at least be worth 1,000,000. Lu Yuan grumbled in frustration. The figure of 100,000 was vastly different from his expectations. A saint-level lottery required 1,000,000 fortune value. Slaying a martial saint and receiving a reward of 1,000,000 fortune value seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Beep. The host did not engage the enemy in actual combat. It was merely a cleanup. The system has determined that a powerful entity intervened, automatically reducing the fortune value. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan's face grew increasingly grim. Damn it! Picking up a corpse is even counted as an intervention by a powerful entity? Oh well. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled that indeed, a powerful being had intervened. A strong individual had self-destructed, nearly obliterating his own sect master. That should also count as an intervention by a powerful entity, right? Humph. This dogged system is exceedingly meticulous, leaving no room for loopholes. Lu Yuan's expression was awkward, yet he still felt a twinge of indignation. According to the dogged system's stipulations, when his subordinates defeated enemies, the fortune value would be reduced based on the disparity in strength between the two parties. Moreover, the method of employing a strong individual to control the situation while a weaker one delivered the final blow was not permitted. Now, it seemed that even scavenging a corpse was off limits. Truly, it left no bugs behind. Nevertheless, upon reflecting that this fortune value was still a windfall, Lu Yuan felt a slight alleviation in his spirits. Another night passed. Observing his cultivation, Lu Yuan noted a gradual increase after a night's time. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips. At this rate, within 3 months, he should be able to advance to the mid-stage of martial emperor. Indeed, the origin in sacred body is truly exceptional, while others toil for over a decade to see even a slight elevation in their realm. His own was soaring at a rocket-like pace. One must admit, this was exceedingly gratifying. Moreover, it was exhilarating. Glancing at the time, Lu Yuan opened the system interface once more. He chuckled. It was time for his daily check-in again. He wondered what rewards he would receive this time. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, harboring anticipation. The check-in time is based on the initial check-in time. Opening the system for check-in every morning had become a mandatory routine for Lu Yuan. System, activate today as check-in. Beep. System check-in in progress. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 18 flavor Remania pills. 18 flavor Remania pills strengthens the body, solidifies the kidneys, nourishes and replenishes the body. Consumption may lead to legendary realm. Night 18 times Lang. Lu Yuan. Why do I feel inexplicably a bit empty? Bah, how could a man of my valor ever need such a thing? Yet, despite his words, Lu Yuan's body remained honest. In a flash of light, a pea-sized brown pill appeared in his hand. This pill, fragrant to the nose, bore no difference from any ordinary elixir. Heh. Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. While he may be strong, what man does not aspire to grow even stronger? With a flick of his wrist, he promptly placed the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his belly. Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of heat coursing through him, and his entire body became remarkably unencumbered. It works. He had not anticipated the effects to manifest so swiftly, bringing him joy. Lu Yuan licked his lips. Now, he felt invigorated once more. Chapter 52, The Man in Black, the third prince in a lavish and expansive courtyard within the city of Chang'an. A picturesque scene unfolded with babbling brooks and elegant bridges. At the heart of a lakeside pavilion sat a corpulent figure clad in resplendent robes, his eyes narrowing with a lecherous gaze as he indulged in the charms of a beautiful maid in his embrace. This rotund man weighed no less than 500 or 600 pounds, cradling the maid as one would a small child. "Stop it, Your Highness, please," the maid protested playfully, her voice laced with mock annoyance. Upon hearing her coy remonstration, the man's eyes gleamed with a lascivious intent, unabashed. "If you serve me well, there will be rewards in store for you." Instantly, the maid's eyes sparkled with interest. Her flirtation with this repugnant figure was merely a means to secure those promised rewards. She laughed sweetly, her thin garments slipping to the ground under the weight of his grasp. As she pressed herself against him, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken intentions. Just as the man was caught in the throes of pleasure, a figure cloaked in black materialized before him like a specter. The maid, startled by this sudden appearance, felt her heart race with fear. Before she could utter a cry, the rotund man let out a resigned sigh. What a pity, with a slight flex of his arms. He executed a brutal maneuver, crushing the maid's form into a pulpy mass with a sickening crunch. The lecherous demeanor that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a chilling glare from his half-lidded eyes. "Didn't I instruct you not to appear before me in the presence of others? Are you intent on disrupting my established rules? If you have no significant news, your actions have cost me a favored pet, and you know the consequences." He casually tossed the lifeless maid aside, dusting off his hands and casting a cold glance at the man in black. This man in black was one of his own creations, a cadre designed to handle the unsavory affairs he wished to keep hidden. He would never allow anyone to discover his ties to these shadowy figures. Anyone who witnessed his secrets would meet their demise. Feeling the weight of the rotund man's gaze, the cloaked figure broke into a cold sweat, hastily kneeling on one knee. "My lord, according to the reports from our scouts, the Sword Inquiry sect has been annihilated by the forces of Lu Yuan. The entire sect has been reduced to mere rubble." The man in black lowered his head, fully aware that when he spoke of rubble, it was not merely a metaphor. The Sword Inquiry sect had truly been obliterated. Upon hearing this, the rotund man was taken aback. "What? The Sword Inquiry sect has been destroyed? How is that possible?" His first instinct was disbelief. After all, the Sword Inquiry sect was the foremost sect in the Great Zhou, renowned for its formidable strength, with tens of thousands of disciples and a martial saint as its leader. It was not a force to be trifled with. Wasn't he the sect's master a martial saint? What of the reclusive sword-asking ancestor? With the demise of the sword-asking sect, did they not intervene at all? The stout man directly voiced his confusion. The cloaked figure lowered his head and replied, "The sect leader of the sword-asking sect has gone missing, and we have yet to ascertain any trace of him. However, various indications suggest that he has likely fallen into the hands of Lu Yuan. Although the sword-asking ancestor emerged from seclusion, it appears he was swiftly slain by Lu Yuan's subordinates upon his reappearance. The obliteration of the sword-asking sect was the result of a confrontation between Lu Yuan's formidable underlings and the sword-asking ancestor. Upon hearing that even the sword-asking ancestor had met his end, the stout man displayed an expression of utter astonishment. A sect boasting two saints had actually perished in unison? He gasped in disbelief. The rumors circulating indicated that the sword-asking ancestor possessed peak martial sage prowess, nearing the threshold of semi-emperor status. How could such a formidable being have fallen to Lu Yuan? Could it be that Lu Yuan is truly that powerful? The stout man felt compelled to reassess Lu Yuan's capabilities, particularly to investigate how so many formidable experts had emerged from Lu Yuan's ranks seemingly out of nowhere. As for the information relayed by the cloaked figure, the stout man held no doubts regarding its authenticity. He had painstakingly cultivated his intelligence network for decades. If they dared to send him false information, he would begin to question the efficacy of his methods. After a moment of silence, a smile crept upon his face. "Lu Yuan's strength could be advantageous for me. Fortunately, I had earlier positioned Rulan beside Lu Yuan and gained his trust. As long as Rulan employs her means, will Lu Yuan not obediently comply?" Suddenly, the stout man recalled a pawn he had strategically placed beside Lu Yuan. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. The maneuver he had executed to extend his influence into the northern domain now proved invaluable. If he could indirectly control Lu Yuan through Rulan, would not Lu Yuan's formidable subordinates also become his assets? With internal and external collaboration, success would be within reach. He resolved to notify Rulan to swiftly return to Lu Yuan's side. How foolish of Rulan to have allowed Lu Yuan to leave her alone in Northern Domain City. This time, she must closely follow Lu Yuan, employing all her tactics to ensure he becomes utterly devoted to her. Yet, as the stout man reveled in his plans. The cloaked figure's next words doused the third prince in icy dismay. With a bitter smile, the cloaked figure stated, "My lord, Ruolan's life token has shattered." "Yes, I understand. What did you say?" The third prince's expression instantly shifted. "How could Ruolan's life token be shattered? Are you deceiving me? You must know my capabilities." The third prince fixed his gaze upon the figure cloaked in black, his pupils transforming into a mesmerizing and malevolent hue as a terrifying aura of darkness emanated from his being. Clearly, this third prince was far from the simple facade he presented. Under the weight of the third prince's stare, the man in black felt as though he were being scrutinized by an evil deity, his breath becoming labored. "My lord, the life tablet of Ruolan has indeed shattered. Based on my subordinate's deductions, it appears that Ruolan's identity has been exposed, and she was subsequently slain by Lu Yuan." The third prince's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Wasn't Ruolan the apple of Lu Yuan's eye? How could he possibly bring himself to slay her? The man in black, enduring immense pressure, replied, "Lu Yuan has undergone significant changes. He is no longer the same as before. Now, many formidable experts inexplicably surround him. Even our black guards dare not approach for intelligence gathering. With so many skilled fighters, sending Ruolan, a mere martial king, would undoubtedly be folly." The man in black's words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, the third prince's gaze flickered, his aura wildly fluctuating. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled heavily. "This was my oversight." The third prince reigned in his aura, his eyes deep and contemplative. He had only considered the might of Lu Yuan and the potential benefits he could extract from him. However, he had overlooked a crucial point. Lu Yuan had transformed beyond recognition, surrounded by countless experts. Dispatching another martial king like Ruolan would indeed be a grave mistake. Chapter 53. The turmoil of all parties. The esteemed ancestor of the great Zhou, Zhou Huang, found himself anguished at the thought of Ruolan's enchanting beauty. Among the women he had meticulously cultivated as pawns for the powerful, Ruolan was the most tantalizing. Initially, he had intended to savor her allure once the mission concluded. However, fate had dealt him a cruel hand, for he had not even had the opportunity to indulge before she was lost to him forever. To his dismay, he had never tasted her charms, not even once. "Curse you, Lu Yuan, you wretched scoundrel. I extended my hand in alliance, and yet you chose to slay my people." A venomous glint flickered in the narrow slits of the third prince's eyes. It was certain that Ruolan had revealed her protector before her demise. Yet Lu Yuan had still struck with lethal intent, extinguishing his subordinates. Was it Ruolan that perished? No, it was his own dignity that was tarnished. If he remained silent about this, what would his other subordinates think upon discovering the truth? "Shadow guards, keep a vigilant watch on Lu Yuan's army. Report any developments immediately," the third prince commanded coldly. The prospect of collaboration had turned into a farce, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. As it stood, the only resolution left was to become adversaries. "Yes." The shadowy figure nodded quickly in acquiescence, then vanished as if swept away by the wind. Once the shadowy figure departed, the third prince was left alone in the pavilion. "Heh, Lu Yuan, since you fail to appreciate my stature as the third prince, prepare to pay a grievous price." The third prince closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his gaze was a blood-red hue, emanating an aura of sinister intent. News of the annihilation of the Sword Inquiry sect spread like wildfire throughout the Great Zhou. As the foremost sect in the realm, the Sword Inquiry sect's might was universally acknowledged as unparalleled. Yet, in the span of a single day, this formidable force had been utterly vanquished. Even the disciples scattered far and wide were being systematically assassinated. The populace was alarmed to discover that even the weakest of disciples were not spared. It was evident that someone sought to obliterate the Sword Inquiry sect's legacy entirely. In an instant, those factions weaker than the Sword Inquiry sect were thrown into a state of panic, fearing that the calamity that had befallen the sect would soon beset them as well. They dared not send anyone to investigate, terrified of incurring the wrath of the unknown force responsible for the sect's destruction, lest disaster befall them. Nonetheless, some of the more powerful factions, unable to quell their unease, secretly dispatched individuals to delve into the reasons behind the Sword Inquiry sect's demise. Among these was, of course, the royal family of the Great Zhou, Lu Yuan. Within the palace, a chilling and furious cry reverberated throughout the halls, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it. Zhou Linglong's once exquisite visage had contorted into a mask of utter rage and despair upon learning of the Sword Inquiry sect's obliteration and the possibility that her maternal grandfather, the sect's leader, had perished as well. In that moment, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. Lu Yuan, wait for me. I shall have you torn to pieces. Zhou Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred and fury. Her grandfather had died. The only family she had was gone. For Zhou Linglong, this was undoubtedly akin to the sky falling. If her previous feelings towards Lu Yuan were merely irritation, at this moment, they were consumed by overwhelming hatred. She vowed that Lu Yuan would pay a harrowing price, wiping away the tears from her face. Zhou Linglong paid no heed to the dignity of an empress or the regal demeanor expected of her. Barefoot, she stumbled out of the palace in a frenzied rush. Your Majesty. Nearby, a ceremonial lady-in-waiting attempted to approach, but Zhou Linglong mercilessly struck her down with a single punch. Get out of my way. At that moment, Zhou Linglong appeared utterly terrifying. Her complexion was ghostly pale, her lips devoid of color, her hair disheveled, resembling a madwoman. Witnessing this, the palace maids and guards immediately bowed their heads in trepidation. Could it be that the Empress had gone mad? Zhou Linglong dashed towards the northern part of the palace, where lay the dragon tomb of the Great Zhou, resting place of the emperors of the Great Zhou throughout the ages. It was also the location of the Dragon Court. The Dragon Court housed the esteemed masters of the Great Zhou royal lineage and powerful figures who were honored by the Great Zhou. To enter the Dragon Court, one must possess at least the cultivation level of a half-saint. Before the Dragon Tomb, Zhou Linglong fell to her knees with a thud. The 43rd Emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhou Linglong, beseeched the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. Suppressing her fury, she prostrated herself deeply on the ground. The strongest allies she could summon were at best half-saint level. And now, her grandfather, a martial saint, had suffered the vile hand of Lu Yuan. Thus, the only way to confront Lu Yuan was to request the ancestor of the Dragon Court to emerge. Zhou Linglong knelt there, waiting in silence. Before long, the space before her began to ripple. An emaciated elder stepped forth from the distorted space. Should other cultivators have been present, they would have gasped in astonishment. This so-called Dragon Court of the Great Zhou was, in fact, a miniature world. Ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, Zhou Linglong respectfully performed a deep bow. Indeed, this elder before her was the publicly recognized saint-level powerhouse of the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou ancestor, Zhou Huang. Did I not tell you? Do not call for me unless the dynasty is on the brink of collapse. Zhou Huang glared at Zhou Linglong with irritation. What is it that you summoned me for? If it is not of great importance, even with your grandfather's protection, I shall not let you off lightly. At their level of cultivation, their sole focus lay in seclusion, pursuing the opportunity to attain emperor status. To be disturbed without cause could result in a monumental loss of opportunity. The ancestral elder, indeed. The dynasty stands at the precipice of crisis. Thus it is. Zhou Linglong wiped away her tears and reported all that had transpired to the esteemed elder of the Great Zhou. The question of the annihilation of the Sword Inquiry sect. Such a matter exists? Upon hearing this, Zhou Huang's face was a portrait of astonishment. Clearly, he too was taken aback by this revelation. He was well aware of the Sword Inquiry sect, the foremost sect in the Great Zhou. It seems this matter necessitates the intervention of the Imperial ancestor for resolution. The elder of the Great Zhou wore a grim expression. One martial saint. No, two martial saints. The fall of both saints transcends what he could manage. Even more crucial is the fact that the ruthless individual responsible for slaying these two martial saints is an adversary of the Great Zhou. This compels him to take the situation seriously. The Imperial ancestor? Zhou Linglong paused, as if she had heard this title somewhere before. However, within the Dragon Court, everything is considered a forbidden topic. Even as the Empress of the Great Zhou, her knowledge is limited. Do not speak further, follow me. Zhou Huang instructed in a low voice. Within the Dragon Court, he is not the sole martial saint. The outside world may claim that the Great Zhou has only him as a martial saint, but that is merely a fade. Which nation would lay all its cards on the table? Moreover, it is evident that the Dragon Court, as the foundation of the Great Zhou, has endured for nearly 10 millennia. How could it possibly have only one saint? Chapter 54. The secret realm of the Dragon Court. Zhou Linglong was brought into the secret realm of the Dragon Court. Initially, she envisioned the Dragon Court as a solemn and austere place akin to a cathedral or palace. However, upon entering, she was greeted by a picturesque landscape of serene mountains and clear waters. Dozens of peaks stood majestically by the water, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Moreover, as Zhou Linglong stepped into the Dragon Court, she immediately sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, which had intensified remarkably. Compared to the outside world, it was at least 10 times more potent. This indicated that cultivation within the secret realm of the Dragon Court would be significantly accelerated, tenfold, at the very least. The esteemed ancestor of the great Zhou remained silent, directly leading Zhou Linglong to the highest peak within the realm. Junior Zhou Huang seeks an audience with the Imperial ancestor. To Zhou Linglong's astonishment, the once exalted ancestor knelt before a cave entrance. Zhou Linglong, quick to comprehend, realized that the Imperial ancestor mentioned by the elder was a being of even greater stature than him. Consequently, she hastily followed suit, bowing her head in reverence. Suddenly, with a resounding rumble, the massive stone at the cave's entrance slowly moved aside. "Enter," a faint voice echoed from within. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Huang exhaled a sigh of relief. "Come, let us proceed inside. Remember to pay attention to your appearance next time. As a female emperor, you ought to present yourself with more decorum, especially when meeting the Imperial ancestor." Zhou Huang gently admonished Zhou Linglong. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she fidgeted with the hem of her disheveled attire. Upon learning of her grandfather's predicament, she had scarcely found the time or inclination to groom herself. "I understand, ancestor. I shall be more mindful next time," Zhou Linglong replied, biting her lip. Upon entering the cave, they beheld an elderly man clad in azure robes, seated serenely on a mat. Upon seeing the elder, Zhou Huang bowed once more. "I pay my respects to the Imperial ancestor." Zhou Linglong mirrored the gesture, bowing in kind out of curiosity. Instinctively, she glanced up, only to be met by the piercing gaze of the elder as he suddenly opened his eyes. Those were eyes marked by the weight of ages, capable of penetrating the very essence of existence, as if countless galaxies swirled within them. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Zhou Linglong's mind went blank. Under the elder's scrutiny, she felt as though she had been laid bare, with all her secrets laid bare before him. A shiver coursed through her entire being. Fortunately, the elder quickly averted his gaze and spoke in a measured tone. "Little girl, you likely do not recognize me. I am Zhou Qianfu, the founder of the Great Zhou dynasty, the first emperor of the Great Zhou. Henceforth, I have been revered as the Imperial ancestor." At these words, Zhou Linglong's heart trembled with astonishment. This elder was none other than the legendary founder of the Great Zhou. Yet according to historical records, the first emperor of the Great Zhou had long since perished. It appeared he had not died after all. Now he is surprisingly still concealed within the Dragon Court. Upon finishing his words, Zhou Qianfu turned directly to Zhou Huang beside him. "Let us rise. Huang, what is it that you seek from me?" Zhou Huang respectfully clasped his fists and replied, "Your Majesty, there is troubling news from the northern territories of the Great Zhou dynasty. The northern king, Lu Yuan, is plotting a rebellion. The emperor dispatched troops to quell this insurrection, but all efforts have ended in failure. The Wanjian sect sought to send experts to assist, only to be pursued by Lu Yuan, resulting in the annihilation of the entire sect. Both saints of the Wanjian sect met their demise at the hands of Lu Yuan." Zhou Huang conveyed every detail of the intelligence to the emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor's weathered eyes flickered. "If I recall correctly, the ancestor of the Wanjian sect should be at the pinnacle of the martial sage realm, nearly approaching the martial emperor level. Is that not so? Who would have thought that even he would fall to Lu Yuan?" The emperor felt a surge of astonishment within. He himself was merely at the half-emperor level. To obliterate a master at the peak of the martial sage realm was no trivial feat. The emperor furrowed his brow. After listening to Zhou Huang's account, he too deemed Lu Yuan a formidable adversary. Who exactly is this Lu Yuan? Moreover, what would compel him to rebel? Could it be a desire for the throne of the Great Zhou? In the face of the emperor's series of inquiries, Zhou Linglong's expression shifted. As for the reason behind Lu Yuan's rebellion, was it not her doing? Had she not bestowed upon Lu Yuan a cup of poison, intending to eliminate him? Had she not acted, perhaps Lu Yuan would still be living peacefully as a leisurely prince in the Great Zhou. Zhou Linglong stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Huang and the elder exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a profound understanding. It seemed that there was a deeper story behind this. Linglong, if there is something you must share, please do so. This matter is of no small consequence. With the two elders gazing at her intently, Zhou Linglong felt a tremor in her heart. Suppressing her unease, she recounted everything that had transpired. Upon hearing her words, the emperor's expression turned as dark as the depths of the ocean, his hawk-like eyes fixated sternly on the kneeling Zhou Linglong. So, you are the one who instigated this calamity? He sneered. Incompetent and yet destructive. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a force upon Zhou Linglong, causing her to stifle a groan. The emperor coldly remarked, "Humph. Were it not for your possession of the sacred emperor physique, I would take your life this very moment." Had Zhou Linglong not been endowed with one of the 10 sacred bodies, the mightiest physique of an emperor, he would never have permitted a woman to ascend and wield authority over the great Zhou. Moreover, Zhou Linglong had garnered the attention of that esteemed figure from the upper domain. Sigh, it seems I must personally intervene. The emperor sighed deeply. If it is possible to reconcile with Lu Yuan, that would be the most favorable outcome. Should Lu Yuan insist on engaging in conflict, the imperial family of the great Zhou is not so easily trifled with. Indeed, the investigation into the demise of the Sword Inquiry sect has not been solely conducted by the great Zhou imperial family. Beyond them, various factions have collectively exhaled in relief, only to subsequently find themselves indulging in a sense of schadenfreude. After all, Lu Yuan's primary ire is directed at the great Zhou imperial family, which does not concern them. However, upon recognizing Lu Yuan's formidable strength, the sentiments among various factions swiftly became tumultuous. Some contemplated whether to curry favor with Lu Yuan, seizing the opportunity to align themselves with a powerful ally, while others preferred to observe from a distance, hoping to witness a fierce struggle between the great Zhou and Lu Yuan that might ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Nevertheless, despite the varied reactions, one consensus emerged. Not a single faction declared their intention to stand by the great Zhou imperial family. After all, did they not see that even the foremost sect, the Sword Inquiry sect, could not withstand the onslaught? Their disciples, even those beyond the sect's confines, were pursued to the ends of the earth, effectively severing the sect's entire lineage. Could it be that those factions, even less capable than the Sword Inquiry sect, would dare to confront Lu Yuan? Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, many leaders of these factions cautioned their disciples vehemently. Under no circumstances should they oppose Lu Yuan. Those who disobey might find themselves facing dire consequences, as the wrath of that ominous figure would be swift and merciless. Chapter 55, The Agony of Heartbreak. The dragon riders assault the city. At this moment, Lu Yuan emerged from his tent only when the sun had risen high in the sky. He sensed that the spiritual energy within his dantian seemed to have solidified slightly. An unexpected joy surged within him. The sheer exhilaration of enhancing his cultivation through mere enjoyment was truly delightful. Regrettably, his energy was limited, preventing him from engaging in this upgrading endeavor indefinitely. Otherwise, if he were to injure his foundational essence, it would be a grave loss indeed. Nearby, Mo and Su Chu remained steadfastly by Lu Yuan's tent. Upon seeing Lu Yuan emerge, Mo cast a peculiar glance in his direction. The sounds emanating from Lu Yuan's tent the previous night had piqued Mo's curiosity. Could it be that last night, the master had subjected Jiang Qianning to relentless interrogation? Otherwise, why would she have emitted such muffled groans? Mo, possessing lethal skills, was otherwise as innocent as a pristine white lotus. Yet, as the saying goes, the more innocent a child, the greater the desire to uncover the mysteries of the world. In contrast, Su Chu lacked Mo's curiosity. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully, "Master, as per your instructions." All the dragon riders have dispersed nearby in search of the Wanjian sect's treasure vault. Unfortunately, while we have located the vault, most of its contents have been severely damaged. Furthermore, the spatial ring of the Wanjian ancestor you sought, despite our diligent efforts, we could not uncover it. I suspect it may have been lost to the chaotic rifts of space during that self-detonation. While Lu Yuan was not idle, neither was the Dragon Rider army. Last night, he had tasked them with scouring the land for the treasures of the Wanjian sect. As the foremost sect of the great Zhou, the vault's contents would undoubtedly be substantial. If they could plunder it all, it would be akin to an overnight fortune. Alas, while Lu Yuan's aspirations were grand, reality proved disappointing. Such a vast trove of treasures. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a pang of disappointment and heartache. That was the inventory of a superlative sect. The self-detonation of the Wanjian ancestor had buried it all. It was truly painful. At that moment, Mo had temporarily quelled his curiosity. He stepped forward and presented Lu Yuan with a ring, saying, "Master, this is the spatial ring of Ling Yunfeng, the leader of the Wanjian sect. We have gathered the remaining items from the vault and placed them inside. To our surprise, there are unexpected treasures." Lu Yuan's spirits lifted as he accepted the ring, his consciousness delving within to examine its contents. The items belonging to the leader of the Wanjian sect were indeed commendable. However, why were there so many medicinal pills, yet not a single healing potion? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He sought to acquire some healing elixirs for the gravely injured Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yun. However, after a lengthy search, Lu Yuan could not find even a single healing elixir. While there were indeed elixirs available, they were of low quality and served different purposes, none of which appealed to him. Little did Lu Yuan know that previously, when Lingyun Peak was ambushed by Li Sandao and Yuan Zhuozong, it had suffered severe injuries, depleting all its healing elixirs. Nonetheless, he decided to keep what he had found for a martial sage's entire wealth, along with the remnants of a grand sect's inventory, constituted a considerable fortune. Yuan Zhuozong, recall the Dragon Riders. There's no need for further searches. Prepare to break camp and depart. The 30,000 Imperial troops in Bingzhou await us. A slight smirk played upon Lu Yuan's lips, tinged with derision. The great Zhou dynasty truly had a poor memory. From an initial force of 100,000 troops to 200,000, and now 30,000. They believed that steadily increasing their military strength would suffice to suppress him. Little did they realize, these brainwashed, loyal soldiers would only serve to empower him further. Lu Yuan found such developments to be quite delightful. "Master, the Dragon Riders have assembled and are ready to march at any moment," Yuan Zhuozong respectfully informed Lu Yuan. This time, Lu Yuan intended to take only 100,000 Dragon Riders to Bingzhou. As for the 50,000 of Gao Shun's elite troops, he had dispatched them directly to Yumen Pass the previous night. His strategy had shifted. Not only did he aim to fortify Yumen Pass, but he also aspired to annihilate the entire 30,000 troops of the Great Wall. These fanatical soldiers, indoctrinated to be solely loyal to the Great Zhou, had no necessity of subjugation, even if they had been meticulously trained by his predecessor. It was far more practical to convert them into his own fortune. Lu Yuan stretched lazily, smirking. Wasn't he Gao Shun always complaining about not having enough to eat? Now that he had been sent to Yumen Pass, should he fail to consume those 30,000 Great Wall troops, he would have to bring his head to Lu Yuan. "Ingmo, ensure that the Shadow Guards take good care of Luo Yi and the 13 riders of Yun. Yuan Zhuozong, issue the command for the army to set forth." Lu Yuan instructed calmly. Luo Yi and the others were severely injured and required attention. Although the Shadow Guards were not professional caretakers, there were no other personnel available. "Understood." Both Yuan Zhuozong and Mo replied in unison. Soon, the 100,000 Dragon Riders departed the ruins of the Wanjian sect, marching toward Bingzhou with great momentum. The objective of the Dragon Riders was the largest city in northern Bingzhou, Shuafeng City. After their upgrade, the steeds of the Dragon Riders were now demonic beast warhorses. Remarkably swift, they reached the outskirts of Shuafeng City in just half a day. At that moment, the 300,000 elite troops have long since arrived within Shuafeng City and have completed their defensive preparations. Both sides have coincidentally chosen this northernmost stronghold of Bingzhou as the battleground. After all, whoever occupies Shuafeng City will effectively control the majority of Bingzhou. Lu Yuan sat upon his steed, quietly observing the distant Shuafeng City. Although the city was sizable, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Yumen Pass. In fact, due to its proximity to the Central Plains, its walls were even smaller than those of Bayong City by a couple of circles. Yuan Zhuozong, this time, I intend for your dragon cavalry to directly assault the city. The enemy appears feeble, and with the enhancements our dragon cavalry has undergone, do not let me down. Lu Yuan said to Yuan Zhuozong with a light-hearted smile, his tone remarkably relaxed. He hardly regarded the 300,000 elite troops as a threat. Shuafang City is not Yumen Pass, and the Dragon Cavalry is no longer the same as before. Despite facing an elite force of 300,000, in the eyes of the now-enhanced Dragon Cavalry, they were no different from children wielding knives, mere embodiments of luck. Perhaps the only concern would be the exaggerated siege crossbows atop the city walls. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Yuan Zhong replied confidently. It was not his first time attacking a city with cavalry. They had already tested this strategy during the battle at the northern camp of Bayong City. Chapter 56. A single shot breaches the city. As the words fell, Yuan Zhong waved his hand. Behind him, the 10,000 steeds of the Dragon Cavalry, as if cast from the same mold, simultaneously raised their left hooves. Thud! In the next instant, the hooves struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. In the distance, upon the city walls, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard were rendered speechless, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, turning pale. The visual impact of this sea of humanity, moving in perfect unison, was utterly overwhelming. To synchronize the movements of 10,000 men is a formidable challenge, let alone 10,000 horses. The great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Charge! Boom! Boom! The 10,000 Dragon Cavalry surged forward like an avalanche, barreling towards Shuafang City with an unstoppable force. On the city walls, witnessing the approaching torrent of white, Guoming, the deputy minister of the military department of the Great Zhou, and his confidants could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This, Guoming stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having envisioned the might of the Dragon Cavalry as formidable, he now faced the reality of their charge. Even from the lofty heights of the city walls, he felt a wave of trepidation and powerlessness. The sheer magnitude of the oncoming force felt akin to standing before a tidal wave of steel. Quick, archers, prepare the dragon-hunting crossbows. And what of the siege crossbows? Fire now! Guoming snapped back to reality, shouting at the officers beside him. There was no other choice. The soldiers had already been stunned by the onslaught of the Dragon Cavalry. Hearing Guoming's thunderous command, the Imperial Guard finally shook off their stupor, hastily drawing back the strings of their dragon-hunting crossbows and releasing their bolts. The siege crossbows lining the walls also began to string and fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of sharp arrows, mingled with thousands of massive crossbow bolts, shot forth at the Dragon Cavalry like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Humph! A mere parlor trick. As a peak martial saint, Yuan Zhong took the lead, charging at the forefront. Facing the deluge of arrows, he coldly snorted, his spear in hand swirling with the full might of his martial saint prowess. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted, and a colossal golden spear shadow, 100 feet in length, materialized at the center of the battlefield. Break! Yuan Zhong pointed his spear, and the golden spear shadow moved in tandem. Boom! With a single thrust, the massive spear shadow shattered the majority of the incoming bolts into dust. As for the remaining scattered arrows, the elite of the Dragon Cavalry swiftly intervened, blocking every last one. Seeing that a wave of arrows had failed to inflict any damage, Guoming's heart quaked, and he contemplated issuing another volley. However, the speed of the Dragon Cavalry was simply too swift. Before the next bolt could be loaded, the Dragon Cavalry had already crossed the moat and reached the foot of the city wall. Give me a breach. Yuan Zhong let out a furious roar, his spear shooting forth like a dragon. With a forceful stomp on the saddle beneath him, he propelled himself towards the city wall like a cannonball. In the air, the shadow of his 100-foot-long spear solidified further, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it surged towards the fortifications. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the towering wall was punctured by the golden spear shadow, creating a gaping hole. The breach not only shattered the wall, but also obliterated countless soldiers into mere flesh and blood. Blood splattered everywhere, a vivid crimson. Upon witnessing this, Guoming gasped. His breath caught in his throat. The city wall, had it truly fallen so easily? Goodness! If his memory served him correctly, he had previously brought a talisman master to cast defensive spells upon the wall. It was supposed to be an impenetrable barrier. Yet now, that very barrier had been effortlessly pierced by a single strike. Around him, the remaining soldiers of the Imperial Guard swallowed hard, fear gripping their hearts. What would happen if such an attack were to befall them? They would surely be left battered and bruised. Cowardice seized them before the battle had even begun. Indeed, Yuan Zhuozong's strike had utterly shattered the last vestiges of morale among the Imperial Guard. Although these soldiers were elite, they had never encountered such a spectacle. Who in their right mind would demolish a city wall with a single blow? No one. They had never witnessed such power. The battlefields they had known had perhaps seen opponents of half-saint level at most. Furthermore, the forces of both sides were mutually restrained at such levels, leaving these ordinary soldiers far removed from that echelon of combat. It was always soldier against soldier, general against general. That was the war they understood. Now, however, a martial saint, a figure unseen on the eastern continent for many years, had personally descended upon the battlefield. Who could withstand the might of a martial saint? It was no wonder the Imperial Guard was struck with dread. With the wall breached, the dragon riders surged into the city unimpeded. In times of war, common folk had long secured their doors and windows, trembling in fear within their homes. Thus, the dragon riders galloped through the streets, attacking anyone they encountered, with no chance of mistaken identity. Naturally, the 300,000 Imperial Guards could not all be stationed atop the wall. Based on Guoming's extensive combat experience, he had allocated half the soldiers to rest at the foot of the wall as a relief force. Under normal circumstances, such an arrangement would have been prudent. However, he was now facing the dragon riders. Relief? They were given no opportunity for respite. As the dragon riders stormed into the city, those resting soldiers at the wall's base were left utterly bewildered. Had they truly breached the defenses? Turning to look, they were astonished to see a gaping hole in the wall. From the moment Yuan Zhuozong shattered the city wall to the dragon riders' entry, merely 2 or 3 breaths had passed. The time was so brief that the resting Imperial Guards had yet to comprehend the situation. Kill! Yuan Zhuozong's cold command reverberated through the air, prompting the dragon cavalry to swiftly redirect their charge towards the Imperial Guards below the walls. An enemy assault. Quickly, form ranks to confront them. The soldiers of the Imperial Guards, trained to the highest standards, were not to be underestimated. As the dragon cavalry surged forth, a few junior officers among the guards hastily attempted to organize a resistance. Perhaps, had they faced a mere ordinary army, they might have mustered a semblance of defense. Alas, they were up against the formidable dragon cavalry. With a thunderous roar, the dragon cavalry surged forward, demolishing the hastily assembled formations of the Imperial Guards with ease. Shield bearers in the front ranks were sent flying dozens of meters away, leaving those in the rear bewildered as to how their comrades had ascended into the air. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the iron hooves of the dragon cavalry trampled upon them. Yuan Zhuozong led the charge, his lance slicing through the air like a reaper, mercilessly claiming the lives of his foes. With each strike, he could extinguish the lives of hundreds, even thousands, initiating a relentless slaughter. The dragon cavalry thundered forth, akin to a pack of wolves unleashed upon their prey, descending into sheer madness. In a matter of moments, the Imperial Guards suffered catastrophic losses. On the city walls, Guoming gazed in horror at the disintegration of the Imperial Guards. Logically, as the strongest among the guards, he should have descended to engage and counter the equally formidable Yuan Zhuozong. But how could he dare? Guoming sensed that even a casual blow from his adversary could spell his doom. Chapter 57. Surrender equals death. The Imperial Guards tremble. Cursed be it. Where are the reinforcements from the Sword Inquiry sect? Guoming inwardly cursed. Even at this moment, he remained oblivious to the news of the Sword Inquiry sect's demise, still believing that their reinforcements were en route. Had he known that it was the dragon cavalry, which he currently faced, that had annihilated the Sword Inquiry sect, he would likely have been struck dead by sheer terror. Observing the Imperial Guards being slaughtered by Yuan Zhuozong and the dragon cavalry, as if they were mere vegetables, Guoming could no longer remain seated. He bellowed at the soldiers on the city wall, "Hurry, form up and prepare to fire arrows." "But, General, our men are down there." His aide hesitated, concerned. The enemy had already mingled with their forces in chaotic combat. To fire arrows now would mean striking their own. "Damn it, I command you to shoot. Do you hear me?" Guoming's voice was nearly a roar, eyes blazing like a feral beast. The aide was taken aback by the ferocity in Guoming's eyes. In the span of his hesitation, thousands of Imperial Guards fell below. With gritted teeth, the aide ordered, "Target the ground below. Fire." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon the battlefield. A rain of arrows? Although Yuan Zhuozong led the charge, he was ever vigilant of the situation on the wall. Upon seeing the incoming arrows, he smirked disdainfully. The dragon cavalry, being heavy cavalry, was fully clad in impenetrable armor, including their steeds. Furthermore, after their recent enhancements, their armor had transformed into enchanted dark iron gear. Such ordinary arrows posed no threat to them whatsoever. Any siege engines that could potentially harm them were rendered ineffective due to their angle of fire. Thus, Yuan Zhuozong dismissed the arrows above. However, while the dragon cavalry could disregard this rain of arrows, the Imperial guards could not. The crossbows wielded by the Imperial guards were the formidable dragon-hunting crossbows, renowned for their power. Even though the armor donned by the Imperial guards was of decent quality, it was mere fodder against the might of the dragon-hunting crossbows. As the arrows rained down, the dragon cavalry suffered no casualties, while the Imperial guards faced devastating losses. Why? I'm one of you. Why are you firing at us? Damn it. Is the commander befuddled, unable to distinguish friend from foe? Caught between the terrifying dragon cavalry and the threat of their own comrades' arrows, the Imperial guards erupted in curses. Yet, amidst the chaos, some astute individuals began to grasp the dire reality. Cursed be it. Don't you see? We have been abandoned by the higher-ups. They wish for our demise. Why continue fighting? We might as well surrender. Spare me. I surrender. Betrayed by their own comrades, who would willingly risk their lives for such treachery. No one is a fool. Consequently, many soldiers of the Imperial Guard surrendered, casting down their weapons and kneeling in desperation. Yet, the blades of the dragon riders showed no mercy for their capitulation. Why? I have surrendered. Why must I still be slain? They cried out in anguish. Cursed be this fate. Even in surrender, they kill. Is there no humanity left? Their furious lamentations met only the cold, indifferent gazes of the dragon riders and the chilling edge of their weapons. The dragon riders followed Lu Yuan's orders to the letter. Should you have ever raised your weapon against me, you are my enemy. And to enemies, there is no room for leniency. As for surrender? If I were not superior, would you even consider surrendering? You would have long since taken my life with your blade. Among those more incensed than the soldiers below the walls was Lu Yuan himself. Seeing his own men targeted by arrows from the opposing side, his face twisted in rage. How dare they turn on their own? He seethed. Capture the enemy commander alive. I wish to see if his head is filled with the brains of swine. He pounded his fist against the saddle, causing his steed to whinny in distress. It was outrageous that the enemy commander would stoop so low as to slay his own troops. He felt a profound injustice for those fallen soldiers, lamenting, "Those are our own fortunes at stake." Soon, Guoming, too, realized that the rain of arrows could not harm the dragon riders. Instead, they inflicted heavy casualties upon the Imperial Guard. The morale of the troops below the walls was swiftly dissipating under their own fire. What in the world is that armor made of? He wondered, his expression darkening as his fingers clenched in frustration. Ranged attacks were futile, and as for close combat, just look at those Imperial guards below. What a gruesome sight. This is it. It's all over. Guoming's face fell into despair, his body slackening in defeat. He had thought he could endure for at least a day or two, but now he realized he had overestimated his own resilience. As the highest-ranking warrior on his side, he lacked even the courage to face the Reaper wielding the spear. The enemy's formidable fighters were unrestrained, wreaking havoc at will. Defeat was now an inevitable fate. In scarcely the span of half an incense stick burn, the dragon riders swiftly cleared away the tens of thousands of Imperial guards beneath the walls. Yuan Zhuozong's expression was one of utter disinterest. It was all too effortless. With a mere flick of his hand, he could inflict widespread devastation. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's admonition to avoid engaging personally, the downfall of the Imperial guards would have come even more swiftly. The dragon riders penetrated through the ranks, and soon the majority of the Imperial guards lay slain or wounded. At this moment, gazing down upon the city reveals a gruesome tableau of blood and carnage, limbs and shattered remains, a veritable purgatory on earth. The soldiers stationed upon the walls, momentarily unscathed, can no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure. That cavalry is akin to demons. We cannot possibly triumph over them. Oh, mother! I no longer wish to fight this battle. I long to return home. Clear out of my way. I must escape this cursed place. I refuse to perish here. Even the seasoned veterans of the Imperial Guards, battle-hardened and valiant, are stricken with terror by such a sight. As for defending the city, What use is there in that? Anyone with a semblance of sanity is now contemplating escape. Upon the city walls, the 100,000 defenders, who bore witness to the entire massacre perpetrated by the dragon cavalry, belatedly reacted, resembling a hive as they collectively scrambled towards the ground. Some, unable to find a way down, leapt directly from the towering walls. A few skilled individuals managed to land safely, but those of lesser ability plummeted to the ground, sustaining fractures. Yuan's Zhong, observing this scene, nearly erupted in laughter. With the crowd so densely packed together, were they not presenting an opportunity to the dragon cavalry? Dragon cavalry, charge! Yuan's Zhong crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips as he watched the dragon cavalry surge up the ramparts. What followed was, naturally, yet another brutal slaughter. Chapter 58, a sudden strike? No, it's a decapitation. On the city wall, Guoming remained in a state of daze. At this moment, he had lost the will to prevent his soldiers from fleeing in panic. The tide of defeat was irrevocable. No matter the extent of his efforts, they would bear no fruit. Yet, at that instant, Guoming's attention was inexplicably drawn to a figure outside the city. More precisely, to a lone rider. Was that Lu Yuan? The likeness of Lu Yuan had long been etched deeply into Guoming's mind. Thus, upon catching sight of the silhouette, recognition struck him instantly. Observing Lu Yuan, solitary upon his steed, accompanied only by a handful of men, Guoming's eyes gleamed with fervor, a frenzied thought blossoming within him. No, there remains a glimmer of hope. If he could capture Lu Yuan, all would not be lost. Renewed vigor surged through Guoming's heart, igniting a flicker of optimism. To seize the thief, one must first apprehend the king. He was now merely a few miles from Lu Yuan. If he could take Lu Yuan alive, there lay a chance for a miraculous turnaround in this battle. Hurry, where is my deputy? Gather the troops swiftly. Guoming, like a man revived from death's grasp, called forth his remaining loyal confidants, who had yet to succumb to utter chaos. Their numbers were sparse, just over 1,000. Yet, in Guoming's eyes, this was sufficient to launch a surprise assault on Lu Yuan and his meager entourage. Lu Yuan, you are truly overconfident. You have mobilized your entire force while neglecting to leave any soldiers for your protection. You have committed a grave blunder in the art of warfare. Watch as I penetrate your ranks and impart a profound lesson upon you. Guoming sneered. It seemed he had underestimated Lu Yuan. Anyone well-versed in military texts would never make such a fundamental error. Outside the city, Lu Yuan had assumed all was settled, yawning as he awaited the system's reward notification. However, in his boredom, he suddenly spied 1,000 elite cavalry charging directly towards him. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It appears the enemy possesses some wit, recognizing the strategy of capturing the king before the thief. Yet, Lu Yuan quickly realized the folly of his words. How could he describe himself as a thief? Nevertheless, it seemed the adversary had noted his scant retinue and had chosen to target him specifically. A hint of derision crept across Lu Yuan's face. Indeed, it appeared that he had but a few companions in his immediate vicinity: Su Chu, Li Sandao, Yu Xiang, along with the severely injured Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yin Yun. In total, merely 20 or 30 men. But let it not be forgotten, though few in number, their prowess was formidable. Each one, if called upon, was a half-saint or above. Moreover, lurking in the shadows were 300 shadow guards, all martial kings and above. Should the enemy have brought forth a force of 100,000, perhaps Lu Yuan's small band would have needed to retreat. But a mere 1,000. Are you delivering yourselves as easy prey? What audacity! My lord, it appears that the leader of the opposing side is a demigod. Allow me to confront him and gauge his abilities, daring to launch a surprise attack against us. Su Chu could hardly contain his ire, hastily stepping forward to volunteer for battle. Ever since Li Sandao was summoned, Su Chu had seldom had the opportunity to unleash his prowess. Typically, he remained closely by Lu Yuan's side, safeguarding his safety. This confinement nearly drove the battle-hungry Su Chu to the brink of frustration. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Initially, he had intended for Li Sandao to take action, eradicating these audacious foes. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that as a martial saint, should Li Sandao engage, the fortune gained from vanquishing these intruders would be significantly diminished by the system. Such a loss would not be worth the effort. Under Su Chu's eager gaze, Lu Yuan finally nodded and said, "Very well. Go forth and warm up. Ingemo, dispatch 100 shadow guards to assist Su Chu in his endeavor." "My lord, I can manage without them." Su Chu hastily attempted to decline, but was silenced by a piercing glance from Lu Yuan. "What do you mean you don't need them? If you utter another word of dissent, I shall revoke your chance to fight." Su Chu nearly panicked and quickly replied, All right, let 100 shadow guards accompany me, but no more. This little morsel is not enough to satiate my appetite." Su Chu muttered under his breath, hastily advancing with his blade, fearing that if he tarried too long, Lu Yuan might summon him back. Su Chu truly was a fervent warrior. Lu Yuan chuckled helplessly. The deployment of 100 shadow guards was indeed a calculated decision on his part. The elite 1,000-man force approaching him had a clear demigod at its helm, flanked by several martial emperors and martial sages. Although Su Chu was at the pinnacle of the demigod realm, Lu Yuan deemed it prudent to take extra precautions. A mishap could lead to dire consequences. "Li Sandao, pay attention. Should any unforeseen developments arise, you must intervene." Lu Yuan felt a twinge of unease and turned to quietly advise Li Sandao. The adage of navigating cautiously holds truth. It is better to err on the side of caution. "Understood, my lord," Li Sandao responded, drawing his long blade, his eyes sharpening with a fierce intensity, presenting an image of readiness for the impending conflict. Observing this, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Though Li Sandao was not particularly loquacious, his stoic nature ensured he would dutifully execute his orders. Yet, is this not a fortuitous trait? "Little thief, your Su Chu has arrived." Su Chu, finally liberated to unleash his fury, could not suppress his exhilaration as he bellowed, rushing forward at an astonishing speed toward Guoming's 1,000-strong force. Meanwhile, Guoming had intended to showcase his own demigod prowess, believing that Lu Yuan would deploy his strongest generals to the battlefield. Only a group of the aged, weak, sick, and disabled remained by his side. Indeed, the likes of the 18 riders and Luo Yi were all injured, their breaths unstable. It seemed that there was even a woman beside Lu Yuan. This assembly could certainly be described as a gathering of the frail and infirm. He dared not provoke the sharpshooter, but what of this assembly of the elderly and ailing? However, when Guoming faced Su Chu directly, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. By the heavens, a peak semi-saint. At that moment, Guoming suddenly recalled the previous intelligence. Lu Yuan indeed had 6 semi-saints in his ranks. Damn it, Guoming couldn't help but curse inwardly. Truly, a flaw in an otherwise meticulous plan. Nevertheless, this must be the final guard that Lu Yuan had retained by his side. Guoming speculated quietly. Just moments ago on the battlefield, he seemed to have, perhaps, almost, witnessed 5 semi-saints. Adding this one, that made 6 in total. Did this not imply that if he could overcome the semi-saint before him, he would face no further obstacles? Today, I shall present an additional chapter if the gifts abound. Chapter 59, The Explosive Chi Pill, still a single strike to annihilate. As for the one wielding the firearm, even he felt a pang of trepidation towards that master. Guoming truly could not fathom where he had emerged from. Yet, that was of little consequence. After all, the 6.5 saints mentioned in the intelligence had now revealed themselves, had they not? Those who struggle in the depths of despair will invariably cling to the glimmer of hope that remains unseen. As for the other vulnerabilities, they instinctively choose to overlook them. Or rather, they dare not delve too deeply. They fear shattering the fragile hope that has so painstakingly materialized before them. Alas, Guoming, whose intelligence was flawed, was destined for failure. At this moment, Guoming reflected on how close he was to success, merely a step away. His heart ignited with determination. The outcome hinged entirely on this pivotal moment. Guoming clenched his fists and withdrew 5 crimson pills from his bosom. The pills shimmered with a bewitching red hue, emanating a faintly acrid scent. Guoming tossed the pills to the several peak martial sect members beside him, instructing them to consume the pills and restrain that half-saint. Guoming's voice was cold and commanding. Upon seeing the crimson pills, the expressions of the peak martial sect members shifted immediately. They exchanged glances, hesitation flickering in their eyes. They recognized the pills Guoming had produced. It was precisely because they were aware of the effects of the explosive chi pill that they displayed such uncertainty. The pill was known for its ability to quintuple one's strength for a duration of 2 incense sticks. However, the side effects were equally severe. At best, One might lose their cultivation and damage their dantian. At worst, it could result in instant death. Noticing the peak martial sect masters were unmoved, Guoming shot them a cold glance and admonished, "You are nourished by the state, and thus owe your loyalty to it. The great Zhou has sustained you for many years. It is time for you to repay that debt. Rest assured, should you tragically fall, your families will be cared for by the great Zhou. Even your entire clan will take pride in your sacrifice." Guoming emphasized the words concerning their families with particular intensity, the implied threat unmistakable. The peak martial sect members exchanged glances, a bitter smile creeping upon their lips. At this juncture, with Guoming leveraging their loved ones and clans as a threat, did they possess any other option? Setting aside all else, if they were to refuse outright, it was likely that Guoming would strike them down on the spot. Very well. May General Guo remember your words today? The peak martial sect members cast a deep look at Guoming, then accepted the pills and swallowed them without hesitation. Boom. As the pills took effect, the aura of the several martial sect members surged dramatically. A tremendous energy coursed through their bodies. The bodies of several individuals suddenly swelled, resembling a gluttonous figure who had overeaten. Yet, under the influence of the elixir, they were not immediately overwhelmed by its immense potency. Is this the power of a semi-holy? As the warriors felt the surge of strength within them, a look of obsession gleamed in their eyes. Power. Infinite power. With a five-fold enhancement. Their combat prowess had already reached a level not inferior to that of Guoming in the early stages of semi-holy. Go forth. Do not disappoint me. A pang of regret flickered in Guoming's eyes. Despite the severe side effects of the explosive elixir, its value was exorbitant. Even he, the vice minister of the great Zhou military, had only managed to procure 5. After all, a pill capable of amplifying a cultivator's strength fivefold is invaluable, particularly as it can safeguard one's life. Were it not for the fact that this explosive elixir was ineffective for those above the semi-holy realm, he might have even considered saving one as a trump card. Su Chu, observing the sudden surge in the breath of the 5 martial sovereigns, scratched his head in confusion. Had these individuals consumed something extraordinary? How could they have become so formidable all of a sudden? Heh. But this only adds to the challenge. Su Chu chuckled, feeling invigorated rather than intimidated. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the fight. Come and meet your demise. The pseudo-semi-holy warriors launched a joint assault on Su Chu, grinning maliciously. Having consumed the elixir, their energy was overflowing. This feeling of being filled to the brim made them believe they were invincible. This led them to misjudge the disparity in power between themselves and Su Chu. Come on, let me cleave you. Su Chu laughed heartily, and as he faced the combined onslaught of the 5, he swung his blade down with ferocity. Instantly, a torrent of blade energy surged forth, hurtling towards them. Boom. In a mere exchange, Su Chu cleaved one of the pseudo-semi-holy warriors into fragments. The other 4 were sent flying by the shockwave. So weak? Su Chu furrowed his brow. He had expected that their enhanced aura would allow them to withstand a few more of his strikes. Yet, he failed to consider that as a peak semi-holy, battling these pseudo-semi-holy beings was akin to bullying, even though they now possessed strength comparable to that of a semi-holy. To Su Chu, they remained merely cannon fodder. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity, Guoming led the remaining 1,000 riders straight towards Lu Yuan. Almost there. As the distance to Lu Yuan diminished, excitement sparkled in Guoming's eyes. Capturing Lu Yuan alive was within his grasp. However, lost in his singular focus on Lu Yuan, Guoming remained oblivious to the lurking presence within the shadows of his 1,000 riders. Something was writhing ominously. Even within the confines of his own shadow, a dark silhouette had begun to emerge stealthily. Shadows of assassins strike. In the next heartbeat, 100 shadowy figures erupted forth from the shadows of the Imperial soldiers. In a fleeting moment, the sound of severed heads echoed, as 100 fell lifelessly to the ground. In another heartbeat, another 100 soldiers found their throats slit. The shadow assassins appeared to teleport, seamlessly transitioning between the shadows of their targets, leaving no trace behind. They executed the art of shadow assassination with unparalleled finesse. Astonishingly, even the mounted Imperial soldiers were oblivious to the demise of their comrades, who had just moments before been riding alongside them. In a mere 10 heartbeats, the over 1,000 cavalrymen led by Guoming were entirely annihilated by the shadow assassins. Among them, only one was a martial sovereign, and facing the shadow assassins. He was as feeble as a fledgling chick. The act of assassination was akin to plucking fruit from a tree. "Charge, my lads. Capture that scoundrel Lu Yuan," Guoming shouted excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he issued commands. Yet this time, he received no response from his subordinates behind him. The only sounds that reached his ears were the thunderous hooves of horses and the whistling wind. Guoming was momentarily taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. Instinctively, he glanced back. Guoming was utterly stunned by the scene behind him, nearly toppling from his steed in terror. Behind him, a legion of headless knights loomed ominously. Some had recently met their fate, blood still trickling from their necks, their heads suspended by inertia. And had it not been for their vacant gazes, one might have thought they were merely unconscious. Chapter 60, Imperial Lottery, the Emperor Slaying Spear. 1,000 individuals fell into an eerie silence, their lives extinguished without a whisper. Guoming stood frozen, engulfed in a whirlwind of terror, astonishment, and confusion. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. What had transpired just moments ago? Why had an entire cavalry disappeared in the blink of an eye? In the next heartbeat, Guoming sensed a chilling presence looming behind him. His heart raced, and goosebumps prickled his skin. Someone was at his back. Just as he grasped the gravity of the situation and prepared to react, an icy, sharp object pressed gently against his neck. In that instant, he was paralyzed with fear. Desperation clawed at Guoming's throat, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word, his lips parched and his heart pounding with dread. He was terrified, overwhelmingly so. This was the first time in his life he had brushed so closely with death. However, the owner of the dagger showed no mercy. With a deft twist, the blade sliced through the air without hesitation. A spray of crimson erupted from Guoming's neck. No, he pressed his hands desperately against the wound. But the blood continued to flow through his fingers, a dark stream of vitality slipping away. How could he perish so easily? Guoming's body slumped. A mask of unwillingness etched upon his face. He had envisioned a glorious death in battle, yet here he was, falling victim to a stealthy assassination, humiliated. And in broad daylight no less. As darkness encroached upon his vision and his eyelids grew heavy, Guoming finally glimpsed the figure responsible for his demise. Regrettably, the assailant was cloaked in black, their face obscured, leaving only a pair of striking eyes visible, cold and detached. Mo withdrew her dagger with indifference, casting a disdainful glance at Guoming's lifeless body. How audacious to covet her master. Such insolence deserved death. Her resolve was unwavering. Any who dared to harm her master would find their throats severed by her blade. Nearby, Su Chu had effortlessly dispatched the 5 false saints. Thus, Guoming's entire 1,000-strong ambush was utterly annihilated. Lu Yuan watched in disbelief. Was that it? He had anticipated a formidable opponent. Yet Su Chu and the Shadow Guards had dealt with them with such ease. What began with great fanfare ended before it even began. TCH. Nevertheless, they had contributed a portion of fortune to him from afar, and he felt compelled to commend them. Lu Yuan smirked. A mere insignificant figure, hardly deserving of much attention. In Shuafang City, over half of the 300,000 elite troops have perished. Among the remaining soldiers, the highest cultivation level is likely below that of a martial sovereign. Faced with an adversary whose lowest rank is the pinnacle of a grand martial master, whose combat strength rivals that of a martial king, the outcome is inevitably a one-sided massacre. How formidable is the dragon cavalry's might? To put it succinctly, some of the elite soldiers may not even be able to best the monstrous steeds ridden by the dragon cavalry. With a few charges, the dragon cavalry pierced through, nearly annihilating the entire elite force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 32,682 enemies. Reward: 8,134,400 in fortune value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in a grand battle, completely annihilating the enemy forces, earning a reward of 500,000 fortune value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining control of a major city in a province, rewarded with 300,000 fortune value. As the battle concluded, the system's announcement echoed within Lu Yuan's mind. He opened his personal interface. Host: Lu Yuan. Strength: early martial emperor. Forces: Yin 18 riders, severely wounded. 100,000 great snow dragon riders, enhanced version. 50,000 assault troops, shadow guards, drizzle. 10,000 Northern Army, damaged. Bodyguards, Li Sandao, Su Chu. Fortune value, 16, 320, 375. A staggering 16 million in fortune value. Another bountiful harvest. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Lu Yuan noticed that his fortune value was steadily increasing. This was all thanks to the Northern Army and assault troops at Yumen Pass, continuously vanquishing enemies and contributing to Lu Yuan's fortune. Indeed, he could conduct an Imperial-level lottery once again. Gazing at the fortune value that had surpassed 10 million, a faint smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. An Imperial-level lottery required 10 million fortune value, and he now possessed 16 million. System, initiate the Imperial-level lottery. Lu Yuan eagerly accessed the lottery interface. He had been accumulating fortune value in anticipation of this Imperial-level draw. Ding. The host has chosen the Imperial-level lottery. The system is drawing. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Extreme Emperor weapon, the Emperor's Slayer Spear. The Emperor's Slayer Spear? A weapon of Imperial caliber? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback at the reward revealed by the system. Previously, the system had introduced various rewards, techniques, elixirs, weapons, and subordinates, among others. However, despite numerous draws, Lu Yuan had only acquired characters or forces. This was the first time he had drawn a weapon. It was indeed regrettable that he did not obtain a subordinate of an emperor. Lu Yuan shook his head in mild disappointment. He had anticipated directly drawing a subordinate of an emperor, yet the outcome left him somewhat disheartened. Do not be deceived by the current absence of the martial emperor from the eastern continent for millennia. Who can ascertain whether a few ancient beings may be concealed in some obscure corners? Without the suppression of the martial emperor, the presence of any number of other formidable experts is rendered futile. However, the fact that this emperor-slaying spear is designated as a reward of imperial caliber suggests it must possess extraordinary qualities. Lu Yuan shook his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Given that it is an imperial reward, this spear undoubtedly rivals the existence of the martial emperor. Buzz. A cold gleam flickered, and in Lu Yuan's hand appeared a long spear as dark as meteorite. In an instant, an intensely suffocating aura of slaughter emanated from the spear. Merely gazing at its tip caused Lu Yuan's eyes to sting painfully. Behave yourself, Lu Yuan admonished softly. The imperial weapon responded to his command. Moreover, this reward was drawn from the system, acknowledging Lu Yuan as its master. Otherwise, with merely his martial emperor cultivation, he would have been incapable of wielding such a weapon, and it might have even devoured him. Upon Lu Yuan's command, the emperor-slaying spear finally subdued its aura. It was only then that Lu Yuan could carefully inspect it. At first glance, the spear was evidently no ordinary item. Its surface was adorned with countless dragon scale-like ridges, with a subtle radiance shimmering within, a beacon amidst the mundane. This spear stood out remarkably among all creations, captivating the eye at first sight. A magnificent spear. Before Lu Yuan could voice his thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice of admiration from beside him. Chapter 61. Granting the spear to Luo Yi. Having bestowed upon him the spatial ring, the meaning was clear. Lu Yuan turned and beheld Luo Yi. My lord, may I have a glimpse of that spear? Luo Yi's eyes sparkled with fervor, fixated upon the emperor-slaying spear in Lu Yuan's grasp. Why not? Here you go. Lu Yuan chuckled, tossing the spear to Luo Yi. It was evident that Luo Yi was also a connoisseur of weapons. As he received the spear, a fervent expression illuminated his face, akin to a besotted man gazing upon a beautiful woman. Truly, this is an extraordinary divine spear. Luo Yi gently caressed the sleek body of the emperor-slaying spear, effortlessly performing a flourish. Clang! The spear immediately emitted a resonant hum. The tip of the spear glimmered with such intensity that even the air around it seemed to shimmer slightly. In Luo Yi's hands, the emperor-slaying spear exuded an even more formidable presence than in Lu Yuan's. Observing Luo Yi's enamored demeanor, a glimmer flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. It seemed that Luo Yi genuinely cherished the weapon. Furthermore, entrusting the emperor-slaying spear to him would enable the full realization of its formidable power. It was indeed the best choice at that moment, Lu Yuan mused. He, a mere martial emperor, would never be able to wield such a supreme weapon effectively. It would be a futile endeavor for someone of his modest combat prowess to handle such a divine artifact. Moreover, among his subordinates, few were adept with a spear, and Lu Yuan possessed the highest cultivation among them. With the emperor-slaying spear in his possession, Lu Yuan could unleash its maximum potential. Lu Yuan, since you hold a fondness for this spear, I shall bestow it upon you, Lu Yuan remarked with a gentle smile. Is that true? Splendid. Thank you, my lord, for this gracious gift. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was overwhelmed with joy, immediately kneeling on one knee to express his gratitude. For those who had devoted their lives to the art of the spear, acquiring a fine weapon was an excitement surpassing even that of marriage. No need for such formalities. A fine spear deserves a hero. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, assisting Lu Yuan to his feet. As for fine weapons, he already possessed a golden spear, which sufficed for his needs. Lu Yuan's face radiated joy. With the emperor-slaying spear, his strength would undoubtedly double. At that moment, the dragon riders returned victorious. Yuan Zhong hurriedly approached Lu Yuan, kneeling before him with a resounding thud. My lord, I failed to secure the battlefield, allowing a rogue army to breach our lines, troubling you. It is my dereliction, and I request your punishment. Yuan Zhong's face was etched with guilt. If his negligence led to harm befalling Lu Yuan, he would feel utterly unworthy of life. Lu Yuan quickly rose to assist Yuan Zhong, waving his hand dismissively. General Yuan, do not trouble yourself. See, I am unscathed. Those foes were merely delivering their heads to us. They posed no real threat. In this assault on Shuafang City, your contributions were invaluable. I cannot praise you enough. Lu Yuan did not take the earlier events to heart. Instead, he gazed at Yuan Zhong with a face full of satisfaction. Indeed, in this siege, the dragon cavalry had not disappointed him at all, facing 3 times their number. Coupled with the inherent challenges of offense and defense, the dragon cavalry had managed to capture Shuafang City with minimal losses. One must admit, the dragon cavalry truly exemplified formidable strength. Hearing this, Yuan Zhong let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the emperor-slaying spear in Lu Yuan's hand, and his eyes brightened. What a magnificent weapon! As a man who also wielded a spear, Yuan Zhong cherished such arms deeply. Upon seeing the emperor-slaying spear, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Sensing the fervent gaze of Yuan Zhong, Lu Yuan quickly cradled the spear protectively in his arms, casting a wary glance at him and declaring, General Yuan, this spear has already been bestowed upon me by my lord. Do not harbor any designs on it. To covet another's cherished possession is unworthy of a gentleman. Bestowed upon you by my lord? Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhong was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Lu Yuan, who was watching him with a thief's vigilance, then at the somewhat guilty-looking Lu Yuan, and his expression shifted to one of melancholy. Indeed, when one finds a new affection, they tend to forget the old. Lu Yuan, under the weight of Yuan Zhong's resentful gaze, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him and chuckled. That's right, General Yuan. I have indeed gifted this spear to Lu Yuan. However, if I come across any fine weapons in the future, you shall be the first to cross my mind. For some inexplicable reason, being scrutinized by Yuan Zhong's gaze made Lu Yuan feel as though he had betrayed a beloved wife, leaving him feeling a bit sheepish. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered, and he stepped forward, saying, My lord, now that I possess the emperor-slaying spear, my former desert silver spear is no longer of use. Though my desert silver spear is not a remarkable weapon, it is still a pseudo-emperor weapon. It should suffice for General Yuan's needs. How about I gift it to you? As he spoke, Lu Yuan reluctantly produced the desert silver spear, which had accompanied him for half a lifetime. Now that he wielded the emperor-slaying spear, the desert silver spear was indeed redundant. It would be a kind gesture to pass it on to Yuan Zhong, while also sparing his lord from discomfort. How could I possibly accept this? Though Yuan Zhong feigned reluctance, his eyes were fixated on the desert silver spear, with unabashed delight illuminating his gaze. We are all family here. Why should we stand on ceremony? As long as you do not covet the emperor-slaying spear, everything will be well. Yuan Zhong mused up. So your intention in giving me the desert silver spear was to secure my goodwill. Nevertheless, he was also aware that although the emperor-slaying spear was exceptional, his peak martial prowess as a martial saint could not fully unleash its potential. The vast desert silver spear is precisely suited to his current realm. Thank you, General Luo. Yuan's Zhong expressed his gratitude to Luo Yi with a joyful countenance, as if he had discovered a treasure. At this moment, the gates of Shuafang City stood wide open, littered with the corpses of the Imperial guards. My lord, I have dispatched troops to encircle Shuafang City, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. By the way, my lord, should we take Shuafang City or not? Yuan's Zhong inquired, casting a searching glance at Lu Yuan. Currently, only their dragon cavalry remained. Should they choose to occupy Shuafang City, it would inevitably require dividing their forces. Yes, of course we must. Why would we forsake the largest city in northern Bingzhou? Lu Yuan chuckled, responding without hesitation. Not to mention, a city as substantial as Shuafang certainly harbors abundant resources. Within the city, besides the ordinary citizens, there are several renowned factions backed by the Great Zhou. It is the perfect opportunity to seek out some healing elixirs for Luo Yi and the 18 Knights. Such potions are not available to the common folk. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Yuan's Zhong, let the dragon cavalry enter the city and summon the leaders of the major factions within. Should anyone refuse to comply, they shall be treated as traitors, and their households will be confiscated. All resources will be seized. As he spoke, Lu Yuan tossed the spatial ring directly to Yuan's Zhong. Yuan's Zhong was momentarily taken aback, holding the spatial ring in a daze. Goodness, had Lu Yuan not thrown the spatial ring to him, he might have thought Lu Yuan genuinely intended to negotiate with those powerful factions. With the spatial ring given, the meaning should be clear now. Chapter 62. The Shakedown at the Baichao Merchant Association according to the list provided by Shiyu. Yuan's Zhong accurately pinpointed the families and factions in Shuafang City that were aligned with the Great Zhou. Let us commence with the Chen family. Casting a glance at the list, Yuan's Zhong selected an unfortunate target. The Chen family, a lineage steeped in the traditions of cultivation, was rather unremarkable in Shuafang City, possessing only moderate capabilities. The reason Yuan's Zhong opted to strike first at the Chen family was simply due to their proximity. The Chen family, with a legacy spanning millennia, occupied a residence that encompassed no less than several thousand acres. At this moment, owing to the ongoing conflict, the gates of the Chen estate remained tightly shut. Yuan's Zhong casually waved his hand, prompting his deputy, Su San, to step forward and knock on the door. Despite their ominous intent, a modicum of basic courtesy should still be upheld, should it not? Fellow townsfolk, open the door. Our lord wishes to invite your family head for an urgent discussion. Who is your lord? The occupants within the door were on high alert. Hearing the commotion outside, they hesitated to open the door immediately, instead responding with caution. Su San turned back to glance at Yuan's Zhong, who shot him a glare. Why are you looking at me? Do you not know what to do next? Su San, realizing his oversight, nodded in understanding. Of course, if they refuse to open the door, they must be hiding something. They are surely concealing remnants of the Forbidden Army. Bring them in and search. With a resounding crash, the ornate crimson door, crafted from precious Nanmu wood, was obliterated by a single punch from Su San. As for the individual who had posed the question moments ago, where could they possibly have gone? With the door in ruins, it was inconceivable that anyone remained inside. Shortly thereafter, Yuan's Zhong emerged from the Chen estate, tossing a spatial ring in his hand. Humph, they dared to withhold such trifles. Now they have lost both wealth and presence. How unfortunate for them. Yuan's Zhong chuckled coldly. Wealth is merely an external possession. Is this not a basic principle? According to Shiyu's investigation, the Chen family contributed a staggering 1 million spirit stones to the Great Zhou annually. Yet just moments ago, they were only willing to part with a meager 50,000 spirit stones as a token gesture. Are you attempting to play double standards with me? Then I shall retaliate. Nevertheless, Yuan's Zhong's dismissal of the items as mere rubbish was purely from his perspective as a martial saint. How could the treasures amassed by a lineage over a millennium be so insignificant? Having dealt with one of the factions loyal to the Great Zhou, Yuan's Zhong drew his list and marked a diagonal slash through the Chen family's entry, signifying their eradication. He then proceeded towards the next family aligned with the Great Zhou. The Li family. Hey, we hold the principle of respecting the right. As you step out with your left foot to greet me, do you harbor disdain for me? Summon someone. Bring ruin upon them. The patriarch of the Li family. The Huang family. Our general has stated unequivocally that we shall take not a single coin from you. Summon someone, aside from a penny and a fractional coin, remove everything else. The head of the Huang family. Indeed, you truly do not take a single coin. So, aside from that penny and fractional coin, you intend to seize everything else. The Shanha Merchant Association. It is rumored that your annual tax contribution to the Great Zhou amounts to 20 million spiritual stones. Come now. The city of Shuafang is now under our Lord's dominion. Henceforth, the taxes shall be paid to us. How about this? I shall collect the taxes in advance. Let us say for the next 3,000 years. President of the Shanha Merchant Association. Expression akin to a stunned swine. 3,000 years. The establishment of our own merchant association has not even reached 3,000 years. These forces visited by the Dragon Riders have clearly realized that Yuan Zhong is extorting them. Many factions immediately resisted. Naturally, the wealth amassed over a millennium cannot be seized by mere words. Is there such fortune in this world? Those who were successfully subdued by the Dragon Riders were fortunate enough. Surrendering their vast fortunes, they were temporarily spared by Su San and his ilk. Conversely, those who resisted met with ruin. Subsequently, the family treasures continued to be claimed by Yuan Zhong. Soon, news of the Dragon Riders' extortion spread throughout the major factions in Shuafang. Turbulence ensued, and fear gripped all. How dare they covet the interests of our esteemed families? Have they not heard of a dynasty forged in iron and families that flow like water? Not to mention, the Fang family of Shuafang is a venerable lineage that has endured for millennia. Should Lu Yuan dare? Alas, breaking news. The Fang family has been accosted by Lu Yuan's subordinates. Unable to endure the humiliation, the patriarch of the Fang family retaliated. The result was his demise by a single strike. What? Upon hearing that the patriarch of the Fang family was struck down with such ease, the braggart from earlier nearly choked on his own spittle in disbelief. How is this possible? The patriarch of the Fang family is a peak martial sovereign, so close to becoming a semi-saint. Moreover, the Fang family boasts 5 or 6 other martial sovereigns. How could this? Boom. However, before he could finish his words, a tremendous sound erupted from the east of Shuafang. If he heard correctly, the source of the commotion seemed to be in the direction of the Fang family. Straining his gaze, the crowd was aghast to discover that a colossal handprint had inexplicably materialized where the Fang family once stood. A general, bearing an imposing countenance, hovered in the air, coldly observing what lay beneath. The Fang family has been utterly annihilated. Gulp. Countless powerful observers, hidden in the shadows, could not help but swallow hard. Fear not. In Shuafang City, we still have the Baichao Chamber of Commerce, do we not? I refuse to believe that Lu Yuan would dare to set his sights on the Baichao Chamber. The Baichao Chamber of Commerce, in stark contrast to the ordinary local powers of Shuafang City, is a colossal entity. Its influence extends beyond the borders of the Great Zhou, permeating the entire eastern continent. Indeed, it stands as one of the most formidable forces in the region. Naturally, in establishing itself in the Great Zhou, the Baichao Chamber cannot avoid interactions with the native royal family. Their relationship is intricately intertwined. Anything associated with the Great Zhou royal family inevitably becomes a target for Yuan Zhong. This Baichao Chamber is no exception. How dare they set their sights on us? They are truly courting death. While I have yet to unleash my wrath, I suggest they swiftly vanish from my presence. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. On the streets, all the shops and establishments are securely locked, yet the Baichao Chamber remains wide open. Its opulent 4-story faade starkly contrasts with the neighboring establishments, underscoring their audacity and, by extension, their might. They possess ample justification for their bravado. For instance, the branch leader stationed in the modest Shuafang city is, astonishingly, a half-saint level powerhouse. Chapter 63. Purchase your goods. Payment due in 2,000 years. The 100 Dynasty Merchants Association? What of it? Even if you are the heavenly king, you must clarify matters today. Since you have opened your doors for business, what gives you the right to deny us our purchases? Su Sin crossed his arms, wearing a cold smirk. However, it was better not to mention this matter at all. As soon as it was brought up, the vice president of the 100 Dynasty Merchants Association nearly choked on his breath. How absurd. Is that a legitimate business transaction? Indeed. They are merchants and will certainly engage in trade. Yet, The moment Su San entered the store and requested a substantial amount of various cultivation resources, he initially thought he had struck a lucrative deal. Little did he expect the response. Payment would not be due until 2,000 years later. How outrageous. Who conducts business by deferring payment for 2 millennia? You must not overstep your bounds. If you wish to conduct business amicably, we at the 100 Dynasty Merchants Association are more than willing to oblige. However, if you attempt to coerce us, we are not to be trifled with. The vice president's chest heaved with anger as he glared at Su San. Su San merely scoffed at the threat. Overstepping? It is you who is being bullied. After all, you have allied with the great Zhou. Su San dismissed the vice president's threats with a cold laugh. Today, I shall have my way. Regardless, you must provide me with the goods. The nature of the 100 Dynasty Merchants Association had long been thoroughly investigated by Shi Yu, who was also aware of its profound and terrifying foundations. While others may fear this association, it was of no concern to the Dragon Cavalry. Refusing to drink the wine of friendship is to be forced to drink the wine of punishment. I see you do not shed tears until you see the coffin. At these words, the vice president of the 100 Dynasty Merchants Association erupted in anger, a twisted smile forming on his face. How long has it been since someone caused a disturbance here? He recalled that the last martial artist who caused trouble at the 100 Dynasty Merchants Association had his limbs broken and was unceremoniously cast out of Shuafang City. The 100 Dynasty Merchants Association's standing on this continent is not solely due to its reputation. It has been earned through strength. Yuan Zhuozong watched the unfolding drama with a smile, showing no signs of concern. As the vice commander of the Dragon Cavalry, if Su San could not subdue this insignificant character before him, he would be unworthy of the Dragon Cavalry's name. Behold, the yin-yang palm of creation. The vice president of the 100 Dynasty Merchants Association bellowed furiously. In an instant, a formidable palm shadow surged towards Su San. A shout in martial arts? Su San was momentarily taken aback, secretly lamenting the wealth of the 100 Dynasty Merchants Association. It is known that martial arts techniques are a rare treasure on the eastern Zhou continent, not possessed by just any major power. Nevertheless, even with the opponent employing martial arts, in his eyes, the shadow of the palm remained feeble and impotent. It was not the technique that was lacking, but rather the inadequacy of the wielder. Allow me to shatter it. Witness my ordinary strike. Su San showed no fear as he faced the oncoming attack, delivering a powerful punch. However, unbeknownst to others, he subtly employed some techniques to channel his strength. What appeared to be an ordinary blow was, in fact, a full exertion of his entire being. Boom. As fists met, a surge of formidable energy erupted. Su San's unadorned fist resembled a solid iron rod. The shadow of his punch swiftly penetrated the shadow of the palm. Boom. How is this possible? The president of the 100 Dynasty Association was struck in the chest by Su San's punch, blood gushing from his mouth. The president's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been sent flying by a single blow. Yet both were supposed to be at the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm. He was unaware that even among those at the pinnacle, disparities existed. Gazing at the fallen president, Su San could not help but taunt. Your palm is so feeble. Even an 80-year-old with kidney deficiency could topple you. Are you insulting me? The president clutched his chest, his face a portrait of humiliation. A gentleman may be killed, but never insulted. He acknowledged Su San's strength, yet the verbal derision ignited a profound sense of rage within him. Su San chuckled. You'd best believe it. I'm 80 years old and have kidney deficiency. The president of the 100 Dynasty Association. You claim to be just 80? The president stared at Su San, utterly astonished. His shock was not from the revelation of Su San's kidney issues, but from his age. 80 years. Attaining the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm at that age? He himself was nearing 3,000 years and had only just reached that level. Moreover, his speed was already exceptional among his contemporaries. An 80-year-old at the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm. It was akin to an 8-year-old human being able to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. The thought was terrifying. Su San, enough with the nonsense. There are several others waiting for us below. Wrap this up quickly. At that moment, Yuan Zhuozong, watching Su San ramble, could not help but urge impatiently. Were it not for the master's orders to refrain from combat unless absolutely necessary, he would have taken matters into his own hands. Understood. Hearing Yuan Zhuozong's voice, Su San finally adopted a serious demeanor. As his superior, it was imperative to comply with Yuan Zhuozong's commands. Whoosh. In order to swiftly conclude the battle, Su San drew his weapon. It was noteworthy that this spear was actually retired from Yuan Zhuozong's service, while his own had been passed down to a junior officer. The junior officer had then retired it too. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. Wait, I admit. The vice president of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce was on the verge of panic, ready to surrender. Just moments ago, Yuan Zhuozong had unexpectedly spoken, drawing the vice president's attention to his presence. What filled him with dread was the realization that he could not fathom Yuan Zhuozong's cultivation level. Moreover, he sensed a profound aura of danger emanating from him. Yet, more crucially, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Su San. However, before he could utter a word, Su San pierced his chest with a spear. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su San inquired, "What were you about to say? What do you admit to?" "Ah, never mind. Since you're on the brink of death, I shall refrain from further questioning." With that, Su San twisted the spear embedded in the vice president's body with a fierce motion. The vice president's eyes widened in shock, unable to close them in death. With the vice president's demise, no one in the entire Baichao chamber dared to step forward. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Zhuozong completely emptied the chamber of its treasures. What a bounty, he mused. This haul is worth more than the earnings of more than a dozen families combined. The Baichao chamber boasted 4 floors, each ascending level housing increasingly precious items. The treasures on the first floor alone surpassed those found in the vaults of noble families. Were it not for the fact that the entire Great Zhou only had 3 branches of the Baichao chamber, each situated at considerable distances from one another, he would have eagerly sought to raid. No, he would have delighted in exploring and purchasing from each one. Indeed, his intent was to acquire goods, albeit deferring payment for 2,000 years. After all, a promissory note had been issued, and they were still quite reputable in this regard. Lu Yuan remarked, "If, 2,000 years hence, you still dare to come and demand payment from me, I shall consider you remarkable." Chapter 64. Squeeze them dry and eliminate them. 8th grade elixirs. With the emergence of Shuafang City, the 2 most formidable factions led by example, causing the other forces to become remarkably compliant. What choice did they have? With even the strongest among them defeated, resistance was futile. They were not inclined to meet a grim fate. Thus, under the auspices of the Dragon Cavalry's amiable negotiations, these factions gritted their teeth and relinquished all their accumulated wealth, amassed over generations, unable to voice their indignation. "My lord, as per your instructions, I have gathered the leaders of the major factions within Shuafang City at the city lord's residence. Those who were unwilling to cooperate have been entirely eradicated, and their assets have been secured within the spatial ring," reported Yuan Zhuozong. Lu Yuan accepted the ring from Yuan with an expression of surprise. "Indeed, there are families willing to part with their entire legacy. I had presumed they would fiercely resist to protect their hard-earned inheritance," he remarked with a hint of regret. Lu Yuan understood that for a cultivation family, the resources required for training were paramount. These resources were everything. People would even risk their lives for them. Yet now, these factions had willingly surrendered their amassed resources, a notion almost unfathomable. Yuan Zhuozong chuckled. Perhaps they witnessed my decisive actions against those who refused to cooperate and were filled with trepidation, prompting their reluctant compliance. I must admit, those old-timers from the families are quite astute. Upon hearing this, a profound glimmer crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. A deep-seated cunning was not a favorable trait. Having taken their possessions, the resentment harbored by these individuals must be considerable, whether willingly or unwillingly. The very act of relinquishing what they held dear revealed the depth of the scheming among those ancient factions. Upon learning that Yuan Zhuozong had arranged for these individuals at the city lord's residence, a mysterious smile flickered across Lu Yuan's lips. "Hee, General Yuan. What would you do if someone forcefully took away something you hold dear as life itself?" Caught off guard by Lu Yuan's seemingly unrelated inquiry, Yuan Zhuozong hesitated before responding. "I would undoubtedly harbor intense hatred. After all, my possessions have been." "My lord, are you implying?" Yuan Zhuozong's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he instinctively glanced at Lu Yuan. A chilling glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Indeed, hatred is inevitable, even if unspoken. It is certainly felt deeply. Without needing to guess, I already comprehend the sentiments of those factions. I suspect they harbor a desire to eliminate me at this very moment. Yuan Zhuozong, I now have another task for you. As for those factions, I shall not meet with them, since they have been drained of their value. It is best to eliminate them. Find a way to handle those individuals. Lu Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Given that those factions previously aligned themselves with the Great Zhou, it stands to reason that they are inherently adversaries to us. Thus, there is no necessity to spare them. After all, they are merely cultivators. It would be far more pragmatic to convert them into our own fortune. Very well. I shall instruct Su San to take care of this matter promptly. Yuan Zhuozong replied with a grave expression. Indeed, the task must be executed swiftly. It is essential to eradicate the roots of the problem and leave no trace. Lu Yuan, while conversing lightly, sentenced these factions to death without hesitation. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan turned his attention to examining the items within the spatial ring. Lo and behold, what a considerable collection. The items extracted could likely establish a transcendent faction. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened at the sight. Such an abundance of treasures had filled the expansive spatial ring. Surely, Yuan Zhuozong must have plundered the entirety of Shuafang City. Not to mention, the sheer number of spirit stones alone, which serve as the hard currency of this continent, exceeds 300 million. Yuan Zhuozong scratched his head and remarked, most of these items were contributed by a force known as the Baichao Chamber of Commerce. By the way, my lord, do take a look. I recall finding 2 8th-grade elixirs on the 4th floor of the Baichao Chamber. 8th-grade elixirs? Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed brighter upon hearing this. He immediately began rummaging through the ring. At long last, Lu Yuan successfully unearthed 2 exquisite boxes crafted from warm jade within the nearly filled spatial ring. The Baichao Chamber of Commerce indeed possesses a plethora of fine goods, yet these 2 8th-grade elixirs are undoubtedly the most valuable. Yuan Zhuozong explained to Lu Yuan. The Baichao Chamber is divided into 4 levels. The higher the level, the greater the value of the items contained within. These 2 elixirs are the only 2 items from the 4th level. As Lu Yuan opened the warm jade box, a peculiar fragrance of elixirs wafted forth. Merely inhaling the scent invigorated his spirit. Indeed, there is no doubt that this is an 8th-grade elixir. Lu Yuan also discovered the description of the elixir on the inner back of the box. 8th-grade elixir, 8-fold profound emperor pill. The effects are gentle, aiding in breakthrough of realms, while also compensating for deficiencies and enhancing the cultivator's spiritual root. Observing this, Lu Yuan shook his head. While it is indeed a fine elixir, it is not the healing elixir I seek. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to the adjacent box, hoping that this elixir might provide him with a pleasant surprise. Quietly, Lu Yuan opened the jade box and examined the description. 8th-grade elixir, Jade Spring Elixir. The medicinal properties are gentle, possessing the ability to regenerate flesh and bone, reshape meridians, mend hidden wounds, and harmonize the spirit. It is truly a miraculous healing elixir. At last, Lu Yuan's expression brightened with joy. The healing elixir he had long desired had finally arrived. Luo-yi, this healing elixir is for you. He directly tossed the 8th-grade elixir to Luo-yi, believing it would aid in his recovery. This elixir had been sought specifically for Luo-yi, and now that it had been found, it was only right that it be used by its rightful owner. Thank you, my lord. Luo-yi received the elixir with a face full of gratitude. Lu Yuan had gone to great lengths, enlisting Yuan Zhuozong to search the entire city for it. Though unspoken, Luo-yi had witnessed the effort. With such a lord, what more could one desire in life? Chapter 65, A Restoration of 30%. The Arrival of Zhou Qianfu. Luo-yi took a deep breath, and his gaze gradually solidified with determination. It appeared that he must hasten his recovery, not solely for his own sake, but also to assist his lord as soon as possible. With this resolve, Luo-yi unhesitatingly swallowed the 8th-grade elixir he held in his hand. Boom! As the elixir entered his body, a surge of vibrant vitality erupted within Luo-yi. His eyes fluttered shut as the spiritual energy within his dantian surged wildly, enveloping the energy released by the elixir and coursing through his meridians. With the gradual infusion of the elixir's potency, Luo-yi's injuries began to mend slowly. Su Chu, safeguard Luo-yi. Lu Yuan instructed softly. Yes, Su Chu responded solemnly, promptly stepping forward to protect Luo-yi. Lu Yuan stood nearby, anxiously observing, not daring to intrude. At last, after a brief interval, Luo-yi suddenly exhaled heavily. He opened his eyes, revealing a gaze ablaze with intensity, as if lightning resided within. How do you feel, Luo? Is the elixir effective? Upon witnessing Luo Yi's awakening, Lu Yuan hurriedly approached, his concern palpable. Huff! Luo Yi exhaled and dawned a smile upon his face. I am grateful for the Lord's provision of the elixir. My injuries have now recovered by approximately 30%. In a state of full exertion, I should be able to utilize about 50% of my previous strength. Only 30%. Hearing this, Lu Yuan let out a sigh, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. An 8th grade elixir had managed to restore merely 30% of Luo Yi's injuries. However, such was the reality. Though the elixir was of a high grade, Luo Yi's cultivation level exceeded it. It was akin to a small horse attempting to pull a grand carriage, a rather disproportionate endeavor. Nevertheless, this elixir still bore some merit. At the very least, it had saved Luo Yi approximately a month's time in recovery. Lu Yuan shook his head. Having the elixir was certainly better than having none at all. Of course, aside from these 2 8th grade elixirs, Lu Yuan's ring contained numerous lower grade elixirs. After all, the majority of the aristocratic families in Shuafang City had stockpiled their resources here. Lu Yuan was not one to be partial. He distributed all these elixirs to Luo Yi. Luo Yi, please distribute these elixirs among the 18 riders. Although they are merely lower-grade elixirs, they will still prove beneficial. On ordinary days, they can serve as treats to chew on. After all, something is better than nothing. If quality is lacking, let quantity make up for it. Even if they provide but a modicum of effect, it will be worthwhile if they aid the 18 riders in their swift recovery. In this world, elixirs cannot cause harm. The 18 riders expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the Lord's provision of elixirs. The 18 riders knelt before Lu Yuan, their faces alight with excitement and appreciation. Though the elixirs may have been humble, however, the master's concern for them is profound. Lu Yuan waved his hand and smiled, saying they are merely low-grade pills, no need for such fuss. After all, I still rely on you to recover soon and assist me in completing certain tasks. Nevertheless, despite Lu Yuan's words, how could they not perceive the depth of his care? The 18 riders were acutely aware of this. Their eyes brimmed with gratitude, and within their hearts, they silently vowed to serve their master devotedly once their strength was restored, in order to repay his kindness. At that moment, Luo Yi suddenly raised his head, gazing into the void above Shuafang City. Master, something is amiss. Luo Yi, what are you talking about? Lu Yuan, puzzled, followed Luo Yi's gaze. The sky was clear, the sun shining brightly, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. What could possibly be wrong? It seemed an uninvited guest had arrived. Luo Yi's gaze sharpened, his eyes flickering with intensity. As soon as Luo Yi finished speaking, a pitch-black void portal abruptly materialized above Shuafang City. Following this, a disheveled figure emerged from the portal. Damn it, I actually encountered a spatial turbulence. Had I known, I would not have recklessly torn through the fabric of space to hasten my journey. Zhou Qianfu cursed under his breath, lamenting his misfortune. Spatial turbulence is a terrifying presence within the void. Even an emperor could not escape its fate of being devoured. Although Zhou Qianfu, as the ancestral emperor of the Great Zhou, possessed semi-emperor cultivation, he could only escape in a state of disarray when faced with such turbulence. Once he managed to stabilize the chaotic energy, he turned his attention to the situation below. This city must be Shuafang City. Has this city just endured a fierce battle? Zhou Qianfu furrowed his brow as he observed the dilapidated city walls and the lingering smoke of gunpowder. It seemed he had arrived too late. Were it not for the delay caused by the spatial turbulence, he would have reached Shuafang City much earlier. Peering down at the city, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The walls and the ground of Shuafang City were littered with severed limbs and remnants. Hundreds of thousands of corpses lay strewn across the battlefield, each in varying states of tragedy. All the fallen wore the distinctive armor of the Great Zhou, without a single enemy in sight. Why are all the bodies on the ground those of my Great Zhou soldiers? Zhou Qianfu exclaimed, his heart filled with astonishment. Logically, such a casualty rate should never occur in a confrontation of this nature. A 0 to 300,000 ratio. What a farcical joke. Yet, Zhou Qianfu quickly regained his composure. After all, they were merely a swarm of ants. Even the soldiers of the Great Zhou are but mere ants. Concerning the lives and deaths of these insignificant creatures, Zhou Qianfu, a being of the semi-emperor realm, felt utterly unfazed. His purpose for being here was certainly not for this swarm of ants. The army of Lu Yuan. It must be located there. Zhou Qianfu's consciousness swept over the northern part of Shuafang City, where a force of approximately 100,000 troops was stationed. At this moment, in this very location, it could undoubtedly be identified as the army of Lu Yuan. Just as Zhou Qianfu was about to set off, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura rapidly approaching him. An opponent of considerable strength is coming. A faint smile graced Zhou Qianfu's lips. A semi-emperor has arrived, and his purpose for personally coming here was to court this powerful semi-emperor. To his surprise, the arrival was indeed a semi-emperor. Upon seeing Zhou Qianfu, Luo Yi felt a slight shock in his heart. At their level of semi-emperor, one would inevitably exude a hint of imperial might. In that moment, he detected such an aura emanating from the individual before him. Without a doubt, the other party was also a semi-emperor. However, even if the other party was a semi-emperor, Luo Yi did not feel the slightest fear. He swiftly appeared before Zhou Qianfu and, with vigilance, inquired, "Who are you and what brings you here?" Zhou Qianfu bore no inscription proclaiming himself as the sovereign ancestor of the great Zhou. Thus Luo Yi was uncertain whether this sudden semi-emperor was friend or foe. Chapter 66. The attempt to win over Luo Yi. Reconciliation is absolutely impossible. Upon the sudden appearance of Luo Yi before him, Zhou Qianfu raised an eyebrow, and a playful smile emerged at the corner of his mouth as he scrutinized the situation. He quickly discerned that this semi-emperor bore significant injuries. How intriguing. Zhou Qianfu speculated that these wounds were likely remnants from his battle with the sword ancestor. However, given Luo Yi's current state, it would be much easier to manipulate him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Qianfu chuckled and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Qianfu, the imperial ancestor of the great Zhou. I have come today to what? You are from the great Zhou dynasty?" Before Zhou Qianfu could finish his sentence, a glimmer of hostility flashed in Luo Yi's eyes. The great Zhou royal family. Upon hearing this name, Luo Yi immediately sensed a formidable threat. As a subordinate of Lu Yuan, he was well aware of the enmity between Lu Yuan and the great Zhou royal family, a matter of life and death. Now, with a semi-emperor from the great Zhou in their midst, it was clear that he was an enemy, not a friend. Luo Yi's body tensed at once, and he unsheathed the emperor-slaying spear from his grasp. An impressive weapon. Zhou Qianfu's eyes gleamed upon seeing the emperor-slaying spear. With his knowledge, he immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Observing Luo Yi's readiness for battle, Zhou Qianfu swiftly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, saying, "Do not be agitated. I come with benevolent intentions. I do not wish to be your adversary." Zhou Qianfu confidently spread his arms, signaling his lack of hostile intent. He firmly believed that there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. As long as he presented his advantages, the animosity between them would surely dissolve. With a knowing smile, he was convinced that Luo Yi was an intelligent individual. Moreover, given Luo Yi's injuries, he would undoubtedly refrain from initiating an attack. In response, Luo Yi merely scoffed, then subtly gestured to Ying Mo, who had arrived in response to the commotion, urging her to swiftly relay the message to their master. Fortunately, Zhou Qianfu had indeed come with the intention of improving their relationship and had not resorted to immediate violence. Zhou Qianfu observed with keen interest as Ying Mo deftly maneuvered through shadows. He had yet to encounter a practitioner with such shadow manipulation abilities in the Eastern continent. Indeed, Lu Yuan's subordinates were a remarkable assembly of extraordinary individuals. Meanwhile, at Lu Yuan's location, Ying Mo anxiously recounted the events that had transpired to him. "Oh, the other party claims to be the imperial ancestor of the great Zhou and possesses semi-emperor prowess? It seems that the strength of the great Zhou royal family is indeed deeply concealed." Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the great Zhou concealed a half-emperor level expert. He had previously thought that the most formidable figure in great Zhou was merely a martial saint. However, upon reflection, it made sense. As one of the most powerful dynasties on the Eastern continent, Great Zhou boasts a long and illustrious history. Its foundation could hardly be limited to just a martial saint. The current situation appeared rather precarious. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he stroked his chin. At present, Luo Yi was gravely injured, able to summon only 50% of his strength. Meanwhile, across from him stood a half-emperor expert of similar cultivation to Lu Yuan. Yet, upon arriving, the opponent had not made the first move. It seemed there was still room for negotiation. "Let us go and meet this ancestral figure of great Zhou," Lu Yuan remarked with a contemplative expression. Upon hearing this, Ingmo's complexion changed dramatically. "No, my lord. The opponent is a half-emperor expert, and Lu Yuan is currently gravely wounded. We cannot guarantee your safety." Ingmo's face displayed her concern. However, Lu Yuan merely smiled. "If the other party intends to kill me, can your presence here ensure my safety? Since the outcome is the same regardless of location, I might as well meet him and discern his intentions. If I am too afraid to even face him, I would undoubtedly be looked down upon." Lu Yuan remarked nonchalantly. No matter how far he might hide, if Lu Yuan were to be defeated, he too would not escape unscathed. Therefore, it was better to confront reality head-on. Hearing this, Ingmo fell silent. She recalled the overwhelming pressure she felt from Zhou Qianfu moments ago and instinctively clenched her fists. She felt utterly powerless. Faced with such a formidable enemy, she was unable to provide any assistance whatsoever. At that moment, her desire for strength surged to an apex. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianfu was passionately attempting to persuade Lu Yuan. As a half-emperor expert, you are revered wherever you go. Why suffer under the command of a mere king of the north? If you choose to align with great Zhou, I shall appoint you as the king of the south, even more esteemed than Lu Yuan. Furthermore, should you desire to become the emperor of great Zhou, that is also within reach." Zhou Qianfu spared no effort in his attempts, even offering the imperial throne of great Zhou as bait. It is essential to understand that the value of a half-emperor expert far surpasses that of an emperor of a dynasty. When a half-emperor acts, unless another half-emperor intervenes, an entire dynasty can be extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Yet, in the face of Zhou Qianfu's myriad temptations, Lu Yuan remained cold and unyielding, not even offering a single response. Were it not for his injuries, he would have long since lost his patience and thrust the god-slaying spear into Zhou Qianfu's incessant prattling mouth. Observing the unyielding Lu Yuan, Zhou Qianfu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Did he disdain fame and fortune? Perhaps he held affection in higher regard. In Zhou Qianfu's estimation, Lu Yuan, a semi-imperial powerhouse, willingly aligned himself with the ordinary and insignificant Lu Yuan for a reason. It must be either gratitude or nostalgia. Contemplating this, Zhou Qianfu confidently asserted, "I surmise you owe Lu Yuan a debt of gratitude, do you not? If so, let us strike a bargain. If you pledge your allegiance to the great Zhou, we shall overlook all that has transpired with Lu Yuan. We might even fulfill all his wishes." As Zhou Qianfu rambled on, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed around him. Upon hearing it, Zhou Qianfu's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Yuan? Watching Lu Yuan approach with deliberate slowness, a barely perceptible malevolence curled at the corners of Zhou Qianfu's mouth. "An insect? How audacious of you to presume upon my kindness and make demands." Yet, out of respect for Lu Yuan, he refrained from losing his temper on the spot. "This condition is unacceptable. You may propose another." Zhou Qianfu retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Nonsense." Zhou Linglong's influence was significant, and even he dared not overstep his bounds. If that's the case, it's truly unfortunate. If not, then there's nothing more to discuss. Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, even if the royal family of Great Zhou acquiesced, Lu Yuan would never reconcile with them. Whether for emotional or material reasons, he was destined to oppose Great Zhou. With the system at his disposal, he grew stronger by vanquishing foes. If he were to make peace, where would he procure the fortune he sought? Moreover, the Empress Zhou Linglong had pushed him too far. He could not swallow this indignity. Chapter 67. The Emperor's Slaying Spear. "You keep stabbing, leave the rest to me." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhou Qianfu couldn't help but sneer. This Lu Yuan was indeed becoming increasingly emboldened. But have you ever considered what exactly you Lu Yuan amount to? Merely a worthless insect at the martial emperor level. Although he ostensibly came seeking reconciliation with Lu Yuan, his true intention was to approach the semi-emperor, Lu Yuan. Zhou Qianfu completely disregarded Lu Yuan, turning his attention to Lu Yuan with a smile. "Brother Lu, what do you think of my earlier proposal? If you are willing to join our great Zhou, I assure you the finest treatment and complete access to all cultivation resources." It is infinitely superior to following this insect. In fact, your standing in Great Zhou would only be second to mine. Zhou Qianfu's eyes shimmered with fervor as he gazed at Luo Yi. His eagerness to recruit Luo Yi was undoubtedly driven by a significant motive. If successful, Great Zhou would possess two semi-emperors. Such power would instantly elevate Great Zhou to a dominant force across the entire eastern continent, placing them among the elite. However, regrettably, while Zhou Qianfu's ambitions were lofty, reality was far more complex. As Lu Yuan's subordinate, Luo Yi's loyalty was unwavering. How could he heed Zhou Qianfu's insipid enticements? Seeing Zhou Qianfu brazenly attempting to recruit him in front of his master, Luo Yi's anger flared. I, Luo Yi, am a servant of my master in life and a ghost of my master in death. To suggest I betray my master is nothing short of a delusion. Dare to sow discord between my master and me, and I will not hesitate to end you. Luo Yi could no longer restrain himself and cursed vehemently. His loyalty burned brightly, a deep crimson. The very suggestion from Zhou Qianfu that he betray Lu Yuan was more offensive than any insult. Moreover, with his master present, should any misunderstanding arise regarding his relationship with Zhou Qianfu, Luo Yi would truly have no choice but to offer his head in apology. You alas, what a pity. Observing Luo Yi's firm stance, Zhou Qianfu sighed softly. What kind of enchantment has this Lu Yuan cast upon you? What future could one possibly have following this worthless insect? Zhou Qianfu simply could not comprehend Luo Yi's actions. After all, water flows downward, and people aspire to ascend. It was a clearly advantageous outcome. Yet he obstinately refused to agree. How could one be so stubbornly entrenched in such a misguided belief? Hearing Zhou Qianfu repeatedly denigrate Lu Yuan as a worthless insect, the emperor-slaying spear in Luo Yi's grasp creaked ominously. I am truly becoming enraged. Luo Yi's voice was chilling, as if one were plunged into the depths of the underworld. Indeed, while his master may be somewhat weaker, the shame of his master is the death of the servant. Upon hearing Zhou Qianfu's disdain for Lu Yuan, Luo Yi felt a profound insult within his heart. If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. Your refusal to join the Great Zhou means we can only become adversaries. And as for dealing with enemies, I typically choose to eradicate them directly. By the end of his statement, Zhou Qianfu's tone had grown impatient. The rift between them was irreconcilable. Since you cannot be of use to me, your only fate is annihilation. Let the battle commence. Who fears whom? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Luo Yi, soaring skyward. The moment the arrogant emperor's spear sensed Luo Yi's fighting spirit, it emitted an excited hum. Seeing this, a trace of disdainful amusement crossed Zhou Qianfu's lips. A severely wounded half-emperor dares to continue fighting me? What a foolish notion. However, the arrogant emperor's spear in Luo Yi's grasp caused Zhou Qianfu to cast a sidelong glance. The spear's sharp essence even stirred a flicker of trepidation within him. It is indeed a fine weapon. Unfortunately, it is in the wrong hands. But soon, this spear shall belong to me. A hint of greed uncontrollably emerged in Zhou Qianfu's eyes. As a half-emperor, the weapon he wielded was merely a pseudo-emperor artifact. The allure of this emperor weapon was tremendously enticing to him. Luo Yi. Witnessing Luo Yi's desire to fight, concern flickered in Lu Yuan's gaze. It must be noted that Luo Yi was still gravely injured, while his opponent was a half-emperor master not inferior to him. In a true battle, Luo Yi would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Luo Yi smiled gently, offering Lu Yuan a reassuring expression. My lord, do not worry. I can still endure. Shadow Ink. Take my lord away from here. In the ensuing battle, I may not be able to ensure my lord's safety. Just await my good news. Luo Yi forced a smile at Lu Yuan. Yet, upon turning away, a grave expression immediately clouded his face. Clearly, Luo Yi's heart was far from as at ease as he appeared. Meanwhile, Shadow Ink nodded solemnly. The clash between half-emperors would undoubtedly be terrifying. The aftermath of their battle could potentially obliterate someone of merely martial sovereign cultivation like Lu Yuan. Thus, it was best for them to distance themselves from the battlefield. Before Lu Yuan could utter another word, Shadow Ink swiftly vanished with him from the scene. Arrogant Emperor's spear, bless me. Luo Yi gripped the spear tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the poised Zhou Qianfu. If it were at his peak, he would certainly not fear. But now, The arrogant emperor's spear seemed to sense Luo Yi's anxious heart, emitting a series of resonant hums. Are you suggesting that I need not fear? That I should simply thrust it into him with all my might? Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. Through the bond forged with the blood-dripping emperor-slaying spear, he could grasp the essence of its intent. Well then, I shall place my trust in you this once. After a brief hesitation, his gaze sharpened with determination. In this moment, his faith lay solely in the emperor-slaying spear, as he found himself devoid of any alternative. Chapter 68. A Shattering Strike. The Celestial Seal. At this moment, Zhou Qianfu stood upon the void, each step blooming like a lotus. An overwhelming wave of destruction emanated from his being. You cannot prevail. It would be wise to concede. A severely wounded half-emperor like you could never be my match. Zhou Qianfu scoffed, his eyes gleaming with golden light. As a peak half-emperor in his prime, he effortlessly summoned surging spiritual energy from a radius of thousands of miles, creating formidable tides of spiritual force. This spectacle left onlookers utterly astounded. How can one know without testing their limits? Although Luo Yi's expression was grave, the grip on his Imperial Slayer spear filled him with confidence. Very well, if you seek death, I shall grant it. With a roar, Zhou Qianfu commanded, Celestial Seal, arise. Seeing Luo Yi's obstinacy, Zhou Qianfu thrust his palm forward, and from his hand, a brilliant golden light shot forth, manifesting a colossal golden seal out of thin air. Boom, boom, boom. The great seal blotted out the sun, and at the moment of its appearance, an ancient and profound aura surged outward in all directions. Akin to facing a primordial mountain, Luo Yi's countenance turned solemn. Had he been at his peak, such an assault would have been trivial. Yet now, he remained gravely injured and could only muster half of his strength. Confronted by this ancient seal's phantom, he felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. Imperial Slayer, it is up to you now. Luo Yi murmured softly, placing all his hopes upon the spear. Buzz. The Imperial Slayer emitted a faint hum, as if reassuring Luo Yi. Celestial Seal, suppress. As the seal took shape, Zhou Qianfu bellowed fiercely and struck decisively. Boom. At the moment the great seal descended, the entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. The air thickened with a terrifying oppressive force. Within Shuofeng City, every building within a radius of dozens of miles was instantly reduced to dust. The ordinary citizens could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies erupted, disintegrating into clouds of blood mist. Alas, these subjects of the great Zhou dynasty did not perish at the hands of the enemy, the dragon cavalry, but instead fell victim to the very hands of their own imperial ancestors. As the massive seal descended, Luo Yi refused to be outdone. Imperial Slayer, break through. With the Imperial Slayer in hand, Luo Yi roared with the might of a war god. Buzz. The Imperial Slayer let out a fierce cry, transforming into a fearsome black dragon, howling as it charged towards the great seal. The dragon's eyes flickered with lightning, its momentum even surpassing that of the massive seal. Zhou Qianfu paid little heed to Luo Yi's assault. A wounded half-emperor could not even muster half of his strength. This black dragon was merely a display of bravado. The black dragon collided with the great seal in a cacophony of sound. Boom. The black dragon's formidable horns fiercely collided with the base of the great seal. However, the anticipated scene of a stalemate, where both forces were evenly matched, failed to materialize. The ancient shadow of the great seal was instantly shattered into countless fragments by the black dragon. What? Witnessing this, the usually composed Zhou Qianfu nearly had his eyes bulging out in disbelief. How could this be possible? It is known that the Celestial Seal is the treasured artifact of the great Zhou royal family, a pinnacle martial skill. And now, it was effortlessly crushed by the black dragon? This must be a joke. At this moment, Luo Yi, wielding the emperor-slaying spear, was also momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he had not anticipated the sheer power of the spear. Initially, Luo Yi was prepared to muster all his strength and grit his teeth to withstand the attack. Yet now, it seemed as if there were no obstacles at all, as he effortlessly shattered the opponent's shadow of the great seal. Hiss! The emperor-slaying spear, indeed, is remarkable. Luo Yi gazed at the long spear in his hand with fervent admiration, his face aglow with joy. He admitted that he had underestimated its might. Indeed, the power of the emperor-slaying spear had once again surprised him. Previously, Luo Yi believed that the spear could at least double his combat strength. But now, it was not merely doubled, it was multiplied several times over. The spear hummed with an assertive resonance, as if proclaiming its prowess to the world. Faced with the formidable Luo Yi, Zhou Qianfu cast a wary glance at the emperor-slaying spear. Possessing the keen insight of a semi-emperor, he immediately discerned that the true strength did not lie with Luo Yi, but rather with the dark spear that made his heart race with trepidation. Humph, such a treasure. I must possess it. While Zhou Qianfu felt a surge of apprehension, a tinge of greed also stirred within him. The fact that his opponent, despite being severely wounded, could withstand his attack through the might of this spear was telling of its extraordinary power. Seizing the moment of victory, Luo Yi pressed on with relentless vigor. Suddenly, he recalled the instructions the emperor-slaying spear had imparted to him earlier. Thus, he aimed directly at Zhou Qianfu's lower body and thrust forward with great force. "Behold my poison dragon drill," Luo Yi bellowed, and in an instant, a flurry of spear shadows flashed through the air. This time, Zhou Qianfu dared not underestimate Luo Yi's renewed assault. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Luo Yi, while simultaneously unleashing the overwhelming aura of his semi-emperor realm. "Reversal palm," Zhou Qianfu roared. The reversal palm and reversal seal belonged to the same series, both being celestial martial techniques. Their power, naturally, was formidable. This time, Zhou Qianfu unleashed all his strength, convinced that he would not fail to subdue his opponent. However, he had overestimated his own capabilities, or rather, he had underestimated the might of the emperor-slaying spear. A colossal black dragon, imbued with ethereal energy, spiraled forth once more from the spear of the emperor-slayer. With a thunderous roar, the dragon shattered the ethereal hand into fragments in an instant. Zhou Qianfu's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that even his mightiest attack was insufficient to withstand this creature? At that moment, the dragon turned its gaze upon Zhou Qianfu, its eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glint. In the next heartbeat, the dragon unfurled its massive jaws, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, and lunged directly at Zhou Qianfu. Retreat. A surge of danger overwhelmed Zhou Qianfu, prompting him to retreat several miles in the blink of an eye, narrowly evading the dragon's vicious bite. But something was amiss. "Luo, you deceived me. You are unscathed." Fury ignited on Zhou Qianfu's face, his expressions fluctuating between rage and uncertainty. However, as he continued to sense Luo Yi's aura, he was astonished to discover that it indeed fluctuated erratically. The vital energies surged within Luo Yi, presenting an appearance of injury. In that instant, Zhou Qianfu found himself at a loss. If his opponent was genuinely injured, could it be? Was he truly unable to vanquish someone who was gravely wounded? No. It was imperative that he eliminate this individual here and now. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Qianfu's eyes. If he remained this formidable even in a wounded state, what would happen when Luo Yi's injuries healed and he returned to full strength? Would he then become a target for annihilation? It was better to act now, while the foe was vulnerable. With a resounding crash, Zhou Qianfu drew forth his pseudo-emperor weapon, the treasured artifact of the entire Great Zhou, the Celestial Seal. Chapter 69, Piercing Through All. The Celestial Seal, an artifact acquired by Zhou Qianfu by mere chance, is the source from which he derived both the Celestial Seal technique and the Celestial Palm he just employed. It can be said without doubt that this Celestial Seal is a true national treasure, albeit a pseudo-emperor artifact. As the Celestial Seal emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy trembled violently. In comparison to the heavenly ranked martial arts Zhou Qianfu had previously utilized, the essence of the Celestial Seal exuded an aura reminiscent of the ancient times, far more potent. Merely gazing at it from a distance made one feel as if they were being crushed by a mountain, rendering even the act of breathing somewhat arduous. At this moment, a low hum resonated. Sensing the unrestrained aura emanating from the Celestial Seal, the emperor-slaying spear seemed to take offense, immediately emitting a resonant buzz. All right. Cease your disparaging remarks," Luo Yi chuckled, attempting to placate the emperor-slaying spear. Compared to the myriad manifestations radiating from the Celestial Seal, the emperor-slaying spear appeared rather ordinary. Although it was evident that it stood out among the rest, its dark, obsidian shaft paled in comparison to the Celestial Seal. "Shortly, we shall shatter that Celestial Seal to alleviate your frustrations," The Emperor-slaying spear is an ultimate Emperor weapon, while the Celestial Seal is merely a pseudo-Emperor weapon. The two are not even in the same league. What is an ultimate Emperor weapon? It is a weapon wielded by the Grand Emperors themselves, and among the highest specifications of Imperial weaponry. How could a mere pseudo-Emperor weapon hope to contend with an ultimate Emperor weapon? One might say that 10 Celestial Seals combined would still not compare to a single Emperor-slaying spear. If the Celestial Seal were ever to give birth to a spirit, it would likely be terrified to its core by the Emperor-slaying spear. Alas, the Celestial Seal is nothing more than a mundane pseudo-Emperor weapon, devoid of any spiritual consciousness. Celestial Seal. Suppress. Under Zhou Qianfu's command, the Celestial Seal ascended into the air, expanding to a size of 100 feet, and came crashing down towards Lu Yuan. This time, the momentum generated by the Celestial Seal was exponentially more formidable than before, akin to a mountain pressing down upon its victim, immensely heavy and indestructible. However, in the face of such a formidable onslaught, Lu Yuan displayed not a trace of fear. Emperor-slaying spear, it is your turn. Charge. With a fierce roar, Lu Yuan propelled his diminutive form directly towards the colossal Celestial Seal. As the two divine weapons unleashed their full might, the surrounding void began to tremble ominously. Boom! Before their clash even occurred, the space wedged between them shattered into fragments. The intensity of the pressure was truly terrifying. Large shards of space plummeted, swiftly forming a horrifying, pitch-black abyss midair. Both Lu Yuan and Zhou Qianfu were engulfed by this gaping void. Without the devastation wrought by the two semi-emperors, the surrounding fractured void promptly commenced its restoration. In but a fleeting moment, the space reverted to its previous state, and both Lu Yuan and Zhou Qianfu seemed to have never existed, completely vanishing into the void. The entirety of this occurrence transpired in an instant, leaving Lu Yuan and the others bewildered. Lu Yuan? Where did that bastard go? Panicking, Lu Yuan, who had been observing from a distance, exclaimed. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan was standing right there. How could he disappear so suddenly? Could it be that he and Zhou Qianfu perished together? At this juncture, the usually silently Sandow stepped forward to elucidate to Lu Yuan. My lord, Lu Yuan and the others should be unharmed. The spatial realm of this world cannot possibly sustain a battle between semi-emperors. They must have torn through the void to engage in combat elsewhere. Semi-emperors can effortlessly breach the void, and even if swallowed by it, unless caught in spatial turbulence, they generally remain unscathed. Typically, battles at the level of emperors can cause vast expanses of void to collapse with mere gestures. Thus, fighting venues are usually chosen in the void. Moreover, it is imperative to select such locations, for as the battle rages on, the surrounding void shatters, inevitably drawing combatants into it. Despite Li Sandow's reassurances, Lu Yuan could not dispel the worry etched upon his brow. He pondered whether Lu Yuan could endure. Fighting while injured was indeed an arduous task. Although Lu Yuan seemed to have had the upper hand moments ago, the undeniable truth remained that he was grievously wounded. Until the outcome was revealed, none could ascertain how the battle would ultimately unfold. Nearby, the others couldn't help but sigh softly, their hearts ignited with an insatiable yearning for strength, a desire that surged uncontrollably within them. It was their own weakness that plagued them. Otherwise, they could have assisted their lord in this moment of need. In the void, the Tianfan seal, a national treasure of the great Zhou and a pseudo-emperor weapon, withstood the onslaught of the emperor-slaying spear for a brief moment. Boom. After a fleeting second of stalemate, the Tianfan seal shattered instantaneously. The explosion from the splintered emperor weapon propelled Zhou Qianfu thousands of meters away. Yet, despite his numerous injuries, Zhou Qianfu's mind was a blank canvas. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Zhou Qianfu cried out in disbelief. The Tianfan seal had accompanied him for thousands of years. No one understood its power better than he did. It was a pseudo-emperor weapon. How could it be so easily obliterated? In Zhou Qianfu's eyes, disbelief reigned supreme. However, while Zhou Qianfu was momentarily stunned, Lu Yuan was far from daunted. Die for me. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and in an instant, the spear surged forth like a dragon. With a furious roar, Lu Yuan seized the moment, while Zhou Qianfu was momentarily stunned, thrusting the spear directly before Zhou Qianfu's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Qianfu felt his hair stand on end. A surge of life and death peril suddenly arose from the depths of his heart. No. I cannot perish. If the heavenly seal shatters, so be it. If I am lost, then all is truly lost. Zhou Qianfu was quick to react, immediately pivoting to evade. However, as he dodged, it proved futile. Luo Yi's spear struck squarely against Zhou Qianfu's rear. The tip of the spear instantaneously pierced through. The entire process was astonishingly smooth. Even Luo Yi was taken aback by his unexpected strike to the opponent's backside. Ack! Zhou Qianfu emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Though his semi-empirical physique was as resilient as steel, against the sharpness of the emperor-slaying spear, it was akin to paper. In an instant, Zhou Qianfu leaped away like a cat with its tail caught, soaring several miles into the distance. Desperately swallowing elixirs, he barely managed to staunch the blood. Yet, his rear remained drenched in crimson, a gaping hole transforming into his second orifice. Wow! Luo Yi's face was alight with exhilaration, piercing through all. At this moment, Luo Yi's sole impression of the emperor-slaying spear in his grasp was one of unbounded triumph. Chapter 70. Swallowing the Pill? Zhou Qianfu's defeat. Zhou Qianfu understood the principle of taking advantage of others' misfortunes, and so did Luo Yi. Come. Did you not just claim you would take my life? How utterly short-sighted. I stand before you. Do I not resemble my former self? Luo Yi twirled his gun, casting a half-smile as he gazed at Zhou Qianfu across from him. This battle had finally allowed Luo Yi to vent the pent-up frustration in his heart. Huh, did you dare to look down on others? Now, you have been dealt a harsh blow. Luo Yi was not willing to forfeit the chance to thoroughly trounce a cornered opponent. Seizing upon Zhou Qianfu's weakness, he raised his gun and charged once more. Seeing Luo Yi's intent to attack again, Zhou Qianfu felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn it! The opponent's weapon was far too sharp. Just after the second exchange, his rear had already been pierced. This cunning foe, he deliberately targeted my vulnerable spot. However, faced with the fierce Luo Yi, Zhou Qianfu found himself devoid of the courage to continue the fight. The wound inflicted by the emperor-slaying gun was not one that could heal easily. Any slight movement sent pain coursing through him, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Even his pseudo-emperor weapon had shattered. He had sustained injuries that were too embarrassing to mention. How could he dare to fight on? In desperation, Zhou Qianfu hastily threw out a binding treasure, hoping to fend off Luo Yi's assault. He then sought to escape, moving with remarkable speed. Yet, even the pseudo-emperor artifact, the heaven-shaking seal, could not withstand the might of the emperor-slaying gun. What could a mere, ordinary treasure accomplish? Boom! The moment that artifact was cast, Luo Yi shattered it with a single thrust. As the emperor-slaying gun lunged at him like a death harbinger, Zhou Qianfu felt his heart racing in terror. This was it. In such a perilous moment, one could either seek assistance or consume a pill. Zhou Qianfu found himself abandoned, with no one to turn to. Thus, he had no choice but to swallow the pill. He retrieved a crimson elixir from his ring, an extraordinary 9th-rank pill, the Great Power Growth Pill. Despite its unassuming name, its potency was unparalleled. Compared to other violent enhancement pills, its side effects were significantly milder. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a 9th-rank pill? As soon as Zhou Qianfu swallowed the pill, the ethereal energy of heaven and earth surged like a tidal wave, converging before him and transforming into luminous streams that entered his body. This scene appeared deceptively simple, yet it was fraught with danger. A moment's negligence could lead to explosive demise. The spiritual energy in the void was already scarce, and after Zhou Qianfu's tumultuous actions, the surrounding area had become a vacuum of spiritual energy for miles. This energy transformed into pure, refined spiritual power, flooding into Zhou Qianfu's meridians. In that instant, he was infused with an overwhelming sense of strength, his aura reaching unprecedented heights. It was as if an ancient behemoth was on the verge of emerging, instilling a sense of dread within the hearts of many. A mere half a stick of incense. Humph, that is more than sufficient. Zhou Qianfu's golden eyes radiated a brilliant light, akin to two flickering flames of gold. It seemed as though he could pierce through illusions and discern the very essence of existence. Zhou Qianfu was already at the pinnacle of a semi-emperor's cultivation. At this moment, he felt as though he could rival even an emperor. With a thunderous shout, heaven-overturning palm, Zhou Qianfu shook the heavens and the earth. A surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted forth, manifesting into a hand of spiritual force, reaching 100 feet in size. Though it was the same technique, in this instance, Zhou Qianfu employed it with an intensity that surpassed his previous efforts by countless folds. Even the void itself quivered under this fierce aura, warping and shimmering with hints of lightning. Haha, come and fight. Lu Yuan, emboldened by the battle, was filled with fervor. The spear returns from the dream. A single thrust to determine the cosmos. To Zhou Qianfu's astonishment, what he believed to be a strike comparable to that of an emperor was effortlessly pierced by Lu Yuan. Subsequently, the slaying emperor spear maintained its momentum, penetrating not only the heaven-overturning palm, but also Zhou Qianfu's fleshly hand. With a piercing sound, Zhou Qianfu instantly felt an excruciating pain surge through his palm. Shocked. At this moment, a sense of terror and even despair welled up within Zhou Qianfu. He had unleashed all his might, yet he could not inflict even a scratch upon his opponent. Moreover, his adversary was merely a severely wounded individual. Flee. At this juncture, that singular thought consumed Zhou Qianfu's mind. He had been thoroughly frightened. After consuming a pill, Zhou Qianfu's strength surged, though he could not best Lu Yuan in combat. When his sole intent was to escape, he always found a way. Today, I was careless, allowing you to gain some advantage. If you dare to come to Chang'an, I shall show you what true strength is. As Zhou Qianfu fled in a disheveled manner, he still found time to utter fierce words. However, anyone with a modicum of sense could detect the taunting undertone in his remarks. Yet, Lu Yuan merely scoffed in disdain. His master had always intended to march towards Chang'an. What would it matter when they arrived? Today's defeat would only be a prelude to tomorrow's victory. Very well. You can await me in Chang'an with your neck cleanly washed. Just hope that next time, you do not escape so pathetically. Lu Yuan remarked with a cold smile. There was little he could do, for he himself bore significant injuries. Though he could triumph over Zhou Qianfu, it was solely due to the might of the slaying emperor spear. If his opponent chose to flee, Lu Yuan was powerless to stop him. Above Shuafang's city, the void twisted, and in the next moment, Lu Yuan's figure emerged. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. He howled towards the sky. Having fought a satisfying victory, Lu Yuan felt an indescribable exhilaration within his heart. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, Lu Yuan and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Where's the other party? As they noticed that the venerable ancestor of the great Zhou had not followed, everyone hurriedly inquired. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. I scared him away. Had he not fled so swiftly, I would have certainly dispatched him right then and there. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. Subsequently, he recounted the perilous encounter to the crowd. Upon hearing his narrative, they cast envious glances at the emperor-slaying spear in his hand. Particularly, Yuan Zhuozong was nearly drooling with desire. Damn it! I knew that this brat harbored ill intentions. He has managed to seize such a treasure with merely a silver spear from the desert. Lu Yuan, too, was utterly enlightened. No wonder the emperor-slaying spear was a product of the emperor-level lottery. Its power must be immense. Indeed, a weapon comparable to the rewards of a martial emperor. How could its might be trifling? Chapter 71. To guard Chang'an? Then let us slay. Fortunately, the emperor-slaying spear proved its might. Otherwise, Yuxiang patted her chest, still feeling a twinge of fear. Lu Yuan, when you were suddenly drawn into the void, we feared the worst had befallen you. Do you realize how frightened our lord was? Yuxiang recounted, still shaken. Had it not been for Li Sandao's timely intervention, even he would have believed that Lu Yuan was on the brink of demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression grew solemn. He stepped past the others, advancing a few paces to kneel before Lu Yuan with a thunderous impact. What merit do I possess that warrants such concern from our lord? To cause such worry, I deserve punishment. The sentiment of a warrior who would lay down his life for a true friend resonated within him. Lu Yuan held him constantly in his thoughts, perpetually anxious for his safety. Deep within Lu Yuan's heart, a profound sense of gratitude welled up. Yet, the realization that he had not only failed to resolve the trouble, but had allowed a formidable adversary to escape weighed heavily on him. His head bowed deeply. Shame etched across his face. My lord, it is my inadequacy that has permitted the enemy to flee. Please, impose upon me the necessary punishment. Lu Yuan's countenance bore the mark of embarrassment. Indeed, though he was gravely injured, this did not absolve him of the responsibility to detain the enemy. Let us not forget, he wielded the formidable emperor-slaying spear. Had he recognized its power sooner, he would not have fought so timidly from the outset and might have already vanquished the foe. Now, with an enemy semi-emperor having escaped his grasp, Should they launch a stealthy attack, the repercussions could be dire. Alas, Lu Yuan, witnessing the scene, hurried to assist Luo Yi to his feet. You need not belittle yourself. You have performed admirably under the circumstances. After all, you are gravely wounded, and to defeat a foe of equal standing is truly remarkable. Lu Yuan reassured him with a smile. Initially, Lu Yuan had braced himself for the worst possible outcome. Yet, against all odds, Luo Yi, despite his injuries, had not only triumphed but had severely wounded the enemy. For Lu Yuan, this was a delightful surprise. Rest assured, my lord, the great ancestor of the Zhou may flee, but he cannot escape the temple. When I arrive in Chang'an, even if I must pursue him for 1,000 miles, I shall bring back his head as an offering to you. Determination filled Luo Yi's gaze. The enemy had previously boasted that he would await him in Chang'an. Very well. He would go. Regardless of whether this was a provocation or a trap, he was resolute in his vow to slay the foe himself. Excellent. I have faith in you. Lu Yuan smiled gently. In this battle, Luo Yi has proven his strength, and Lu Yuan has no reason to doubt him. However, it is imperative that you take the time to rest and recover from your injuries. Only by healing swiftly can you unleash your true potential in combat. Lu Yuan gazed with concern at the wounds adorning Luo Yi's body. Despite the apparent ease of the previous fight, Luo Yi was indeed injured. The old wounds, which had only just begun to heal, had now reopened due to the fierce struggle. Very well, Luo Yi solemnly nodded in response. To fulfill his promise, he must prioritize his recovery. Otherwise, even if his intentions are noble, he would be powerless to act. In the following days, Luo Yi threw himself into an arduous recovery, consuming low-grade elixirs as if they were mere sustenance. Having arranged for Luo Yi to rest, Lu Yuan suddenly let out a faint sigh. Although Luo Yi had emerged victorious and the immediate danger had passed, a subtle sense of unease lingered in Lu Yuan's heart. The visitor today had been the grand ancestor of the great Zhou, a formidable half-emperor. Who could predict whether tomorrow might bring the appearance of the great Zhou's progenitor or some other legendary figure? Today, Luo Yi had managed to contend with the might of the emperor's slaying spear, but what of tomorrow? If a true emperor were to appear, could the injured Luo Yi still confront them with such ease? Alas, it seems a powerful emperor is still needed to uphold their reputation. Lu Yuan sighed once more. Only by having an emperor under his command could he ensure his own security. He turned his gaze toward the system's fortune value panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, initial stage of martial emperor. Subordinate forces, 18 riders of Yanyun, heavily injured. 100,000 snow dragon riders, enhanced version. 50,000 assault troops, shadow guards, drizzle. 10,000 Northern Army, damaged. Bodyguards, Li Sandao Su Chu. Fortune value, 6. 820, 375. Compared to before, Lu Yuan's fortune value had increased by over 500,000. Unsurprisingly, these gains were likely contributions from the Northern Army and assault troops stationed at Yumen Pass, who were currently locked in a fierce confrontation with the 300,000 troops of the northern border wall. It was likely that they were experiencing a stalemate in battle at this moment. Observing the balance of 6 million fortune points, Lu Yuan sighed deeply. If only he could slay that grand ancestor of the great Zhou, it would undoubtedly yield an astonishing amount of fortune value. Alas, Lu Yuan shook his head, casting aside such unrealistic thoughts. However, with the half-emperor gravely injured and fleeing, it was unlikely he would return anytime soon. This was an opportunity that Lu Yuan must seize to accumulate fortune points frantically. With just over 300,000 more fortune points, he could once again qualify for an Imperial level lottery. Once the fortune value was sufficient, nothing would pose a threat. Lu Yuan suddenly recalled the confidential report provided by Shiyu. Zhou Linglong had already dispatched orders to various provinces and prefectures, reinforcing troops to Chongan and Bingzhou. Calculating the days, the reinforcements from the nearer provinces should have arrived. A spark of brilliance flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. Yuan Zhuozong. The subordinate immediately advanced with cupped fists upon hearing Lu Yuan's summons. Lu Yuan's gaze turned slightly cold as he stated, General Yuan, convey the command for the Dragon Cavalry to mobilize the entire army and march south swiftly. With Shuofeng City now in our grasp, it signifies that the entirety of northern Bingzhou lies before us, ripe for conquest. I demand a rapid occupation of all cities in Bingzhou and the complete eradication of the great Zhou influence within. Though they had secured Shuafang City, it was but a fraction of their objective, with 2.5 provinces remaining to be subdued. The Empress had summoned troops from various regions to safeguard Chang'an. This implied that the closer they drew to Chang'an, the greater the resistance they would encounter. Yet simultaneously, it also indicated an increase in the fortune points to be gained. Protecting Chang'an? Then let us strike. For those lower-tier soldiers, who were practically offering themselves up, Lu Yuan unreservedly accepted the challenge. Understood. Yuan Zhuozong thunderously acknowledged the order, his words brimming with an intense thirst for battle. Since the higher command had issued the decree, it was time for their dragon cavalry to unsheath their blades. Chapter 72. The arrival of the dark-clad ones and the inheritance of the demon ancestor my lord. What of Shuafang City? Yuan Zhuozong gestured toward the city behind him. He had not forgotten that Lu Yuan had previously insisted on seizing Shuafang City. However, the recent battle between Luo Yi and Zhou Qianfu had decimated much of the city. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, and shattered remnants were all that remained. Once a bustling metropolis, Shuafang City had now been reduced to mere ruins. The resources of Shuafang City had been thoroughly drained. It was now utterly worthless. Alas, it is the common folk who suffer the most. Lu Yuan shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, in this brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak, it is the ordinary populace that bears the brunt of the calamity. Yet, since the Dazhou royal family regards its subjects as mere ants, completely disregarding their plight, Lu Yuan would not take on the mantle of a saint, lamenting for these individuals. Of course, he could not engage in a massacre either. After all, these commoners offered no fortune to contribute to his cause. Slaughtering them would serve no purpose and would only invite the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people, resulting in his own disgrace. By the way, have those forces affiliated with Dazhou been dealt with? At that moment, Lu Yuan seemed to recall something, his gaze flickering as he inquired of Yuan Zhuozong. It is vital to eradicate the roots. Lu Yuan did not wish to leave behind any remnants akin to a protagonist's illegitimate offspring. If one must kill, it should be done thoroughly to avoid being cast as the villain, which would be most undesirable. Yuan Zhuozong nodded, stating, I have already dispatched Su San to handle this matter. He has yet to return. My lord, General, just as Lu Yuan mentioned this, Su San returned with a face full of murderous intent. Su San, how did you fare? Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Su San clasped his fists in salute, reporting, My lord, the aftermath of the battle has conveniently obliterated the city lord's mansion. The leaders of those major factions have been crushed into pulp. Some remnants of their families survive, but I have already led my men to annihilate them completely, ensuring there are no loose ends. Well done. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now, regroup and prepare to break camp. He was pleased with Su San's efficient manner of handling affairs. Understood. Su San respectfully nodded. As Lu Yuan walked away, Yuan Zhuozong's eyes glinted, and he suddenly called out to Su San, You lad, I recall you mentioning something about having kidney deficiency. What is that about? This military camp is filled with men, and yet you suffer from such a condition? Su San was taken aback, noticing Yuan Zhuozong's expression, which seemed half amused. His face flushed with embarrassment. Ah, you still remember that? Alas, this matter is rather lengthy to recount. Su San sighed and remarked, It was all due to my youthful ignorance. In my childhood, my curiosity led me to idly meddle with things. Little did I know, I would tread upon an irrevocable path. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhuozong chuckled heartily. Ah, you rascal. So, it was merely a matter of craftsmanship. I had assumed you were engaged in fencing within my camp. Nevertheless, young ones ought to exercise moderation. Su San's face flushed with embarrassment. Fencing? Even if he wished to, there was no one among the older gentlemen willing to assume that role. In Shuafang City, the Lu Yuan army had scarcely departed when, outside the city, a formidable group of masked figures in black suddenly appeared. The leader of these black-clad individuals was rather comical, a rotund man whose ample figure barely fit within his dark attire. Those who had perused Chapter 52 would undoubtedly recognize this corpulent figure. Indeed, this stout figure was none other than the third prince of the Great Zhou. With his distinctive physique, anyone familiar with him would identify him at a glance. Clad in black, it was somewhat of a delusion. Have they already departed? It seems I've arrived a moment too late. Gazing upon the remnants of what was once a thriving city, now reduced to ruins. The third prince's small eyes glimmered with intrigue. In order to confront Lu Yuan and impart a profound lesson, he had even chosen to lead the expedition himself. His meticulously trained black-clad guards were summoned for this occasion, summoned in full force. Master, Master, flesh and blood. The ground is strewn with blood and flesh. Gulping, they proclaimed, we crave blood, we hunger for flesh. Witnessing the dismembered remnants scattered throughout the city, the eyes of these black-clad guards were suddenly suffused with a crimson hue. A dark aura emanated from them, swirling ominously. The atmosphere grew chillingly cold. The prince turned to the black-clad guards beside him, observing that each one bore an expression filled with insatiable greed as they gazed at the blood pooling on the ground. One could even hear the sounds of their incessant salivation. Noting the ravenous and grotesque faces of the surrounding figures, the third prince chuckled softly. Lu Yuan has indeed left me some delightful offerings. Go forth, you have my permission to feast. Upon receiving the command, the black-clad figures surged forth like feral beasts. Lunging at the corpses, they began to voraciously devour the flesh. Alarmingly, as these black-clad individuals consumed the essence of blood and flesh, their aura gradually intensified. Particularly, the 30,000 elite corpses of the Imperial Guards were especially coveted by this group. In that moment, the cacophonous sound of chewing is enough to send shivers down one's spine. The shattered city of Huang has become a lavish feast for this group of cloaked figures. Observing the black-clad individuals whose powers continually ascended, the third prince couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, this devouring magic art is remarkably potent, were it not for the severe side effects. Where excessive consumption could transform one into a mindless monster, even I would be tempted to cultivate it. The third prince shook his head. This devouring magic art was obtained from a relic of a demon ancestor. Furthermore, he had not only acquired this formidable art, but also the complete inheritance of that demon ancestor. This secret has been the third prince's closely guarded secret for decades. Who could have imagined that this exalted prince of the great Zhou is, in fact, a practitioner of demonic cultivation? As those cloaked figures consumed corpses to enhance their strength, the third prince was not idle. Having obtained the entire legacy of the demon ancestor, how could he possibly lack the cultivation of supreme demonic arts? There he sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands weaving intricate and profound incantations. Instantly, a wave of dark, chilling, and malevolent energy emanated from his being. The demonic aura surged upward, forming a swirling cloud of darkness in the sky. With a fierce gleam in his crimson eyes, the third prince commanded the malevolence, and soon, this dark cloud enveloped the entire city of Huang. Chapter 73, Devouring the entire Huang city, Transformation into demonic essence. Within the city, the scant survivors gazed in terror at the ominous clouds above. Father, do you see the dark clouds? Is it going to rain? Quick, come inside. Do not venture out. Oh heavens, what strange phenomenon is manifesting in the sky? Is it a divine punishment descending upon us? Could it be that powerful beings are clashing once more? Alas, it is we mortals who ultimately suffer the consequences. A chorus of whispers filled the air, steeped in despair. They had just endured a calamity, caught in the crossfire of formidable forces, mourning the loss of loved ones. Now, this scene was even more horrifying than the last, instilling a deeper sense of dread. Who could foresee whether this ominous occurrence would lead to further devastation of their homes and families? Yet, in the very next moment, a scene unfolded that struck terror into the hearts of the remaining residents. From the ground, the streams of blood, flowing like rivers, seemed to be guided by the dark clouds, evaporating into a mist of sanguine essence that ascended into the air. In an instant, the entire Huang city was shrouded in a crimson haze, the overwhelming stench of blood so intense it threatened to suffocate those nearby. At that moment, unseen by the masses, the blood essence surged like a tide towards the crown of the third prince's head, emanating a fetid odor of blood. Dark, malevolent energy coiled around him incessantly. Transform, the third prince bellowed. The accumulated blood essence morphed into pure energy, merging into his corpulent form. As torrents of energy flowed into him, the third prince's aura surged dramatically. Boom! An immense presence shot towards the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the third prince had ascended a minor realm. The energy radiating from him clearly indicated he had reached the mid-stage of a martial saint. Yet, this was still insufficient, far from enough. The third prince licked his lips in exhilaration, his expression one of insatiable hunger. As he felt the relentless surge of dark energy within him, his gaze became increasingly sinister. At this moment, he was entranced by the thrill of ascension, his crimson eyes reflecting a frenzy of desire. In ordinary times, he could only secretly capture a few living souls for his cultivation. Where could he find such unrestrained indulgence as he did now? Ah, yes, the remaining survivors. At last, his gaze shifted towards the surviving populace. Why is a demonic cultivator termed as such? Because the consumption of the essence of flesh and blood allows their realms to ascend without limit. Initially, the third prince had hesitated to strike directly against a grand city, fearing that the slaughter of too many innocents would draw the attention of righteous beings, inevitably inciting a coalition against him. Due to the demonic path, he is inherently the enemy of the entire continent. At that time, no matter how high his cultivation level, he could not withstand it. But now, the situation is different. He can easily shift all the blame onto Lu Yuan, allowing him to bear the consequences. Haha. To offer your souls as a sacrifice to me and become a part of me is indeed a great honor for you. The black-clad guards. Annihilate them all. Leave not a single survivor. Let Shuafang City become an utterly desolate wasteland. As the largest city in northern Bingzhou, Shuafang City is home to over 100 million residents. Even after the tumultuous battle between Luo Yi and Zhou Qianfu, millions still remain. These souls are more than sufficient to serve as his sustenance. Within the city, the terrified populace had yet to comprehend their fate when they were instantaneously slaughtered by the black-clad assassins. A young woman, on the verge of fleeing, was brutally dispatched as one of the assassins plunged a hand into her back and extracted her heart. Gazing at the vibrant, pulsating organ in his grasp, the assassin smirked cruelly. He took a bite, savoring the explosion of juice, his face transformed with indulgent ecstasy. Brutal, bloodthirsty, these black-clad figures, having lost their humanity in their cultivation, were few in number but possessed formidable strength, each at the very least a grand martial master. Meanwhile, after the onslaught of Lu Yuan's forces, the elite defenders of Shuafang City had dwindled to almost nothing. The remaining populace consisted mostly of ordinary citizens, who, when faced with even the weakest of practitioners, were swiftly dispatched. Before long, all survivors within the city fell victim to the blades of the black-clad assassins. Shuafang City had indeed transformed into a ghost town. Observing this, the third prince smiled with satisfaction. Devouring heaven's demonic art, he bellowed, channeling his dark powers to their utmost limits. In an instant, the sky darkened. Countless strands of demonic energy surged forth, thickening the ominous clouds that enveloped Shuafang City. From the outside, it appeared as if a colossal black egg had encased the entire city. At this moment, the third prince's demonic powers were in full swing, as streams of life essence ascended in a crimson mist. Yet this time, it was not merely blood essence. The deceased began to emit glimmers of light, drifting upward under the assault of the demonic energy. These departed souls were not only stripped of their life force, but also had their very souls forcibly extracted. Savage. This is precisely why practitioners of the demonic arts are universally reviled across the continent. While some powerful beings may cling to existence as spirits after death, or even resurrect through possession, those confronted by a demonic practitioner find their very essence refined into nothingness, leaving them with no avenue of escape. One must ask, are you not terrified? In this moment, the third prince ravenously consumed the power of souls, especially those who perished among the 300,000 elite soldiers, each possessing formidable cultivation and a potent spiritual essence. For the third prince, they are nothing short of a boon. Boom. The entire Shuafang City, with its millions of inhabitants, has entirely transformed the third prince into a demon. Horns sprout from his head, and a tail extends from behind him. His skin is a deep, dark hue, interwoven with golden patterns. To the untrained eye, he has completely forsaken any semblance of humanity. Resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, a harbinger of death walking among mortals, a terrifying aura emanates from the third prince. Observing his cultivation, it is astonishing to note that he has attained the pinnacle of martial sage. Moreover, he is but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to that legendary realm, the martial emperor. As for the corpses, the dark-clad subordinates of the third prince have made no waste of them. These individuals appear to possess insatiable appetites, devouring all flesh and blood with an insatiable hunger. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding these dark figures rises steadily. Compared to before, their strength has seen a tremendous enhancement. The least among them has achieved the status of a martial king, while the most powerful have even reached the threshold of semi-holy. The rapidity of their ascension is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, this is hardly surprising, as it is the entirety of a city's living souls that have nourished this formidable cadre of demonic cultivators. Chapter 74. I was careless and did not evade. As strength increased, the appearance of these black-clad demonic cultivators underwent grotesque transformations. Firstly, their physiques ballooned to an extraordinary size, muscles bulging like small hills. Robust and nearly akin to young calves. Their skin sprouted thick scales, enveloping their entire bodies. Even their eyeballs were sheathed in a tough membrane. Fingernails became coarse and hard, with sharp glimmers radiating from the tips. If one were not to observe closely, one might mistake these demonic cultivators for lizard men who had attained sentience. Thud, thud, thud. Among them, the largest black-clad semi-saint loomed, striding deliberately towards the third prince. Each step reverberated with a resounding thud against the ground. My lord, should we proceed to Bayong City next? Or perhaps consult the sword sect? Lu Yuan has surely left a multitude of corpses in his wake for us to devour. A sinister chuckle escaped him. However, it would be best to inquire with the sword sect. I relish the flesh of those cultivators. This black-clad figure exuded a potent stench of blood. When he smiled, his mouth revealed jagged fangs, still stained with remnants of recently consumed flesh. After devouring countless morsels, these black-clad figures still hungered for more, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied thirst for blood. Boom. Yet, before this black-clad figure could finish his sentence, an almost imperceptible shadow of a fist hurled him through the air. Fool, with your realm elevated so significantly, you still covet those corpses? Do you possess no ambition? A heap of rotten remains pales in comparison to the delectable flesh of Lu Yuan's elite troops. With his demonic prowess fully realized, the third prince's temperament had grown increasingly irritable. Upon hearing the black-clad figure's words, he unleashed a furious punch, sending his subordinate flying. Damn it! Indeed, after their transformation, these subordinates have become more mindless. All they think about is devouring corpses, lacking any greater aspirations. Fortunately, the physiques of demonic cultivators are tough and resilient. After being struck by the third prince, the black-clad figure stood up as if nothing had happened. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he bore no injuries whatsoever. Had an ordinary semi-saint received such a blow, they would have been obliterated. This underscores the extraordinary resilience of demonic cultivators. The black-clad figure, grinning foolishly, brushed off the dust and buzzed, "Why yes, my lord. Then let us seek out Lu Yuan." Observing the black-clad figure's nonchalant demeanor, the third prince curled his lip in disdain. Were it not for this individual being the only semi-saint among his subordinates, his volatile temper would have compelled him to crush him. Humph. The third prince cackled. As long as we eliminate all of Lu Yuan's elite troops and consume their essence, I am even able to catch a glimpse of the realm of the demon emperor. At that time, those flesh and blood offerings will surely elevate your powers by at least 1 or 2 realms. Such a substantial enhancement of strength filled the third prince with uncontainable confidence. Thank you, my lord. I can hardly wait to taste their flesh. The man in black, with a face full of bloodlust, seemed somewhat delirious. If my lord values him, then his flesh must be exquisite, no? In Chang'an, within the dragon court, a flash of light illuminated the void. Zhou Qianfu, spitting blood, appeared feebly at the entrance of the secret realm. The side effects of the pill he had taken to forcibly elevate his strength were now manifesting. Coughing violently, Zhou Qianfu felt as if his internal organs were in turmoil. The backlash of the pill, compounded by his severe injuries, nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Damn it, you little wretch, I will not let this go. Zhou Qianfu's face was etched with resentment. For so many years, since becoming the ancestral emperor of the Great Zhou, he had never been so humiliated. Luo Yi had now become his target for annihilation. Naturally, he would not spare Lu Yuan, who served as Luo Yi's lord. At this moment, those within the dragon court became aware of the situation outside. A beam of light flashed, and Zhou Huang and others immediately appeared beside Zhou Qianfu. Your Majesty, what has happened to you? Who could inflict such injuries? The elder Zhou Huang was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Qianfu in such a state. One must understand that their ancestral emperor was a semi-emperor, a supreme being in this continent. Who could possibly have harmed him to such an extent? Could it be that it was Lu Yuan? Beside them, Zhou Linglong's expression had turned exceedingly grim. Others were puzzled, but she, with her acute intuition, was already certain. Previously, the ancestral emperor had mentioned seeking out Lu Yuan. Now, he returned in such a condition. If this matter had nothing to do with Lu Yuan, she would never believe it, even if it cost her life. Lu Yuan. The mere mention of this name sent a shiver through Zhou Linglong, her silver teeth grinding audibly. First, her grandfather was slain by Lu Yuan. Now, even her ancestral emperor had been gravely injured by him. Was it possible that this vendetta could never be avenged? The crowd hastily assisted Zhou Qianfu back into the secret realm. After consuming several 8th-grade holy pills, he finally managed to temporarily suppress the backlash of the medicine. Your Majesty, what exactly is the situation? Zhou Huang could not help but inquire. Alas, who could have imagined that such a formidable expert would follow Lu Yuan? There was even an imperial weapon. I was careless, unaware of the presence of a semi-emperor beside my opponent, and I failed to evade. The adversary wielded the imperial weapon and launched a surprise attack, leaving me gravely injured. However, that semi-emperor fared no better. I managed to inflict severe damage upon him as well, and he should take some time to recover. Zhou Qianfu felt too embarrassed to admit that he was overwhelmed. Wouldn't it be humiliating to admit that? Moreover, he even attributed the injuries previously sustained by Luo Yi to himself. The others around did not harbor any doubts. In their eyes, their ancestral master was nearly invincible beneath the martial emperor. To be able to severely injure the opponent despite being ambushed was already quite remarkable. Damn Lu Yuan. This little thief is truly cunning and villainous. Knowing he is no match for our ancestral master, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Zhou Huang gritted his teeth in indignation. Indeed, to launch a surprise attack is nothing short of a cowardly act. If he had the ability, he should face our ancestral master openly and see if our master would beat him to a pulp. Observing the righteous fury of those around him, Zhou Qianfu's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he could not possibly refute, could he? It was impossible for him to slap his own face. Chapter 75. The Dragon Court's Demon Cultivator, MO2. At this moment, Zhou Qianfu suddenly sensed a pair of piercing eyes fixated upon him. To his side stood a demon cultivator, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, gazing at him with an insatiable greed. The malice reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhou Qianfu's heart surged with a mixture of alarm and anger. How audacious! He had yet to meet his demise, and already his subordinates were contemplating treachery against him. Indeed, this demon cultivator was one of the formidable experts previously recorded among the Dragon Court's veneration. The Dazhou royal family, as the local tyrants of this land, possessed strength that arguably surpassed even that of the Wanjian sect. Within the foundational realm of the Dragon Court's secret domain, there were no fewer than 6 martial saint-level cultivators. This demon cultivator, known as MO2, was a martial saint-level powerhouse they had recruited into the Dragon Court. Due to the rapid growth of demon cultivators, MO2 had, in recent years under the protection of Dazhou, enjoyed an abundance of cultivation resources. Consequently, he now stood as the most powerful among them, the sole pinnacle of martial saints present. Beside him, Zhou Huang also discerned the demon cultivator's aggressive gaze and let out a cold snort, saying, MO2, do not forget who has sheltered you all these years. With the royal ancestor gravely wounded, I advise you to stow away those unworthy thoughts. One must not be ungrateful. Demon cultivators were generally reviled across the continent. In the past, MO2 had sacrificed a city of 1 million souls to cultivate his demonic arts, inciting the wrath of both heaven and humanity. Ultimately, various sects dispatched numerous experts to hunt him down. Yet it was Zhou Qianfu who, against the prevailing opinion, chose to protect this demon cultivator. One could say that without Zhou Qianfu, there would be no MO2 today. Upon hearing this, MO2 let out a cold laugh. Ungrateful? We are all cunning foxes of 1,000 years. What pretense of virtue are you putting on, if not for the benefits? Why would the royal ancestor have spared him back then? Was it not because of his formidable combat prowess, making him a useful pawn? With a sly grin, MO2 continued, Brother Huang, why so agitated? I merely wish to approach and ascertain the extent of the royal ancestor's injuries. Despite his words, Mo2 did not retreat an inch. The invasive gaze he bore not only remained undiminished, but intensified with fervor. Zhou Qianfu was a being of semi-emperor status. Should he swallow him, his own cultivation would surely ascend several realms. Zhou Huang's countenance grew increasingly distressed as he recognized the threat before him. To be frank, with his early-stage martial saint cultivation, he was indeed no match for Mo2. Enough. At last, Zhou Qianfu could no longer remain passive, issuing a sharp command. Little 2. I believe you to be an intelligent man. A wise individual would presumably refrain from committing foolish acts, wouldn't he? Zhou Qianfu's tone was somber, and as his words echoed, an ancient and profound aura instantly enveloped the entire cave dwelling. A palpable sense of pressure arose within the hearts of those present, a testament to the overwhelming strength of the patriarch. Truly formidable. The ancestor, as expected, exuded such a powerful presence. Were they not extraordinary individuals? This very aura could have gravely injured them. Mo2 fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Qianfu, seeking any signs of vulnerability in his demeanor. Yet, Zhou Qianfu's deep-set eyes remained undisturbed, as if the tumultuous waves of his emotions were quelled. His stare bore down on Mo2, infused with an unspoken chill. Mo2 regarded Zhou Qianfu with a hint of trepidation. The old man revealed not a single flaw. Despite his intense feelings, Mo2 dared not confront him directly. Although Zhou Qianfu was gravely injured, the adage holds true. Even a dead camel is larger than a horse. Without absolute certainty, rash action would only invite calamity upon oneself. After a moment of contemplation, Mo2 finally retracted his invasive gaze. It was my rudeness. Esteemed ancestor, please rest well. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Zhou Qianfu, his gaze shadowed, watched Mo2's retreating figure, his heart brimming with murderous intent. What an insatiable whelp. Since he refuses to heed my guidance, his continued existence is rendered unnecessary. Zhou Qianfu had taken him under his wing, nurturing him for years to cultivate formidable strength. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, he harbored thoughts of usurpation. Indeed, a demon cultivator remains eternally ungrateful. Mo2 is becoming increasingly audacious. Were it not for your intervention, esteemed ancestor, I would have already dispatched him. Beside them, Zhou Huangya let out a reluctant snort. Who says I wish to intervene? At that moment, Zhou Qianfu spoke in a low, contemplative tone. Zhou Huangya's heart raced, and he turned abruptly to his ancestor. Ancestor, what do you mean? Zhou Qianfu's eyes glinted with cold resolve. We are currently in dire need of manpower. For now, we shall allow him to remain. Once we have dealt with the formidable adversaries facing the great Zhou, only then shall we address this whelp. Were it not for the immense pressure imposed by Lu Yuan and the pressing need for strong fighters to stabilize the realm, he would have long since eliminated Mo2 for his disrespectful demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhou Linglong observed the scene with a mixture of fear and trepidation. The oppressive atmosphere had nearly suffocated her. What is this situation? It seems that the Dragon Court is not as united as it appears. She was left in a haze of confusion, pondering the true nature of the Dragon Court, despite its existence being an open secret. The true number of masters within the Dragon Court remains a closely guarded secret, even unbeknownst to the sovereign herself. This is a common phenomenon across the continent. Upon reaching the semi-saint level, individuals retreat into seclusion in pursuit of breaking through to the martial saint tier. Once they attain the martial saint status, their aspirations shift towards transcending into the realm of the great emperor. Once a person harbors ambitions, desires surge forth like a flood unleashed, becoming impossible to restrain. This phenomenon explains the scarcity of formidable beings above the semi-saint level throughout the continent, as they are all engrossed in their quests for ascendance to imperial status. Consequently, few linger in the mundane world, traversing its ordinary paths. Of course, exceptions exist. The masters within the Dragon Court are largely of this ilk, concealed in the court's secret realms, engrossed in their cultivation, and seldom concerning themselves with the affairs of the dynasty. Naturally, their seclusion comes with a desire for undisturbed solitude. Over time, it becomes easy to forget about such individuals. This matter requires my prompt report to the envoy. You must refrain from acting rashly and delay until the envoy's arrival to discuss further. However, given that the adversary, a semi-emperor, is severely injured and their advanced combat capabilities diminished, you may proceed to eliminate the soldiers under Lu Yuan's command without hesitation. Zhou Qianfu, his expression grave, instructed the group. At this moment, he found himself devoid of the courage to confront Luo Yi directly. It was no surprise. Even with the aid of medicine, he could not prevail. To instigate further conflict would be tantamount to courting death. After issuing these directives, Zhou Qianfu wore a weary countenance. I am fatigued. You may leave now. Understood. Chapter 76. Zhou Huangya. No, let me take charge. Retreating to Chang'an? After being driven out by Zhou Qianfu, Zhou Linglong eagerly sought out Zhou Huangya. Elder, what should I do now? The Imperial ancestor has instructed us not to act rashly, yet he himself has gone into seclusion to heal. The army of Lu Yuan approaches with great force. How should we respond? At this moment, Zhou Linglong was engulfed in a profound sense of panic. The might of Lu Yuan had far surpassed her expectations, leaving her utterly disoriented. Zhou Huangya furrowed his brow and remarked, "Humph. How can you, the emperor, fail to act? With the army of Lu Yuan advancing, why can you not rally our forces to counter them?" Zhou Linglong pursed her lips, but even the Imperial ancestor has been injured. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huangya shot her a glare. Is it not possible that their half-emperor has also been harmed? Perhaps even more severely than our Imperial ancestor. Both sides lack high-level combat power. What exactly are you afraid of? At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Zhou Huangya's eyes. Indeed, since both their half-emperor and our Imperial ancestor have suffered injuries, their strength must have significantly diminished. If I lead a contingent, would it not be a simple matter to vanquish their half-emperor? As he spoke, Zhou Huangya's eyes gleamed brighter, as though he had uncovered a crucial point. Certainly, while a half-emperor is formidable, what of an injured half-emperor? There is little to fear. Let us not forget that within our dragon court, we possess 6 martial saints. Though the half-emperor is powerful, he is not an emperor. Moreover, he is wounded. By heavens, does this trivial matter truly require the intervention of a messenger? I can handle it myself. Zhou Huangya stroked his chin, a mischievous smile gracing his face. By heavens, I was nearly misled by the Imperial ancestor. Clearly, we can seize the opportunity directly. Why should we summon a messenger? Otherwise, the messenger might think we of the great Zhou are but a bunch of inept fools. What messenger? Zhou Linglong appeared bewildered. Moments ago, she had heard this term from the Imperial ancestor, and now her elder had repeated it before her. Curiosity began to stir within her. Nothing of consequence. Zhou Huangya's gaze flickered momentarily. The existence of the messenger was a closely guarded secret, one that should not be divulged to anyone, not even Zhou Linglong. Linglong, gather some elite troops and march north with me. This time, I shall personally confront Lu Yuan. Zhou Huangya declared with a cold smile. He could hardly believe that Lu Yuan could be so formidable, with a martial saint leading the charge. How could they not overpower this insignificant Lu Yuan? Upon hearing this, Zhou Linglong was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Elite troops?" Previously, I mobilized soldiers from various provinces across the nation to provide support to Bingzhou. Yet those provincial soldiers are utterly ineffective. Their strength is far too feeble to make any significant impact. Zhou Huangya, displaying impatience, interrupted Zhou Linglong directly. Although those provincial soldiers are cultivators, the majority are merely martial artists with negligible combat power. What I require is a substantial number of elite soldiers to restrain the formidable armies of Lu Yuan, allowing our forces to focus solely on confronting that half-emperor adversary. However, Zhou Linglong's expression grew troubled as she replied, "Ancestor, my Imperial guards have already fought to the last man. Currently, only the final 100,000 remain, tasked with safeguarding the safety of Chongan. In the recent battles, 60,000 of my Imperial guards have perished on the battlefield. At this point, I have no subordinates left to utilize." Upon hearing this, Zhou Huangya let out a cold snort. "Humph, what a splendid emperor of the great Zhou. Nearly 70,000 Imperial guards have been nearly exhausted by you. Nevertheless, discussing this now is futile. What about the aristocratic families? They must possess formidable private soldiers, each in their own right. Now is the time for these families to contribute." He added, "The royal family of the great Zhou cannot allow them to remain idle in the rear." "Very well. I shall convene an urgent court meeting to involve these aristocratic families." Zhou Linglong nodded solemnly. "I shall accompany you. If necessary, I will take action." After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Huangya ultimately decided to follow Zhou Linglong, for based on his observations over the years, it seemed exceedingly difficult for this empress to command the increasingly arrogant aristocratic families without the support of a powerful figure. Excellent. Upon hearing that her ancestor would accompany her, Zhou Linglong's eyes sparkled with joy. Wonderful. With my ancestor backing me, I can finally act without reservations. Excitement surged within her as she resolved to leverage her ancestor's influence to discipline those insufferable aristocrats. Within the court, the summoned ministers were bewildered. Unsure of the reason behind the urgent assembly, they gathered in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves in speculation. Could it be a case of embezzlement from a certain family? Or perhaps another instance of demonic cultivators appearing? After ruling out these possibilities, a chilling thought crossed their minds as they exchanged glances. Could it be due to Lu Yuan once again? Indeed, in the next moment, Zhou Linglong's words plunged their hearts into despair. Esteemed ministers, the city of Shuafang has been besieged and conquered by the traitor Lu Yuan. Deputy Minister of War Guoming and my 30,000 Imperial guards have been completely annihilated. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Yuan continued to advance his troops southward, aiming directly at our Chang'an. The expression on Zhou Linglong's face darkened as she addressed the assembly. Within the Imperial court, upon hearing Zhou Linglong's announcement, the ministers appeared momentarily lost in thought. What? The 30,000 elite troops of Shuafang have been lost as well, adding to the previous 60,000. Is this now a complete annihilation? The ministers were jolted into realization. The once ineffectual king of Beibei has now transformed into a significant threat, possessing the potential to overturn the entire Great Zhou. At this moment, Minister of War Yang Yin stepped forward, speaking solemnly. Your Majesty, with the elite troops of Chang'an decimated by more than half, only 10,000 remain. The capital is vulnerable and lacks defenses. It is perilous. I believe that apart from the previously summoned local militias, we are still far from sufficient. We must urgently gather the lords from various regions to come to the capital for the royal cause. The Great Zhou's governance system combines the county and feudal systems. There are numerous princes, each commanding their own armies, especially the 4 regional kings. The elite troops under their command account for nearly 40% of all armored soldiers in the Great Zhou. Zhou Linglong nodded in agreement. Minister Yang speaks wisely. Given the fierce advance of the bandits, summoning the lords to the capital for the royal cause will enhance our security. Immediately, let it be decreed that all lords lead their armies into Chang'an. Zhou Linglong acted with remarkable decisiveness. Once a decision was made, she had the chief eunuch draft the Imperial edict, which was urgently dispatched over 8,000 miles. At this moment, another minister stood up to offer his analysis. Your Majesty, I have another proposal. The previous annihilation of the 60,000 elite troops occurred because we allowed Lu Yuan to strike them down one by one. Now that his intentions are clear and he is heading straight for Chang'an, perhaps we should abandon Bingzhou and Yongzhou entirely, concentrating all our forces in Chang'an. Only then do we stand a chance against Lu Yuan's army. At this point, they finally realized that sending troops in waves to intercept was merely delivering themselves to Lu Yuan's slaughter. Now, only by gathering our superior forces can we hope for a turnaround. Transitioning from an offensive stance to a forced defense reflects the immense apprehension the entire Great Zhou harbors towards Lu Yuan. However, as soon as this venerable minister's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the court, as if a pin had dropped. All the ministers were taken aback. To relinquish one's own territory is a grave taboo in any dynasty. Moreover, to declare it so openly in the court, perhaps this course of action is not without merit, even a prudent choice. Yet, for an emperor, being unable to defend one's own land is akin to a slap in the face. Great masters, please bestow your gifts, as the author strives to increase their efforts. Chapter 77. The aristocratic families. To everyone's astonishment, instead of displaying fury, Zhou Linglong's face bore an expression of contemplation. Are all our forces retreating to Chang'an? That is not entirely unfeasible. Her gaze flickered, and her delicate hand gently massaged her temples. The military prowess of Lu Yuan was indeed formidable. Those cities could not withstand the might of Lu Yuan's army. Perhaps it would be wiser to abandon them altogether. Concentrating all forces for a final confrontation beneath the walls of Chang'an seemed a more prudent strategy. Zhou Linglong remarked, what the elder suggests is indeed correct. In the face of Lu Yuan's elite troops, we cannot afford to spread ourselves too thin in our defense of the cities, as this would lead to our downfall. She commanded, "Issue my imperial decree to withdraw all troops from Bingzhou and consolidate them in Chang'an." Boom. Her proclamation sent shockwaves through the court, igniting a fervent uproar among the ministers. They exchanged incredulous glances, utterly taken aback by Zhou Linglong's audacious response. "Your Majesty, this is utterly unthinkable." Dissenting voices rose in the assembly. Throughout history, only emperors who sought to expand their territories have ever considered relinquishing land. Every inch of soil is a hard-fought legacy of our forebears. Furthermore, if Lu Yuan were to advance unimpeded, how would we respond? The ministers clamored to dissuade her, with some hot-headed elders even resorting to vehement reproaches. A ruler must safeguard the state. The emperor is the defender of the nation. Should we withdraw from Bingzhou, it would fall into the hands of Lu Yuan's marauders. Zhou Linglong, seated upon the golden dragon throne, must have felt a deep sense of shame before the ancestors of the great Zhou. To cede territory was not a wise precedent. Historically, only those dynasties whose strength had waned would surrender their lands. Observing the fervent outrage of the court, Zhou Linglong could not help but smile coldly. Had it been in the past, her sentiments would likely have mirrored those of her advisors. Not an inch shall be yielded. Yet the present circumstances were vastly different. Her forebear had resolved to personally intervene and march north to confront Lu Yuan. With the might of a martial sage, he would undoubtedly resolve this formidable dilemma. Once her ancestor vanquished Lu Yuan, reclaiming the lost cities would be a matter of mere moments. As for why her ancestor had chosen to engage directly and abandon Bingzhou, thereby recalling all forces, was it not somewhat redundant? Zhou Linglong did not share this perspective. Perhaps those lofty figures were indifferent to the lives of the common folk. But as the sovereign of the great Zhou, she could not afford to be so callous. Indeed, she could not disregard the fate of an army composed entirely of cultivators. The demise of an ordinary individual may go unnoticed, yet the practitioners serve as the very foundation of an empire. The strength of an empire has never been measured by the lives of mere mortals, but rather by these cultivators. My loyal ministers need not panic. I have ordered the troops of Bingzhou to withdraw, as I seek to prevent needless casualties. We cannot allow that rogue Lu Yuan to seize Bingzhou with ease, nor permit him to march unimpeded into Chang'an. Zhou Linglong remarked with an icy smile. Your Majesty, now that the soldiers of Bingzhou have retreated, who shall confront Lu Yuan's army? Finally, someone could not contain their curiosity and posed the question. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linglong's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Haha, I was waiting for you to voice that inquiry, Zhou Linglong said with an inscrutable expression. Currently, Chang'an is defended by merely 100,000 elite troops, which must remain to safeguard the city and cannot be indiscriminately dispatched. I have resolved to form another elite battalion to engage Lu Yuan. Esteemed ministers, it is time for you to contribute your efforts. At last, Zhou Linglong unveiled the true purpose of this court assembly. Where shall the troops come from? Naturally, it shall be from your esteemed families. Zhou Linglong continued. In this regard, I have several demands. Each family must send forth 90% of their private soldiers. Furthermore, I require the great families to dispatch their ancestors and formidable warriors to join the fray. Zhou Linglong's piercing gaze swept across the court. Do any of you have objections? A wave of shock rippled through the assembly. The ministers wore expressions of disbelief. What? To send 90% of their private soldiers? Was this not tantamount to risking their very lives? Moreover, had the Empress lost her senses, or was it their hearing that had failed them? She was asking them to summon their ancestors as well. Was this some sort of jest? The court fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere remaining still for several breaths. The magnitude of this revelation left them utterly astounded. Minister Yang, what do you think of my proposition? Noticing the minister's silence, Zhou Linglong directly addressed her trusted confidant in court. The Minister of War, Yang Yan. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Yang Yan's brow. Your Majesty, this places you in a perilous predicament, and a perilous one at that. If he were to agree and set this precedent, it would indisputably offend the esteemed lords of the court. Every one of them belonged to a family of cultivators. Which of them did not have an ancestor? Conversely, should he refuse, it would likewise incur the Empress's wrath. He found himself caught in a dilemma. I believe this matter warrants further discussion. At long last, after much hesitation, Yang Yan stammered. Humph. Upon hearing Yang Yan's response, Zhou Linglong let out a cold hum. Yang Yan, I am profoundly disappointed in you. What of the others? Is there not one among you willing to set an example? At her words, every head in the assembly bowed deeply. Each courtier was reluctant to be the one to take a stand. It was hardly surprising. They were well aware of the recent troubling news. Lu Yuan was formidable, having even caused the renowned Wenjian sect of the great Zhou to suffer grievously. Who would wish to court death? Silence enveloped the room, an oppressive stillness. This was their silent protest. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could almost hear the frantic beating of their hearts. Do none of you wish to contribute to the great Zhou? Zhou Linglong's eyes glinted with frost, nearly crystallizing with her ire. Once again, these parasites of the great Zhou persist in their perfunctory attitudes towards me. Your Majesty, we can indeed muster private troops, and even dispatch our clan's experts. However, to send our venerable ancestor into battle, is that not a bit unreasonable? At this juncture, an elderly minister, his face contorted with difficulty, spoke up. As a family of cultivators, the foundation of each clan lay not in mere resources, but in their ancestors. To risk their revered forebear in a confrontation with Lu Yuan was simply inconceivable. Heh! Truly, you are loyal subjects of the great Zhou. At that moment, a cold chuckle suddenly echoed throughout the silent court. Zhou Huang, who had been observing the situation from the shadows, could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 78, Establishing Authority. The Aristocracy's Compromise. Upon the moment of encountering Zhou Huang, Zhou Linglong respectfully rose from the dragon throne, bowing with utmost reverence. Ancestor. The title uttered by Zhou Linglong immediately struck a chord of astonishment among the court officials. What? The ancestor of the great Zhou has emerged from seclusion? The courtiers hastily turned their gazes towards the newcomer, only to behold Zhou Huang, clad in a robe of azure, standing there with a somber expression. Even in silence, without any motion, Zhou Huang emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. Ah, what a splendid display of duplicity. It appears that even the edicts of the great Zhou Emperor have become ineffectual, have they? Or perhaps my absence has led you to forget this old man. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhou Huang's eyes, his voice resonating across the expanse, shaking the very void. In recent years, all the formidable beings of the great Zhou have entered the dragon court for cultivation, showing little interest in mundane affairs. This indifference has allowed the aristocracy to gradually consolidate power into their own hands. As their influence grew, so too did their arrogance. Of course, as long as their actions remained within reasonable bounds, they were afforded a blind eye. But now, the situation has changed. The great Zhou stands on the precipice of absolute peril. Yet these aristocrats, in pursuit of their own interests, refuse to take action. This ignited Zhou Huang's fury. Boom. The court officials were still reeling from the shock when the elder who had previously hesitated was obliterated by a mere gesture from Zhou Huang. In an instant, a mist of blood enveloped the chamber, a pungent scent causing the onlookers to nearly retch. Salutations to the ancestor. The court officials, in a state of panic, found themselves uncontrollably kneeling. In the face of absolute power, they no longer dared to feign indifference. Humph, we did not wish to hold you accountable. Yet you dare to escalate your transgressions? You must understand. Why is the great Zhou the domain of the Zhou family and not yours? Zhou Huang's tempestuous energy burst forth, instantly overwhelming all present, including some semi-saints, forcing them to the ground. Among them, those of lesser cultivation were reduced to mere blood mist. Establishing authority. Without inquiry into loyalty or titles, irrespective of identity, Zhou Huang's will was executed with lethal precision. What crime did those who perished as blood mist commit? Merely possessing lesser cultivation, and they were extinguished. Zhou Huang's actions unequivocally conveyed to all, I need not provide reasons for my wrath. As his gaze swept across the assembly, those who met his eyes bowed their heads in submission. Across the vast realm, all lands belong to the sovereign. The emperor's decree is not to be disobeyed. Should I discover anyone daring to disregard the emperor's command, their entire lineage shall face annihilation. Zhou Huang let out a cold snort, expressing his disdain for the indulgence of the noble families. They seemed oblivious to who truly held power in the great Zhou region. Upon hearing his words, the court ministers lowered their heads, their expressions strained. Although their cultivation levels varied, none surpassed the realm of a half-saint. Faced with the threat of a martial saint, what recourse did they have? To refuse? Their very homes were at stake. The 9 clans, I am grateful for your assistance. with Zhou Huangye as a deterrent. The court had essentially become a realm governed solely by Zhou Linglong's will. Whatever she decreed was accepted without question, and all present nodded in agreement, too intimidated to dissent. After all, with the great Zhou ancestral figure watching coldly from the sidelines, who would dare to step forward and provoke misfortune? Not to mention, a third of the officials in attendance had already vanished. Observing the trembling ministers, Zhou Linglong felt a surge of confidence. Previously, every action she took was met with resistance. Now, who among them would dare to challenge her authority? Now, gentlemen, we must not delay. I urge you all to return to your families and prepare. By dawn tomorrow, I expect to see each of you at the forbidden military grounds, Zhou Linglong declared, her expression one of triumph. Witnessing the minister's submissive demeanor filled her with delight. To enhance efficiency and prevent the noble families from procrastinating, Zhou Huangye dispatched 3 half-saint experts from the Dragon Court to oversee matters. With the absence of 600,000 Imperial troops, ample space was available in the barracks to accommodate these noble masters. However, while Zhou Linglong reveled in her success, the ministers were far from pleased. Each bore a grim countenance, pondering how they would explain their predicament to their ancestors. How could they possibly convince their forebears to take to the battlefield? Before they even opened their mouths, the clan elders would likely flay them alive. As for the Yang family, Yang Yan's elevation in Zhou Linglong's favor was not solely due to his status as a pinnacle half-saint. His lineage was equally formidable. At that moment, Yang Yan had arrived at the family's forbidden grounds in the back mountain. Ancestors, he called softly, rousing the 2 elders who were in secluded meditation. The Yang family had 2 elders, both at the peak of half-saint cultivation. One of them was nearing the end of his lifespan. Without a breakthrough to the saint realm, he had little time left. Yenner, what troubles you? The 2 elders, awakened from their meditative state, displayed no anger but instead gazed at Yang Yan with affection. At such a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of half-saint, and there was a strong possibility he would ascend to martial saint in his lifetime. In essence, Yang Yan represented the future hope of the entire Yang family. Ancestors, it is as follows. Yang Yan explained with a bitter smile, recounting the events that transpired in the court in detail. Upon hearing his account, the eyes of both elders flickered with astonishment, their hearts filled with a sense of alarm. The eldest ancestor sighed deeply and remarked, Yenner, this matter is far from simple. It has even stirred the royal court. Alas, it seems I am destined to never achieve a breakthrough in my lifetime, and my days are numbered. Since the royal family has requested it, I shall take on this burden. The eyes of the aged ancestor reflected the weight of years gone by, filled with both sorrow and wisdom. He had already surmised that the situation was intricate. The Dragon Court, being the foundation of the Great Zhou, would not reveal itself unless a significant event were at hand. Ancestor, Yang Yan attempted to speak further, but the elder raised a hand, signaling her to refrain. There is no need for more words. We cannot evade this predicament. For now, we must choose a path that entails lesser sacrifices. Yenner, summon the clan's skilled warriors and private soldiers. As supporters of the Empress, we must set a proper example. Let us not squander time tomorrow. Yang Yan's eyes dimmed, and she bowed her head in response. Understood, ancestor. In the distance, Zhou Huangye nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, the Yang family appears to be worthy of cultivation. Although Zhou Huangye had dispatched 3 semi-saint experts from the Dragon Court, a sense of insecurity lingered. After all, many esteemed cultivation families had ancestors with semi-saint capabilities. Should an unforeseen incident occur, 3 semi-saints might not suffice to resolve it. Consequently, Zhou Huangye initiated covert surveillance on these families possessing semi-saint figures. Chapter 79. The Power of Noble Families. Are they preparing for a duel with me? Of course. Not all ancestral figures of noble families are as reasonable as the Yang clan. Some ancestors have secluded themselves for years, on the brink of a breakthrough. Then, suddenly awakened by their descendants, their opportunity is abruptly interrupted. The ancestor, in a fit of rage, learns that the reason for his awakening is the Empress wanting to send him to the battlefield. He nearly chooses to rebel on the spot. What madness! Does the Empress truly believe that these venerable ancestors should personally engage in battle? However, just as this ancestor is venting his frustrations, 3 semi-saint experts suddenly appear before him. What did you just say? Who dare speak so? One of the semi-saints, with an icy expression, inquires. This is the fastest transformation of countenance in history. In an instant, the ancestor's fury morphs into ingratiation. Ah ha ha. It was I who. Are you cursing me? One semi-saint's cold smile deepens as he furrows his brow. The ancestor nearly weeps. Is there no law left? First, his opportunity for advancement is interrupted. And now he is being interrogated in turns by 3 semi-saints. Who have I offended? Ultimately, he can only lament, repeatedly asserting that his family absolutely poses no issues. Total obedience to the royal command. His people will undoubtedly arrive. Of course, were it not for the glinting weapons in the hands of these semi-saints, he would surely be smiling even more joyfully. In the Imperial Palace, a detailed list was soon submitted. When Zhou Linglong examined the configurations of the various noble families, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. So, do these noble families not engage in opportunistic schemes? If everyone is present, the numbers should be considerable, right? Upon hearing Zhou Huangye's inquiry, Zhou Linglong quickly regained her composure and nodded excitedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, ancestor. According to rough calculations, approximately 100,000 private soldiers have been recruited this time. Moreover, there are 6 semi-saint powerhouses and over 100 martial masters. The number of martial kings and above exceeds 1,000. Zhou Linglong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Those who are nurtured as private soldiers by various families are undoubtedly elite. Despite the count being only 100,000, these soldiers all begin at the martial artist level. They represent an undeniably formidable force. It is truly unexpected that these noble families are so affluent. With such a multitude of experts, they are almost stronger than the previous Imperial guards." Gazing at these impressive figures, Zhou Linglong is also filled with wonder. Who could have anticipated that these noble families possess such profound depths? One must understand, this merely pertains to the prominent families within the city of Chang'an. Other major provinces also boast numerous illustrious clans with long-standing legacies. However, this is hardly surprising. The Great Zhou dynasty, being one of the top 5 empires on the eastern continent, implies that any notable family within its realm would also hold significant status across the entire continent. Possessing such strength is indeed not remarkable. Zhou Huangye maintained an air of composure, stating that the power of these families must not be underestimated. If they lacked such capabilities, how could they have sustained their lineage until now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Linglong nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Huangye then chuckled lightly, remarking that it seemed these families would not exert themselves unless shown a challenge. Nevertheless, the manpower available was sufficient for the present needs. He had not anticipated that the efficiency of these families would be so swift. Indeed, when pushed to their limits, human potential is boundless. Now, with an army composed of over 100,000 elite cultivators, alongside the entire royal forces, such as the Hidden Dragon Guard and the Imperial Army, they were more than prepared to confront Lu Yuan's vast host of tens of thousands. Furthermore, the Dragon Court boasted 6 martial saints and over 20 semi-saint warriors, nearly all of whom were mobilized. Adding to this the 6 semi-saints from the families, this formidable force could even obliterate a dynasty of comparable strength. At this moment, the Great Zhou was making its move. A message from the Rain organization reached Lu Yuan. "My lord, please hold on. I have just received a confidential report." Rain Xiang exclaimed as she spotted a spirit pigeon swiftly descending from the sky. All eyes turned to her. The letter contained specific secret symbols from the Rain organization, comprehensible only to Rain Xiang. However, upon reading the intelligence within, her expression shifted to one of perplexity. "Rain Xiang, what has transpired?" Lu Yuan inquired, riding over with a look of curiosity. Rain Xiang, her face displaying a strange countenance, replied, "My lord. According to the latest intelligence gathered by the Rain members, the guards of the major cities south of Bingzhou have abandoned their posts and commenced a complete withdrawal. The soldiers dispatched from various provinces to support them have also retreated entirely from Bingzhou. They have now consolidated their formations in Yongzhou, Chang'an." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan and the others could not help but furrow their brows deeply. What was the Great Zhou plotting? Were they relinquishing Bingzhou entirely? The province seemed to be offered up without a fight, allowing him to seize it without any loss of troops. Could it be that the Great Zhou harbored some sinister scheme? At that moment, a realization struck Lu Yuan, and his expression grew equally strange. Could it be that they were consolidating their forces to engage us in a decisive battle beneath the walls of Chang'an? If that is truly the case, then it poses quite a dilemma. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. Initially, he had intended to engage with the soldiers of the Great Zhou to accumulate some fortune value and subsequently draw a few Imperial-level rewards to bolster his foundation. However, with the retreat of the Great Zhou soldiers, where could he now gather fortune value? By the way, what is the situation at the Yuan Pass? Since a decisive battle is imminent, I must unleash all my strength. Lu Yuan suddenly inquired about the status of the Yuan Pass. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, Xiang immediately clasped his fists and replied, "Reporting to my lord. At the Yuan Pass, Generals Gao Shun and Xie Xian are engaged in fierce combat with the 30,000 border troops led by Wang Hu. Nevertheless, overall, our side maintains an absolute advantage. Within 2 days, we should have a resolution." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned. Why is it taking so long? Indeed, while the 30,000 troops of the Great Wall are elite border troops, they are but a mere rabble in comparison to the elite assault troops. And yet, it will still require 2 days? Urge Gao Shun to conclude the battle swiftly and come to my aid. Lu Yuan insisted with a furrowed brow. If the final confrontation were to occur beneath Chang'an City, the Great Zhou would undoubtedly rally the full might of the nation. At that time, the 10,000 dragon riders under my command will be insufficient. Yes, my lord. Xiang nodded solemnly in response to Lu Yuan's command. He then promptly retrieved a vial of potion and administered it to the spirit pigeon. In an instant, the pigeon was invigorated as if it had been infused with vitality. "Pigeon, I have administered this enhancement potion to you. You must swiftly deliver this message." As soon as Xiang released his grip, the pigeon soared into the sky at a breakneck speed, its feathers swept back by the rushing wind. Chapter 80. 10 Cities Captured. The Valley of the Medicine King. At this moment, Lu Yuan glanced at the fortune value in his account, over 680,000. He was still 300,000 short of qualifying for an Imperial-level lottery. Anxiousness stirred within him. The gap was considerable. Even if Gao Shun and the others managed to eliminate the 30,000 elite troops at the Yuan Pass, it still wouldn't suffice. To ensure success, he needed to conduct at least one more Imperial-level draw before reaching Chang'an. As Lu Yuan stroked his chin, a sudden thought struck him. Of course, information must have a lag. The orders from the Great Zhou had only just been issued, and the garrison forces in the cities of Bingzhou were likely just receiving the news. They surely hadn't had the chance to retreat yet. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity for a bountiful harvest. With this thought, Lu Yuan wasted no time. He commanded Yuan Zhuozong, instruct the dragon riders to mobilize swiftly. While the garrison forces in Bingzhou have yet to fully withdraw, we must pursue them relentlessly. Lu Yuan's expression was resolute. The dragon riders rode upon fierce beast steeds, granting them incredible speed. Even if the defending soldiers began to retreat, they wouldn't have moved far, and the dragon riders would easily catch up. Moreover, even if the inhabitants fled, capturing an empty city would still yield rewards. After all, seizing a city also granted fortune value rewards. Though meager, even the smallest of gains count. Indeed, events unfolded as Lu Yuan had anticipated. The lords of various cities had only just received the sudden command from Chang'an to evacuate Bingzhou. This unexpected order caught them completely off guard. In their haste to gather their accumulated wealth over the years, their retreat was delayed, causing them to miss the best chance for escape. Before long, Lu Yuan and the dragon riders arrived with ferocity. The morale of the defending soldiers was already low, knowing they were about to withdraw. In the ensuing battle, they were easily cut down by the dragon riders as if they were mere vegetables. In less than half a stick of incense, they had captured a city without encountering any substantial resistance. Lu Yuan replicated this blitzkrieg strategy to perfection. The dragon riders swiftly conquered 10 cities in one fell swoop. Every city taken transformed its defending forces into fortune value. Furthermore, Lu Yuan eradicated all factions loyal to the Great Zhou within those cities. As they approached the Central Plains, the presence of factions aligned with the Great Zhou royal family only grew stronger. It was no surprise. These individuals thrived on Great Zhou soil and within its cities. How could they survive without respecting the royal family? However, this also meant that Lu Yuan's fortunes continued to swell. His vast spatial ring was nearly overflowing. Yet, after capturing several cities, Lu Yuan's army began to encounter desolate strongholds. Empty cities, yet again. This marked the third consecutive city devoid of defenses. Frustration welled within Lu Yuan as he gazed upon the barren encampment before him. He had encountered 3 such empty towns in succession. Aside from the ordinary citizens, the aristocracy, officials, and garrison had all fled without a trace. Observing the faint glimmer of 8 million in fortune points, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. In towns of this scale, the garrison was minimal, resulting in meager fortune points. At this rate, how long would it take to gather the remaining 2 million? The ground bore signs of hasty departure. The cooking hearth still radiated warmth, indicating that the previous occupants had not vacated long ago. Adhering to the notion that even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, Lu Yuan promptly commanded Yuan Zhuozong. The garrison within the city should not have retreated far. Pursue them and eliminate those soldiers. Understood. Yuan Zhuozong readily acquiesced. With the swiftness of the dragon riders, the recently departed soldiers stood little chance of escape. Within 1,000 miles, these fleeing troops were intercepted and subsequently annihilated beneath the hooves of the dragon riders. Ding! The host has slain 3,000 provincial soldiers, earning 52,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a common city, earning an additional 50,000 fortune points. Once again, a total of 100,000 fortune points. Lu Yuan accessed his personal panel, where his fortune points had now soared to 123, 475. Over 8 million. Regrettably, in the cities to come, the garrison would likely have dispersed. Lu Yuan understood that this would likely be the final hunt for the dragon riders. After all, this area was nearing the borders of Bingzhou and approaching Yongzhou. The remaining cities would undoubtedly have lost their defenders. Chang'an lay within Yongzhou. Should he rashly advance southward, it would inevitably lead to a direct confrontation with the Great Zhou. As Lu Yuan contemplated whether to proceed towards Yongzhou, Xiang approached with a solemn expression. "My lord, there is another development." Xiang had just received intelligence and wasted no time reporting to Lu Yuan. According to our spies stationed in Chang'an, Zhou Linglong has assembled an army of 100,000 from various aristocratic families. This force boasts formidable combat capability, with soldiers at least of the martial master rank. Furthermore, we have detected the presence of no fewer than 6 martial saints within that army. What? 6? Lu Yuan's heart sank upon hearing this. Hadn't previous reports indicated that the Great Zhou's dragon court possessed only 1 martial saint? How had it suddenly escalated to 6? It must be the dragon court's people who have taken action, Xiang said with a grave expression. Regarding the profound heritage of the Great Zhou, even the Light Rain has not fully ascertained the extent of the dragon court's mastery. 6 martial saints. Lu Yuan could not help but sigh inwardly. When it comes to martial saints, there are quite a few on his side as well, not to mention Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao. However, the 18 riders of Yenyun are all at the pinnacle of martial saint cultivation. It is a pity that, like Luo Yi, each of the 18 riders is wounded. Their strength diminished to a mere 30%. Alas, if only Luo Yi and the others could recover more swiftly. Lu Yuan sighed. He has captured so many cities and obtained countless healing elixirs. Yet, regrettably, those elixirs are of a lower grade. They cannot be deemed useless, but rather, they are barely better than nothing. If he could acquire a few high-grade elixirs to expedite their recovery, then they would have nothing to fear. At this moment, it seemed that Xiang suddenly remembered something. Hesitating for a moment, she spoke to Lu Yuan. "My lord, if you seek high-grade elixirs, why not consider seeking out the Apothecary Valley? It is said that the Valley's master is adept at concocting 8th-grade elixirs. Moreover, the Apothecary Valley is not too far from our current location." The Apothecary Valley? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flicker of interest. Naturally, he had heard of the illustrious Apothecary Valley. Chapter 81. Are the people of the Medicine King Valley truly so brave? The Medicine King Valley, as its name suggests, is a revered sanctuary dedicated to the art of alchemy. It stands as a transcendent force on the eastern continent. Although the Medicine King Valley resides within the borders of the Great Zhou, it does not fall under its jurisdiction. Instead, it asserts its own dominance within Great Zhou, establishing an independent faction. The Great Zhou dares not voice any objections, not only due to the valley's leader, a formidable martial saint, but also because of the vast network of powerful individuals cultivated by the valley over the years. Regardless of one's cultivation level, the need for elixirs is an undeniable reality for any practitioner. The Medicine King Valley possesses a natural advantage in this regard, making it a favored ally among various factions. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not one day require the assistance of others for elixirs. This form of soft power can, in many respects, prove to be more formidable than sheer brute strength. With this in mind, the decision to visit the Medicine King Valley was clear. To ensure success, it was imperative for Lu Yuan to regain his strength first. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, temporarily setting aside the Imperial level lottery. Acquiring some high-grade elixirs to expedite Lu Yuan and his companion's recovery was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, not only would they struggle to reach Chang'an, but they might also find it impossible to surpass the formidable barrier presented by the 6 martial saints. The Medicine King Valley is also located within the borders of Bingzhou, and with the speed of the Dragon Rider army, they soon arrived. At that moment, outside the Medicine King Valley, an interminable line of people stretched on, a dark wave of figures waiting patiently. Lu Yuan, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Is the reputation of the Medicine King Valley truly deserved? The number of people in line was staggering. At the front of the queue, a table had been set up where 2 disciples of the Medicine King Valley, their expressions imbued with pride, were registering those awaiting their turn. You must pay 500 spirit stones and provide your own materials. Come back in 3 months to collect your elixir. What? Esteemed alchemist, the cost for my 4th grade elixir was only 400 spirit stones last time. One disciple glared. What is wrong with a price increase? If you find it too expensive, you can always seek another place to refine your elixirs. The disciple sneered coldly, dismissing the request. After all, a mere martial king seeking a 4th grade elixir was hardly a significant order for the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, the would-be patron's face flushed with a mix of emotions. This elixir was crucial to his very survival, and its rarity meant it could not be concocted anywhere else but the Medicine King Valley. Thus, with a resigned expression, he gritted his teeth and stated, "Fine. 500 it is. I hope the esteemed alchemist can expedite the crafting of my elixir." Enough with the chatter. Understood. The 2 disciples of the Medicine King Valley languidly spoke. After receiving 500 spiritual stones, one of them discreetly tucked away 200 stones into his pocket. Although the disciples' actions were somewhat furtive, how could they escape the keen eyes of the prominent figures around? Yet, even though these individuals witnessed the act, none dared to speak up. The ministers before the prime minister. Should they offend these 2 disciples, they must beware of potential sabotage, even hindering their ability to concoct elixirs. Lu Yuan observed this scene with great interest. Indeed, the arrogance of the powerful was a mandatory lesson for any major sect. In other novels, such characters would undoubtedly fit the mold of a villain. My lord, allow me to disperse those individuals. At this moment, seeing the lengthy queue, Su Chu, with his imposing physique, stepped forward. If this line were to form properly, who knows how long it would take. I cannot allow my lord to wait. However, having witnessed the previous scene, Lu Yuan directly stopped Su Chu. He retrieved a full 1,000 spiritual stones from his spatial ring and handed them to Su Chu. Heaven's emissary is easy to approach, yet the little demons are troublesome. Hand these coins to those 2 registering disciples as our fee for cutting in line. Otherwise, some may create trouble. Such unnecessary. Su Chu began, but quickly altered his words with a sheepish grin. Ahem. My lord's wisdom is unparalleled. Humph. While brute force can resolve most matters, one should strive to avoid unnecessary conflict whenever possible, Lu Yuan replied with a cold snort. Su Chu, the martial fanatic, would likely never comprehend the deeper intricacies at play. Meanwhile, those in line had already noticed Lu Yuan's arrival. Upon seeing the grand procession of the 100,000 dragon riders, fear flickered in their eyes. Without Su Chu needing to urge them, they scattered like birds and beasts. Young man, go fetch your valley master. Inform him that a distinguished guest wishes to meet him, Su Chu said leisurely to the 2 guarding disciples. The 2 disciples of the Medicine King Valley, already intimidated by the might of the dragon riders, stammered, "Why you wait?" and fled back into the valley without looking back. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan began to survey the surroundings of the Medicine King Valley. Truly, this valley specialized in elixir crafting. At a glance, He noted no fewer than several hundred spiritual flowers and herbs at the valley's entrance. These plants, with their vibrant hues and golden blossoms glimmering enchantingly, appeared beautiful. Yet their worth was equally exquisite. If taken outside, they would fetch astronomical prices. Yet here in the Medicine King Valley, they were carelessly planted at the entrance, serving merely as ornamental flora. One could not help but admire such extravagance. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a formidable presence arrived, accompanied by a throng of disciples clad in robes. Upon encountering Lu Yuan's grand army, the man's breath momentarily caught in his throat. The awe induced by the 100,000 dragon riders was indeed profound. Yet, as he recalled his affiliation with the Medicine King Valley, the panic in his eyes flickered briefly. Humph, who are you? What business do you have with the Medicine King Valley? With such a grand display, are you here to provoke us? In response to the man's inquiry, Lu Yuan offered a subtle smile. I am Lu Yuan, and I have come to the Medicine King Valley to seek medicine. Seeking medicine? The middle-aged man was taken aback by Lu Yuan's request. Subsequently, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. If you wish to seek medicine, why bring such a multitude? I suspect your request for medicine is but a pretext, and your true intention is to cause trouble. Depart at once. With your current attitude, do you expect the Medicine King Valley to concoct pills for you? The man retorted arrogantly. So, it appears he is indeed in need of assistance. Shouldn't he put on a proper demeanor? Despite the grand display from Lu Yuan, the middle-aged man showed no sign of intimidation. Alchemists have always held a respected position in the Eastern continent, as nearly all cultivators require elixirs during their practice. The Medicine King Valley has flourished for nearly 10 millennia, cultivating connections of unimaginable depth. Just a few esteemed guests could comprise a gathering of those at the saint level. Lu Yuan's formidable army barely registered on his radar. Witnessing the middle-aged man's arrogance, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Is this how the people of the Medicine King Valley conduct themselves? Chapter 82. The Young Master of the Medicine King Valley? It appears that Su-san possesses a certain attentiveness. What? Do you at the Medicine King Valley judge others by their appearances? Today, I have no desire to stir up trouble. I merely seek some elixirs. You must not shatter my good mood. Lu Yuan inquired with a darkened expression. Today, I shall not grant you the medicine. What can you do about it? However, out of my benevolent nature, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. If you humbly bow to me a few times, perhaps my anger will dissipate, and I may still bestow the elixirs upon you. The middle-aged man declared with an air of arrogance. Yet, those very words ignited a fierce wrath within Lu Yuan's subordinates. My lord, I can no longer restrain myself. I must slay him. Su Chu unsheathed his great sword, its cold blade now aimed at the middle-aged man's throat. With a mere command, he would swiftly sever the man's head from his body. Lu Yuan's expression was equally grim. This was the first time he had encountered someone more arrogant than himself. He had brought a formidable army, yet the other party acted as if they were blind to the situation. Surely, even the antagonists in mindless narratives would not be this foolish. Just as Lu Yuan was about to order Su Chu to behead the insolent man, a graceful and refined lady emerged from the Medicine King Valley, her steps as elegant as a blooming lotus. Yubei, what has transpired here? Why is it so raucous? The lady, appearing as if she had stepped out of a classical painting, exuded an aura of tranquility and grace. She was a vision of beauty, possessing a face that could captivate nations, and her figure was equally striking. Clad in a fitted cream-colored qipao, it accentuated her exquisite curves, truly embodying the essence of youthful elegance. Upon seeing the gentle lady, Yubei respectfully lowered his head. Young master, this young noble, whose origins are unknown, seeks medicine and has attempted to intrude upon our Medicine King Valley. He has even threatened that if we do not grant him the elixirs, he shall march an army to raise our valley. Is that so? Upon hearing Yubei's words, the lady's enchanting eyes darkened. Although the Medicine King Valley typically remained reclusive, only providing elixirs to the outside world, its strength was among the foremost in the continent. It was not a place that could be easily bullied. If you had approached with sincerity, perhaps we could have negotiated amicably. But you have gravely erred in provoking the Medicine King Valley. The gentle lady coldly admonished Lu Yuan from a distance. Despite the melodic quality of her voice, it did little to dispel the sardonic smile that curled upon Lu Yuan's lips. A mocking grin crossed his face. Should I say you are large-chested and brainless, or brainless and large-chested? It is quite evident that you have fallen for such blatant provocation." Upon hearing this, Yubei's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes gleaming with malice as he retorted, "You insolent wretch! Do not unjustly accuse me," exclaimed Yubei, the steward of the Medicine King's Valley. "How could I deceive the young valley master?" He then turned his gaze towards the gentle woman, only to find her looking at him with a hint of suspicion. He implored, "Young master, do you prefer to trust an outsider rather than me? Look at the formidable army behind him. They are a fearsome sight. What else could they be here for if not to create chaos?" Upon hearing this, the gentlewoman's gaze fell upon the 100,000 dragon cavalry behind Lu Yuan. Clad in white armor and mounted on white steeds, they presented a stark and chilling sight, the aftermath of several bloody battles evident upon them. The palpable aura of slaughter permeated the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing the terrifying presence of the dragon cavalry, the gentlewoman could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. This was undoubtedly an elite force. Ultimately, she found herself believing Yubei's words. "I certainly believe you, Yubei." Whether motivated by emotion or the circumstances at hand, her faith in his statement was unwavering. In response, Yubei smirked provocatively at Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan merely shrugged indifferently. "If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. You dared to provoke the Medicine King's Valley. What more is there to negotiate? Depart at once, or you may find your life forfeit today." Lu Yuan sighed. "I had initially hoped to approach amicably to procure some elixirs. Yet, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate." Yuan Zhong, he commanded, "Seize all these individuals." Since they refused to surrender the elixirs, they would storm into the Medicine King's Valley and take them for themselves. Originally, Lu Yuan had gathered ample resources from numerous cities and intended to engage in a courteous transaction with the Medicine King's Valley. He would obtain the elixirs, while they would receive a substantial bounty in return, an arrangement beneficial for both parties. Yet now, the situation had grown so tense, complicating matters immensely. "Understood," Yuan Zhong shouted decisively. Observing that the opposing force numbered merely in the hundreds, he refrained from deploying the entire 10,000 dragon cavalry. They were not worthy of such an effort. Instead, he instructed Su San to lead 1,000 elite cavalrymen to confront the enemy. "Charge!" Yubei, wearing a sinister grin, commanded his disciples to meet the assault head-on. Though outnumbered, their cultivation surpassed that of the soldiers facing them. However, as soon as the confrontation began, Yubei was horrified to discover that, despite the opponent's lower cultivation, their combat prowess was vastly superior. With a thunderous clash, the disciples of the Medicine King's Valley were swiftly overwhelmed, thrown into disarray. Even the disciples possessing the strength of the martial kings were sent flying, spewing blood from their mouths upon impact. Moreover, what left Yubei profoundly astonished was that the leader of the opposing faction emanated an aura characteristic of a peak half-saint. It is worth noting that he himself was merely at the initial stage of half-saint. This seemed rather insurmountable, did it not? Unavoidably, his pace slowed considerably, even lagging behind the speed of those at the martial king level. Upon witnessing her fellow disciples from the Medicine King Valley falter so easily, a flicker of urgency crossed the gentlewoman's face. "Disciples of the Medicine King Valley, advance. I have already summoned the elders from the valley for support. If we can hold on just a moment longer, they shall arrive." Her call successfully captured Yuan San's attention. "Haha, where did such a lovely maiden come from? I shall capture her alive to present to our master." Su San chuckled heartily. How delightful it would be to warm the bed of such a ravishing beauty for their master. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, overhearing Su San's words, was left utterly speechless. Who would have thought that Su San could be so considerate? Lu Yuan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Just look at Su San's awareness. No matter the circumstances, his thoughts were always with their esteemed master. Chapter 83. The Master of the Medicine King Valley, Yao Qianming. It was not that Lu Yuan was swayed by superficial charm or overtaken by base desires. Rather, this woman was evidently no ordinary figure. Capturing her alive and subsequently exerting control over her might yield unexpected advantages. The specifics of her utility could be deliberated upon later. At this moment, Su San led 1,000 dragon riders into a fierce clash with the disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Under the overwhelming might of their forces, it took but a brief moment for these disciples to be utterly vanquished beneath the iron hooves of the dragon cavalry. Observing the field strewn with corpses, Lu Yuan let out a cold smirk. Had these disciples been 7th or 8th grade alchemists, he might have contemplated sparing their lives. However, these were merely 2nd and 3rd grade alchemists, capable only of concocting lowly 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs. Retaining them would serve no purpose. As for Yubei, having sensed the unsettling situation, he had retreated to the side of the young woman. "Haha, little girl, here I come." Su San, drenched in blood, resembled a fearsome specter, sending the woman's complexion pale with terror. Given the exalted status of the Medicine King Valley, this gentle lady, as the junior Valley Master, had been meticulously shielded by her elders since childhood. She had never even witnessed the slaughter of a chicken, let alone experienced such a gruesome spectacle. The sight of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood left her utterly entranced in horror. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered across a token she wore at her waist. Only Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao seemed to sense something amiss, exchanging a knowing glance and a subtle nod. In the innermost depths of the Medicine King Valley, a middle-aged man, who had been meditating with eyes closed, abruptly opened them. In the next moment, a violent aura surged forth from his being. The alchemical furnace before him shattered explosively. The remnants of the concoction revealed that it was an 8th grade elixir, the ice profound amber pill. The mere value of these medicinal materials exceeded hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Who possessed the audacity to lay hands on Sheer? The middle-aged man did not even cast a glance at the debris, his eyes igniting with a chilling glint of fury. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. At this time, within the alchemy pavilion of the Medicine King Valley, a group of senior alchemists clad in alchemical robes bore solemn expressions as they meticulously controlled their furnaces. Suddenly, they sensed an astonishing surge of energy erupting from the deepest part of the valley. Following that, a grand voice resounded, echoing throughout the entire Medicine King Valley. "All disciples of the Medicine King Valley, assemble at the valley entrance. Move swiftly. Those who fail to arrive shall face the valley's regulations." The alchemists, who were in the midst of refining elixirs, were instantly taken aback. As the hand trembled, the elixirs in the alchemical furnace erupted, transforming into a heap of useless concoctions. What transpired? Wasn't the Valley Master engrossed in concocting an 8th grade elixir? Why did he suddenly emerge? A gathering at the valley entrance? What could have happened? Could it be that formidable adversaries have come knocking? Surely not. For nearly 10 millennia, the Apothecary Valley has never faced such an invasion. Let us hasten to the lake's edge. Something significant must have occurred. The alchemists, filled with astonishment, hurried toward the ancient valley's entrance. When the Valley Master speaks, all must heed. At this moment, at the valley's entrance, panic ensued. Upon sighting Su San leading the dragon riders charging toward them, Yubei's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. In his desperation to escape, he ruthlessly shoved a nearby dazed woman in the opposite direction. A dead comrade is of no concern to this monk. In this harsh and unforgiving fantastical world, Yubei's callousness towards humanity was starkly evident. The young girl, taken aback, was powerless to resist, even if she had comprehended the situation. Her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of martial sovereign. How could she withstand the shove from a half-saint powerhouse? Before she could react, Su San had seized her in his grasp. Meanwhile, the elders of the Apothecary Valley arrived belatedly. Upon witnessing the pools of blood on the ground, their expressions soured drastically. "Who are you? Why have you slaughtered my disciples?" The crowd parted, revealing Yao Qianming, who emerged with a grim countenance. Upon seeing her daughter captured by Su San, her expression darkened further. Yao Qianming glared intensely at Lu Yuan, who seemed to be the focal point for all. If mere glares could kill, Lu Yuan would already be riddled with wounds. "Master, these individuals are unreasonable. They first boasted at the entrance of the Apothecary Valley and then dared to strike. Even our junior master who went to intervene was seized." Yao Qianming exclaimed, "You must not let them escape." Yubei, having narrowly escaped, lamented, tears streaming down his face. Yet, Yao Qianming merely cast a cold glance at him. Although she had not witnessed the events that transpired, the sight of her fallen disciples and her own daughter captured was enough. Yet, Yubei stood there unscathed. How could one explain this? As an elder of the Apothecary Valley, you failed to protect the junior master. Instead of leading the charge in battle, you cowered in the rear and fled. What purpose do you serve if I were to spare you? In the end, Yao Qianming unleashed a powerful strike that sent Yubei flying. As Yubei soared through the air, he violently coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. What was happening? The leader of the Medicine King Valley had actually attacked him directly? Fortunately, Yao Qianming had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Though Yubei was gravely injured, he had managed to preserve his life, albeit narrowly. Nevertheless, as he lowered his head, his eyes glinted with malice. After all he had sacrificed for the Medicine King Valley, was he now to be discarded like a tool once it had outlived its usefulness? Rather than acknowledging his contributions, he had been struck down. The resentment brewing within Yubei reached its zenith. Lu Yuan, sensing Yao Qianming's presence, let out a chuckle. A martial saint? Indeed, it appeared the true master had arrived. Lu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, "You must be the leader of the Medicine King Valley. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek medicine. Conversely, your disciples have been aggressive. My actions in slaying them were solely for self-preservation. Spare me the pleasantries. State your demands, and I shall acquiesce to them all. Just release my daughter, and we can discuss anything." Before Lu Yuan could finish his plea, Yao Qianming let out a cold snort, interrupting him. Yao Qianming's aura was chaotic. His fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Were it not for his daughter still being in the adversary's grasp, he would have been unable to restrain himself from attacking at that very moment. Chapter 84, Regret? Exhaustion, let it perish. Your daughter? Lu Yuan blinked, his gaze inadvertently settling on the woman just referred to as the young Valley Master. If he was not mistaken, she must be the one. At that moment, beside Lu Yuan, Xiang leaned in and whispered, "Master, the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley, Yao Qianming, has a sole daughter named Yao Xier. It is said that Yao Qianming dotes on her immensely. She is his cherished jewel. The young lady captured by General Su San is indeed Yao Xier." Upon hearing this, a slight astonishment flickered across Lu Yuan's face. Oh, why does this scenario seem somewhat familiar? Puzzled, Lu Yuan scratched his head. A doting father? A cherished jewel? He instinctively glanced at Jiang Qianning, who was not far away. Oh, now it made sense. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. It turned out that she was akin to Jiang Qianning. Both were beloved daughters of their fathers, treasured like precious gems. However, their personalities diverged. One was lively and playful, while the other was gentle and serene. They were two distinct types of beauties. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan declared, "I would have no objection to releasing your daughter, but I have my own conditions. I require 30 8th-grade healing pills, not a single one less." At this, Yao Qianming's expression froze immediately. 30 8th-grade healing pills? How audacious. The value of 30 such pills could purchase a city populated by millions. Faced with Lu Yuan's exorbitant demand, the frost on Yao Qianming's face seemed as if it could solidify into a tangible form. Was this person deliberately seeking trouble? Yet, he remained unaware that Lu Yuan was merely oblivious to the exorbitant cost of 8th-grade pills. In an effort to placate Lu Yuan, Yao Qianming's gaze flickered momentarily before he decisively replied, "Very well. I shall agree to your terms. I will deliver all 30 healing pills without fail." "Good. You are quite agreeable." Lu Yuan chuckled in response. "In that case, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall return your daughter to you." After all, Lu Yuan had come solely for the pills. With the other party's promise secured, he felt he had achieved his goal. As for whether they would retract their word, Lu Yuan could only hope to see how things would unfold. Lu Yuan nodded towards Su San, who understood the cue and promptly released Yao Xier. Father, Yao Xier, akin to a lamb reuniting with its flock after a long separation, rushed into Yao Qianming's embrace, overwhelmed with a mix of relief and panic. "Xier, are you unharmed?" Seeing Yao Xier safe and sound, the cold gaze of Yao Qianming instantly transformed into a tender warmth. "I am perfectly fine, Father." Yao Xier, standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters, appeared as delicate as a little kitten, exuding an air of pitifulness that evoked sympathy. At that moment, Yao Xier steadied her emotions, a frosty expression suddenly gracing her face. She pointed accusingly at Yubei and huffed, "Father, it was him. When he fled, he even tried to push me aside to save himself." Pouting her lips in grievance, she lamented. Initially, she had thought Yubei to be a rather honest and simple man, only to discover his ruthless nature lurking beneath the surface. Upon hearing her words, a surge of fury erupted in Yao Qianming's eyes as he cast a cold, piercing glare at Yubei. "What? You dare to use my daughter as a shield? How audacious! Only moments ago, he should have dealt with this traitor decisively. Was he courting death? Yubei, do you have any explanations to offer? Yao Qianming's voice was frigid, chilling the air around them. Meanwhile, Yubei had already sensed the trepidation in his heart the moment Yao Sierra pointed at him. He realized that now that Yao Sierra had survived, his previous actions could no longer remain concealed. Under the icy scrutiny of Yao Qianming, Yubei trembled and fell to his knees. Lord, I beg you for mercy. I have served the Yaowang Valley diligently for many years. I may not have great accomplishments, but I have put in my share of hard work. For the sake of our years together, please spare me this once. However, Yao Qianming, having ascended to the position of the Valley Master and commanding such a formidable force, was not one to show leniency. Though he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow earlier, it was not too late now. Without allowing Yubei any chance to defend himself, Yao Qianming struck out with a single palm, reducing him to a gruesome pile of blood and flesh. TSK, TSK, TSK. Watching this scene unfold, Lu Yuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How ruthless! Yao Qianming truly embodies the fierce methods of a supreme power. In a myriad of potential deaths, he had chosen one that left Yubei utterly dismembered. Yao Qianming's icy gaze shifted towards Lu Yuan, who was spectating nearby. With Yubei dead, you little wretch cannot escape either. How brazen you must be to threaten me using my daughter. To provoke the Yaowang Valley on this continent is a bold move indeed. Moreover, with so many disciples of the Yaowang Valley having perished at your hands, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yao Qianming commanded, seize this group immediately and execute them on the spot. As for the young man leading them, spare his life. I shall deal with him personally. I wish for him to spend the rest of his days in a state worse than life and death, Yao Qianming declared fiercely. Upon seeing Yao Qianming's blatant disregard for his word, his audacity to contradict himself, and even his readiness to resort to violence, Lu Yuan could only laugh in disbelief. What did you just say? A leader of a transcendent force, and yet so utterly untrustworthy? In response, Yao Qianming offered a cold smile. Did he truly believe he was a fool? Did he think he would consent to that outrageous demand of 30 pills? That was merely a ruse to buy time. Now that his daughter was safe, he had nothing left to fear. As Lu Yuan observed Yao Qianming's indifference, his expression darkened. He had never anticipated that a leader of such stature would display such a lack of dignity. Sigh, I merely sought to procure some medicinal pills. Why must you persistently complicate matters? It should have been a straightforward exchange for healing elixirs. Why must it be so difficult? Opposite him, Yao Qianming's face turned a shade of green with fury. How dare you call 38th grade pills a trivial matter? You must be joking. Enough of this. Let it all be destroyed. Engaging in a reasonable dialogue is utterly exhausting. Yuan Zhong, summon your dragon cavalry. Lu Yuan sighed, gesturing toward Yuan Zhong. Since the other party had proven themselves untrustworthy, there was no need to show mercy. After all, the entrance of the Medicine King Valley was expansive enough for 100,000 dragon cavalry to deploy effectively. As for whether to involve Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yingyun, it would be best to let them recuperate for now. This level of conflict does not require their intervention. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's command, Yuan Zhuozong's expression turned serious. He could sense the anger boiling within his lord. Faithlessness, deceived feelings. In this battle, he must avenge his lord's grievances. He must force the enemy to regret their actions. Yuan Zhuozong turned to the 100,000 dragon cavalry and bellowed, Dragon cavalry, advance and flatten the Medicine King Valley with me. Kill. The 100,000 snow dragon cavalry roared in unison, their ferocity palpable. The sheer force was awe-inspiring, even scattering the clouds above. Chapter 85, The Valley of the Apothecary King. On the opposite side, the members of the Valley of the Apothecary King were momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from the Dragon Rider army. Many ordinary disciples turned pale, their courage shattered before a single blow had been struck. The high-ranking officials of the valley also wore grim expressions, astonished that a mere army could unleash such formidable power. Which dynasty could possibly command such a force? Could it be the Great Zhou? Due to the valley's long-standing seclusion and singular focus on alchemy, they were largely unaware of recent events unfolding on the continent. Thus, they remained oblivious to the emergence of the Dragon Rider army. Yao Qianming's expression darkened. He conceded that he had underestimated the white-armored cavalry behind Lu Yuan. However, with the situation now escalating, he had no choice but to engage. After all, the Valley of the Apothecary King boasted numerous experts. Those skilled in alchemy were inherently formidable, and the valley was home to a multitude of practitioners who willingly sold their services for the sake of elixirs. These cultivators were predominantly at the martial king level, numbering in the thousands, including over a dozen semi-saint experts. Kill! Yuan Zhuozong roared with fury. As the commander, he charged to the front lines. A martial saint leading an elite force of 100,000 dragon riders, an unstoppable force that could slay gods and Buddhas alike. Boom! Yuan Zhuozong's spear danced through the air, resembling a silver dragon. With a single strike, he felled over 100 ordinary martial kings. Had Lu Yuan not previously warned him to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, this one blow could have claimed the lives of hundreds. A martial saint. Yao Qianming could hardly believe that the enemy possessed a martial saint among their ranks. Observing Yuan Zhuozong wreaking havoc, his expression turned grave. With the enemy's martial saint now in play, he too had no choice but to intervene. Without a powerful presence to anchor their side, they would be decimated in mere moments. At that moment, Yuan Zhuozong's gaze shifted towards Yao Qianming. The two martial saints locked eyes, sparks of intensity igniting between them. Battle. The fervor of combat surged within both sides, each choosing the other as their adversary. The two martial saints purposefully evaded the masses below, instinctively opting to engage in the expanse of the void above. Do you truly wish to oppose the Valley of the Apothecary King? We possess countless connections. Should you insist on becoming our foe, even if you manage to retreat unscathed, I shall issue a continent-wide bounty for your head. At that time, even as a formidable martial saint, one cannot escape the fate of downfall. Should you choose to withdraw, I shall hold no grudges. On the contrary, I could graciously offer you an 8th-grade elixir. Yao Qianming was reluctant to engage directly with a martial saint, opting instead to leverage his own advantages. With a carrot and a stick approach, he boldly laid out conditions to coerce and entice Yuan Zhuozong. However, Yao Qianming's intent to subdue without conflict proved utterly ineffective against Yuan Zhuozong. As a product of the system, Yuan Zhuozong's loyalty had long been maximized. He smiled into the void, declaring, "Sandao, do not intervene. This one is mine. It has been far too long since I have encountered an adversary of equal caliber. Allow me to hone my skills." Yao Qianming pondered. Whom is he addressing? Scanning the surroundings, he found nothing but emptiness, devoid of any presence. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhuozong's blatant disregard for his actions infuriated Yao Qianming. Do not think that just because I am an alchemist, I cannot deal with you. To become an alchemist, one must first be a formidable warrior. Boom. As Yao Qianming spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. At the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, both Yao Qianming and Yuan Zhuozong stood as peak martial saints. The pinnacle of the martial saint realm is exhilarating. Let the battle commence. Yuan Zhuozong laughed heartily, transforming into a blazing comet that surged towards Yao Qianming. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. During the initial exchanges, they merely tested each other's strength. Yet even this resulted in shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding void. After 2 exchanges, both parties began to earnestly unleash their prowess. Break. Yuan Zhuozong wielded his silver spear with remarkable agility, launching a series of strikes aimed at Yao Qianming's vital points. One must admit that being an alchemist is indeed a lucrative profession. Yao Qianming produced 3 pseudo-emperor artifacts in succession. With the might of these artifacts, he barely managed to withstand Yuan Zhuozong's relentless assault. After an extended skirmish, Yao Qianming began to feel overwhelmed. Yuan Zhuozong was simply too powerful. Even with 3 pseudo-emperor artifacts at his disposal, he felt an immense burden. Compared to the martial saints he had previously encountered, Yuan Zhuozong was at least a match for 3 of them. At that moment, Yao Qianming suddenly noticed that the sounds of battle below were diminishing. Looking down, he was struck with dread. The scene before him revealed a battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies, drenched in blood, a mountain of corpses, and a sea of crimson. Yet what truly horrified Yao Qianming was the attire of the fallen. They all bore the insignia of the Yao Huang Valley. A glance revealed that every single corpse belonged to the people of Yao Huang Valley. Yao Qianming gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. How could the opposing army be so formidable? It had only been a short while. The thousands of disciples from the Medicine King Valley and the skilled fighters he had gathered were now reduced to a mere fraction. Initially, He believed that with such an abundance of talent on his side, vanquishing the enemy's white-armored cavalry would be a trivial pursuit. However, he did not anticipate that upon engaging with the dragon cavalry, the outcome would be one of utter domination. Indeed, the experts he had recruited were all at the level of martial kings, yet the dragon cavalry was no less formidable. Moreover, they possessed a profound understanding of battle formations. Additionally, 300 shadow guards continuously maneuvered through the fray, relentlessly executing assassinations on the skilled fighters. As a result, the formidable warriors of the Medicine King Valley suffered significant casualties. Suddenly, with a furious roar, Yuan Zhuozong seized the moment as Yao Qianming stood there, dumbfounded by the shocking turn of events. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Zhuozong thrust his spear directly into Yao Qianming's chest. Yet, to Yao Qianming's astonishment, a radiant light flickered at his breast. Beneath his garments, a shimmering soft armor dimmed, losing its former luster and turning gray. It was yet another defensive artifact of pseudo-imperial quality. Yuan Zhuozong's powerful thrust unexpectedly failed to pierce through Yao Qianming, as it was thwarted by this pseudo-imperial artifact. Nevertheless, Yao Qianming was still violently jolted, injuring his lungs, and he coughed up blood, hurtling backward. In that moment, though Yao Qianming was wounded, his heart trembled with profound shock. Not only were the enemy soldiers incredibly strong, but even this martial saint could not be measured by ordinary standards. At that instant, a flicker of regret began to seep into Yao Qianming's thoughts. What kind of existence had he provoked? Chapter 86. It is not the power of the medicine that fails, but their strength is overwhelming. Father, as she witnessed the grievously injured Yao Qianming fall, Yao Xier let out a cry of alarm. Yet, the aftermath of the battle raging above was overwhelmingly fierce. As merely a martial sovereign, she found herself utterly powerless to intervene in such a high-stakes conflict. A flicker of anxiety crossed her beautiful eyes, but all she could do was stand helplessly below, consumed by worry. Father, you must hold on. In the skies above, Yao Qianming swallowed several healing elixirs, temporarily stabilizing his chaotic energy. At this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with the battlefield of the disciples of Yao Wang Valley below. The question of whether he could even ensure his own safety loomed large. It was abundantly clear that, judging by the combat prowess displayed by both sides, he was no match for his opponent. Yao Qianming instinctively rubbed his thumb against the spatial ring on his hand. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he could no longer refrain from utilizing his hidden cards. As an alchemist among the wealthiest individuals on the continent, he undoubtedly possessed numerous trump cards. Moreover, Yao Qianming was an exceptional alchemist. The potions he carried, capable of significantly boosting one's cultivation in a short time, were not few. Now, Yao Qianming prepared to consume some potions to enhance his power. With a thought, he retrieved 2 golden pills from the spatial ring. Then, with a flick of his finger, he swallowed them down. Boom. Instantly, an explosive aura erupted from Yao Qianming. His eyes shone with brilliance as he fixed a burning gaze upon Yuan Zhuozong. Humph. Let the battle continue. Sensing the surging power within him, a smirk curled at the corners of Yao Qianming's mouth. His strength had increased by over 30%. His opponent would undoubtedly be no match for him now. Noticing the shift in Yao Qianming's aura, a grave expression appeared on Yuan Zhuozong's face. Half-Emperor. Yuan Zhuozong uttered these 2 words in a low voice. Indeed, after consuming the 2 potency-enhancing pills, Yao Qianming, who was already at the peak of martial sage, now rivaled a half-emperor. At that moment, a sharp blade intent cleaved through the sky. Li Sandao suddenly appeared beside Yuan Zhuozong. General Yuan, do you require my assistance? Li Sandao, frowning, remained vigilant as he kept his gaze fixed on the now empowered Yao Qianming, his long blade poised for combat. Startled by the sudden appearance of Li Sandao, Yao Qianming was momentarily taken aback. Another formidable martial sage had emerged. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Yao Qianming seemed to recall something. Indeed, just now, you must have been conversing with that individual, correct? Yao Qianming, with a countenance marred by embarrassment, cast a glance towards Yuan Zhuozong. Prior to the altercation, he had exerted verbal intimidation and temptation upon Yuan Zhuozong. At that moment, he believed the other party was speaking in disdain towards him as he directed his words into the void. In retrospect, it seems that the prior remarks were intended for this formidable swordsman. Yao Qianming's expression darkened, as if he could almost weep. After all, he was a being of martial sage caliber. To be reduced to a mere target for someone else's practice was intolerable. Rage surged within him. As a sovereign of a transcendent force, a dignified peak martial sage, how could he endure such humiliation? He directly summoned 3 pseudo-imperial artifacts, launching an assault upon Yuan Zhuozong and his companion. Below, Lu Yuan sensed the sudden surge of energy emanating from Yao Qianming. Anxiously, he turned to Luo Yi and inquired, Luo Yi, have your injuries improved at all? The opponent's aura has suddenly escalated. Do you think you should intervene? Anxiously, Lu Yuan gazed towards the battlefield above, fearing that Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao might encounter unforeseen peril. At that moment, Luo Yi smiled reassuringly at Lu Yuan, saying, My lord, I believe there is no immediate need for that. Despite the overwhelming aura from the opponent, appearing as if he has reached half-imperial status, he lacks the true majesty of an emperor. At most, he is merely a significantly strengthened peak martial sage. General Yuan and his companions are entirely capable of defeating him. Upon hearing Luo Yi's assessment, Lu Yuan felt a slight relief. That is good. Observing Lu Yuan's lingering concern, Luo Yi added, My lord, rest assured. If any true danger arises, I will certainly intervene. I will not allow any mishap to befall General Yuan and his companions. Lu Yuan nodded. Then I must trouble you. Luo Yi. Indeed, it was as Luo Yi had predicted. Initially, Yao Qianming exhibited formidable prowess, matching Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao blow for blow due to his heightened realm. However, after exchanging several rounds, the two adversaries began to discern that he was not as formidable as he appeared. They quickly adapted and began to unleash their true strength. Boom, boom, boom. The trio unleashed an array of powerful techniques, each movement resonating with a cataclysmic force. Gradually, as the effects of the elixir began to wane, Yao Qianming found himself increasingly fatigued. Bang! With a single strike, he repelled the combined assault of Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao, retreating while gasping for breath. At this moment, astonishment filled Yao Qianming's eyes. He had not anticipated that even after consuming the potion that augmented his strength, he would still be unable to subdue his opponents. It was not that the potion was ineffective. Rather, Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao were simply too powerful. The two individuals are unparalleled beings of the same rank. Were it not for Yao Qianming possessing 3 pseudo-emperor artifacts to bolster his strength, even with the enhancement of a potent elixir, he would have long since succumbed to defeat. Furthermore, in stark contrast to Yao Qianming's waning spirit, Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao found their fighting spirit soaring. The more they battled, the more courage they displayed. Indeed, this aptly describes the two of them. Just as Yao Qianming was desperately holding his ground, he suddenly heard a chilling voice emanating from the ground. Yao Qianming. Should you persist, I cannot guarantee the safety of those from the Yaowang Valley. Flustered, Yao Qianming glanced downward. To his dismay, he discovered that the battle on the ground had concluded. The ordinary disciples of the Yaowang Valley had been entirely slaughtered by the dragon cavalry, with only a handful of senior alchemists managing to escape unscathed. Among them was his beloved daughter, Yao Shi. Do not harm them. I concede. Upon seeing his precious daughter fall into enemy hands, Yao Qianming's eyes brimmed with fury, and with a heavy heart, he reluctantly relinquished his weapon. Yuan Zhuozong and Li Sandao immediately advanced, weaving intricate hand seals to seal away all of Yao Qianming's abilities. They also seized several of his pseudo-emperor artifacts without hesitation. Observing the gleeful expression on Yuan Zhuozong's face, it was clear that Yao Qianming would never reclaim those artifacts. Chapter 87. The Stone of Remembrance. The protagonist, Yao Qianming, found himself ensnared by 2 martial saints, rendering any resistance futile. At that moment, Lu Yuan approached, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Humph, master of the Medicine Valley. Had I known this would be the outcome, why act otherwise? Now you find yourself my prisoner. Are you content? Had Yao Qianming initially agreed to concoct elixirs for him, would he have foreseen this predicament? Yet, Yao Qianming displayed no trace of fear upon his visage. With reddened eyes, he glared at Lu Yuan defiantly. Humph, you little beast. If you have the courage, then kill me. Let us see who will refine elixirs for you once I am gone. His demeanor exuded defiance, as if he were poised to pounce with ferocity. Lu Yuan found this rather amusing, unable to suppress a chuckle. Was this not the epitome of bravado laced with cowardice? If Yao Qianming truly sought death, he would remain silent, without uttering empty threats. Lu Yuan's speculation was accurate. Yao Qianming's thoughts echoed the very notions he had conceived. At that moment, Yao Qianming felt as steadfast as a seasoned veteran. Since the intent of his captors was to procure elixirs, they would refrain from causing him harm until their objective was fulfilled. Yao Qianming appeared to have seized upon Lu Yuan's vulnerability, his face alight with pride. He harbored a sense of mockery within, eagerly awaiting Lu Yuan to beseech him for aid. Even as a prisoner, he believed he could turn this situation to his advantage, striving to maintain his autonomy. Indeed, those who rise to power among transcendent forces are often as cunning as foxes. Unbeknownst to Yao Qianming, however, Lu Yuan had already seen through his little ruse. With a cold smirk, Lu Yuan thought to himself, I cannot abide those who presume to hold power and act superior. He was resolute, declaring, I refuse to believe that a prestigious establishment like the Medicine King Valley lacks any 8th-grade elixirs. Yuan Zhong. Assemble the dragon riders and scour the Medicine King Valley. Turn it upside down. Understood. Lu Yuan commanded Yuan Zhong to lead the troops into the valley for a thorough search. Observing Lu Yuan's orders, Yao Qianming let out a derisive laugh. Futile. As the valley's master, I am well aware of its condition. Should he dare to use this as a threat, it signifies his complete confidence. Moments later, Yuan Zhong emerged from the depths of the Medicine King Valley. His expression darkened as he reported back to Lu Yuan. Master, we have scoured the entire valley and found not a single healing elixir. We did, however, uncover a few 8th-grade elixirs of other varieties. Yuan Zhong lowered his head, relaying the information to Lu Yuan. Indeed, they had gathered several 8th-tier elixirs. However, none of these elixirs were of the healing variety. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression darkened significantly. Damn it, could it be that Yao Qianming truly did not deceive him this time? Or was it that the elixirs had been concealed in another location? At that moment, Lu Yuan's gaze fell directly upon the spatial ring in Yao Qianming's hand, and a thought stirred within him. Hand over your spatial ring. Lu Yuan commanded Su Chu beside him. At present, it seemed that only the other party's ring had yet to be inspected. Typically, individuals of such strength would keep their valuables close at hand. Understood. Su Chu immediately nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Yao Qianming's expression changed drastically, panic evident on his face. No, don't touch my spatial ring. You wanted 8th-tier healing elixirs, right? I promised to refine them for you myself. I beg you, please do not touch my spatial ring. Yao Qianming appeared as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face filled with dread, nearly on the verge of tears. However, the more Yao Qianming reacted this way, the more Lu Yuan suspected he was hiding something. Huh, those high-grade elixirs must be within your ring, right? Su Chu, bring me the ring. I wish to see it for myself. Lu Yuan sneered, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. Those elixirs were hidden within Yao Qianming's spatial ring. Observing Yao Qianming's evasive demeanor as he desperately tried to conceal his hands behind him, Su Chu spat dismissively. Hand it over. Despite Yao Qianming's fervent reluctance, he was now sealed of all his powers, unable to resist the formidable Su Chu. Unsurprisingly, the ring was swiftly snatched from him. Having lost the ring, Yao Qianming's face filled with despair as he slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. It was over. All was lost. If even a single item from the ring were to be exposed, damn it, I should have chosen to perish in battle rather than surrender. After Lu Yuan coldly accepted the spatial ring, he probed inside with his consciousness, sifting through its contents. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed Lu Yuan's face as he raised his head, regarding Yao Qianming with newfound scrutiny. Well, it seems Yao Qianming has quite the trick up his sleeve. Within the spatial ring, there were numerous recording stones. Upon a rough count, there were indeed thousands of them. The function of these recording stones was akin to the cameras of Lu Yuan's past life, capable of capturing everyday scenes. However, what intrigued Lu Yuan were the contents depicted on these recording stones. They contained various intimate scenes between men and women, with the male protagonist being none other than our esteemed Yao Qianming. Lu Yuan smirked mysteriously and proceeded to take out all the recording stones. As Lu Yuan revealed the shadow stones, Yao Qianming had already despaired, closing his eyes in resignation. Tears streamed down his cheeks, marking the corners of his eyes. This was disastrous. He feared he had tarnished his reputation irreparably. Around him, the esteemed members of the Yaowang Valley gazed in disbelief at the stones scattered on the ground. The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. The usually stoic and imposing valley lord, known for his reserved demeanor, had such a peculiar hobby? It was simply sensational. Suddenly, an elder exclaimed in astonishment, Is that Yunner?" The elder, fixated on one of the shadow stones, flushed crimson. To his shock, he recognized his own partner among the images. How could he have been so betrayed? "Yao Qianming, I will make you pay for this." The elder's anger flared as he glared at Yao Qianming, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ignoring the attempts of the dragon cavalry to restrain him, he unleashed a fierce attack directed straight at Yao Qianming. In response, Yao Qianming was struck with terror. At that moment, his entire cultivation was sealed, rendering him as powerless as an ordinary person without any skills. Faced with the elder's assault, he found himself utterly defenseless. "My life is forfeit." Yao Qianming closed his eyes in despair, overwhelmed by profound regret. Had he known, he would never have pursued the elder's partner. Instead, he had unwittingly invited his own doom upon himself. Chapter 88. Your mother departed early, and I too could not restrain myself beside him. Yuan Zhuozong and the others were taken aback as the elder from Yaowang Valley suddenly made a move. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Impudence. Audacity. Quickly. Protect the Lord. The crowd shouted in unison, springing into action. Although the elder's target was Yao Qianming, blades are blind to their victims. What if the Lord were to be harmed? Su Chu, closest to Lu Yuan, reacted first. A fierce glint crossed his face as he swung his blade with determination. Boom. In an instant, a blade's radiance erupted. A colossal arc of light cleaved through the air, effectively intercepting the elder's assault. With the strength of a peak semi-saint, Su Chu not only effortlessly neutralized the elder's attack, but, with the residual force of his strike, obliterated the elder into fragments. Alas, though the elder's eyes blazed with crimson fury and deep-seated hatred, he ultimately succumbed, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. Dragon Cavalry. At this moment, Yuan Zhuozong bellowed. Swish, swish, swish. The dragon cavalry guards, witnessing the scene, brandished their weapons, their anger directed at the remaining individuals. Su San, with a face full of flesh, unsheathed his long sword, aiming it at the remaining elders of Yaowang Valley. "You have some audacity. You are prisoners now, yet you still dare to strike. Please, please, let us not resort to violence, esteemed military officers. We are all innocent. Indeed, we are law-abiding citizens, not their accomplices." Upon seeing the dragon cavalry appear as if facing a dire threat, the remaining elders turned ashen. What a calamity! At this moment, these elders could barely contain their hatred for the one who had just attacked. And Yao Qianming, if it weren't for his shameless actions, this unfortunate outcome would never have transpired. "Do not worry, I am unharmed. Everyone, please lower your weapons and do not disturb our alchemy masters." Lu Yuan waved his hand, calmly smiling at the crowd. He still found use for these elders from Yaowang Valley. Otherwise, had he wished to eliminate them, he could have done so earlier and would not have kept them until now. Upon hearing his words, the subordinates reluctantly sheathed their weapons, their faces still filled with indignation. However, to ensure safety this time, Yuan Zhuozong placed restrictions on the elders' cultivation levels. Moreover, the alertness was heightened yet another notch. Su Chu's eyes widened. Any movement would bring his great blade crashing down upon the offender. At that moment, Lu Yuan stepped past the crowd, a smile gracing his face as he approached Yao Qianming. Observing Yao Qianming, who seemed to have narrowly escaped disaster, Lu Yuan remarked, "Lord of the Medicine Valley, see how my subordinates have saved your life yet again. If you do not show your gratitude now, it would indeed be inexcusable." With a heavy sigh, Yao Qianming narrowly escaped death, gasping for breath. Fear enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was doomed. Yet, in the next instant, as he instinctively glanced towards Yao Xier, he was met with the incredulous gaze of his beloved daughter. Boom. His mind went blank. In that moment, Yao Qianming felt that it would have been preferable to have met his end outright. At this juncture, Yao Xier, in shock, parted her lips. "Father, how could you?" Covering her mouth, she wore an expression of disbelief, overwhelmed with disappointment. She never anticipated that her father would be such a person. Ashamed, Yao Qianming lowered his head. "Xier, your mother left us too soon. I I was unable to resist. The weight of shame bore heavily upon him. Although it is not uncommon for some powerful figures in the cultivation world to have multiple wives, Yao Qianming's situation far exceeded that. The thousands of recording stones represented countless women. Moreover, within those stones were not only the partners of the elder who had just perished, but also many women linked to the leaders of various factions across the eastern continent. One could say, should these recording stones be disseminated, the entire eastern continent would be rocked by a tremendous upheaval. At that time, no matter how profound the connections of the Yaowang Valley, they would surely be trampled by the wrath of those wronged husbands. Yao Xie'er opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at Yao Qianming with a mixture of disappointment and estrangement. Sensing the shift in his daughter's gaze, a sharp pain pierced Yao Qianming's heart. Suddenly, he turned his fierce expression towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I shall not let you escape even in death. At that moment, Yao Qianming wished nothing more than to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. Were it not for the presence of others holding him back, he would have lunged at Lu Yuan, intent on tearing a piece of him away. Observing this, Lu Yuan grew impatient and stated bluntly, Lord of Yao Valley, I have already granted you a chance. In life, one must not be ungrateful when offered grace. Cherish the opportunities bestowed upon you. I shall inquire once more, will you indeed procure for me 30 healing elixirs? At this moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes, for his patience was not boundless. Should Yao Qianming remain uncooperative, he would no longer indulge in this game. Yao Qianming, filled with rage, thought to himself, how could I fear Lu Yuan's threats when I have little desire to continue existing in this world? Just as he was about to utter a curse, Lu Yuan interjected with a cold smirk, my esteemed leader, while I may find myself at an impasse with you, surely you would not wish for harm to befall your precious daughter, would you? My subordinates are robust soldiers, deprived for years. Imagine the consequences if I were to reward them with your daughter. Beside them, Su San let out a few lewd chuckles. After so many years of wandering, today he might finally glimpse the possibility of redemption. Only Yuan Zuozong wore an expression of peculiar intrigue, casting a sympathetic glance at Su San. Based on his years of experience, such breathtakingly beautiful women often ended up as the matriarch. Yet, here stood Su San, reveling in delight. How unfortunate! His laughter today would only echo the depths of his sorrow tomorrow. You dare! The expression on Yao Qianming's face became even more grotesque. Chapter 89. Why does this herb seem familiar? Yet, Lu Yuan continued to gaze at Yao Qianming with a bemused smile. Yao Qianming's expression fluctuated, shadowed by turmoil. Ultimately, after a tumultuous internal struggle, he found himself reluctantly yielding to Lu Yuan's demands. Indeed, he felt utterly disgraced, contemplating that death might be a release. But what of his daughter? Should he perish, she would be left to suffer, perhaps even facing untold humiliations before her own end. Through gritted teeth, Yao Qianming declared, I can concoct an 8th-grade healing elixir for you. However, you must guarantee the safety of everyone in the Yaowang Valley and cease all acts of slaughter. Furthermore, the resources required for such an elixir are substantial, and my valley lacks the necessary materials for production. If elixirs are to be created, you must provide the requisite ingredients. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. That is not an issue. I am not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as you cooperate, I assure you, no harm will come to you. Regarding the resources, a subtle smile graced his lips as he snapped his fingers, promptly tossing his spatial ring to Yao Qianming. Valley Master, do you think the resources within my ring are sufficient? Yao Qianming scoffed, disdainfully accepting the ring. The creation of an 8th-grade elixir could easily bankrupt a mid-sized cultivation family, let alone 30 of them. Such an abundance of precious herbs could not be gathered so easily. However, as he examined the contents of the ring, his pupils widened in disbelief. Resources. They were all resources. Within the spatial ring lay 2 mounds of spiritual herbs, nearly overflowing. Not only that, but the variety was astonishingly plentiful. Dragon-tongue fruits, glowing grasses, snake lotus seeds. Each precious herb casually piled together. Wait, does Lu Yuan even possess a million-year-old Hisho Wu? Yao Qianming stared incredulously at one of the herbs, astonished. It was known that such exquisite herbs, even after millennia, could only yield a single specimen in the Yaowang Valley. But then a realization struck him. Something felt amiss. That 1,000-year He Wu bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in their own valley. In the next moment, Yao Qianming's shock deepened. Stacked. This was not merely a resemblance. It was unmistakably their own treasured herb. As he continued to inspect the mountain of elixirs, he recognized that more than half were strikingly familiar. Good heavens! It became clear that Lu Yuan had plundered their treasury. Yao Qianming's gaze shot up to Lu Yuan, astonished. When did this happen? How is it that my own resources have been stripped away? Is there a problem, Valley Master? Lu Yuan inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. As Yao Qianming glanced towards him, Lu Yuan revealed a dazzling smile, showcasing a row of brilliant teeth. And no problem. Yao Qianming clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain himself. Yet, upon reflecting on the current circumstances, he reluctantly released his grip. What could he do? The Yaowang Valley had already suffered defeat. Their resources had been seized, and they lacked the capability to reclaim them. Initially, Yao Qianming intended to use the scarcity of resources as an excuse to delay matters further. However, it now appeared futile. For within that ring lay not only the exquisite medicinal herbs of the Yaowang Valley, but also a substantial mound of herbs nearby, equally valuable, if not more so. After all, that mound had been acquired by Lu Yuan through the plundering of numerous cities. Master of the Herb Valley, how long until I receive the elixirs? Lu Yuan inquired with a smile directed at Yao Qianming. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Qianming responded, the refinement of 8th-grade elixirs requires considerable time. Even if all the elders of the Yaowang Valley worked together, it would take at least 5 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. 5 days. That is excessive. The situation is too unpredictable. In 5 days, we may be besieged. Then make it 2 days. Within 2 days, I shall undoubtedly present the elixirs. Yao Qianming's eyes flickered momentarily before he gritted his teeth in determination. As a master alchemist, he could refine 5 or 6 8th-grade elixirs in one go, while the elders, though slightly less skilled, could manage only one at a time. With relentless effort, they could work day and night to meet the deadline. Lu Yuan pondered briefly and declared, very well, 2 days it shall be. If I do not receive the elixirs within that time frame, do not blame me for being ungracious. Agreed. Yao Qianming calculated the time and ultimately consented through gritted teeth. 2 days would be ample time for the powerful allies he had summoned to arrive. Indeed, it was a plea for assistance. Earlier, when Yuan Zhuozong had appeared, he had sent out a distress signal using tokens left by powerful individuals indebted to the Yaowang Valley. The number of these allies was substantial. He was resolute in his belief that with the foundation established over nearly 10 millennia, the Yaowang Valley could not be subdued by Lu Yuan so easily. As the sovereign of a transcendent power, how could he possibly yield so effortlessly? At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly approached Yu Xiong. Yu Xiong, does the Yaowang Valley possess any ancestral beings or the like? Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. Typically, in such long-established sects, there were often 1 or 2 ancestors in seclusion. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, Yu Xiong was momentarily taken aback. With a sudden chuckle, he remarked, my lord, the Valley of the Medicine King is unlike other forces. This valley primarily focuses on alchemy. Although the cultivation has not been neglected compared to alchemy, cultivation has become a secondary pursuit. Consequently, the most powerful figure within the sect is merely Yao Qianming, who has reached the pinnacle of martial saint. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Since the members of the Valley of the Medicine King concentrate on alchemy, their cultivation levels must necessarily be modest. The fact that Yao Qianming has achieved the peak of martial saint is truly a remarkable talent. Otherwise, if one could attain both, how could other cultivators survive? At this juncture, Lu Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. He no longer had to fear the arrival of the elder after dealing with the younger. Since Yao Qianming stated that it would take 2 days to refine the elixir, Lu Yuan could not afford to wait idly. In pursuit of acquiring the fortune value necessary for an Imperial level lottery, he instructed Yuan Zhuozong to lead the Dragon Riders in searching for those sects affiliated with the Great Zhou or those closely allied with it. He then ordered the complete annihilation of these lackeys. After all, these sects are not to be underestimated compared to the garrison forces of the major cities. While the garrison may flee, these sects are established in connection with the great mountains and spiritual veins, as well as the paradisiacal realms. Even if they escape, they cannot find a better location than where they currently reside. The monk may run, but the temple remains. Should they flee, how would they accommodate their disciples? These sects vary in strength, some formidable, others feeble. Yet regardless of their nature, they are no match for the dragon riders. Observing the rapid surge of fortune value in his account, Lu Yuan could not help but beam with delight. With a bit more, he would be able to partake in another Imperial-level lottery. Chapter 90. The renowned Eastern continent. The news of the annihilation of the Apothecary Valley spread like wildfire across the Eastern continent. As this astonishing revelation continued to circulate, the entire realm was engulfed in shock. What? The Apothecary Valley has been destroyed? Which force could have accomplished such a feat? The Apothecary Valley is a venerable and transcendent power. How could it simply vanish? Swiftly, inquiries were made to uncover the truth. Numerous dignitaries donned expressions of grave concern. It is imperative to understand that any entity deemed transcendent must possess martial saints within its ranks. The Apothecary Valley, as one of the preeminent powers in the Eastern continent, was already formidable in its own right. Moreover, it served as the sacred ground for all alchemists in the region, holding a status of unparalleled significance. Yet now, it has been declared obliterated with such finality. This news reverberated throughout the Eastern continent, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Swiftly, through the concerted investigations of various factions, many came to learn the identity of the perpetrator responsible for the Apothecary Valley's demise. Lu Yuan. Upon hearing the name Lu Yuan, the dignitaries were momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuan? From whence did this individual emerge? If he possesses the might to annihilate the Apothecary Valley, why had they never encountered this name before? Continue the search. Deploy all intelligence networks. I demand comprehensive information on this Lu Yuan. The dignitaries were enveloped in a profound seriousness. The ability to dispatch the Apothecary Valley without a trace speaks volumes of Lu Yuan's formidable prowess. Unless they thoroughly investigate Lu Yuan's origins, these dignitaries would find no peace in their slumber. Previously, no matter how rebellious Lu Yuan had been, it was merely an internal affair of the Great Zhou. Few were aware of it. Now, with Lu Yuan's rise to prominence, he has stirred a tempest across the Eastern continent, unveiling every aspect of his being to the scrutiny of the major factions. However, upon discovering Lu Yuan's true identity, these dignitaries were left utterly astounded. What? Lu Yuan is merely a minor lord from the northern region of the Great Zhou dynasty? Since when did the Great Zhou dynasty become so formidable? As this information dawned upon the dignitaries, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over them. By the heavens, Lu Yuan is indeed affiliated with the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty is a preeminent imperial power in the Eastern continent, inherently powerful. Should another formidable figure like Lu Yuan arise, what chance do they have? Yet, the subsequent revelation finally alleviated the despair that had gripped these dignitaries. Oh, it turns out that Lu Yuan has already rebelled? Then all is well. Upon learning that Lu Yuan had severed ties with the Great Zhou, the dignitaries collectively exhaled in relief. Thank the heavens, Lu Yuan and the Great Zhou dynasty have now become adversaries. Otherwise, should they unite their formidable strengths, the entire Eastern continent is on the verge of being engulfed by the Great Zhou. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, these magnates could not help but scoff at the short-sightedness of the Great Zhou. For such a formidable prince, instead of seeking to recruit him, they have forced him into rebellion. Truly, it is an act of foolishness. Nevertheless, these influential figures felt a sense of relief, thankful that the emperor of the Great Zhou is indeed a fool. Otherwise, if the two powers were to unite, it would spell misfortune for them. Of course, aside from those who remained indifferent, relishing the unfolding drama, some factions expressed their indignation. Without exception, these factions had previously made promises to the Medicine King Valley, vowing to extend their assistance when needed. Furthermore, Yao Qianming had indeed signaled for help. Now that the Medicine King Valley is in peril, how could they possibly stand idly by? In an instant, the various factions were stirred into action. The Great Zhou dynasty had suddenly become the focal point of the entire Eastern continent. Countless powerful forces turned their attention towards the Great Zhou. At this moment, the name Lu Yuan, a being capable of altering the entire power dynamics of the Eastern continent, had firmly entered the realm of the magnate's awareness. Meanwhile, the venerable ancestor of the Great Zhou, Zhou Huang, upon receiving this news, was filled with a mix of joy and anger. His anger stemmed from the fact that the Great Zhou had become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern continent. Here was such a powerful prince. Yet they had driven him to treason. His joy, however, arose from the realization that Lu Yuan had now incurred the wrath of the masses. Numerous formidable factions had already made it clear that they would not rest until Lu Yuan was eradicated. Moreover, they were en route to exact their vengeance. Lu Yuan has truly made a blunder of monumental proportions. How dare he provoke the Medicine King Valley in his idleness? Does he not understand that the Medicine King Valley is akin to a hornet's nest, one to be avoided at all costs? Huang could hardly contain his laughter. Lu Yuan is courting death, daring to offend the Medicine King Valley, a force even the great Zhou dares not provoke. Despite the Medicine King Valley's superior combat prowess, it is backed by a significant portion of the forces across the eastern continent. Some of these factions owe a debt of gratitude to the Medicine King Valley. Others seek to curry favor, while some simply wish to partake in the excitement. These factions represent the backbone of the Medicine King Valley. Currently, Lu Yuan's predicament speaks volumes. As the Medicine King Valley faces adversity, those factions are rallying against Lu Yuan. Given that Lu Yuan has incurred the ire of the masses and has landed on the blacklist of various factions, there is no time to waste. An order must be dispatched for the army to march forthwith. This is a golden opportunity to decisively eliminate Lu Yuan's forces. Huang declared resolutely. This is indeed a divine chance bestowed upon them. In this moment of stillness, what more could one await? Meanwhile, Lu Yuan gleaned from the intelligence network known as the Drizzle that the entire eastern Zhou continent was abuzz with tumultuous news. A chuckle escaped his lips. How lively the situation had become. It was astonishing that his mere annihilation of a small faction, the Medicine King Valley, had stirred such a significant uproar. Despite the multitude of forces now fixated upon him, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. The 8th grade healing elixirs were already in the process of being concocted. Once completed, with Luo Yi's injuries mended, all adversaries would pose no threat. Their arrival would merely serve to present him with resources. He let out a soft snicker, eagerly anticipating the imminent Imperial level draw. Come forth, for he welcomed their presence. At this juncture, Lu Yuan's account had amassed over 9 million fortune points. Previously, his slaying of over 10,000 disciples from the Medicine King Valley had granted him more than 1 million fortune points, albeit they were merely insignificant minions. The true source of fortune lay with the elders of the Medicine King Valley, whom he had yet to confront. It was not that Lu Yuan refrained from eliminating them. Rather, he deemed it prudent to exploit their potential first. Once they had outlived their usefulness, he would relish the outcome. Chapter 91. Signing in for the Great Wilderness Sacred Body. A night passed in silence, another night of the clouds and rain of Mount Wu. With each fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's cultivation continued to advance. Observing the flickering lights within the tent, the ever-curious Shadow Inc., who stood guard nearby, felt an increasing sense of intrigue. However, with so many people around, Shadow Inc. had no choice but to suppress this curiosity for the time being, vowing to investigate further when the crowd thinned or dispersed. The following morning, Lu Yuan resumed his daily ritual of signing in. System, initiate my daily check-in. He yawned, his spirit somewhat diminished. The previous night had been a whirlwind of excitement, and it was only in the early hours of dawn that he finally succumbed to slumber, leaving him rather fatigued. Ding. System signing in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the Sacred Body, the Great Wilderness Sacred Body. The Great Wilderness Sacred Body. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this reward. He was familiar with the ancient Sacred Body, yet what was this Great Wilderness Sacred Body? At this point, the system provided Lu Yuan with an explanation of the Sacred Body. Great Wilderness Sacred Body, among the top 10 of the ancient 3,000 Sacred Body rankings. It harbors the essence of the Great Wilderness, condensing the divine soul of the Great Wilderness, with an ancient aura that fortifies the body, impervious to malevolence, and invulnerable to myriad laws. Effects can achieve a sacred physical form, significantly enhance comprehension and aptitude, and increase cultivation speed by 100-fold. This sacred body was indeed impressive. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, a smile crept onto Lu Yuan's face. What a formidable physique! Although it may not rival the ultimate sacred bodies of monstrous caliber, it was nonetheless superior to many of the sacred sons from the Holy Lands in the Eastern Continent. Ding! Host, will you accept the reward? Of course I will, Lu Yuan exclaimed eagerly. given his current state of being a mere waste. Any form of physique would surely surpass his present condition. As soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, an enigmatic aura suddenly enveloped him. Almost simultaneously, a miraculous phenomenon manifested in the heavens. The atmosphere stirred, and purple chi surged from the east for 30,000 miles. Behold, above the vast expanse of the nine heavens, the celestial palace resonated with profound sounds, while countless imperial phantoms gazed down with grandeur. Ethereal clouds danced, heavenly music filled the air, and the sound of bells and feasting echoed as myriad auspicious beasts frolicked joyfully. An overwhelmingly potent source of power descended from the void, enveloping Lu Yuan entirely. It was as if the very essence of the great Tao had manifested. At that moment, Lu Yuan found himself surrounded by a multitude of nearly liquid source energies, cocooning him in a milky white giant egg. The source energy infiltrated his being, initiating a profound metamorphosis. The flesh was restructured. The bones were reforged. The soul was reborn. From within, a transformation began at the very essence of his being. In that instant, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him, a comfort so exquisite that it elicited involuntary sighs of pleasure. It was an ecstasy that resonated from the deepest recesses of his soul, a transcendent leap in the hierarchy of life. Boom! As the final drop of source energy entered Lu Yuan's body, Lu Yuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A primal force, seemingly from the dawn of time, surged forth, dissipating into the surroundings. An air of desolation and solitude emerged in the hearts of those present. Facing Lu Yuan felt akin to confronting a slumbering beast of the wild. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Yuan exhaled a cloud of steam, enveloping him in mist. At this moment, he had never felt so utterly enlightened. Essentially, Lu Yuan was considered a waste body. Even when endowed with cultivation cards by the system, he could merely manage to cultivate. Yet now, Lu Yuan experienced a profound transformation. Inside his dantian, the originally gaseous spiritual energy had nearly transformed into a liquid state, viscous and thick like oil, exuding an ancient, primal aura. Although still at the martial emperor realm, his every movement now surpassed his previous strength by 100-fold. This was the enhancement of the sacred body. Terrifying indeed. As expected of the great wilderness sacred body, it was truly formidable. Lu Yuan could feel his robust physique, akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast's offspring, brimming with boundless strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with bare hands. A casual strike felt as heavy as the ancient rhythms of the great wilderness, pressing down with a weight that made it difficult to breathe. At that moment, everyone was astonished by the preceding spectacle. As they witnessed Lu Yuan descending from the sky, they hurried to greet him. "Congratulations, my lord. Celebrations are in order. The acquisition of the sacred body is truly a cause for joy." Their faces radiated fervor as they looked upon Lu Yuan, feeling genuine joy for his achievement. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan took notice of Yao Qianming, who had come to deliver the elixirs. Yao Qianming remained in a state of shock. He had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon when Lu Yuan awakened his sacred body and the celestial signs that accompanied it. With his keen insight, he recognized the dense primordial force emanating from Lu Yuan, which sent tumultuous waves through his heart. Good heavens! Is there truly a sacred body in this world? Attainable through cultivation? Yao Qianming was utterly dumbfounded. This incongruous scene plunged his thoughts into chaos. As the night passed, the first batch of 8th grade healing elixirs was successfully refined. Lu Yuan approached Yao Qianming, inquiring, "Master Yao, have my elixirs been prepared?" Upon hearing Lu Yuan call his name, Yao Qianming finally snapped out of his stupor. Yet his eyes remained fixated on Lu Yuan, as if attempting to confirm whether the figure before him was indeed a monster. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The intensity of Yao Qianming's gaze sent shivers down his spine. Were it not for Yao Qianming's utility, Lu Yuan could hardly restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow. "Master Yao, where are my pills?" "Oh." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's repeated calls, Yao Qianming finally snapped out of his daze. He hastily retrieved a porcelain vial crafted from warm jade from his pocket. "Your Highness, this is the elixir you requested." At that moment, even Yao Qianming unconsciously began to address Lu Yuan with a respectful title. The impression Lu Yuan left on him was profoundly deep, instilling a sense of reverence within Yao Qianming. Lu Yuan casually accepted the vial, opening it to find a total of 8 pills inside. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You have my gratitude, Master Yao. Just as Lu Yuan was about to hand the pills to Luo Yi, he hesitated momentarily while holding them. Oh no. His mother had taught him not to casually consume others' belongings when he was young. How had he forgotten this lesson upon growing up? With an innocuous smile adorning his face, Lu Yuan randomly selected one of the pills and extended it towards Yao Qianming. Master Yao, I trust you. However, I still fear that this elixir may be poisonous. Perhaps you could try it first? Staring at the pill being thrust towards him, Yao Qianming was momentarily stupefied. Poisonous. Yao Qianming. Confused expression realization quickly dawned upon him. This was Lu Yuan's way of expressing distrust. Yao Qianming's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and replied, I am not injured. Why would I consume this elixir? If a powerful healing pill is ingested by someone uninjured, they may suffer from a deficiency instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. Su Chu, come here. Let's create a few transparent holes in our esteemed Master Yao. Yao Qianming. Shocked expression Lu Yuan. What do you intend to do? His face paled as he retreated several steps. This was outrageous. Why would he suddenly want to harm him? Lu Yuan feigned innocence. Master Yao, did you not say that consuming an elixir without injuries would lead to adverse effects? If I create a few holes in you, wouldn't you then be injured? Once injured, it would be the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of this elixir. Yao Qianming. Dumbfounded wait. Is this even a valid approach? Chapter 92. The first batch of medicinal pills is complete. The might of the holy body. Stop. Can I not eat it? Yao Qianming glared at Lu Yuan with resentment. The fear that had just begun to rise within him dissipated entirely in an instant. Subsequently, Yao Qianming accepted the medicinal pill and swallowed it whole. Humph. Are you satisfied now? His cold snort was rife with dissatisfaction. Lu Yuan remained silent, merely gazing at Yao Qianming. After a brief moment, seeing only a trickle of nosebleed from Yao Qianming and no other peculiarities, Lu Yuan finally nodded in relief. Fortunately, it seemed this batch of pills had not been tampered with by Yao Qianming. With a smile, Lu Yuan remarked, Lord of the Medicine Valley, you must understand my caution. After all, one must always guard against potential threats. However, I must say, these pills are quite effective. They even made a formidable martial saint like you bleed from the nose. Yao Qianming shot a furious glance at Lu Yuan, wiping his sleeve and staining it with blood. This little brat truly speaks without feeling the pain. All his spiritual energy was sealed, rendering him unable to channel it to counteract the effects of the pill. The rampant medicinal powers surged through his body. If he did not bleed, who would? Once assured that the pills posed no threat, Lu Yuan handed over the remaining 7 healing pills to Luo Yi. Luo Yi, these pills are for you. Prioritize your recovery, as you are our primary fighting force. Consume them promptly. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Luo Yi clasped his hands in gratitude. Without pretense, he took 5 out of the 7 pills. Given his current capabilities, he could only refine 5 8th-grade pills at once. Anything beyond that would merely be wasteful. As for the potential dangers of overconsumption, there was no cause for concern. These pills were crafted from the essence of flora, infused with the spirit of heaven and earth. Taking too many would only lead to an inability to absorb the energy. Or worse, an overwhelming force that could result in fatality. As for the possibility of pill toxicity, it could not be entirely dismissed, but it was exceedingly rare. After setting aside 5 pills, 2 remained. Lu Yuan randomly selected 2 individuals from the remaining Yin Yun 18 riders to bestow the pills upon them, while the others would have to wait. Lord of the Medicine Valley, you must exert yourself. We have only produced 8 pills thus far, with 22 still needed. After distributing the pills, Lu Yuan, like a taskmaster, urged Yao Qianming to hasten his alchemical endeavors. However, Yao Qianming coldly retorted, Humph. I shall not forget my duty to refine the pills. Now that I have provided you with the medicinal pills, I demand to see my daughter to ensure her safety. Otherwise, I shall cease my alchemical work. Yao Qianming let out a cold snort. His greatest concern now was his daughter. Given her extraordinary beauty, he couldn't help but worry that Lu Yuan might harbor ulterior motives. Should he discover that his daughter had been harmed, he would vow never to concoct even a single pill for Lu Yuan again, regardless of the consequences. A reasonable suggestion indeed. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and nodded to Su Chu. The only leverage he had was being treated with utmost care. Come with me, Su Chu grinned at Yao Qianming. Having experienced a similar incident before, Su Chu was quite adept at handling the situation, thanks to his past encounters. After merely a brief meeting with Yao Shi, Yao Qianming was promptly sent back to continue refining pills, subjected to treatment more harrowing than that of a slave. Were it not for the desire to motivate Yao Qianming, Lu Yuan wouldn't have even granted him this fleeting moment. By the way, Mo, inform Yuan's Zhong to return with his 100,000 dragon cavalry. Given the current tumultuous times, we must set aside other matters for now. With Luo Yi in seclusion, our high-end combat power has significantly diminished. To be prudent, I will recall Yuan's Zhong, who is leading the dragon cavalry, into battle. The surrounding major forces have been thoroughly eradicated by the dragon cavalry, and gathering the remaining 20 million fortune points will not be feasible in the short term. Understood. Mo acknowledged, his figure gradually dissolving into the shadows. After delegating a few tasks to the others, Lu Yuan immersed himself in cultivation. He had just acquired the Great Wilderness Sacred Body and was eager to test its capabilities. Let us see how the speed of cultivation changes after obtaining the Sacred Body. After another night of rigorous practice, the following morning, Lu Yuan smiled lightly and opened his personal interface. Host: Lu Yuan, Strength, Mid-Martial Emperor. Subordinate Forces: 18 Riders of Yuan, lightly injured. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, Enhanced Version. 50,000 Trap Battalion, Shadow Guards, Drizzle, 10,000 Northern Army, damaged. Subordinate Guards: Li Sandao Su Chu. Fortune Points: 9, 820, 375. Indeed, after a series of consolidations, Lu Yuan had finally stepped into the mid-martial emperor realm. Chapter 93, Signing in for the Imperial Armor. A visitor from the Baichao Merchant Association, Lu Yuan not only achieved the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, but his fortune points had also soared to an astonishing 9,800,000. Only 20,000 more were needed to partake in another imperial level lottery. With just this small margin remaining, there was no need for haste. Instead, he decided to engage in his daily check-in first. As he approached the moment of decision, Lu Yuan felt a surge of anticipation and promptly accessed the system's check-in interface. Once again, it was time for the daily sign-in. System, I wish to check in. As customary, a lottery awaited him. Beep. System check-in in progress. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the Imperial Armor, Golden Silkworm Spirit Silk Armor. To his astonishment, it was a defensive type of Imperial artifact. Lu Yuan was both surprised and delighted. Although the reward was commendable, the fact that this Imperial artifact was a defensive inner armor rendered it somewhat impractical. If a formidable opponent could breach the defenses of his numerous subordinates and reach him, that individual would undoubtedly be an extraordinary powerhouse. In the face of such a foe's assault, even donning Imperial-level defensive armor would be futile. Alas, it was better than nothing. With this Imperial defensive inner armor, his survivability would surely be enhanced to some degree. After all, the rewards from the system's check-in were random. Some were beneficial, while others were less so. Securing an Imperial-level defensive item was still commendable. Despite his dissatisfaction, Lu Yuan, valuing his life, immediately donned the armor. The golden silk armor was merely a thin layer, almost resembling a delicate veil when held in hand. Wearing it, one could hardly discern its presence. Yet, despite its slenderness, its defensive capability was exceptional. Below the martial sage level, one would find it near impossible to penetrate. My lord. The moment Lu Yuan appeared, Luo Yi approached with utmost respect. Seeing Luo Yi, who had regained his vitality, Lu Yuan beamed with joy and exclaimed, "How is it, Luo Yi? How is your strength recovering? If those 5 8th grade elixirs are insufficient, I can provide you with more." Lu Yuan enthusiastically patted Luo Yi's shoulder, which felt as solid as steel. With gratitude, Luo Yi clasped his hands together and replied, "Thank you for your concern. My lord, I have now restored about 70 to 80% of my strength. With just 2 more elixirs, I shall be entirely healed. After a bit of recuperation, I will regain my full combat capability." Lu Yuan nodded in delight. Excellent. As long as it aids in your recovery, there are plenty of elixirs available. Just then, Yao Qianming arrived with another batch of elixirs. Yao Qianming, sporting a disheveled hairdo and a slightly pallid complexion, appeared somewhat weakened. In truth, it was not just him. Even the elders of the Medicine King Valley appeared as if they had just emerged from a haze of opium, their faces etched with exhaustion. It was hardly surprising. They had gone without sleep for over a day and night. Moreover, the alchemical process required unwavering concentration. A moment's distraction could lead to catastrophic failures in their work. Consequently, this intense two-day endeavor had nearly drained the vitality of the high-ranking members of the Medicine King Valley. Lu Yuan, the materials you provided have been completely depleted. From here on, I am at a loss unless you can furnish me with the ingredients necessary for crafting healing elixirs, said Yao Qianming, his tone laced with irritation. Upon hearing Yao Qianming's response, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and turned to Su Chu. Su Chu, how many elixirs has the Medicine King Valley produced in total from this batch? Su Chu replied, My lord, we have produced a total of 26 elixirs. Initially, 8 were made, followed by another 10 last night, and an additional 8 this morning, bringing the total to 26. Su Chu had meticulously recorded every detail of this data. Lu Yuan nodded, his gaze flickering momentarily. In this light, it seemed that the elixirs would suffice. Let us prioritize Lu Yi. The 18 riders of Yinyun shall each receive 1 for now, Lu Yuan contemplated. Although the combat prowess of the 18 riders was formidable, Lu Yi represented the pinnacle of strength among his subordinates, and thus deserved precedence. Indeed, the 18 riders bore no objections to this allocation, as their capabilities paled in comparison to Lu Yi's. With the previous supply of lower-tier elixirs and several days of recuperation, an 8th-grade elixir would be sufficient for their near-total recovery. At that moment, as the elixirs were distributed, Lu Yuan cast a sly glance at Yao Qianming. The interests of the Medicine King Valley had been thoroughly exhausted. Unable to produce any more elixirs, it was time to sever ties, after all. As the ancients of our illustrious heritage have said, one must root out the weeds entirely. Now, having offended them so gravely, I cannot rest easy with them remaining. Lu Yuan's gaze bore a glint of menace as he regarded Yao Qianming. His daughter had been captured, his sect annihilated, and he himself was coerced into servitude like a mere slave. Were the roles reversed, he would have seized the opportunity to eliminate the threat without hesitation. Despite Yao Qianming's current compliance, Lu Yuan believed it was merely a fade of restraint. He had no faith that Yao Qianming would genuinely relinquish his deep-seated animosity. Just as Lu Yuan was about to command Su Chu to take action, Rainxiang hurriedly entered with news, My lord. A powerful individual claiming to be from the 100 Dynasties Commerce Association has arrived outside. Do you wish to meet him? Lu Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. A powerful figure from the 100 Dynasties Commerce Association? Lu Yuan couldn't help but reminisce about his previous time in Shuafang City. When he conquered Shuafang City, he plundered all the major forces within it. Among them was the 100 Dynasty Chamber of Commerce. Interestingly, the first 8th-grade elixir used by Luo Yi was procured from this very chamber. Could it be that the 100 Dynasty Chamber of Commerce has come seeking retribution for the resources taken from Shuafang City? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan decided. Since they have arrived, it would be prudent to meet them. His gaze flickered. Even if they sought trouble, he was unperturbed. After all, they were merely a merchant association. What could they possibly do to him? Before departing, Lu Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Yao Qianming. Since they had been interrupted and other matters had delayed him, he might as well wait a little longer. After all, the people from the Medicine King Valley could not escape. Lu Yuan chose to hold the meeting in the Grand Hall of the Medicine King Valley, true to its reputation as the wealthiest force on the eastern continent. The hall was constructed entirely of spirit stones, serving as bricks. The formations gathered within, resulting in the spiritual energy coalescing into a mist. Just a single breath taken in this hall brought an exhilarating sense of relief. The grandeur of the hall surpassed even that of the palaces of the major dynasties. As the onlookers maintained their vigilance, a powerful figure from the 100 Dynasty Chamber of Commerce stepped gracefully into Lu Yuan's hall. Upon entering, the representative from the chamber was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, his cultivation was formidable, being a semi-saint level expert. Yet, upon witnessing the scene within the hall, he felt a surge of unease. At that moment, almost everyone present matched or surpassed his cultivation level. Naturally, Lu Yuan was the exception. The atmosphere was thick with powerful presences, each exuding an intimidating aura. Under the watchful eyes of so many strong individuals, Even this stalwart from the 100 Dynasty chamber felt a hint of panic rising within him. I am Bai Li, here to pay my respects to Lord Lu Yuan and to greet all esteemed elders. Bai Li immediately lowered his stance, recognizing the gravity of the situation. What else could he do? With so many powerful figures observing him, any display of arrogance would be tantamount to courting death. Lu Yuan, casting a casual glance, replied indifferently. Since the other party had come seeking an audience with him, he felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of dignity. Observing Lu Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Li felt a flicker of anxiety. This situation was decidedly different from what he had envisioned. Here was Lu Yuan, the very one who had executed the plunder, and yet he remained so composed upon the arrival of the principal party. Surely, he couldn't believe that his actions were justified? If Lu Yuan were privy to Bai Li's thoughts, he would certainly scoff at them. Humph, with so many chambers of commerce, why have you not seen me plunder others? Bah, what plunder? Was it truly plunder? I had indeed made the purchase in advance. It is merely that the payment for the goods will require a few years of patience. As for why I sought out your esteemed Baichao Merchants Association, it is because your association lacks the discernment to recognize the esteemed connections with the great Zhou royal family. Chapter 94. Are you sending me off? Or are you sending me to my doom? As all eyes fixated intensely upon him, Bai Li could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. He was acutely aware that a single misstep in his words could very well seal his fate here today. Yet, remaining silent was no longer an option. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Bai Li mustered his courage and said, Prince Lu, I wonder if you recall the matters concerning Shuafang City. Oh, I do not recall, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, smacking his lips as if it were of no consequence. Bai Li, this conversation is doomed. By heavens, he hadn't even begun to speak, and already, the prince claimed ignorance. Was it not evident that he harbored a guilty conscience? Bai Li thought to himself. Having lived so many years, he had never encountered anyone so unabashedly shameless. With a forced chuckle, Bai Li remarked, Your Highness, please do not jest with me. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, a teasing curve gracing his lips. Hee, when have I ever jested with you? By the way, do you have any other business? I am quite occupied at the moment. If there is nothing else, let us conclude here. Su Chu, come here and see our guest off. Lu Yuan cast a glance at Su Chu, who understood immediately and drew forth his long blade, sharpening it with a menacing grin as he approached Bai Li. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li's complexion instantly changed. Ah, wait. If you are sending me off, why wield a knife? Are you not sending me off, but rather, are you here to take my life? At this point, Bai Li dared not even broach the subject of reclaiming the supplies. How could he? Before he could utter a word, the other party had already drawn a weapon. If he were to speak up now, would he not become mere minced meat in the next instant? After all, prior to his arrival, he had not received any direct orders insisting he reclaim the supplies. It would be best to recover them, but if not, it was imperative to avoid provoking Lu Yuan and never to become his enemy. After all, previously there was the Sword Question sect, and now the Medicine King Valley. Two formidable forces had already been annihilated at Lu Yuan's hands. Who would dare to provoke him? As Su Chu drew nearer, Bai Li hastily declared, Your Highness, please do not rush. I did not come here today to discuss the supplies. At this, Lu Yuan cast a surprised glance at Bai Li. Raising a hand, Su Chu immediately halted, reverting to a seemingly benign demeanor. Lu Yuan then wore a renewed smile. Ah? Envoy Bai Li, why did you not mention this sooner? Look at the chaos this has caused. Someone, please offer a seat to Envoy Bai Li. No, I shall leave once I conclude this matter. Bai Li thought to himself, feeling speechless at the swift change in Lu Yuan's demeanor. How could he dare to sit in the seat bestowed upon him? Moments ago, he realized that the individual before him was a formidable character, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. If His Highness Prince Lu had an interest in those resources, we, the Baichao Merchants Association, shall graciously offer them to you as a token of our first meeting. However, my purpose today is to discuss a matter of considerable importance, one that is exceedingly urgent. As the conversation turned to serious matters, Bai Li, the sentinel, spoke with a grave expression. Your Highness, are you aware that Shuafang City has been utterly annihilated? What? Shuafang City has fallen? Lu Yuan exclaimed, taken aback. Just a couple of days prior, he had returned from there. The gravity of the situation did not escape Lu Yuan, who was visibly startled. Bailey nodded somberly and continued, "Indeed, Shuafang City has now transformed into a ghost town. All its inhabitants have been slaughtered, including our branch of the Baichao Merchants Association, which has been completely obliterated." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze discreetly shifted to Yu Xiong, his eyes filled with questions. Yu Xiong responded with a wry smile before communicating telepathically, "My lord, we at the Drizzle have only just uncovered the situation in Shuafang City. It appears that every resident, be they cultivators or common folk, has vanished without a trace, as if they had been spirited away. However, we have yet to ascertain the identity of the formidable force responsible. The news of the city's destruction has begun to circulate, and many suspect that it was our dragon cavalry that perpetrated the massacre, considering we had only recently returned from that region." Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, his expression darkening. The matter was neither trivial nor monumental, yet it was undeniably disconcerting to have such a grave accusation thrust upon him when he was innocent of the deed. "Bailey, do you truly believe that I am responsible for the slaughter in Shuafang City? Do you and your associates in the city also presume that I am the perpetrator?" Lu Yuan questioned, his countenance reflecting his displeasure. "And no. Bailey hastily waved his hands in denial. "Your Highness, I am fully aware that you could never commit such an act. Furthermore, our branch in Shuafang City reported the circumstances at the time, confirming that you were not involved." After a moment's contemplation, Bailey continued earnestly, "Allow me to speak candidly. According to the last messages received from our Shuafang branch, they reported encountering a dense black fog just before their demise. Upon further investigation, we detected traces of residual demonic energy. Thus, we suspect that it was the work of practitioners of dark arts." "Demonic practitioners?" Lu Yuan's brows knitted together in concern. It had been many years since he had last encountered such a term. Bailey, the vigilant sentinel, fixed his gaze upon Lord Lu Yuan and proclaimed, "Your Highness, the populace outside is convinced that you are the one who slaughtered Shuafang City. In light of this, we at the Baichao Merchants Association are equally incensed. Consequently, we have resolved to join forces with you to uncover the whereabouts of that malevolent cultivator. By apprehending him, we shall restore your honor." Bailey candidly expressed his intentions. This time, the Baichao Merchants Association faced more than just the loss of an entire branch. Their reputation had sustained a grievous blow. Failing to eliminate the demon cultivator responsible for the destruction of their branch would undermine their authority. If word of this incident spread, would it not invite others to trample upon the Baichao Merchants Association? Previously, despite Lu Yuan's plundering of the entire branch, at least he had left behind an IOU. No matter the circumstances, it provided a semblance of dignity. Yet, what had that demon cultivator done? He had obliterated their branch entirely. Was this not a blatant slap in the face? However, upon hearing Bailey's words, Lu Yuan sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Since the Baichao Merchants Association was aware that the destruction of Shuafang City was not his doing, but rather the work of a demon cultivator, and they possessed evidence to support this, why did they not present it? Instead, they insisted that he seek out the proof? This was nothing short of using him as a pawn. Chapter 95. The Imperial Lottery, the Great Emperor of Chang'an. Lu Yuan tilted his head, a cryptic smile adorning his face. Why must one prove their innocence? Messenger Bailey, are you suggesting that the Baichao Merchants Association cannot investigate for themselves? Besides, do you not possess the evidence of my innocence? Why not simply present it? Bailey Shouwei was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth, yet hesitating to respond. Indeed, Lu Yuan's words seemed to carry substantial weight. However, from the perspective of the Baichao Merchants Association, why should they divulge evidence they had in their possession to substantiate Lu Yuan's innocence? Let us not forget, the branch in Shuafang City had previously been plundered by Lu Yuan. It would be fortunate if they did not pursue him for that. Lord Lu, the situation is not as you portray. Our Baichao Merchants Association can assure you that if you assist us in apprehending the murderer, we will certainly stand before everyone to clarify the situation. Do you not desire to vindicate yourself? Yet, Lu Yuan merely shrugged indifferently. Do as you wish. After all, it is not my hand that stained the city with blood. I am unconcerned with how others perceive me. If anyone takes issue, they are welcome to confront me. Bearing the burden of the title of a city destroyer, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet little else. After all, in this realm, strength reigned supreme. Reputation was trivial, true power was the ultimate truth. Furthermore, he was not a paragon of virtue, so a good reputation held little value for him. Lu Yuan smirked, aware that even if he refrained from intervening, the Baichao Merchants Association would inevitably act. This matter pertained to their own honor. Their insistence on involving him was merely a means to secure an additional scapegoat. Seeing Lu Yuan unmoved, Bailey Shouwei fell silent. Indeed, those devoid of shame are invincible in this world. Since Lord Lu was unwilling to take action, this matter would have to be set aside. Bailey Shouwei felt disheartened. He had initially hoped to leverage Lu Yuan's strength to eliminate the unknown demonic cultivator. After all, a being capable of consuming an entire city's populace would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Yet now, that plan was undeniably thwarted. After Bailey Shouwei departed, Lu Yuan sat there, his gaze flickering. At that moment, Su Chu approached quietly and asked, "My lord, shall I follow him and eliminate him?" Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered. Then he spoke solemnly, "The Baichao Merchants Association dares to scheme against me. They truly are oblivious." A half-saint. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Surely, the luck of a half-saint cannot be insubstantial. Su Chu, present. Follow closely and eliminate Mr. Bai swiftly. Act with agility, avoiding any unnecessary complications that might afford the opponent a moment's respite. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Although the Baichao Chamber of Commerce had expressed their stance, declaring that past grievances would be erased, he had not consented to such terms. The principle remains. One should never place faith in former adversaries, nor should one ever strike when they are down or stab them in the back. It is preferable to believe in the existence of ghosts than to trust that enemies will display benevolence towards you. Moreover, he was merely 100,000 short of being able to conduct an Imperial-level lottery. How could Lu Yuan possibly let such a splendid opportunity to acquire fortune slip away? Understood. Su Chu responded with enthusiasm, flexing his knuckles with a satisfying crack. At last, I can stretch my muscles. Not long after, Lu Yuan heard the system's prompt. Ding. The host will slay a semi-holy powerhouse, earning 200,000 fortune points. As only Su Chu, a semi-holy level warrior, had engaged in this endeavor. The fortune points were not diminished. Thus, Lu Yuan directly received 200,000 fortune points. At that moment, the fortune points in Lu Yuan's account surpassed 10 million once more. Wonderful. He had finally gathered enough for an Imperial-level lottery. Lu Yuan's face radiated excitement. Accumulating this 10 million in fortune points had been no easy feat. He could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "System, I wish to conduct an Imperial-level lottery." Ding. The host has selected the Imperial-level lottery. The system is now drawing. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exclusive guardian, the great Emperor Chang'an. The title of emperor elicited a gasp of astonishment from Lu Yuan. At last, he had drawn an emperor. After 3 attempts, it was indeed a challenging feat. Lu Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. At that moment, the system provided a brief description of the great Emperor Chang'an. Great Emperor Chang'an, late-stage martial emperor cultivation, equipped with the supreme imperial weapon, the Chang'an sword. Techniques include the Chang'an Emperor Scripture, the 9 styles of Chang'an, Chang'an Palm, Chang'an Fist. The great Emperor Chang'an was formidable, possessing late-stage martial emperor cultivation. In the realm of Imperial-level lotteries, he would likely be classified as a reward of above-average quality. Boom. In the next instant, the space shattered, and a middle-aged man clad in azure appeared beside Lu Yuan. "I am Chang'an, at your service, my lord." The great Emperor Chang'an bowed respectfully to Lu Yuan. Having attained the status of an emperor, his appearance remained ageless, with a lifespan extending for countless millennia. Thus, the great Emperor Chang'an appeared not as a feeble old man, but as a strikingly handsome middle-aged figure with sharp brows and bright eyes, and a robust physique. The path is profoundly simple, and the primordial essence converges as one. Just standing there, the great Emperor Chang'an seemed to merge with the very essence of this world, imparting an ethereal sensation. Though his aura was restrained, his gaze revealed the profound vicissitudes of life. The demeanor is extraordinarily ethereal, and his form is remarkably graceful. To any observer, it is evident that this Emperor of the Azure Clouds does not belong to the mortal realm. He is akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Chapter 96. The Thunder of Destruction. As the calamity clouds shattered, the tribulation thunder naturally dissipated. Even though Lu Yuan was mentally prepared, he was nonetheless astonished by the ethereal presence of the Azure Cloud Emperor. After a moment, Lu Yuan regained his composure, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Excellent, excellent," he exclaimed repeatedly, revealing the fervor surging within him. He circled the Azure Cloud Emperor twice, marveling audibly at the sight before him. It was no trivial matter. A legendary emperor now stood vividly before him. Furthermore, this formidable emperor was entirely at his command, honoring him above all else. Who would not be bewildered in such a situation? Indeed, perhaps it was the anticipation that had built up over time. The more Lu Yuan observed, the more his heart swelled with joy. This was an emperor. Beside Lu Yuan, the onlookers gazed at the Azure Cloud Emperor, their eyes reflecting not only reverence for a powerful figure, but also an involuntary envy. Even Luo Yi could not help but express a quiet admiration. He had never witnessed the master show such concern for anyone before. This Azure Cloud Emperor had been summoned directly from the system, appearing without a sound. Thus, apart from Lu Yuan's immediate entourage, no one else was drawn to this extraordinary event. At this moment, Lu Yuan's gaze ignited with fervor as he addressed the Azure Cloud Emperor. "Might I witness the might of an emperor? What does it truly entail?" The martial emperor was already the strongest in this realm. Lu Yuan longed to see what a display of ultimate power from the mightiest in this world would look like. "Of course, my lord." The Azure Cloud Emperor responded respectfully, bowing slightly. He was utterly devoted to Lu Yuan's command. At the entrance of the central hall lay a vast plaza, where the crowd surged eagerly. Suddenly, the Azure Cloud Emperor turned to Lu Yuan. "My lord, shall I unleash my full strength?" "Yes. Show me your utmost strike. I wish to see where the limits of an emperor lie." Lu Yuan nodded earnestly. To witness such a spectacle, it must be the full force of his power. The Azure Cloud Emperor, a sword cultivator by nature, possessed the legendary Azure Cloud sword bestowed by the system. Among the various practitioners, sword cultivators were often regarded as the most formidable. Very well. The Azure Cloud Emperor's expression grew solemn. Recognizing the significance of delivering his strongest blow, he unsheathed his Azure Cloud sword. With a hum, the moment the Azure Cloud sword emerged, the very air trembled. The Azure Cloud Emperor closed his eyes slightly, gathering his energy, channeling his essence, and forming seals. A surge of majestic, piercing sword intent ascended skyward. Around him, ordinary swords within a 100-mile radius began to quiver and resonate in their sheaths, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Such profound sword intent. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered in Luo Yi's eyes as he forcefully suppressed the restlessness of the emperor-slaying spear in his grasp. The spear, a supreme artifact of unparalleled might, resonated deeply with Luo Yi, its master. As a consummate marksman, Luo Yi possessed a unique understanding of the essence of firearms. Yet, when juxtaposed with the sheer prowess of the emperor, his own mastery paled in comparison, perhaps due to the disparity in their realms of power. The onlookers were transfixed, their gazes riveted on every movement of the celestial emperor. Observing such a formidable presence in action provided them with unparalleled insights into their own paths. As the emperor's aura intensified, dark storm clouds began to gather ominously overhead, rumbling with thunderous fury. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in an oppressive darkness, rendering visibility to mere inches. Amidst the inky blackness, flashes of lightning danced like serpents, crackling and snapping, as if the heavens themselves were in a state of wrath. What transpired? What was this phenomenon? As Lu Yuan beheld the terrifying scene unfolding above, his heart quaked with trepidation. The thunderous roars filled his ears, and the spectacle before him resembled the harbinger of an apocalyptic doom. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never witnessed such a cataclysmic display. Was this a tribulation cloud? No, that couldn't be. There were no souls undergoing tribulation here. Why would such clouds appear? Yu Xiang, the mastermind of intelligence, instantly recognized the nature of this scene. However, this recognition only deepened his dread. It is well known that the emergence of tribulation clouds typically heralds the ascension of a powerful being, the birth of an extraordinary treasure, or the culmination of a supreme sacred body. And yet, here we were, under a clear sky suddenly beset by a tribulation cloud. Unthinkable. The crowd was equally bewildered, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. But as the thunder within the cloud grew more numerous and profound, They quickly discerned that this tribulation cloud differed in hue from those associated with typical tribulations. Was this the lightning of destruction? Could it be true? Yuxiang could not suppress his alarm as he spoke out in fear. Indeed, the color of the lightning in the sky had morphed into a deep crimson, even hinting at a sinister blackness. The purple lightning was the harbinger of annihilation. In that moment, the terrifying purple-red tribulation struck fear into the hearts of all present. They collectively sensed that should that lightning descend upon them, it would obliterate their very beings in an instant. Just then, the celestial emperor's voice resonated in Lu Yuan's ear. "My lord, I sense an ominous presence that is already locked onto me." Locked onto? What did that mean? Lu Yuan remained lost in his fear, unable to respond. The emperor's countenance remained calm as he continued. "This realm seems to disallow the existence of any power beyond that of an emperor. As soon as a force surpassing that of the martial emperor manifests, this realm shall be besieged by heavenly tribulations that will obliterate it." What? Obliterate? Does that mean the heavenly tribulations are aimed at you? Lu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "My lord, is it that you wish to witness the full extent of my power?" Lu Yuan responded, rendered speechless by the grave demeanor of the Azure Cloud Emperor. "You seem rather composed. So what shall we do now?" Gazing at the ominous storm clouds that had begun to form in the sky, a flicker of concern crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. From what he had heard from Yuxiang and the others, Lu Yuan was well aware of the devastating might of this thunderstorm. Even the martial emperor would find it difficult to escape. Yet, the Azure Cloud Emperor remained unfazed, stating, "Evading the heavenly tribulations is quite simple. One can ascend directly to the celestial realm, and the storm clouds will be unable to detect my aura, thus dissipating naturally." At these words, Lu Yuan was left utterly dumbfounded. "No way. Ascend? I have only just summoned a martial emperor. Must I lose him so soon?" However, the Azure Cloud Emperor's next statement successfully roused Lu Yuan's spirits. "Of course, aside from ascending, there exists another method." "What method?" Lu Yuan inquired eagerly, not wishing for his newly summoned emperor to ascend prematurely. At the very least, they should ascend together. The Azure Cloud Emperor pointed to the clouds above and replied nonchalantly, "There is indeed another way, and that is to directly shatter these storm clouds. Once the storm clouds are shattered, the tribulations will naturally cease to exist." Lu Yuan. Chapter 97. Slaying the Giant Dragon, Shattering the Calamity Clouds. Shatter the Calamity Clouds? Do you wish to reconsider your words? Yet, as Lu Yuan gazed at the Azure Cloud Emperor from a distance, he observed that the latter's expression remained placid, as if he were merely expounding upon an established fact. Lu Yuan fell silent, realizing that the one who startled so easily was, in fact, himself. The Azure Cloud Emperor, much like the previously encountered Li Sandao, belonged to a class of individuals whose power reached unfathomable heights. Consequently, when they spoke the truth, it was often dismissed as mere bravado. "Very well, Azure Cloud, I must now rely on you. Exercise caution." Lu Yuan expressed his concerns to the Azure Cloud ancestor. In the face of divine retribution, his own cultivation was utterly insufficient to offer any assistance. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall shatter these calamity clouds with a single stroke," the Azure Cloud Emperor replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. The Azure Cloud Emperor exuded an audacious confidence. With that, the Azure Cloud Emperor turned to face the impending thunderous tribulation, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. With a resounding boom, a formidable aura erupted from his being. To contend against the heavens, the earth, and all existence is the essence of cultivation. To defy the heavens is but a natural course. Azure Cloud Sword, arise. As the Emperor made his move, a terrifying Imperial might surged forth, radiating power in all directions. Battle, battle, battle. To slice through heaven and earth, to vanquish gods and demons. With the Azure Cloud Sword in hand, all laws shall yield to my command. Lu Yuan, merely a bystander, felt as though he were a solitary boat adrift in a boundless, tumultuous ocean, vulnerable to being engulfed by monstrous waves at any moment. Not only Lu Yuan, but all present shared a similar sentiment. This was the unique majesty that belonged to a powerful emperor. When Imperial might was unleashed, even the gods dared not to approach. Azure Cloud Sword technique, myriad azure lotuses. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the Azure Cloud Emperor unleashed his most formidable technique. The azure cloud sword technique transformed into countless beams of sword light, each resembling a lotus, with each petal embodying an infinite realm of sword energy. The surrounding void shattered in waves of destruction. The azure lotuses emanated an enchanting beauty, their sharp essence slicing through the fabric of space. The myriad lotus sword lights, imbued with a razor-sharp aura, surged forth to assail the massive purple dragon. At that moment, the ominous calamity clouds above had fully coalesced. The relentless rumbling of thunder filled the air, transforming the sky into a tempestuous thunder pool. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a colossal purple-red thunder dragon glided gracefully within. Roar! As the multitude of lotus sword energies approached, the purple-red thunder dragon seemed to bristle with indignation. It had always been the one to cleave others with abandon. When had any cultivator dared to provoke it so brazenly? With its enormous pupils wide open, the thunder dragon fixed its furious gaze upon the azure cloud emperor. Roar, roar, roar! With a thunderous bellow, the dragon, serpentine in form, surged forward towards the azure cloud emperor in a furious charge. At this moment, it felt as if the wrath of the heavens descended from the skies. Roar! A myriad of azure lotus sword energies converged to annihilate. Struck by the overwhelming rain of lotus swords that obscured the sun and sky, the thunderous dragon let out a series of furious roars. From the dragon's body, streams of milky white lightning essence were severed, scattering in all directions. Those below, struck by this energy, felt a tingling sensation surge through their bodies. Meanwhile, the thunderous dragon was gradually diminished by the azure lotus sword energies, akin to butter melting away, becoming ever smaller. At this moment, the celestial emperor of azure clouds made his move again. The azure cloud sword technique, a single stroke to part the heavens. Flash! The azure cloud sword in the celestial emperor's hand suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant radiance. In an instant, the void shattered, and countless laws withered. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be cleaved in two by the celestial emperor's sword. Even though the thunderous dragon desperately attempted to resist, it could not withstand this breathtaking strike. Ultimately, the thunderous dragon let out a reluctant roar, as a single sword transformed into myriad swords, reducing the dragon to fine currents of electricity. Boom! The calamity clouds appeared to be vacuumed away, vanishing completely in an instant. Lu Yuan stood aside, dumbfounded. This celestial emperor of azure clouds is truly formidable. He effortlessly dispelled the mightiest attack conjured by the laws of this realm. Incredible! Lu Yuan could not help but exclaim. He had initially thought that summoning such a powerful emperor would allow him to dominate the eastern continent. Now it was evident that he indeed could reign supreme. At this moment, the celestial emperor returned to Lu Yuan's side, a peculiar flush gracing his face. Noticing this, Lu Yuan anxiously inquired, "Azure Cloud, are you all right? Are you injured?" Lu Yuan's expression was tinged with concern. If the celestial emperor were to be injured, it would indeed be a great loss. The celestial emperor smiled gently. "I am fine, my lord. It's merely a bit of shock. I will recover shortly." Relieved to hear that everything was well, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, his face still reflected worry. "Next time, please refrain from overexerting yourself. After all, it is the heavenly calamity. It is not something to be taken lightly." The celestial emperor nodded, "Yes, my lord. As long as I refrain from employing power beyond that of a martial emperor, it should not pose much of a problem. However, should I wield the strength of an emperor, the calamity clouds will reappear." Lu Yuan chuckled, "Then simply avoid using power beyond that of an emperor. Given your current cultivation, you are already an invincible presence on this continent." The celestial emperor surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Luo Yi. Pointing at him, he remarked, "Fortunately, with his level of strength, I could take on 30 of him." Luo Yi, feeling somewhat offended, "An emperor of the same realm is invincible, but above an emperor, it's a one-for-one exchange." This is the answer bestowed upon Lu Yuan by the celestial emperor. At this moment, the sudden appearance of the thundercloud drew the attention of all within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The formidable aura of the thunderous dragon left an indelible impression on everyone present. Beside them, Yao Qianming gazed at the celestial emperor approaching Lu Yuan, his expression akin to that of a man who has seen a ghost. To shatter the will of the heavenly Tao and manifest a thunder dragon with a single strike. Could this be human? Those under Lu Yuan's command, such as Su Chu and Yuan Zhuozong, remained unfazed, aware that this was one of their own. Yet, Yao Qianming was bewildered, having no knowledge of where this celestial emperor had emerged from. Meanwhile, in the distance, the imperial forces of the Great Zhou dynasty had already arrived within 10,000 miles of the Yaowang Valley. Upon catching sight of the colossal dragon born of destructive lightning, they were struck with terror. However, what truly astounded them was the sword light that spanned the heavens, which had cleaved the thunder dragon in twain. To wield such a sword light, what an awe-inspiring existence this must be. Some compared it to the might of their ancestor, Zhou Qianfu, and to their astonishment, they discovered that the terrifying sword light surpassed even that of their forebear. It is worth noting that their ancestor was a formidable semi-emperor. If this person eclipsed their ancestor, could they not be the true martial emperor? Chapter 98. An unexpected encounter. To everyone's astonishment, there was an emperor beside Lu Yuan. The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment, someone hesitantly murmured, "We are heading to the Valley of Medicine Kings. Surely we won't pass by that formidable figure, will we? If so, perhaps we should take a detour? If we inadvertently disturb that esteemed elder, we may find ourselves in dire straits." At this juncture, the group had yet to connect the suspected martial emperor with Lu Yuan. After all, no matter how powerful Lu Yuan was, it was simply implausible for his subordinates to possess a martial emperor among them. As for the prior intelligence suggesting that one of Lu Yuan's subordinates was a half-emperor, wasn't that individual already gravely injured by the imperial ancestor? Therefore, this possibility was promptly dismissed by the group. Given the circumstances, for the sake of caution, a detour was indeed prudent. They had already approached the Valley of Medicine Kings, so it was of little consequence to waste a bit of time. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Huang nodded in agreement with the detour plan. He too was reluctant to encounter the earlier figure, who had unleashed terrifying sword energy, for he knew he could not match such strength. Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that there had been no casualties among his ranks. Although the process had been harrowing, it fortunately concluded without severe repercussions. At that moment, Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly brightened. It was time to launch an assault on Chang'an. With high-level combat power now secured, he had no reason to fear. Initially, Lu Yuan had intended to wait for Luo's injuries to heal or to summon another emperor before advancing toward Chang'an. After all, no one could ascertain whether the Zhou royal family had any additional trump cards. However, now that an emperor had been drawn out, and Luo and the 18 riders had mostly recovered, the timing was evidently ripe. Just as Lu Yuan brimmed with confidence and prepared to issue orders, Yuxiang hurriedly approached with news. "My lord, our scouts have detected the presence of the great Zhou noble army. They are currently over 3,000 miles from the Valley of Medicine Kings and will arrive shortly." The great Zhou dynasty was closest to the Valley of Medicine Kings. Thus they were the first to arrive. Upon hearing Yuxiang's report, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. "Perfect. I was just about to mobilize the troops. And now they come right to our doorstep." Lu Yuan chuckled coldly and then commanded, "Yuan Zhuozong, relay the order for the dragon riders to assemble and prepare for battle." "Luo, are there any issues with your 18 riders?" "My lord, we 18 riders are in perfect condition," Luo declared, thumping his chest with a resounding thud, indicating his unwavering readiness. At that moment, Luo's face beamed with excitement. Finally, he could assist his lord in vanquishing the enemy. "Excellent." Lu Yuan laughed heartily. "Then let the entire army set forth. Let them taste our might." Due to the mutual advance of both sides, the dragon cavalry soon encountered the formidable 10,000 noble families of the Great Zhou. Fortunately, the surrounding terrain was utterly flat, perfectly suited for the full deployment of the 100,000 dragon cavalry. The two massive armies, totaling 200,000, gazed at each other from afar. At that moment, dozens of powerful presences among the noble army soared into the air. All the formidable beings above the semi-holy realm revealed themselves. Zhou Huang looked in astonishment at the neatly arranged dragon cavalry across from him. Originally, he had intended to wait for the various forces from the eastern continent, who were seeking to conquer Lu Yuan, to arrive before launching a collective attack. However, to his surprise, he encountered the Lu Yuan army at such a distance from Yaowang Valley. Nevertheless, a cold smile surfaced on Zhou Huang's face. Since they had crossed paths, they might as well decisively engulf the Lu Yuan army ahead of schedule. Gentlemen, we have encountered the main adversary. It is now your turn to take action. Relay my orders. Capture any Lu Yuan individuals alive, and bestow the title of Marquis upon them. Slay their semi-emperor experts, and grant the title of king for their demise. For every soldier killed, double the merits shall be awarded. Before the battle commenced, Huang delivered a resounding proclamation. Although these rewards held little allure for the cultivators, the ordinary soldiers began to greedily light up with desire. To be bestowed the title of king and marquis was the ultimate dream for these low-ranking cultivators. One must admit, Huang's ability to manipulate the hearts of men was rather skillful. He decided to take the initiative. Thus, he led the 6 semi-holy experts of the Dragon Court to the front line, followed closely by dozens of semi-holy masters. The overwhelming presence of these powerful beings sent waves of dread through the hearts of onlookers. Huang smirked to himself, thinking, "You little wretch, with so many strong allies. Let us see if I cannot annihilate you this time." However, just as Huang brimmed with confidence, the Emperor Chang'an emerged from behind Lu Yuan. "My lord, shall I completely eradicate these pesky ants?" Indeed, Emperor Chang'an was a figure of great prominence, drawing attention wherever he went. The crowd beheld a seemingly celestial being suddenly appear beside Lu Yuan. Those of lower cultivation were largely unaffected. They could not perceive the depth of his strength and only sensed that he was an unfathomably powerful figure. But those at the martial saint level felt differently. Just the presence of Emperor Chang'an radiating there unleashed an overwhelming imperial might that surged like a tidal wave, leaving the martial saints feeling as if they stood before a blazing sun. The members of the great Zhou dynasty were left bewildered. What is happening? Is this some kind of joke? A martial emperor has truly appeared under Lu Yuan's command? Am I dreaming? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. This world has undoubtedly gone mad. That Lu Yuan actually has a martial emperor among his subordinates? Despair engulfed the crowd. At this moment, the overwhelming imperial might made their hearts tremble uncontrollably. They felt an almost irresistible urge to kneel before such power. Meanwhile, Huang's face turned ashen. It was over. All was lost. In the presence of a mighty emperor, the lives of these martial saints were as insignificant as crushing ants. Who could have imagined that a martial emperor, who had remained hidden for nearly 10 millennia, would suddenly appear before them? Moreover, he was a subordinate of the previously deemed useless prince of the great Zhou dynasty. In response to the suggestion from the Azure Cloud Emperor, Lu Yuan shook his head. "Azure Cloud, for now, there is no need for you to take action. Simply observe from the sidelines." Although the opposing force numbered over 10,000, the Azure Cloud Emperor could easily annihilate them all with a mere wave of his hand. However, the repercussions of such an act would result in a woefully insufficient amount of fortune points. This cursed system, in its attempt to prevent him from easily acquiring fortune points, drastically reduces the rewards when a powerful being strikes down the weak by as much as 99%. Nevertheless, with his loyal subordinate Luo Yi's Yanyan 18 riders and Yuan Zhuozong's 100,000 dragon riders, he had more than enough strength to deal with these foes. Moreover, Luo Yi's injuries had nearly healed, and together with the Emperor's slaying spear, they were more than capable of suppressing all opposition. "Very well. I shall remain here to bolster our defenses." The Azure Cloud Emperor gracefully withdrew, his gaze, imbued with an aura of unyielding authority, coldly scrutinizing the unfolding situation. On the opposing side, the people of the Great Zhou, witnessing the Azure Cloud Emperor's complete lack of intent to strike, instead retreating to the side, felt no relief. Their anxiety only deepened. Of course, with an emperor watching them with predatory eyes, no one could possibly relax. Chapter 99. Is Lu Yuan from the upper realm? No one dared to act. Just moments ago, the fierce warriors of the Dragon Court appeared as fearsome as demons. Now, however, they resembled timid little rabbits, too afraid to even draw a breath. Only the oblivious lower-ranking soldiers continued to charge forward, their minds consumed by dreams of promotion and wealth. In their habitual thinking, they believed that for every formidable adversary, there were equally formidable champions on their side to counterbalance. Such considerations were beyond their reckoning. Unbeknownst to these soldiers, their own champions were trembling like quail in terror. Upon hearing the battle cries of their comrades, the 6 martial saints of the Dragon Court became increasingly anxious, fearing they might provoke the displeasure of the opposing emperor, who could effortlessly eradicate them with a mere flick of his hand. At this juncture, Huang finally comprehended why their imperial ancestor had sought assistance from the higher powers. The martial emperor had emerged. Who could possibly contend against him? Although Huang and his companions were intimidated by the presence of the Chang'an emperor, Lu Yuan remained resolute in his course of action. Yuan Zhong, you shall lead the charge. Lu Yi, you shall follow suit. Mobilize the troops and vanquish the enemy forces. Annihilate them completely, leaving none alive. Lu Yuan commanded with a voice as frigid as ice. He was determined to seize every ounce of fortune that had been so conveniently presented to him. Understood. With Lu Yuan's command, the two generals, Yuan Zhong and Lu Yi, responded with fervent resolve. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Zhong signaled to the 100,000 dragon knights, who instantly sprang into action from their petrified formations. Booming thunder echoed as the 100,000 dragon knights, perfectly aligned, swiftly transformed their ranks into a charging formation. Dragon knights, advance. Yuan Zhong bellowed, taking the lead as the sharpest spearhead, embodying the might of a martial saint. Kill, kill, kill. The roars of the 100,000 dragon knights reverberated through the heavens, instilling a profound chill in the hearts of the opposing noble armies charging forward. A wave of dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, causing them to falter before the battle had even begun. The sheer momentum of the dragon knights was enough to instill fear in them. Nevertheless, these noble warriors were seasoned fighters, having risen from the ranks of martial practitioners. Their visible prowess was not significantly inferior to that of the dragon knights. Therefore, despite the overwhelming aura of the dragon knights charging toward them, the noble soldiers did not immediately lose their resolve to fight. Furthermore, spurred on by Huang's earlier promises of promotion and wealth, they shouted fervently, their initial fear once again overshadowed by greed. Then, they collided fiercely with the dragon riders. Slay, kill one, and ensure a life of comfort. Kill two, and rise to wealth and power. Charge forth, brothers. If we capture their commander, we shall be crowned and receive titles. The faces of these noble soldiers were adorned with bloodthirsty smiles, as if, in the next moment, they could ascend to kingship and amass vast fortunes. However, in the very next instant, as the dragon riders, sharp as a dagger, pierced through the ranks of the noble soldiers, their dreams of glory were shattered. Boom! Countless noble soldiers were hurled skyward by the galloping steeds of the dragon riders, or trampled to death by the thunderous horses. Though these noble soldiers were powerful warriors, they lacked any semblance of formation. After all, they were a motley crew hastily assembled from various noble families. What military cohesion could one expect? Perhaps, when considered individually, each was formidable. But here, on the battlefield, facing the dragon riders, who were not only of a higher realm but also rigorously trained, it was nothing short of a massacre. Gradually, the once fervent smiles of these noble soldiers began to freeze in horror. They were alarmed to realize that the number of their comrades was dwindling, all lying lifeless on the ground. It seemed they were not here to claim glory but to deliver their heads to the enemy. No. Please, spare me. Don't push me. Let me withdraw first. I am a martial king. I surrender. I can serve you as a slave. Just don't kill me. The once arrogant laughter had transformed into pitiful pleas for mercy. It was not that they lacked the will to fight. Rather, they simply could not. Their attacks, when launched at the enemy, inflicted no harm whatsoever, and even their weapons were rendered blunt. Then, seizing the moment of their shock and confusion, the dragon riders' blades descended upon them. Their cultivation, tactics, and equipment were utterly crushed from every angle. The formation of the 100,000 noble soldiers melted away as if covered by a flurry of white snow. Meanwhile, in the upper battlefield, Lu Yi led the 18 riders against several martial saints from the Great Zhou. Though the 18 riders were all injured, let us not forget that each was a peak-level martial saint. In contrast, the opposing martial saints numbered only 6. 18 against 6. The sight was simply exquisite. However, Lu Yuan, being a true gentleman, did not permit the 18 riders to resort to mobbing tactics. After all, should they engage in a surround and beat strategy, the system would deem it an act of overwhelming the few, resulting in a significant reduction of luck value. Lu Yuan resolved to engage in a direct duel. In a 6 against 6 scenario, they were granted ample opportunity. At this moment, Zhou Huangye was stunned to witness the simultaneous appearance of 18 martial saints. A flicker of madness crossed his face. 18? Martial saints? No, it is impossible. How could that little rogue, Lu Yuan, command such a multitude of martial saints? Zhou Huangye bellowed in disbelief. The emergence of a single martial emperor had already sent him into despair. Yet now, an astonishing 18 appeared. No. If we include Li Sandao and Yuan Zhuozong, that totals 20 martial saints. A full 20 martial saints. Even if one were to combine all the martial saints across the entire eastern continent, it is likely that such a number would not be reached. Could it be that Lu Yuan hails from the upper domain? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Huangye shuddered. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of so many formidable beings under Lu Yuan's command? Moreover, they all appeared to be fiercely loyal to him. The mere thought of having potentially offended someone from the upper domain filled Zhou Huangye with dread. The upper domain is not to be trifled with. This is an unspoken rule among the transcendent powers. Once, the eastern continent was not as it is now, with factions proliferating like weeds. Instead, a singular, colossal force reigned supreme over the entire eastern Zhou continent. However, even that immense force faced utter collapse due to offending an envoy from a minor power in the upper domain. Do not question it. It was indeed the upper domain's doing. Since that time, the current state of affairs, with various factions maneuvering and vying for power across the eastern continent, has come to be. Chapter 100, The Arrow of Demise. The Transmission Jade Tablet. No, this matter is far too grave. At this moment, the only course of action is to return to the Dragon Court and seek the verdict of the Emperor Ancestor. At this juncture, Zhou Huangye felt utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Continue to battle? Whether he would even survive was still an enigma. As for managing to escape under the gaze of a mighty emperor, Zhou Huangye's eyes flickered with frantic determination. Although the hope seemed bleak, how could he know without trying? As he beheld the 18 riders of Yenyun charging toward him, the other 6 martial saints of the Dragon Court were utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Should they fight or surrender? They furtively glanced in the direction of the Chang'an emperor, only to discover that he appeared disinclined to intervene. A collective sigh of relief washed over the martial saints. As long as the opposing martial emperor remained idle, they could endure. Thus, faced with the assault of the 18 riders, the 6 martial masters from the Dragon Court steeled themselves to engage in combat. However, reality soon proved that their concerns were misplaced. Upon clashing with the 6 riders, their expressions shifted dramatically. They had been preoccupied with the potential threat posed by the Chang'an emperor, failing to realize the true prowess of their adversaries. Indeed, while the opposing martial saints were formidable, they were not of the pinnacle rank. At their level of cultivation, even a minor realm difference could represent a chasm of disparity. This became abundantly clear in the heat of battle. Boom, boom. The moment they engaged, 2 martial saints from the Great Zhou were brutally felled. Their corporeal forms shattered, and their souls were mercilessly obliterated. Those 2 sanctified beings vanished entirely from the realm of existence. Astonishment. The remaining 4 martial saints from Great Zhou stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. In just one exchange, 2 had perished? How could they possibly continue fighting? A wave of despair washed over them, extinguishing any remaining courage to persist. No, they must hastily plot their retreat. An overwhelming sense of unease gripped Zhou Huangye. If this continued, it would not even be necessary for the martial emperor to intervene. He would be vanquished by the martial saint opposing him. Now, the moment had arrived. Zhou Huangye's gaze darted about. Seizing the opportunity while those around him were still in shock, he feigned an attack against one of the 18 riders, then swiftly retrieved a jade tablet from his spatial ring. In a flash, he crushed it with great urgency. Instantly, a radiant light burst forth, and a dark spatial vortex materialized, enveloping Zhou Huangye completely. In an instant, before anyone could react, Zhou Huangye vanished from the scene. Nearby, the formidable warriors of the Dragon Court were momentarily stunned by his abrupt disappearance. Then, a heavy sense of foreboding surged within their hearts. It was over. Even the ancestor of the Great Zhou had fled. Meanwhile, Mo2, witnessing Zhou Huangye's escape, cursed under his breath, cursing the old man for his swiftness. However, Mo2 was astute enough to discern the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was time to make a hasty retreat, with a martial emperor nearby exerting pressure. Mo2 dared not overreach. He immediately unleashed his trump card, the demonic transformation technique. Subsequently, he consumed several potency-enhancing pills, not with the intention of fighting to the bitter end, but solely to facilitate his escape. Once he had completed these actions, an unprecedented surge of power enveloped him, his demonic energy billowing forth, nearly obscuring half the sky. Haha. Farewell, everyone. With a swift movement, Mo2 was already 1,000 miles away. He laughed maniacally. What of the Emperor? I have successfully escaped right under his very nose. Humph. With two individuals having fled, the Chang'an Emperor let out a cold snort. Yet, just as he prepared to take action, Lu Yuan unexpectedly intervened. Emperor Chang'an, do not engage. I will handle this one. The one who shattered space and escaped is yours. Very well. Upon hearing this, the Chang'an Emperor hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Satisfied with the Emperor's consent, Lu Yuan grinned and took out his purple-gold longbow. The moment he grasped the bow, his eyes sharpened like those of a hawk. He fleeing quite swiftly, watching Mo2 recede into the distance. Lu Yuan not only felt no anxiety, but also wore a relaxed smile. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a feathered arrow, drawing back the bowstring to lock onto Mo2, who was now nearly 100,000 miles away. With a swift whistle, the arrow, imbued with a profound sense of annihilation, shot toward Mo2. At that moment, Mo2 suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Turning around, he saw an arrow, radiating an inexplicable aura, growing larger in his vision. No, he cried out in terror. Yet, the icy arrow showed no mercy. The powerful intent of the arrow erupted, obliterating Mo2 into a mist of blood. The demonic essence sought to coalesce once more. But Lu Yuan's arrow would not allow it to be so simple. Countless remnants of decay swirled around the demonic blood, gradually rendering it lifeless. Ultimately, Mo2 met his demise. In that moment, amidst the void, Huang exhaled deeply, relieved to possess the teleportation jade slip bestowed upon him by the celestial envoy. Without it, he truly would have been at a loss. Surely, that great emperor would not be able to pursue him now, for this was a gift from the envoy himself. A triumphant smile graced Huang's lips. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Chang'an Emperor observed with a cold gaze as Huang utilized the jade slip to teleport away, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Escape? Was it truly possible to evade him? The Chang'an Emperor murmured softly, his eyes transforming into an abyssal expanse of stars, twinkling with cosmic brilliance. He peered into the void, seemingly piercing through layers of space, catching sight of Huang's fleeting figure. In the void, Huang was traversing at an astonishing speed when he suddenly felt a pang of foreboding. What was happening? He furrowed his brow, extending his divine sense to survey his surroundings thoroughly. Finding nothing amiss, he shook his head, dismissing it as a mere figment of his imagination. After all, in the void, one would only encounter chaotic currents or be beset by powerful adversaries. Otherwise, it was undoubtedly safe. Yet, scarcely had Huang relaxed when an enormous hand shattered the layers of time and space, reaching out towards him. Huang stared in shock at the colossal hand that spanned countless voids, his face a mask of disbelief. How could the enemy's emperor pursue him from such a distance? He attempted to resist, but the energy within him had only just begun to coalesce. The owner of that gigantic hand seemed to treat him as one would a mere insect. With a flick of a finger, he was rendered unconscious. Subsequently, the giant hand seized him and shattered the layers of the void, retreating into the depths. Chapter 101. The Mark of the Sword Slave. The Grand Emperor Chang'an unceremoniously cast the defeated Huang to the ground. The reason for bringing Huang back was that killing him would result in a staggering 99% reduction in fortune value. In contrast, the demise of any ordinary individual would only yield a maximum of 90%. This difference of 9% translates to a substantial fortune value. After all, one must practice frugality. Within the Dragon Court, the two mightiest martial saints fell in succession. The remaining two martial saints were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Within the span of fewer than 10 breaths, they were all vanquished. The fall of these powerful sacred realm beings stained the heavens with blood. Meanwhile, the forces of the lower-tier families on the battlefield were no less formidable. Under the iron hooves of the dragon riders, not a single soul managed to escape. The once mighty forces of the great Zhou family, which had advanced with great momentum, were completely obliterated without even a splash of water. One might mistakenly believe these individuals had come solely to bestow fortune value upon Lu Yuan. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have vanquished 100,000 enemies, including 5 martial saints and several half-saints. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained fortune value, 8,637,200. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have achieved victory in a colossal battle, earning a reward of 500,000 fortune value. Damn. Upon seeing this fortune value, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of vexation. How frustrating it is to be so close to 9 million fortune value, yet still fall short of the threshold for Imperial level draws. System, I suspect you are doing this on purpose. Each time, it is just a hair's breadth away, and you have no idea how torturous it is to watch. Lu Yuan, in his irritation, questioned the system. The persistent near misses left him feeling as if a cat were scratching at his heart. And what about those individuals from the Medicine King Valley? Suddenly, Lu Yuan recalled Yao Qianming and his companions. Since fortune value was lacking, he could simply have Yao Qianming and the others step in to make up the difference. Those esteemed figures possess considerable fortune value, after all. At that moment, Yuan Zhuozong strode over to Lu Yuan's side, brimming with energy as he presented several spatial rings to Lu Yuan. My lord, within this ring, you will find the supplies we collected from the battlefield. The other 6 rings are from the 6 martial saints of the enemy. Even as the battle had barely concluded, Yuan Zhuozong promptly handed over the spoils of war to Lu Yuan. You have worked hard, Yuan Zhuozong. Lu Yuan nodded appreciatively, gazing at the 7 rings in his hand. Lu Yuan's interest peaked. To have captured 7 spatial rings was quite an unexpected bounty. It seemed that these ancient ancestors of the Dragon Court had indeed accumulated some wealth. Setting aside other matters for the moment, Lu Yuan extended his consciousness into the rings to begin his examination. The first ring contained the spoils of the 100,000-strong army. Inside were numerous resources, though most were rather mundane. There exists no treasure of any significance. Lu Yuan merely glanced around briefly before his enthusiasm waned. Subsequently, his attention shifted to the rings of the 6 martial saints. With a shout, he exclaimed that there were indeed many valuable items within. A spark of excitement ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. The space rings belonging to these 6 martial saints brought him unexpected joy. Among them was a ring that likely belonged to Zhou Huang. In addition to numerous resources, Lu Yuan surprisingly discovered 2 8th-grade healing pills. He chuckled, pondering that these 2 8th-grade healing pills were probably intended by that old rogue as his trump card. Alas, he would never have the opportunity to use them again. Which now benefited me. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile. When the emperor makes a move, it is either a rebirth or demise. There is no longer any chance for you to utilize healing pills. Lu Yuan summoned Luo and handed the 2 8th-grade pills to him. Luo, with these 2 healing pills, your injuries should be completely healed, right? Luo respectfully accepted the pills, nodding with excitement. Yes, my lord. In fact, 1 is sufficient. Once I recover, I will be able to fight for you again immediately. Lu Yuan chuckled. No rush, we have plenty of time ahead. Since Luo only needed 1, Lu Yuan directly bestowed the other 8th-grade healing pill to one of the 18 riders. After all, this group of 18 riders also needed to recuperate. From the space rings of these 6 martial saints, Lu Yuan not only found countless exquisite treasures, but also gathered a small mountain of rare medicinal herbs. Observing the abundance of precious herbs remaining in the rings, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before summoning Mo. Go. Deliver these herbs to Yao Qianming and have him concoct some 8th-grade pills. He instructed. By the way, once the pills are ready, you may dispose of them all. Lu Yuan said nonchalantly. It would be a waste to leave these herbs idle. Better to entrust them to Yao Qianming, allowing him to refine them into useful pills. Then, they shall be eliminated. Consider it the final wave of waste repurposing. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sighed. Alas, it's a pity that Yao Qianming and his companions aren't more obedient. A supreme alchemist holds immense value. Lu Yuan lamented. On the eastern continent, alchemists are a rare profession. The high-grade pills they concoct are strategic resources. If one possessed a powerful alchemist, it would greatly aid their influence. At this juncture, Emperor Chang'an discerned the hesitation in Lu Yuan's eyes and directly questioned, My lord, if those individuals are of use to you, why not spare their lives? Lu Yuan shook his head in disappointment, saying, these individuals may know each other as faces, but not their hearts. I have already offended them gravely. If we spare their lives, they may very well stab us in the back later, rather than allowing them the opportunity to betray us. It would be wiser for us to strike first. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Qingyun smiled knowingly and replied, Ah, I see. This is quite simple. I can place the Qingyun sword mark upon them, transforming them into sword slaves. Lu Yuan, taken aback, asked, sword slaves? What precisely is that? The Emperor of Qingyun elucidated. Within the Qingyun 9 techniques that I practice, there exists a technique known as puppet art. Those who bear the sword slave mark shall become my sword slaves. A sword slave will obey their master completely, existing as a mere slave. Even unto death, a sword slave will follow orders without hesitation. How remarkable that you possess such an ability. Lu Yuan gazed at the Emperor of Qingyun in awe. No wonder you are an emperor. Your methods are so profound and unfathomable. You can even create marks that control the thoughts of others. However, the Emperor of Qingyun shook his head regretfully. Alas, once the sword mark is implanted, the rationality of the sword slave is largely extinguished. They become mere puppets, knowing only to obey commands, dull and ignorant. Entirely devoid of independent thought, Lu Yuan nodded in understanding, saying, with advantages come disadvantages. This must be the limitation of sword slaves. Nevertheless, it is still quite powerful. As mere puppets, as long as they retain their abilities from life, the rest is inconsequential. What Lu Yuan desired was the alchemical prowess of Yao Qianming and his companions. As for the rest, it mattered little. In that case, I shall entrust Yao Qianming and all the members of the Medicine King Valley to you. Lu Yuan declared joyfully to the Emperor of Qingyun. Chapter 102. The Sword Servant, Yao Qianming. Subsequently, Lu Yuan instructed Ng Mo to bring Yao Qianming and the esteemed elders of the Medicine King Valley before him. At this moment, the once arrogant Yao Qianming had completely shed his previous demeanor. Upon noticing the presence of the Azure Cloud Emperor beside Lu Yuan, he fearfully licked his parched lips and struggled to swallow. This individual was capable of shattering heavenly tribulations with a single stroke of his sword, a truly monstrous power. Moreover, if all went as anticipated, he was undoubtedly the legendary emperor, a figure of immense strength. Disregarding Yao Qianming's obsequiousness, Lu Yuan chose to overlook him. Once the individual was brought forth, Lu Yuan subtly nodded to the Azure Cloud Emperor. Qingyun, the next steps are in your hands. Please, showcase your sword imprint for us. With a tranquil expression, the Azure Cloud Emperor stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in a gesture of deference to Lu Yuan. Yes, my lord. He then turned his gaze toward Yao Qianming, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. An aura of profound energy began to emanate from his hands, coalescing into a formidable sword intent that surrounded him. Under the unwavering, emotionless gaze of the Azure Cloud Emperor, Yao Qianming felt a chill run down his spine. What do you intend to do? He asked, his alertness heightened as he surveyed the crowd. His keen instincts told him that the situation was decidedly amiss. However, no one acknowledged his plea or offered any explanation regarding the impending fate he was about to face. An unsettling sensation tightened within him, intensifying with each passing moment. The atmosphere was so quiet that Yao Qianming could distinctly hear the sound of his own nervous swallowing. Boundless heavens, sword technique of the universe, decree of forgiveness. Azure Cloud Sword Imprint, form. As the final seal was completed by the Azure Cloud Emperor, he unleashed a thunderous roar. In an instant, a small sword, shimmering with a faint light, surged toward Yao Qianming's head. Yao Qianming's eyes widened in terror as he instinctively sensed an overwhelming threat from the luminous sword. No, don't come any closer, he screamed, his eyes bulging with fear, retreating frantically. Yet, with his cultivation suppressed, he was reduced to the status of an ordinary person. No matter how fast he tried to flee, where could he escape? The radiant sword approached relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through Yao Qianming's mind, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Boom! Instantly, Yao Qianming felt a deafening explosion reverberate within his mind, as if the very heavens were collapsing, plunging him into a void of oblivion. Dizziness overwhelmed him, an unending wave of vertigo washed over him. He began to froth at the mouth, his eyelids rolling back, his body convulsing as if seized by uncontrollable tremors. Simultaneously, a faint, nearly imperceptible sword imprint gradually emerged at the center of his forehead, taking shape. The Qingyun sword held by the great emperor of Qingyun bore an exact resemblance to it. Could it be that Yi Qianming is unharmed? Lu Yuan stared at Yi Qianming, who appeared to be in a fit, completely bewildered. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, fearing he might contract whatever affliction had befallen him. At that moment, the great emperor of Qingyun, slightly fatigued, exhaled gently. Clearly, imposing a sword seal on a martial saint of peak prowess was no trivial task for him. Do not worry, my lord, everything is fine, the great emperor assured Lu Yuan with a faint smile. Perhaps due to Yi Qianming's formidable cultivation, he managed to endure the encroaching sword seal for nearly the duration of a fragrant incense stick. At long last, after convulsing for some time, Yi Qianming abruptly ceased. Lying on the ground as if lifeless, Lu Yuan furrowed his brows and instructed Su Chu beside him. Su Chu, go and ascertain the situation. Yes, yes. Su Chu, albeit reluctantly, was summoned. He found a small stick from somewhere and cautiously approached the prone Yi Qianming, prodding him with the stick. Suddenly, Yi Qianming sprang up from the ground, standing upright in a manner most bizarre, startling even Su Chu. At that moment, Yi Qianming's pupils were utterly unfocused, radiating an air of profound wisdom, yet appearing dazed. His facial expression was vacant, resembling a marionette devoid of will. However, upon witnessing Yi Qianming in such a state, the great emperor of Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. My lord, I have succeeded. Succeeded? Lu Yuan blinked in surprise. Curiously, he seized the small stick from Su Chu and cautiously approached Yi Qianming. The great emperor chuckled. Do not worry, my lord, he won't bite. Oh, that is reassuring. Lu Yuan laughed awkwardly. Moments ago, Yi Qianming had risen abruptly from the ground, not bending his knees in the slightest. The peculiar scene had made Lu Yuan feel as if he were witnessing a zombie from a past life. Though Lu Yuan was bold, the supernatural element still unnerved him, perhaps influenced by his previous life. After scrutinizing Yi Qianming closely, Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. He had witnessed firsthand Yi Qianming lose his thoughts, transforming into a puppet-like entity. Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that the great emperor of Qingyun was an ally. Otherwise, it would have been truly terrifying. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Yuan. He promptly retrieved all the medicinal herbs from his spatial ring. Instantly, a mountain of herbs appeared on the scene. Qingyun, let us see if Yi Qianming can still refine elixirs normally. The reason for transforming Yao Qianming into a sword slave lies in Lu Yuan's admiration for his alchemical prowess. Consequently, Lu Yuan now seeks to experiment and ascertain whether Yao Qianming, in his new form as a sword slave, can still engage in alchemy. Upon receiving the command from the Azure Cloud Emperor, Yao Qianming's rigid body began to move with a certain stiffness. His motions were not only exceedingly slow but also appeared rather peculiar when compared to those of a normal person. However, he was indeed able to perform actions. Clumsily, Yao Qianming commenced his search for medicinal herbs in the herb mountain. After locating the necessary ingredients, he painstakingly made his way to the alchemical furnace. He ignited the flames and prepared the oils. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed his spiritual energy and began to cast spells. Subsequently, he added the herbs, and as if driven by instinct, the alchemical process commenced. For the sake of his experiment, Lu Yuan instructed Yao Qianming to concoct a low-grade 4th-tier elixir. Under the deft hands of this master alchemist, the potion was completed in less than 10 breaths. Yao Qianming placed the finished elixir into a meticulously prepared jade box, only to revert back to his vacant expression, essentially entering a standby mode. Chapter 103, Zhong Qianning. It would be good if I could share some burden. Indeed, this 4th-grade elixir, crafted by Qianming, stands as a paragon among 4th-grade pills. Lu Yuan appraised the quality of the elixir and nodded in satisfaction. Although Qianming has lost all sense of autonomy, his actions are driven purely by instinct. Nonetheless, the results can be deemed commendable. Comparatively, aside from a slight reduction in speed, the overall impact is virtually negligible. The first success achieved, the Azure Cloud Emperor proceeded with the same method, extending his magical grasp towards the other elders of the Medicine King Valley. Spare me. Please do not turn me into a puppet like the Valley Master. I implore you. Do not. I will be obedient. I will do anything you say. I just beg you not to transform me into a mere marionette like the Valley Master. The elders of the Medicine King Valley witnessed the entire process firsthand. As their turn approached, they began to wail for mercy. Their cries echoed in desperation. In response, Lu Yuan wore a cold smile. You should be grateful that I haven't turned you into mere fortune values. Under Lu Yuan's directive, the Azure Cloud Emperor transformed all these alchemists into sword slaves. My lord, I have inscribed the Sword Master's mark onto this jade slip. The bearer of this slip can command these sword slaves. With just a thought, one can easily determine the life and death of these sword slaves. The Azure Cloud Emperor presented a jade slip to Lu Yuan. Indeed, as soon as Lu Yuan grasped the slip engraved with the sword flower insignia, he felt an inexplicable connection with the sword slaves. His heart stirred slightly. One of the sword slaves stepped forward numbly and executed a complete turn. Impressive. Lu Yuan found this rather intriguing. The sword slave flawlessly executed various commands in accordance with his will. Even if Lu Yuan commanded the sword slaves to harm themselves, they would likely obey without hesitation. At that moment, the weary voice of the Azure Cloud Emperor broke the silence. My lord, I am feeling somewhat fatigued and shall take a moment to recuperate. The Azure Cloud Emperor panted softly, his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Even with his emperor-level cultivation, exerting such effort to inscribe marks upon so many had taken its toll. After all, the process of transforming individuals into sword slaves and completely controlling their thoughts is exceedingly complex. Indeed, even a typical emperor-level cultivator would find it challenging to achieve what the Azure Cloud Emperor has done. Please rest now. You have worked hard, Azure, Lu Yuan urged. If the Azure Cloud Emperor were to suffer from overexertion, it would truly be a regrettable loss. After sending the Azure Cloud Emperor to rest, Lu Yuan turned around, casting his gaze upon the dozens of sword slaves before him, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. At this moment, these sword slaves stood there like mere puppets, seemingly unaware, waiting for commands. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan called for Yuxiang. Yuxiang, find a secret stronghold for the Misty Rain and temporarily house these sword slaves there. In the future, the resources you gather can be entrusted to the sword slaves for alchemical refinement. This will also serve to enhance the strength of our Misty Rain. Lu Yuan resolved to place these sword slaves in the secret stronghold of the Misty Rain. The process of concocting high-grade elixirs often required several days, or even weeks. And with his current circumstances of incessant marching, it was unfeasible to remain in one location for an extended period. Clearly, these sword slaves were ill-suited to accompany him. Instead, it would be more prudent to station them within the various secret strongholds established by the Misty Rain among the enemy territories. Not only would this ensure their safety, but it would also allow the alchemists among the sword slaves to maximize their contributions. Yes, my lord. Yuxiang nodded respectfully. However, she hesitated for a moment. My lord, what should be done about the families of these sword slaves? Previously, Lu Yuan had captured the families of these alchemists as leverage to control them. Yet now that the alchemists had been transformed into sword slaves, their families no longer served as hostages. Retaining such potential threats was less desirable than eliminating them altogether. Eliminate them. Lu Yuan's gaze turned icy as he spoke with conviction. Yuxiang hesitated again. What about the daughter of Yao Qianming, Yao Sierra? Should she be dealt with as well? At this, Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. Of course not. Just as he was about to instruct Yuxiang to dispose of Yao Sierra, a hurried voice suddenly broke in. Lu Yuan turned to see Zhong Qianning sprinting toward him, breathless. Upon her arrival, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. What gives you the right to interrupt my affairs? He questioned coldly, his mood ominous. He had always been the one to interject in others' conversations, and never had he been interrupted. Until now, he had allowed Zhong Qianning the freedom to move about, but it seemed he had granted her too much liberty, and it had gone too far. Witnessing the signs of Lu Yuan's impending wrath, Zhong Qianning felt a surge of trepidation. Moments earlier, while taking a stroll nearby, she had inadvertently overheard the conversation between Lu Yuan and Yuxiang, discovering Lu Yuan's intention to eliminate Yao Sierra. Thus, she, in a moment of desperation, she finally spoke out to intervene. Zhong Qianning hurriedly exclaimed, Your Highness, please forgive me. In this vast military camp, I am the only woman, and I seldom have anyone to converse with. Might you allow this Yao Sierra to keep me company? Such a splendid beauty, with a little tutelage from me, could surely serve your highness well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan cast a surprised glance at Jiang Qining, feeling a twinge of astonishment. When did this girl become so empathetic? However, Lu Yuan found himself somewhat intrigued by Jiang Qining's request. To train that Yaoxier, perhaps? He had never indulged in such pleasures before. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he considered the idea. After all, Yaoxier was not unappealing and her skills were decent enough. It would be fine to keep her by Jiang Qining's side, providing companionship. Moreover, with 2 shadow guards consistently watching over Jiang Qining, the 2 of them could hardly cause any trouble. Very well then, let us spare this Yaoxier's life for now. Observing Lu Yuan relent, Jiang Qining breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no matter the circumstances, saving a life was a victory in itself. In truth, her plea for Yaoxier stemmed from a sense of pity, feeling a kinship in their shared plight. Of course, there was another significant reason. She found it increasingly unbearable to endure Lu Yuan's relentless pursuits, especially of late. Each encounter left her feeling as though she were on the brink of death. Securing someone to share the burden, even if just a little, seemed a welcome reprieve. Chapter 104. The Primordial Celestial Stone. The astonished Huang. Observing the exuberant Jiang Qining as she departed, Lu Yuan let out a soft sigh. This girl, nevertheless, one can only hope that she might present an unexpected delight in the future. As the members of the Medicine King Valley each embarked on their respective paths, a new dilemma loomed before Lu Yuan. How to amass the 10 million fortune points required for an Imperial level lottery. At this moment, Lu Yuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the unconscious Huang on the ground. Fortunately, there is an immediate solution at hand. A mysterious smile crept across Lu Yuan's face. Previously, the Chang'an Emperor had casually tossed this individual aside after capturing him. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's subconscious glance, he might have forgotten all about him. Now that the people from the Medicine King Valley had been transformed into sword servants, extracting fortune points from them was out of the question. Under such circumstances, the responsibility of gathering fortune points fell squarely upon the shoulders of this venerable ancestor of the great Zhou. Mo, here. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's command, Mo emerged from Lu Yuan's shadow, respectfully kneeling beside him. Seize the opportunity. While this venerable ancestor of the great Zhou lies unconscious, deal with him swiftly, Lu Yuan remarked with a cold smile. A semi-saint can easily eliminate a peak martial saint. Even with the prior intervention of the Chang'an Emperor, the fortune points should be minimized to the greatest extent. Yes, my lord. Mo executed Lu Yuan's orders without hesitation. Armed with a dagger, Mo swiftly approached Huang. However, at that moment, Mo seemed to notice something and let out a soft exclamation. What is this? Mo first set down the dagger and then, reaching into Huang's pocket, extracted a crystalline jade stone. What is it, Mo? Have you discovered something? Lu Yuan inquired with curiosity. Mo quickly appeared beside Lu Yuan and presented the jade stone to him. My lord, I sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from this venerable ancestor of the great Zhou. Upon investigation, I uncovered this stone. As an assassin shrouded in shadows, Mo had always been particularly attuned to various auras. Thus, as soon as she approached Huang, she immediately sensed the anomaly. What is this object? Lu Yuan gazed curiously at the jade stone Mo had handed over. Upon releasing his consciousness into the stone, he felt its energy and discovered that it was entirely distinct from the spiritual energy within his own body. In fact, it appeared to be of a higher grade than his own spiritual energy. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Oh, this seems to be quite a treasure. Indeed, the object that can be closely guarded by an unparalleled martial sage like Huang must possess remarkable qualities. At that moment, Yuxiang approached Lu Yuan's side. Gazing at the milky white stone, she was instantly struck with astonishment. Subsequently, with a hint of uncertainty, she remarked, Master, this item appears to be a source celestial stone. Curiously, the source celestial stone is typically a product of the upper realm. How could it possibly manifest here in the eastern continent? Yuxiang's brow furrowed, revealing a demeanor of seriousness. Yuxiang, what exactly is this source celestial stone? Lu Yuan inquired, intrigued. In a solemn tone, Yuxiang replied, the source celestial stone is of immeasurable value. According to records, it is primarily circulated in the upper realm, akin to spirit stones. serving as an auxiliary resource for the cultivation of powerful beings. However, it also offers numerous benefits to practitioners in the lower realms. Absorbing the energy within the source celestial stone can significantly enhance ordinary cultivators and increase the likelihood of advancing to the martial emperor level. The upper realm? Could it be the celestial realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan recalled the words previously spoken by the Chang'an emperor. He realized that the eastern continent, where he currently resided, was merely the mortal realm. Beyond the martial emperor level lay the limits of this world. Eventually, one would ascend to the celestial realm. Having listened to Yu Xiang's explanation, Lu Yuan was convinced that the so-called upper realm must undoubtedly refer to the celestial realm. Yu Xiang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the upper realm is the domain one reaches after ascending from the martial emperor level. Based on our predictions, the cultivation levels of individuals there will be exceedingly formidable. Oh, I see. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. If this great Zhou ancestor possesses a source celestial stone, does it not imply a connection between Great Zhou and the upper realm? A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Given the extraordinary value of the source celestial stone, which is exclusive to the celestial realm, and the fact that the ancestor of Great Zhou possesses one, does it not suggest that Great Zhou has already intertwined with the upper realm? However, Yu Xiang shook her head, stating, of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Great Zhou may have fortuitously acquired the source celestial stone. After all, everyone has their own opportunities. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. True enough. Perhaps I should simply awaken Zhou Huang and inquire directly. With that, Lu Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Ing Mo, who nodded in understanding. Then, stepping forward, Ing Mo clapped his hands together, nearly knocking Zhou Huang's head off with the force. Lu Yuan, standing behind, recoiled slightly. Goodness! How violent! Is this a physical awakening method? Indeed, under such brutality, Zhou Huang finally stirred from his slumber. Upon surveying his surroundings, Zhou Huang was taken aback to find himself amidst a throng of unfamiliar faces. Instantly, he adopted a defensive stance. However, sensing no presence of the formidable martial emperor nearby, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. For reasons unknown, it appeared that he had been spared by his adversaries. Moreover, it seemed that they were not in his immediate vicinity. Thus, he contemplated that escaping from this place should pose little difficulty. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized that a half-emperor stood beside him. The sight of Luo nearly caused Zhou Huang's eyes to bulge with disbelief. According to prior intelligence, the half-emperor under Lu Yuan had been gravely injured. Yet, here stood Luo, exuding vigor and vitality. Zhou Huang, I have a few matters I wish for you to inquire about. Lu Yuan spoke in a measured tone. Initially, Zhou Huang had been intently focused on Luo, but upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, he finally acknowledged Lu Yuan's presence. However, as he scrutinized Lu Yuan more closely, he was momentarily rendered speechless. What manner of being was this? In his previous inattentiveness, he had failed to notice the extraordinary aura emanating from this seemingly youthful individual. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this person was, in fact, a possessor of the sacred body. Chapter 105. Zhou Huang's Self-Strategy. The limitations of the upper domain and the lower realm. Zhou Huang was struck with profound astonishment. That was a sacred body. Among countless millions, one might never appear. To say that the possessor of a sacred body is the foremost saint of the eastern continent, he is indeed a bearer of a sacred body. He ranks among the top 100 of the 3,000 sacred bodies, the blazing Yang sacred body. However, when comparing the sacred might of both sacred bodies, the blazing Yang sacred body was not even worthy of carrying Lu Yuan's shoes. The essence of the sacred body emanating from Lu Yuan, akin to a radiant sun, surged forth incessantly, intertwined with a desolate aura that sent shivers through Zhou Huang's heart. Although Zhou Huang did not recognize it, it was undoubtedly one of the formidable physiques among the top rankings of the 3,000 sacred bodies. At this moment, Zhou Huang's mind was racing, desperately recalling the information he had previously gathered about Lu Yuan. If the intel was accurate, Lu Yuan had once been a waste with no meridians in the northern domain. How could he possess a sacred body? Could it be that some ancient being from the upper domain had taken over Lu Yuan's body? Or perhaps a prodigy from a powerful faction was merely masquerading under the name of Lu Yuan while exploring the lower realm? Zhou Huang's eyes flickered wildly, his mind crafting scenarios. It was evident that the current Lu Yuan was no longer the same as before. Given the previous circumstances, Zhou Huangya had ample reason to suspect that a powerful being from the domain had replaced the former waste from the northern domain. One could say that Zhou Huangya's conjecture was astute, but he only grasped half of the truth. The former waste, the northern king Lu Yuan, had indeed been replaced. But the one who took his place was not a prominent figure from the upper domain, but rather a visitor from another world, hailing from Blue Star. At this moment, Zhou Huangya heard Lu Yuan inquiring about him, and he immediately gulped nervously, cautiously responding, Do you have any guidance? I assure you, I shall speak without reservation and disclose everything. Zhou Huangya stole a few glances at Lu Yuan, scarcely daring to breathe. At this moment, in comparison to that imperial powerhouse, Zhou Huangya felt that the Lu Yuan before him, possessing a sacred body, was far more perilous. With preconceived notions in his heart, Zhou Huangya felt as if he were a bride entering a flower palanquin, not daring to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. A clever person, Lu Yuan remarked casually. At this time, Lu Yuan had yet to perceive the rich psychological turmoil within Zhou Huangya. He merely assumed that the other was intimidated by Luo Yi's imposing presence. Lu Yuan discreetly cast a glance at Zhou Huangya and inquired nonchalantly, I ask you, does your great Zhou royal family have any connections with the upper domain? What do the individuals from the upper domain who contact you call themselves? What is their strength? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's 3 consecutive questions, Zhou Huangya became even more convinced of his previous thoughts. Indeed, this Lu Yuan was undoubtedly a person from the upper domain. Due to the existence of the upper realm, news in this world has been consistently sealed off by the most powerful factions. Except for a select few, the vast majority remain oblivious to the existence of such a realm. Now, since Lu Yuan has inquired so specifically, one must wonder how it could not be related to the upper realm. Zhou Huangya, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor, addressed Lu Yuan, stating, in response to your question, Esteemed sir, our great Zhou imperial family indeed has connections with the upper realm. However, I am unaware of which faction there it pertains to. Yet, our great Zhou ancestors would surely possess that knowledge. As for the power of this faction, Zhou Huangya gulped in trepidation. I can only say it is immensely formidable, truly formidable. Even a mere finger of that envoy could obliterate half of the great Zhou Empire. To crush half of the great Zhou with a single finger? Upon hearing Zhou Huangya's words, Lu Yuan was filled with skepticism. Is there truly someone capable of such strength? It is known that even the great Emperor Chang'an can only extinguish millions of miles with a wave of his hand. Just how vast is half of the great Zhou Empire? That amounts to countless miles. Yet, Lu Yuan suddenly paused, contemplating that the other party hails from the celestial realm, a domain of even higher order than this world. It is not inconceivable that they could possess the power to annihilate half of the great Zhou. With this thought, Lu Yuan's expression grew heavy. Is it possible that even with the aid of an emperor, one remains unable to dominate this world? At this moment, the Emperor Chang'an unexpectedly appeared beside Lu Yuan. His aura had returned to a state of equilibrium, indicating a commendable recovery. Chang'an, you have arrived, Lu Yuan remarked. His earlier enthusiasm now diminished, merely offering a subdued nod. Observing this, Emperor Chang'an's gaze flickered momentarily. In truth, although he was not physically present during the earlier dialogue, he had heard every word clearly. After all, for an emperor of his caliber, even the slightest disturbance over 100,000 miles cannot escape his notice. Now, witnessing the shadow of concern upon Lu Yuan's face, Emperor Chang'an sighed and reassured him, My lord, do not worry. Although the powers of those in the upper realm undoubtedly surpass that of the martial emperors, this world forbids those who have ascended to the upper realm from descending at will. Should such beings choose to force their way down, their cultivation would be suppressed to the peak of the martial emperor realm. As for me, I am invincible among my peers at the martial emperor level. As he concluded, Emperor Chang'an exuded an air of unrivaled dominance, his declaration resonating with the confidence born of absolute assurance in his own strength. So that is the case. Since those formidable beings cannot force their descent to the lower realms, there is no cause for great concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's countenance finally brightened a shade. Indeed, if those powerful entities could descend at will, the entire eastern continent would become their personal playground. Alas, it is fortunate that I inquired further. Otherwise, When the time comes to besiege Chang'an, a peak emperor might suddenly emerge, catching us utterly off guard. Lu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of relief. Knowing the opponent's hidden cards is a vastly different concept from being entirely oblivious to them. However, as Lu Yuan pondered, even if the mighty beings from the upper realm were to descend forcibly, they would still be subject to limitations. At the very least at the level of a peak martial emperor, one would be manageable, but should two arrive in succession. Currently, there is only the great Emperor Chang'an on our side. Though unmatched in the same realm, he cannot take on multiple foes alone. A hint of worry crossed Lu Yuan's face. His present situation still bore a degree of peril. Previously, he believed that summoning a martial saint would suffice to infiltrate Chang'an. Then, with the addition of a semi-emperor, he thought victory was assured. Finally, with a martial emperor, he felt invincible. Yet now, one martial emperor might not be enough. It seems he must hasten to gather the fortune required for the next emperor-level lottery. Lu Yuan murmured. Once he acquires sufficient fortune and summons powerful emperors, he will be able to remain composed amidst turmoil. Chapter 106. The Slaughter of Zhong. Waiting for the rabbit at the Valley of the Medicine King. Yuan's Zhong. Prepare to march southward and continue the assault. Before reaching Chang'an, ensure that I have slain at least 100,000 enemies. Lu Yuan issued his command with unwavering authority. He had not forgotten that previously, the entire military force of the Great Zhou had retreated to the gates of Chang'an. Furthermore, reinforcements from various provinces had also withdrawn alongside them. It was imperative to note that this amounted to nearly 1,000,000 troops. Undoubtedly, vanquishing them would yield a substantial increase in his fortune value. At this moment, Huang, witnessing Lu Yuan's intent to persist in his assault against the Great Zhou, could not help but exclaim anxiously, "My lord, if there is any misunderstanding between us, it can be resolved amicably. There is no need for such military aggression." Huang was increasingly distressed. To continue waging war against a powerful figure from the upper domain? He was not insane. Moreover, they were no match for him. Not to mention, that emperor could single-handedly level their entire Great Zhou. However, Lu Yuan wore a cold smile. Reconciliation? It was utterly impossible for him to ever reconcile with the Great Zhou. He not only had irreconcilable conflicts with that empress, but the entire Great Zhou was also his source of fortune value. If he were to reconcile, where would he procure his fortune value from? There is no need for further dialogue. You of the Great Zhou should merely prepare yourselves and await your fate, Lu Yuan declared coldly. Witnessing Lu Yuan's resolute stance, Huang's expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he mustered his courage and said, "My lord, while you are formidable, the Great Zhou has powerful allies from the upper domain backing us. Are you truly willing to risk offending them to annihilate us? However, should you choose to reconcile with the Great Zhou, we will publicly acknowledge our mistakes. Moreover, if you wish to become the king of the north, all the lands you currently occupy will be yours to keep, with no need for restitution. If you desire greater power, you may have full dominion over the entire Great Zhou." Huang nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke. They, the Great Zhou, had already lowered their heads. Was this not sufficient? Yet, upon hearing Huang's words, Lu Yuan could not help but let out a cold laugh. Beautiful. A classic case of wielding a big stick while offering a sweet date. However, Huang's proposition felt oddly familiar. Hadn't he, another ancestor of the Great Zhou, made a similar offer to Lu Yuan? Now, the tables had turned, and the target was himself. How amusing. With so many valiant soldiers under his command, how could he simply relent? At this juncture, Lu Yuan had no desire to engage in further banter with Huang. After all, the initiative was firmly in his grasp. Lu Yuan nodded directly at Su Chu, who stood guard beside him. Having been by Lu Yuan's side for such an extended period, Su Chu almost instantaneously comprehended his intent. Moreover, he had reached a level of understanding where he could discern Lu Yuan's desire to change positions with just a gesture. "Yes, my lord." Su Chu's face was suffused with a chilling aura as he unsheathed his formidable blade. This time, Su Chu had learned from past experiences. Fearing that if he approached with his weapon drawn, his lord might again call for a halt, he decided to initiate a long-range attack from a distance. Suddenly, a blade radiating a terrifying energy sliced toward Huang. Upon witnessing Su Chu's strike, Huang's expression shifted dramatically. Although he could easily deflect this attack, being a peak-level martial saint himself, a vast and imposing presence suddenly locked onto him. The overwhelming pressure rendered Huang paralyzed, unable to move. It was the intervention of the Azure Cloud Emperor. At that moment, despair filled Huang's heart. In such a predicament, not only was escape impossible, but even the thought of fleeing was futile. He need not be reminded. He had already attempted it once. In the next instant, as Su Chu's blade approached, this ancient ancestor, who had existed for millennia in the Great Zhou, was obliterated from history. Ding! The host has slain a martial saint under his command. Gained 275,000 fortune points. A martial saint is worth merely over 200,000 fortune points? Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. It seemed that the Azure Cloud Emperor's prior capture had led to a corresponding reduction by the system. Lu Yuan opened his personal panel. Host: Lu Yuan, Strength, Mid-Martial Emperor. Under his command, 18 riders of Yanyun, slightly injured, 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, enhanced version, 50,000 assault troops. Shadow Guards, Drizzle, 10,000 Northern Army, remnants. Bodyguards, Azure Cloud Emperor, Li Sandao, Su Chu. Fortune points, 9, 415, 375. At this moment, Lu Yuan's fortune points had surged to over 9 million. It truly vexed him that he always fell just short. Let us depart swiftly and march directly toward Chang'an. Lu Yuan commanded his army with impatience. Eager to amass the remaining 60,000 fortune points, his anticipation grew. Just then, Xiang approached him. My lord, I forgot to mention earlier. Many powerful individuals from the eastern continent had come to Yaowang Valley for support, and now some of them have already arrived. Lu Yuan was taken aback. What? Those individuals have arrived already? Xiang, why didn't you inform me sooner? Lu Yuan reproached Xiang. With a look of innocence, Xiang replied, My lord, you never inquired about it. Moreover, the information was painstakingly uncovered amidst the gentle drizzle. Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The fortune had practically presented itself at his doorstep, yet he still had to bustle southward, exerting considerable effort to seek out individuals. Xiang, you must ensure to inform me of such significant matters in the future. Lu Yuan earnestly admonished Xiang. Yes, my lord. Xiang lowered her head, unable to suppress her unease. It seemed she had once again displeased her master. A sense of trepidation filled her heart. Would his impression of her continue to deteriorate? Yet, it was somewhat unreasonable of him. After all, those who arrived were undoubtedly formidable beings. Tracking the movements of such powerful individuals was no simple task. At this moment, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered with determination. The formidable beings arriving at the Medicine King Valley were assuredly exceptional experts. However, deploying an army against such strong adversaries seemed rather inappropriate. Therefore, he resolved to lead a select group of highly skilled subordinates, lying in wait at the Medicine King Valley to effortlessly garner the continuous fortune they would provide. Yuan Zhuozong, you shall command the Dragon Cavalry to continue southward. You know how to handle any encounters with the people of the Great Zhou dynasty along the way. Wait for me at the border of Bingzhou. Li Sandao, Su Chu, and the Shadow Guards. I shall return to the Medicine King Valley. With that, Lu Yuan decided upon a strategy of division. Despite the absence of 100,000 dragon cavalry, the presence of the eminent Qingyun Emperor, a martial sovereign, filled Lu Yuan's heart with an abiding sense of security. Understood. Yes. The others nodded in affirmation to Lu Yuan's commands, swiftly commencing their efficient actions. Chapter 107. Feeling as though he were delivering vegetables. The Demon Emperor. Shortly after Lu Yuan and his companions had set forth on their separate missions, a dense and profound aura of demonic energy suddenly arrived at the scene. The rich, dark energy wafted through the air, revealing a cold and corpulent figure before the onlookers. It was none other than the third prince, accompanied by his subjugated, now demonic, black-clad guards. Behind the third prince, one of the cloaked figures wrinkled his nose, taking a slight whiff. It seems a fierce battle has just transpired here. The scent of blood lingers everywhere. The third prince, irked by the remark, delivered a swift kick that sent the black-clad man sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. What nonsense are you spouting? The area is littered with corpses. Do you think I am blind? Ever since his transformation, the third prince's temper had grown increasingly volatile. Any slight provocation would prompt him to lash out. Fortunately for his subordinates, they were all sturdy and resilient. Despite enduring the third prince's wrath, they suffered little in the way of lasting harm. The man who had been kicked down, seemingly unfazed, quickly rose to his feet, grinning foolishly. "You are right, my lord. However, with so much flesh and blood around, might I suggest?" A glint of avarice sparked in his eyes. These aristocratic soldiers were often formidable practitioners, and their flesh contained a wealth of energy. The ravenous black-clad men could barely contain themselves, drool cascading from their mouths. "Look at you lot, so utterly pathetic. Enough of the chase after Lu Yuan for now. Focus on consuming these corpses." Although the third prince verbally derided them, the greed shining in his own eyes was no less than that of his subordinates. The abundance of vital essence, particularly of such high quality, could significantly elevate his cultivation if he were to absorb it all. At his command, the black-clad figures leapt upon the mangled remains like unleashed wild dogs, ravenously devouring the flesh. Meanwhile, the third prince settled into a meditative position. His eyes gently closed as he began to channel the art of demonic transformation. Instantly, thick, ink-like black energy emanated from him, rapidly spreading across the battlefield. However, upon making contact with one of the corpses, the third prince was startled to see its eyes snap open in astonishment. This corpse had once possessed the cultivation of a martial saint? The third prince's crimson gaze was filled with shock and hesitation. This cursed place had even witnessed the fall of a martial saint. As the dark energy slowly enveloped the entire battlefield, his astonishment deepened. To his horror, he discovered that in this seemingly minor skirmish, 6 martial saints had perished. The number of semi-saints and those beneath that rank was beyond counting. The third prince felt a wave of existential doubt wash over him. He understood that he himself is merely a formidable being at the pinnacle of martial sanctity. Among his subordinates, the highest cultivation level is only that of a semi-saint. Based on his estimations, had he encountered this fallen army earlier, they would undoubtedly have faced defeat. How could Lu Yuan possess such extraordinary strength? For the first time, the third prince began to doubt his own abilities. He felt as though his pursuit of Lu Yuan was not for vengeance, but rather akin to delivering provisions. Nevertheless, for now, he must first enhance his own power. The third prince suppressed his horror, temporarily setting aside the astonishment within him. Such an excellent opportunity to augment his strength must not be easily squandered. Thus, he closed his eyes and entered into a meditative state. Yet, after a brief period of cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes in delight. Haha, this place conceals the remnants of a martial saint-level demon cultivator. The third prince was filled with joy. Demon cultivators are already rare, let alone one of martial saint caliber. Moreover, according to his probing, the fallen demon cultivator's cultivation was not inferior to his own. The third prince's elation stemmed from the fact that demon cultivators can devour one another to enhance their respective powers. Now, if he were to consume this martial saint-level demon cultivator, his own cultivation would undoubtedly soar. The third prince waved his hand, and at the site where the demon slayer had been shot and obliterated by Lu Yuan, a swirling mass of crimson mist began to coalesce. Within the blood mist, a transparent humanoid soul was desperately struggling. "What do you intend to do? Let me out at once." The demon slayer had thought it was entirely dissipated in this world. Who would have imagined that upon opening its eyes, it would find itself alive again? Of course, this was not truly living. Rather, it was a common method employed by demon cultivators to reconstitute the souls of deceased strong beings for consumption. Now that you are in my grasp, do you truly believe I would let you go? In response to the demon slayer's pleas for mercy, the third prince sneered coldly, his words devoid of any emotion. Then, amidst the demon slayer's horrified gaze, he directly consumed it whole. Burp. After devouring the demon slayer, the third prince let out a satisfied belch. He then began to circulate his energy to refine it. As both were demon cultivators, their powers stemmed from the same source. The third prince's refinement of one demon slayer equated to the refinement of 3 other martial saint-level beings. At last, after half a day, with the infusion of the flesh and blood essence from 6 martial saints, the third prince finally shattered a barrier in his cultivation. Boom! A faint aura of Imperial might emanated from him. An overwhelmingly dense demonic energy engulfed the surroundings. The winds howled ominously, with the air thick with decay. The world turned crimson, mourning throughout the ages. It was akin to a scene from the apocalypse. Ha ha ha, my divine skills have finally reached perfection. The third prince's face was adorned with a maniacal grin. Indeed, the third prince had finally ascended to the realm of the semi-emperor, becoming a demonic sovereign. Fortunately, he had not truly entered the realm of the martial emperor. Although the celestial phenomena were alarming, they did not rival the grotesque manifestations witnessed during the ascension of the Azure Cloud Emperor. Moreover, the third prince had strategically prepared treasures to obscure his transformation. Consequently, the extraordinary spectacle of his elevation to demonic sovereignty attracted little attention. At this moment, having stepped into the semi-emperor realm, the transformations afflicting him intensified. His outward appearance had become so distorted that it was nearly unrecognizable as human. His ghastly visage seemed as if it had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Nevertheless, despite his elevation to semi-emperor, the remnants of his sanity warned him that Lu Yuan was an adversary he could not afford to provoke. After all, the individual possessed the capability to slay 6 martial saints. The power he wielded was undeniably formidable. Now, even with his newfound status as a semi-emperor, he could expect no favorable outcomes against such a foe. However, it was utterly inconceivable for the third prince to abandon his quest for vengeance against Lu Yuan. It is worth noting that those of the demonic cultivation path possess exceedingly small hearts for forgiveness. They are notoriously vengeful. With so many enemies, I refuse to believe that an opportunity will not present itself. The third prince's crimson eyes glimmered as he scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 108. The dark-clad beings of the martial sage level. The third prince extracted the essence of blood, vitality, and even souls for his cultivation. Meanwhile, his subordinates, the dark-clad guards, indulged in the gruesome feast of devouring the flesh and blood essence of the fallen cultivators. Transformed into demonic beings, these guards bore fearsome jaws filled with sharp fangs, their rows of slender, needle-like teeth gleaming with a metallic luster that sent chills down one's spine. Their stomachs resembled bottomless pits. No matter how much they consumed, their abdomens showed no signs of swelling. In no time, they had completely devoured the remains of over 100,000 corpses. The energy contained within the flesh of these cultivators, all above the martial master level, was simply immeasurable. As the flesh was wholly consumed, the strength of these dark guards surged dramatically. The immense demonic energy stirred the surrounding void, causing tremors to ripple through the air. Each dark-clad guard underwent a deeper level of transformation. Among them, the previously strongest half-saint guard, under the third prince's deliberate guidance, devoured the remains of 6 martial sages. The energy from the flesh of these 6 martial sages rendered this half-saint guard's aura terrifyingly potent. Countless thick strands of black lightning flickered across his form. A roar, reminiscent of ancient wrath, reverberated through the heavens. At that moment, an expression of immense pain crossed the half-saint guard's face, and his form underwent a tremendous transformation. First, his physique expanded dramatically. From a distance, he was no less imposing than a mighty mammoth. Muscles bulged like hills, and grotesque bone spikes erupted from his joints, glinting with a chilling light. His once pitch-black scales became even darker, shinier, and more resilient, enveloping him in an impenetrable armor. His tusks resembled those of a sea lion, and his eyes glowed with an eerie red light, breathing heavily with a rhythm akin to that of a bull. At this point, the dark-clad guard had truly shed his human form, evolving into the epitome of a perfect war machine. With a roar that echoed with primal ferocity, the half-saint guard finally ascended to the martial sage realm. His overwhelming presence even caught the third prince's attention. Indeed, he had become a martial sage. The third prince nodded in satisfaction. The allocation of 6 martial sages to this dark-clad being had proven to be a wise decision. At this moment, the fully transformed dark-clad guard seemed to have lost all ability to articulate, only able to unleash a furious howl towards the heavens. Furthermore, upon reaching the martial sage level, his consciousness had been entirely eroded by demonic energy, leading to a progressively irritable temperament. There were even subtle signs of him wanting to attack his fellow comrades. Upon witnessing the scene, the third prince unleashed a powerful punch, demanding silence and obedience. The temper of the martial saint in black was notorious, yet the third prince's temperament was equally fierce, if not more volatile. With a thunderous crash, the martial saint was propelled into a massive pit nearly 30 meters deep, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Remarkably, the martial saint, with skin as resilient as that of a defensive pseudo-emperor weapon, emerged unscathed, not even a hair harmed. Moments later, he climbed out of the pit, still brimming with vitality. After enduring the third prince's strike, a flicker of rationality returned to the martial saint's eyes, as if he recognized the third prince as his master. More crucially, he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the third prince, a presence far mightier than he could comprehend. With a whimper, the martial saint submissively lowered his massive form before the third prince. A sinister smile crept across the third prince's face. Now that you have become the strongest, you shall henceforth be known as Black One. From now on, the entire Black Guard shall look up to you. Black One, do not let me down. Roar. What are you roaring about? Roar. Try roaring again, I dare you. Roar. In his irritation, the third prince struck again, sending Black One crashing back into the 30-meter deep pit. You think you can roar at me? Emerging from the depths once more, Black One's fierce visage betrayed a hint of grievance. Speech was not within his capabilities, so what else could he do but roar? Even a cornered dog may bite, but it cannot speak. Fortunately, the third prince did not dwell on the matter for long. At that moment, a token on the third prince's person suddenly radiated a gleam of light. Upon inspecting it, a sinister grin spread across his face. Is it time to head to the Valley of the Medicine King? The elite from various factions are converging there. Lu Yuan truly possesses audacity to return. However, this presents a splendid opportunity for me to eliminate Lu Yuan. A malevolent glint shone in the third prince's beady eyes. Although he doubted his capacity as a semi-emperor to contend with Lu Yuan alone, the involvement of various factions would alter the dynamics significantly. He could hardly believe that a coalition of the continent's elite could not subdue a single Lu Yuan. At this juncture, having observed his subordinates in black completely consumed the remnants on the ground, with a chilling expression that exuded an ominous aura, he commanded all the black guards, "Follow me. Even if we cannot capture Lu Yuan this time, I shall impart to him a profound lesson." Chapter 109. The bewildered Zhou Linglong. The aristocracy's reaction meanwhile. Within the grand palace of Chang'an, an elderly eunuch with clouded eyes suddenly appeared before Zhou Linglong. "Your Majesty, something is amiss. A grave matter has arisen." The eunuch's face was a portrait of panic, his words tumbling forth in a disordered manner. Zhou Linglong, engaged in state affairs, was momentarily taken aback by the eunuch's abrupt appearance. She had a faint recollection of him. He was a royal guardian of the great Zhou ancestral shrine, a hidden powerhouse in the realm. What could cause such alarm? Despite the eunuch's frantic demeanor, Zhou Linglong, as the sovereign of the nation, maintained her composure. The eunuch stuttered, at a loss for how to begin. Ultimately, with a bitter expression, he implored, "Please, you must come with me to see." With a heart full of confusion, Zhou Linglong followed the eunuch to the great Zhou ancestral shrine. What could it possibly be? She furrowed her brow, casting a reproachful glance at the eunuch's back. He had rushed to seek her out, yet remained vague about the matter. Were it not for his long-standing stewardship of the shrine, a position of great respect, she would have been reluctant to accompany him. Nevertheless, despite Zhou Linglong's myriad complaints, the eunuch remained silent, his countenance lost in despair, leading her with a lowered head and an air of numbness. At last, Zhou Linglong arrived at the great Zhou royal ancestral shrine. She was determined to uncover the truth. However, upon crossing the threshold, she was rendered speechless by the sight that greeted her. Madness. Absolute madness. What had she witnessed? The shrine was strewn with shattered tablets of fate. With a thud, Zhou Linglong, in a daze, sank to the ground. This. At that moment, the horror gripping her heart was beyond words. A suffocating weight lodged in her throat. She longed to speak, yet found herself voiceless. In the ancestral shrine of Longting, there were traditionally over 20 tablets of fate. Yet now, only a few solitary remnants remained. The others lay in ruin. Suddenly, Zhou Linglong's gaze fell upon one of the tablets. It bore the inscription of the name Zhou Huang. How could this be possible? Even the ancestors. Zhou Linglong's voice trembled with fear as she gasped in disbelief. The shattering of the tablets signified a dire reality, one she understood better than anyone else. The destruction of all 20 tablets heralded the demise of more than 20 formidable masters of Longting. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. A name sprang forth in her mind. There was no need for further explanation. It must undoubtedly be the handiwork of Lu Yuan. After all, The previous military action led by Zhou Huang was aimed explicitly at the annihilation of Lu Yuan. Zhou Linglong found it difficult to believe this outcome. Perhaps she was somewhat bewildered. Now, even the venerable ancestor of the great Zhou had been defeated. Was Lu Yuan then truly invincible? No. The Imperial ancestor. Yes, I must seek out the Imperial ancestor. Surely the Imperial ancestor has a strategy. Zhou Linglong seemed to have grasped the last lifeline. Her dazed eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. The loss of the ancestor was inconsequential. The true trump card of the great Zhou, the Imperial ancestor, had not yet perished. There was still a glimmer of hope. It was imperative to enter the forbidden grounds of the Dragon Court and seek the Imperial ancestor. Zhou Linglong repeatedly murmured this phrase as she turned and dashed towards the direction of the Dragon Court's forbidden area. At this moment, Zhou Linglong was not the only one to notice the anomaly. Those families compelled to dispatch their ancestors also sensed something amiss. Within these families, they honored the spirit tablets of their ancestors. However, at a certain moment, they were horrified to discover that their ancestors' spirit tablets had shattered. Indeed, after thorough confirmation, they realized that their ancestors' spirit tablets had indeed been destroyed. In an instant, the members of these families felt as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had quaked. Time itself seemed suspended. For these cultivating families, the highest-ranking ancestor was the very foundation and essence of their lineage. It was their family's very cornerstone. Now, even their foundational support had been uprooted. Furthermore, nearly 90% of the powerful beings they had nurtured or the experts within their clan had also perished. In a heartbeat, both the lower and upper echelons of their combat power were lost. It could be said that these families had suffered a grievous blow. The fracture in family strength had drastically diminished their standing, potentially leading to a decline from which they might never recover. No, this was all Zhou Linglong's fault. Had it not been for her incessant urging for our ancestor to engage in battle, how could the ancestor have met such a tragic end? Some families were instantly filled with rage. At that time, they had felt dissatisfaction with Zhou Linglong's command. Yet, the prevailing circumstances had left them powerless. Now, having arrived at this outcome, who could they blame if not Zhou Linglong? And Zhou Linglong would undoubtedly be the foremost scapegoat. How I loathe her. I can hardly contain my desire to storm into the Imperial palace and rip that foolish woman's head from her shoulders. Who wouldn't feel the same? Had it not been for Zhou Linglong's foolish decree, how could our ancestor have fallen? Perhaps by now, they would have already comprehended and ascended to the rank of martial sage. In that moment, members of various families began to conspire in secret. In the face of universal losses, the populace is engulfed in righteous indignation. Zhou Linglong, the infamous figure, bears the brunt of their wrath. Yet, the true perpetrator, Lu Yuan, remains unscathed by the resentment of these noble families. His distant presence is but one factor. Moreover, they have harbored grievances for some time, and the recent demise of their ancestor has undoubtedly intensified this animosity. Consequently, the primary target of their ire has swiftly shifted to Zhou Linglong. At this moment, a message from within the palace reached those serving in the court. Alas, have you heard? Even the formidable experts of the great Zhou Dragon Court have all perished. Is that true? How splendid. This Zhou Linglong, regardless of how she has deceived us, has even ensnared her own kin in her schemes. Ha! Upon hearing this news, my spirits have lifted considerably. That foolish woman truly lives up to her reputation. Subsequently, when they learned that not only had 6 martial saints from the Dragon Court fallen, but also numerous semi-saint experts, the members of these families inexplicably felt a surge of exhilaration. They clapped in delight. Well done. Let this Zhou Linglong's reckless actions be a lesson. Her cleverness has backfired, leaving her not only severely wounded, but also dragging us into her misfortune. However, despite their awareness of the Dragon Court's catastrophic losses, they dared not intrude upon the Imperial Palace to confront Zhou Linglong and demand an explanation. After all, while the Dragon Court has indeed suffered immensely, their own families have also experienced significant losses. Given that the Zhou family has upheld the great Zhou dynasty for nearly 10 millennia, who can ascertain the depth of their resources? Should they act impulsively, they might extinguish the very legacy of their own lineage. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. Although these noble families faced staggering casualties, the city of Chang'an remained eerily tranquil, as if rendered mute. Yet, Those of even modest standing could discern the undercurrents swirling beneath this calm facade. Chapter 110. Return to the Valley of the Medicine King. 8 great martial saints at this moment, within the confines of the Dragon Court's forbidden area. Zhou Linglong was on the verge of collapse as she called out to Zhou Qianfu, who was in seclusion healing his injuries. Junior, what is it that you seek from me? Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me during my recovery? Zhou Qianfu, roused from his meditative state, displayed a hint of displeasure, especially as he had recently endured significant injuries that left him in a state of agitation. Without time for further explanation, Zhou Linglong's face was a mask of despair as she lamented, "The Emperor Ancestor is in grave peril. Our ancestors, along with the esteemed masters of the Dragon Court, their life tokens have all shattered." Shattered? Zhou Qianfu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Are you certain you are not jesting? Such jesting is intolerable. He rose abruptly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zhou Linglong. She immediately felt a menacing aura enveloping her. Shivering, Zhou Linglong stammered, "Emperor Ancestor, how could I deceive you in this matter? I witnessed it with my own eyes." Finally, upon confirming the grim reality of the situation, even Zhou Qianfu, with his semi-imperial cultivation, found himself momentarily speechless with shock. After a prolonged silence, his previously troubled visage transformed, and his tone turned flat as he demanded, "What precisely transpired? Explain it to me clearly." Zhou Linglong gathered her thoughts and replied, "Emperor Ancestor, since your retreat, the Ancestor commanded me to assemble an army of 100,000 from the noble families, while he led the 6 great martial saints of the Dragon Court to seek vengeance against Lu Yuan. Shortly thereafter, I discovered that their life tokens had all shattered. Are you implying that Huang Yi and the other masters of the Dragon Court have all perished at the hands of that young scoundrel, Lu Yuan?" Zhou Qianfu's calm demeanor shattered, his eyes widening in astonishment. This revelation was yet another unexpected twist. Was there not only a single semi-imperial powerhouse by Lu Yuan's side, and one that was gravely injured at that? Given the prowess of Zhou Huangye and the other 6 martial saints, that wounded semi-imperial should have posed no threat to them. Yet, the outcome was entirely the opposite. By the way, why has there been no response from the higher-ups? Zhou Qianfu's brow furrowed deeply. Previously, he had reported this matter to the upper realm and contacted the envoy there. At that time, the envoy had exhibited a rather impatient demeanor. Could it be that they regarded this incident as trivial and had forgotten about it after their initial acknowledgement? A self-deprecating smile crept onto Zhou Qianfu's face. Perhaps, in the eyes of that esteemed individual, these matters were merely insignificant squabbles among ants. After much contemplation, Zhou Qianfu finally instructed, "You may leave for now and devise a plan for damage control. The losses incurred by those noble families are substantial, and they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Remember this. Never provoke those aristocratic families on the brink of fury." Zhou Qianfu has profoundly grasped the intricacies of human nature. He understands that with the loss of their ancestors, these families, along with numerous grassroots soldiers, will not easily relent. If mishandled, it could very well lead to yet another catastrophe. At this moment, Zhou Linglong is in a state of utter disarray. She follows Zhou Qianfu's every command without hesitation. In her current state of panic, she has lost all sense of direction. Upon emerging from the forbidden grounds of Longting, Zhou Linglong promptly convened a court assembly. Within the grand hall, a deep sense of unease enveloped her, for she keenly sensed the subtle tension that permeated the court. The officials, who once obeyed her every word, now cast upon her inexplicable glances. Zhou Linglong is all too familiar with such gazes, and anxiety gnaws at her heart. Yet, she finds herself devoid of any capable allies. Should these officials harbor treacherous intentions, what recourse would she have? Under such immense pressure, Zhou Linglong could only utter some diplomatic remarks to temporarily soothe the emotions of the aristocratic families. Subsequently, she issued her commands with a tone of gravity, summoned the reserve troops of the Hidden Dragon Guard to Chang'an at once, and hastened the other princes to enter the capital to support the throne. Presently, Zhou Linglong is at a loss for how to respond. The consecutive failures have left her utterly unmoored. Only by consolidating strength around her could she hope to regain a semblance of security. Meanwhile, on the side of Lu Yuan, he has arrived at the Medicine King Valley. From a distance, he perceives that several formidable figures have already gathered above the valley. Those who can forge a connection with the Medicine King Valley are urgently summoned by the Jade token held by Yao Qianming. The cultivators present are, at the very least, at the level of martial saints. After all, only those of similar cultivation levels can establish such connections. Fire Elder, you have also arrived. You come for matters concerning the Medicine King Valley, I presume? It has been a long time, Saint Songming. At this moment, 8 martial saints hover above the Medicine King Valley. Undoubtedly, they have come for the sake of the valley, having established ties with Yao Qianming. Where is the Valley Master? Why is he not present? Could it be that he has encountered misfortune? A solemn expression crosses the faces of the gathered. At this juncture, the scene at the Medicine King Valley is one of utter devastation, eerily silent and devoid of life. This stands in stark contrast to the previous bustling crowds clamoring for medicinal aid. Oh no, it seems a group of strong individuals is approaching from afar. The onlookers have also spotted Lu Yuan and his companions hastening toward them. Could it be that these individuals have responded to the Valley Master's call? With such thoughts in mind, the several martial saints stood their ground, silently awaiting the approach of Lu Yuan and his companions. Had they known that Lu Yuan had come with the intent to slay them, they would hardly have maintained their composure. What? Could it be that this group was cooperating so seamlessly? Observing the stillness of the opponents, who displayed not the slightest hint of escape, it was Lu Yuan who found himself perplexed. Did they possess some hidden strategy, or perhaps a trap? Qingyun, could you ascertain whether they intend to ambush us? Lu Yuan inquired cautiously of Emperor Qingyun. Indeed, was the immediate response from Emperor Qingyun. As a powerful divine consciousness swept over the area, the martial saints opposite trembled, a chill rising within their hearts. Why do I sense that these individuals harbor ill intentions? One of the martial saints pondered anxiously, brow furrowed. Following Emperor Qingyun's meticulous investigation, it became evident that the opposing martial saints were indeed caught off guard. With this revelation, Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief. It appeared that none had recognized him. Huh, a bunch of fools. Lu Yuan laughed maniacally. He then commanded his subordinates, Qingyun, Lai, you need not engage in this battle just yet. There are 8 martial saints on the opposing side, and we shall match them with our own 8. Li Sandao, still brooding, was reluctant to take action, while Yuan Zhuozong led the dragon riders southward, leaving only the Yan Yun 18 riders available for the fray. This is bad. They are foes, not friends. Prepare for battle. Upon witnessing the Yan Yun 18 riders, the 8 opposing martial saints charged forward with fierce intent, quickly realizing the peril they faced. They too unsheathed their weapons, readying themselves for combat. Chapter 111. Slaying 8 Martial Saints. The Imperial level power upgrade card. It must be said that those cultivators who have ascended to the realm of martial saints, becoming formidable overlords of the Eastern continent, possess immense willpower and exceptional fortune. Their strength, naturally, is not to be underestimated. In the face of the assault from the 18 riders of Yan Yun, an aura radiated from them, vibrant and formidable, exuding an overwhelming might. Their weapons were drawn, unyielding in their resolve. However, upon truly engaging with the 18 riders, they abruptly realized the absurdity of their situation. These adversaries were remarkably powerful. The 8 martial saints were taken aback, while outsiders observed a balanced exchange of blows. Only they understood the immense pressure they faced at this moment. Indeed, although they shared the same martial saint rank as the 18 riders, there existed a significant disparity in strength among martial saints. At this moment, their abilities paled in comparison to those of the 18 riders, as they were directly overpowered. Had it not been for the fact that each of them possessed 1 or 2 pseudo-imperial artifacts, they would have been defeated in an instant. Nonetheless, even with the support of these artifacts, defeat was merely a matter of time. I can no longer endure. I must retreat. At this juncture, one of the weaker martial saints, at the initial stage of the realm, could no longer withstand the onslaught. His complexion flushed, blood filled his mouth, and his internal organs trembled with distress. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, this martial saint summoned his ultimate trump card. Boom! A beautifully crafted small hammer, inscribed with profound runes, was hurled forth. The Haotian hammer. With a furious roar, this martial saint even ignited his own vital essence, risking the collapse of his physical form to desperately unleash his potential. The formidable attack forced back the 18 rider opposing him. Seizing this opportunity, he attempted to flee. Observing this, Lu Yuan smirked derisively. How naive! Did he truly believe he could escape under his command? Prepare the reserve team. Lu Yuan nonchalantly called to the remaining 18 riders beside him. Let us not forget, aside from Luo Yi, there were still 17 others. Previously, Lu Yuan had dispatched only 8 to engage in battle, while the remaining 9 were assembled as a reserve team, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Now was the moment for the 9 reserves to take the stage. Yes, the 9 stood forth respectfully, their powerful auras erupting magnificently. They then surged toward the fleeing martial saint. With the addition of these 9 warriors, the enemy martial saints faced an even swifter defeat. Boom. In mere moments. In the sky, 8 brilliant sparks erupted. These 8 formidable beings from the eastern continent had no chance to plead for mercy, falling tragically in that very moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying 8 martial saints, earning 640,000 fortune points. A multitude of factors converged, resulting in Lu Yuan acquiring a total of 640,000 fortune points. Quite splendid. Although the fortune points earned were slightly less than anticipated, Lu Yuan remained thoroughly content. The pivotal aspect was that, with the accumulation of these 640,000 fortune points, the total in his account finally surpassed 10 million once again, reaching an impressive sum of nearly 16 million. Upon witnessing the total fortune points in his account, Lu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly opened the lottery interface. System, initiate an Imperial level lottery, he thought, brimming with anticipation. Each Imperial level lottery was indeed a rare opportunity. Ding. The host has selected the Imperial level lottery. The system is processing. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial level faction upgrade card. Another Imperial level faction upgrade card? The moment Lu Yuan saw the reward, he was momentarily taken aback. How many times had he drawn from this Imperial level lottery? To his astonishment, this was the second time an Imperial level faction upgrade card had appeared. Nonetheless, this card was still a commendable reward. Lu Yuan nodded appreciatively, feeling no disappointment, merely a sense of surprise. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Yuan. He wondered if this Imperial level faction upgrade card could be used in conjunction with another. If it could indeed be stacked, then if the Dragon Riders utilized 2 Imperial level upgrade cards, their power would surely soar. Ding. Each faction can only use 1 Imperial level faction card. They cannot be stacked. The system seemed to have anticipated Lu Yuan's thoughts and promptly dispelled his notion. Well, Lu Yuan was not truly disheartened. After all, this was merely a fleeting thought that had crossed his mind. Next, Lu Yuan found himself in a quandary regarding the ownership of this Imperial level upgrade card. Firstly, he ruled out the Shadow Reign organization. What need had they for such immense combat power? Secondly, he considered the Dragon Riders, who had already used an Imperial level upgrade card and could not stack it again. Lu Yuan had many other factions under his command, represented by the collective forces of the Shadow Guards, the Assault Corps, and the Northern Army, alongside individual powers like Li Sandao and Su Chu. Now, Lu Yuan hesitated. Should he grant the upgrade to an individual power or to a collective faction? It was essential to understand that the energy contained within the Imperial level upgrade card was finite. The more individuals it was divided among, the less energy each would receive. This was akin to the distinctions between Holy level and Imperial level lotteries. Isolated, he embodies the martial sage, the martial emperor. Should one extract a force, the energy would be redistributed among others. The mightiest of this force can, at best, reach the threshold of half-saint or half-emperor. Moreover, even when applied to both Li Sandao and Su Chu, the outcomes would undoubtedly diverge. This is because Li Sandao himself is a formidable martial sage. Upon ascending to emperor, his prowess would assuredly surpass that of Su Chu by a slight margin. Alas, what a headache! Lu Yuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. This emperor-level force upgrade card, regardless of whom it is bestowed upon, presents its own advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, it would be wise to grant this card to Su Chu. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan resolved to allocate the emperor-level force upgrade card to Su Chu. Firstly, Su Chu was the valiant general he summoned first and had accompanied him the longest. Secondly, the support of another martial emperor would certainly alleviate the burden borne by the Chang'an emperor. With 2 martial emperors to safeguard him, his personal safety would be significantly enhanced. System, bestow this upgrade card upon Su Chu. Lu Yuan instructed the system nonchalantly. Ding. Emperor-level force upgrade card successfully used. Target. Su Chu. As the system's voice faded, Su Chu suddenly felt an immense and gentle energy manifest within him unexpectedly. The long stagnant realm within him began to loosen under the influence of this energy. Boom. In the next instant, Su Chu's meridians flowed as if they had been unblocked after 3 months of constipation, instantly becoming unimpeded. What followed was an explosive surge of vitality. Chapter 112. The Emperor Su Chu. The Sacred Lottery, 20 Semi-Saints. High above in the 9 heavens, as Su Chu ascended in rank, the anticipated celestial phenomena materialized. Clouds of myriad colors surged and roared, sweeping across vast expanses. In an instant, magnificent 5-colored clouds coalesced, transforming into a resplendent canopy. Beneath this canopy, countless auspicious clouds manifested and dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. An immense aura emanated from Su Chu, generating an overwhelming pressure that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, permeating the landscape for miles. Suddenly, a dramatic transformation occurred in the cosmos. In the sky, boundless thunderclouds gathered, dispelling various auspicious signs. Countless electric serpents danced wildly within the storm, wreaking havoc. This heralded the birth of an emperor. For millennia, no individual on the eastern continent had achieved such a pinnacle. Consequently, the emergence of ominous tribulation clouds was to be expected. Could it be that Su Chu would encounter misfortune? Observing the sudden appearance of the tribulation clouds, Lu Yuan's eyes filled with concern. Historically, thunder tribulations posed insurmountable challenges. Countless prodigies had fallen before the ultimate trial of thunder. At that moment, however, the nearby Chang'an emperor unexpectedly smiled. "My lord, there is no need for concern. Observe closely. The tribulation clouds Su Chu faces are far less formidable than the ones I conjured previously." With a mere gesture of his fingers, a colossal sword shadow materialized. Chang'an's sword technique: transform energy into blade. Break for me. At that moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to recognize the formidable Chang'an emperor. The electric serpents writhed and hissed at him, unleashing their fury. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of trepidation in the eyes of those thunder serpents. With a thunderous crash, the massive sword shadow struck the thunder tribulation. The electric serpents writhed in agony, as if struck by a great force. With just a single blow, the imposing thundercloud was cleaved in two by the Chang'an emperor. As the thunder tribulation subsided, Su Chu's soaring aura also came to a halt. In that moment, Su Chu successfully attained the rank of martial emperor. Is this the power of a martial emperor? Feeling a strength 100-fold greater than before surging within him, Su Chu was eager to test his newfound abilities. From a mere semi-saint, he had catapulted himself to become the mightiest martial emperor of the continent. Su Chu had successfully realized his path of reversal. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed an aura that struck a boulder 100 meters away. Boom! The boulder shattered as if it had been struck with tremendous force. Terrifying. Those nearby, including Lu Yuan, could only gasp in astonishment. If such power were to strike a human, one could only imagine the devastating consequences. Intrigued, Lu Yuan directly opened Su Chu's personal panel. Mid-level Martial Emperor. Indeed. As soon as Su Chu stepped into the realm of the Martial Emperor, he ascended to the mid-level stage. "Thank you, my lord," Su Chu exclaimed, kneeling on one knee before Lu Yuan. Even upon reaching the Grand Emperor realm, Su Chu remained fiercely loyal to Lu Yuan. Nearby, Mo, Xiang, and others observed Su Chu's ascension to the emperor level, their eyes revealing a glimmer of envy. They pondered when their own turn would arrive. Xiang was so envious that saliva nearly dripped from her mouth. Yet, little did she know, Lu Yuan was the first to exclude her each time. "Su Chu, you are now a powerful martial emperor. If time permits, please craft more space rings to distribute among your subordinates," Lu Yuan remarked with a smile. "Why are space rings so rare?" "Because only those with the cultivation of a grand emperor, who can wield the power of space, can easily create them. Of course, aside from grand emperors, those skilled in crafting and half-emperors can also manage to produce them, albeit with great difficulty, provided they have sufficient materials. A grand emperor can effortlessly conjure countless rings with a mere gesture, while a half-emperor or craftsman must labor meticulously. The efficiency of the two is worlds apart. Now that he possessed two martial emperor strongholds, Lu Yuan mused. Surely this would provide sufficient protection. Although both Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor were merely at the late and mid-level stages of Martial Emperor, respectively, their actual combat prowess was comparable to that of peak Martial Emperors, or even those beyond that realm. For self-defense, that was more than sufficient. In truth, on the surface of the Eastern State continent, 2 Martial Emperors were enough to dominate the entire region, countless beings over eons. Yet only a handful of Grand Emperors had emerged throughout the history of the Eastern State continent, illustrating the rarity of such beings. After vanquishing several martial saints, Lu Yuan lost interest in lingering at the Medicine King Valley, knowing that the strong could travel swiftly. Those who had arrived were the formidable ones, while those yet to come were likely mere scraps beneath the half-saint level. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Yet, even the small fry were worth pursuing. For Lu Yuan, those small fish were still meat. After some contemplation, he decided to access the system's lottery panel. System, I wish to conduct a saint-level lottery. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan resolved to proceed with the saint-level lottery. The cost of one such lottery was 1 million luck points. The rewards, even if left untouched here, would more than suffice to reap returns by ambushing the strong who continued to arrive at the Medicine King Valley. Beep. Host has chosen the saint-level lottery. System is conducting the draw. Beep. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 formidable demigod warriors. As the system's words faded, 20 imposing figures of demigods materialized beside Lu Yuan. Subordinates who Li Air, Wang San. We pay our respects to the master. The resounding voices of the 20 demigods created an atmosphere rivaling that of 100,000 troops. Oh, this reward is indeed commendable. A full 20 demigods. While their individual prowess may not be exceptional, their sheer quantity compensates for it. Moreover, in certain aspects, these 20 demigods far surpass the presence of a single martial saint. At this moment, Lu Yuan casually addressed the assembly. Esteemed ones, I now assign you some tasks. Numerous cultivators are currently making their way to the Medicine King's Valley. Your duty is to eliminate every single one of them. Do you understand? Yes, master. In unison, the 20 demigod experts responded affirmatively. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. With these 20 demigods as overseers, it is highly unlikely that even a mosquito could infiltrate the Medicine King's Valley. Chapter 113. The battle at Yimingwen concludes. The terrifying third prince following the conclusion of the battle, Lu Yuan reiterated his instructions to the 20 semi-saint warriors with utmost urgency. Should they encounter formidable opponents, their foremost priority must be survival, rather than engaging in futile struggles. Indeed. Thank you for your concern, my lord. We shall ensure our own safety above all else. The semi-saint warriors responded, visibly moved by Lu Yuan's heartfelt care. The loyalty inspired by a leader who genuinely cares for his subordinates is indeed a rare fortune. Satisfied that his words had resonated, Lu Yuan nodded approvingly. His caution stemmed from uncertainty about the potential arrival of other martial saints. Should a martial saint appear, these 20 semi-saints would undoubtedly be at a severe disadvantage. Next, Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to the others present. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he addressed the assembly with a commanding tone. Everyone, we shall set forth at once and swiftly pursue Yuan Zhuozong and his forces. The final confrontation is imminent. His composed voice echoed in the ears of those gathered. Presently, the Empress had consolidated her entire army near Chang'an, signaling her intent for a decisive battle against him. Such a massive engagement, involving millions, would undoubtedly become a brutal crucible of flesh and blood. It could either yield a tremendous harvest of fortune or become his final resting place. Before departing, Lu Yuan accessed his personal panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Strength, mid-level martial emperor. Affiliated forces, 18 riders of Yenyun, slightly wounded. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, enhanced version. 50,000 Trap Camp, Shadow Guards, Drizzles. 10,000 Northern Army, damaged. Bodyguards, Emperor Qin Yun, Li Sandao, Su Chu, Emperor level enhanced. Fortune value, 6, 820, 375. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. What? How is it that my fortune value still exceeds 6 million? He pondered in surprise. Previously, after one Imperial level lottery, his fortune had dwindled to just over 5 million. Following another million level holy lottery, he expected a further decrease. Yet, astonishingly, his fortune had not only remained intact, but had even increased by over 1 million. Had his system encountered a glitch? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. However, upon reviewing his records of fortune accumulation, clarity dawned upon him. It turned out that at Yimingwen, Gao Shun and Xie Xian had completely annihilated Wang Hu's 30,000 troops from the northern domain. Understanding this, Lu Yuan felt a sense of enlightenment. So many days have passed, and the battle at Yumen Pass should have long since concluded. Previously, the conflict at Yumen Pass had bestowed upon me several million fortune points. Now, with the battle's end, I have gained an additional 2 million. How delightful! Indeed, since the skirmish on Gao Shun's side has concluded, he should hasten his return. Let him rendezvous with Yuan Zhuozong and together launch an assault on Chang'an city. Understood. Rain Xiang beside me nodded respectfully. Then, extending her hand, she summoned back the spirit pigeon with a center parting. After Lu Yuan departed, the Valley of the Medicine King temporarily returned to tranquility. The ground was stained with holy blood, and remnants of martial saints lay scattered, signifying that a cataclysmic battle had once transpired here, claiming the lives of powerful beings of the sacred realm. After a prolonged wait, the Valley of the Medicine King remained eerily silent, as if it had become a forsaken place. Not even the small fish and shrimp could be seen. Everyone, why does it seem that no one is arriving? The 20 half-saints summoned by Lu Yuan were growing impatient. Their master had called them forth to slay enemies, not to idle about. At that moment, a surge of demonic energy rushed in, the malice soaring to the heavens, the wails of the damned echoing, causing the surrounding world to lose its color. It was the third prince and his entourage who had arrived at this location. The people have already departed. Sensing that Lu Yuan and the others were no longer in this void, the third prince's brow furrowed tightly. He was once again a step too late. Was Lu Yuan truly so swift in his endeavors? Seconds man. The third prince furrowed his brow, his vast consciousness beginning to envelop the surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, and his expression turned to one of horror. What? 8 martial saints have fallen here again. At this moment, a tempest of shock surged within the third prince's heart. How little time has passed, and already 8 martial saints have been slain. Terrifying. It is simply too terrifying. Upon reaching the level of martial saints, one becomes a rare force in this world, equipped with means of self-preservation. Even with his semi-emperor cultivation, it was impossible for him to annihilate 8 martial saints entirely. It was not that he was incapable. Rather, if the opponents were determined to flee, he could not stop them. Initially, he had planned to wait for other formidable experts to arrive and then join forces against Lu Yuan. Yet now, he arrived only to find that those experts had perished at Lu Yuan's hands. At this moment, the third prince suddenly wrinkled his nose and sniffed around. His expression darkened further. This is Imperial might. The enemy has previously harbored a martial emperor-level expert. Indeed, as a semi-emperor powerhouse, he was inherently attuned to the oppressive aura of Imperial might. At this moment, the air around him was thick with the lingering remnants of such power, unmistakably signifying the intervention of a martial emperor. How could this be? The presence of a martial emperor among Lu Yuan's subordinates was utterly inconceivable. The third prince, already bearing an inhumanly grotesque visage, now wore an expression akin to one who had tasted excrement, rendering his countenance even more sinister. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated within the Medicine King Valley. Inside, 20 semi-saint level experts had engaged in fierce combat with the dark-clad figures. The semi-saint warriors unleashed their attacks with astonishing might, each strike resonating with tremendous force. Fortunately, the dark-clad individuals were not without their own defenses. Their tough, resilient skin enabled them to withstand the formidable onslaught of the semi-saints. My lord, over there it seems there are a few insects. Beside the third prince, Hei's face was alight with a bloodthirsty grin. Having ascended to the rank of martial sage, Hei's demonic transformation had intensified, and his inner turmoil grew ever more volatile. He immediately felt the urge to step forward, eager to crush those insects beneath his hands. However, just as Yi was about to advance, a hand bristling with menacing bone spikes abruptly blocked his path. Chapter 114. The third prince succumbs. The king of the south enters the capital. The master. He looked quizzically at his third prince. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar glimmer in the third prince's eyes. It became apparent that these formidable beings bore traces of divine consciousness left by a supreme emperor. The third prince discerned at a glance that these 20 semi-saints had indeed been tampered with. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. The divine consciousness of the emperor could serve as an early warning signal. Should he eliminate these individuals, the emperor would instantly be aware of it. In an instant, the emperor could tear through space and appear before them. Moreover, this divine consciousness could act as a protective talisman. If the master were to suffer a fatal attack, this consciousness would manifest as a counterstrike against the assailant, possessing power comparable to a casual blow from a martial emperor. How infuriating, given this situation. It seemed these semi-saints were rendered immobile. The third prince, filled with reluctance, clenched his large fists tightly. It was evident that these semi-saint warriors were subordinates of Lu Yuan. While he could easily slay them, the consequences were clearly beyond his capacity to bear. Tell the black-clad guards not to linger in battle. Everyone, retreat now. Ultimately, the third prince could only grit his teeth and reluctantly admit defeat. He could not afford to provoke them, but surely he could escape. Although he longed to annihilate these semi-saints, he remained clear-headed when it came to the value of his own life. Indeed, at this moment, the third prince had truly succumbed. Previously, he had entertained thoughts of confronting Lu Yuan, but now, such notions had been irrevocably extinguished. Naturally, after all, Lu Yuan had a supreme emperor backing him. However, as he prepared to retreat, the sight of 8 martial saints stained in blood, their lifeless bodies still lying on the ground, elicited a return to his bloodthirsty demeanor. Those martial saints' corpses cannot simply be discarded. The third prince waved his hand and gathered all the remnants of the martial saints. Regardless of the circumstances, he now had 8 martial saints to devour. Perhaps, by consuming these martial saints' bodies, he could successfully ascend to the rank of emperor. At that point, he could confront the emperor under Lu Yuan's command. A flicker of determination reignited in the third prince's eyes, restoring his earlier confidence. The demon race never admits defeat. With their relentless nature of seeking revenge, as long as there is an opportunity, they would undoubtedly repay any grievances. Of course, all of this would have to wait until he had completely devoured the bodies of these 8 martial saints. Observing the ongoing struggle, the third prince made his move. The black-clad guards swiftly made their escape. They withdrew. Observing the rapid retreat of the third prince and his companions, the semi-saint powerhouses wore expressions of grave concern. Should we inform our master of this matter? One of the semi-saint experts furrowed his brow and inquired. A half-emperor powerhouse. The moment the third prince struck, they all sensed the formidable aura emanating from him. It was undoubtedly a half-emperor. However, what puzzled them was why this half-emperor chose to spare them. Given the vast disparity in strength, the opponent could have easily obliterated them. Since the adversary had relented, it could be seen as a stroke of fortune. Nonetheless, the emergence of an unfamiliar half-emperor warranted a report to their master, to prepare him for the unforeseen. The appearance of a half-emperor was no trivial matter. Moreover, they remained uncertain whether this entity was friend or foe. At this moment, in Chang'an City, following a series of upheavals, the entire landscape of the city had become tumultuous. Many noble families were stirring, intent on pressuring Zhou Linglong for an explanation. As the situation appeared increasingly uncontrollable, at last, a piece of good news reached Zhou Linglong's ears. The first army to march to the capital in defense had arrived in Chang'an. The king of the south, Xiaoshan, in the Grand Hall. Zhou Linglong urgently summoned the civil and military officials for a council. The court officials could not help but whisper among themselves. Xiaoshan led 500,000 troops into the capital. This explosive news quelled the restless hearts of certain individuals. With measured footsteps, a sturdy figure slowly entered the imposing hall. Your servant, Xiaoshan, pays his respects to your majesty. A robust figure knelt thunderously before her. The crowd turned to look, revealing Xiaoshan as a rugged middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. His 9-foot-tall, muscular physique was clad in gleaming armor, muscles subtly visible beneath the armor, exuding an aura of explosive power. His cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the semi-saint level. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Xiao. Please rise. With Xiaoshan's arrival, Zhou Linglong finally felt her taut nerves begin to ease. Lord Xiao, I am relieved that you have arrived. Zhou Linglong stood from her dragon throne and quickly approached Xiaoshan, a gesture that conveyed her respect for him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Shan's voice remained remarkably steady. Despite Zhou Linglong's display of esteem, his expression did not waver. As a prince renowned alongside the King of the North, Xiao Shan was a legendary figure. Moreover, his depth of character was far more complex than it appeared. Your Majesty, I am already aware of the treachery of the King of the North, Lu Yuan. Please rest assured. Allow me a moment to reorganize my troops and replenish our supplies, and I shall proceed to Bingzhou to quell the rebellion, Xiao Shan declared, his fists clasped together, his voice resonating with conviction. As a contemporary of the previous northern general, Lu Qingtian, he regarded the younger Lu Yuan with utter disdain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linglong gazed at Xiao Shan in astonishment. Elder brother, are you aware of what you are saying? With such a meager force, do you truly believe you can suppress a rebellion? Surely you jest. At that moment, not only Zhou Linglong, but also the other court officials looked at Xiao Shan as if he were a fool. How audacious, they thought. Does the southern general not realize the formidable prowess of Lu Yuan? He is a man who effortlessly vanquished our elite family army, composed of 100,000 martial artists. Moreover, he has annihilated our esteemed ancestors and the 6 revered martial saints of the Dragon Court's forbidden grounds. Xiao Shan, merely a half-saint, commanded a sizable army of 500,000, which indeed held some merit. However, could such a force truly challenge Lu Yuan? It seemed not only a reckless endeavor, but an invitation for self-destruction. In comparison, they would rather endure unimaginable hardship than face such folly. Chapter 115. Are they not delivering vegetables? At this moment, Xiao Shan acutely sensed the peculiar glances from those around him, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Could it be that something he had just said was amiss? The call for him to enter the capital to defend the throne was merely an invitation to quell the rebellion of Lu Yuan, was it not? It is no wonder that Xiao Shan was puzzled. His information was still anchored in the time of Lu Yuan's downfall alongside the 30,000 Imperial guards. He was completely unaware of the subsequent intelligence and the fact that the entire court of the great Zhou dynasty had been instilled with fear. As a prince stationed at the borders, it was impossible for him to place his own spies within the court without attracting the ire of those with ulterior motives. Consequently, many pieces of crucial information remained beyond his grasp. Baffled, Xiao Shan furrowed his brow further and cupped his hands towards Zhou Linglong, inquiring with uncertainty, Your Majesty, did I err in my previous remarks? Zhou Linglong cast a speechless glance at Xiao Shan. Oh dear, this is no mere mistake in words. Rather, it seems you have lost touch with reality. With a wry smile, she continued, Prince Xiao, I believe the matter of quelling Lu Yuan's rebellion requires further deliberation. A rash attack could lead to dire consequences. Her words were exceedingly diplomatic, implying that Xiao Shan alone could not possibly contend with Lu Yuan. Thus, he ought not to overthink the situation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan's frown deepened. Being an astute individual, he could discern the underlying meaning in Zhou Linglong's words. Was there something unexpected that had transpired? A sense of unease crept into Xiao Shan's heart. As he observed Zhou Linglong signaling him subtly, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. I shall obey your command. Indeed, when circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often a hidden agenda. Now, all he could do was wait until the court's adjournment to personally inquire with the Empress. After the court session, burdened with questions, Xiao Shan approached Zhou Linglong. Recognizing his purpose, she sighed with a hint of bitterness and said, Prince Xiao, there were matters during the assembly that could not be explicitly stated. Allow me to clarify them now. Zhou Linglong's expression was laden with sorrow. Given the grievances already harbored by the noble families, she had refrained from mentioning these matters in court to avoid providing them with ammunition for criticism. Subsequently, Zhou Linglong recounted the entire situation, including the demise of the 6 martial saints of the Dragon Court, in meticulous detail to Xiao Shan. After her disclosure, Xiao Shan stared intently at Zhou Linglong, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. The elders of the prominent families had perished in battle? The 10,000 troops of these families had all fallen? Are you certain that my entry into the capital is for the sake of aiding the kingdom, rather than a march towards my demise? Xiao Shan's gaze towards Zhou Linglong suddenly took on a peculiar intensity. With so many formidable experts having already fallen, what purpose could a mere half-saint like myself serve in this tumult? Did you intend for me to be a scapegoat? At that moment, Zhou Linglong also perceived the malice in Xiao Shan's eyes and awkwardly chuckled. Heh, Prince Xiao, Now you comprehend why I could not allow you to lead the army in quelling the rebellion alone. The strength of Lu Yuan is simply beyond the bounds of reason. Zhou Linglong exhaled, her voice strained. From initial disregard to a modest acknowledgement, and ultimately to a realization of a grave threat, Lu Yuan's growth had transcended their understanding. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan gradually withdrew his piercing gaze. He had not anticipated that the son of Lu Qingtian would possess such remarkable prowess. Even martial saints who ventured forth could find themselves defeated and submerged in despair. Xiaoshan's eyes flickered, filled with trepidation. As a mere half-saint, to learn that those far superior to him had perished at Lu Yuan's hands was a devastating blow to his resolve. His once indomitable courage to confront Lu Yuan had vanished. Now, Xiaoshan began to doubt whether, during his absence, the spiritual energy of the northern domain had revived. Otherwise, how could so many powerful individuals have emerged one after another? The emergence of such strength rendered his years of effort, culminating in his half-saint cultivation, seemingly futile. As he found himself among the weakest of the lot, Xiaoshan felt as though he were losing his sanity. In a daze, he resigned himself, stating, "Your Majesty, forgive my candor, but I am certain I cannot contend with Lu Yuan's might. You have summoned me here, but I fear you will be disappointed." At that moment, Xiaoshan finally recognized the absurdity of his previous thoughts. Quelling the rebellion? It seemed more likely that he would be the one subdued. Observing Xiaoshan's dwindling spirit, Zhou Linglong hastily interjected, "Prince Xiao, our great Zhou possesses countless valiant warriors, as numerous as the fish in the river, all of whom are at our disposal. Furthermore, an unending tide of reinforcements is en route to Chang'an. Why should we fear Lu Yuan?" Xiaoshan let out a cold laugh. "Heh. These are all battles of high-level confrontation. Without someone to restrain him, our vast numbers would be of little consequence. Rest assured, our great Zhou." Just then, Zhou Linglong's gaze suddenly flickered, and she quickly changed her tone. "Regardless, once all preparations are made, even if Lu Yuan possesses extraordinary abilities, he will not escape. Prince Xiao, you need not worry. However, this requires your cooperation in commanding the Pingnan army during the battle." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan regarded Zhou Linglong with a profound gaze. The Empress likely harbors secrets yet undisclosed. Nonetheless, her unwavering confidence suggests that her methods are undoubtedly formidable. "Let us hope this holds true." Xiaoshan responded with a nonchalant tone. After all, he had already fallen into the trap, having arrived in Chang'an, with no possibility of retreat. Shortly thereafter, the remaining two princes among the four lords also made their way here, namely the Prince of the West and the Prince of the East. As for the absence of the fourth lord, it was due to the fact that the Prince of the North had already revolted. The two princes from the East and West, though both possessing semi-saintly cultivation, were somewhat inferior in strength compared to their counterparts from the North and South. While they commanded armies of their own, both in terms of quantity and quality, they fell short. Furthermore, their adversaries required a portion of their forces to remain on guard. Consequently, the number of troops they brought was not substantial, merely 30,000 soldiers, as they entered the capital to assist the throne. With the arrival of these two princes, Zhou Linglong promptly conveyed all prior intelligence to them with utmost honesty. Upon hearing her report, both princes exhibited profound astonishment. Their cultivation, each merely a minor semi-saint, had led them to believe they were sufficiently powerful, yet they now realized they had been confined to a limited perspective. Confronted with the formidable army of Lu Yuan, capable of even vanquishing martial saints, they echoed Xiaoshan's sentiments, feeling utterly overwhelmed. What was there to fight for? They possessed the means to slaughter martial saints, and sending their forces would merely be akin to offering up a feast for the enemy. Chapter 116. The humble Zhou Qianfu unveils the 9th rank elixir. Alas, it seems I must engage in further discourse. Zhou Linglong sighed in resignation, realizing she would have to reiterate her previous counsel to Xiaoshan. Otherwise, these two princes, mired in such negativity, would find themselves defeated before the battle even commenced. Eventually, after much persuasion from Zhou Linglong, she managed to restore the two princes' spirits. Well, now it seems they must take one step at a time. The two princes exchanged glances. Had they foreseen the magnitude of the trouble, they would never have heeded the Imperial summons to the capital for aid. Now, they found themselves entangled in a mess. At that moment, Zhou Linglong began to calculate the number of troops gathered around Chang'an City. However, Her inquiry yielded astonishing results. A staggering 300,000 elite soldiers had amassed around the city. Moreover, reinforcements from various provinces were continuously on their way. It is worth noting that these were not ordinary individuals. They were practitioners who had embarked on their paths of cultivation. The revelation of this 300,000 figure instilled Zhou Linglong with an unexpected surge of confidence. Such a formidable force could easily overwhelm Lu Yuan's army. Yet, there remained one crucial element missing. They lacked formidable experts capable of restraining the elite warriors within Lu Yuan's ranks. Zhou Linglong cast her gaze toward the direction of the Dragon Court's forbidden grounds, hoping that matters would proceed smoothly with the Imperial ancestors. If they were unable to establish contact with the envoy from the upper domain, then the great Zhou would truly have no reason to continue the fight, for defeat would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianfu was drenched with sweat, humbly kneeling on the ground. Before him sat a figure draped entirely in black robes. Occupying his previous position, the black-robed individual emanated an aura of profound depth, seemingly ensnaring even the surrounding light within his presence. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was a peak-level martial emperor. Furthermore, unlike ordinary peak martial emperors, this black-robed figure exuded a subtle yet ethereal essence, one that felt even weightier than imperial might. Esteemed envoy, the situation is roughly as follows. At present, the strength of Lu Yuan's forces leaves our great Zhou utterly powerless. At this moment, Zhou Qianfu had also learned of the demise of Zhou Huang and other experts from the Dragon Court. Aside from silently cursing those individuals as ineffectual, a twinge of fear began to take root in his heart. All that their great Zhou had experienced was defeat, demonstrating no capacity for success whatsoever. And in the eyes of the envoy, there was never a place for the inept. If this leads to displeasure, then I would truly deserve a fate worse than death. From the words of Zhou Qianfu, it is evident that the figure cloaked in black before him hails from the upper domain, the very person he had referred to as the esteemed envoy from above. At that moment, the envoy's presence exuded a quiet yet formidable authority. A single, unmistakable word, laced with ire, resonated in Zhou Qianfu's ears. Waste. An overwhelming chill emanated from the black-clad figure, an aura that, although faintly revealed, imbued Zhou Qianfu with an unprecedented weight of pressure. After all, the true power of the black-robed individual likely surpassed the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, far beyond what a mere half-emperor like Zhou Qianfu could withstand. With beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Zhou Qianfu prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he uttered, "Yes, yes, yes, esteemed envoy, it is all our shortcomings." In that moment, Zhou Qianfu shed his former haughty demeanor, appearing as humble as a dog. It was hardly surprising, with such a vast disparity in strength. What else could he do but abase himself? Furthermore, given Zhou Qianfu's talents, reaching the half-emperor level in this lifetime was essentially the pinnacle of his cultivation. The prospect of advancing further was akin to scaling the heavens. Zhou Qianfu's hopes rested solely upon the envoy from the upper domain. In his eyes, elevating the cultivation of what he viewed as mere ants would surely be a trivial task for these exalted beings. Subsequently, Zhou Qianfu reassured himself that his chosen path was indeed correct. Noticing the injuries adorning Zhou Qianfu's form, the black-robed figure flicked his finger, producing a radiant healing pill. "I see you bear injuries. Take this 9th-grade healing pill to mend your wounds." The black-clad envoy spoke with an even tone, devoid of any tremor, as if the rare 9th-grade pill in his hand were merely an ordinary candy. Upon witnessing the 9th-grade healing pill, Zhou Qianfu found himself momentarily breathless, his eyes instantly glistening with tears. A 9th-grade pill, he silently screamed within. In the entirety of the Jiuzhou continent, the existence of 8th-grade pills was already considered the pinnacle of refinement. Yet a 9th-grade pill. No one across the vast Dongzhou continent could even concoct such a marvel. The so-called pill god, the master of the apothecary valley, Yao Qianming, could only skillfully refine 8th-grade pills, and he lacked even a 0.1 success rate with 9th-grade ones. "Thank you, esteemed envoy, for bestowing this pill," Zhou Qianfu gasped, his hands trembling as he accepted the 9th-grade healing pill. However, as it rested in his palm, a sense of reluctance washed over him. This life-saving elixir, now to be used for healing, felt like an extravagant waste. Yet, This pill was specifically reserved by the esteemed lord for his own healing. Zhou Qianfu dared not defy the will of the noble lord. Enduring the excruciating pain, he closed his eyes and swallowed the 9th-grade elixir whole. Observing Zhou Qianfu treat the 9th-grade pill as if it were a treasured egg, the figure in the black robe revealed a disdainful smile beneath his cloak. Indeed, those from the lower realms were truly of the lower realms. They cherished mere mortal-grade pills as if they were precious. In their immortal ascendance dynasty, such items would be discarded without a second thought. Cough, cough. Yet, they would still pick it up. However, it was akin to a penny falling to the ground. Unremarkable to retrieve, yet too valuable to ignore, utterly trivial. After consuming the elixir, a surge of vibrant vitality erupted from Zhou Qianfu's body. The injuries that marred him began to mend gradually. The efficacy of this potion was far superior to that of an 8th-grade elixir. In mere moments, all of Zhou Qianfu's wounds had been completely healed. Furthermore, the excess potency infused throughout his body made him feel as though he had regained several years of youth. Thank you, esteemed lord, for bestowing this medicine. Chapter 117, Capturing Shanyong City. Feeling the remarkable transformation within his body, Zhou Qianfu was overwhelmed with joy. Truly, it was a 9th-grade elixir. The lingering injuries that had plagued him for so long were now nearly healed in an instant. Alas, he could only lament that this precious 9th-grade elixir was singular in number. Moreover, he had already consumed it. Zhou Qianfu cast a hopeful gaze towards the figure in the black robe. He yearned to appease this individual. Surely, if he could win favor, perhaps a coveted divine elixir could be bestowed upon him. In such a case, he would swiftly ascend to the revered realm of the martial emperor. However, the black-robed figure did not grant Zhou Qianfu the opportunity to continue his entreaties. The aura emanating from the figure surged momentarily before a cold snort escaped his lips. The Lu Yuan army you mentioned is advancing towards Chang'an, correct? Humph. Utterly ignorant. Fear not. When they arrive, I shall certainly take action. The tone of the black-robed individual was decidedly nonchalant. They were merely ants from the lower realms. As a general of the immortal Ascendance Dynasty's elite forces, he held these mortals in utter disdain. Were it not for the directive of a certain high-ranking figure within the dynasty, he would scarcely descend to the lower realms at all. Yes, thank you, esteemed envoy. Upon hearing that the black-robed figure was prepared to take action, Zhou Qianfu was filled with exuberance. Wasn't his initial intention to incite the envoy into action? Humph. Lu Yuan, let you revel in your arrogance for a few more days. Once you arrive in Chongan, you shall learn what it means to be outclassed. Zhou Qianfu sneered. What realm did this esteemed envoy inhabit? Though he was unaware, he was certain that even in the lower realms, the envoy's power far surpassed that of an ordinary martial emperor. Now that the envoy had resolved to act, he could hardly believe that Lu Yuan, that little rascal, could escape unscathed. Yet, Zhou Qianfu remained blissfully oblivious to how he appeared, entirely a sycophant thriving on the power of another. Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, after departing from the Medicine King's Valley, he swiftly caught up with General Yuan Zhuozong's dragon riders. Though the dragon riders marched at a rapid pace, Lu Yuan was accompanied by 2 formidable emperors, ensuring their speed was unimpeded. My lord, as per your instructions, General Gao has already mobilized the assault camp and is advancing towards Chaoyong Prefecture. It is anticipated that we shall arrive within 2 days. Yuxiang approached respectfully, delivering the intelligence to Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan stretched leisurely and remarked, once that rascal Gao Shun arrives, I shall have to interrogate him thoroughly. How could it take such an interminable time to engage a mere 30,000 border troops? He even had the audacity to issue a military decree. Suddenly, Lu Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze flickering as he remarked, 2 days, is it? That works. We have ample time. After all, ahead lies the city of Shanyong in Yongzhou, does it not? Capturing this Shanyong city should align perfectly with our timeline. He produced a map and encircled the location of Shanyong City. As the capital of Yongzhou, Shanyong City held immense geographical and political significance. It was not a mere small town that could be easily abandoned at will. For this reason, Zhou Linglong had stationed a formidable force of 100,000 troops in Shanyong City, clearly indicating a strong defensive posture. Yuan Zhuozong, first seize Shanyong City for me. Lu Yuan commanded with a sweeping gesture, brimming with ambition. A mere city manned by 100,000 troops, in the hands of the dragon cavalry is but a trivial matter. At Shanyong City, from a distance, soldiers atop the city walls spotted a warhorse returning, bearing a scout who clung to the last vestiges of life. The garrison, upon witnessing this, hastily lowered the drawbridge and promptly reported the incident. "Send for the military physician. Quickly." The crowd bustled in a frenzy. However, when the physician arrived, he let out a faint sigh. "Alas, the injuries are too severe. There is no hope for survival." Shaking his head, he expressed his helplessness. Though the wounded appeared relatively unscathed outwardly, their internal organs were completely shattered. It was evident that they had been caught in the aftermath of a fierce battle between formidable opponents, ultimately succumbing to the residual shockwaves. Oh no, they could no longer be referred to as the wounded, but rather as the deceased. At that moment, a muscular man clad in general's armor approached with a grim demeanor. The onlookers quickly parted to make way for him. "Enough of this. Prepare for battle." The brawny general barked at those around him. Presently, the only adversary that had infiltrated the heart of Yongzhou was none other than Lu Yuan. Indeed, moments later, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberated through the earth. Beneath the setting sun, a line of white surged swiftly from the horizon. Dragon cavalry, charge! Yuan Zhuozong led the charge, transforming into the spearhead of the formation. The overwhelming aura of a martial saint at its peak erupted forth. Yet, in the face of the dragon cavalry's formidable onslaught, the brawny general remained impassive. "Lu Yuan, you have finally arrived." The general appeared resigned, as if liberated, releasing a slight breath of relief. In truth, he had long recognized that he had become a pawn in the grand scheme of the great Zhou dynasty. However, one must not defy imperial orders. Moreover, his entire family resided in Chang'an, all under Zhou Linglong's control. His fate was sealed. "All soldiers, prepare for defense." The robust general spoke in a deep voice, his resolve to embrace death surpassing even his fervor for battle. The warm rays of the setting sun illuminated his numbed visage, filled with a profound sorrow. Yet, in the face of absolute might, this determination to die was but a jest. With a resounding explosion, a single strike from Yuan Zhuozong shattered the walls of Shanyong City. The 100,000 dragon cavalry surged forward, breaching the city's defenses. The battle concluded more swiftly than Lu Yuan had anticipated. The dragon cavalry sustained minimal injuries while annihilating the entire garrison of 10,000 soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 100,000 soldiers, including 90,000 warriors and 8,000 martial masters. A total of 1,860,000 fortune points acquired. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in a large-scale battle, resulting in the complete annihilation of the enemy forces, earning a reward of 100,000 fortune points. Upon hearing the paltry sum of 180,000 fortune points, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Why were the fortune points so scant? 100,000 troops amounted to merely over 1,000,000 fortune points? However, when Lu Yuan observed the report indicating that these were merely a horde of warrior and martial master soldiers, and even the highest-ranking general among them was only at the initial stage of martial sovereignty, enlightenment dawned upon him. So they were but cannon fodder. No wonder the fortune points were so low. Lu Yuan found himself puzzled, unable to fathom the Empress's intentions in leaving behind such worthless pawns. Nevertheless, it mattered little now, as Shanyong City had fallen into his grasp, and the fortune points had been duly credited. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yuan expressed his appreciation for the Empress's generous bestowal of fortune points. Truly, she was a remarkable benefactor. Chapter 118. Chang'an under the nightfall with ease. Lu Yuan resolved the situation in Shanyong City. Naturally, he did not forget to cleanse the city of its impurities. The affluent families within the city could not be overlooked. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away, Lu Yuan once again amassed over 100,000 fortune points. Host, Lu Yuan, strength, mid-stage martial emperor, subordinate forces, 18 riders of Yanyun, slightly injured, 100,000 great snow dragon riders, enhanced version, 50,000 trap troops, shadow guards, light rain, 10,000 northern army, damaged, subordinate protectors, Emperor Qiyun, Li Sandao, Su Chu, Emperor level enhanced version. Fortune points, 820, 563. At this moment, Lu Yuan's fortune points had exceeded 8 million. Alas, The remaining 120,000 fortune points were proving to be somewhat challenging to gather. Lu Yuan grimaced as if in dental distress. In truth, this sum of over 8 million fortune points was quite substantial. Just the sacred level lottery alone could be drawn 8 times. That would yield 8 forces equivalent to the trap troops. Undeniably formidable. However, Lu Yuan's ambitions extended far beyond mere sacred level lotteries. His aspirations were imperial level. Never mind. Let us see if there are opportunities to employ some indirect tactics. By utilizing the agility of the dragon riders, he could harass the soldiers stationed near Chang'an. He aimed to accumulate enough fortune points for another imperial level lottery. Lu Yuan mused to himself. According to the information from Light Rain, the great Zhou had assembled 300,000 troops surrounding Chang'an. Such a multitude of soldiers could not possibly be contained within the city itself. Consequently, they were encamped around Chang'an. At that time, the dragon riders could fully exploit their swift mobility to launch a few surprise attacks. This would enable them to secure a substantial amount of fortune points. Yuan Zhong informed the dragon riders not to clean the battlefield. I have no interest in those worthless remnants, nor do I require them. Relay my command to march at full speed towards Chang'an. Strive to arrive before nightfall. Lu Yuan commanded coldly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhong immediately pledged his compliance. At this moment, the news of the complete annihilation of the 100,000 defenders in Shangyong City reached Chang'an. Zhou Linglong, upon learning of this, let out a faint sigh. Alas, what a pity. 100,000 troops could not even delay Lu Yuan's advance. It appeared that the 10,000 soldiers she had dispatched had perished in vain. No, it should not be deemed in vain. At the very least, they had demonstrated the royal family's stance to the various noble families. The reason Zhou Linglong had stationed 100,000 troops in Shangyong City was not without cause. Firstly, there were political implications. The earlier withdrawal from Bingzhou had already sparked considerable discontent among the noble families. Now, regarding Shangyong City, even knowing defeat was inevitable, she could not simply abandon it. Otherwise, would they not face widespread condemnation for their withdrawal from the eastern provinces without resistance? Furthermore, Zhou Linglong harbored hopes of utilizing Shangyong City to erode a portion of Lu Yuan's strength. Although this notion bordered on the fantastical, it nonetheless represented a glimmer of aspiration, did it not? However, reality proved that Zhou Linglong's thoughts were indeed mere delusions. Upon reaching Shangyong City, Lu Yuan encountered no further resistance. His path was utterly unimpeded. Yet, he did encounter numerous spies from various factions along the way. At this juncture, Lu Yuan had become a notable figure across the entirety of the eastern continent. Having rebelled against the great Zhou, vanquished Wenjian, and overthrown Yaogu, his progress was relentless, almost reaching Chang'an City. Such formidable power naturally drew the attention of countless factions. My lord, shall I eliminate those spies? At this moment, Ing Mo appeared beside Lu Yuan, respectfully inquiring. Yet, Lu Yuan merely smiled and replied, Heh. These spies are endless. Even if one batch is eliminated, another will inevitably emerge. Su Chu, Qing Yun, you two take action to obscure the presence of the dragon cavalry. Yuan Zhong, command the dragon cavalry to hasten their march and shake off this group. Yes, understood. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's orders, everyone promptly responded and swiftly set to work. Meanwhile, those spies of lesser cultivation had long been unable to keep pace with the dragon cavalry and had already been left in the dust. Now, only the likes of martial emperors and martial sovereigns could match the speed of the dragon cavalry. However, these individuals were suddenly astonished to discover that the dragon cavalry, which they had locked onto with their auras, seemed to have vanished from existence, becoming utterly untraceable. Moreover, to their shock, the already swift pace of the dragon cavalry had seemingly quickened even further. At this point, they were completely unable to catch up, helplessly watching the dragon cavalry disappear from their sight, left only to curse in frustration. Finally, just before the deep of night, Lu Yuan and his companions arrived within 100 miles of Chang'an City. Chang'an, my long untouched homeland, I have finally arrived. Lu Yuan wore a nostalgic smirk. In this lifetime, he had never set foot in Chang'an before. Who would have anticipated that his first arrival would be in such a manner? As night fell, the bright moon had retreated behind thick clouds. Theoretically, even with poor night vision, the immense divine sense of certain powerful beings could still perceive movements within a radius of thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. Yet, as Lu Yuan's army drew near to the gates of Chang'an city, the camp of the opposing 300,000 troops remained eerily silent, not a single reaction stirring within. Due to Lu Yuan's earlier commands to the mighty emperors Su Chu and Qing Yun, they employed their powers to obscure the movements of the dragon cavalry. The intervention of the emperors rendered this group, whose cultivation did not even reach the level of martial saints, incapable of detecting the whereabouts of Lu Yuan's army. Only within the confines of the Dragon Court's forbidden grounds did a figure in black robes seem to sense something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. It was peculiar. Why did it feel as though there were unusual fluctuations in the surrounding space? However, the figure attributed it to the spatial disturbances inherent in the secret realm of the Dragon Court, dismissing his concerns as mere paranoia. Thus, he closed his eyes once more, descending into deep meditation. This ultimately led to their perfect oversight of the opportune moment for vigilance. At this juncture, Lu Yuan observed Su Chu casually discarding the corpses of several night sentinels, then glanced at the unsuspecting enemy encampment. A sense of audacity surged within him, since they had yet to be detected by the enemy, and with such a splendid opportunity at hand, it would be prudent to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 119, The Assault on the Western Camp. Su Chu and Lu Yuan suppressed the turmoil within their hearts. Su Chu parted his lips slightly and softly called out to his companion, "My lord." In the darkness, Su Chu gazed at Lu Yuan, who met his gaze with a fervent expression. Enlightened, Su Chu immediately grasped the implications of Lu Yuan's intent. "My lord, leave everything around us to me," Su Chu assured Lu Yuan with a firm pat on his chest. After following Lu Yuan for so long, he could decipher Lu Yuan's every gesture instantly. Consequently, Su Chu's expansive consciousness swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Every subtle movement within a radius of 10,000 miles was meticulously sensed by Su Chu, including the hidden sentinels lurking in the shadows. With the identities of all the night watchmen revealed, Su Chu let out a soft, cold snort. The majestic aura of imperial power erupted from him in an instant. Soon, a multitude of muffled groans echoed through the darkness. With a mere thought, Su Chu swiftly dealt with the concealed sentinels. "My lord." Su Chu nodded towards Lu Yuan, signaling that all was well. "Well done, Su Chu." Lu Yuan praised him with satisfaction. He then turned to Yuan Zhong and instructed softly, "Yuan Zhong, the dragon cavalry may now commence their actions. Remember, the element of surprise is paramount. Tonight, we shall initiate an assault to diminish the enemy's strength, but we must not engage in prolonged combat." "Yes, this subordinate understands," Yuan Zhong replied, his expression stern as he acknowledged the command. He then discreetly communicated unique tactical gestures to the dragon cavalry behind him. The formidable quality of the 100,000 dragon cavalry was immediately evident. In a silent and seamless manner, they transformed into a charging formation. Under the concealment of the two formidable emperors, Su Chu and Qing Yun, the 100,000 dragon cavalry moved silently, like phantoms of the night. Neither a whisper escaped their lips, nor a neigh from their steeds. The powerful hooves of their war horses struck the ground, instantly accompanied by a gentle surge of spiritual energy that cushioned their descent. Despite appearing to land heavily, they made no sound, a stark contrast to the thunderous charge that had once echoed through the battlefield. As they approached the sprawling encampment surrounding Chang'an, stretching for miles, not a single soul detected the presence of the 100,000 dragon cavalry. Closer, ever closer. From a distance, Lu Yuan observed the camp, which, despite the late hour, was ablaze with light. Huge bonfires crackled as charcoal burned, and within the camp, armored soldiers were patrolling as per routine. Witnessing this scene, excitement surged within Lu Yuan. This was a veritable reservoir of fortune. With fervor, he bellowed, "Dragon cavalry, charge! Kill!" Charging forth, the dragon cavalry ceased their concealment. The heavy hooves thundered against the ground, producing a resounding roar that sent tremors through the very earth. Within the camp, the majority of the soldiers of the Great Zhou were either in deep slumber or meditating. Suddenly, they were jolted awake from their dreams. What was happening? A multitude of soldiers, in a state of panic, scrambled out of their tents. Yet, what met their eyes was an awe-inspiring and earth-shattering beam of gunlight. "Silver spear of the desert, break for me." Yuan Zhuozong's furious roar unleashed his peak martial saint power. Boom! 100-foot spear shadow cleaved through the air, The rudimentary fortifications surrounding the camp, along with the sentinel guards, were instantly reduced to mere dust. Even the tents in close proximity to the fortifications were not spared from the sweeping might of the colossal spear shadow. In just a single strike, over 1,000 lives were extinguished. Astonishment. All who bore witness to this scene were left dumbfounded, rooted to the spot in shock. It could be said that this spectacle utterly transcended the understanding of these lowly soldiers. Meanwhile, the thunderous noise reverberated throughout Chang'an, awakening all its inhabitants. Even the long-settled dust upon the rafters of some houses cascaded down. The various factions within Chang'an were thrown into a state of alarm. Upon awakening, they leaped to the highest points nearby, gazing towards the source of the commotion. There, the West City? Was there a battle occurring beyond the western walls? Due to the flight restrictions imposed upon Chang'an, they could not see beyond the city walls and could only anxiously await, attempting to discern the situation based on the sounds. At this moment, within the palace, Zhou Linglong, who had already been restless and sleepless for several days, was also drawn to the immense roar. The West City camp. Zhou Linglong's countenance changed dramatically as she intended to investigate. Just then, Xiao Shan arrived before her. "Your Majesty, this is dire." Xiao Shan, disregarding the boundaries of their lord-vassal relationship, forcefully pushed open Zhou Linglong's door. "Your Majesty, the West Camp is under a surprise attack by a large cavalry force. If I am not mistaken, it must be Lu Yuan." Xiao Shan gasped for breath, his expression grave. In previous times, he would have rushed out to confront the enemy, but now he dared not. As a mere half-saint, how could he venture forth without courting death? Zhou Linglong had previously claimed to possess a solution. Thus, Xiao Shan sought her out directly. Shortly after Xiao Shan's arrival, the other two princes and members of the military commission also arrived in succession. At this juncture, they had all learned that the forces at the West Camp were indeed Lu Yuan's army. Yet, they shared the same concerns as Xiao Shan. All are cowering in the rear. None dares to engage in battle. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" The expressions of the crowd were marked by panic, and they hastily threw the dilemma upon Zhou Linglong. Witnessing their blame shifting, Zhou Linglong was filled with indignation. Each of them, seasoned generals, now faced with conflict, had abandoned their posts and turned to her for guidance. How could one expect satisfaction from such ineffective subordinates? Unable to contain her fury any longer, Zhou Linglong thundered at them. "What shall we do? You, a cohort of generals, still seek my counsel? With Lu Yuan advancing, are you not leading your soldiers to resist? Do you expect me, your Empress, to personally march to the front lines and command the troops?" She spared no regard for their dignity as she unleashed her reprimand. After her scathing tirade, the assembled individuals exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of shame and helplessness. As generals, they were not inherently cowardly. Yet, understanding the futility of such a venture, who would willingly walk into certain death? "Your Majesty, it's not that we refuse to lead the troops in resistance. It is simply beyond our capability. With our meager strength, even if we were to engage, our impact would be negligible," they lamented helplessly to Zhou Linglong. In response, Zhou Linglong's cold gaze swept over them. "I care not for your explanations. You are to proceed to the Western camp at once. Delay any longer, and I shall show no mercy." She stifled the last remnants of her wrath. Chapter 120. Let this farce come to an end. However, upon hearing Zhou Linglong's command, the group exchanged glances, hesitant to take the first step. Who would willingly embrace such peril? Very well. Observing the collective inertia of her companions, Zhou Linglong, in a fit of rage, erupted into a dazzling aura. A palpable imperial majesty radiated from her being. "Your Majesty." As the overwhelming presence of authority washed over the surroundings, the expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. Particularly affected was Xiao Shan, who, despite being a semi-holy warrior, felt an unsettling tremor of fear emanating from Zhou Linglong. How could she suddenly become so formidable? Cold sweat streamed down Xiao Shan's forehead, as if he were bearing an immense burden. His heart raced in astonishment. In his recollection, the Empress was merely at the level of a martial king. How could she have transformed into such a terrifying figure? At that moment, the space around them warped abruptly. A figure clad in black robes materialized before them. Sensing the overwhelming imperial aura, a flicker of intrigue crossed the otherwise impassive face of the man in black. "Ah, truly worthy of the prince's esteem, this sacred body." The meager imperial fortune of the lower realms has been manifested to such an extraordinary extent. The man in black could not help but voice his admiration. His presence here was entirely due to this woman. She was one of the legendary 10 sacred bodies, the sacred emperor body. Such a physique was incomparably suited to the great immortal dynasty. If one could harness the dynasty's fortune, their power could soar to unimaginable heights. Truly, they would be a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. As the imperial energy intensified around him, the man in black lightly flicked his fingers, causing the almost coalescing aura to shatter and disperse. Xiao Shan and his companions felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, exhaling heavily in relief. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. They had never before sensed such an overwhelming presence from the Empress. Could it be that she had been concealing her true strength all along? The information regarding Zhou Linglong's sacred emperor body was a closely guarded secret, one that the foreign royal clan was unaware of. However, the arrival of the man in black had captured the attention of all present. Yet, as their consciousness brushed against him, it felt as though it had been frozen. An agonizing pain surged through their minds, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, for they sensed a resonance that made their very souls tremble. Shortly after the man in black appeared, the imperial ancestor, Zhou Qianfu, also made his entrance. Imperial ancestor. Upon seeing Zhou Qianfu arrive, Zhou Linglong hurriedly approached to greet him with utmost respect. However, Zhou Qianfu seemed to disregard Zhou Linglong entirely, bypassing her to approach the figure cloaked in black. "My lord, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Zhou Qianfu inquired, simpering like a sycophant before the mysterious figure. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. The onlookers gasped, their gazes fixated on the black-clad figure and Zhou Qianfu, particularly on the conspicuous handprint etched upon Zhou Qianfu's face. "Bold fool, what manner of being are you to show such disrespect to the imperial princess? If you wish for death, you need only voice it." The figure in black reprimanded coldly. In his eyes, 1,000 Zhou Qianfus could not compare to a single Zhou Linglong. Had it not been for Zhou Qianfu's tenuous connection to Zhou Linglong, he would have struck him down without a second thought. The fact that Zhou Qianfu was an ancestor of Zhou Linglong held no weight in his considerations. After all, in his worldview, lineage mattered little. Power was the true authority. Zhou Qianfu was momentarily stunned by the blow, staring in disbelief at the cloaked figure. Upon witnessing the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, he trembled and ultimately capitulated. "Forgive me, Linglong, it was my error. I should not have overlooked you." With a discernible lack of grace, Zhou Qianfu bowed in apology to Zhou Linglong. Yet, the resentment simmering in his lowered gaze was unmistakable. The figure in black merely smiled coldly, well aware of Zhou Qianfu's internal turmoil and the subtle expressions flitting across his face. However, he paid it no mind. To him, Zhou Qianfu was but an insignificant insect. Even if he were somewhat formidable, in the eyes of the cloaked figure, he remained merely an insect, easily crushable at any moment. Faced with her ancestor's apology, Zhou Linglong was taken aback, quickly responding, "It is of no consequence, my lord. I am unscathed." Fear flickered in her eyes as she glanced at the figure in black, a realization dawning upon her regarding his identity. He must be one of the high officials from the upper domain. Otherwise, her ancestor would not exhibit such deference, nor would he have refrained from retaliating after being struck. "My lord, Lu Yuan has already reached the gates of Chang'an. He is currently rampaging in the western part of the city, mercilessly slaughtering." Zhou Linglong's face was etched with concern as she turned to Zhou Qianfu. Previously, in anticipation of potential peril, the great Zhou had summoned several powerful allies to their aid, albeit at a considerable cost to the royal family. It is indeed time for them to take action. Zhou Qianfu cast a furtive glance at the cloaked figure, noting his lack of reaction before affirming, "Very well. Let those individuals take the first step into battle and test the waters. If it proves futile." Zhou Qianfu respectfully clasped his hands in front of the figure in the black robe, stating, "Then we shall have no choice but to summon the esteemed master." The powerful allies they had previously called upon possessed strengths that barely reached the martial saint level. Though seemingly formidable, they would prove inadequate in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Akin to a drop in the ocean, only this black-robed master remained their ultimate trump card in the great Zhou dynasty. However, the figure in the black robe merely scoffed disdainfully. To contend with a swarm of insignificant insects. His intervention would be akin to extinguishing them with a mere wave of his hand. What a bother. Very well. I shall accompany you on this venture. I am curious to see if that subordinate of Lu Yuan truly commands such a multitude of experts. The black-robed figure chuckled coldly. He had no desire to prolong this farce any further. This spectacle should be concluded swiftly. Chapter 121. The Disastrous Ratio of Casualties. At this moment, outside the city of Chang'an, the battle rages on. In the darkness, the cacophony of clashing swords and anguished cries fills the air. The soldiers stationed outside the city are merely provincial troops summoned from various states to lend support. They were hardly elite fighters to begin with. Moreover, caught completely off guard, they were utterly unprepared for the sudden assault of the dragon riders. As they charged forth, the dragon riders resembled wolves descending upon a flock of sheep. Although a few somewhat competent commanders managed to rally their troops for a counterattack, their efforts were destined to be in vain. In the face of overwhelming might, all resistance was but a fleeting illusion. Piercing through, and yet again, piercing through. Yuan Zhong, brandishing his silver spear, led the charge. All who stood before him, all that lay in his path, were shattered by a single thrust. Before the throng of warriors and martial masters, Yuan Zhong's saintly prowess was akin to deities descending upon the mortal battlefield. No one could obstruct his advance. Kill. In Yuan Zhong's eyes, there was only a fervent thirst for slaughter. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Amidst a million troops, not a single hair was harmed. The sheer ecstasy of killing ignited every combat instinct within him. As the spearhead of the dragon riders, Yuan Zhong guided his forces with reckless abandon, encountering no worthy adversaries. The fallen were invariably the soldiers of the great Zhou. Initially, the provincial troops, upon being ambushed, harbored a desire to resist. Yet gradually, as more and more of their comrades fell, the vibrant crimson blood flowed freely, pooling together in vast puddles. The few remaining standing were instantly engulfed by terror. As previously mentioned, these soldiers were hardly elite. Now, witnessing the gruesome tableau of corpses and rivers of blood surrounding them, their fighting spirit crumbled in an instant. Run, flee. They could not be human. They must surely be demons. Mama, I want to go home. I do not wish to die here. These soldiers fell like leaves in a tempest. Some, near the city gates, rushed to plead with the guards atop the walls to open the gates for them. But those stationed on the ramparts dared not comply. Should they open the gates, allowing the enemy to pour into Chongan, it would spell utter doom. At this juncture, Xiao Shan and his companions arrived at the front lines of the battlefield. How could Lu Yuan's white armored cavalry be so formidable? Standing atop the towering city walls, they gazed upon the vast expanse of fallen great Zhou soldiers outside. Expressions of astonishment graced their faces. They had long been aware of the formidable white armored cavalry under Lu Yuan's command. Previously, they had assumed that even if they were powerful, how strong could they truly be? Yet now, upon witnessing the scene before them, they finally understood that they had grossly underestimated their adversary. The ground was littered with the corpses of over 100,000 soldiers from the Great Zhou. Strikingly, apart from the fallen warriors, not a single white-armored body could be found. Not even one. What does this signify? A casualty ratio of 0 to 100,000. It is unfathomable that anyone could achieve such a disastrous outcome. At this moment, the dragon cavalry had penetrated the entire camp and was nearing the walls of Chang'an City. Alarmed, Xiao Shan's countenance turned pale as he observed the dragon cavalry approaching. Especially the formidable general leading them evoked an overwhelming sense of peril in him. Fire the arrows. Quickly, unleash the arrows. He bellowed in horror. The plight of the soldiers below was of no concern to Xiao Shan. It was a necessary sacrifice that must be made. After all, they were merely second-rate state troops, not elite fighters. Moreover, if they could eliminate this group of white-armored cavalry, what did it matter if some of the elite fell in the process? King of Jinshi let out a sigh, shaking his head in reluctance. Alas, it is unfortunate that my soldiers are still down there. They must now be sacrificed. The great Zhou's dragon-hunting crossbow was immensely powerful. If they were to fire now, wouldn't it mean doom for both friend and foe? However, reality proved that the king of Jinshi was overly concerned. It was not a mutual demise, but rather a one-sided slaughter of the great Zhou soldiers. Countless arrows rained down like a swarm of hornets, directly targeting those below. Yet, the dragon cavalry not only exhibited formidable combat strength, but also boasted unparalleled defensive armor. The mere hail of arrows posed no threat to them at all. Instead, it was the soldiers of the great Zhou who found themselves pierced by their own comrades' shafts. After several volleys of arrows, the dragon cavalry stood unscathed, their white armor showing not even a trace of damage. Witnessing this, Xiao Shan and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. Their astonishment did not stem from the soldiers' last-minute curses upon their ancestors, but rather from the dragon cavalry's astonishing defensive capabilities. How could this be possible? What material was their armor crafted from that even the dragon-hunting crossbow could not penetrate? This scene shattered Xiao Shan's understanding of warfare. Having commanded border troops for decades, expanding territories and triumphing over foes, he had relied on the sharpness of the dragon-hunting crossbow. Yet now, the weapon he had once believed to be infallible could not even breach the enemy's defenses. This realization shattered his very essence. As the dragon cavalry advanced toward the walls of Chang'an, the souls of those who perished at their hands were lost to oblivion. Lu Yuan cast a contemplative gaze towards the direction of Chang'an, pondering whether the great Zhou had finally come to realize the commotion he had caused. With such a significant disturbance, it was inevitable that they would regain their senses. Mo, please inform Yuan Zhuozong to exercise restraint and find an opportunity to retreat. He remarked with a calm demeanor after estimating the time. Tonight, my objectives have been accomplished. Should matters continue to escalate, a final confrontation may ensue. Understood, my lord, responded Mo, vanishing like a wisp of breath beside Lu Yuan. In truth, Yuan Zhuozong had already led the dragon cavalry in a strategic withdrawal, even without Lu Yuan's prompting. On the city walls, Xiao Shan and his companions exhaled in relief as they watched the dragon cavalry depart. Thank goodness, these formidable horsemen have finally retreated. Although the reasons remained unclear, they were grateful to have narrowly escaped calamity. They harbored no doubts that had the dragon cavalry chosen to storm the city, the walls of Chang'an would have offered no resistance, even for a fleeting moment. However, just as the dragon cavalry was about to make their graceful exit, a sudden surge of powerful auras erupted from the direction of Chang'an. Among them, one presence stood out with extraordinary strength, exuding an imperial majesty that permeated the surroundings. A peak emperor. Su Chu and Qing Yun exchanged solemn glances, both sensing the arrival of a formidable being at the pinnacle of Emperor's realm. Chapter 122. In ancient times, there was the era of the fallen emperor. In present times, we have the era of the holy fall. Lu Yuan perceived the overwhelming imperial might, and his expression abruptly shifted. Su Chu, Qing Yun, do you two possess any confidence? Lu Yuan cast a grave look towards Su Chu and the others. The aura emanating from the adversary was evidently far superior to that of Su Chu and his companion. Lu Yuan speculated that the visitor must indeed be the so-called envoy from the upper domain. As a being from the lower realm of the upper domain, the other's strength was surely far beyond that of an ordinary martial emperor. Upon hearing this, the great Emperor Qing Yun smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, my lord. If I were alone, I could not offer such assurance. However, even if the opponent were a peak emperor, with Su Chu and I joining forces, we will undoubtedly bring them down. The great Emperor Qing Yun spoke with unwavering confidence. Although reaching the emperor realm posed significant challenges, his true combat prowess surpassed such limitations. Engaging in cross-dire battles was childish play for the great Emperor Qing Yun. Moreover, he now had the assistance of Su Chu. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Su Chu simply replied. Though his tone was straightforward, the determination on his face was unmistakable. Good. Seeing that both men displayed no sign of anxiety, Lu Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Su Chu and Qing Yun sensed the presence of the figure in the black robe, who in turn was aware of their auras. Two emperors? The figure in the black robe paused, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Was it not said that there was only one half-emperor? How was it that now two had emerged, both martial emperors? The black-robed figure cast a dark gaze toward Zhou Qianfu, inwardly cursing. Incompetent fool. Even the intelligence was flawed. How did this imbecile not perish at the hands of these two emperors? Zhou Qianfu was also drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that Lu Yuan would command two emperor-level powerhouses. Where on earth did these individuals come from? He was nearly rendered speechless. Previously, a half-emperor had suddenly appeared, catching him completely off guard. Now, even emperor-level beings had materialized. Zhou Qianfu began to doubt whether, given Lu Yuan a bit more time, he could even summon a god-level powerhouse. Humph. After this is over, I will settle the score with you. The figure in the black robe coldly snorted at Zhou Qianfu. Despite the emergence of two emperors, he remained unperturbed. After all, they were but mere ants from the lower realm. Even though he was currently suppressing his own realm, extinguishing them would still be a trivial task. Come, let me show you what true power really is. The black-robed figure cackled sinisterly. Then, directly charging towards Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor, the dark-cloaked figure unleashed a fierce assault. Humph. In response to the black-robed assailant's onslaught, both Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor advanced to confront him head-on. With a resounding rift tearing through the heavens, the three were swiftly engulfed within its depths. In this realm, the clash of mighty emperors could not be tolerated, leading their fierce battle to be thrust into the void of space. Once the three emperors vanished, Luo Yi stepped forward, his spear pointed resolutely towards the distant Zhou Qianfu, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Haha, it has been a long time. It is you. At that moment, Zhou Qianfu recognized Luo Yi. Yet, instead of fear, a mocking glint sparkled in his eyes. Umph, I never expected your injuries to have healed. Last time, I was careless. This time, I shall demonstrate my true power. Zhou Qianfu's smirk brimmed with provocation as he regarded Luo Yi. Well aware of the supreme imperial weapon in Luo Yi's possession, a source of his previous defeat, determined not to be outdone this time, he had secured a life-preserving trump card from his superior, one that matched the might of Luo Yi's extraordinary imperial weapon. Since that is the case, why wait any longer? Let us engage in battle. Luo Yi declared forcefully, his spear slicing through the air. As the age-old adage suggests, enemies meeting ignites fierce hostility. In a matter of moments, the two were locked in combat. The clash between semi-emperors was not to be underestimated, as their confrontation shattered the surrounding space into fragments, pulling them into the abyss. With the disappearance of the higher-tier experts, the battlefield was left with a host of lesser semi-emperors, all exchanging bewildered glances. At this moment, they were utterly confounded. Rarely had so many Imperial-level experts gathered. 5 had appeared in an instant. Moreover, among the remaining crowd, there were over 30 martial saints present. It was as if martial saints were as common as dust. This was understandable, considering that over 20 had come from the Lu Yuan faction. The martial saints present were all personally invited by Zhou Qianfu, who had approached them with audacity, nearly exhausting the influential powers across the entirety of the Eastern continent. And just how vast is the Eastern continent? Trillions upon trillions of kilometers? With just a handful of martial saints, it seemed hardly excessive. Thus, it could be said that the gathering of formidable fighters for this battle was nothing short of extravagant. This event was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Eastern continent, echoing through the ages. In ancient times, there was the Age of Emperors. Today, it could rightly be called the Age of Saints. The once formidable half-saint warrior has now been reduced to a mere pawn on the battlefield. After a brief moment of hesitation, both armies resumed their fierce clash. However, this time, the forces of the great Zhou have regrouped with renewed vigor. Bolstered by the presence of 3 esteemed princes and commanders from the military divisions, they have formed a formidable battle formation. The battlefield reverberated with the resounding cries of war. Particularly noteworthy were the subordinates of the 3 princes, who had steadfastly defended the great Zhou territory for many years, having endured countless battles, and were thus highly skilled warriors. Now, with 1,000,000 troops amassed, the collective aura of each soldier intertwined like chains, solidifying their unity. In the air, the faint semblance of a military soul began to manifest. As Yuan Zhuozong beheld the ethereal shadows hovering above the opposing legion, he murmured to himself. For the first time, a rare gravity appeared on Yuan Zhuozong's face. Why do most formidable warriors refrain from charging headlong into the ranks of an army? It is precisely due to the existence of the military soul, which amalgamates the strength of all individuals into one. Through this quantitative accumulation, a qualitative transformation is achieved. Chapter 123. The Arrival of the Ancestor of Chaoyang. Dragon Riders, form ranks. Condense the soul. At this moment, Yuan Zhuozong issued a sharp command. Since the enemy had summoned their military soul, his dragon riders must not be left behind. Previously, the dragon riders had not called forth their military soul. Not because they were incapable, but because the foes they faced were unworthy. Such feeble opponents did not merit the summoning of a military soul. Indeed, as soon as Yuan Zhuozong's order was given, the 100,000 dragon riders sprang into action. The ground trembled. The movements of the 100,000 dragon riders appeared as though choreographed by a single entity, swiftly executing a formation change. The onlookers from the great Zhou were left in astonishment. Was such a display of discipline truly achievable by mere mortals? Roar! In the next moment, a clear and resounding dragon's roar pierced the air, awakening the spectators. Above the 100,000 dragon riders, a spectral image of an ethereal, white dragon emerged. At that instant, the 100,000 dragon riders too summoned forth their military soul. The ethereal white dragon was vividly alive, soaring through the void, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its dynamic eyes held an air of authority, while its fearsome 5 claws glimmered with a sharp, cold sheen. Each intricate pattern on its snow-white scales was distinctly visible. As the ethereal white dragon glided by, the very air along its path crystallized into frost. Just the sight of it sent shivers down one's spine. Such an immensely powerful military soul. The formidable figures among the great Zhou turned pale, their hearts weighed down with dread. The military soul summoned by their million-strong army was nearly indistinguishable. And what of their adversary S? It was so solidified that one could easily mistake it for a true divine dragon descending upon the mortal realm. Kill! Tear it apart! Yuan Zhuozong bellowed furiously. Roar! In the skies above, with a sweep of Yuan Zhuozong's spear, the ethereal white dragon let out a mighty roar. Its majestic eyes sparkled with a glimmer of cold light. And then, propelled by an invincible aura, it charged towards the almost imperceptible military soul of the great Zhou. At this moment, Xiaoshan, serving as the commander of the million-strong army, felt a flicker of panic in his eyes as he witnessed the ethereal white dragon military soul rushing towards him. It was over. It seemed they could not prevail. A sense of despair enveloped Xiaoshan. He was in control of the great Zhou military soul, and he could feel its tremors and fear beneath the oppressive aura of the ethereal white dragon. Indeed, even his own military soul was quaking in fear. Yet now, facing the ethereal white dragon, there was no retreat. Fight, fight, fight. Break through. At this moment, Xiaoshan was consumed by rage. His resolve was to engage in a battle to the death. In the face of absolute peril, he prepared to stake everything. However, the chasm between ideals and reality has always been immense. The azure snow-white dragon roars fiercely, its powerful cold currents freezing the sky into countless snowflakes. Upon mere contact with the spirit of the great Zhou army, it instantly shattered the military essence into fragments. Roar! The azure snow-white dragon exclaims in exhilaration, its terrifying maw voraciously devouring the shattered remnants of the army's spirit. As the military essence disintegrates, the soldiers of the great Zhou are simultaneously affected and suffer a backlash. Countless soldiers spew blood, their vigor waning. Indeed, many have completely lost their combat capability. This occurrence is due to the fact that the military essence is a condensation of the collective spirit of all soldiers within the Legion's formation. One could say that the military essence embodies the very essence of all the soldiers in the Legion. Now, with the shattering of the great Zhou's military essence, even being torn apart and consumed by the dragon cavalry spirit, the soldiers of great Zhou are rendered utterly incapacitated. Conversely, the 100,000 dragon cavalry, bolstered by this military essence, grow increasingly formidable. Not only have they fully replenished their previous losses, but some individuals have even experienced subtle enhancements in their cultivation. This situation could only be described as a double-edged sword regarding the condensation of the Legion's military essence. It is over, utterly over. Xiaoshan's complexion pales, engulfed in despair. As the commander of the Legion, he suffers a more severe backlash. However, the physical pain he endures pales in comparison to the terror that grips his heart at this moment. So powerful. In confronting the dragon cavalry directly, he finally comprehends the might of this army. This is the strongest army he has ever witnessed. Indeed, it may very well be the mightiest army in the annals of the entire eastern continent. Dragon cavalry, charge! Yuan Zhuozong bellows, his battle spirit soaring, seizing the opportunity to strike while the enemy is weak. Currently, the most elite 100,000 soldiers of Great Zhou have been rendered feeble, stripped of all combat capability. Their moment of hunting has arrived. 100,000 warhorses gallop, a line of snow racing forward with the ferocity of an avalanche, ruthlessly crashing into the opposition. In an instant, the formation of the great Zhou soldiers is melted away by this onslaught of snow. Previously, with the enhancement of their military essence, these elite soldiers of Great Zhou were no match for the dragon cavalry, let alone now. Whoosh! Just as Yuan Zhuozong leads the dragon cavalry, rampaging through the throngs, a sudden, piercing beam of treasure light streaks across the sky, hurtling directly towards him. An ambush. Yuan Zhuozong's heart jolts, his hair standing on end. Yet he reacts swiftly. Wielding his desert silver spear, he unleashes a spear's radiance that pierces through the air. Break for me. Boom. The sky seems to tremble as if a great earthquake has occurred. The radiance of Yuan Zhuozong's gun clashed with the sudden brilliance that descended from the heavens. However, despite successfully neutralizing the attack, Yuan Zhuozong's expression bore little semblance of joy as he cast a grave gaze towards the horizon. Indeed, there, a magnificent figure strode through the void. Remarkable. To think that one with mere martial saint prowess could withstand my onslaught. The newcomer was an emaciated elder clad in a gray robe, his hawk-like nose lending him an air of foreboding. Yet, the faint imperial aura he exuded was not to be underestimated. Upon arrival, the elder casually surveyed the battlefield, then chuckled lightly. It seems I have not arrived too late. Just in time. This was a half-emperor. Sensing the formidable aura of his opponent, Yuan Zhuozong's heart jolted in surprise. Who are you? He inquired warily, having discerned the visitor's formidable cultivation from their earlier exchange. A half-emperor level powerhouse. The elder shook his head with a smile and replied nonchalantly, I am known as Chaoyang, revered by the world as the ancestor Chang'an. Upon hearing this, those from the Great Zhou were taken aback. The ancestor of the 100 Dynasties Merchant Association had made an appearance. However, the initial shock on their faces swiftly transformed into delight. It appears that ancestor Chaoyang is at odds with Lu Yuan. This bodes well for our Great Zhou. Meanwhile, although the others recognized ancestor Chaoyang, Yuan Zhuozong remained utterly bewildered. What ancestor Chaoyang? Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, ancestor Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Yet, observing the genuine confusion on Yuan Zhuozong's face, he exclaimed in astonishment, You do not recognize me? Yuan Zhuozong regarded ancestor Chaoyang as though he were a simpleton. What? Am I supposed to know you? Ancestor Chaoyang's lips curled slightly in amusement, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Young man, I have already revealed my title, yet you claim not to know me. This is quite embarrassing for me. Chapter 124, The Emperor Level Lottery, 3,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Since you are unfamiliar with my name, you must have heard of the Baichao Merchant Association. It is, indeed, an establishment I founded. The ancestor of Chaoyang proclaimed with pride. As a transcendent force that spans the eastern continent, he found it hard to believe that anyone would remain ignorant of the Baichao Merchant Association. Baichao Merchant Association. A flicker crossed Yuan Zhuozong's eyes. He recalled the branch of the Baichao Merchant Association in Shuafang City. Could it be that the main figure has arrived? At that moment, the ancestor of Chaoyang's gaze shifted downward, specifically to Lu Yuan. He chuckled. You must be Lu Yuan, right? You certainly possess audacity. I had previously extended an opportunity to you, yet you disregarded my goodwill. The ancestor of Chaoyang sneered, his eyes shrouded in shadows. Previously, when Lu Yuan had first looted his branch in Shuafang City, he opted not to retaliate. Perhaps it was due to the fear of unintended consequences. Nonetheless, he had dispatched envoys to negotiate for a peaceful resolution. Yet, Lu Yuan, that little thief, had gone so far as to slay his emissary sent for reconciliation. Such an act was nothing short of trampling upon the dignity of the Baichao Merchant Association. Goodness, he truly has come seeking vengeance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression shifted. Just moments ago, he had overheard their conversation and an ominous feeling had begun to swell within him. It turned out they had indeed come for him. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. The members of the Baichao Merchant Association could have arrived at any other time, yet they chose this moment. Be cautious, my lord. Nearby, witnessing the ancestor of Chaoyang's predatory gaze upon Lu Yuan, Ng Mo and Yu Xiang, among others, stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively before him. their vigilance directed at their adversary. Although they felt an immense pressure in the presence of a semi-emperor expert, they stood resolutely for their lord. Even if the enemy's strength could crush them with a mere finger, they would face death before their master. Seeing the determination of his companions ready to fight to the death stirred Lu Yuan's emotions. However, he also recognized that such efforts would ultimately be futile. If the opponent truly wished to end his life, Mo and the others would surely not be able to stop them. Lu Yuan glanced around. It appeared there were no experts beyond the semi-emperor level in his vicinity. Well, since they have come seeking revenge, it seems inevitable that he would not escape this predicament. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. The consequences of his own actions must be faced by him. At that moment, Zhong seemed to perceive Lu Yuan's plight. He immediately transmitted his voice to Lu Yuan. "My lord, fear not. I am confident in handling this expert." Under the influence of the valorous spirit of the battlefield, Zhong's strength was sufficient to contend with the formidable beings of the semi-emperor level. With the body of a martial saint, he could strike down a semi-emperor. However, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and remarked, even if you lead the dragon cavalry to withstand that semi-emperor, how will the other million troops be dealt with? It is important to note that the assault camp has yet to arrive." Zhong hesitated, falling into silence for a moment. The Lord was indeed correct. Although he had just incapacitated 1,000,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou, there remained a staggering 300,000 troops on their side. Currently, nearly 200,000 had yet to be dealt with. Admittedly, his 100,000 dragon cavalry could seem to handle the remaining 200,000 troops with ease. In truth, it would indeed be manageable. Yet, even if those 200,000 soldiers stood still for him to slay, it would still take him quite some time. What he lacked at this moment was time. Suddenly, Lu Yuan smiled. "General Yuan, do not rush. I have a solution." Sigh. "I had initially planned to wait until this wave of battle concluded before conducting an Imperial level lottery. It appears that is no longer feasible." Lu Yuan, with a cheeky grin, opened his personal panel. Host, Lu Yuan, strength, mid-stage martial emperor, subordinate forces, 18 riders of Yun, slightly injured, 100,000 great snow dragon cavalry, enhanced version, 50,000 assault camp, shadow guards, fine rain, 10,000 northern army, damaged. Subordinate guards, Emperor Qingyun, Li Sandao, Su Chu, Imperial level enhanced version. Fortune value, 11,820. 563. At this moment, Lu Yuan's fortune value had once again surpassed 10 million. This fortune value was partly due to the contributions of the 20 semi-saints left in the Medicine King Valley and the tens of thousands gained from Zhong's recent night raid with the dragon cavalry. Originally, the system determined that the settlement of a battle's outcome could only occur after its conclusion. However, after the dragon cavalry charged out, there was a brief respite from combat, allowing the system to directly credit Lu Yuan with the fortune value. System, I wish to conduct an Imperial level lottery. Lu Yuan promptly opened the lottery interface, for time was of the essence. Ding. The host has chosen the Imperial level lottery. The system is conducting the draw. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 tiger and leopard riders. 3,000 tiger and leopard riders, commanded by a peak semi-emperor. Vice commander at peak martial saint, deputy general at initial stage martial saint, and soldiers at martial king to martial zone levels. This time, the system directly summoned 3,000 tiger and leopard riders. 3,000 powerful warriors above martial king and martial emperor. As the system's announcement concluded, the 3,000 tiger and leopard riders materialized beside Lu Yuan. 3,000 tiger and leopard riders. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement. The tiger and leopard riders. This elite army was nearly as renowned as the assault camp. The number of tiger and leopard riders summoned this time is fewer than the previous contingent of the stormtroopers. However, the soldiers under their command are undeniably more elite. Is the commander a semi-emperor? Nevertheless, that suffices. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. His hope is simply that they do not resemble the dragon riders. After all, despite their vast numbers, the commander's cultivation level is relatively low. Now, with the tiger and leopard riders, a commander at the pinnacle of semi-emperor is just what is needed to resolve the current predicament. General Cao Chun, I pay my respects to your majesty. At that moment, a robust figure knelt before Lu Yuan with utmost reverence. his eyes gleaming with fervent loyalty. "General Chao need not be so formal. Please rise quickly." Lu Yuan replied with delight, silently appraising the legendary commander of the Tiger and Leopard Riders, who is said to have met an untimely demise in history. Although Chao Chun's early death rendered him somewhat obscure, his ability to lead the Tiger and Leopard Riders, renowned as the bravest cavalry in the realm, is beyond question. Now summoned to this world, his power has been transformed by magical enhancements, ensuring his combat prowess is formidable. Chapter 125, Pleading for Mercy? It only excites me more. At this moment, in the Great Zhou, the crowd was utterly astonished to witness the sudden appearance of 3,000 elite warriors surrounding Lu Yuan. Their expressions were a vivid tapestry of shock and disbelief. What sorcery is this? Can such formidable beings emerge spontaneously? The eyes of the onlookers sparkled with incredulity. Surely, this situation cannot be as absurd as it seems. Just moments ago, when these individuals materialized, I sensed a peculiar fluctuation in the fabric of space. I surmised that Lu Yuan must have employed spatial techniques to conceal them here in advance. Perhaps he aims to catch us off guard with some unexpected maneuver. An elder, exuding an aura of celestial wisdom, regarded the scene with keen insight. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, it must be that Lu Yuan previously utilized some extraordinary means to hide these formidable warriors. This revelation provided a semblance of clarity to the bewildering circumstances. In this moment, the crowd fervently indulged in their own conjectures. However, this revelation also spared Lu Yuan from unnecessary complications. At this juncture, the overwhelming presence emanating from the Tiger and Leopard Riders continued to astonish the onlookers. The concealed strength of Lu Yuan was astonishingly formidable. Just how many hidden cards does he possess? The gazes of the crowd instinctively darted around, wary of any more concealed powers lurking nearby. Some cautious warriors unleashed their vast spiritual senses, meticulously scanning every inch of the terrain. Yet, those of lesser cultivation, below the martial sovereign rank, discerned nothing amiss. The crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. This must be Lu Yuan's final trump card. I told you, it is impossible for Lu Yuan to command such a multitude of powerful warriors. The crowd collectively exhaled, their anxieties somewhat alleviated. Yet, they remained oblivious to the faint, nearly imperceptible dark energy floating not far from Chang'an City. In the void, whispers seemed to echo mysteriously. How fortunate! I nearly went unnoticed. Simultaneously, the sudden emergence of the 3,000 Tiger and Leopard Riders successfully captured the attention of Ancestor Chang'an. Upon noticing the figure of Chao Chun among the ranks, Ancestor Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. A half-emperor. The words escaped his lips with difficulty, laden with trepidation. The aura of this imposing general was particularly terrifying. He even sensed a palpable threat emanating from him. To think, he is indeed a peak-level half-emperor. Ancestor Chang'an could not help but curse inwardly, his countenance fraught with distress. In this moment, he found himself wavering. Indeed, although the ancestor of Chang'an is a formidable figure at the semi-emperor level, he has only recently stepped into this realm, merely a novice at the semi-emperor stage. In contrast, his opponent stands at the pinnacle of the semi-emperor level. At such heights, every step is fraught with peril. Even in his wildest dreams, he cannot conceive of himself being a match for the other. The thought of submitting to Lu Yuan crosses his mind, leaving him somewhat flushed. The treasures may have been seized, and his dignity may have been tarnished. But his life is singular and irreplaceable. Should he risk it all today, the cost would be too great. Had the ancestor of Chang'an foreseen that Lu Yuan commanded not one, but two formidable beings of the emperor realm, who had just vanished to engage in battle within the void, he might have thought twice before seeking trouble with Lu Yuan. At that moment, Chao Chun had also discerned the presence of the ancestor of Chang'an. My lord, I sense that the individual above harbors ill intentions. Please grant me leave, and I shall sever his head and present it to you. With that, Chao Chun unsheathed his double-edged golden-backed saber. His expression fierce as he directed his gaze toward the ancestor of Chang'an, whose hostility was unmistakable. Even though Chao Chun had just been summoned, he recognized the enemy for what they were. Excellent. Your enthusiasm lifts my spirits, General Chao. Lu Yuan remarked with satisfaction, acknowledging Chao Chun's keen perception. Truly, he was deserving of being the inaugural commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Go forth, General Chao, exercise caution and avoid unnecessary risks. Yes, thank you for your concern. My lord, Chao Chun replied respectfully, his fervor intensifying. The central air conditioning works wonders for both genders, for sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon. Let us engage in battle. Chao Chun laughed heartily, soaring into the sky. He brandished his double-edged golden-backed saber and clashed fiercely with the ancestor of Chang'an. Chao Chun's movements were incredibly swift, leaving only fleeting afterimages for those of lesser cultivation to perceive. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Chang'an was still grappling with whether to yield to Lu Yuan. After all, submitting would utterly tarnish the illustrious reputation he had built for the 100 Chang'an Merchants Association. Yet, just as he deliberated, Chao Chun's assault arrived. Startled, the ancestor had no time to react and could only hurriedly defend himself. As their weapons met, the ancestor's countenance changed dramatically. So powerful, he thought, astonishment coursing through him. Merely absorbing a single strike from his opponent left him feeling as though his very vitality was surging uncontrollably, to the point where he struggled to maintain his grip on his weapon. He realized he was no match for this adversary. The gaze of the elder Chaoyang flickered, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to retreat. However, the fierce dance of Chao Chun's dual blades surged towards him like the relentless waves of a mighty river, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Elder Chaoyang found himself helpless, utterly exhausted in his attempts to fend off the onslaught, with no time to consider escape. Finally, after merely exchanging a few blows, he sensed that he was nearing his limit. Dear friend, please wait. I wish to cease fighting. I concede. I concede. Elder Chaoyang cried out in despair, pleading with Chao Chun. Yet, Chao Chun merely sneered. His assault did not waver, but intensified instead. Would he stop merely because his opponent called for a halt? Such a notion would be utterly disgraceful. What man would halt in battle simply upon request? To beg for mercy? That only fueled my excitement further. In the face of Chao Chun's relentless assault, Elder Chaoyang found himself unable to withstand the barrage. He sustained numerous injuries, crying out in agony. At that moment, he felt akin to a small boat tossed upon tumultuous waves, on the brink of capsizing. Prepare to perish. At that instant, Chao Chun seized an opportunity. Unleashing a furious roar, the dual blades slashed downward, creating a terrifying cross-shaped blade of light that surged directly towards Elder Chaoyang. It was over. As he beheld the frenzied blade of light approaching him, Elder Chaoyang's mind went blank in an instant. This time, there was no way he could possibly block this strike. Chapter 126. When power reaches a certain intensity, even the articulation of facts seems to be an act of arrogance. Yet, in this perilous moment, a tremendous surge of demonic energy rushed forth, transforming into a colossal hand that clashed fiercely against Chao Chun's strike. Chao Chun's eyes flashed like lightning as he cast a keen gaze into the void. Someone had indeed intervened. Moreover, the one who had made a move was a formidable figure of considerable cultivation. At that moment, Chao Chun's line of sight fell upon the very spot where the black mist had previously lingered. There, a grotesque figure, utterly indistinguishable as human, emerged from the swirling demonic energy, accompanied by the mournful wails of countless vengeful spirits. Indeed, the arrival was none other than the fully demonized third prince. Oh, that demon cultivator exudes a strangely familiar aura beside him. Zhou Linglong observed the approaching third prince and felt a peculiar sense of recognition. However, at this juncture, the third prince had become entirely demonized, neither man nor ghost. Even Zhou Linglong could not discern his true visage. A demon cultivator, Zhou Linglong's brows knitted tightly. The path of demon cultivation is notoriously brutal, rendering them the common enemy of the entire continent. Whenever a demon cultivator emerges, the major factions unite to eradicate them. This has become an unwritten agreement. Yet now Zhou Linglong's furrowed brow soon relaxed. What of a demon cultivator? Since he is now an enemy of Lu Yuan, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhou Linglong sneered. Circumstances are indeed peculiar. Moreover, did not her imperial ancestor from the great Zhou once accept a demon cultivator into the dragon court? In this world, there exists no absolute good or evil, only absolute interests. Lu Yuan, you have made countless enemies. And now, 2 semi-emperors have arrived. Zhou Linglong felt a surge of schadenfreude. Initially, she had deemed their side in the great Zhou to be doomed to failure. Who would have thought that in a moment of desperation, a turnaround would occur? Two semi-emperors from other factions had come to their aid. With two semi-emperors opposing Lu Yuan's solitary semi-emperor, it was undoubtedly an advantage for their side. Haha, at last. I have caught an opportunity. At this moment, the third prince gazed upon Lu Yuan, his face alight with perverse excitement. Finally, he found the chance to exact revenge upon Lu Yuan. In truth, he had traced Lu Yuan's whereabouts to Chang'an city some time ago. However, he had remained hidden, constantly monitoring Lu Yuan's situation, seeking the opportune moment to strike. But just moments ago, when he witnessed two martial emperors emerging from Lu Yuan's side, his heart leapt to his throat. He had never anticipated that Lu Yuan would have two martial emperors in his service. Yet simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, glad that he had refrained from acting prematurely. Otherwise, misfortune would befall oneself. Subsequently, the three formidable emperors engaged in a fierce battle within the void. Two additional semi-emperors shattered the fabric of space, vanishing from this realm. At this juncture, the third prince could no longer restrain himself and was poised to intervene. However, he was preempted by the sudden arrival of the ancestor of the morning sun. Yet, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. Beside Lu Yuan, another semi-emperor had emerged, one whose power was on par with his own. Indeed, after absorbing the 8 martial saints from the Medicine King Valley, the third prince had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the semi-emperor realm. He had intended to ally with the ancestor of the morning sun to confront Lu Yuan's peak semi-emperor. However, in the blink of an eye, the ancestor of the morning sun had already been defeated. Seeing the imminent peril facing the ancestor, the third prince could no longer hold back. He understood that if he allowed the ancestor to be slain by Lu Yuan's semi-emperor, his own intervention would be futile. At that moment, Lu Yuan's expression darkened upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the third prince. Another semi-emperor demon cultivator had arrived? Was this a gathering of experts as if orchestrated for a grand melee? Lu Yuan inwardly cursed. First, there was a semi-emperor from the 100 Dynasties Chamber of Commerce. And now another semi-emperor demon cultivator had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Would there be further strong figures emerging from the shadows? He worried whether Chao Chun alone could manage such a situation. Lu Yuan's gaze fell anxiously upon Chao Chun's figure suspended in midair. This time, he had been utterly drained, with no trump cards remaining. Meanwhile, Chao Chun appeared to sense Lu Yuan's worried glance. He returned a reassuring look, exuding confidence. "Fear not, my lord. Below the level of the emperor, I am invincible." His demeanor radiated an overwhelming aura, seemingly unfazed by the emergence of two semi-emperors. Lu Yuan was taken aback, observing the familiar expression of unwavering confidence on Chao Chun's face. Indeed, they were all products of the same system. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Since the days of Li Sandao, these individuals, while stating factual truths, always seemed to exude an air of arrogance. Yet, it was inevitable, after all. The system produced nothing short of excellence. At that moment, the ancestor of the morning sun, having narrowly escaped death, gratefully clasped his hands towards the third prince. "Thank you. Dear friend, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." The ancestor hesitated, aware that the other was clearly a demon cultivator, and righteousness and evil do not coexist. Yet, this demon cultivator had undeniably saved his life. Although the esteemed elder Choyang was somewhat reluctant, he still recognized the life-saving grace he had received. In response to Elder Choyang's gratitude, the third prince merely snorted coldly. Were it not for the old man's remaining usefulness, he would have swallowed him whole without hesitation. "My friend, the adversary we face is extraordinarily formidable. At this juncture, we must join forces to stand a chance." Despite the third prince's indifferent demeanor, Elder Choyang remained undeterred, his expression grave as he extended the invitation. Although allying with a demon cultivator might not sound particularly commendable, there was truly no alternative at present. Without collaboration, their survival against the foe was far from assured. I share your sentiment. The third prince's decision to spare Elder Choyang stemmed from this very reasoning. Thus, he was naturally amenable to the proposal. At that moment, facing two semi-imperial powerhouses, Chao Chun exhibited no trepidation whatsoever. With an unwavering smile, he inquired, "Have you reached a consensus? Are you prepared to act in unison? Then do proceed swiftly, without dawdling." Chao Chun dismissed their deliberations with nonchalance, seemingly uninterested in deploying his formidable 3,000 tiger leopard cavalry. When questioned about his lack of fear, he simply stated, "Fear is but a stranger to me. Just as a martial arts master of 30 years would not fear two robust adults, I stand unfazed." Chapter 127. The fierce Chao Chun in chaos before him. The third prince and the ancestor of Chaoyang witnessed Chao Chun's audacious demeanor, their hearts stirred with a simmering anger. How brazen, to stand against two, yet still regard them with such disdain. I wonder if you will still wear that smile in a moment. The dark energy emanating from the third prince flickered restlessly, betraying his inner turmoil, even approaching fury. He had always been the one to look down on others. Never had he faced such contempt himself. Attack! The third prince and the ancestor of Chaoyang exchanged a resolute glance, then simultaneously unleashed a thunderous roar. Unable to contain themselves any longer in the face of Chao Chun's arrogance, they surged forward, almost in unison. "Ha! Come at me." Chao Chun let out a hearty laugh as the dual-bladed golden-backed horse-slaying saber in his hands erupted in a dazzling radiance. Cross-slash, he bellowed, and a terrifying cross-shaped blade of energy manifested, cleaving toward the two. Boom. The third prince and the ancestor of Chaoyang did not flinch, bracing themselves to absorb Chao Chun's assault. Hiss, something was amiss. The ancestor of Chaoyang's expression shifted dramatically. To his surprise, his own attack was effortlessly shattered beneath the crossblade, as if it were mere paper. The razor-sharp energy surged perilously close to his face. Had it not been for the third prince's timely intervention, that strike could have very well claimed the ancestor's life. Beside him, the third prince's demeanor grew grave. How formidable! Chao Chun's prowess exceeded their expectations. It was time to unleash their full potential, no more holding back. The third prince's expression darkened. If this continued, he might truly find himself outmatched, facing the prospect of being overwhelmed 2-1. The ancestor of Chaoyang could hardly comprehend his predicament. Could he claim he had already exerted his utmost effort? His mindset was in turmoil. He had anticipated an effortless control of the battlefield, yet now found himself on the receiving end of an overwhelming force. At that moment, the third prince had no time to ponder the subtle expressions flitting across the ancestor's face. After his declaration, he immediately activated his dark sorcery with all his might. Instantly, waves of surging, chilling dark energy erupted from his body, and his strength began to ascend. Nearby, the ancestor of Chaoyang clenched his teeth, ultimately retrieving several potent pills from his possession, consuming them without hesitation. There was no choice. If he did not fight with all he had now, it would be a path to certain death. Fight! The two of them roared in unison, launching themselves once more toward Chao Chun. Is this all you can muster? Chao Chun shook his head in disappointment. He had anticipated that with all the preparations these two had made, their strength would have surged significantly. Yet, he found himself somewhat let down by their lackluster display. Since he proclaimed himself invincible beneath the emperor, indeed, he is truly unmatched. Come forth. Allow me to entertain you. In the face of the combined onslaught from the third prince and the ancestor of Chaoyang, Chao Chun stands resolutely against two adversaries, remarkably maintaining his ground. Boom. The trio of semi-emperors wreak havoc with mere gestures, obliterating vast expanses of space around them. Unsurprisingly, this fierce clash causes the void to collapse, and Chao Chun, along with his companions, is inevitably drawn into the abyss. At this moment, watching the three semi-emperors vanish, the onlookers below remain stunned for a considerable time. Finally coming to their senses, it was not that they lacked the will to act. Rather, the Imperial might was overwhelmingly potent, rendering them utterly immobile. Now, however, those Imperial-level powerhouses above the Martial Saint rank have engaged in battle within the void, and they have finally regained their ability to move. Cackling. At this juncture, the fully demonized followers of the third prince reveal their fangs. Observing the multitude of Martial Saints surrounding them, Hei greedily licks his crimson tongue, his eyes ablaze with avarice. In this moment, the most elite powerhouses of the Eastern continent have unmistakably become the prey in the eyes of these dark-clad figures. On the side of the Great Zhou, the Martial Saints are swept by the bloodthirsty, cold gaze of Hei, sending chills down their spines. Gulp. These dark figures, are they truly about to attack us? One Martial Saint stutters, visibly shaken. Just moments ago, he had felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial, ferocious beast, a wave of dread washing over him. It felt as if he was being suppressed, devoid of any desire to resist. These dark-clad beings, having consumed countless essences of flesh and blood, have attained a truly terrifying prowess. Particularly, He Yi's combat ability approaches the pinnacle of the martial saint level. The vast disparity in strength, coupled with the inherently brutal demonic energy, naturally instills fear in the hearts of these martial saints. Fortunately, the third prince had previously issued explicit instructions for the dark figures to only engage those on Lu Yuan's side. Otherwise, the martial saints of the Great Zhou would undoubtedly fall prey to He Yi's relentless hunt. At this moment, seeing the multitude of martial saints on Lu Yuan's side, He Yi can no longer contain himself. His mind is consumed by the primal instinct to devour. He senses that should he consume this group, he might finally break through the last barrier. Roar! He Yi bellows like a beast, his eyes gleaming red as he charges directly towards Lu Yuan's forces. He Yi's charge seems to signal a rallying cry. The armies of the Great Zhou, rallying behind him, shout with fervor as they surge forward toward Lu Yuan's troops. Kill! Upon witnessing the situation, Yuan Zhuozong's eyes turned icy as he gestured emphatically, issuing a direct command for the dragon cavalry to charge forth. Although the soldiers of the Great Zhou were akin to mere fledglings, as long as they drew breath, they remained a latent threat that must be utterly eradicated. Simultaneously, accompanying the dragon cavalry was the tiger and leopard cavalry, recently summoned by Lu Yuan. Even in the absence of their commander, Cao Chun, the vice commander was of the same caliber as Yuan Zhuozong, a formidable warrior at the peak of the martial saint realm. Furthermore, the soldiers under the tiger and leopard cavalry were even more powerful and elite, their prowess almost monstrous. It was truly unfathomable which force from the Great Zhou could possibly withstand the onslaught of the tiger and leopard cavalry. In the face of such martial saints, the likes of Li Sandao and the 18 riders of Yanyan also prepared for battle. At this moment, Li Sandao solemnly drew his long blade, his gaze fixed upon He Yi, who was undoubtedly the strongest among the martial saints of the Great Zhou. Thus, Li Sandao locked his sights on He Yi, eager to discern whether it was his blade's edge or the strength of He Yi's minions that would prevail. Li Sandao's eyes sharpened with intensity. Once he became earnest, the outcome would surely be a terrifying one. Chapter 128. Rather than anticipating a turnaround, it is wiser to expect the opponent to exhaust themselves. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Li Sandao, the martial sages of the Great Zhou instinctively averted their gaze from him. It is evident that Li Sandao possesses extraordinary power. No one is foolish enough to provoke such a formidable being and court death. However, to their astonishment, regardless of whom they chose to confront, they discovered that any random martial sage from Lu Yuan appeared to be at the pinnacle of their prowess. The assembly of formidable warriors was left in a state of bewilderment. The sheer number of martial sages was staggering, and to make matters worse, they were all peak-level warriors. These martial sages seemed to be burdened by an insurmountable pressure. How were they to engage in battle? Forcing their initial and intermediate-level martial sages against the peak-level opponents felt like signing their own death warrants. The anticipated back-and-forth engagement was nowhere to be found. Instead, upon the clash of the two armies, a crushing dominance was exerted, with Lu Yuan's forces mercilessly overpowering the Great Zhou. It was inevitable. In terms of both top-tier combat strength and the rank-and-file soldiers, Lu Yuan's side exhibited overwhelming superiority. Particularly noteworthy were the tiger and leopard riders, who regarded their adversaries with utter disdain, even more so than the dragon riders. Though they numbered only 3,000, each member possessed at least the strength of a martial king. A martial king confronting a mere martial artist. Even Xiao Yin would surely falter. As the scales of victory began to tilt gradually in favor of Lu Yuan, Zhou Linglong's expression grew increasingly grim. Hidden Dragon Guard. Zhou Linglong called out sharply from atop the city walls. In an instant, she was flanked by a dozen masked figures clad in dark attire. These were the Hidden Dragon Guard, the clandestine force of the Great Zhou royal family, tasked with executing any special missions for the emperor. However, a portion of the Hidden Dragon Guard had already been slain by Su Chu in Bayou City. The remaining members beside Zhou Linglong were the last of their kind, dedicated solely to her protection. Uncle Ian, I implore you to lead the Hidden Dragon Guard and notify the esteemed families within Chang'an City. Command them to dispatch all their strongest warriors to confront the enemy. Should there be any refusals, they shall be executed. Zhou Linglong addressed the highest-ranking masked figure among the hidden dragon guard with the utmost respect. This was a middle-aged man radiating an ominous presence, a deep scar running from the corner of his eye to behind his ear, rendering him both menacing and terrifying. Zhou Linglong's reverence stemmed from two reasons. First, this man had overseen the hidden dragon guard for centuries, with a lineage tracing back to her great-grandfather. Second, he was at the peak of semi-saint cultivation, a formidable warrior in his own right. Indeed, the middle-aged man wore a perpetually expressionless visage. Upon receiving Zhou Linglong's command, he did not inquire as to why nor utter a single word. He immediately turned and led the hidden dragon guards to carry out their mission. Such is the nature of the hidden dragon guards. They execute the emperor's orders with unwavering fidelity. As she watched the figures of the hidden dragon guards fade into the distance, a sharp glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Linglong's eyes. She was acutely aware that the noble families had already suffered grievously. This time, it was uncertain whether these families would be willing to expend their last vestiges of strength and shed the final drop of blood for the great Zhou. However, such considerations were no longer within her purview. In this battle, should the great Zhou face defeat, the Imperial family would be rendered a mere footnote in history. At that juncture, what use would these noble families serve? It would be far better to strip them of their power now, to prevent any reluctance or rebellion from the noble families. Zhou Linglong dispatched the hidden dragon guards to execute her will. Under the compulsion of force, she believed many would recognize the gravity of the situation. Soon enough, the members of the noble families were reluctantly summoned by the hidden dragon guards. Zhou Linglong's piercing gaze fell upon each of them. Gentlemen, our nation stands on the brink of calamity. It is time for you to lend your strength. Should we emerge victorious in this battle, I shall bestow grand rewards upon you, granting titles and nobility. However, should we fail, then let us perish together in a shattering demise. In that moment, Zhou Linglong's eyes gleamed with fervor. As for whether her actions would offend these noble families or the consequences that might ensue, those matters could be addressed later. At present, they were yet to overcome the challenge posed by Lu Yuan. Your Majesty, this old minister believes. At that moment, one individual grasped Zhou Linglong's intent and, with a countenance of distress, attempted to evade responsibility. Yet, Zhou Linglong shot him a fierce glare. Suddenly, a hidden dragon guard materialized behind the speaker, swiftly silencing him with a swift stroke to the throat. An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared to utter another word. None wished to take on the role of the scapegoat. Zhou Linglong scoffed. It appears that none of you harbor any dissenting opinions now. If that is the case, I implore you to rally your kin and take to the battlefield, serving the great Zhou. Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembly contorted into expressions of dismay. Could they refuse? After all, Zhou Linglong's ire was lethal. Ultimately, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and begrudgingly acquiesce. Yes, Your Majesty, at present, although the battlefield posed significant disadvantages for the great Zhou, abstaining from participation would lead to certain doom. Yet, engaging in the fray might just offer a glimmer of hope for survival. The members of these esteemed families, even when thrust onto the battlefield, proved to be of little consequence. There was no need for the elite tiger and leopard cavalry to intervene. The mere charge of the dragon riders resulted in the demise of over half of these individuals. As for the damage inflicted upon the dragon riders, it was negligible at best. Perhaps their sole contribution was to furnish Lu Yuan with a considerable amount of fortune points. Witnessing the participation of all the noble families yield unsatisfactory results, Zhou Linglong could not help but feel a sense of despair. Was it truly destined that they would succumb to that rogue Lu Yuan? Like Lu Yuan, Zhou Linglong had exhausted all her trump cards at this moment. Yet, who would believe her? Lu Yuan's forces numbered a mere tens of thousands, yet they shattered their 300,000-strong army into disarray. The only reason the battle had yet to conclude was the sheer number of troops from the great Zhou, which made it impossible for the enemy to eliminate them all. Rather than hoping for a miraculous turnaround for the great Zhou, it would be more prudent to anticipate the dragon riders dispatching foes and exhausting themselves in the process. In the distance, Lu Yuan observed the chaotic clash from afar, letting out a faint sigh. Alas, he silently wished for no further complications. The recent series of encounters had left Lu Yuan feeling like a startled bird. Nevertheless, beside him, Mo and Zhong remained steadfast in their vigilance, ever watchful for the possibility of underhanded attacks. Given how smoothly the battle was progressing, the absence of these two half-saints was hardly a concern. Chapter 129. The Fall of Zhou Qianfu. In truth, numerous individuals sought to exploit the chaos to assassinate Lu Yuan. However, the strongest among them were merely semi-saint level warriors. With the prowess of the Shadow Guards, these assailants stood little chance of approaching within 1,000 meters of Lu Yuan. Alas, one cannot help but wonder what the circumstances in the void battlefield are like at this moment. Seeing that the situation was largely decided, Lu Yuan's thoughts inevitably drifted to Su Chu and his companions. The realm they inhabited was insufficient to sustain battles among warriors above the martial saint level. Consequently, both sides' semi-emperors and martial emperors were transported to the void for their confrontations. Naturally, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to the conditions prevailing in the void battlefield. Simultaneously, Zhou Linglong shared the same anxious sentiments as Lu Yuan. In fact, she felt even more apprehensive than he did. Grand Ancestor, esteemed envoy, you must triumph over your adversaries. Zhou Linglong clasped her hands together, her closed eyelids quivering incessantly, betraying her intense anxiety and turmoil. At this juncture, all of Zhou Linglong's hopes were pinned on the void battlefield. In a sense, the outcome of battles among high-level warriors held greater significance than the skirmishes between armies. As the saying goes, it is easy to break 1,000 troops, but a worthy general is hard to find, provided their cultivation was sufficiently advanced. Such as that of a martial emperor, they could effortlessly decimate tens of thousands of soldiers with a mere gesture. Despite the current dire state of the lower-tier battlefield, where it seemed that the great Zhou's fortunes had waned, a victory for their upper echelon could still turn the tide. Just as the situation beneath Chang'an was in disarray, a resounding explosion suddenly reverberated from the void above. Boom! The fabric of the void trembled, splitting open with a tremendous fissure. Subsequently, two figures were expelled from the void in succession. Look, who has emerged? At that moment, both Lu Yuan and Zhou Linglong hastily turned their gazes toward the void. The emergence from the void indicated that the outcome of their battle had been determined. In unison, they gazed skyward, where one figure, with an aura utterly depleted and a body marred by injuries, was plummeting helplessly through the air. Contrarily, the other figure bore minor wounds, yet radiated an aura at its zenith, exuding formidable combat intent. Haha, I knew it. Upon recognizing the two, Lu Yuan erupted into joyous laughter. I knew that the former subordinate of the great Zhou's grand ancestor, Luo Yi, could never hope to match him. Lu Yuan wore an expression of utter foresight, his face aglow with elation. Indeed, emerging from the void were none other than the esteemed ancestor of the great Zhou, Zhou Qianfu, and Luo Yi. Luo Yi was unscathed, yet the venerable Zhou Qianfu was in a state of utter fragility, clinging to the last vestiges of life. The ancestral figure, in stark contrast to Lu Yuan's elation, Zhou Linglong let out a heart-wrenching wail. The ancestor had actually been defeated. Moreover, it appeared that the defeat was exceedingly tragic. Before Zhou Linglong could rush forward to render aid, Luo Yi, having burst forth from the void, brandished the emperor-slaying spear. Charging towards the plummeting Zhou Qianfu with fervor, "Die!" Luo Yi roared, the spear glinting ominously. At that moment, Zhou Qianfu had yet to completely succumb. Luo Yi's intent was clear. He sought to transform Zhou Qianfu into a lifeless corpse. No! Zhou Linglong cried out in horror, her eyes wide with dread. Yet, in that instant, Zhou Qianfu seemed to experience a flicker of lucidity, as if illuminated by a fleeting spark. Am I to be sent away? Sensing the lethal aura of the emperor-slaying spear, Zhou Qianfu was initially engulfed in despair. However, a flash of cruel resolve ignited in his gaze. No, I cannot perish so simply, he thought. You wish for my demise? Very well. If you seek to end my life, then none shall escape unscathed. You have forced my hand. With a fierce determination, Zhou Qianfu's vital energy surged violently, rushing back towards his dantian. Beside him, Luo Yi felt the sudden shift in Zhou Qianfu's aura, his expression shifting in alarm. This fool intends to self-destruct. At that moment, Zhou Qianfu was imbued with a volatile energy, akin to a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest touch. Luo realized there was no time to close the distance. Thus, a frigid madness flickered in his eyes. Die! He bellowed in rage, channeling all his strength, transforming the emperor-slaying spear into a spear of destiny. He hurled it fiercely towards Zhou Qianfu. As a master archer, there was no doubt regarding Luo Yi's precision. Buzz! The emperor-slaying spear morphed into a shadowy streak. In the next heartbeat, it effortlessly pierced through Zhou Qianfu's heart, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Blood from the imperial lineage splattered across the sky. Zhou Qianfu looked down, astonished at the gaping hole in his chest. He could feel his strength dissipating at an alarming rate. No, it cannot be, he screamed. I will take you all down with me. Zhou Qianfu's eyes were filled with venomous hatred as he howled in madness, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. Yet, despite his attempts to self-destruct, his strength ebbed away like a flood released from a dam, leaving him utterly drained. I refuse to accept this. Zhou Qianfu's final lament echoed through the air. Pierced through the heart by the emperor-slaying spear, even the mightiest of the Luo golden immortals would find themselves powerless. A gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. The emperor's might surged forth, and the Tao of heaven cast its gaze downward, causing all things to mourn and perish. A formidable half-emperor, now fallen. Upon the walls of Chang'an, Zhou Linglong sat despondently upon the ground. At that moment, she felt dizzy and disoriented, her mind clouded with confusion. The ultimate foundation of the great Zhou dynasty, the very backbone of the royal family, had now been utterly extinguished at the hands of Lu Yuan. It was inconceivable. She must be dreaming. Zhou Linglong's hair hung disheveled, resembling a foolish woman lost in despair. The ancestor had fallen. The imperial progenitor had fallen. The entire might of the great Zhou, 1,000,000 elite soldiers, lay vanquished. What remained for her? Nothing at all. Even if Lu Yuan were to retreat, the great Zhou could never hope to regain its former glory. At that moment, Zhou Linglong was surrounded only by a few hidden dragon guards, feeling like a solitary outcast. An overwhelming sense of fear engulfed her, crashing upon her like a tidal wave. A defeated foe, Luo Yi, wielding the emperor-slaying spear, twirled it gracefully, shaking off the imperial blood from its shaft. Merely having slain a half-emperor was of little consequence in his eyes. Luo Yi scoffed. Did Zhou Qianfu dare to follow in the footsteps of the previous sword-questioning ancestor and attempt self-detonation before him? Having already been caught in such a trap once. Who would stumble in the same place twice? After all, one must learn from their missteps. Chapter 130. The Celestial Grade Taoist Treasure and the Utilization of the Saint Emperor's Body. My lord, I am honored to fulfill my duty. Luo Yi stepped forward, kneeling on one knee beside Lu Yuan, reporting with fervor. Luo Yi, are your wounds all right? Noticing the injuries on Luo Yi's body, which were still oozing blood, Lu Yuan couldn't help but express his concern. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Luo Yi responded with a respectful gesture, briefly organizing his thoughts before elucidating. My lord, that Zhou Qianfu acquired a celestial-grade Taoist treasure from an unknown source. I was caught off guard, which led to my injuries. Fortunately, the emperor-slaying spear is formidable. Even that celestial-grade treasure could not withstand its brilliance. As he spoke, Luo Yi presented a bracelet-like artifact to Lu Yuan. My lord, this is the celestial-grade Taoist treasure I seized from Zhou Qianfu. Had it not been for this treasure, I would have slain him long ago. Celestial-grade Taoist treasure. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan curiously accepted the bracelet from Luo Yi's hands. He examined it closely, finding it seemingly crafted from an unknown material. Soft and warm like jade. At first glance, its significance was not apparent, but upon touch, its extraordinary nature could be felt. Ding! At that moment, a voice resonated in Lu Yuan's mind, providing a prompt from the system. Celestial grade, initial level Taoist treasure, spirit light bracelet. Function, binding, can expand to restrain beings below the 6th level of the immortal realm. Impact, can enlarge to strike enemies with astonishing power. After a succinct introduction, Lu Yuan finally comprehended the bracelet's remarkable utility. Truly, it was a treasure of celestial caliber, quite extraordinary. A glimmer of astonishment sparkled in Lu Yuan's eyes. In terms of classification, this bracelet even surpassed the emperor-slaying spear by a tier. Thankfully, this artifact was not primarily offensive. Otherwise, even with the emperor-slaying spear, Luo Yi would have faced severe consequences. Indeed, I shall accept this artifact. Lu Yuan nodded inwardly. He instructed Luo Yi to erase the imprint on the bracelet, then adorned it upon his wrist. Such celestial treasures possess the ability to transform at will. With a thought, Lu Yuan morphed the bracelet into a string of beads. It must be said, it looked rather elegant on his wrist. Tonight, I shall test this binding function. Lu Yuan chuckled mischievously. As for why he intended to use it at night, that was a matter open to interpretation. Meanwhile, on the side of the great Zhou, the countenance of everyone was grim. Not only had the great Zhou's ancestral figure, Zhou Qianfu, met his demise, but Lu Yuan had also unleashed a half-emperor's combat prowess. This was indeed a dire predicament. They were already struggling to contend with the situation. If another half-emperor were to appear, it seems they would perish even more swiftly. Fortunately, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the void. With a resounding boom, a massive rift in the fabric of reality emerged, and 3 figures emerged from the abyss. Suddenly, a muffled groan echoed, and a figure descended like a shooting star, crashing violently to the ground. The speed was so astonishing that no one could discern the identity of the individual. The impact created a colossal crater in the earth, with countless fissures resembling spider webs spreading across the terrain. A collective tension gripped the crowd as they directed their attention to the source of the disturbance. The battle between the 2 factions had long ceased, regardless of how fervently they fought. If the higher powers were to falter, it would be of no consequence. Which side had triumphed this time? Zhou Linglong fixed her gaze on the figure on the ground, fearing yet another grim revelation. Although the fallen figure's identity remained obscure to the crowd, the 2 figures hovering above were unmistakably Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor. I knew it. Lu Yuan chuckled heartily, his face alight with joy. This scene unmistakably indicated that Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor had emerged victorious. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they had succeeded in vanquishing the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked figure, enduring excruciating pain, staggered to his feet amidst the dust and debris of the massive pit. At that moment, his visage was ashen. He had suffered a devastating defeat. Were it not for the treasures he possessed, he would have long since fallen to the combined might of Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor. Although he had not perished, his injuries were so grievous that he could no longer sustain another battle. The black-cloaked figure swiftly appeared beside Zhou Linglong. Quickly, I have one last resort. We are merely a moment away. Find a way to stall. He implored Zhou Linglong urgently. Zhou Linglong fell silent for a moment, gazing intently at the black-cloaked figure. A last resort? Given the current dire outcome, what hope remained? Nevertheless, out of respect instilled by her ancestors for the black-cloaked figure, Zhou Linglong commanded, "Activate the protective barrier. We cannot allow Lu Yuan's forces to breach the gates of Chang'an." For now, they could only retreat into their defenses. That meant activating the protective shield of the entire city. As the capital of the Great Zhou, Chongan embodied the collective fortune of the realm. Zhou Linglong believed that even an emperor would find it exceedingly challenging to breach such formidable defenses. In no time, a colossal shield materialized, enveloping the entirety of Chang'an. Now, tell me, what other methods do we possess? Zhou Linglong inquired, her expression one of numbness as she looked at the black-cloaked figure. There exists another method. The gaze of the figure in black robes fell upon Zhou Linglong. You possess the body of the Holy Emperor, yet you have never harnessed its potential. Now, the time has come for you to wield this sacred body. The body of the Holy Emperor? Zhou Linglong's previously vacant eyes finally flickered with life, casting a puzzled glance towards the figure in black. She was aware of her possession of the Holy Emperor's body, yet had always felt like a headless fly, completely ignorant of its application. After all, the Holy Emperor's body, which commands the fate of a grand dynasty, is unlike any other physique. Without the corresponding legacy, the bearer of the holy body is utterly clueless on how to control the imperial fortune. Do not panic, for I shall now impart the methods of utilizing the Holy Emperor's body to you. The figure in black chuckled softly, then abruptly commanded with fervor, sending a beam of light directly into Zhou Linglong's brow. The technique of inheritance, an enlightening experience. This direct method of comprehension through the spiritual realm is undoubtedly the swiftest. As the light penetrated Zhou Linglong's brow, her eyes promptly fluttered shut. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of imperial sanctity erupted from Zhou Linglong. A unique majesty of the human emperor gradually rose within her. Countless strands of golden dragon energy surged forth from the ground, burrowing into Zhou Linglong's being. This was the accumulated imperial fortune of the entire de Zhou over countless years. As the immense fortune flowed continuously into her, Zhou Linglong's aura ascended steadily to unprecedented heights. The sudden brilliance of gold made her presence feel akin to that of a towering mountain. As Zhou Linglong's comprehension deepened, her aura grew increasingly profound and rich. Beside her, the figure in black regarded Zhou Linglong with admiration. Indeed, she is truly the chosen one. Her talent is extraordinary. Although the Dezhou dynasty, being a mortal dynasty, pales in comparison to those celestial dynasties of the upper realms, it remains one of the most formidable dynasties on the eastern continent. Its foundation is remarkably deep. As Zhou Linglong devours the imperial fortune, her power is destined to escalate to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Chapter 131. The schemes of Zhou Linglong outside the city of Chang'an. As the colossal city defense array ascended, Lu Yuan and his companions found themselves abruptly obstructed. Gazing upon the immense, transparent shield enveloping the entirety of Chang'an, a look of astonishment flitted across Lu Yuan's face. Such grandeur! He marveled in awe. At that moment, Lu Yuan was not only struck by the unprecedented sight, but was also profoundly impressed by the audacity of the great Zhou dynasty. This was a shield that completely enveloped a grand city. The mere act of its establishment would have required no less than a millennium of meticulous preparation. Moreover, the shield appeared to possess formidable defensive capabilities. However, Lu Yuan soon let out a disdainful snort, declaring, "What use is this shield? It merely delays the inevitable demise." Turning to Su Chu and Qing Yuan, he commanded, "Break this tortoise shell for me." He could not fathom that such a diminutive shield could withstand the combined assault of two emperors. "Yes," they replied in unison. Hearing this, Su Chu and Emperor Qing Yuan readily affirmed their determination. Moments ago, the swift ascent of the transparent shield had caught even them off guard, leaving their expressions somewhat grim. It was as if they, the powerful emperors, had merely stood as passive observers while their adversaries executed such a subtle maneuver right before their eyes. "Let us act." Su Chu and Emperor Qing Yuan exchanged glances, nodding to one another. They then summoned their full might and unleashed a tremendous assault upon the transparent shield. Boom! The combined force of the two emperors reverberated through the air, producing a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, the void shattered, and all living things lamented. Two blinding beams of power struck the shield with unparalleled ferocity. Yet, despite the cataclysmic force capable of shattering the very realms, the impact merely caused the shield to quiver slightly. As the dust settled, the delicate, film-like shield remained intact, perhaps only dimmed slightly from its previous brilliance. "What? It hasn't shattered?" Su Chu and Emperor Qing Yuan exchanged surprised glances, both taken aback. They had not anticipated that this thin layer of a shield would prove so resilient, capable of withstanding their combined strike. At this moment, the bold and meticulous Su Chu discerned some anomalies. The shield's luster appeared somewhat diminished compared to before, indicating that their prior assault had indeed borne fruit. "Continue the assault. I refuse to believe this shield can endure against us for much longer." Su Chu grunted in anger. "If one strike was insufficient, then let it be two, or even three. There will inevitably come a moment when this transparent shield can no longer hold." Outside the city, Su Chu and his companion relentlessly bombarded the shield. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Zhou Linglong's comprehension of her sacred body had reached a critical juncture. At this moment, Zhou Linglong ascended into the air, radiating an unparalleled imperial majesty. As the final surge of dragon energy entered her body, the surrounding void seemed to momentarily freeze. Suddenly, an overwhelming and powerful aura erupted from within Zhou Linglong, like a tsunami. The onlookers could not help but recoil in astonishment. Their faces etched with shock as they gazed at Zhou Linglong, suspended in midair. At that moment, she appeared transformed, as if her very soul had undergone a metamorphosis, exuding an unprecedented regal presence. Those around her, with just a glance, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, an instinctive submission welling up within them. Indeed, this was the fabled aura of dominion. Suddenly, Zhou Linglong opened her eyes, and a golden light burst forth from them. Her gaze was electrifying. The surrounding void seemed to be pierced by her penetrating stare, Lu Yuan. The instant Zhou Linglong's eyes opened, she turned her gaze toward Lu Yuan. However, within her eyes, an imperceptible hint of peculiar emotion emerged. Upon awakening her sacred emperor body, she sensed a faint yet undeniable bond emanating from Lu Yuan. This feeling was abrupt and inexplicable, leaving her bewildered. No, wait. It suddenly dawned on her. Zhou Linglong's eyes flickered with realization as she recalled an ancient tome she had perused fervently after discovering her sacred emperor body. Generally speaking, when two sacred body bearers encounter one another, a confrontation is nearly inevitable. Each sacred body possessor harbors an indomitable spirit, and upon the emergence of another sacred body powerhouse, their instinct is to crush the opponent beneath their feet, establishing their own path to invincibility. How is the hierarchy among sacred bodies determined? It is forged through the trials and tribulations each sacred body bearer endures. So that is it. Zhou Linglong's gaze flickered, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Now, she comprehended the nature of the tenuous connection between herself and Lu Yuan. That thrilling sensation was a compulsion to surpass him, to vindicate the honor of her sacred body. At this moment, fully awakened to her sacred emperor body, Zhou Linglong could ascertain that Lu Yuan possessed a sacred body that was certainly not inferior to hers. Lu Yuan. Zhou Linglong once again called out Lu Yuan's name, casting a significant glance in his direction. Lu Yuan, who would have thought you could conceal yourself so profoundly? You are indeed a possessor of this sacred body, Zhou Linglong remarked with a cold smirk. At that moment, a realization dawned upon her. It turned out that the reputation of Lu Yuan as a waste was nothing but a fade, a mere illusion he had crafted. After all, how could a mere waste possess the existence of a sacred body? As Zhou Linglong's words echoed, the surrounding crowd gazed at Lu Yuan in sheer astonishment. What? The legendary waste heir, Lu Yuan, is actually a sacred body possessor? Could it be true? All these years, Lu Yuan had concealed this truth. What could his intentions be? Was it merely to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Seeing Zhou Linglong expose his possession of the sacred body, Lu Yuan could only smile helplessly. Sigh, I had intended to interact with you under the guise of a waste. But now, the charade is over. I lay my cards on the table. Indeed, I am a possessor of the sacred body. However, Lu Yuan was quite curious about how Zhou Linglong had come to know this truth. Yet, before he could pose his question, Zhou Linglong's intrigued gaze fixed upon him. Lu Yuan, when the sacred body encounters another, a battle is inevitable. Why not engage in a duel now, king against king, to determine the victor? Zhou Linglong exuded absolute confidence, certain that Lu Yuan would accept her challenge. For if a sacred body possessor were to cower from battle, allowing their invincible spirit to tarnish, then their path of cultivation would be fraught with obstacles. Their entire being would be rendered ineffective. Even their future cultivation would come to a halt. Zhou Linglong regarded Lu Yuan with a heart full of disdain. Her strategy was nothing short of a bold scheme. Retreating would mean Lu Yuan would inevitably become a mere shell of a person. Yet to engage in combat. Could a mere lowly cultivator like Lu Yuan possibly contend with her? Chapter 132. Let Zhou Linglong's name resound through the ages, a duel? Upon hearing those words, Lu Yuan's brow instantly arched. Strangely, the mere mention of the phrase ignited an unexpected urge within him to challenge Zhou Linglong to a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, there was a burgeoning sensation of wanting to subdue her utterly, to trample her beneath his feet and wreak havoc upon her. To challenge me. Do you dare? What on earth was he thinking? Lu Yuan hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel those unhealthy thoughts. How could he afford to be so lenient with his adversary? As a strikingly handsome figure, he ought to seek a rival as astute as Feng Chu. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yuan seemed to recall something. A wicked smile crept across his face. But perhaps, this notion was not entirely unappealing? Suddenly, he remembered a renowned masterpiece from his previous life, a painting that had shocked the world. The depiction of a profound scene. That artwork was undeniably famous, and its subject had forever been etched in the annals of history's disgrace. Currently, in this realm he inhabited, there seemed to be no equivalent of that notorious masterpiece. He chuckled softly to himself. He wondered if there were any illustrious painters left in the city of Chang'an. Such a historic moment must be captured and passed down through the ages. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. To eliminate her would be far too lenient for such a wretched woman. He intended for Zhou Linglong to be immortalized through the ages, to leave a legacy that would endure. At the very least, she should become the object of admiration for countless young men. Surely, the allure of a female emperor would be immensely marketable. Across from him, Zhou Linglong felt a shiver run through her as she caught sight of the lascivious glint in Lu Yuan's gaze. An unsettling intuition washed over her. Should she fall into Lu Yuan's clutches, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. Lu Yuan, Zhou Linglong exclaimed in furious indignation. Yet, even she was unaware that a hint of fear had crept into the depths of her eyes, a fear of the unknown should she find herself at Lu Yuan's mercy. At that moment, upon hearing Zhou Linglong's furious rebuke, Lu Yuan snapped back to reality. A wicked grin spread across his face. Indeed. If he wished to realize his earlier musings, he must first subdue Zhou Linglong. Lu Yuan began to scrutinize her, as one would a potential prey. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhou Linglong, a slight seriousness crossed his features. Capturing Zhou Linglong appeared to require considerable effort. Wait a moment. Hadn't she just proposed a duel? Realizing the intensity of Zhou Linglong's presence, Lu Yuan tilted his head, nearly amused by the absurdity of it all. This week, Zhou Linglong seems to be even more audacious than one could have imagined. At this moment, the aura emanating from Zhou Linglong undoubtedly possessed an imperial level of cultivation. And what about him? A mere martial emperor, and a mid-stage one at that. It is needless to say that Zhou Linglong could effortlessly crush him with a single finger. In fact, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. With just a thought, she could obliterate him from this realm entirely. How could someone, almost comparable to an emperor in power, seek a duel with a mere martial emperor like himself? Is there no sense of shame? However, despite his inner trepidation, he resolutely refused to be intimidated. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and declared, "Very well. Since you have issued this challenge, I shall undoubtedly oblige. Do not think that your sudden surge in strength grants you the upper hand. Just wait and see." Oh, upon hearing this, Zhou Linglong felt a surge of excitement. He agreed? So readily? She had anticipated needing to engage in further persuasion. Observing Lu Yuan's obliviousness, a golden flame of eagerness ignited in her eyes. "Excellent. Since you have consented, let us engage in battle." As she spoke, her aura surged to its zenith. A formidable presence, infused with the essence of imperial might, radiated outward. This imperial aura not only encompassed the majesty of an emperor, but also the unparalleled dignity of royalty. The amalgamation of these forces created an overwhelming pressure that was simply unparalleled. At this moment, Zhou Linglong was fully prepared. The instant they clashed, she intended to unleash her full power and crush Lu Yuan utterly, so thoroughly that no one could hope to save him. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lu Yuan suddenly interjected, "Wait." This exclamation abruptly halted the previously charged atmosphere. He then turned to his companion, Su Chu, and said, "Su Chu, go forth and entertain our esteemed Empress. Since she has made a request, we ought to honor it, should we not?" Lu Yuan smiled nonchalantly. Since Zhou Linglong had opted out of a fair duel, he would not be bound by the constraints of chivalry. A one-on-one duel? To think that he would willingly step forward was simply a fantasy. Zhou Linglong likely intended to challenge him while pitting herself against his entire group, did she not? Lu Yuan felt confident that his interpretation was correct. What? Zhou Linglong was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Why was Lu Yuan now sending his imperial subordinate to engage her? Feeling deceived, Zhou Linglong's expression darkened as she glared at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, you must understand. There is bound to be a conflict between our two sacred bodies. To understand the meeting of two holy bodies, one must distinguish between the high and the low. You falter in the face of battle. Do you not fear the loss of your invincible heart, allowing the seeds of demonic affliction to take root and utterly sever your path of cultivation?" Zhou Linglong spoke through clenched teeth, her expression dark and foreboding as she addressed Lu Yuan. Shouldn't such matters be theirs alone to relish? How could others possibly take their place? Oh, the invincible heart. A flicker of realization ignited within Lu Yuan upon hearing Zhou Linglong's words. At that moment, he recalled the inheritance he had simultaneously received upon acquiring the holy body. So it was thus. Lu Yuan finally comprehended that the impulse he had to defeat Zhou Linglong stemmed from this very source. A peculiar smile graced his lips. This truly seems manageable. An invincible heart? Demonic affliction? Huh. Apologies, but I possess neither. After all, my entire strength derives from the system. In light of these constraints, Lu Yuan felt no trepidation. As for demonic affliction, how fearful it is. My Empress, fret not about these matters. For now, you should focus on how to confront the opponent I have arranged for you. Lu Yuan coldly snorted at Zhou Linglong. Although he longed to personally bring Zhou Linglong to her knees and revel in his triumph, the vast disparity in their strengths successfully restored Lu Yuan's sense of reason. In any case, the outcome would be the same if his subordinates were to engage in battle. At worst, he would merely allow Su Chu to leave with his life. Zhou Linglong was left utterly dumbfounded by this statement. Did Lu Yuan truly not care about these things? Was there really a cultivator who could be so indifferent to the path of cultivation that lay ahead? She cast a deep glance at Lu Yuan, and a cold laugh arose within her heart. What a cowardly avoidance of battle. Very well, if he is unconcerned. It seems Lu Yuan is destined to be rendered useless in the future. For a possessor of the holy body, retreating signifies a complete severance of their cultivation path. In that case, an emperor-level powerhouse, is it? Zhou Linglong's gaze shifted towards Su Chu. Given Lu Yuan's withdrawal, her next opponent would undoubtedly be this formidable emperor before her. As she sensed the turbulent aura emanating from Su Chu, a heavy gravity settled in her eyes. The emperor-level powerhouse that only existed in legends. Was she finally to face one herself? Previously, Zhou Linglong had always held deep reverence for such powerful beings. After all, they were the mightiest in this realm. Yet now, feeling the abundant strength within her, boundless confidence surged within her heart. Wasn't he merely an emperor-level powerhouse? Who among them was not? Chapter 133. A promised duel, yet you choose to ambush me? Zhou Linglong and Su Chu stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. The very air between them crackled with tension, as if enormous pressure was causing friction in the atmosphere. At that moment, neither party appeared to yield. Both had ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. Zhou Linglong seemed even more formidable than I had imagined. Lu Yuan observed Zhou Linglong, whose aura was on par with Su Chu's, and absent-mindedly stroked his chin, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Although Lu Yuan had unwavering confidence in Su Chu's combat prowess, his inherently composed nature prompted him to ensure that the duel remained fair. After all, he still had reserves at his disposal. Lu Yuan summoned the Qingyun emperor and quietly instructed him, "Qingyun, you should join in. Subdue the opponent swiftly, and do your utmost to avoid any unforeseen complications." "Yes, my lord." Qingyun responded with complete obedience to Lu Yuan's command, though it seemed somewhat dishonorable to outnumber the opponent. It was, after all, an order from his superior. On the other side, Zhou Linglong had been fully prepared for an epic clash with Su Chu. However, she was taken aback when she noticed the Qingyun emperor stealthily approaching Su Chu, positioning himself to engage alongside him. Zhou Linglong was momentarily stunned, and then turned to Lu Yuan, her voice icy as she demanded, "Lu Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Did we not agree to a one-on-one duel?" At that moment, Zhou Linglong's cold gaze radiated an almost palpable chill. What had begun as a confrontation between two holy bodies was now being interrupted by outside interference. It was one thing to change combatants at the last minute. It was another entirely for two of his subordinates to team up against her. If they truly attacked her together, she would find herself at a distinct disadvantage. In response to Zhou Linglong's inquiry, Lu Yuan simply shrugged, "My dear Empress, did you not proclaim your desire for a duel? When did I ever agree to your terms? Furthermore, you never specified whether it was to be a one-on-one match or if you intended to take on my entire group single-handedly. My actions, therefore, are entirely justifiable." Zhou Linglong paused, her frustration mounting. "You truly are insufferable, Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan flashed a disarming smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Thank you for the compliment." Zhou Linglong fell silent, her astonishment growing. It was her first encounter with someone so brazenly shameless. To take pride in insults is a disgrace. If that is the case, let us engage in battle, Zhou Linglong exclaimed in fury. At this moment, the figure in the black robe also flickered with intensity in his gaze. Among those present, none understood the terrifying alliance of Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor better than he did. Faced with the onslaught of both, even with Zhou Linglong's awakening of the sacred body, victory was an impossibility. Thus, the black-robed man gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. "I will hold one of them back." You swiftly deal with the other, he shouted towards Zhou Linglong. Without hesitation, he summoned the few remaining celestial artifacts he possessed. Though he was gravely injured and his body marred with wounds, his strength diminished to only 50 or 60% of its peak. He believed he could still manage to stall them with the artifacts in hand. Very well. Zhou Linglong nodded in agreement. If someone could share her burden, her pressure would indeed be considerably alleviated. At this moment, due to Zhou Linglong having extracted the entirety of the dragon qi from the great Zhou, the once solid protective barrier enveloping Chang'an began to flicker ominously. It appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Zhou Linglong resolutely decided to dispel the shield entirely. Kill. With a low command, Zhou Linglong initiated the clash as the barrier dissipated, and the four engaged in battle. The confrontation of the four emperors unleashed a wave of force that rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. The very heavens seemed on the brink of shattering beneath their might. The crowd recoiled in terror, daring not to approach. My lord, do you require my assistance? At that moment, Lu Yuan, wielding the emperor-slaying spear, turned inquiringly towards Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan was merely a half-emperor, he was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he now possessed the unparalleled emperor-slaying spear, his combat prowess rivaling that of an emperor. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered thoughtfully. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "There is no need for now. The 2 against 2 should not lead to any significant upheaval. However, Cao Chun is currently engaged in the void against 2 opponents of equal standing. You should provide support to Cao Chun, just in case any unforeseen circumstances arise." In truth, at this moment, Lu Yuan was more concerned for Cao Chun's safety than that of Su Chu and the Azure Cloud Emperor. After all, regardless of how confidently Cao Chun claimed he could easily handle his foes, he remained but a single individual. The danger he faced was indeed the greatest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Understood, my lord. Subsequently, Lu Yuan began to keenly sense Cao Chun's location. Despite their earlier disappearance into the void, they had been transported to a coordinate-less foreign space, scattered across various locations. It was not as one might imagine, a grand display of power, all gathered in one place. Fortunately, both individuals were summoned from within the Lu Yuan system, and there existed an inexplicable connection between them. By merely attuning their senses, they could perceive each other as presence. A sudden realization struck Lu Yuan as he opened his eyes wide. Without hesitation, he tore through the void before him and stepped boldly into it. As Lu Yuan vanished from sight, Lu Yuan felt a sense of calm wash over him. With Lu Yuan's assistance, there would likely be no significant issues on Cao Chun's end. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous intent of the blade abruptly captured Lu Yuan's attention. He turned his gaze slightly towards the source of the commotion, only to witness Li Sandao engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal, otherworldly creature. The intensity of their conflict was such that it rivaled the might of an Imperial-level warrior. At this juncture, Li Sandao had just unleashed his second strike. Boom. The immense blade light struck Black One, sending him reeling back several hundred meters. Lowering his gaze, Black One's resilient skin now bore a grotesque and gaping laceration, from which torrents of crimson blood gushed forth. Yet, despite his grievous wounds, Black One was not in immediate danger of death. Remarkably, under the influence of his formidable vitality, the wound began to heal slowly. The enemy possesses such a formidable warrior, able to withstand 2 of Li Sandao's strikes? Lu Yuan pondered in astonishment. Li Sandao's first strike was already capable of rendering him invincible among his peers. The second could slay foes across realms. As for the third strike, Lu Yuan had never witnessed Li Sandao employ it. However, judging by Li Sandao's displayed combat prowess, the third strike would likely be no less than an attack of Imperial caliber. At this moment, Black One, sensing his injuries, exhibited a flicker of fear upon his face, displaying a semblance of humanity. Though his intellect had significantly diminished, he instinctively felt the looming threat of death. He could not prevail. He could not prevail. Black One's gaze remained locked on Li Sandao, yet his feet began to retreat slowly. Fear had gripped him. Despite his lack of intelligence, he was not foolish enough to charge forward into certain demise. However, in that instant, Black One stumbled over a corpse on the ground. His movements froze, and his eyes fixated on the lifeless body beneath him. It was the remains of a martial saint warrior. Around him lay several fallen corpses of martial saint caliber, strewn across the battlefield. The sweet scent of blood surged into his nostrils, igniting a crimson glint in Black One's eyes. The last vestiges of his sanity were once again consumed by a ravenous desire for carnage. Only the primal instincts remain. Devour. Once these corpses are consumed, my power will undoubtedly surge once more. At that time, confronting that fearsome swordsman will be a trivial matter. As he watched He suddenly retreat to feast voraciously upon the corpses, Li Sandao was momentarily taken aback. However, as he observed, the aura emanating from He swelled with each corpse he consumed. Li Sandao's expression grew increasingly grave. Alas, it seems that today, I must unleash my third strike. Li Sandao took a deep breath, gazing with awe at the long blade in his hand. This day has finally arrived. I have awaited a worthy adversary to warrant the unveiling of my third strike. This blade is named Annihilation. Chapter 134. The relentless blade of Li Sandao. Li Sandao gradually raised the ancient long knife in his hand, taking a deep breath and gently closing his eyes. In an instant, an endless aura of the blade surged forth. There was no extravagant display of spiritual energy, nor were there any extraordinary phenomena that spread across the heavens and the earth. What existed was purely the essence of the blade. This third strike of Li Sandao was entirely distinct from the previous two. It embodied the pure essence of intention. The cultivation of this essence diverged completely from the conventional practice of spiritual energy, representing two fundamentally different systems of training. A master of this essence could wield a blade or sword to cause the birth and extinction of all things, orchestrating the cycle of life and death. Any ordinary object could be transformed into a divine weapon. With a mere thought, one could obliterate all existence. This is the essence. What Li Sandao possessed was the intention of the blade. As a rhythmic pulse resonated within him, waves of energy emanated outward. The surrounding combatants instinctively halted their actions. Strange sensation. A soldier of the great Zhou furrowed his brow. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable wave of fear. It was as if a slumbering beast nearby was on the verge of awakening. Just as the soldiers of the great Zhou shrank back, cautious and apprehensive, a thunderous roar erupted through the heavens. Annihilation. Flash. Li Sandao's eyes flew open, and the almost tangible intention of the blade pierced through the void before him. With a single stroke, he cleaved through. In that fleeting moment, the fabric of time and space around him seemed to pause. Everything began to slow down. Yet, the long knife in Li Sandao's hand appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any visible spiritual energy. Strangely, this seemingly mundane strike stood out as the singular focal point of the universe. It was as if this one blade's radiance eclipsed all else in existence. The next moment, time resumed its flow, and a tempestuous aura of the blade surged skyward. In an instant, all present felt as though they had been transported into an infinite realm of blades. An overwhelming sharpness pierced deep into their souls, causing profound discomfort. At this moment, had there been another master of essence present, they would have perceived the emergence of countless strands of invisible blade intention interwoven throughout the atmosphere. It resembled a flurry of snowflakes, yet bore an undercurrent of lethal intent. Regrettably, this spectacle was only visible to those who had attained mastery of essence. The ordinary practitioners remained oblivious. It was precisely because they could not see it that a soldier of the great Zhou suddenly noticed that a few strands of hair from his brow had been inexplicably severed, falling to the ground as if struck by a sharp object. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his neck, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. The soldier was startled and instinctively reached for his neck, only to discover a copious amount of blood cascading forth. The crimson flow from his neck was unrelenting, and with a heavy heart filled with resentment, the robust figure of the soldier collapsed with a thunderous thud. This harrowing scene was not an isolated incident. It unfolded throughout the battlefield, afflicting all the soldiers of the great Zhou. An alarm sounded. The manifestation of blade intent was upon them. Everyone, be cautious. A formidable expert who had mastered blade intent is attacking. At this moment, a few powerful individuals from the great Zhou finally recognized the anomaly. The blade intent seemed to possess an uncanny ability to distinguish friend from foe, relentlessly targeting their soldiers for annihilation. Only an expert who had achieved the pinnacle of blade mastery could wield such exquisite control over their intent. These formidable beings urgently called out to those around them. An entity who had refined blade intent to its utmost degree possessed a terrifying prowess, rivaling that of the typical Imperial realm experts. However, the realization from the Great Zhou was slightly belated. At this juncture, Li Sandao's domain of blade intent had already taken shape. Escape was no longer an option for them, as the massive onslaught of blade intent descended like a snowstorm. The soldiers ensnared within its grasp were mercilessly dismembered. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, as an overwhelming wave of fear spread inexorably through their ranks. If only they could have sighted their adversary, it might have offered them some solace. Yet, in their dire state, they were oblivious to the identity of their assailant, unable even to perceive the trajectory of the strikes that led to their demise. They faced a brutal end, dismembered by the most savage of fates. Who could withstand such a calamity? Unbeknownst to these soldiers, the horrific onslaught they endured was merely the residual wave of Li Sandao's attack. At this very moment, the true fatal strike was aimed squarely at He. It appeared unremarkable, as if Li Sandao had simply executed a casual slash. Yet, this seemingly mundane stroke instilled in He an acute sense of impending death. The essence of the Great Path returns to simplicity. This strike from Li Sandao had, in fact, transcended into a state of perfection. Roaring in turmoil, He let out a frenzied bellow of rage. Confusion, terror, and fury intertwined within a tempest of complex emotions, and then He initiated a countercharge. Indeed, it was a countercharge. From what appeared to be an ordinary strike by Li Sandao, He sensed the specter of death looming over him. He was not foolish, with legs to run. He instinctively sought to flee. However, even if Hai were to run at lightning speed, it could never outpace the astonishingly remarkable strike of Li Sandao. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and countless lines of blood abruptly appeared on Hai's fleeing form. The next moment, Li Sandao materialized directly in Hai's path of escape, his back turned to the latter. Slowly sheathing his blade, he lowered his gaze slightly and murmured, "To perish beneath my blade is indeed a privilege for you." At that moment, Hai remained oblivious to any anomaly. Witnessing Li Sandao's ostentatious display before him, he furiously extended his hand, as large as a cast-iron pot, and with an unstoppable rush of wind, aimed a powerful strike at Li Sandao. Should this blow land, even a half-emperor would likely suffer greatly. Yet, Li Sandao stood steadfast, unwavering, and indifferent. Indeed, as that colossal hand approached within mere centimeters of him, it was as if time itself had suddenly come to a halt. Hai's hand froze mid-air, and in the next instant, his entire being shattered into a myriad of fragments, resembling a torn fishing net. Though Li Sandao was tousled by the whirlwind generated by Hai's massive palm, he remained composed, standing there with an expression of serene detachment, as if he had orchestrated every moment of this encounter. Lu Yuan, unable to contain himself, raised a thumb in admiration. When it comes to showmanship, none could rival you, Li Sandao, truly deserving of the title God of showmanship. Chapter 135, Storming into Chang'an. Indeed, while Li Sandao's blade, named World Annihilation, could not truly obliterate the world, it was undeniable that his formidable prowess was evident. Nevertheless, this strike alone claimed the lives of nearly 300,000 soldiers from the Great Zhou. Admittedly, this devastation was compounded by the chaos of battle among the soldiers. Regardless, the sheer horror of this attack was unmistakable. At this juncture, with Hei deceased, there remained no formidable warriors in the Great Zhou capable of withstanding the onslaught. The martial saints, facing the overwhelming might of the 18 riders, were swiftly annihilated. The few who managed to escape through sheer force were relentlessly pursued by the 18 riders. Once identified by them, these individuals were unlikely to evade capture, regardless of how far they fled. The remaining soldiers of the Great Zhou were utterly demoralized, bereft of any courage to continue the fight, fleeing in all directions. No amount of coercion or threats from their commanders could compel these disheartened soldiers to return to battle. However, the retreat of these soldiers did not alleviate the burden on the dragon riders. Rather, it presented a new challenge. Previously, even in fierce resistance, the soldiers crumbled under the iron hooves of the dragon riders as if made of paper. The act of extermination was almost effortless, simply sweeping them away. Now, With the soldiers scattering, the pursuit became significantly more complicated. Dragon riders, heed my command. Charge in formation. Slay them. Yuan Zhuozong's voice rang out, rallying all the dragon riders. Although the flight of the soldiers made the chase cumbersome, Yuan Zhuozong had no intention of relinquishing the pursuit of the Great Zhou forces. Now, beneath the city of Chang'an, the ground was littered with the armies of the Great Zhou. Employing a charging formation to pierce through was indeed the most fitting strategy. Charge, charge, and charge again, until every last soldier of the Great Zhou was eradicated. At long last, after Yuan Zhuozong led the dragon riders in countless assaults around Chang'an, the once crowded battlefield suddenly opened up before them. No longer did any figures stand before them. With a sigh of relief, Yuan Zhuozong exhaled deeply. Finally, it was over. As he gazed upon the scene, the ground was strewn with corpses, devoid of any living souls. The mountains of bodies and seas of blood rendered the landscape beneath Chang'an indescribably horrific. The sheer number of fallen had raised the ground by several dozen centimeters. This was nearly 300,000 lives lost. No, it was not quite 300,000 yet. Yuan Zhuozong's gaze was fixed resolutely upon the direction of Chang'an. Moments ago, while leading the dragon cavalry through the breach, some remnants of the enemy forces had taken the opportunity to retreat into the city. He had witnessed this, yet the overwhelming number of foes before him rendered such concerns trivial. After all, the dragon cavalry comprised merely 100,000 men. And even with the addition of the tiger and leopard cavalry, their numbers barely reached that threshold. Pursuing the scattered remnants of a million-strong army seemed a most arduous task. However, now that the soldiers of the Great Zhou outside Chang'an had been dealt with, it was high time to address those remaining within the city. After all, a force of at least 200,000 or 300,000 men was no insignificant power. At that moment, the Great Zhou soldiers who had fled back to Chang'an, under the command of several generals, had once again ascended the city walls. It appeared they still harbored hopes of utilizing the formidable fortifications of Chang'an for defense. Yuan Zhuozong surveyed the city walls, his expression suddenly turning grave. Chang'an was unlike any other city. The walls were so thick that one could easily imagine several chariots running side by side upon them. Furthermore, Chang'an was the capital of the entire Great Zhou, the very nexus of the imperial aura, imbued with the fortune of the dynasty. Even he could not claim that breaching these walls would be a simple endeavor. More critically, the defensive mechanisms atop the walls were formidable. As the capital of a vast empire, the artillery stationed there was powerful enough to inflict harm upon the dragon cavalry. At that moment, Yuan Zhuozong felt a stirring within him. His eyes sharpened as he turned to his shadow. In the next instant, Mo emerged from the depths of his shadow. General Yuan, Yu Xiang has sent me with a message. The forces within Chang'an, organized by the rain, are poised to seize the city gates. Soon, you will be able to lead the dragon cavalry straight in. Mo stated succinctly, laying bare his purpose. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhuozong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh, that is splendid news. I was just pondering how to assault Chang'an. Please extend my gratitude to Yu Xiang and the Brothers of the Rain, he expressed joyfully. With someone opening the city gates for him, the task became considerably easier. Otherwise, the dragon cavalry would inevitably suffer losses in a siege. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the city gates. The Rain's operatives, concealed within Chang'an, seized the moment to storm the gates. Although the Rain was primarily an intelligence organization, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated, and they swiftly took control of the gates. With a creaking sound, the heavy, fortified gates of Chang'an swung open. Observing this, Yuan Zhuozong promptly adjusted his formation and surged toward the heart of Chang'an. I am deeply incensed. Who has opened the city gates? Quickly, go and secure the gates at once. On the city walls, some remaining generals, upon witnessing this scene, were filled with rage. At this moment, the opening of the gates seemed a deliberate invitation to their doom. However, the reaction from the Great Zhou side was, ultimately, just a beat too slow. Yuan Zhuozong, leading the dragon cavalry, charged directly into the heart of Chang'an. At this juncture, the capital of the Great Zhou was finally breached by Lu Yuan's forces. Once inside the city, Yuan Zhuozong swiftly commanded Su San, who stood beside him. Su San, take 5,000 cavalry and seize the Imperial Palace. We must ensure complete control over it. Be vigilant. Seal off the palace and allow not a single soul to escape. Yes, General. Su San responded with a thunderous affirmation. Immediately, he gathered his 5,000 riders and headed straight for the palace. Yuan Zhuozong then turned to the deputy commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, General Xiao, who had charged alongside him. Now that General Qiao is absent, I must trouble you to lead the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry to secure the major city gates of Chang'an. It is imperative that no one escapes. Rest assured, General Yuan, replied the deputy commander, named Xiao Xian, a paragon of martial prowess at the peak of the martial saint level. Upon hearing Yuan Zhuozong's orders, he responded with a hearty laugh, assuring him that the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, comprised of warriors of at least the martial king level, would undoubtedly be more than capable of guarding the gates. Chapter 136, Defeating Zhou Linglong. After issuing tactical orders, Yuan Zhuozong took a deep breath, and a fierce glint ignited in his gaze. Dragon Riders, heed my command. Yes, the soldiers of the Dragon Rider army roared in unison. Charge the city walls and annihilate the remaining foes. Follow me. Kill. Kill. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust surged from the countless Dragon Riders, their spirits soaring to heights that seemed to pierce the heavens. Yuan Zhuozong unsheathed his silver spear of the desert, wielding it with one hand, and boldly led the charge, ascending the nearest horse path directly to the battlements. Behind him, a legion of Dragon Riders followed closely, like shadows at his heels, scaling the walls with urgency. Hurry! The enemy approaches. On the battlements, several soldiers of the great Zhou gazed in terror at Yuan Zhuozong's agile leap, panic flooding their faces as they hastily aimed their weapons at him. Fire! In an instant, an array of attacks, siege crossbows, luminous cannons, explosive talismans, rained down upon Yuan Zhuozong. Just trifles, watch me shatter them. Yuan Zhuozong remained undaunted, his silver spear sweeping forth, conjuring a tempest of sand against the autumn winds. A colossal spear of spiritual energy manifested with a resounding crash. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions echoed as Yuan Zhuozong, with a single thrust, obliterated the onslaught of attacks. With the first wave repelled, the other Dragon Riders surged forward, rallying behind him. Kill! The soldiers of the Dragon Rider army shouted in fury. They quickly sprang into action, brandishing their blades against the surrounding troops of the Great Zhou. The walls of Chang'an were wide, reminiscent of the grand avenues of Rome. The Dragon Riders galloped upon them, undeterred by the chaos. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The thunderous hooves of the Dragon Riders reverberated across the battlements. Wherever the sound echoed, it felt as though the Grim Reaper had descended. The opposing soldiers of the Great Zhou, though elite, found themselves in a dire situation. After all, those who had managed to break through the throngs to return to Chang'an were no ordinary adversaries. At this moment, with no avenue for retreat, a resolute spirit of defiance ignited within the elite of the Great Zhou. Since death was inevitable, they resolved to take a piece of their enemies with them. Kill. Long live the Emperor. To die defending Chang'an is no regret. Born a citizen of the Great Zhou, to die is to embody its spirit. My death today shall ensure my soul endures. My death today shall ensure my soul endures. In an instant, the remnants of the Great Zhou unleashed a surge of energy that momentarily staved off a wave of the Dragon Riders' assault. However, this resistance would soon reach its limits. In the face of a vast disparity in strength, the efforts of these individuals appear utterly ludicrous. With a single charge from the Dragon Cavalry, these people are either hurled from the city walls or trampled beneath the iron hooves of the cavalry. It is not that they are excessively weak. Rather, the Dragon Cavalry is overwhelmingly powerful. The scene atop the walls of Chang'an is nothing short of harrowing. At that moment, the air above Chang'an suddenly quivered, and in the next heartbeat, a colossal rift in the void was forcefully torn open by sheer might. Subsequently, the figures of Su Chu and others, whom Lu Yuan had longed for, emerged from this rift. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan could not help but smile broadly. For stepping forth from the rift were indeed Su Chu and Qin Yun. As for the ones lying there, they were naturally Zhou Linglong and her companion. This outcome had been anticipated by Lu Yuan, for how could two individuals, one feeble and one counterfeit, hope to shake the resolve of two genuine powerhouses on par with the peak of emperors? Qin Yun, the great emperor, effortlessly lifted the black-robed figure, resembling a lifeless dog, and discarded him at Lu Yuan's feet. At this moment, the black-robed man no longer exuded arrogance. Sprawled on the ground, he resembled a creature that had just been subdued. Barely twitching, leading Lu Yuan to ponder if he had perished. Nearby, Su Chu similarly cast the severely weakened Zhou Linglong alongside the black-robed man. My lord, we have not failed you. The two formidable foes have been vanquished and rendered powerless, Su Chu proclaimed, kneeling on one knee, relief evident on his face as he reported to Lu Yuan with a smile. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. You have performed remarkably well. Lu Yuan responded joyfully. Su Chu then recounted the details of the battle with meticulous precision, revealing that Zhou Linglong, upon awakening her sacred emperor body, exhibited considerable strength, managing to withstand Su Chu's assault for an extended period. Had the black-robed man not faltered and been defeated by the great Emperor Chang'an, followed by a 2-on-1 confrontation against Zhou Linglong, the outcome of the battle might have been indefinitely prolonged. Listening to Su Chu's account, Lu Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Truly, the bearer of the sacred body is formidable. After awakening, she was able to contest with Su Chu, who possessed the cultivation of a great emperor. However, a hint of amusement flickered across Lu Yuan's face. Indeed, Zhou Linglong is strong, yet she has ultimately been defeated. Su Chu, Chang'an, your efforts are commendable. Hearing this, Su Chu quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, serving my lord is no hardship. At that moment, the great Emperor Chang'an suddenly cleared his throat and said, my lord, there is one more matter I have yet to report to you. With that, he let his hands fall limply. In the palm of his hand, several radiant artifacts, shimmering with rich brilliance, suddenly materialized. The great Emperor Chang'an explained to Lu Yuan, my lord, these are the exquisite celestial weapons we have seized from the black-robed man. Please, take a look. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart stirred. Celestial weapons. Previously, he had witnessed the power of such a weapon once before, the luminous bracelet he had acquired from Zhou Qianfu. Now, as he gazed at the few celestial artifacts in the great Emperor Chang'an's hand, he discerned that their aura was decidedly more potent. Bring them to me for inspection. Lu Yuan eagerly accepted the celestial artifacts from the great Emperor Chang'an. Beep. Intermediate Dao Treasure, the Jikoan Pearl. Function. Beep. Intermediate Dao Treasure, the Purgatory Blade. Function. As Lu Yuan observed the system's descriptions of these celestial treasures, he nearly drooled with excitement. Remarkable. Truly worthy of their origin from the upper realm. Each item far surpassed the Imperial weapons by several tiers. With eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, Lu Yuan approached the feeble black-robed man, lifting him up with a jovial demeanor. Oh dear, how could we let our fortune-bringing child be harmed in such a way? Quickly, someone fetch some top-tier healing elixirs for our esteemed guest. Seeing Lu Yuan's sudden shift to fervent hospitality, the black-robed man was momentarily taken aback. Though he was unaware of the saying about the weasel wishing the chicken good fortune, he sensed a hint of malice behind Lu Yuan's insincere smile. Chapter 137, Zhou Linglong. Hearken, what do the people say? Indeed, just as Lu Yuan seemed to engage in casual conversation, he abruptly seized the space ring from the hands of the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure? It was not that the cloaked figure was taken aback, but rather that Lu Yuan's action was executed with astonishing swiftness. With the ring snatched away, the cloaked figure seemed to experience a sudden revival. Disregarding the severe injuries it bore, in a swift motion, it leapt to its feet. Bold audacity! How dare you pilfer my possession? Return my space ring at once. The cloaked figure erupted in fury, bellowing at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was astonished. Such agility. Was the cloaked figure's previous injury merely a fade? Beside him, Su Chu and another companion expressed their discontent. Witnessing the cloaked figure rise with newfound vigor, one stepped protectively in front of Lu Yuan, while the other charged towards the cloaked figure. Seeing this, the cloaked figure panicked. It hastily exclaimed, wait, can we not resolve this matter amicably? Apologize to me now and assure the safety of the Empress of the Great Zhou. If you do, I shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, the threat was palpable in the cloaked figure's unfinished sentence. Though defeated, the pride of one hailing from the upper realms remained intact. It could not fathom that these lowly beings from the lower realm would dare to kill it. However, with the space ring in hand, Lu Yuan wiped the smile from his face. Hearing the cloaked figure's words, impatience flared upon Lu Yuan's visage. What is all this shouting? How tiresome! Su Chu, take this impertinent wretch away and interrogate it. See if it yields any useful information. If not, then it should be disposed of. Lu Yuan spoke with chilling indifference. He cared not for the cloaked figure's identity. What significance did it hold? In this realm, he was the ultimate authority. Upon hearing this, Su Chu grinned menacingly at the cloaked figure. He had long harbored disdain for the cloaked figure. What of its status, to dare converse with his master? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The cloaked figure's eyes widened in disbelief, perplexed by Lu Yuan's command. When beings from the upper realm descended, were they not met with utmost reverence? How could one like Lu Yuan dare to shatter their expectations so brazenly? As the cloaked figure raged, Lu Yuan could not even be bothered to respond. He watched as the cloaked figure was dragged away by Su Chu. At that moment, Lu Yuan's gaze shifted toward Zhou Linglong. There she lay, disheveled and battered, weakly slumped on the ground. The once formidable aura of an emperor and the grace of a sovereign mother had now dissipated entirely. Lu Yuan walked over to Zhou Linglong, shaking his head in dismay. Having learned from previous lessons, Lu Yuan immediately summoned the luminescent bracelet he had just acquired. Luminescent bracelet, bind. He decisively opted for the binding function of the bracelet. The reason he did not choose to charge, was it the right moment? The instant the luminescent bracelet ensnared her, Zhou Linglong's body visibly shuddered. Although she bowed her head at that moment, Lu Yuan could distinctly sense a chilling, predatory gaze fixated upon him. Oh, still unwilling to concede? Lu Yuan scoffed coldly. Lu Yuan, if you possess the ability, then kill me. Spare my life, and I assure you, should the opportunity arise, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. At that moment, Zhou Linglong suddenly erupted. Her face contorted in rage, her piercing gaze locked onto Lu Yuan. Had she not been restrained by the luminescent bracelet, she would have lunged at him, ready to tear a piece of flesh from his body. Initially, Lu Yuan was taken aback by Zhou Linglong's terrifying demeanor. However, witnessing the true efficacy of the luminescent bracelet, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite her frenzied struggles, she could not break free. Lu Yuan slowly approached her, gently lifting her chin, and with a light chuckle, remarked, "Death? If I were to allow you to perish so easily, it would be far too lenient. But rest assured, I will ultimately bring about your demise. Yet before I do, I intend to make you experience the true essence of despair." His tone was chillingly cold. No one would anticipate that such a seemingly mild-mannered individual could utter words that resonated with such icy menace. As Zhou Linglong perceived the malevolent glint in Lu Yuan's eyes, she instinctively recoiled in trepidation, retreating several steps. When one holy body is vanquished, the possessor of the opposing holy body often revels in tormenting the defeated. The more brutal the humiliation, the stronger their sense of invincibility becomes. Conversely, the humiliated party faces utter devastation, living perpetually in the shadow of their adversary. As Lu Yuan's sense of victory swelled, Zhou Linglong found herself ensnared in an abyss of despair. Little did she know, even greater desolation awaited her. As Lu Yuan pondered how to further manipulate Zhou Linglong, Yuan Zhong, drenched in blood and exuding a strong stench of carnage, arrived at his side. Dismounting swiftly, he knelt before Lu Yuan on one knee and reported, "My lord, Chang'an has been completely conquered. All enemy martial saints have been vanquished. The enemy's 300,000 soldiers have been utterly annihilated. Only a few scattered remnants remain, fleeing in all directions. Our forces are limited, and we are currently pursuing these stragglers. Alas, Yuan Zhuozong, your efforts with the Dragon Riders have been arduous." Lu Yuan sighed. The Dragon Riders, with a formidable force of 100,000, clashed head-on with the 3 million troops of the Great Zhou. Although the process was one of overwhelming dominance, it must be noted that the Great Zhou also harbored formidable masters among their ranks. Consequently, the Dragon Riders suffered grievous losses, with their numbers dwindling to less than 70%. Among this remaining contingent, many bore significant injuries. It is the solemn duty of the Dragon Riders to alleviate the burdens of our sovereign, Yuan Zhuozong stated with a composed tone. The loss of so many brothers weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, to serve our sovereign and relieve his concerns remains their ultimate mission. They harbor no regrets. The battlefield, strewn with remnants of war, was left unkempt as Lu Yuan led his troops directly into Chang'an. This time, there was no one to impede their advance. Gazing upon the magnificent city of Chang'an, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a swell of emotion. His predecessor, the king, had toiled for much of his life and had scarcely set foot in Chang'an. Yet here he was, commanding an army to seize the city. Oh, This was indeed thanks to Her Majesty, the Empress, for her subtle machinations. Were it not for her, the opportunity to breach Chang'an would have eluded me. Beside him, Zhou Linglong felt an overwhelming urge to retch in indignation upon hearing Lu Yuan's words. Can you believe it? Am I to blame for this? Chapter 138, 50 million fortune points. An Imperial-level lottery extravaganza. Observing Zhou Linglong's silence, Lu Yuan merely smiled softly. With great ambition, he strode confidently into Chang'an City. Today, Chang'an opens its gates for me, and countless soldiers march forth for whom? At that moment, as Lu Yuan stepped through the gates of Chang'an, the system's notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has annihilated 293,000 enemy troops. A total of 3.5 emperors, 23 martial saints. A total of 5,182,000 fortune points acquired. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in a super large-scale battle, rewarding 1 million fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a national capital, rewarding 1 million fortune points. A series of notifications echoed, leaving Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. Then, elation surged within him. This amounted to over 50 million fortune points. Such an abundance of fortune points. Stars seemed to sparkle before his eyes. With over 50 million fortune points, he could partake in 5 Imperial-level lotteries, each costing 10 million. Moreover, there are still 2 emperors yet to be accounted for, Zhou Linglong and the mysterious figure in the black robe from the upper domain. If he were to add these 2 martial emperor powerhouses, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial increase in fortune points. However, these 2 individuals still hold some value for him. For now, he would refrain from any hasty actions. Once he has fully utilized their benefits, he could consider disposing of them later. Without further ado, it was time to engage in some Imperial-level lotteries. Gazing at the sequence of zeros beginning with 5 in his account, Lu Yuan could barely contain his excitement as he opened the system's lottery interface. System, I wish to conduct an Imperial-level lottery. Ding! The host has chosen the Imperial-level lottery. The system is drawing. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exclusive legion, 30,000 Xuanjia troops. 30,000 Xuanjia troops. Commander at the initial level of half-emperor. Deputy commander at the peak of martial saint. Sub-commander at the initial level of martial saint. Lieutenant at the initial level of half-saint. Soldiers ranging from martial king to martial emperor. 30,000 Xuanjia troops. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a surge of joy. Historically, the Xuanjia army was an exceptionally formidable force. In certain respects, it rivaled the legendary Snow Dragon Cavalry. Now, summoned into this realm, the Xuanjia army has undergone significant enhancements, rendering them incredibly powerful. Your subordinate, Zhong Shigui, pays respects to the master. At this moment, a man clad in black armor approached Lu Yuan and knelt before him with a resounding thud, his eyes reflecting fervent loyalty. Zhong Shigui? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then, a tinge of regret washed over him. He had expected that the commander of the summoned Xuanjia army would be none other than Qin Shubao. Unexpectedly, it is Zhong Shigui, the earliest founder of the Xuanjia army. However, although he may not possess the ferocity of a figure like Qin Shubao, Zhong Shigui is indeed a rare and formidable general. General Zhong, please rise. The fleeting regret in Lu Yuan's eyes quickly vanished as he hurried forward to assist Zhong Shigui to his feet. The man before him is yet another formidable being of the semi-emperor realm. Thank you, my lord. Apart from the flicker of fervor that occasionally illuminated his eyes when he looked at Lu Yuan, Zhong Shigui maintained an expression of equanimity, embodying the demeanor of a great general. General Zhong, there is a matter that requires your cooperation with General Yuan Zhuozong. Yuan Zhuozong, you may join us as well. Lu Yuan pondered briefly before gesturing for Yuan Zhuozong to approach his side. Zhong Shigui and Yuan Zhuozong exchanged nods, acknowledging one another. At that moment, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he proclaimed, "Since Chang'an has now fallen into my hands, I wish for you to exert complete control over the entire city. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation of those fervent loyalists of the great Zhou royal family. I do not wish for any remnants to emerge afterward." Lu Yuan spoke coldly. He detested the remnants of previous dynasties that sought to restore their former glories during such transitions. While he found such sentiments amusing in others, He was far from pleased when it came to his own circumstances. The constant vigilance against assassination, though it may not pose any substantial threat to him, was still a source of vexation. Yes, my lord. We will promptly seal off the entirety of Chang'an and eradicate those individuals. Yuan Zhuozong and Zhong Shigui responded solemnly and respectfully to Lu Yuan. Yuxiang, let Shiyu assist Yuan Zhuozong and his team in their endeavors. Remember, it is imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. Lu Yuan then turned his gaze to Yuxiang. Over this period, Shiyu had nearly permeated all of Chang'an. While she may not possess 100% knowledge of every individual's movements and backgrounds, she at least held a grasp of 98%. Do not doubt the capabilities of the system. With Shiyu's assistance, Yuan Zhuozong's task will undoubtedly become significantly simpler. Yes, my lord. I will relay this directive immediately. Yuxiang nodded respectfully at Lu Yuan. At that moment, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered once more, as if a sudden idea had struck him. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he inquired, by the way, how many of the former court officials in Chang'an remain? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, Yuxiang hastily replied, my lord, there should still be about 70 to 80% of the previous officials remaining. As for the 2 or 3% lost, they were primarily military generals who perished in the previous battles. They died well. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. These individuals aided the tyrant, collaborating with the Empress and attacking him. Their demise is indeed a source of great satisfaction. Immediately, Lu Yuan spoke. Gather all the remaining ministers in Chang'an City. Let them come for the morning assembly. Should anyone dare to defy this order, execute them on the spot. Lu Yuan's voice was cold. Let the shadow guards assist in your actions. Those ministers and noble families, after enduring such tribulations, have likely lost much of their former power. The deployment of the shadow guards should suffice. Understood. At this moment, Ing Imo stepped forward, nodding in agreement with Yuxiang towards Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan issued his command, everyone promptly sprang into action. This was a characteristic of the summoned figures. Their efficiency in executing tasks was unparalleled. At this juncture, after extracting 30,000 Xuanjia troops, Lu Yuan still possessed 4 opportunities for an Imperial-level lottery draw. Naturally, Lu Yuan had no intention of saving these fortune points. Thus, he reopened the lottery interface. System. This time, I wish to engage in a 4-time Imperial-level lottery draw. Lu Yuan proclaimed with a grand gesture, opting for an all-in approach. All-in is a choice. All-in is a manifestation of wisdom. Ding. The host has chosen the Imperial-level lottery. The system is now drawing. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive guardian, the Azure Lotus Sword Emperor, Yubei. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an Imperial-level force upgrade card. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Supreme Imperial Elixir, the 9-turn Spiral Ascension Pill. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive guardian, the 9 Nether Empress, Yu Su Su. The system's voice rang out 4 times in succession, igniting Lu Yuan's fervor. 2 Imperial-level guardians, an Imperial-level force upgrade card, and a Supreme Imperial Elixir. My goodness, the rewards are simply astonishing. Chapter 139. Has the Emperor Dan transformed? Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan was engulfed in excitement as 3 formidable presences descended before him. I am the Under Qinglian Sword Emperor, Yubei, and I pay my respects to the master, proclaimed a youth clad in flowing white garments, emanating a sharp aura as he bowed respectfully to Lu Yuan. I am the 9 Nether Empress, Yu Su Su, and I greet the master, came a chilling voice, revealing a breathtaking woman draped in a veil, exuding an aura of dark elegance and enigmatic allure as she bowed gracefully. I am the Supreme Emperor Dan, nameless. I pay my respects to the master, said a youthful boy, his voice tinged with innocence. When he mentioned his name, he adorably scratched his head, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. Everyone had a name, yet he did not. This realization brought a twinge of awkwardness and hesitation to the boy's heart. Would the master disdain him for this? The boy's sensitive and fragile nature was apparent through his thoughts. However, Lu Yuan paid no heed to the boy's self-introduction, perhaps even entirely oblivious to it. His gaze was fixated solely on Yu Su Su. Despite her thin veil, Lu Yuan could discern that she was undoubtedly an exquisite beauty. with cascading purple locks, a crimson beauty mark gracing her forehead, and adorned in a purple dress paired with thigh-high stockings. She embodied a captivating blend of youthful innocence and mature allure, an absolute paragon of dual charm. Especially with her striking features and aloof demeanor, she was irresistibly captivating. Ahem. After a prolonged gaze, Lu Yuan finally regained his composure. Embarrassed, he glanced back at Yususu, only to find her expressionless eyes betraying no hint of awareness regarding the earlier encounter. At that moment, Lu Yuan was reminded of a character from a pinnacle of domestic animation, Xiao Siming. Indeed, Yususu bore at least a 90% resemblance to Xiao Siming. For a brief moment, Lu Yuan was convinced he had summoned her into existence. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had a thick skin and continued to greet the others nonchalantly. Well, greetings to you all. Just then, Lu Yuan began to sense something amiss. Why are there three of you? Where did this little boy come from? He inquired, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief as he glanced at the boy who was shyly drawing circles in the corner. Hadn't he summoned only 2 emperors? The other 2 rewards, including an emperor-level power upgrade card, were still in his possession. And then suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes widened with realization. Wait, could it be? The subsequent response from the system directly affirmed Lu Yuan's thoughts. This young boy was indeed the essence of the Imperial-grade elixir he had drawn, the 9-turn spiral ascension pill. Lu Yuan was utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. He understood that Imperial artifacts possessed spirit, but he never anticipated that a pill could attain sentience. After a moment of stunned silence, he approached the boy and gently inquired, "Little one, why are you squatting here? Master, do you not despise me?" The boy's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed up at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was taken aback, recalling that he had not spoken to the pill. "Child, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" "Not at all. I called out to you several times just now, but you ignored me. Isn't that disdain?" "Lu Yuan, is that so?" Reflecting on the earlier moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Little brother, it's not that I wish to overlook you. Rather, that beautiful lady beside you captivated my attention." Yet Lu Yuan soon discerned that although this sentient elixir had the cultivation of an emperor, its temperament was akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. At that moment, the elixir boy looked at Lu Yuan with a pitiful expression. "Master, is it because I lack a name that you find me unworthy? But I truly have no name." "How could that be?" Lu Yuan chuckled softly. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Since your name is the 9-turn spiral ascension pill, let us call you Spiral. You shall bear my surname. Henceforth, you shall be known as Lu Spiral." A splendid name indeed. The elixir boy felt a twinge of confusion, recognizing that although he was young and naive, the name seemed rather peculiar. Nonetheless, it was the first name bestowed upon him by his master. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Thank you for the name, master. I have a name now. Lu Spiral." Nearby, the Azure Lotus Sword Emperor, Yi Tian, and the 9 Nether Empress, Yususu, exchanged glances. Yususu cast a disapproving look at Lu Yuan, silently rolling her eyes. She realized that her master was not only charming, but also rather mischievous. Bestowing such a name upon the child might lead to lifelong complications for Lu Spiral. At that moment, a ripple of void energy suddenly manifested above Chang'an City. Shortly thereafter, the figures of Luo Yi and Chao Chun appeared in the sky. "Master, be cautious." The Azure Lotus Sword Emperor, Yi Tian, and the 9 Nether Empress, Yususu, immediately turned their vigilant gaze towards the sky. At that moment, Lu Yuan remarked with a smile, "There is no need for alarm. Those 2 are allies." With that, Lu Yuan's countenance softened into a smile as he observed Luo Yi and Chao Chun returning. When Lu Yuan glimpsed the system panel summary indicating the defeat of 3 half-emperors, he deduced that it must have been Luo Yi and Chao Chun who had vanquished the 2 sudden half-emperor adversaries. This revelation also subtly confirmed that they were unharmed. At that juncture, Luo Yi and Chao Chun swiftly appeared beside Lu Yuan, respectfully kneeling on one knee and paying homage. "We, Luo Yi and Chao Chun, pay our respects to the master. We have fulfilled our mission and completely vanquished the enemy," they proclaimed loudly. In the midst of their announcement, they noticed several individuals who had suddenly materialized beside Lu Yuan. However, since these individuals stood unharmed next to Lu Yuan, it was a testament to their allegiance. Luo Yi and Chao Chun merely cast a fleeting glance at the aura surrounding these newcomers, reflecting on the presence of additional formidable allies beside their master. Chapter 140. The wealthy ancestor of Chaoyang. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He waved his hand toward the two individuals from a distance and said with a pleased grin, "There is no need for formalities, esteemed generals. Please rise. You have both triumphed over two half-emperor powerhouses. Your efforts are truly commendable." He then proceeded to introduce Luo Yi and the others to Yi Yun and vice versa. The group exchanged polite greetings, disregarding any hierarchical differences in their cultivation levels. After all, they were all subordinates of their lord, serving a common purpose. Once the introductions were made and familiarity was established, Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly fell upon the two corpses brought forth by Luo Yi and Su Chu. A wave of concern washed over him as he asked, "Is everything in order? Did any unforeseen incidents arise?" In response, Luo Yi chuckled, "My lord, you need not worry. By the time I arrived, General Cao Chun was already overwhelming the adversaries. Even had I not intervened, it was merely a matter of time before General Cao would have dispatched them both." Nonsense, nonsense. Cao Chun quickly waved his hands, eager to downplay his contributions. It was not as effortless as General Luo portrays. Although I was indeed pressing the attack, no one anticipated that our foes had hidden trump cards, particularly that ancestor of Chaoyang, who possessed a fragment of a celestial artifact. Without General Luo's assistance, I might have suffered grave injuries due to my overconfidence. The recollection of the earlier confrontation left Cao Chun visibly shaken. While he acknowledged his superiority over his opponents, he understood that a cultivator's true strength is not solely defined by personal prowess. External factors can play a crucial role in critical moments. This experience humbled him, reminding him not to underestimate the indigenous inhabitants of this realm. They might possess unforeseen advantages that could catch one unprepared. Enough of this modesty. I am well aware of your capabilities. As long as all is well in the end, that is what truly matters," Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Hearing Cao Chun's words, he silently rejoiced that he had sent Luo Yi for support, as he aimed for absolute certainty, and the outcome confirmed the wisdom of his decision. As Lu Yuan conversed with Luo Yi and Cao Chun, several shadow guards escorted Zhou Linglong, who had just arrived closely behind them. Zhou Linglong remained silent, her head bowed, seemingly resigned to the events that had transpired. However, as her gaze inadvertently fell upon the corpse on the ground, her body involuntarily trembled slightly. Perhaps it was not the corpse itself that held her attention. Instead, it was a collection of tokens upon the corpse, each signifying an identity. These tokens, crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood, could only be worn by members of the royal family, and specifically by those of remarkable imperial stature. 3. Zhou Linglong read the characters inscribed on the tokens softly, her gaze sharpening with sudden realization. Could it be the third prince? A wave of doubt washed over her. If her memory served her correctly, each direct royal heir of the great Zhou was bestowed with such tokens, inscribed with their respective rankings. And 3 unequivocally represented the third prince's domain. At that moment, Zhou Linglong scrutinized the corpse once more. This time, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Although the figure had been completely corrupted, rendering it unrecognizable, the familiar contours of its features could still be discerned by those who knew him well. It truly was the third prince. She was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. How could it be that their esteemed third prince had succumbed to the path of demonic cultivation? Furthermore, he had reached the formidable half-emperor level. Zhou Linglong could not fathom that the third prince harbored no ulterior motives. A sense of profound sorrow enveloped her. After all, this third prince was her own uncle. Yet, this uncle, who outwardly appeared benign and amiable, had clandestinely descended into the demonic arts. What deepened her sorrow was the grim reality that her half-emperor uncle had perished at the hands of Lu Yuan. However, after enduring a series of tumultuous events, Zhou Linglong's composure had evolved. Thus, even though this revelation was staggering, she swiftly regained her emotional equilibrium. It was evident that she had irrevocably lost all her trump cards. What difference did it make to learn of this? She herself had become a captive of Lu Yuan. Zhou Linglong believed her subtle expressions were flawless. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that all her current turmoil was being keenly observed by other formidable experts nearby. After all, Zhou Linglong had now been entirely bound. Reduced to the status of an ordinary individual, others could easily discern her emotional state. Nevertheless, even if Lu Yuan was aware that Zhou Linglong had begun to entertain certain thoughts, he paid it no mind. Rather than manipulate a despondent figure, he preferred to instill a glimmer of hope in her, allowing her to regain a semblance of confidence. Then, he would gradually shatter it. Such an approach was undeniably gratifying. At that moment, Chao Chun stood beside Lu Yuan, as if struck by a sudden thought. He summoned 2 spatial rings from the void with a wave of his hand and presented them to Lu Yuan. Your Majesty, both adversaries, the 2 half-emperors, have been vanquished. Here lie the spoils we have acquired. I humbly present them for your perusal. Chao Chun respectfully handed over 2 spatial rings to Lu Yuan. Well done, Chao Chun. Lu Yuan replied with a gratified smile. Within these rings, one can surely find the treasures belonging to those 2 formidable half-emperors. However, I am curious whether their wealth will meet my expectations. With that thought, Lu Yuan's consciousness delved directly into the spatial rings. The contents of the ring belonging to the 3rd prince, to Lu Yuan's dismay, were rather disappointing. The items within were not only valueless, but, when assessed against Lu Yuan's own stature, appeared to be mere heaps of scrap metal and worthless refuse. Yet, this was to be expected. The 3rd prince was previously only a half-saint, and it was only through devouring that he ascended to the realm of half-emperor. Thus, his possessions naturally reflected that of a saint's worth. However, the spatial ring of the ancestor of the Baichao Merchant Guild brought Lu Yuan an unexpected delight. Goodness, such a plethora of treasures. The moment Lu Yuan opened the ancestor Chaoyang's spatial ring, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It is indeed the ancestor of the Baichao Merchant Guild. The Baichao Merchant Guild is a colossal enterprise that spans across 100 dynasties, with trade flourishing throughout the entire eastern continent. As the ancestor of such a vast organization, the wealth at his disposal is unimaginably abundant. Though there may not be a multitude of other valuable items, the stack of spirit stones, numbering in the billions, undeniably broadened Lu Yuan's horizons. Moreover, there were numerous rare 8th-grade elixirs, with the ancestor Chaoyang possessing several dozen of them, not to mention the countless precious herbs yet to be refined into elixirs. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, if Lu Yuan were to find words to describe the ancestor of Baichao, it would be nothing short of wealth rivaling nations. Chapter 141. The Harvest Worth Millions of Fortune. The Arrival of Gao Shun. At this moment, Lu Yuan's mind suddenly stirred. He then noticed a pitch-black spatial ring materializing in his hand. This ring, upon mere observation, exuded a spirit far superior to the previous 2 rings. In the eastern continent of the lower domain, even the leader of a transcendent force possessed such an impressive collection of treasures. Surely, this envoy from the upper domain would not disappoint me. With a smirk filled with anticipation, Lu Yuan thought to himself, indeed, the ebony spatial ring in his grasp was the very one he had just seized from the cloaked figure. He had yet to examine its contents. For in Lu Yuan's view, the treasures within, no matter how valuable, could not compare to the fortune points acquired through the system. However, after inspecting the spatial ring of the elder Chaoyang, Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. He could hardly believe it. The collections of these ancient beings were astonishingly abundant. Thus, one could only imagine that the treasures of this powerful figure from the upper domain would be no less impressive. Without further delay, Lu Yuan projected his consciousness into the depths of the black spatial ring. The next moment, his expression froze in astonishment. What an expansive space! Truly, this was a spatial ring from the upper domain. Lu Yuan gasped in awe, for before him lay an immensely vast expanse, seemingly boundless. A rough estimation suggested that the entirety of this ring's space could contain several blue planets, and still have room to spare, not to mention anything else. The sheer scale of this space was enough to obliterate all other spatial rings in the eastern continent. More importantly, as Lu Yuan's spirit lightly swept through this spatial ring, he discovered countless treasures, equipment, elixirs, rare artifacts. Everything one could possibly imagine was present. There were even celestial combat techniques from the upper domain, complete with corresponding cultivation instructions. This was no mere spatial ring. It was clearly a treasury. The more Lu Yuan examined, the more exhilarated he became, marveling at the wealth contained within. If these items were to be converted into fortune points, they would surely be worth several million. This was a clear testament to the affluence of this envoy from the upper domain. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly noticed several small mountains of spirit stones within the spatial ring, comparable to those he had previously discovered in Elder Chang'an's ring. Oh, are these spirit stones? The energy they contain is remarkable, Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, for he could distinctly feel. The aura emanating from this spirit stone hill is fundamentally distinct from that of the spirit stones found on the eastern continent. It embodies two entirely different forces. Undoubtedly, this energy is purer and more substantial than the spiritual energy of the eastern continent. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered. At that moment, he recalled the celestial stone he had previously confiscated from Zhou Huang. The essence of both is strikingly similar. No, it can be said to be identical. Could this be what they refer to as celestial stones? Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. Celestial stones, also known as primordial celestial stones, are the source of power cultivated by the practitioners of the upper domain, fundamentally differing from the spiritual energy cultivation of the eastern continent. They cultivate celestial power. The function of celestial stones parallels that of spirit stones on the eastern continent. Both serve to provide practitioners with the necessary resources for their cultivation. If all goes as expected, these crystalline stones on the hill should indeed be the legendary celestial stones. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Yes, such a vast quantity of celestial stones must be a tremendous fortune even in the upper domain. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps he would ascend to the upper domain in the future. Now, acquiring such a substantial batch of celestial stones undoubtedly lays a solid foundation for his future endeavors. Naturally, Lu Yuan also discovered numerous other treasures. After all, these items originate from the upper domain, and their quality is certainly several levels above those found on the eastern continent. And these elixirs, he could distribute them to the dragon riders, as elixirs are an indispensable strategic resource. As for the equipment, at this moment, Lu Yuan's mood was evidently quite cheerful. He had reaped a bountiful harvest. Of course, with so many valuable items, it would be impractical to enumerate them all here. After all, there could be enough treasures to fill several blue stars. By the way, the royal treasury of the great Zhong must also contain a wealth of good things. I must take a closer look later. Lu Yuan chuckled. He had become utterly addicted to the thrill of inventorying his spoils. The sensation of acquiring without effort is simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, as Lu Yuan was organizing and categorizing the vast resources, he suddenly received word that Gao Shun and Xie Xian had arrived in Chang'an with the assault camp and the northern army. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was momentarily struck silent, then smiled. Ah, Gao Shun arrives at the most opportune moment. I have already concluded my affairs here, and he has just arrived with his troops. However, Lu Yuan understood perfectly well. Given the considerable distance, the assault camp and northern army are not cavalry. To arrive in such a short span of time is quite commendable. Before long, Gao Shun and Xie Xian, in a flurry of activity, arrived before Lu Yuan with their respective troops. My lord, forgive my tardiness, Gao Shun exclaimed, sliding to his knees before Lu Yuan. At that moment, his face was etched with regret and embarrassment. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. He had missed a crucial battle. If the tide had turned unfavorably and misfortune had befallen his lord, it would have been a fate worse than death for him. Lu Yuan chuckled heartily and swiftly helped Gao Shun to his feet. Ah, you have quite the sense for timing. The battle has only just concluded, and here you are. Yet, your arrival is quite fortuitous. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Yuan. He produced an array of high-grade weapons and a substantial quantity of potent elixirs from the upper realms. These are the spoils we just acquired. Take them to the trap formation camp and the northern army and have them equipped. These arms are far superior to those provided by the system. For reasons unknown, the equipment seized from the cloaked figure was uniform in appearance and of remarkable quality, rivaling that of the Imperial-grade rewards. They were even comparable to the enchanted armors of the dragon riders. The trap formation camp, although equipped with sacred-grade rewards, still fell short of Imperial standards. As for the northern army, which had only received a super-grade reward, their equipment was woefully inadequate. Should they don these weapons from the upper realms, their combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Ah, and I also have some celestial-grade elixirs. Share them with Xie Xian. They will greatly enhance your cultivation. Who knows, they might even propel you into the sacred realm. Lu Yuan added with a smile. The rings contained a multitude of elixirs, some of which Lu Yuan could scarcely name. However, he was familiar with those that could bolster strength. After all, these were the celestial pills of the upper realms, and administering them to formidable semi-sacred warriors like Gao Shun would surely elevate their cultivation levels. Upon hearing this, Gao Shun was momentarily taken aback. Arriving late had not incurred any punishment. Rather, his lord had bestowed upon him such generous rewards. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt before Lu Yuan once more. "My lord, I. Gao Shun struggled to articulate his gratitude. Despite his lack of accomplishments, he had received such favor. For a battle-hungry warrior like him, this was a source of profound discomfort, perhaps more so than death itself. At that juncture, Xie, whose cultivation had progressed more slowly, finally approached Lu Yuan. However, he had overheard the conversation between Lu Yuan and Gao Shun while on his way. At that moment, he was so moved that he immediately bowed deeply to Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "Your Majesty's immense favor leaves me with no choice but to pledge my life in service. Whatever commands you have, I shall traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire to fulfill them." Observing the two in such a manner, Lu Yuan hastily assisted them to their feet, playfully rebuking, "Enough of this. Xie, your solitary defense of the human pass was no small feat. I shall certainly remember this merit." He then reassured them, "Do not worry. Even if you are not called upon for the Battle of Chang'an, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Once you have donned your new gear, I shall require your services immediately. At that time, do not let me down." "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon hearing that there was still work for him to do, Gao Shun felt invigorated as if he had been infused with energy. With such profound favor from His Majesty, how could he not strive to prove himself worthy of such heartfelt intentions? Chapter 142, The Beginning of Psychological Warfare. Entering the Imperial Palace. Before long, the entire army of the Trap Formation and the Northern Army had completed their equipment upgrades. Following this enhancement, the morale of the troops underwent a remarkable transformation. They had previously been elite, yet now they radiated an aura akin to that of a million-strong army. Observing the seemingly rejuvenated Trap Formation and Northern Army, a sense of pride welled up within Lu Yuan. This was the formidable force under his command. "Gao Shun, Xie, heed my command." Lu Yuan's voice rang out with authority. "At your service. At your service." Gao Shun and Xie promptly clasped their fists and stepped forward to await orders. "Although our forces have captured the city of Chang'an, the vast expanse of the Great Zhou still lies beyond our dominion. I hereby command you to mobilize the army and conquer the lands in all directions. Bring the entirety of the Great Zhou under my rule." Lu Yuan gazed seriously at the two men, intoning, "Do you have the confidence?" "Yes. We shall not disappoint our sovereign's expectations." Gao Shun and Xie faces flushed with determination as they bellowed in unison. "Expanding our territory is the lifelong aspiration of every general. Haha, go forth. I wish you success in your sieges and conquests." Lu Yuan declared exuberantly. "The Great Zhou encompasses 13 vast provinces, and thus far, we have merely secured 2.5 of them. The remaining territories must also be brought under my command. As for why I am dispatching the Trap Formation and the Northern Army instead of the more formidable Dragon Riders and Tiger Leopard Cavalry, there is no choice. To mitigate the reduction of the fortune value acquired from the system, I must deploy troops of lesser cultivation. The Trap Formation and Northern Army are, indeed, the weakest forces at my disposal. Nevertheless, they remain overwhelmingly superior to the local troops of the Great Zhou. Yubei, accompany them and provide covert protection. Under normal circumstances, you need not intervene. Merely handle any unexpected situations that may arise with these two armies." Lu Yuan's gaze flickered before addressing Yubei, the celestial sword emperor beside him. To ensure absolute security, Lu Yuan deemed it prudent to have Yubei accompany them. As an emperor-level powerhouse, he would undoubtedly be capable of addressing any unforeseen circumstances. "Yes, my sovereign," Yubei responded respectfully, bowing slightly. Moreover, Lu Yuan instructed the individuals from Sheyu to inform the 20 semi-saints still in the Medicine King Valley to join Gao Shun's forces. Such a wealth of high-level combat power would not only provide covert protection for the Trap Formation, but would also play a significant role in besieging certain cities. After arranging for Gao Shun and Xie, Lu Yuan then shifted his focus to Zhou Linglong. "How goes the eavesdropping, my Empress? Shall we engage in a game of conjecture? How will the lords of the various states respond when faced with my formidable troops at their gates? Will they betray you? Oh, Empress. A mocking smile played upon Lu Yuan's lips. The orders he had just issued were not concealed from Zhou Linglong, who, in turn, feigned attentiveness. Her ears perked in compliance. Lu Yuan's heart harbored a cold derision at this display. In the presence of the Empress of the Great Zhou, he commanded the encroachment upon her territories. One could only ponder the thoughts that stirred within her heart. At his words, Zhou Linglong clenched her silver teeth, casting a venomous glare at Lu Yuan. In truth, she too lacked absolute confidence that the lords would remain steadfast and not yield to temptation. After all, humanity is inherently selfish, and only a rare few would choose loyalty when faced with the specter of death. Zhou Linglong herself even doubted the very existence of loyalty among those lords. Unsure of how to respond, she merely offered a cold huff in return. Lu Yuan, with a smirk that danced between jest and malice, acknowledged that this was merely the initial step in his psychological warfare. Henceforth, he would drive Zhou Linglong into deeper despair. Nevertheless, her demeanor irked him considerably. His gaze turned icy. "Yuxiang, have you located the master painter I requested?" Lu Yuan inquired coldly. Beside him, Yuxiang, sensing the anger in his tone, broke into a sweat. "My lord, the esteemed painter has been found and is currently being escorted by my subordinates." "Very well," Lu Yuan replied, his demeanor unyielding, as a strange glimmer flickered in his eyes when he regarded Zhou Linglong. He intended to exact revenge not only upon her, but to do so in a manner that would utterly tarnish her reputation. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at the Great Zhou Palace, surrounded by a host of formidable figures. "Ah, this palace is quite splendid indeed. It rivals the Forbidden City I beheld in my past life," he mused, marveling at the grandeur of the Great Zhou's imperial residence. As a dynasty that had endured for nearly 10 millennia, the palace was resplendently constructed, an embodiment of the imperial visage. Yet, Lu Yuan's musings were but fleeting. He was now the master of this palace and could gaze upon its splendor at his leisure. Presently, he had pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, within the Fengtian Hall, under the coercive measures of the shadow guards, the remaining ministers of the Great Zhou were summoned forth. It was evident that the once crowded assembly had now yielded much space. These individuals, it seems, may never return. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Fengtian Hall is rather oppressive. Everyone has lowered their heads, daring not to breathe, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter, silently anticipating their impending fate. Of course, it is not that no one desires to resist. Yet, the sight of the headless corpses strewn across the ground and the splattered blood serves as a grim reminder of the consequences of defiance, the ultimate price being death. Well done, Shadow Guards. Your efficiency is commendable. You have gathered so swiftly. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice reverberated through the grand hall. Upon hearing the sound, all eyes turned toward him. However, as the crowd discerned the identity of the speaker, their gazes were instantly filled with terror and reverence. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more stifling. In comparison to their encounter with Zhou Linglong, facing Lu Yuan rendered them so intimidated that they scarcely dared to exhale. While Zhou Linglong may have hesitated to execute them out of concern for appearances, Lu Yuan harbored no such reservations. He would eliminate anyone he deemed undesirable without a second thought. Observing the trembling courtiers, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. "Oh, so these are the esteemed officials who wield control over the entire Great Zhou. I had not anticipated them to be so lacking in spirit." Without further contemplation of the thoughts swirling in the minds of these courtiers, Lu Yuan recognized that their fates had been sealed from the very beginning. Chapter 143. It is better to have one less. Lu Yuan, lost in his thoughts, traversed through the assembly of ministers and ascended to the central dais of the grand hall, taking his place upon the dragon throne. Throughout this journey, formidable guardians of the empire covertly ensured his safety. As Lu Yuan passed by several ministers, their longing glances were met with an overwhelming, oppressive gaze that compelled them to break into a cold sweat, hastily bowing their heads. How perilous! They had no doubt that the slightest misstep would lead to their demise. So, this is the dragon throne. Rather unremarkable. On the elevated platform, Lu Yuan examined the throne's material, smacking his lips in contemplation. This dragon throne was, in essence, rather ordinary. Entirely forged from gold, it was simply too mundane, exceedingly tiresome. Confronted with a seat symbolizing supreme power and majesty, Lu Yuan sat down without a flicker of emotion. To him, this position was merely a trifle, stirring no tumult within his heart. However, upon witnessing Lu Yuan seated in that chair, the surrounding ministers were momentarily shaken. Yet, they quickly composed themselves, for whoever occupied that seat bore little consequence for them. After all, as long as their own interests remained unscathed, all was well. Yet, now, it seemed they might not even be able to safeguard their own interests. Moreover, judging by Lu Yuan's demeanor, he appeared disinclined to spare them. "Ah, there is no need for such tension, my lords. I am not the type of tyrant who revels in slaughter. I have summoned you today for no other purpose than to witness the fate of Zhou Linglong." Lu Yuan reclined on the dragon throne, crossing his legs, and regarded the ministers with a bemused expression. His words left the ministers momentarily stunned. What did he mean? To observe Zhou Linglong's fate? Bring her forth, he commanded, clapping his hands to signal the shadow guards to escort Zhou Linglong into the hall. The Empress. As Zhou Linglong was brought forth, the ministers erupted in shock. At that moment, her appearance was nothing short of tragic. Her hairpin had fallen, her hair was in disarray, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The once majestic palace attire was now tattered, exposing large swathes of her fair skin. Her smooth, delicate skin bore numerous shallow wounds, an indication that someone had shown restraint. It seemed she had endured merely superficial injuries, and though painful, she was not gravely harmed. Witnessing Zhou Linglong in such a disheveled state, the ministers felt a shiver run through them and quickly averted their gazes. Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Regardless of who rises or falls, who prevails or falters, it is wise to avert one's eyes from such sensitive situations. No, it should be a mere glance that is avoided. In fact, one should not behold it at all. At this moment, the ministers, their heads bowed, were beset by a tumult of emotions. After all, Zhou Linglong is still their empress of the great Zhou dynasty. And now, it is utterly tragic. Lu Yuan, you despicable scoundrel, what are you truly after? At this point, feeling the peculiar gazes of the surrounding officials, Zhou Linglong could no longer contain her fury, her voice laced with bitterness. As a sovereign, to be seen in such a disheveled state by her subjects was far more agonizing than death itself. Listening to Zhou Linglong's words, Lu Yuan chuckled heartily. Ah, a reaction is all I need. If Zhou Linglong possessed no sense of shame, it would be devoid of any amusement. Lu Yuan smirked. My empress, do you truly believe I will treat you with any leniency? Now that you have fallen into my grasp, I can do as I please, however I wish. Upon hearing the mocking tone in Lu Yuan's words, Zhou Linglong felt her face flush with indignation, particularly in front of the assembly of ministers. Lu Yuan, before all these esteemed officials, you dare to be so audacious. After all, I am the illustrious empress of the great Zhou. How can you subject me to such humiliation? You, unfaithful and ungrateful, devoid of virtue and filial piety, though you have ascended to the throne, you shall never earn the respect of the ministers. You traitor, seizing the throne under false pretenses, will inevitably be cast down. Zhou Linglong exclaimed in wrath and embarrassment. Previously, Zhou Linglong had remained silent, aware of her isolation in the presence of Lu Yuan, knowing that no amount of words would bear fruit. But now, before the assembly of officials, she could finally speak her mind freely. She did not believe that Lu Yuan could truly disregard his dignity and decorum in front of so many ministers. Could he truly silence the rumors by eliminating the entire court? However, Zhou Linglong's strategies and intentions might have worked on others, but they were utterly ineffective against Lu Yuan, for he had no need to concern himself with the opinions of these noble families. Lu Yuan smiled coldly, and then spoke. Zhou Linglong, you have greatly overestimated yourself. As he spoke, he gestured towards the gathered ministers. Do you genuinely believe these courtiers will stand by your side? No, they have long since chosen their allegiances. Lu Yuan cast a sinister grin at the ministers and casually pointed at one of them. In an instant, a shadow guard seized him from the ranks. Our empress, in her folly and tyranny, has indiscriminately executed loyal ministers, leading to a state of despair among the populace, whose grievances echo in the air. Tell me, does such a ruler deserve to live? Upon hearing this, the minister fell into silence. Aware of the true intentions behind Lu Yuan's words, he found himself at a loss, whether to respond or remain silent. The only recourse was to await in silence. Shadow guard, execute him, Lu Yuan stated coldly. Choose not to speak. Very well, then let it be that you shall never utter another word in this lifetime. As Lu Yuan spoke, the shadow guard behind the minister swiftly drew his blade, and a severed head tumbled to the ground with a sickening thud. Witnessing this, the other ministers turned pale, horrified by Lu Yuan's ruthless decisiveness, leaving no room for rebuttal. And you, what are your thoughts? Before the ministers could gather their wits, Lu Yuan pointed at another individual among them. The minister whose name had been called wore a look of bitter resignation. Your Majesty, why involve us in your troubles? He thought, but as he hesitated for a mere moment, he met Lu Yuan's icy gaze, which promised retribution. The minister quickly stammered, indeed, the Empress Zhou Linglong, truly deserves death. Excellent. Lu Yuan's expression shifted from dark to bright, as he clapped his hands in delight. See, this is the mark of a wise individual who knows when to act. Chapter 144, Boldly. Why does Your Majesty the Empress rebel? The surrounding ministers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, believing that the matter had come to a conclusion. However, just as they felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts, Lu Yuan spoke once more. He pointed out another minister and, with a sinister tone, inquired, What about you? What is your opinion? The minister who was called upon suddenly froze. Wasn't this matter already settled? Why is Lu Yuan still pursuing it? Yet, upon meeting Lu Yuan's frigid gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, I believe Zhou Linglong deserves to die. Indeed, you possess some discernment. Lu Yuan replied, nodding with satisfaction. Before the ministers could catch their breath, Lu Yuan shifted his focus to another target. And you? Lu Yuan pointed, his gaze chilling, his tone laced with threat. Do you think what I just said holds any merit? Why, yes. Thus, Lu Yuan continued to call upon each minister in turn, swiftly addressing every single one. In a desperate bid to preserve their lives, the ministers, whether sincerely or insincerely, took turns condemning Zhou Linglong. Some even resorted to openly berating Zhou Linglong, as if they harbored an irreconcilable vendetta against her. Yet, Lu Yuan did not intervene. Rather, he regarded the one who shouted the loudest with approval. He even rewarded that individual with a 7th-grade elixir on the spot. Your attitude is commendable. I appreciate it. This 7th-grade elixir is my token of appreciation for you. As the elixir was revealed, the entire court erupted in commotion. Heavens! It is indeed a 7th-grade elixir. Even the ancestors of the great Zhou revered 7th-grade elixirs as treasures, underscoring their immense value. At this moment, the breath of every minister in the court became noticeably heavier. Could such fortune truly exist? To slander the former empress and receive a 7th-grade elixir as a reward. Consequently, the ministers in the court grew increasingly fervent in their tirades against Zhou Linglong. Ultimately, the court resounded with a cacophony of accusations directed at Zhou Linglong. Boldly, why does Your Majesty the Empress rebel? Zhou Linglong is foolish and tyrannical, causing the people to suffer, and the entire court teeters on the brink of collapse. The Zhou family is finished. The Lu family shall rise. I, Sun Xiaochuan, officially pledge my allegiance to King Lu. Oh no, to Emperor Lu. At this juncture, Lu Yuan observed that with every vehement condemnation from a minister, Zhou Linglong's complexion paled further. As the insults grew increasingly harsh, she ultimately could no longer maintain her stance and collapsed to the ground. No, no, no. It is not so. I have toiled diligently, treading on thin ice. How could I possibly be counted among the tyrants? Zhou Linglong's face was etched with panic, her breaths coming in heavy gasps. A monarch fears nothing more than to be labeled a despotic ruler, and Zhou Linglong was no exception. At this moment, the scornful taunts of the court officials struck directly at her heart, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. Could it be that her long-cherished reputation could be overshadowed by a mere few threats from Lu Yuan? Beside her, witnessing Zhou Linglong's vacant gaze and trembling form, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smirk. Indeed, his initial psychological assault had borne fruit. The outcome appeared quite favorable. However, the fury of the officials was merely the first step in his endeavor to shatter Zhou Linglong's spirit. To Lu Yuan, this dose of torment was far from sufficient. The subsequent acts would be even more riveting. With a sardonic smile, Lu Yuan sauntered toward Zhou Linglong. At this sight, the entire court fell into a hushed silence. The officials dared not breathe a word, their eyes fixated nervously on Lu Yuan's every move. He gently tilted Zhou Linglong's chin. only to find her eyes brimming with tears. Through the mist of her tears, Lu Yuan distinctly perceived the fierce resentment glimmering in her gaze. Yet he remained unfazed, merely scoffing. Heh, do not regard me with such eyes. Soon, I shall show you something truly captivating. With a wicked grin directed at Zhou Linglong, Lu Yuan swiftly maneuvered, transporting himself to the highest vantage point of the Imperial city. From this lofty perch, he could survey the entirety of Chang'an. In the next moment, a shadow guard appeared, seizing Zhou Linglong and unceremoniously casting her to the ground. Ah, what a splendid view! Lu Yuan marveled at the bustling grandeur of Chang'an. Yet, Zhou Linglong had no mind to savor the beauty around her. Suddenly, she became aware that the streets of Chang'an were teeming with a throng of people. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, casting a knowing smile at Zhou Linglong. My Empress, listen closely. Your subjects are raising their voices for you. Although Zhou Linglong was reluctant to heed Lu Yuan's insinuations and listen to such nonsense, she could faintly discern the echoes reaching her ears. Down with the tyrant Zhou Linglong. Down with the tyrant Zhou Linglong. The foolish ruler Zhou Linglong is unworthy to be our sovereign. At some unknown juncture, the streets of Chang'an had become densely populated with its citizens. As more and more people gathered, their clamor escalated to a deafening crescendo, ultimately engulfing the whole of Chang'an. No, it cannot be. How could this be? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Linglong's complexion turned as pale as death. The cries echoed like sharp blades, piercing her heart with excruciating pain. The anguish was unbearable. Betrayed by all, forsaken by the masses, her reputation shattered, her name sullied. Amidst the cacophony of condemnation, Zhou Linglong felt like a solitary outcast. Just as water can support a boat, it can also capsize it. The once adoring public had transformed into a chorus of scorn and derision. The contrast between the past and present was nothing short of a chasm. Having fallen from a lofty pedestal, no one could accept such a drastic shift overnight. In stark contrast to Zhou Linglong's desolation, Lu Yuan reveled in delight. A broad smile graced his lips, radiating joy. Indeed, the common folk gathered in the streets to hurl accusations at Zhou Linglong were all orchestrated by Lu Yuan. With the dragon riders disseminating the news, the citizens of Chang'an had no choice but to take notice. Lu Yuan's intentions were clear: to further dismantle Zhou Linglong's psychological defenses. As the saying goes, the more you cherish something, the more I shall destroy it. Zhou Linglong, do you not aspire to be a wise ruler? Then I shall ensure you bear the eternal infamy of a tyrant and a fool. Chapter 145, completely shattering Zhou Linglong's psychological defenses. Alas, my esteemed Empress, what have you done to evoke such public outrage? Look, even your subjects beneath the Imperial city express their discontent. Lu Yuan feigned astonishment as he addressed Zhou Linglong. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Linglong's fury turned to a sardonic smile. What a reversal of truth. Lu Yuan, you wretched beast. Even in death, I shall never forgive you. Zhou Linglong gritted her silver teeth and charged wildly towards Lu Yuan, consumed by a hatred so profound that she yearned to tear flesh from his very being. Yet, at this moment, all of Zhou Linglong's formidable powers were sealed by the spirit light bracelet. Even if she wished to strike at Lu Yuan, she found herself utterly powerless. Moreover, several powerful emperors stood guard beside Lu Yuan, rendering any possibility of inflicting harm upon him completely futile. Haraha! Lu Yuan laughed heartily. She's desperate. The more frantic she becomes, the more exhilarated I feel. What's this? Now you're in a hurry? Did you ever consider the consequences when you brazenly struck me down? Abandoned by all, with everyone pointing fingers at your back. Lu Yuan's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a cold sneer. He gazed at Zhou Linglong with indifference, devoid of any sympathy. At that moment, Zhou Linglong had decreed her own demise, disregarding the value of her vibrant life. Surely, she felt no tremor in her heart then. If so, what reason do I have to pity her? Bring her to me. Yes. Lu Yuan signaled to the shadow guard beside him. Soon after, the guard brought forth a middle-aged woman clad in splendid palace robes. This woman possessed no remarkable powers. She was merely an ordinary mortal. Aside from her well-preserved appearance, she bore no extraordinary traits. However, upon the first glimpse of this seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman, Zhou Linglong's eyes widened in rage. For this woman was none other than her nurse from childhood. No, Lu Yuan, what do you intend to do? Whatever your grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm my nurse. Zhou Linglong screamed in desperation, her eyes reddening as she glared at Lu Yuan, as if ready to devour him whole. It is essential to understand that Zhou Linglong had no mother or queen since her youth. Her nurse had raised her from childhood. Thus, her bond with this woman was profoundly deep, akin to that of a true mother. What are you waiting for? Have you already forgotten what I said before? At that moment, Lu Yuan's cold gaze swept over the middle-aged woman, and he reprimanded her sternly. As a formidable warrior at the martial emperor level, Lu Yuan's formidable presence instilled a sudden fear in the woman's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Linglong was oblivious to the shifting gaze of her nurse, now laden with intriguing implications. Linglong, do not blame your nurse for her harshness. The nurse's eyes flickered with trepidation as she confronted Lu Yuan's menacing stare. She, too, had her own child, and Lu Yuan had seized her offspring as leverage. Naturally, the welfare of her child eclipsed any concerns for an outsider like Zhou Linglong. The middle-aged woman took a deep breath and suddenly erupted, hurling insults at Zhou Linglong. Zhou Linglong, you shameless little wretch. With your self-important demeanor, your heart is undoubtedly as corrupt as they come. I dare say the girls from Chunguang Lu are 100 times purer than you. Witnessing her nurse's unexpected outburst, Zhou Linglong was momentarily taken aback. Why? Why is the woman who has always cared for me like a mother now hurling insults at me? What could possibly have led to this? She had always regarded her nurse as her own mother. A profound ache pierced Zhou Linglong's heart, feeling as though it had been mercilessly scraped. The person she held dearest and respected most had aligned herself with others to malign her, striking at her very core. In that moment, Zhou Linglong finally crumbled. What? I thought I had done everything right. Why does no one recognize my efforts? Tears streamed down her face. Previously, when insulted by the ministers, she felt sadness but not heartache. When the populace misunderstood her, she felt pain but not despair. Yet now, the betrayal of her closest confidant was an unbearable blow, wounding her deeply. The sensation of being forsaken by all, losing everything, plunged the young empress, who had taken the reins of the great Zhou at such a tender age, into an abyss of despair. Beside her, as he observed Zhou Linglong crumpled on the ground, weeping inconsolably, Lu Yuan finally revealed a satisfied smile. Ah, it is so simple to shatter a person's spirit, to strip her of everything she holds dear, even to turn everyone against her, plunging her into utter hopelessness. It seems the psychological warfare has been quite effective. Zhou Linglong's defenses have crumbled completely. Now, it is time to proceed to the next phase of my plan. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered with intent. At this moment, Yuxiang hurriedly approached Lu Yuan, whispering, My lord, the esteemed master of ink and color you seek has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but reveal a cryptic smile. Ah, splendid. This is merely the initial step to shatter Zhou Linglong's spirit. The next stage will involve corporeal humiliation. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he commanded, Bring that master of ink to the Empress's chambers and prepare the finest ink and gold paper for him. It must be the very best. Oh, and summon the fans, allowing those interested to register at any time. A cold smirk graced Lu Yuan's face. One's joy is diminished when enjoyed alone. It is far better to share it with many. After all, securing the first blood is sufficient for me. The remainder shall serve as a reward for the troops, allowing them to savor the essence of the Empress. Though such actions may seem excessive, Lu Yuan recalled how the Empress had, with an impassive expression, decreed his death as if he were a mere insect. Was this truly excessive? He was merely repaying her in kind, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Shadow Guard, escort our Empress back to her chambers. At the sound of Lu Yuan's chilling voice, Zhou Linglong shuddered involuntarily. Back to the chambers. What diabolical plans does this monster have in store? No, she, the dignified Empress of the great Zhou, cannot endure such humiliation. Death would be preferable. At this moment, a desire for death had begun to take root in Zhou Linglong's heart. Without the support of her convictions, she could no longer find hope in continuing to live. Chapter 146. Little did I expect that the Empress would take a liking to this posture. However, all of Zhou Linglong's subtle intentions were keenly observed by Lu Yuan. Humph. With a cold snort, Lu Yuan tightened the spiritual bracelet even further, completely restraining Zhou Linglong's every movement. Heh, do you wish for death? I will not permit you to perish before I say so. Lu Yuan cast a sinister glance at Zhou Linglong, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. In truth, Lu Yuan initially contemplated crippling Zhou Linglong entirely. Yet, upon reflection, he considered the possibility that if her cultivation were rendered invalid, the system might not recognize her, thus wasting the significant fortune of a great emperor's potential. Never mind, it is wiser to keep her thoroughly confined for the time being. Once I have utilized her, perhaps she shall contribute one final measure of fortune to me. At that moment, Zhou Linglong sensed the bindings around her body, rendering her utterly immobile. A wave of despair washed over her countenance. In her current predicament, she found herself unable to control her own fate. The depth of despair in Zhou Linglong's eyes grew ever more profound. Now, all she desired was to swiftly conclude her existence before more unbearable suffering ensued. She had no wish to linger in this wretched world any longer. Lu Yuan, however, remained indifferent to Zhou Linglong's inner turmoil, or rather, he simply did not care. His sole focus was to swiftly advance to the next stage of his vengeance. Thus, he commanded the shadow guard to escort him into the inner palace. Fengyu Palace. This was the place where Zhou Linglong typically resided. Despite being an empress, her harem was devoid of any consorts or male favorites. Consequently, Fengyu Palace was inhabited solely by Zhou Linglong, apart from the attending eunuchs and maidservants. Upon entering the opulent Fengyu Palace, Lu Yuan was greeted by a faint fragrance that wafted through the air. Observing the lavish decorations, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this setting is quite suitable as a backdrop for an otherworldly endeavor. At that moment, Yuxiang unexpectedly appeared beside Lu Yuan, gently stating, "My lord, the esteemed painter has arrived and is currently awaiting your summons outside." Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement sparked in Lu Yuan's eyes. "Then what are we waiting for? Bring her in at once." "Yes." Yuxiang respectfully nodded and promptly withdrew. Shortly thereafter, Yuxiang returned, leading a fresh and elegant young woman who bore an anxious expression into Fengyu Palace. "My lord, the esteemed painter has been brought in." Why is it a woman?" Upon noticing the young woman following Yuxiang, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, having not anticipated this turn of events. The renowned painter whom Yuxiang brought forth turned out to be a woman. How delightful! With a woman present, I find myself feeling considerably less awkward. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. After all, I am merely an observer of the art. Had a man arrived instead, I would have felt rather uncomfortable. At this moment, Lu Yuan gazed distantly at the young woman, only to discover that she emitted no traces of cultivated energy. This indicated that the person before him was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any martial prowess. However, upon closer inspection of her delicate features, one could discern the innate elegance of her beauty, a rare gem indeed. Thus, Lu Yuan felt a sense of clarity. "What is your name?" he inquired gently of the girl. Startled by Lu Yuan's sudden question, the young woman visibly tensed, her expression frozen in surprise. "Why are you dazed? The master is speaking to you." Yuxiang admonished her sharply. At this, the slender figure of the girl trembled slightly, and she responded in a soft, timid voice, "I am called Zhu Keqing, esteemed master." "Zhu Keqing, a lovely name." Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile, nodding appreciatively. "I never expected that a young girl like you would achieve such a claim as a master painter. Truly remarkable. In this realm, the paths of cultivation are manifold. While the art of painting may not directly aid in spiritual development, it represents a vast and significant branch of mastery, attracting many powerful cultivators who delight in it. For an ordinary individual, particularly a young maiden, to be recognized as a master in painting, her skills must undoubtedly be exceptional." Faced with Lu Yuan's praise, Zhu Keqing quivered like a frightened quail, too intimidated to utter a word. She was engulfed in trepidation, surrounded by cultivators, while she herself was but a fragile girl. Moreover, she could not shake the feeling of several piercing gazes fixed upon her, inducing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing Zhu Keqing's cautious demeanor, Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. Why are you so nervous? I won't bite. Relax. I hope you will paint for me shortly." Lu Yuan felt quite pleased with Zhu Keqing. Her appearance was commendable, and her gender suitable. Now, he merely hoped her artistic skills would not disappoint him. "Yuxiang, prepare brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone for our esteemed Master Zhu." Lu Yuan instructed Yuxiang casually, then turned his attention back to Zhu Keqing. "Shortly, I wish for you to depict everything you observe. I hope you will apply yourself, as this is your opportunity to leave a mark in history." Lu Yuan said with a charming smile. The attendants promptly drew down the heavy curtains, completely concealing the phoenix bed. Naturally, Lu Yuan could not provide a live broadcast to others. Thus, he erected a delicate veil between the two parties, allowing those outside to catch a glimpse of the movements on the bed, albeit indistinctly. While the details were obscured, it mattered little. A master of painting should possess the ability to discern objects by sound and to conjure vivid imaginings from mere auditory cues, should they not? Observing Lu Yuan's series of actions, Zhu Keqing appeared somewhat bewildered. If this was meant to be an artistic endeavor, why conceal them behind curtains? Rain Xiang had not elucidated this to Zhu Keqing prior to her arrival, leaving her unaware of the impending circumstances she was about to face. As fragrant incense was lit, infused with exotic spices, the atmosphere within the Phoenix Palace grew decidedly ambiguous. Lu Yuan chuckled mischievously and sauntered towards Zhou Linglong. Ah, Empress, it has come to my attention that you have never encountered a man in your life. How empty such an existence must be. Perhaps I could relieve you of your burdens? Lu Yuan, dare you? Do you not realize this is an affront to authority? As Lu Yuan approached, Zhou Linglong visibly faltered, her confidence waning as she reprimanded him feebly. Lu Yuan grinned, a lascivious smile spreading across his face. An affront to authority? To my surprise, it seems the Empress enjoys this position, he teased. At his words, Zhou Linglong's face flushed crimson. Though she did not fully comprehend, the charged atmosphere allowed her to grasp the implications instantaneously. Chapter 147. Lu Yuan, you are truly shameless. Lu Yuan, you are utterly shameless. Zhou Linglong vehemently berated Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he flashed a wicked smile in response. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Zhou Linglong fell silent upon hearing this. Her mouth opened, yet she found herself at a loss for words. She nearly forgot that for someone as shameless as Lu Yuan, her insults would only serve to excite him further. Although Zhou Linglong was rendered speechless, Lu Yuan's actions would not cease simply because she had stopped speaking. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Zhou Linglong was distracted, Lu Yuan's hands suddenly radiated with energy. With a sharp sound of fabric tearing, Zhou Linglong's already revealing garments were utterly shattered in an instant. Tattered pieces of clothing fluttered to the ground like snowflakes. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhou Linglong bewildered, feeling an unexpected gust of cold air sweeping over her, leaving her feeling exposed and chilled. Zhou Linglong instinctively looked down, and in the next moment, a scream erupted that could shatter the very roof. Ah? Lu Yuan, you better die? Zhou Linglong roared in a frenzy, desperately attempting to shield her modesty. Yet, she had forgotten that her entire body was firmly bound by the luminous bracelet, rendering her immobile. Thus, her frantic struggles were in vain, leaving her to helplessly endure Lu Yuan's unabashed gaze as he brazenly appraised her form. At that moment, Lu Yuan wore a devilish grin, his eyes unabashedly surveying Zhou Linglong as though she were an object of desire. My, Your Majesty, I never anticipated your figure would surpass my expectations, Lu Yuan exclaimed, his laughter echoing with mischief. It must be said that our esteemed Empress possesses quite a remarkable physique. Moreover, unlike other women, Zhou Linglong exuded an air of regal coldness and noble authority, further igniting his desire for conquest. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue in contemplation, stroking his chin as if in deep thought. Being at your mercy seems somewhat dull. Perhaps we should add a twist to the narrative. With a sinister grin, Lu Yuan slightly loosened the constraints of the luminous bracelet, just enough to allow Zhou Linglong a modicum of movement in her limbs. Lu Yuan, you better get out of here. You treacherous wretch, I shall surely end your life. Feeling her body regain its mobility, Zhou Linglong hastily crouched down, instinctively protecting herself. At that moment, her face was suffused with a fierce intent to kill. Her eyes, burning with rage, seemed capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon Lu Yuan. Alas, her menacing words held no sway over him, and she was powerless to take any tangible action. Heh. Lu Yuan merely chuckled, dismissing Zhou Linglong's threats as mere empty bluster. To him, her bound state exuded a sense of bluster masking profound fear. However, at that moment, gazing upon Zhou Linglong's alluring figure, Lu Yuan found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Even though she desperately tried to conceal her form, her efforts were akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. an act of self-deception. The fire of desire flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he lunged toward Zhou Linglong. Get away from me. Faced with Lu Yuan's overwhelming presence, Zhou Linglong fought back with all her might. Yet, slap. Lu Yuan delivered a resounding blow that left Zhou Linglong stunned for several seconds. Even her struggles momentarily ceased, her eyes wide with disbelief at the fact that she had indeed been struck. Wretched creature. Behave yourself. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he scolded Zhou Linglong. Compassion for the fairer sex? Such notions are non-existent. This vile woman was unworthy of any such consideration. Chapter 148, 20 Forms of Torture. As a resounding slap echoed through the air, Zhou Linglong finally fell silent. It could be said that she was utterly stunned by Lu Yuan's strike. With a fierce glare, Lu Yuan bellowed, "Behave yourself." At these words, Zhou Linglong visibly trembled, her teeth sinking deeply into her lip, her face etched with humiliation. Tears streamed down her cheeks, reflecting her profound despair. It was over. She had ultimately succumbed to this fate of degradation. Thoughts of ending her life were futile, and her desire to resist felt utterly unattainable. An overwhelming sense of hopelessness surged towards her like an impending storm. Meanwhile, outside the curtain, Zhu Keqing's face burned with shame. They. Stammering and at a loss for words, her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. The unfolding scene had entirely surpassed her comprehension. Was she summoned to paint this? What are you waiting for? Why haven't you started? Rengxiang's voice suddenly pierced through Zhu Keqing's thoughts. She appeared expressionless, looming behind Zhu Keqing. At her words, Zhu Keqing's face reddened even more. How could she possibly paint this? Setting aside the fact that she had never created such art before, the curtain obstructed her view completely. As for painting blindly by sound, a naive girl like her had no experience in that realm. Yet, under the pressure of Rengxiang's gaze, Zhu Keqing trembled and reluctantly lifted her brush. There was no choice. She had to forge ahead. However, as she conjured the imagined scene in her mind, an inexplicable reaction stirred within her, a sensation she had never encountered before. Inside, Lu Yuan, driven to irritation by Zhou Linglong's involuntary sounds, could no longer endure the situation. This is a punishment, not a reward, he muttered darkly, frustration bubbling within him. How could it be that what was meant to be her punishment had turned into something she seemed to relish? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. If it were just him, it would be one thing, but what if 100,000 fans joined in? No, this cannot stand. Zhou Linglong must not be allowed to savor this moment. His expression darkened, a sense of discontent gnawing at him. Initially, his intention was to deliver a devastating psychological blow to Zhou Linglong. Yet, it seemed she was finding enjoyment in it. How infuriating. He cast a cold glance at Zhou Linglong, scoffing inwardly. Had he inadvertently lost both the battle and the war? Zhou Linglong, once weeping profusely, now appeared lost in this unexpected turmoil. Suddenly, the disdainful voice of Lu Yuan caused Zhou Linglong to nearly gasp for breath. Lu Yuan, you despicable beast. I shall fight you. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, Zhou Linglong lunged fiercely towards Lu Yuan. A sharp crack echoed as a distinct five-fingered red mark appeared on her delicate face. Lu Yuan's right hand hovered in midair, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. My esteemed Empress, it seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation. Clearly, you have not learned your lesson. He taunted with a cold smirk. Had it been another girl, Lu Yuan would have certainly shown tenderness and compassion. However, towards this merciless Empress who had once sought his demise, he would show no mercy. Zhou Linglong, clutching her swollen cheek, knelt on the phoenix couch, stifling her sobs. She had never endured such humiliation in her life, especially not from this scoundrel, who took advantage and then feigned innocence. She felt despair, an overwhelming, crushing despair. After enduring a series of torment, her spirit was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Zhou Linglong felt as if she had plunged into an abyss, about to be engulfed by endless darkness. Yet suddenly, as if a drowning person had surfaced for air, she awoke with a jolt. A fierce wave of hatred surged through her heart. No, I cannot lose my will like this. Lu Yuan. It is all Lu Yuan's fault. I will kill him. I shall take my revenge. A tremor of determination surged within Zhou Linglong. If she were to perish like this, would it not fulfill Lu Yuan's wishes? No, she cannot die. She must exact her vengeance. She will personally sever the head of that demon, Lu Yuan. In this moment of extreme despair, Zhou Linglong transformed her hopelessness into a torrent of wrath. Her family had been slaughtered, her nation annihilated, her dignity ravaged. The weight of her grievances was simply overwhelming. As these thoughts surged, her resentment reached an unprecedented zenith. If a person's life goals were to manifest at this instant, Zhou Linglong's singular objective was clear: to kill Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan observed the malice radiating from Zhou Linglong, the glint of vengeance flickering in her eyes. Instantly, a murderous intent surged within him. Goodness, had this Empress, after enduring his relentless torment, risen anew from the ashes? On the brink of collapse, she had somehow found strength. At that moment, Lu Yuan contemplated extinguishing Zhou Linglong's life entirely. For one who had deemed him an eternal enemy, he felt compelled to eliminate her. However, a thought crossed his mind. To simply kill Zhou Linglong would be too lenient. Most importantly, at present, I do not yet feel any sense of relief. Lu Yuan pondered momentarily, and with a flicker of thought, he summoned Mo, who emerged directly from the shadows surrounding him. Mo cast a fleeting glance at the disheveled Zhou Linglong before respectfully kneeling on one knee before Lu Yuan, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to my lord." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, and then inquired of Mo, "I recall that you are quite proficient in various methods of punishment, correct?" "Indeed, my lord." Mo affirmed with a nod. The techniques of torture and coercion were indeed essential skills for their shadow guards. "What about the 10 most severe tortures?" Lu Yuan asked. "My lord, I am well versed in 20. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment. 20 forms of torture? Goodness, how ruthless. However, in Lu Yuan's view, the more merciless, the better. He nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Very well. In that case, Mo, I entrust you with Zhou Linglong. Employ all your methods to deal with her, and do ensure that she remains alive. I require her in that state." Lu Yuan's face was etched with a cold smirk. Since in-death communication was temporarily set aside, it was time for this Empress to experience the depths of corporeal agony. "Yes, my lord." Mo replied resolutely upon receiving Lu Yuan's instructions. In truth, whether for personal or public reasons, he was determined to showcase his prowess to this Empress. Meanwhile, Zhou Linglong felt a wave of dread wash over her upon hearing Lu Yuan's orders to Mo torture. As the Empress of a grand dynasty, she was certainly no stranger to such so-called tortures. In fact, she had previously witnessed the gruesome scenes of such punishments being enacted. The thought of those cruel methods soon descending upon her made her shudder involuntarily. However, as she recalled the deep-seated grudges she had yet to settle, her resolve began to solidify. "Lu Yuan, if you have the audacity, then kill me. If you do not slay me, I swear I will eventually bring your demise upon you." Zhou Linglong's gaze was as cold and venomous as a serpent, directed at Lu Yuan. It is said that hardship is the crucible that tempers a person's strength. Now, her hatred was forging her resilience. At this moment, the animosity within her heart had become her sole pillar of survival. Lu Yuan observed with a stoic demeanor as Zhou Linglong was taken away by Mo. His expression remained impassive, yet if one listened closely, they could hear him softly murmur, "Rest assured, I shall not permit you to live for long." In Lu Yuan's perspective, the time to eliminate Zhou Linglong had not yet arrived. At least not now. It is essential for Zhou Linglong to witness the entire downfall of the great Zhou at his hands. As Mo took Zhou Linglong away, Lu Yuan draped himself in 2 garments. In a swift motion, he appeared behind Zhu Keqing. Indeed, the artwork is rather impressive. Observing the content on Zhu Keqing's canvas, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Even though he was but a novice in this realm, he could discern that Zhu Keqing's creation was undeniably more exquisite when compared to the works he had encountered in his previous life. Of course, this was largely attributable to Zhu Keqing's remarkable artistic prowess. Chapter 149, The Gift of the 7th-Ranked Dan. The uniqueness of Zhu Keqing. Upon the canvas, a woman draped in delicate gauze, exuding an irresistible allure, was under fierce assault. The man, shrouded in a black veil, obscured his visage. However, to those familiar with Lu Yuan, it would be apparent at once that the masked figure was indeed Lu Yuan himself. Zhu Keqing's artistic prowess had evidently reached an extraordinary level. The painting was not only remarkably lifelike, but also seemed to emanate whispers that lingered in the air. Lu Yuan could not help but marvel, truly a master of calligraphy and painting. The skill displayed was simply beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. At that moment, startled by the sudden sound behind her, Zhu Keqing jumped up from her seat like a frightened rabbit. "Please, sit down. There's no need to be so formal," Lu Yuan said with a warm smile, his expression revealing his profound satisfaction with the artwork. Seeing this, Zhu Keqing let out a sigh of relief. It was a relief that this man was pleased. Had he been displeased, she would certainly have found herself in trouble. Lu Yuan casually retrieved the painting, examining it with great affection. Noticing Zhu Keqing's slight unease, he cheerfully inquired, "By the way, what reward do you desire?" Since she had managed to please him, he was more than willing to offer a fitting recompense. Zhu Keqing fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, her cheeks flushed. It was indeed an unusual experience to have the male protagonist from her painting appear before her. "Never mind. Since you're uncertain, I shall decide for you." Observing Zhu Keqing's hesitation, Lu Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze glimmering. "The reason you are unable to cultivate is likely due to the innate blockage of your meridians. This is truly insurmountable for an ordinary person. Yet fortunately, you have encountered me." Lu Yuan smiled slightly, flicking his finger to send a medicinal pill into Zhu Keqing's lips. Cough, cough. The foreign object entering her mouth caused Zhu Keqing's face to flush, followed by a fit of intense coughing. At that moment, a wave of panic washed over her. Could it be that the male protagonist was merely indulging himself and had drugged her to continue the fun? If Lu Yuan were to learn of Zhu Keqing's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. After all, setting aside whether an ordinary person could withstand the impact of a martial emperor's strength, did he not possess the energy to seek dual cultivation with Jiang Qianning instead? Lu Yuan withdrew his enigmatic gaze and clarified. "What I just administered to you was a 7th-rank pill, capable of alleviating the blockage in your meridians. Consider this a reward for your artwork." Lu Yuan chuckled. The 7th-grade elixir is exceedingly rare across the entire eastern continent. However, Lu Yuan had just seized a 7th-grade elixir from the black-clad individual of the upper realm. Such elixirs are practically discarded at his disposal. Naturally, he was indifferent to possessing 1 or 2 more. Yet, while Lu Yuan deemed this 7th-grade elixir as not particularly precious, Zhu Keqing held a different perspective. It turned out she had overthought the matter. Wait a moment, a 7th-grade elixir? Just as Zhu Keqing exhaled in relief, upon hearing Lu Yuan had directly gifted her one, her eyes widened in astonishment. What? The elixir she had just consumed was actually a 7th-grade elixir? This. Zhu Keqing felt as though she were in a dream. Had she truly just swallowed a 7th-grade elixir? A sudden wave of panic surged within her. After all, it was a 7th-grade elixir. Selling herself might not even equate to the value of a single 7th-grade elixir. At that moment, Zhu Keqing suddenly felt a warm sensation emanating from her abdomen. Instantly, this warmth spread throughout her entire being. The elixir's potency was manifesting. In an instant, Zhu Keqing felt as though she were floating in a sea of warmth, involuntarily closing her eyes in delight. After an undetermined period, Zhu Keqing opened her eyes. Compared to before, she could distinctly sense a gentle flow of air around her that brought her immense comfort. Oh, could this be spiritual energy? Curiously, Zhu Keqing reached out to touch the ethereal energy before her. Instinctively, she activated the foundational cultivation technique known throughout the continent. In the next moment, she felt the comforting energies jubilantly rushing into her dantian. Drawing in the energy, she embarked on her cultivation journey. "I can actually cultivate now?" Zhu Keqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and she was immediately engulfed in ecstatic joy. In this fantastical world where cultivators reign supreme, those incapable of cultivation are akin to the most vulnerable lambs. Were it not for Zhu Keqing's exceptional artistic talent and the superficial protection bestowed upon her by some hypocritical figures within the art community, she would have long been devoured, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the opportunity to cultivate once more was akin to a rebirth for Zhu Keqing. In that moment, Zhu Keqing suddenly recalled the benefactor who had bestowed the elixir upon her. She hurriedly glanced around, only to find that no one was in sight. Benefactor? Just the thought of Lu Yuan stirred something within her. Zhu Keqing could not help but feel a sudden flush of embarrassment, accompanied by an unusual sensation stirring within her heart. This feeling had already manifested while she was painting. Although he was undeniably mischievous, through their conversations, She could discern that his fundamental nature was, indeed, benevolent. Perhaps it would be best to bide her time until an opportunity arose to express her gratitude to her benefactor. With a shake of her head, Zhu Keqing blushed and cast aside the thoughts swirling in her mind. After all, she was merely a fledgling cultivator, just embarking on her journey. The notion of repaying a debt seemed far-fetched at this stage. Nevertheless, deep within, Zhu Keqing had resolutely vowed that once she attained strength and opportunity, she would undoubtedly repay the kindness of the elixir bestowed upon her. However, at that moment, Zhu Keqing remained oblivious to the fact that the average cultivator typically requires at least half a month to master the art of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Yet, she appeared to possess an innate talent, effortlessly grasping the technique almost instantaneously. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation was beyond the reach of even the so-called geniuses from the grand sections. What was even more astonishing was that Zhu Keqing could perceive the flowing spiritual energy in the air. It is worth noting that spiritual energy, being an invisible and odorless gas, should not be within the sight of a novice cultivator. Were one to claim that Zhu Keqing lacked any extraordinary traits, few would be inclined to believe it. Yet, at that moment, the surroundings were devoid of any human presence, rendering this remarkable scene unnoticed. Chapter 150. Promotion to the late stage of Martial Sovereign. The Shadow Guard's upgrade. Of course, Lu Yuan was unaware of Zhu Keqing's unique circumstances. Had he known, he would have certainly retained her, eager to explore the intricacies of her physique. Nonetheless, he made a mental note of the prodigious young girl, whose artistic talents were remarkable. Perhaps it was the soul of a previous life, or some inherited legacy that endowed her with such extraordinary abilities. Lu Yuan harbored a distinct admiration for such artistic creations. The journey through the martial world is long, and perhaps one day, their paths may cross once more. After emerging from the Empress's chamber, Lu Yuan found himself in a state of ennui. He had yet to fully unleash the potential of the sacred body and the newly acquired techniques. Thus, he sought out Yao Xier and Jiang Qianing. The following morning, "Master, please enjoy some tea." Despite enduring considerable suffering, Yao Xier valiantly suppressed her discomfort and respectfully presented a cup of tea to Lu Yuan. This was no ordinary beverage. It was crafted from the remnants delicately scraped from the revered Emperor Dan Lu's body. Rest assured, it was not composed of trivial substances such as skin or dandruff. Moreover, Lu did not possess the need for such mundane functions, being an Emperor Dan. Even the fragments used to brew the tea were imbued with immense energy. Upon taking a sip, Lu Yuan felt as though he were consuming not mere water, but rather a liquid form of spiritual essence. A silent explosion reverberated within him, resonating with the countless hours of arduous cultivation. At long last, Lu Yuan successfully ascended to the late stage of Martial Sovereign. However, compared to the celestial phenomena that accompanied the ascensions of formidable figures, the fluctuations resulting from Lu Yuan's promotion were almost negligible. Despite his success, a slight sigh escaped his lips. The journey was arduous indeed. Each of his subordinates was a mighty emperor, yet he remained merely a martial sovereign. What an embarrassment it would be to admit such a disparity. Lu Yuan felt no exhilaration from his advancement. He recognized his own weakness. Although the martial sovereign realm was formidable on the eastern continent, it felt insufficient given the current circumstances. In any confrontation, he found himself relegated to the sidelines, unable to contribute meaningfully. He even required assistance to ensure his own safety. He pondered when he might acquire further means to enhance his cultivation. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Lu Yuan sighed once more. Despite the rapid pace of his current training, he wondered how long it would take to reach the emperor level. System, open my personal panel. Lu Yuan, resigned, called forth the system interface. Host, Lu Yuan, strength, late stage martial emperor. Underlings, 18 riders of Yin Yun, 3,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, 100,000 great snow dragon cavalry, enhanced version. 30,000 Xuanjiao army, 50,000 trap camp, shadow guards, light rain, 10,000 northern army, remnants. Bodyguards, Great Emperor Qing Yun, Su Chu, Emperor level enhanced version. Sword Emperor Yubei, 9 Nether Empress Yususu, Li Sandao. Fortune value, 4, 940, 563. Compared to before, Lu Yuan's forces had grown exponentially stronger. After numerous Imperial level lotteries, he still possessed nearly 5 million in fortune value. If one were to consider the Imperial Pill-Lu spiral, he commanded a total of 5 formidable Emperor-level warriors. A flicker of astonishment passed through Lu Yuan's eyes. Fortunately, even though his personal strength may be lacking, the number of powerful subordinates he commanded was more than sufficient. With the unwavering loyalty of his followers, he had no cause for concern. Oh, I still have an Imperial-level faction upgrade card that remains unused. Among the 5 Imperial-level lotteries, one such reward was an Imperial-level faction upgrade card. Previously preoccupied with various matters, Lu Yuan had yet to employ it. Now, it was indeed the opportune moment to utilize this upgrade card. However, to which faction should it be applied? Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. First to be ruled out was Light Rain. The rationale remained the same. Why would an intelligence organization require so many high-end combat forces? Furthermore, Light Rain's current capabilities were sufficiently adept to manage the existing intelligence network. Perhaps it would be best to apply this upgrade card to the Shadow Guards. This time, Lu Yuan did not deliberate excessively. The Shadow Guards had long served as his covert power and elite strike force. Moreover, they could assist him in handling many matters beyond the capacity of the larger armies. It was indeed time to enhance their strength. System. I wish to apply the upgrade card to the Shadow Guards. Ding. Imperial-level faction upgrade card used successfully. Target, Shadow Guards. The system's voice promptly resonated. At that moment, although Shadow Ink was not by his side, Lu Yuan could distinctly sense several powerful fluctuations of energy emerging from the void around him. These were the Shadow Guards, ever present to ensure his safety. A faint smile graced Lu Yuan's lips. It seemed that the use of this Imperial-level faction upgrade card had indeed been successful. As expected, when Lu Yuan opened the information panel for the Shadow Guards, he observed the corresponding changes reflected therein. Shadow Guards, Leader Peak Half-Emperor, Deputy Leader Initial Half-Emperor, 10 Captains Martial Saints, members between Martial Emperor and Martial Sect. Seeing this, Lu Yuan felt a tinge of regret. After the upgrade, the Shadow Guard surprisingly lacked an Emperor-level powerhouse. Alas, nevertheless, having 2 half-Emperor warriors was still a considerable force. Lu Yuan could only console himself. The 2.5 formidable emperors, in conjunction with the 300 Shadow Guards who surpassed the martial sovereigns, exhibit a strength that is markedly superior to what it once was. Chapter 151, 2 Sign-ins. The mysterious Jade Slip. At that moment, almost simultaneously with Lu Yuan's use of the upgrade card, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Ing Mo. She was momentarily taken aback, sensing a subtle change within her. It became evident to her that the source of this transformation was none other than the intervention of her master. The thought of her master stirred a profound emotion within Ing Mo. Beyond mere gratitude, there was an inexplicable sentiment. Typically, Ing Mo appeared taciturn, her demeanor as frigid as ice. Apart from occasionally heeding Lu Yuan's commands, she silently guarded him from the shadows. Yet, beneath her stoic exterior lay a rich tapestry of emotions. For instance, her jealousy towards Zhou Linglong was palpable, though few could discern it. However, she could not afford to squander her master's goodwill. She needed to stabilize her cultivation swiftly. Without time to ponder further, Ing Mo felt her energy swell, compelling her to sit cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes and began to refine the exceptionally pure energy coursing through her body. Meanwhile, opposite her, Zhou Linglong, battered and on the verge of collapse, was bound and suspended, her condition pitiable. Aside from her exquisite face, her body bore few unmarred patches. Previously tormented by Lu Yuan, she now endured Ing Mo's subtle vendetta, pushing her to the brink of endurance. Yet even in her dazed state, Zhou Linglong sensed the shift in Ing Mo's aura. How could this be? A sudden elevation? Zhou Linglong was momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting her own pain. What is this? An immediate ascension? Had anything significant transpired moments ago? In that instant, she found herself questioning the very essence of her existence. Could it be that her suffering bore such fruit? Yet, little did she realize that the catalyst for these extraordinary events was a mere upgrade card. At this juncture, Lu Yuan, having confirmed the efficacy of the Imperial-level upgrade card, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He reopened the system and noticed a small notification on the interface. He had forgotten to sign in yesterday. He smacked his forehead, recalling that due to the surprise night raid, the intensity of battle had consumed his thoughts from dusk till dawn, leaving him oblivious to the sign-in process. Thankfully, The system had preserved the opportunity, merging it with today's sign-in. Lu Yuan's anxious heart finally relaxed. If he had wasted a chance to sign in, it would have been a significant loss. However, a flicker of joy immediately blossomed in his heart. Did that mean he now had 2 opportunities to sign in? Elated, Lu Yuan eagerly reopened the system's sign-in interface. System, I wish to sign in. Twice. Ding. Signing in with the system. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exquisite Imperial weapon, the Mountain River Seal. Ding. Signing in with the system. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the celestial-grade martial technique, the Prajna Honey Palm. Regrettably, there were no rewards that directly enhanced his cultivation. Glancing at the 2 sign-in rewards provided by the system, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. At this moment, Lu Yuan lacked nothing but cultivation. Nevertheless, the 2 rewards from this sign-in were quite remarkable. According to the system's description, the Mountain River Seal, as an exquisite imperial weapon, was not inferior to the Emperor's slaying spear. Moreover, the Mountain River Seal possessed an additional function. It could absorb the fortune of empires. To be precise, it did not absorb, but rather borrowed. The Mountain River Seal could bind itself to any empire, becoming its emblem. The greater the fortune of the bound empire, the more formidable the Mountain River Seal became. Ultimately, it could rival the existence of Taoist treasures. As for the celestial-grade martial technique, there was little to discuss. Firstly, Lu Yuan's proficiency in the honey palm was already sufficient. Secondly, he had acquired no less than 4 or 5 upper domain celestial martial techniques from the man in the black robe. A mere celestial-grade martial technique was beneath Lu Yuan's notice. Were it not for the fact that this martial technique was directly imparted by the system, he would have been disinclined to learn it. However, since the martial technique was imparted directly, the reward was commendable. After all, it spared him the arduous process of diligent practice. After accepting the 2 rewards, news soon arrived from Su Chu. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. Oh, could it be that some information had been extracted from the man in the black robe? Previously, Lu Yuan had entrusted Su Chu with the task of interrogating the black-robed individual to glean intelligence about the upper domain. Now, it seemed the results were in. This matter was crucial to identifying his enemies in the upper domain. Thus, after leaving Jiangqianqing, Lu Yuan made his way directly to Su Chu. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at the makeshift prison where Su Chu was stationed. Su Chu, how are things progressing on your end? Where is that black-robed man now? Upon hearing this, Su Chu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. My lord, I have been pressing the black-robed man for information since yesterday. Alas, regrettably. Su Chu then briefly recounted the events to Lu Yuan. It turned out that the man in the black robe hailed from a formidable divine dynasty known as the Feathered Ascension Dynasty in the upper realm. Furthermore, this black-clad individual was actually the commander of the elite military forces of the dynasty, possessing an astonishingly powerful cultivation level. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by this world, the combined strength of Lu Yuan and his companions would not even suffice to withstand a mere flick of the opponent's finger. Due to the man's unique status, and perhaps his frequent exposure to the secrets of the Celestial Dynasty, his soul had been bound by a restriction. Should anyone attempt to forcibly control him or invade his memories, this restriction would trigger an immediate self-detonation, rendering the black-robed man utterly foolish. Consequently, his resolve remained unyielding, and despite Su Chu exerting all his strength, he was unable to extract any information from him. Aside from some trivial tidbits, the most crucial details remained firmly sealed within the black-robed man's lips. Well, you have done your utmost. The restrictions on the black-robed man's soul are indeed unavoidable, Lu Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the nearly unrecognizable figure of the black-robed man, who had been thoroughly subdued by Su Chu. Though he clung to the last vestiges of life, it was evident that his end was nigh. At that moment, Su Chu suddenly handed Lu Yuan a jade slip. My lord, this jade slip was found on the black-robed man, kept close to him. As for its purpose, I truly do not know. Moreover, it is similarly bound by numerous restrictions, and I dare not recklessly attempt to decipher it, Su Chu said with a wry smile. Oh, at this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered with intrigue. A jade slip? Typically, such objects possess a wide array of uses, making it difficult for an ordinary person to ascertain their purpose. However, the fact that this jade slip was kept so closely by the black-robed man indicated its significant importance. Lu Yuan accepted the jade slip from Su Chu and examined it with curiosity. To his astonishment, the slip emanated a soft glow, radiating subtle waves of spiritual energy and exuding an air of peculiarity. Just like the black-robed man's soul, the jade slip bore a seal. Should anyone attempt to open it without permission, the entire slip would disintegrate into a fine powder. What could warrant such extensive restrictions on a mere jade slip? Lu Yuan mused, his curiosity piqued. What kind of information could possibly necessitate such a high level of encryption? At that moment, the nearly breathless black-robed man suddenly revealed a strange smile upon witnessing Lu Yuan holding the jade slip. Chapter 152, The Anomaly of the Jade Slip. At this moment, the attention of Lu Yuan and his companions was entirely fixated on the jade slip before them. Not one of them noticed the sinister smile of the figure in black robes. This jade slip seems to. At this juncture, the Empress of the Nine Nether, Yu Su, who stood beside Lu Yuan, appeared to have made a discovery, exclaiming softly. Observing her reaction, Lu Yuan immediately turned his gaze toward her. Su, have you uncovered something? He beheld a peculiar light flickering in Yu Su's eyes as she spoke. My lord, as you are aware, we of the demonic path are quite familiar with various formations due to our frequent array, crafting, and sacrificial rituals. From my observation, it seems there is some sort of formation concealed within this jade slip. Though her tone carried a hint of uncertainty, Yu Su was already 7 or 8 parts confident in her assertion. Within this jade slip resided the essence of a formation. A formation? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. Such jade slips possess myriad wondrous uses. For instance, the jade slip utilized by the great Emperor Chang'an to create sword servants was employed for control purposes. Moreover, jade slips serve as vessels for recording information and transmitting cultivation techniques. However, as carriers of formations, they are exceedingly rare. After all, arranging a formation is a monumental endeavor. How could such a minuscule jade slip possibly contain it? Suddenly, a thunderous shout from Su Chu startled everyone's attention. They turned to see the figure in black robes muttering incantations, the content of which remained a mystery. In defiance of Su Chu's admonishment, the black-robed figure seemed utterly unfazed. Not only did he persist, but his voice grew louder, culminating in an audible recitation. With a swift motion, Su Chu, filled with wrath, approached and delivered a resounding slap to the black-robed man. If you do not cease this incessant noise, I shall end you, Su Chu threatened vehemently. Yet, in the next moment, the incantation spilling from the black-robed man's lips appeared to crystallize, erupting forth. Heaven and earth without bounds, vast expanse of the universe, forgive. As the black-robed figure bellowed, Lu Yuan felt the jade slip in his hand suddenly turn scorching hot. Before he could discard it, a resounding explosion echoed as the jade slip shattered in his grasp. In an instant, an almost imperceptible ethereal light surged towards Lu Yuan's chest. My lord, witnessing this, the surrounding powerful figures were filled with astonishment and fury. However, the jade slip was too close to Lu Yuan, leaving them powerless to intervene as they could only watch the light hurtling toward him, too late to respond. Before the gaze of the multitude, the ethereal glow surged directly into Lu Yuan's body. The scene was momentarily frozen in disbelief. I am not dead. Initially, Lu Yuan had closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Yet now, he discovered he was still unscathed. With a sigh of relief, as Lu Yuan began to relax, the crowd hurried over to him. My lord, is there anything amiss? Do you feel any discomfort? Observing Lu Yuan's well-being, the onlookers were filled with a mixture of astonishment and fury. Right under their noses, their lord had been suddenly attacked. This was an utter disgrace for them. Lu Yuan remained silent, his expression darkening as he tore apart his garments. Behold, upon his chest, a faint red, inexplicable floral pattern emerged, resembling a tattoo, prominently etched in the center of his torso. Unlike an ordinary tattoo, this pattern appeared to writhe as if it were alive. What is this? Questions flooded the minds of the crowd. The shattered jade slip could not have merely been intended to inscribe this enigmatic design upon their lord's chest, could it? Though the crowd was somewhat puzzled, they could ascertain one thing. This tattoo was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fortune. Vile scum, you shall pay for this. Su Chu was the first to lose his composure. His eyes reddened with rage as he advanced toward the figure in the black robe. Kill, kill, kill. How dare he lay a hand upon their lord? The black-robed figure must die. Su Chu drew his long blade, channeling all his strength into a fierce strike aimed directly at the black-robed man. This frenzied blow was potent enough to obliterate the black-robed figure from existence. However, in the face of Su Chu's lethal strike, the black-robed man bore a triumphant smile. "Ha! You pitiful insect dare to disrupt my master's plans. You truly deserve death. Fear not. The Grim Reaper shall soon come knocking at your door." At this moment, the black-robed man laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness. Clearly, he was willing to forsake even his own name to eliminate Lu Yuan. Nevertheless, Su Chu's decisive strike ultimately did not land. Rather, it was intercepted by the Empress of the Nine Nether. "Su Chu, do not act rashly." Despite Su Chu's full-force attack, Yu Su was visibly straining. Yet, even so, she gritted her teeth and persevered. "Yu Su, why do you stop me? This scoundrel has attacked our lord. He deserves death. Do you wish to protect him?" Su Chu glared with eyes as wide as saucers, indignation written all over his face. In response, Yu Su clenched her jaw and retorted, "Indeed, he deserves death. However, this is not the appropriate moment. Su Chu, you must not forget that we have yet to ascertain precisely what he has done to our sovereign. If we were to eliminate him just like that, what would become of our lord?" Upon hearing these words, Su Chu hesitated momentarily, his formidable blade lowering involuntarily in his grasp. "Indeed, our sovereign remains oblivious to the current circumstances. It may be easy to deal with him, but how shall we address our lord thereafter?" Yet, Su Chu's spirit began to wane. What use is it to keep him alive? The mind of this cloaked figure harbors forbidden knowledge. Even if we wished to probe his soul, we would find it impossible. However, in response to Su Chu's lament, a strange light suddenly ignited in Yu Su's eyes. "Just because you cannot, does not mean I cannot," Yu Su declared with unwavering confidence. As a practitioner of demonic cultivation, she is undoubtedly adept at soul-probing techniques. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of doubt crossed her countenance. Observing this, the hearts of those around her became heavy with apprehension. "What is it? Is there a challenge?" Yu Su shook her head, offering a wry smile. The abilities of this imprisoned individual were, after all, set by someone from the upper realm. If I were to forcibly probe his soul, I could indeed break through. However, thereafter, this cloaked figure would likely be. Yu Su's words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Should she proceed with a forceful soul probing, the cloaked figure would undoubtedly be rendered incapacitated. Chapter 153. A million fortune points obtained again. I was led to believe it was something of great significance. Beside him, Su Chu smiled faintly. As long as we can acquire some vital information, the fate of this cloaked figure is of no concern to us. Even if he survives this encounter, we shall undoubtedly seek retribution. Su Chu scoffed, having expected something far more consequential. Yet, this was fortuitous. After all, in their eyes, the cloaked figure was already destined for demise. The onlookers nodded in agreement with Yu Su's proposal, for they had no other recourse at this juncture. Nearby, the cloaked figure overheard the discussions among Yu Su and her companions, and the frenzied glint in his eyes slowly faded. "You wish to pry into my soul? Such delusions are absurd. What can your group of insignificant beings from the lower realms possibly achieve?" Yet, regardless of the cloaked figure's incessant ramblings, Yu Su continued her deliberate approach. "A being surpassing the martial emperor after extracting his soul, I shall savor the exquisite essence of such a formidable entity." A wicked crimson glow emanated from Yu Su's eyes. Let us not forget, at her core, she is an adept of dark sorcery. Her prior mild demeanor was merely due to the presence of her master. She was merely mindful of her image. Now, with the emergence of a transcendent powerhouse, even Yu Su's formidable composure began to wane. Upon hearing this, a flicker of terror gradually surfaced in the cloaked figure's gaze. "I implore you, do not act recklessly. Should you invade my divine consciousness without permission, it will surely attract the attention of that esteemed individual." Before the cloaked figure could finish his warning, Yu Su's hands were already resting upon his head. Immediately, an ethereal essence surged into the recesses of the cloaked figure's mind, causing him to roll his eyes back and faint instantly. As Yu Su's dark energy penetrated the cloaked figure's consciousness, she encountered an overwhelming resistance. In fact, this force was retaliating against her. Soul extraction technique. "Break through for me." Yu Su's expression grew grave, clearly indicating her earnestness in this endeavor. Her soul-searching arts had evidently reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Despite the formidable resistance, Yususu successfully delved into the cloaked figure's sea of consciousness. So this is how it is. Wait, this is bad. Yususu was meticulously examining the cloaked figure's consciousness when the previously subdued restraints suddenly counterattacked. Suddenly, a voice resonating with authority erupted within Yususu's mind. Boom. In Yususu's mind, a cacophony erupted. Nearby, the onlookers, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed to support the staggering Yususu. After what felt like an eternity, she finally emerged from her dazed state. What transpired? What exactly happened? Lu Yuan inquired with a grim expression directed at Yususu. The one who broke the seal possesses formidable strength. Yususu's complexion turned ashen as she spoke slowly. Initially, she had endeavored to overestimate her opponent's capabilities. To her astonishment, she had still underestimated them. From such a considerable distance in both time and space, a mere cold snort from her adversary had managed to severely injure her soul. This demonstrated the extent of her opponent's power. My lord, the figure in the black robe is on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Su Chu, his face pale, spoke to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's heart sank immediately. On the verge of collapse? Goodness. He had been contemplating delivering the final blow to this black-robed figure, hoping to reap a substantial fortune in fate value. Hurry, deliver the finishing blow. Lu Yuan shouted urgently. Su Chu, quick to react, plunged his large blade directly into the chest of the black-robed figure as soon as Lu Yuan issued the command. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a peak martial emperor-level opponent, rewarding 10 million points of fate value. Perhaps the black-robed figure's original strength far exceeded that of a peak martial emperor. Consequently, the system rewarded Lu Yuan with a staggering 10 million points of fate value. 10 million. Excellent. The acquisition of such a vast sum of fate value dispelled much of the gloom that lingered in Lu Yuan's heart. At that moment, Su Chu retrieved his blade and, with a tense demeanor, approached Yususu, his face reflecting unease as he asked, Yususu, did you discover anything earlier? Now that the black-robed figure had been utterly vanquished, if Yususu came away empty-handed, they would be at a loss for what to do next. In response, Yususu forced a pale smile, declaring, I have not failed my mission. Although I could not glean much information, I have discerned the origins of the mark on my lord. Cough, cough. Perhaps due to the severity of her earlier soul injury, Yususu's voice was weak, punctuated by persistent coughing. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the corpse of the black-robed figure. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, she began to refine the lifeless body, which was promptly transformed into a sphere of pure energy. Subsequently, Yususu opened her small mouth and devoured it whole. Gulp. Lu Yuan watched Yususu's cherry-like lips, instantly swallowing hard at the sight. Thus, Lu Yuan has been profoundly affected by Yususu's enticingly delicate lips, leaving him with a significant psychological scar. Such cruelty, to transform a living being into mere blood and then consume it. At this moment, after absorbing the flesh and blood energy of the man in the black robe, Yususu's face instantly blossomed with a rosy hue. A surge of immense energy coursed through her body. However, Yususu was acutely aware that this was not the time for her to refine this energy. Instead, she needed to suppress it for the moment. In response to the eager gazes of those around her, Yususu promptly elucidated. The jade slip from earlier was a communication device used among the celestial army of the Immortal Dynasty. The mark on the Master's body is a unique identifier employed by the celestial army to track enemies. Once marked, even if one traverses countless dimensions, they will be sensed by the celestial army, leading to relentless pursuit. Yususu succinctly laid bare the intelligence she had acquired. Chapter 154. The Tracking Mark. Are there other black-robed individuals? Upon hearing Yususu's explanation, the brows of those present knitted together in concern. The tracking mark. The master had unwittingly become entangled with such a troublesome affliction. Naturally, the group possessed some understanding of the nature of tracking marks. At first glance, it may seem that nothing amiss was occurring, and that the marked individual would not suffer any immediate harm. However, should one be marked, it was conceivable that the enemy could come knocking at any moment. Furthermore, the aftermath was akin to a persistent parasite, exceedingly difficult to manage. Beside them, Su Chu wore a grim expression, unease evident as he pressed Yususu for clarity. Susu, Are you certain that the master bears a tracking mark? It cannot be anything else, can it? In response, Yususu solemnly nodded. If the memories of this black-robed individual are accurate, then it is indeed the case. A heavy silence enveloped the group once more. Why the long faces? Was there truly no solution at hand? It was merely a mark. Surely it could be removed with relative ease. Observing the somber atmosphere, Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, seeking to alleviate the palpable tension. Seeing Lu Yuan's cheerful demeanor, Yususu sighed softly and remarked, Master, this mark is not so easily dispelled. The one who cast it possesses profound cultivation, far beyond our comprehension. Under such overwhelming pressure, we find ourselves quite helpless. Yususu wore a wry smile, lamenting that had it been feasible, she would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Master, do you feel any discomfort in your body? At her inquiry, Lu Yuan gently shook his head. Not at all. I feel quite well at the moment. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. That is reassuring, regardless of what lies ahead. The master should not be in immediate danger. Well then, what should we do now? The others turned their gazes towards Yususu and Su Chu, hoping for a sage course of action from the formidable leaders. Sighing, the Chang'an emperor replied, This matter is both grave and trivial. However, we must remain vigilant moving forward. Indeed, even when the great emperors assembled, they would not fear a powerful foe. Yet, it is said that one cannot persist as a thief forever. There will inevitably come a day when one is caught off guard. Moreover, there is one more thing. Yususu then delivered another disheartening revelation. There is not merely one black-robed individual descending from the upper realm, but an entire squad. A dozen or so superlative experts. Now that the master has been marked, he will undoubtedly become the target of their relentless pursuit. Yusu's face was etched with gravity. This news, she had naturally gleaned from probing the consciousness of the figure in the black robe moments prior. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. As the commander of the Imperial guards of a formidable empire from the upper realm, it was only logical that the black-robed individual would not descend alone. Even when the guards from the lower realm undertook their missions, they were typically accompanied by a retinue. At this revelation, the expressions of those surrounding her stiffened in disbelief. What? The black-robed man had accomplices? A dozen or so? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. A dozen powerful figures from the upper realm. It was critical to note that, even when their powers were suppressed upon descending, they still possessed the strength of emperors, indeed, the pinnacle of imperial might. In that moment, an epiphany struck the onlookers. No wonder the black-robed man had ominously told Lu Yuan that death would come knocking at his door. With a dozen emperors fixated upon him, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to escape such an intricate web of fate. This was indeed a dire predicament. Understanding the stakes. Not only did the countenances of the emperors around Lu Yuan darken, but even Lu Yuan himself found his expression marred by concern. It was pertinent to remember that their forces comprised merely 5 emperors. Even with the combined might of the Dragon Cavalry, the Xian Armor Army, the Shadow Guards, and the Tiger and Leopard Riders, these 5 formidable legions could only muster a meager 5 emperor-level combatants. Against the pinnacle of imperial strength, they could only hope to hold their ground, and even that would come at a steep cost. As for the likes of the Chang'an Emperor, whose true prowess surpassed that of the martial emperors, one must not forget that in the lower realm, their genuine strength also exceeded that of the martial emperors. Regardless of how powerful the Chang'an Emperor was, the likelihood of him facing 2 foes alone was non-existent. A curse upon it. Had they known, they would have dispatched the black-robed man without hesitation. Su Chu stamped his foot in frustration, his face aflame with anger. He felt an overwhelming desire to resurrect that black-robed figure, only to vanquish him once more. Simultaneously, Su Chu felt a twinge of self-reproach. Had he not summoned their leader, perhaps such calamities could have been averted. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Yusu gently sought to reassure the gathering. Dear friends, let us not be hasty. There may still be a glimmer of hope. According to the memories I have accessed, those individuals who descended each have their own missions. I suspect they may not come seeking us, at least not for the time being. Yet, as she concluded, a note of uncertainty crept into her voice. After all, with their leader deceased, no one could predict whether his subordinates would unleash their wrath. Moreover, during her probing of the black-robed man's consciousness, the oppressive cold snort she had encountered left her with a disquieting sensation. She could not shake the feeling that she was now being scrutinized by the master of that chilling sound. Upon hearing the myriad voices of the crowd, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Alas, just as one wave recedes, another rises. The emergence of a dozen extreme pinnacle emperors. This indeed poses quite a challenge. Lu Yuan let out a faint sigh. With the announcement of this news, the joy of anticipated victory in his heart was significantly dulled. It even became somewhat urgent. After all, several nuclear-level entities could descend upon him at any moment. To claim he wasn't anxious would be a blatant falsehood. Fortune value. Fortune value. Indeed, it all boils down to fortune value. It appears that he must acquire a greater amount of fortune value and engage in several more Imperial-level lotteries. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, his own safety would be at stake. Lu Yuan could not help but clench his fists. As long as he possessed sufficient fortune value to summon a few formidable emperor-level beings, he would no longer fear the malevolent spirits and demons. It seems that Zhou Linglong cannot be spared. It is time to exchange her for fortune value. A growing resolve began to take root within Lu Yuan. Initially, he had entertained the notion of keeping Zhou Linglong around to subject her to some torment. However, with the current predicament, such thoughts had dissipated. In any case, the fervor within him had nearly extinguished. If she must be eliminated, so be it. For now, the priority is to swiftly amass a substantial fortune value and establish a protective force. That is the crux of the matter. Chapter 155, Another Imperial-level lottery. The movements of the black-robed figures. At this moment, Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with excitement. He had over 10 million fortune points in his account. Just previously, Su Chu had slain that black-robed figure with a single strike, and the system had generously rewarded him with millions of fortune points. Now, these points lay dormant in his account. System, please open the lottery interface. I wish to conduct an Imperial-level draw. Lu Yuan was keen to avoid carrying these fortune points to his grave. Thus, he summoned the system, which promptly revealed the lottery interface. At this juncture, Lu Yuan fervently prayed in his heart, hoping not to draw any legions or Imperial weapons. Although those legions and other rewards were indeed formidable in a one-on-one scenario, the presence of an Emperor-level powerhouse would prove far more advantageous. Beep. Host has selected the Imperial-level lottery. System is drawing. Beep. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive guardian, the supreme Emperor-level powerhouse, Emperor Void. Yes, Lu Yuan exclaimed in delight upon witnessing his reward. Fortunately, he had drawn an Emperor-level guardian. Moreover, it was a being at the pinnacle of Emperor-level strength. Subordinate Void Emperor pays respects to the master. A young man clad in a black robe suddenly materialized before Lu Yuan, bowing respectfully. Void Emperor? Lu Yuan glanced at him and nodded inwardly. Just moments ago, when the Void Emperor had appeared out of thin air, the surrounding void had shown no signs of disturbance. Furthermore, merely gazing upon him now, the Void Emperor seemed to meld seamlessly into the void. This showcased his profound connection with the path of the void. Please, Void Emperor, rise. I shall require your strength henceforth. Lu Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to assist the Void Emperor to his feet. Looking at the Void Emperor before him, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of admiration. This Void Emperor was now the most formidable warrior under his command. I am willing to brave fire and water for my master, without hesitation, the Void Emperor declared solemnly. From the earnestness in his eyes, it was clear that he spoke with absolute sincerity. Good, good, good. Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. With such a powerful ally at his side, his safety would undoubtedly be fortified. Meanwhile, on other continents of this fantastical world, I almost forgot to introduce it. This world comprises a total of 5 continents: East, West, South, North, and Central. Between these 5 continents lies an endless sea, truly a vast and boundless expanse of water. To put things into perspective, a single Great Zhou is equivalent to hundreds of times the area of Blue Star. Meanwhile, a single eastern continent can accommodate tens of thousands of Great Zhou. Furthermore, this endless sea can encompass countless eastern continents, illustrating the sheer magnitude of its vastness and, consequently, the grandeur of this world. Generally, to traverse between the various continents, one must possess the cultivation of a martial emperor, capable of tearing through the fabric of space. Otherwise, even a martial saint would find it impossible to cross the entirety of this endless sea. At this moment, On these 5 continents, and even within the endless sea, individuals clad in black robes were diligently executing their respective missions. Suddenly, at the precise moment when the jade slip in Chang'an City on the eastern continent shattered, these black-robed figures seemed to sense something, collectively coming to a halt. What? The commander has fallen. Is there truly a threat to our leader in this world? One black-robed individual displayed a clear look of astonishment in his eyes. Despite their arrival in this realm, their powers being suppressed to the level of an emperor by the heavenly Tao, they should not be underestimated. Even in some forbidden areas, they could traverse with ease. Not to mention, the celestial artifacts they carried were no trivial matter. Yet, even such formidable beings had now perished in this world, an utterly inconceivable occurrence. At this moment, a black-robed figure in another region paused momentarily before bursting into maniacal laughter. He cackled, "The commander is dead. I now have the opportunity to become the next leader." Naturally, the reactions among the black-robed individuals varied. However, the very next moment, almost simultaneously, their communication jade slips illuminated at once. Initially taken aback, the black-robed figure's eyes then glimmered with fervor. A raspy voice, seemingly traversing the endless void, echoed, "Return to Great Zhou. Kill. Protect. The holy body. Quickly." Although these commands were fragmented and tinged with urgency, the black-robed figures awaited with utmost reverence for the voice to conclude. "Yes, Your Highness." They fervently echoed in unison, demonstrating profound loyalty to the voice emanating from the jade slip. In the next instant, these black-robed individuals were consumed by a frenzy. The order came directly from their prince. This was the highest command. The cloaked figures, regardless of their current tasks, abruptly abandoned their pursuits. In an instant, they tore through the fabric of space before them and stepped forward with great strides. The methods of the emperor are beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Moreover, that mark seems to greatly enhance the spatial traversing abilities of these cloaked figures. Under precise guidance, merely a few breaths later, several of these figures found themselves suddenly on the eastern continent. Observing their surroundings, they once more rent the void ahead. This time, however, their destination was set upon Chang'an. At this moment, Lu Yuan had intended to swiftly deal with Su Linglong. Yet, those guarding him, including Su Chu, suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the void. This is not good. The Void Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. As a powerful emperor, particularly one attuned to the principles of the void, he was acutely sensitive to its fluctuations. Hence, he had already sensed the arrival of the cloaked figures before they reached Chang'an. "Quick! Protect the master. Master, please summon the Qinglian Sword Emperor at once." Upon hearing the Void Emperor's urgent call, Lu Yuan's expression turned grave. He immediately focused inwardly to summon, sending a distress signal to the Qinglian Sword Emperor, Yubei. Fortunately, Yubei had only just departed and had not ventured far from Chang'an. Responding to Lu Yuan's call, he swiftly returned to Lu Yuan's side. Chapter 156, 13 Supreme Emperors, all ready for battle. In an instant, Yubei tore through the fabric of the void and appeared before Lu Yuan. Observing the tense expressions of those around him, his countenance faltered momentarily. Why did the faces of the gathered crowd appear so grim? "Master, you summoned me back. What has transpired?" Yubei, having departed early, remained unaware of the events that had unfolded. However, affected by the palpable atmosphere, his expression swiftly turned solemn. There was no time to waste. The enemy had already arrived. At that moment, no one had the chance to explain to Yubei, for the adversaries had already made their presence known. Hardly had Yubei appeared when the figures of the cloaked figures materialized above Chang'an City. In the vast sky, multiple dark portals erupted forth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. How could they have arrived so swiftly? Lu Yuan's expression darkened. How much time had passed? It was almost as if, in the blink of an eye, these cloaked figures had appeared. Moreover, they had come as a unified force. This undoubtedly shattered Lu Yuan's earlier strategy of defeating them one by one. What Lu Yuan did not realize was that a tracking mark set by a formidable entity was not easily bypassed. This mark, besides pinpointing location, greatly aided these cloaked figures in traversing the void. Otherwise, even if they knew Lu Yuan's whereabouts, they could not have reached him so expeditiously. This is the place. As several cloaked figures emerged from the dark portals, they sniffed the surrounding air, their gazes honing in with precise accuracy on Lu Yuan amidst the crowd. A martial emperor-level cultivator? The cloaked figures paused momentarily upon recognizing Lu Yuan's cultivation level. Was this a jest? They had traveled countless miles to kill merely a martial emperor-level ant? 13 emperors to slay a martial emperor? This martial emperor could die without regret. Upon confirming that Lu Yuan indeed bore the unique mark, a sinister smile spread across the faces of the cloaked figures. Who cares? Since the commander marked this martial emperor ant for death, then let us eliminate this ant. At that moment, Lu Yuan and his companions gazed at the suddenly appearing cloaked figures, their expressions reflecting sheer dread. As anticipated, what emerged were a total of 13 supreme emperors. Moreover, these formidable beings from the upper domain were all at the pinnacle of emperor-level strength. Quick, prepare to face the enemy. With a thunderous roar, Su Chu was the first to react. He swiftly drew his great blade, casting a vigilant gaze towards the multitude of cloaked figures hovering in the sky. Upon hearing his voice, the followers of Lu Yuan also swiftly responded. From the most powerful, the Void Emperor, to the least formidable, the Imperial Dan Lu Luoxian. Each brandished their weapons, readying themselves for battle. Naturally, besides these formidable emperors under Lu Yuan's command, the various legions also assembled at this moment. 300 shadow guards. Under the organization of Mo, they melded into the surrounding darkness, poised to strike. The 18 riders of Yen Yun, led by Luo Yi, they formed a small battle formation, ready to erupt at any moment. 3,000 tiger and leopard riders. Under the command of Chao Chun, they stood fierce and solemn, akin to wolves and tigers. 30,000 mysterious armored troops. Under the leadership of Zhong Shigui, their blades were sharpened, prepared for action. 100,000 dragon riders. Under the command of Yuan Zhuozong, they arrayed themselves, bracing for confrontation. At this juncture, all the Imperial-level combatants at Lu Yuan's disposal had gathered. Meanwhile, the cloaked figures above, upon witnessing the neatly assembled legions below, radiated a chilling disdain. Ants. A cold whisper reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Clearly, these cloaked figures held the warriors under Lu Yuan in utter contempt. Despite the imposing aura of the dragon riders and their counterparts, in the eyes of these cloaked beings, they remained mere entities that could be extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. This was simply the confidence they derived from their origins in the upper domain. Since these ants dared to obstruct their path, they would annihilate them all. Nevertheless, the cloaked figures did not forget the earlier commanding voice's orders to seek out the possessor of the sacred body and ensure their protection. Thus, one of the 13 cloaked figures immediately detached from the group to fulfill the task of seeking. The remaining 12 Imperial-level experts stayed behind, their cold gazes fixated accurately upon Lu Yuan. Their mission was to eliminate this ant with the cultivation of a martial emperor. Even from such a distance, Lu Yuan felt an icy chill akin to the depths of the netherworld sweep over him as the gaze of the cloaked figures passed over him. Fortunately, one of their number had departed. Upon witnessing the withdrawal of a cloaked figure, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although they were unaware of the reason for the departure, the diminished threat from one less Imperial-level expert increased their odds of survival. Yet, a glint of brilliance flickered in Yu Su's eyes. Mo, have you concealed that great Zhou Empress well? Yu Su directly inquired of Mo through thought. Yes, it is hidden well. At that moment, Mo suddenly paused. What do you mean? Mo looked curiously at Yu Su, with an almost imperceptible nod, cautiously remarked. I suspect that the majority of those 13 great emperors have come primarily for the purpose of seeking out the Empress of the Great Zhou. The cloaked figure who just departed is likely on a mission to locate Zhou Linglong. Once they manage to find her, they will undoubtedly join the fray, and we shall face yet another adversary. Yu Su spoke with palpable concern. Beside her, Mo also nodded gravely, his expression mirroring her apprehension. With one more opponent, they already felt overwhelmed. Should the black-cloaked figure return from their search, surrender would become their only option. In their uncertainty, both Yu Su and Mo conveyed their findings to Lu Yuan. Simultaneously, Mo disclosed the location where Zhou Linglong was concealed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a flicker of urgency within him. He realized he must locate Zhou Linglong before the black-cloaked figure returned. Otherwise, once that individual was free to act, the situation would become even more dire. Lu Yuan reflected silently. This time, There were a total of 13 formidable great emperors on the opposing side, while his own forces amounted to merely 11. He understood the necessity of creating a strategic advantage in time. Chapter 157. The Battle of 20 Emperors. Li Sandao's resolution. Moreover, eliminating Zhou Linglong would grant him a substantial fortune in luck value. At that moment, he could partake in another Imperial-level lottery. Lu Yuan lowered his head, and a sudden shift flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, he became resolute. If he were to locate Zhou Linglong in advance and dispose of her, he could swiftly engage in an Imperial-level lottery. Thus, his fortunes would surely transform from dire to prosperous. Ingmo, can you swiftly teleport and directly eliminate Zhou Linglong using your shadow arts? Lu Yuan looked at Ingmo with eager anticipation. Ingmo possessed the remarkable ability to traverse shadows. Now, would it not be possible to directly transport her and slay Zhou Linglong? Master, do you wish for me to kill Zhou Linglong directly? It is feasible. However, just as Ingmo was about to respond, a sudden movement from the group of cloaked figures interrupted. Kill. A chilling command erupted from the mouths of the black-cloaked individuals. The ground shook violently. 12 formidable emperors unleashed an awe-inspiring momentum. In an instant, a tempest raged, dark clouds gathered, and the sky dimmed ominously. 12 destructive forces howled forth. The combined might of these emperors surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the world. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated from within the city of Chang'an. Beneath their feet, a ferocious shockwave surged, obliterating the entirety of Chang'an. Countless buildings collapsed. The mere release of their overwhelming presence caused ordinary civilians hiding within their homes to disintegrate into a mist of blood. It can only be said that the might of an emperor is truly terrifying. As they witnessed the 12 emperors charging forth, Su Chu and the others were equally determined. Protect the master's safety. Brothers, charge. The 6 emperors under Lu Yuan's command erupted with astonishing power. They each confronted a black-cloaked figure. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guards, Dragon Riders, Yin Yun 18 Riders, Tiger and Leopard Riders, and the Xuanjiao army summoned their respective legion spirits. Ingmo, Yuan Zhuazong, Luo Yi, Chao Chun, and Zhong Shigui each led their legions, manifesting tangible battle spirits to confront the remaining 5 black-cloaked figures. Yet, despite their efforts, one black-cloaked figure remained. What to do about the last one? It was evident that the master could not contend with it. The assembly of emperors recognized this predicament. To pit a martial sovereign against an emperor? Alas, their master would indeed meet his demise. Now, beside the sovereign, there remains only Li Sandao. Yet, Li Sandao is merely a martial sage. All the formidable warriors under Lu Yuan's command have been dispatched to engage in battle. Though there is still Li Sandao, a solitary martial sage stands little chance against the might of an emperor-level adversary. How infuriating! If only I had the time of half an incense stick, I could resolve our enemies. At that moment, the most powerful of Lu Yuan's subordinates, the Void Emperor, smote his palms in frustration. Despite the strength of the enemy, under his full-on assault, the opposing emperor would not withstand for long. At most, half an incense stick. After all, with time not in our favor, space reigns supreme. Even among the pinnacle of emperor-level beings, he, the Void Emperor, belongs to the undeniably powerful echelon. However, clearly, at this juncture, there is not even half a breath to spare. Just then, the contemplative Li Sandao abruptly opened his eyes. My lord, you must first deal with Zhou Linglong. Allow me to hold off this emperor-level foe. Li Sandao's face bore a resolute expression as he slowly unsheathed his ancient long blade. Li Sandao, you. Upon witnessing Li Sandao unwaveringly stand before him, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He understood all too well that sending a mere martial sage to obstruct an emperor was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Yet, he too desired to grasp at a sliver of hope before his demise. In response, Lu Yuan clenched his teeth. He recognized the urgency of the situation. There was no time to lose. This was Li Sandao sacrificing his own life to buy him time. Very well, Li Sandao, wait for me. Do not engage recklessly. Just give me a few breaths. I will surely return with aid. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Withing Mo also engaged. He was left with no choice but to confront Zhou Linglong himself. Once he vanquished the Empress Zhou Linglong, he would acquire a substantial amount of fortune. With that fortune, He could summon another being of emperor-level prowess or one comparable in strength. Lu Yuan cast a deep glance at Li Sandao's broad back, and then, based on the information Ing Mo had relayed, he dashed towards a certain location within Chang'an City. Li Sandao, I shall lend you my strength. Not far away, the Void Emperor, upon witnessing this, let out a mighty roar, summoning a dense spatial confinement to ensnare the cloaked figure. Without further ado, let us first apply a debuff before the skirmish. Meanwhile, those around also sprang into action. Li Sandao, we too shall lend you our strength. Soul devouring from the netherworld. Descent of the azure clouds. Before long, under the collective efforts of the crowd, the aura of the figure in the black robe diminished significantly. Yet, despite this, the energy emanating from him still suggested a peak half-emperor level of power. Li Sandao, we can assist you no further, the others proclaimed, exerting their utmost to restrain the black-robed man. However, this exertion simultaneously increased the burden they faced from their respective adversaries. Thank you all, Li Sandao murmured quietly. He then proceeded to open his spatial ring, revealing an array of potent elixirs distributed earlier by Lu Yuan, designed to forcibly enhance one's cultivation. Without a hint of emotion, Li Sandao frantically shoved the pills into his mouth. Sandao, Lu Yuan observed nearby, his eyes filled with anguish. Such a reckless consumption would undoubtedly lead to dire repercussions, even if Li Sandao survived this battle. Let us fight. The powerful figures on both sides immediately engaged in combat. As both Lu Yuan's faction and the black-robed individuals sought to swiftly vanquish their opponents, the ensuing conflict became extraordinarily intense, with the surrounding space within a million-mile radius shattering and echoing with violent roars. Enormous rifts in the void even engulfed the entirety of Chang'an City. In truth, it was not just Chang'an City that faced obliteration. The entire region encompassing a million miles around Chang'an had been entirely consumed by the void. As for the soldiers and civilians within Chang'an, their plight was even more tragic. Not to mention whether these weaklings could withstand the deadly chaos of the void. The sheer residual force unleashed from the clash of nearly 20 Emperor-level warriors had already ravaged Chang'an City multiple times over. Once a thriving metropolis, Chang'an now lay in utter ruins. Chapter 158. Zhou Linglong, your time has come. At this moment, Lu Yuan, with a face full of urgency, swiftly navigated through the ravaged city of Chang'an. Were it not for the protection of several celestial artifacts he bore, he might have been reduced to a mere mist of blood by the aftermath of the fierce battles raging around him. Hurry, hurry, hurry. As Lu Yuan darted through the streets of Chang'an, his expression became increasingly fierce and desperate. Just moments ago, he had cast a glance back and witnessed Li Sandao being violently sent flying by the cloaked figure opposite him. Li Sandao coughed up 3 bowls of blood and nearly became embedded in the ground. Yet, despite being grievously wounded by that single strike, Li Sandao staggered to his feet, charging once more at the black-cloaked figure. Seeking death. Infuriated by the audacity of the insignificant insect that had not been repelled by his blow, the cloaked man unleashed an even more ruthless attack. Li Sandao's reckless act of defiance successfully bought Lu Yuan a fleeting moment. This is the place. With his cultivation at the martial emperor level fully unleashed and aided by several Imperial-grade celestial artifacts, Lu Yuan swiftly arrived at the location where Zhou Linglong was being held. He anxiously scanned his surroundings. Fortunately, the black-cloaked figure searching for Zhou Linglong had yet to discover this spot. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Yuan's lips. He had anticipated this moment and utilized an acquired auxiliary celestial artifact to mask his aura. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have fallen under the watchful gaze of the previous Imperial-level expert. The place where Zhou Linglong was confined was once a camp of the Great Zhou's Imperial army. Perhaps due to the military architecture, these barracks remained largely unscathed despite the violent aftermath of the Emperor's battle. Creak. As Lu Yuan opened the prison door, his face darkened as he stepped inside. In the darkness, upon seeing someone enter, Zhou Linglong abruptly opened her brilliant eyes, which sparkled like stars. However, upon recognizing her visitor, a profound hatred ignited within her gaze. Lu Yuan, how dare you come for me? I could not wish for anything more than to see you dead. Even bound by iron chains in place, Zhou Linglong raged at Lu Yuan, her body thrashing violently as if she sought to lunge at him. The fierce visage she bore was a stark contrast to her former regal image as the Empress. She now resembled a vengeful spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. Witnessing Zhou Linglong in such a frenzied state brought a gleeful smile to Lu Yuan's face. Observing her torment, like a madwoman, finally dispelled the last remnants of displeasure within his heart. My esteemed Empress, we meet again. Lu Yuan grinned menacingly and continued. However, I find myself devoid of time to converse with you now. I have come here to escort you on your final journey. At this moment, Lu Yuan had no leisure to continue mocking Zhou Linglong. Each moment he lingered would only heighten the peril outside, where Li Sandao awaited. Thus, Lu Yuan swiftly drew an imperial sword, a glimmer of murderous intent etched upon his face, as he advanced towards Zhou Linglong with haste. Are you truly serious? Upon witnessing the unfeigned malice in Lu Yuan's expression, Zhou Linglong's composure began to falter. Previously, she might have embraced death with a sense of noble resignation, wishing for a swift demise. Yet now, the flames of vengeance that burned within her were ignited anew. She did not wish to perish. She yearned to live, to exact her revenge upon Lu Yuan. Zhou Linglong, it is time for your demise, Lu Yuan declared coldly, raising his blade menacingly towards her. Yet, in a barely perceptible tremor, his hand quivered slightly. Despite his familiarity with the carnage of countless battles, the prospect of taking a life with his own hands filled him with an inexplicable trepidation. After all, this was his first time. No, Lu Yuan, I am your woman now. How can you kill me like this? I can crown you as emperor. Let us govern the great Zhou together. Zhou Linglong's expression shifted rapidly, and she pleaded earnestly with Lu Yuan. Her pitiable demeanor could have swayed a person of weaker resolve to acquiesce on the spot. However, beneath her outward facade, Zhou Linglong's heart was already steeped in animosity towards Lu Yuan. To plead for mercy from the very enemy who threatened her life was, for her, a torment greater than death itself. Yet, she found herself bereft of options. For the sake of her future vengeance, she could endure this humiliation. What Zhou Linglong never anticipated was that, despite her desperate pleas, Lu Yuan continued to approach her with an unwavering coldness, his blade still raised high. At last, her countenance changed dramatically. It became apparent that Lu Yuan was indeed intent on ending her life. Lu Yuan, you are a regicide. You shall meet a wretched fate. Even if you conquer the realm, your name will forever be tarnished, and all will rise against you. You, a cruel and tyrannical man, shall surely face divine retribution. Zhou Linglong's pleas morphed into curses, her exquisitely beautiful face contorted with venomous fury. Her homeland lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and despair. Had she truly been reduced to this? Could this beast possess no shred of compassion? As the saying goes, in the face of dire circumstances, one's potential knows no bounds. Moreover, Zhou Linglong, as the embodiment of the Saint Emperor, possesses boundless potential. With a resounding boom, she is enveloped in a profound determination to defy death. In the face of life-threatening peril, all of her latent power surges forth. With a resounding crash, she momentarily breaks free from the restraints of the ethereal bracelet binding her. Alas, the ethereal bracelet is a divine artifact, and after enduring considerable torment, Zhou Linglong's strength has waned significantly. In a brilliant display, the ethereal bracelet unleashes an even more resplendent radiance. Ultimately, Zhou Linglong cannot escape the binding of the bracelet. Nevertheless, a faint aura of the Saint Emperor's essence escapes into the air. Though merely a wisp, this essence is swiftly detected by the cloaked figure in pursuit of her. What? Over there. The cloaked figure's gaze sharpens with electric intensity, instantly pinpointing Zhou Linglong's location. In an almost instantaneous movement, the figure materializes within the confines of the dungeon. However, upon arrival, the cloaked figure is met with a sight that ignites fury within him. There stands Lu Yuan, wielding a blade entwined with radiant light, raised high, aimed directly at the very individual the prince has expressly ordered to protect, the possessor of the saint body. Chapter 159, The Fall of Zhou Linglong. 20 million fortune points. Stop this at once, you wretch. The figure in the black robe was evidently agitated. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a furious strike towards Lu Yuan. A terrifying aura, imbued with the essence of destruction, surged forth like a spectral whip, directly assailing Lu Yuan. Though the black-robed figure reacted with remarkable swiftness, it was already too late. In that moment, a chilling glint sparkled in Lu Yuan's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his long blade down upon Zhou Linglong's delicate neck. Swish! In an instant, a flash of cold light darted forth. Even though Zhou Linglong possessed the formidable physique of a holy emperor, she could not withstand the sharpness of this celestial-grade weapon. It sliced through her neck with the ease of cutting through tofu, gliding smoothly as if through silk. Thud! The next second, her head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. On Zhou Linglong's face lingered a trace of unwillingness, a flicker of rage, and a shadow of fear. All these complex emotions were frozen upon her visage in that singular moment. Perhaps she could never have imagined that Lu Yuan would so resolutely bring about her demise. On the ground, the crimson blood appeared exceptionally vibrant. The beauty's lifeless form created a stark contrast. Thus, the once mighty Empress Zhou Linglong met her tragic end. No, the black-robed figure stared in disbelief at the decapitated body, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His expression was one of utter terror. She was dead. The target designated for his protection by His Highness had just perished before his very eyes. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated as the black-robed figure's attack reached its zenith. Struck by the furious blow of a peak emperor-level powerhouse, Lu Yuan was instantly sent flying. Just as it seemed he would be reduced to mere scraps, a radiant light flashed. It was a defensive celestial-grade treasure that activated instinctively to shield Lu Yuan. Crack, crack, crack. Yet, a mournful cry echoed as this defensive treasure barely held for a fleeting second before shattering completely. After all, it was the wrathful strike of a peak emperor-level expert. Ordinary celestial-grade treasures could scarcely endure such force. The spectral energy whip, however, surged forth undiminished, continuing its assault on Lu Yuan. Then, another flash of brilliance appeared. It was the emperor-grade armor, the golden silkworm spirit silk armor, which Lu Yuan had previously obtained. Although this armor was merely of emperor grade, it was crafted by the system. Thus, it managed to buy Lu Yuan a precious millisecond. After that millisecond, the glow of the golden silkworm spirit silk armor dimmed, before being obliterated by the immense energy, reduced to mere fragments. It had utterly lost its efficacy. Of course, the two successive defensive treasures had successfully afforded Lu Yuan a fleeting moment of reaction time. Come out. With a fierce roar, Lu Yuan forcefully summoned several celestial treasures. Yet, with his emperor-level cultivation, it was exceedingly strenuous to activate these divine artifacts. In fact, he could barely unleash even a fraction of their power. The result was boom, boom, boom. All the treasures before Lu Yuan erupted in a cacophony of destruction. However, the obliteration of these celestial artifacts significantly diminished the terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Ultimately, the residual force of the attack fell entirely upon Lu Yuan. Blood gushed forth as Lu Yuan was violently hurled backward, crashing through hundreds of houses in his wake. At this critical moment, the primal power of Lu Yuan's great desolation sacred body surged forth. An aura of desolation enveloped him, barely shielding his vital organs. This fortuitously prevented him from being annihilated by the aftershocks. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yuan began to cough violently, evidently sustaining considerable injuries. Yet, a smile crept across his lips. Had it finally come to an end? Haraha! I have prevailed. Although I sacrificed several celestial treasures, I successfully survived the onslaught of a mighty emperor. It is essential to note that this was an enraged strike from a peak emperor. While he was merely a humble martial emperor, it was akin to a child being repeatedly crushed by a massive truck, only to rise again. Truly miraculous. At this moment, Lu Yuan could no longer concern himself with his injuries. For at this instant, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a peak emperor, earning 10 million luck points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the sovereign of the great Zhou dynasty. Reward, 10 million luck points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the system's final upgrade mission, the complete annihilation of the Great Zhou dynasty. The host must conquer and occupy the entirety of Great Zhou's territory, ensuring all lands fall under the host's dominion. Upon completing the mission, the host will receive an abundance of luck points and the opportunity to upgrade the system. A series of notifications resonated within Lu Yuan's mind. By the heavens! a staggering 20 million luck points. He hardly paid attention to the latter messages from the system. His focus was entirely consumed by the first two announcements. A full 20 million luck points. This signified he could partake in 2 Imperial-level draws. System, open the lottery interface for me. What have I risked my life for, if not for this ultimate Imperial draw? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan activated the system's lottery interface. And at that moment, yet the figure cloaked in black did not pursue Lu Yuan further. Instead, he stood frozen in place, his eyes betraying a palpable sense of despair and panic. It was over. Everything was utterly lost. The very person His Highness had vowed to protect was now brutally slain before his very eyes. Should His Highness learn of this tragedy, death itself would appear a fortunate fate for him. Cursed wretch, it is you who has thwarted my noble intentions. The black-cloaked man stiffly turned his head, fixing a fierce glare upon Lu Yuan, his gaze suddenly ablaze with a chilling malice. It was this wretched creature who had obliterated his charge right before him. Such an affront was an unbearable humiliation. He did not merely wish to kill him. He desired to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Just as the black-cloaked man prepared to unleash his wrath upon Lu Yuan and crush him utterly, he abruptly paused. A flicker of unexpected joy illuminated his countenance. Who would have thought that this wretched being possessed the sacred body of the great wilderness? Excellent. With this sacred body in my grasp, I can finally fulfill my obligations. The black-cloaked man laughed heartily, his voice echoing into the heavens. Truly, there is no path that remains closed forever. Initially fearing for his life, he now found himself in the presence of another possessor of the sacred body of the great wilderness. It is worth noting that even in the upper domain, those who bear a sacred body are exceedingly rare. If he could bring this sacred body back to His Highness, perhaps he could redeem himself for his sins. Chapter 160. The two empresses take action. The cultivators of the upper realm are worth their weight in gold. At this moment, the figure cloaked in black harbored a tumultuous mix of love and hatred for Lu Yuan. However, the tides of fate had shifted. The black-robed individual could not simply extinguish Lu Yuan's life. With this thought in mind, the once menacing aura of his ethereal hand softened, transforming from a lethal strike into an attempt to capture Lu Yuan alive. Come here, the black-robed figure exclaimed. To him, Lu Yuan was merely a trivial opponent of the martial emperor level. He believed that with just a slight exertion of effort, Lu Yuan would be easily subdued. The black-robed figure was confident in his success. Yet, if history taught us anything, it was that expectations often lead to unforeseen calamities. After all, between ideals and reality, an indelible chasm always exists. At this moment, as the black-robed figure's ethereal claws loomed over him, Lu Yuan displayed no signs of the panic one might expect. In fact, a hint of a cryptic smile graced his lips, and his gaze towards the black-robed figure was laced with mockery. Witnessing this, an ominous sensation stirred within the heart of the black-robed man. The fact that Lu Yuan could still laugh in such dire circumstances suggested that a turn of events was imminent. Indeed, just as the massive hand was about to grasp Lu Yuan, an overwhelming presence erupted from behind him, bearing down upon the black-robed figure. Alarmed, the expression on the black-robed man's face shifted dramatically as he turned to behold the source of this formidable aura. It was unmistakably emanating from behind Lu Yuan. "Those who dare oppose my master shall perish," came a commanding voice. Suddenly, a figure, as pure and resplendent as an ice-clear lotus, soared forth from behind Lu Yuan. An icy chill accompanied her arrival, sending waves of shock through the black-robed figure. He realized that the aura of this stunning woman was no less potent than his own. "Be cautious, the Ice Peak Empress," Lu Yuan thought to himself, taking a subtle step back as he addressed the newly emerged Empress. Indeed, this breathtakingly powerful Empress was none other than the Ice Peak Empress, a reward summoned through Lu Yuan's recent Imperial-level lottery, a pinnacle martial emperor and master of the ice laws. In the spirit of preemption, the sudden appearance of the Ice Peak Empress caught the black-robed figure completely off guard, forcing him into a hasty defense. Under the onslaught of her extreme cold, he found himself being relentlessly pressed down by the Ice Peak Empress. As the shockwaves from the battle between the two empresses rippled through the air, Lu Yuan quickly retreated to a safe distance, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he could not help but smirk, for the encounter was far from over. Having engaged in a singular Imperial-level lottery, I now find myself with yet another opportunity to partake in such a drawing. System, grant me another Imperial-level lottery. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply and reopened the lottery interface of the system. He then decisively selected the Imperial-level draw. Ding. The host has chosen the Imperial-level lottery. The system is drawing. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive guardian, the supreme powerhouse, the Empress of Red Flame. A radiant gleam of surprise erupted in Lu Yuan's eyes. Huh. Another formidable emperor has joined my ranks. Your servant, Red Flame, greets my lord. At that moment, an enchanting lady clad in flowing robes, her figure as graceful as a swan, materialized before him. She then bowed deeply to Lu Yuan, her previously authoritative demeanor now radiating respect. Lu Yuan perused the fundamental information regarding the Empress of Red Flame. Not bad, she is C. Ah no. The Empress of Red Flame possesses attributes that are in stark contrast to those of the recently drawn Empress of Ice Peak. She is a master of the Crimson Lotus Flame. Both are at the pinnacle of imperial strength, their powers remarkably similar. At this juncture, Lu Yuan cast a discreet glance at Red Flame, his throat involuntarily constricting. Indeed, she is C. But considering the current circumstances, Lu Yuan promptly adopted a serious tone. Please rise, Red Flame. There is no need for such formalities. The Empress of Ice Peak is currently engaged with the enemy. You should hasten to assist her. With little time for further discourse, he hurriedly addressed the Empress of Red Flame. There will be ample opportunities for deeper conversations in the future, but this is clearly not the moment. Upon hearing his words, the Empress of Red Flame lifted her elegant neck, her authoritative gaze sweeping over the battlefield. Your servant shall obey your command. As she spoke, the Empress of Red Flame surged towards the battlefield with lightning speed. Once she entered the fray, it was as if she had transformed into an entirely different individual, her earlier tranquility vanishing entirely. Kill. A slight smile graced the corners of the Empress of Red Flame's lips, her eyes brimming with fervent combat desire. Wild. Fiery. The moment she made her move, she unleashed a deadly strike aimed directly at the cloaked figure. The black-robed man had already struggled against one Empress of Ice Peak. Now, with the addition of the Empress of Red Flame, his plight had become utterly unbearable. In mere moments, the black-robed figure found himself grievously injured, caught between the assault of the two powerful women. How could this be? How could this be? Terror filled the eyes of the black-robed man. Just moments ago, the sudden appearance of a powerhouse of comparable strength had left him in shock. Now another had emerged. More significantly, both of these formidable individuals were not a whit weaker than he. Even so, he was slightly superior. It is important to note that his previous cultivation was extraordinary, far beyond merely that of an emperor. As he realized that his two fists could not contend with four hands, the figure cloaked in black let out a furious roar, intending to employ a secret technique to escape the fray. However, at the very moment the black-clad individual prepared to unleash this technique, the Ice Peak Empress and the Crimson Flame Empress exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. In an instant, they vanished from sight, reappearing right before him. Subsequently, both ladies issued a fierce cry, combining their strength to strike directly at the chest of the black-robed figure. Startled, he quickly summoned a celestial-grade artifact to defend himself. Yet, a single individual could not possibly withstand the combined might of two formidable empresses. With a resounding crash and the sound of shattering artifacts, blood erupted forth as a massive hole was forcefully created in the chest of the black-robed man. He gazed in disbelief at his own injury. How powerful! The joint strike of these two empresses seemed to possess more than double the might. In the next moment, the black-robed figure fell, lifeless on the spot. Witnessing this scene, a surge of ecstatic joy manifested in Lu Yuan's eyes. Victory at last. Truly, the collaboration of these two peak-level empresses was extraordinary, effortlessly dispatching the black-robed foe with a single coordinated strike. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a peak-level martial emperor. Reward of 10 million fortune points granted. Upon seeing the substantial fortune points awarded, Lu Yuan was overwhelmed with delight. Another 10 million fortune points added to his account. Indeed, those black-clad individuals from the upper realm were immensely valuable. Chapter 161. The Transformation of Circumstances. The Formidable Illusory Sovereign. At this moment, Having dealt with the dark-cloaked figure, the two empresses swiftly returned to Lu Yuan's side. As soon as the Scarlet Flame Empress reached him, her earlier volatile demeanor transformed into one of serene tranquility, as if she had never just dismantled the skull. Meanwhile, the Ice Peak Empress maintained her aloof and frigid demeanor, exuding an air of nobility, elegance, and authority that was utterly captivating. It was only in Lu Yuan's presence that she occasionally graced him with a gentle smile. "Master, we have just seized this spoils of war from our adversaries for you." The Scarlet Flame Empress reverently presented Lu Yuan with a spatial ring, her voice imbued with softness. "Thank you for your efforts." Lu Yuan gratefully accepted the ring and nodded appreciatively at the two empresses. Indeed, the empresses were considerate, even tidying up the battlefield on his behalf. At that moment, Lu Yuan gazed at the two exceptional women beside him, a surge of emotion swelling within him. Both empresses possessed breathtaking beauty and remarkable talents, each excelling in her own right. They were not only capable, but also strikingly alluring. How could Lu Yuan not feel elated? However, as thoughts of Li Sandao's predicament crossed his mind, the smile on his face gradually faded. This was not the time for such reflections. Li Sandao had risked his life to protect him, and his fate remained uncertain. Moreover, he was unaware of the situation regarding his other powerful subordinates. The illusory sovereign and Qin Yuan were manageable, but for the Dragon Rider Corps and the Xuanjiao army, the circumstances were quite dire. After all, their primary focus lay on the large battlefield rather than engaging in one-on-one combat against these formidable emperors. Scarlet Flame, Ice Peak. There are still over a dozen powerful foes entangled with our allies in the skies. You must quickly lend them your support. Lu Yuan urged the two empresses with urgency. The balance of power was tipped against them, with one less emperor on their side. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would become. "Yes, master." The two empresses responded in unison, their expressions grave. In truth, they had already been aware of the fierce battles among over 20 emperors in the sky. However, since Lu Yuan had not given the command earlier, they had refrained from acting on their own initiative. Exchanging a glance, the two empresses nodded at each other, and in an instant, they soared upward, radiating powerful auras that pierced the heavens. Due to the overwhelming aftermath of the previous battles among the numerous emperors, the surrounding space in Chang'an had been utterly shattered. Consequently, everyone found themselves adrift in the void. At that moment, amidst the pitch-black expanse of nothingness, the combatants became aware of the arrival of the Scarlet Flame and Ice Peak Empresses. After all, the brilliance of their emperor-level auras was simply too striking. "Wonderful. Our master's reinforcements have arrived." The individuals under Lu Yuan's command, upon witnessing the unfolding events, displayed unmistakable expressions of joy, particularly Yuan Zhuozong and Zhong Shige, whose faces were further illuminated by a sense of relief. Their plight had been excruciating, even though they had coalesced their military spirit. It merely afforded them the means to withstand the might of those formidable emperors. Each time the dark-clad adversaries unleashed their assaults, the casualties among their ranks were grievous. Yet they found themselves utterly incapable of inflicting any damage in return. This stark contrast in fortunes made their eventual defeat seem inevitable. However, in stark contrast to the jubilation of Lu Yuan's forces, the black-robed figures were visibly dismayed by the arrival of two additional emperor-level combatants. In battles of such magnitude, the presence of two more emperors could decisively alter the course of the conflict. "Asan, act swiftly and eliminate this opponent before us," commanded one of the black-robed figures through gritted teeth as they surveyed the situation. With the emergence of two more emperor-level fighters on the opposing side, the tables had turned dramatically, rendering them one individual short and at a distinct disadvantage. They had already been struggling to leverage their numerical superiority, and now, with the enemy reinforcements, their prospects of continuing the fight appeared bleak. At this moment, the two black-robed figures were pitted against the most formidable warrior under Lu Yuan's command, the Void Emperor. As the apex fighter among Lu Yuan's ranks, the Void Emperor's prowess astonished all. His mastery of spatial techniques reached an unparalleled zenith, to the extent that the dark-clad adversary he faced was nearly vanquished by his elusive and deadly maneuvers. Had the black-robed figure not sought assistance to pursue Lu Yuan, it is conceivable that he might have already met his demise. Indeed, Asan's timely return facilitated Lu Yuan's safe escape, elucidating why Lu Yuan could elude a powerful emperor's relentless pursuit. After all, Could one merely a martial emperor hope to evade the clutches of an emperor-level foe? Oh, has the reinforcement from our lord arrived? At this juncture, the Void Emperor, despite facing two adversaries, bore the marks of brutal injuries. It must be noted that these black-robed individuals were no mere lackeys. Their actual cultivation had surpassed that of emperors by unfathomable margins. Even though the Void Emperor was immensely powerful, he remained but one man. The mere fact that he had not succumbed to death was a testament to his strength. Yet, just as he believed aid had arrived and was about to exhale a sigh of relief, he suddenly sensed that the black-robed figure he was engaged with had intensified their offensive. Their attacks were no longer tentative. They were now imbued with a fierce determination, willing to risk their own injury in an attempt to bring him down. In that instant, the Void Emperor comprehended the intentions of the two black-robed figures. Thus, he certainly would not foolishly continue to clash head-on with the two figures in black robes. Instead, he retreated towards the two empresses, Huang and Bing Feng, engaging in battle while withdrawing. In that moment of dire urgency, at last, the two great empresses arrived at the side of the virtual emperor. With a mere gesture, they unleashed two formidable streams of spiritual energy toward the approaching black-robed assailants. Infuriatingly, witnessing their lost advantage, the two figures in black cursed under their breath and hurriedly attempted to thwart the Empress's assault. However, the two Empresses offered no opportunity for the black-robed individuals to respond. After casting their spiritual energy strikes, they soared directly toward the black-robed figures to engage in combat. Reluctantly, the two figures in black had no choice but to shift their focus and confront the Empresses. Boom. Yet, as soon as they clashed, the black-robed figures were overwhelmed by an immense pressure, their expressions shifting in alarm. They could sense that the strength of the two empresses was not in the slightest inferior to that of the virtual emperor and perhaps even surpassed it. Chapter 162. Has Li Sandao perished? The miraculous elixir. In the mere moments of their confrontation, the two cloaked figures were instantly propelled backward, retreating several kilometers before they could mitigate the force of the blow. How utterly foolish. The Red Flame Empress disdainfully gestured a thumbs down to her adversaries, her face alight with arrogance. She had anticipated a formidable opponent, only to discover their true inadequacy. Her excitement had been in vain. She had hoped for a thrilling battle. Yet here she was, stifled by the need to appear refined before her superior. Beside her, the Ice Peak Empress maintained her expressionless demeanor, yet the fervor of battle emanating from her was no less than that of the Red Flame Empress. After their recent exchange, both sovereigns felt a surge of confidence. Victory was nearly assured. In stark contrast to the ease exhibited by the two empresses, the cloaked figures bore expressions of dismay. How can it be? How could such monstrous power exist in the lower realms? They silently screamed in disbelief. Indeed, to them, the individuals under Lu Yuan's command were nothing short of aberrations. They were, after all, formidable beings from the upper domain. Although they were currently constrained to the apex of emperor-level cultivation, their true combat prowess far exceeded that. Yet, even so, they found themselves being suppressed by these so-called natives. What kind of monstrosities were these? It was utterly unfathomable. It seemed that those they faced had descended from the upper domain, while they appeared to be the weak, local inhabitants. Meanwhile, the virtual emperor, having temporarily withdrawn, hastily consumed several healing elixirs to stabilize his injuries. He exhaled softly, relieved. Fortunately, if not for the timely arrival of his superior's formidable subordinates, he might never have seen his master again. At that moment, the virtual emperor noticed Lu Yuan's arrival. With a swift motion, he positioned himself beside Lu Yuan. "My lord." The virtual emperor's pallor was evident, his body trembling slightly, yet he respectfully bowed before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan quickly assisted him to his feet. "Virtual, you have performed admirably this time. Your efforts are commendable. But where is Li Sandao? I do not see him." Lu Yuan initially smiled with satisfaction, but then began to scan the surroundings, perplexed by the absence of Li Sandao. Sighing deeply, the virtual emperor lowered his head in silence. Witnessing the virtual emperor's demeanor, a sense of foreboding gripped Lu Yuan's heart. Where was Li Sandao? What had become of him? Could it be? Lu Yuan's eyes reddened, and his voice immediately turned low and hoarse. The Void Emperor offered a bitter smile, his expression somewhat dim. Subsequently, he refrained from further words and directly led Lu Yuan to the front of a desolate ruin. At this moment, the Void Emperor slowly began to speak. "My lord, The battle was fierce earlier, and I could not attend to Li Sandao. I only saw him fall to this place, never to rise again. As the Void Emperor spoke, he gently waved his hands. With the enhancement of void power, the surrounding debris of the ruins vanished in an instant. Beneath the pile of rubble, a broken body suddenly emerged. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's heart tightened, for he immediately recognized the familiar figure. Indeed, it was Li Sandao. At this moment, Li Sandao lay there silently, his eyes tightly shut, his body shattered and motionless. Yet, his pale fingers still gripped the long knife firmly. It was evident that he had not given up the fight until the very end. Lu Yuan's eyes turned red, and his heart trembled with immense emotion. This state. Could it be that Li Sandao was truly dead? How could Li Sandao have ended up like this? Lu Yuan stood in a daze, his voice hoarse. My lord. Hearing Lu Yuan's inquiry, the Void Emperor shook his head and forced a smile. For a martial saint to withstand an emperor, it is already fortunate to have a complete corpse. My lord, it appears that Li Sandao is beyond saving. It would be prudent to leave him to the Chang'an emperor, who excels in the art of crafting sword servants. Let him refine Li Sandao's remains into a sword servant, allowing him to continue guarding your side. Li Sandao. You humans are quite amusing. At this moment, perhaps stimulated by the Void Emperor's words, Lu Yuan's keen eyes suddenly noticed Li Sandao's fingers twitching. He moved. Quick! Li Sandao is not dead yet. Lu Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly exclaimed, I have an elixir here. Quickly give it to him. Lu Yuan swiftly retrieved an immortal-grade pill he had previously obtained and urged the Void Emperor to administer it to Li Sandao. The elixir certainly lived up to its reputation as an immortal-grade pill, surpassing even the 9th-grade pills. The medicinal power contained within was unimaginably vast. As soon as Li Sandao swallowed the pill, within moments, a tremendous vitality began to manifest around him. The visible injuries on Li Sandao's body started to rapidly heal. From within to without, he was completely restored. Moreover, the once erratic aura surrounding Li Sandao stabilized instantly. His vital signs gradually returned to normal. Clearly, the immortal-grade pill had taken effect. Witnessing this, both Lu Yuan and the Void Emperor felt a surge of exhilaration. Splendid news. Li Sandao is alive. Lu Yuan could not contain his excitement and exclaimed. As the effects of the elixir began to manifest gradually, a sudden cough echoed. In that instant, the previously unconscious Li Sandao abruptly opened his eyes. A fierce glimmer flashed within them. The long blade in his hand was instantly gripped tightly once more. Li Sandao, you have awakened? Are you unscathed? Seeing Li Sandao finally opening his eyes, Lu Yuan's face instantly broke into a radiant expression of joy. My lord. Upon noticing his master beside him, Li Sandao was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly became tense and shouted, My lord. You must flee. I shall cover your retreat. Perhaps due to just regaining consciousness, his voice was hoarse. Yet, his body remained taut, and his gaze was resolute, filled with an indomitable will to survive. However, as Li Sandao cautiously surveyed his surroundings, he was immediately struck dumb once more. Where are the enemies? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? At that moment, Lu Yuan's reassuring voice resonated in Li Sandao's ears again. Li Sandao, it is safe now, we are secure. However, your injuries have not fully healed. You must take the time to recuperate. Rest for now, and we shall handle the remaining matters. Lu Yuan spoke softly. Though the celestial elixir was extraordinarily potent, Li Sandao had, after all, been teetering on the brink of death. Thus, despite appearing relatively unharmed, his internal injuries were still severe. Even with his awakening, he required ample time for recovery and healing. Chapter 163, The Annihilation of the Black-Robed Figures. Over 1 billion luck points. My lord, did something happen just now? I thought I had. Li Sandao stared blankly at his surroundings, still somewhat disoriented. Moments ago, he had been struck by a casual blow from a powerful emperor, and then he lost consciousness entirely. Li Sandao had thought he was dead. Naturally, he was completely unaware of what transpired thereafter. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. This tale is rather lengthy, but suffice it to say, we are safe now. Li Sandao scratched his head in confusion. Noticing Li Sandao's lingering bewilderment, Lu Yuan succinctly recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Li Sandao's face turned crimson with embarrassment. It is my incompetence that has squandered a precious elixir of healing for my lord. What merit do I possess? Perhaps my worth is even less than that elixir. Such nonsense. Were it not for you, I would not even know if I were still alive. Lu Yuan retorted with a smile. A mere elixir of healing, to save a valued general, is certainly worthwhile. Indeed, Lu Yuan had acquired only 3 healing elixirs from the black-robed figures, but he deemed it worth using one on Li Sandao. After all, these items are merely external possessions. Thus, you must take the time to recuperate properly. Do not leave any lingering effects. Lu Yuan admonished Li Sandao earnestly. Having said this, Lu Yuan disregarded Li Sandao's protests and turned his attention to the nearby Emperor of the Void. Ah, Emperor of the Void. Here is a healing elixir for you as well. You should recover swiftly. We will need your assistance in the battles to come. Lu Yuan spoke gravely. Although the battle group now included 2 empresses, they still did not hold a definitive advantage. In fact, due to the limitations of their respective legions, they were at a slight disadvantage. Therefore, to expedite the resolution of the conflict, the assistance of the Emperor of the Void was essential. Initially, the Emperor of the Void intended to decline the healing elixir, feeling unworthy of such a precious remedy in his current state. However, upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, he nodded resolutely. My lord, rest assured, I will ensure the enemy pays dearly. With that, the Emperor of the Void unhesitatingly swallowed the elixir, fully aware that this was not the time for reluctance. To fulfill his lord's command, he understood the gravity of the situation. This exquisite healing elixir was capable of pulling a person back from the brink of death. The effects are self-evident. The moment the Emperor of Void ingested the elixir, a surge of potent life energy erupted from within him, filling him to the brim, nearly overflowing. The results were undeniably remarkable. Superficial injuries visibly healed in an instant, while more severe internal afflictions were rapidly mending. In merely a few breaths, the Emperor's combat prowess was restored to approximately 70%. My lord, I shall go to their aid. Please take care of yourself. The Emperor of Void cast a concerned glance at Lu Yuan before vanishing from sight. Upon reappearing, he found himself behind a figure cloaked in black. This was the Master of the Void, whose movements were as enigmatic as a specter. It was time to decisively conclude this battle. A fierce glint flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. He was resolute. With the addition of a powerful emperor on their side, he could hardly believe their adversaries would pose any further tricks. Indeed, with the Emperor of Void's involvement, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Although the emperor's might could not single-handedly contend against 2 foes, the black-cloaked figures were far more numerous. Soon, through a unified effort, they swiftly dispatched one of the black-robed adversaries. Consequently, Lu Yuan's side now boasted the strength of 2 emperors. The outcome of a 3-on-1 skirmish was all too predictable. The black-robed figure met a swift demise. This victory opened a floodgate. Their momentum grew exponentially. In less than half a stick of incense, only 3 black-robed figures remained. This is bad. We must flee. Panic gripped the faces of the 3 remaining figures. In the blink of an eye, their comrades had all perished, and soon, it would be their turn. However, just as the black-robed figures attempted to tear through space to escape, a cold laugh echoed from the Emperor of Void. With a mere flick of his hands, he ensnared the surrounding void, rendering any escape impossible for these would-be fugitives. Ultimately, the trio could not evade their fateful demise, falling to the combined onslaught of their foes. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying 12 peak-level emperors, earning a fortune of 120 million points. Beep. Congratulations to the host for participating in a grand clash of powerhouses, receiving a reward of 1 million points. As the last black-robed figure fell, the system announced its rewards. 120 million fortune points. Stunned, Lu Yuan could hardly comprehend the magnitude of the reward. 120 million. Even when converted into Imperial-level lottery draws, there are as many as 12 chances. System, unveil my personal panel. Host, Lu Yuan. Power, late Emperor Warrior. Subordinate forces, 18 riders of Yanyun, 3,000 Tiger Leopard riders, damaged. 100,000 Great Snow Dragon riders, enhanced version, damaged. 30,000 Xuanjiao army, damaged. 50,000 Assault Camp, Shadow Guards, damaged. Light Rain, 10,000 Northern Army, damaged. Subordinate Guards, Emperor of Azure Clouds, Su Chu, Imperial level enhanced version. Qinglian Sword Emperor Yubei, 9 Nether Empress Yususu, Void Emperor, Red Flame Empress, Ice Peak Empress, Li Sandao, lightly injured. Fortune value, 1259-40563. Gazing at the fortune value, a string of colossal numbers, Lu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness. What an astonishing amount of fortune value. Chapter 164, The Mysterious Shadow of Black Mist and the Soul Pearl. At last, it has come to an end. At this moment, the powerful warriors under Lu Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief after vanquishing their respective foes. Indeed, it was a grueling battle, one of the most formidable adversaries they have ever encountered. Engaging beings whose strength surpasses even that of the emperors was fraught with peril. A moment's lapse in vigilance could have led to their demise. Fortunately, the timely reinforcement from their master allowed them to decisively eliminate the enemy without further incident. However, at this very moment when everyone had relaxed, none noticed the faint glimmer emanating from the jade slips carried by the cloaked figures. In a barely perceptible flash, wisps of black mist suddenly detached from the slips and fled into the distance. This bizarre scene went unnoticed by all present. Within the city of Chang'an, it now lay in ruins. The fallen enemy, Linglong, had left 2 corpses on the ground. The exquisite beauty of Zhou Linglong had utterly lost its luster. Her eyes still open in an unwilling gaze, as if refusing to close even in death. Suddenly, 12 slender tendrils of black mist appeared in this desolate place. These tendrils swiftly entwined and merged, giving rise to a hazy figure emanating a faint black mist. This shadowy apparition was but a swirling mass, with only its head visible, its pair of crimson eyes flickering ominously. Humph! Such worthless fools unable to resolve even this minor inconvenience. They truly deserve their fate. Gazing upon Zhou Linglong's lifeless body, the shadow let out a soft, cold snort, brimming with indignation. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this figure lacked a mouth. Yet the sound of its self-directed musings echoed in the air, coupled with the surrounding desolation and the decapitated corpse of Zhou Linglong. The scene was rendered exceedingly eerie and terrifying. The shadowy figure merely vented its frustrations through empty words. Yet, as it cast its gaze towards the figures of Su Chu and others above, a glimmer of apprehension flickered in its eyes. Indeed, it was an indescribable and bizarre entity, possessing formidable strength. However, upon its arrival in this realm, much like the cloaked figures, its power had been significantly diminished, constrained to the pinnacle of the emperor's limits. Should it confront the indigenous warriors capable of slaying even the cloaked figures, it would have no chance of victory. Nevertheless, the grand scheme of its master must not be thwarted. Yet, as it looked upon the corpse of Zhou Linglong, the shadow murmured to itself, recognizing that the protection of this sacred body was of utmost importance. Had he failed to complete his task, even if he returned in a desperate, wretched state, survival would be utterly impossible. Fortunately, as an enigmatic and indescribable entity, he possessed his own means of evasion. Observing the dark misty figure, he conjured a white orb from within his own abdomen, as if performing a magic trick. Thankfully, although the vessel of the saint had perished, its soul had not yet been entirely extinguished. Thus, he was compelled to temporarily seal the essence of the saint within this ethereal orb. Otherwise, if it remained within the lifeless body, the soul would inevitably dissipate over time. In such a case, even the mightiest celestial beings would be unable to render assistance. With a casual gesture directed at the remains of Zhou Linglong, a shadowy apparition, an exact replica of her essence, emerged from her body. This was the manifestation of Zhou Linglong's soul. As the adage goes, a soul lingers for 7 days following death. Consequently, some formidable beings, to eradicate any potential threats, would shatter their enemies' souls along with their physical forms. However, Lu Yuan's capabilities were woefully inadequate. He had yet to master the art of soul destruction. Watching Zhou Linglong's ethereal form, akin to a slumbering beauty, being drawn into his handheld soul orb, the dark misty figure finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the process had proceeded without any mishaps. After carefully preserving Zhou Linglong's essence, he hesitated momentarily, gazing at her dismembered remains on the ground. Ultimately, he decided to retain the remnants, for it was, after all, a saint's body and might possess some undiscovered utility. With a decisive sweep of his hand, he consumed Zhou Linglong's remains. At that moment, just as the dark misty figure intended to tear through the fabric of space and depart, his movements abruptly halted. No, it would be unwise to leave so cavalierly. The figure became acutely aware of the situation, having observed the battle involving those cloaked adversaries. Among their ranks was a master of spatial manipulation. Should he attempt to escape without caution, they would undoubtedly detect the disturbances he had caused in the spatial realm. Although it was uncertain whether they would certainly notice, the possibility loomed ominously. After a moment of contemplation, the dark misty figure retrieved a jade slip. It seemed the escape talisman would have to be employed after all, he thought ruefully. This talisman had been bestowed upon him personally by his lord, crafted by the hands of an extraordinary power. He had faith that the spatial adept from the lower realm would not be able to detect his presence. Without further hesitation, he activated the escape talisman. The jade slip transformed into a radiant light, enveloping him, and in the next instant, the dark misty figure vanished without a trace. Indeed, meanwhile, not far away, the Emperor of Illusions merely sensed a faint ripple. This sensation resembled the last fleeting buzz of a mosquito before the lights are turned on, ethereal and elusive. The Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, enveloping the surroundings with his vast perception to investigate meticulously. Upon confirming the absence of any significant findings, he merely uttered a soft and dismissed the matter. This was merely the perception of the Emperor, an individual with a profound mastery of space. As for Su Chu and the others, they had detected not the slightest anomaly, remaining entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired. At this moment, Su Chu and his companions returned to Lu Yuan's side. Upon seeing that Lu Yuan was unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. Earlier, preoccupied with their respective foes, they had been unable to attend to Lu Yuan's safety. Fortunately, their leader emerged unscathed. "By the way, my lord, these are the spatial rings belonging to those cloaked figures. All the spoils have been placed within these rings," Su Chu stated, stepping forward without hesitation to present one of the spatial rings to Lu Yuan. All the treasures taken from the 12 cloaked individuals were contained within this single ring. "Excellent. You have all done well." Lu Yuan beamed, his smile radiant as he accepted the spatial ring. The treasures these individuals possessed, hailing from the upper realm, surely held considerable value. Lu Yuan mused inwardly, a flicker of excitement igniting within him as he recalled the bounty obtained from the earlier cloaked figure. Indeed, these individuals were quite affluent. Chapter 165, A Bounty of Treasures. The Distribution of Elixirs. Lu Yuan could not contain his eagerness and immediately began to inspect the treasures. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the wealth accrued from the formidable beings of the upper domain, he was nonetheless astounded when his consciousness probed into the spatial ring, revealing an overwhelming abundance of resources. In comparison to the solitary figure in the black robe, the internal space of this spatial ring was vast and completely filled to the brim. The first sight that greeted Lu Yuan was the sight of over 20 celestial-grade artifacts, and this was after some had been destroyed in the previous battle. Following that were mountains of rare resources and materials, celestial stones, elixirs, and spiritual weapons, everything one could possibly imagine. In countless numbers, Lu Yuan estimated that this treasure trove could easily purchase an entire great dynasty. What a delightful windfall this was. At that moment, Lu Yuan was euphoric, almost losing sense of his own identity. It was no wonder. He had just received an influx of over 1 million fortune points, and now he was blessed with such an immense bounty of resources. Who wouldn't be deliriously happy in such a situation? At that moment, Yuan Zhong approached Lu Yuan, looking somewhat hesitant and bearing a hint of guilt on his face. Noticing this, Lu Yuan chuckled and chided. "What is the matter, Yuan Zhong? Why do you appear so bashful? Since I am in a good mood, feel free to speak your mind." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhong ceased to conceal his thoughts and, lowering his head, spoke softly. "My lord, I took the liberty of withholding some elixirs without your permission. My lord, I had no choice. My soldiers were gravely injured and on the brink of death, my lord. I acted on my own accord. Please, punish me." With that, Yuan Zhong knelt before Lu Yuan, cold sweat dripping down his face. To employ resources without the lord's consent was a grave offense, one that could warrant execution. Upon hearing his words, the smile vanished from Lu Yuan's face, replaced by a somber expression. Observing this, Yuan Zhong assumed Lu Yuan was enraged, causing him to bow his head even lower. He thought to himself that he alone must bear the consequences of his actions. If the lord were to be displeased, he would shoulder the blame entirely. "Yuan Zhong, what were you thinking?" Lu Yuan's voice, filled with anger, made Yuan Zhong tremble. The reprimand was imminent. To his surprise, Lu Yuan's next words left him momentarily stunned. If your soldiers are injured, why did you not distribute the healing elixirs immediately, waiting until they are on the verge of death? What of the other severely wounded individuals? Are they not deserving of care as well? And yet you chose to collect the elixirs to present to me? Are these things truly more important than the lives of my brothers? Lu Yuan exclaimed, slamming the spatial ring against Yuan Zhuozong's face, his anger palpable. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the lives of these soldiers far outweighed the value of these medicinal pills. Furthermore, he considered himself somewhat of a local magnate now. Why should he concern himself with such trivial resources? Su Chu, take these supplies and distribute them among the men, especially those healing elixirs. Do not be stingy. My brothers have shed blood and sweat for me. They must not be treated poorly. Lu Yuan commanded Su Chu, still seething with rage. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan allocated all but one remaining healing pill to ensure the swift recovery of his soldiers. Understood. Su Chu nodded, retreating with a hint of guilt. Witnessing Lu Yuan's fury, Yuan Zhuozong felt no resentment. Rather, he was deeply moved. Having lived a lengthy life, he had witnessed too much indifference. For the sake of profit, the lofty rulers would stop at nothing. Look at his lord now. He valued the lives of his subordinates above all else. How could they not be inspired to fight with all their might? On behalf of those soldiers, I thank you, my lord. Yuan Zhuozong deeply bowed to Lu Yuan, completely captivated by his character. At that moment, Lu Yuan collected himself and noticed a notification on his information panel. The system had long since provided him with a clue. Behind each major legion was a character denoting remnant, indicating the heavy toll these legions had paid. He had been so engrossed in the joy of acquiring immense fortune that he had entirely overlooked this crucial detail. How foolish of me. Lu Yuan couldn't help but mentally chastise himself. He had completely disregarded the state of his subordinates. What a shameful oversight. To reveal this would surely dishearten the valiant soldiers who fought for him. Where did his fortune come from if not from the relentless efforts of these warriors? Only then did Lu Yuan turn his attention to the condition of his troops. The formidable emperors fared relatively well, even if they could not overpower their foes. They managed to hold their ground. However, for Yuan Zhuozong and Zhong Shige, who fought valiantly with the spirit of their legions, the situation was dire. Their strength was already inferior, and the consequences were evident. These commanding officers bore their own wounds, and their soldiers had suffered significant losses, particularly the dragon riders, who had endured catastrophic casualties of nearly 30 to 40,000 during the recent battle in Chang'an. It was indeed a tragic sight. Not only the two major legions, but also several other factions have suffered casualties to varying degrees. The system has already marked this on its personal panel. Alas, you have all worked hard. Lu Yuan sighed softly, his previous joy somewhat diminished. Indeed, he had acquired an immense fortune in luck values, yet the losses on his side were also substantial. We fight for our lord, and we have no regrets regarding life and death. At this moment, the soldiers learned of their lord's decision to distribute various precious elixirs among them, and they were immediately filled with fervor and excitement. The hearts of men can be swayed. A group of rugged warriors responded loudly to Lu Yuan, their voices echoing with loyalty. A lord who truly cares for their well-being, rather than treating them as mere tools. Such a leader deserves their unwavering loyalty, even their very lives. Chapter 166. The corpse has disappeared? The agonizing powers with an abundant supply of medicinal pills, none of the soldiers succumbed to their severe injuries. Indeed, even those who were missing limbs, with the aid of high-grade elixirs, were restored to their former state. Furthermore, in addition to healing potions, Lu Yuan also distributed some pills that enhanced cultivation. These warriors, having just emerged from a fierce battle, had reached a bottleneck in their strength. Consequently, with Lu Yuan's limitless supply of elixirs, many of them actually experienced promotions. This act of Lu Yuan significantly elevated the already unwavering loyalty of these men to an even higher level. Had Lu Yuan previously sought to ingratiate himself, they might have hesitated. However, in the present moment, these men were eager to offer themselves without reservation. Such is the disparity. After arranging for the recovery of the injured soldiers, those in relatively good condition were tasked with cleaning up Chang'an City. Yet, in truth, there was hardly anything left to clean. After the extensive battles between such formidable emperors, Chang'an had been utterly reduced to ruins. Not a soul survived. rather than cleaning. It was more about gathering the resources of Chang'an, for within a grand imperial capital, there lay considerable treasures. Following meticulous exploration by a group, even the royal treasury of the great Zhou dynasty was finally uncovered. Lu Yuan was directly summoned by these individuals. However, upon witnessing the long-renowned great Zhou treasury, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps having been exposed to the treasures of the black-robed figures from the upper realm, the items in this treasury seemed rather diminished in value. Indeed, by the standards of this world, the contents of the treasury were quite commendable, but in comparison to those from the upper realm, they were utterly insipid. Thus, Lu Yuan found himself completely unimpressed. Sigh. Was this truly all there was? With a dismissive scoff, Lu Yuan expressed his disappointment. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, he decided to collect everything nonetheless. At that moment, Zhong, who was responsible for the battlefield cleanup, hurriedly approached Lu Yuan. Master, something is amiss. The corpse of Empress Zhou Linglong has vanished. Zhong reported to Lu Yuan in a state of panic. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was equally astonished. The body of Zhou Linglong had disappeared? He had personally delivered the fatal blow. This was inconceivable. Have you searched thoroughly? Lu Yuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Zhong. With a sorrowful expression, Zhong replied, We have searched extensively. The emperors have joined forces, nearly turning the entire terrain upside down. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that the residual shock waves of the battle had reduced Zhou Linglong's corpse to mere ashes? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, a body could not simply vanish without a trace. Nevertheless, he decided to abandon the search. Let it be lost. We need to clear the area and gather whatever useful items remain. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he ultimately commanded Zhong. It is but a mere corpse. Its absence is of little consequence. The main target has already been vanquished by my hand, and the fortune has been duly acquired. Can one truly resurrect after death? I am far too occupied as it stands. As for the body, if it is gone, so be it. In no time, the entirety of Chang'an had been thoroughly pillaged under Lu Yuan's command. Simultaneously, the fractured void above the city had been restored. Compared to its former grandeur, Chang'an now lay in utter ruin, enveloped in silence. The once thriving city, home to billions of souls, had been reduced to a mere historical footnote. To put it bluntly, it had become naught but debris. Regrettably, these billions perished as collateral damage from the clash of the emperors, leading the system to deem their demise as a consequence of insurmountable disparity in cultivation levels. The fortune accrued from these billions was negligible, amounting to a mere few dozen points. Initially, Lu Yuan felt a pang of regret. However, the thought of over 100 million fortune points resting in his account provided him some solace. Master, what shall be our next course of action? At this moment, Su Chu and others approached Lu Yuan, seeking guidance. With the destruction of Chang'an and the demise of Empress Zhou Linglong now accomplished, their objectives had momentarily become void. Yet, Lu Yuan felt no uncertainty. The system had already delineated his path to thoroughly conquer the entire territory of the Great Zhou. Previously, he had dispatched Gao Shun to lead the vanguard of the assault. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan issued his orders. There is no need for haste. After enduring so many battles, you all deserve a respite. Once you have regrouped, we shall advance into Jiangnan. Bring this prosperous region under our control, Lu Yuan declared resolutely. Though his ultimate aim was to seize the entirety of the Great Zhou, however, it is prudent to take a moment to regroup. After such a prolonged struggle, even the dragon cavalry, no matter how resilient, cannot endure indefinitely. My lord, we still. Yuan Zhuozong wished to articulate further, but Lu Yuan raised his hand to halt him, saying, Enough, Yuan Zhuozong. I am well aware that you and your men are capable of continuing. You fear neither hardship nor fatigue. Yet, you must consider the welfare of your soldiers. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Yuan Zhuozong fell silent, for there was no counterargument. Lu Yuan had skillfully invoked the plight of the soldiers under the dragon cavalry's command, striking at the very heart of Yuan Zhuozong's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, under Lu Yuan's counsel, Yuan Zhuozong and his companions consented to rest for 2 days before advancing toward Jiangnan. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, the news of Chang'an's annihilation, or rather, the complete obliteration of the entire great Zhou royal family, had spread like wildfire across the eastern continent. This was no trivial matter. The great Zhou imperial family had previously summoned a multitude of eminent ancestors from various powerful factions, only to have them all perish in Chang'an. The esteemed ancestors, who were the pillars of their clans, had their life tokens shattered within their own homes. One can only imagine the panic that ensued. Upon receiving the news, they hastened to Chang'an, only to discover that the city had vanished entirely. Indeed, it had simply ceased to exist, as if it had never graced this realm, utterly erased from existence. The leaders of these great factions were left in utter dismay. The fall of the great Zhou was troubling enough, but the paramount concern was retrieving their own ancestors. Chapter 167. Nowhere to be found. Absolutely nowhere. The scouts are unable to locate. Absolutely unable to locate. Despite the myriad of tactics employed by various formidable factions, the mystery surrounding the disappearance of Chang'an City from the map remains unsolved. It is crucial to note that this was a metropolis with a population of 100 billion. Undoubtedly, the individuals from these factions could never fathom that the reason for Chang'an's disappearance was the aftermath of a fierce battle among numerous emperor-level powerhouses, which shattered the void and ultimately engulfed the entire city. They might have harbored some conjectures in this regard, but they would never dare to pursue such thoughts. After all, these were emperor-level beings, not to mention a group. Even the emergence of a single one would suffice to send shockwaves across the entire eastern continent. Furthermore, it would be inconceivable for these factions to imagine that within the void they occupied, there lingered more than a dozen emperor-level powerhouses. Had they known, they might have been rendered utterly paralyzed by fear. After expending vast human and material resources and conducting numerous investigations, yielding no results, these individuals finally found themselves at a stalemate. The operation of a major faction cannot remain in suspension indefinitely. They could not devote all their efforts to lingering in this place, although the likelihood of their ancestral figure having perished here was profoundly disheartening. They had no choice but to swallow their bitterness. Even amidst the most bewildering circumstances, the senior members of these factions decided to leave behind a few scouts before departing in unison. After all, with their ancestral talismans shattered, it was evident that calamity had befallen them. Remaining here would serve no purpose. Ultimately, under the influence of various factions, news of the downfall of the Zhou royal family and the complete disappearance of Chang'an City spread throughout the entire eastern continent. This all transpired on the eve of Lu Yuan and others returned from the void. Just as the scouts from these factions departed, Chang'an City suddenly reappeared in the mortal realm. The abrupt emergence of Chang'an City took the scouts by surprise. Good heavens, could this possibly be Chang'an City? It has materialized out of thin air. By the heavens, it startled me. Not to mention, my companion, with whom I was chatting, seems to have been buried beneath this debris. The scouts, unable to believe their eyes, rubbed them in disbelief as they gazed upon the ruins of Chang'an City. The city's reappearance was exceedingly abrupt, manifesting almost in the blink of an eye. However, before the scouts could react, a group of shadowy figures cloaked in black appeared before them. Who are you? Oh. What is it that you seek? Why have you captured us? The scouts, alarmed by the sudden movement of the masked figures before them, were taken aback as the cloaked assailants launched an immediate attack. Resistance? The scouts were horrified to discover that they could not discern the prowess of their adversaries at all. Moreover, they could feel a palpable sense of danger and oppression emanating from these masked individuals, indicating that their cultivation levels were likely far superior to their own. Indeed, this proved to be the case. In the hands of these masked figures, the scouts, who had merely just begun their journey as martial kings, possessed no capability for resistance whatsoever. They were effortlessly apprehended one by one. Once the scouts were seized, the masked figures abruptly ceased all movement, creating a pathway. From the shadows emerged a larger masked figure, whose presence was undeniably formidable, slowly approaching with a gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixed intently upon the scouts. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Tell me, who are you? What brings you to this place? His voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of a throat burdened with a thick phlegm from years past. Yet, to the scouts, this very tone resonated like a death knell. Gulp. Under the suffocating pressure of this figure's formidable aura, the scouts anxiously swallowed hard. Let me go? Do you? Do you know who we are? We have a presence behind us that you cannot afford to provoke. Some foolish bystanders, oblivious to the grave situation, dared to issue threats. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the masked figure. Those of the Shadow Guard were not known for their loquacity. Thus, the only response to this threat was the glinting dagger in the figure's hand. With a swift motion, the sound of a throat being slit echoed through the air, and thick, crimson blood sprayed forth. The foolish bystander clutched his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. I shall not repeat my question. The figure's voice was low and laced with menace, his gaze exceptionally unfriendly. Once again he inquired, opting not to resort to soul-searching techniques, which was a mercy in itself. Under the looming threat of death, the scouts quickly complied, recounting the entire sequence of events to the figure. Upon hearing their account, the figure's eyes flickered with intrigue. The various transcendent powers of the Eastern continent. Could these dozens of scouts not represent numerous significant factions? Perhaps it would be prudent to report this matter to my superior for further deliberation. The figure felt uncertain regarding these individuals. After all, facing several first-rate or transcendent powers simultaneously demanded careful consideration. Thus, Yi promptly presented these individuals before Lu Yuan. At that moment, Lu Yuan had just settled the Dragon Riders and was on the verge of accessing the system to expend his vast fortune of over 100 million fortune points. However, Yi appeared, binding dozens of individuals before him. Yi, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yuan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the captives tightly bound. He then turned his questioning gaze towards Yi, who knelt before him, reporting, "My lord, these individuals are scouts I apprehended nearby. According to my inquiries, they hail from various formidable factions of the Eastern continent. I did not dare to act on my own accord, so I brought them here." Upon hearing Yi's report, a flicker of intrigue danced in Lu Yuan's eyes. "Oh, are those influential factions sending emissaries? Is it them?" Lu Yuan's probing gaze fell upon the captured scouts and others. Chapter 168. Though distant, they shall be punished. The unsurpassed emperor. Upon perceiving Lu Yuan's inquisitive gaze, Yi coldly commanded the scouts, "Repeat to me what you just told me." Under the chilling glare of Yi, the group of scouts shivered involuntarily. It was no surprise. Even the boldest among them felt a wave of terror wash over them when regarded by a being of semi-emperor prowess. Under Yi's intimidation, the scouts obediently recounted the circumstances once more. After listening to their explanations, Lu Yuan finally grasped the sequence of events. A knowing smile crept upon his face, imbued with a peculiar significance. So, this was why these powerful factions had dispatched individuals to Chang'an. It turned out they had previously sent their ancestors to target him. Lu Yuan cast an ominous smile at the scouts, reflecting on their audacity. Here they were, seeking him out even before he had pursued them. Truly, their treachery knew no bounds. Yi, I am now aware of the situation. As for these individuals, let the Shadow Guards eliminate them. Lu Yuan stated with a nonchalant tone, determining their fates with a mere few words. It could be said that none among them were innocent. They had colluded with malevolence, sending forth their elders to assail him. In the end, they had lost both their warriors and their ancestors, who had met their demise at Lu Yuan's hands, leaving their families bereft of their pillars of strength. Moreover, the promised benefits from the great Zhou royal family had vanished along with their lives. Yet, this was their just desert. They had chosen the wrong side and had once stood against him. "Yes, my lord," Yi nodded, signaling to the surrounding Shadow Guards with a glance. Immediately, a fierce wave of murderous intent ignited in the eyes of the guards. The scouts barely had time to plead for mercy before the Shadow Guards swiftly executed them all. They possessed no skills other than two. First, obeying Lu Yuan's commands. Second, killing. Following the execution of the scouts, a notification echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! The host's forces have slain 8 martial emperors and 23 martial kings, resulting in a total acquisition of 123,000 fortune points. Indeed, over 100,000 fortune points. These scouts had met their deserved fate. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. However, their arrival also set a clear target for him. As one who repays grievances with vengeance, he would not let these factions escape unscathed now that they had chosen to be his enemies. "Those who offend me, though distant, shall surely be punished." These factions had been marked for annihilation. Yet, it would be too late to deal with them after resolving the internal strife of the great Zhou. Lu Yuan's gaze hardened as he murmured to himself. The eastern continent is vast, with various powers scattered throughout its expanse. For Lu Yuan, they indeed seem somewhat beyond reach at present. However, love can transcend great distances, and so can hate. The name of the Void Emperor echoed in Lu Yuan's heart. As expected, in the next moment, the figure of the Void Emperor materialized before him. Master, the Void Emperor respectfully bowed to Lu Yuan. I apologize for interrupting your recovery. By the way, your injury should be healed now, correct? I summoned you to inquire about a matter. Thanks to the elixir you bestowed, I am now free from worries. Please, feel free to ask whatever you wish. The Void Emperor replied with deference. Good. Lu Yuan nodded, inhaling deeply as he fixed his piercing gaze upon the Void Emperor. If it involves long-distance teleportation, how many individuals can you transport at once? And what distance can you cover? Indeed, Lu Yuan had summoned the Void Emperor to discuss the intricacies of long-distance teleportation. For the current situation, engaging in distant warfare necessitated the involvement of a powerful emperor for spatial transportation. As an adept in this domain, the Void Emperor was undoubtedly the best choice. After a brief contemplation, the Void Emperor responded, Master, if it is just myself, I can instantaneously teleport to any corner of the eastern continent. However, if I were to carry companions, for a scale of 100,000, I would require at least 5 or 6 intermittent jumps to traverse from one end of the continent to the other. 100,000? 5 or 6 jumps. Excellent. That is more than sufficient. Lu Yuan exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. He harbored no doubts regarding the Void Emperor's words. After all, the Void Emperor stood as one of the pinnacle forces in this realm and was intimately connected with the power of the Void. It was not an exaggeration to regard the eastern continent as his garden. Yet, there was a pressing concern. His forces were somewhat lacking. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly, then turned his gaze to the over 100 million fortune points in his account. Earlier, he had intended to open the lottery interface to try his luck, but had been sidetracked by a series of events. However, it was not too late. System, open the lottery interface. Let me first attempt an Imperial grade draw. Lu Yuan's thoughts stirred as he accessed the system's lottery interface and selected an Imperial grade draw. Beep. The host has chosen the Imperial grade lottery. The system is drawing. Beep. Lottery successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained an exclusive guardian, a supreme pinnacle powerhouse. The unmatched emperor. No surprises there. This time, the system's lottery has rewarded Lu Yuan with a guardian of Imperial caliber. Before Lu Yuan, the void twisted, and a figure stepped forth. An elderly man, frail and venerable, appeared before him. Old Huang greets the master. The Huang emperor smiled warmly, the wrinkles on his face forming a constellation of joy. Though aged, the loyalty in his murky gaze remained steadfast, akin to that of Lu Yuan's other subordinates. Lu Yuan stared at the old man before him, momentarily rendered speechless. What is this? Could it be that the system has made a mistake? Why has it presented him with an old man? Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, Lu Yuan hastily approached to assist the Huang emperor. Oh, Sir Huang. There is no need for such formalities. Observing the frail figure of the Huang emperor, Lu Yuan felt somewhat at a loss. He couldn't help but doubt whether this elderly Huang emperor was truly up to the task, pondering if his hair had turned completely white. Chapter 169, The Great Achievement of the Flesh. The 11th Imperial Lottery. The skepticism in Lu Yuan's eyes was unmasked, a clear reflection of his doubt. Beside him, the unparalleled emperor, too, discerned the disbelief emanating from Lu Yuan. Recognizing this, a glimmer of light flickered in the murky depths of the emperor's eyes. It appeared that he had been underestimated by his master, a situation he could not abide. Taking a deep breath, the unparalleled emperor was acutely aware that at his current age, even a woman of modest means might look down upon him. While he bore no grievance over being scorned by such a woman, the thought of being held in low regard by his master was intolerable. For in the emperor's heart, the regard of his master was of greater significance than his very life. With another deep inhalation, the once languid sinews of his body began to tauten slightly. In a bid to avoid being belittled, he resolved to exhibit a glimpse of his prowess. As the unparalleled emperor began to harness his energy, a formidable wave of blood vitality gradually emanated from his being. A thick mist, reminiscent of steam, billowed forth from him. Lu Yuan was astounded to witness the once emaciated form of the emperor now bursting forth with an astonishing purity of blood vitality. The energy surged skyward like smoke from a fire. Under the influence of this rich blood essence, the emperor's physique began to swell noticeably. Before Lu Yuan stood a muscular, robust elderly man. His mouth agape in astonishment, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "What? By heavens! A physical cultivation emperor?" Gazing at the unparalleled emperor, who had transformed before him like a scion, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an overwhelming aura of fleshly might could only be possessed by those formidable physical cultivators. Seeing Lu Yuan's astonishment, the unparalleled emperor proudly raised his chin. "Indeed, my master, I have dedicated myself to the cultivation of the physical body. Now, I can be considered a master in this domain." The unparalleled emperor spoke with immense pride. The path of physical cultivation was fraught with challenges, and upon its achievement, one emerged as an exceedingly powerful entity among cultivators. "Impressive, your concealment runs deep. I previously thought you were merely an old man." Lu Yuan finally broke into a joyful smile. He was pleasantly surprised to have drawn a powerful physical cultivator in his first imperial lottery. It felt as though he had struck gold. With the completion of his physical cultivation, he could now strike the heavens with unparalleled force. Observing Lu Yuan's smile, the unparalleled emperor reciprocated with a grin. Now, his master had witnessed his magnificence and would surely no longer underestimate him. After this display, the unparalleled emperor reverted to his previous frail, elderly demeanor. Though somewhat aged, it remains capable of expanding and contracting, exhibiting a remarkable elasticity. At this moment, witnessing such a promising omen at the very first lottery, Lu Yuan's anticipation for the upcoming draws intensified. With fervent eyes, he reopened the lottery interface. "System, I command you to utilize all remaining fortune points for an imperial-level draw." With a decisive wave of his hand, he opted to expend all his remaining fortune points. Ding! The host has chosen an imperial-level draw. The system is now conducting the lottery. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exclusive guardian. The pinnacle of imperial strength, the Purple Cloud Emperor. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive legion, the 100,000 Iron Floating Tower. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for securing an exclusive organization, the Assassin Group, Heaven's Net. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving an exclusive guardian, an Imperial Powerhouse, Array 9. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Imperial Legion Power Recovery Card. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 Imperial Power Upgrade Cards. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Imperial Weapon, Map of Mountains and Rivers. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Supreme Imperial Pill, Primordial Ascension Pill. Upon concluding the reward extraction, the descriptions of these rewards were subsequently bestowed upon Lu Yuan. Purple Cloud Emperor, Pinnacle of Imperial Strength. Abilities: 100,000 Iron Floating Tower, Commander at the Peak of Martial Sage, Deputy Commander at the Semi-Saint Peak, Junior General at the Martial Sect Initial Stage, 1,000-Man Leader at the Martial Emperor Initial Stage, 100-Man Leader at the Martial King Initial Stage, Soldiers at the Peak of Martial Master. Heaven's Net, comprising 13 members. 1 Heaven Grade Assassin, Initial Level Martial Emperor, 2 Earth Grade Assassins, Initial Level Semi-Emperor, and 10 Profound Grade Assassins, Martial Sage. Array 9, an Imperial Powerhouse and Master of Formations. Well-versed in various formations, excelling in both offensive and supportive strategies. Imperial Legion Power Recovery Card, upon usage, restores all legions under the host's command to their peak state. Imperial Power Upgrade Card, Map of Mountains and Rivers, an Imperial Weapon of Extraordinary Might. Primordial Ascension Pill, achieves Imperial status instantly, afterward. Talent is exhausted, and further advancement is impossible. In total, there were 11 Imperial-level draws, each yielding significant rewards. The Purple Cloud Emperor, a quintessential representation of a pinnacle Imperial powerhouse, speaks for itself. The 100,000 Iron Floating Tower serves as heavy cavalry, akin to the Dragon Cavalry, albeit of slightly inferior quality. After all, the Dragon Cavalry was formidable even before enhanced through the use of the Imperial Power Upgrade card. Notably, the assassin organization, Heaven's Net, though comprised of merely 13 members, boasts a heaven-grade assassin of Imperial cultivation, a rarity indeed within a legion. Although merely possessing the initial cultivation of a great emperor, this configuration is undeniably regarded as a superior reward within the realm of Imperial-level lotteries. The Master of Formations, Zhong, indeed brought a moment of delight to Lu Yuan. While the path of formations may be somewhat unconventional, its power is genuinely formidable. Given sufficient preparation time, a formation master could potentially ensnare and eliminate several formidable opponents of the same realm. Among the revelations, Lu Yuan was particularly astonished to discover that he had drawn an Imperial-level Legion Restoration card. Imperial Legion Restoration card. Upon activation, it restores all legions under the host's command to their peak condition. From this, it is evident that the system refers to the complete restoration of all legions to their prime state. This is truly extraordinary. It is worth noting that all the legions under his command have sustained injuries, and their combined worth far exceeds that of a mere Imperial-level reward. So, what is he waiting for? System, promptly activate this Imperial Legion Restoration card. Lu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. After the previous battle, his forces had suffered devastating losses, and he had been troubled about how to address the situation. Unexpectedly, a solution had presented itself. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Imperial Legion Restoration card has been successfully activated. As the system's announcement concluded, all legions under Lu Yuan's command experienced a sudden surge of activity. Previously fallen warriors from the battlefield reappeared out of thin air, while those grievously wounded instantly recovered from their injuries. The effects were nothing short of miraculous, akin to consuming an elixir of immortality. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yuan was left in awe. Truly astonishing. This Imperial Legion Restoration card was indeed invaluable. He mused silently. Having exchanged a single opportunity for an Imperial-level lottery for the complete restoration of all his legions, the sheer value of this exchange is simply unparalleled. Chapter 170. It seems they have encountered a commendable master. Lu Yuan had just utilized the Imperial-level recovery card. At that moment, the formidable individuals he summoned began to materialize around him one after another. My subordinate, Zhong, pays respects to the master. I, Jin Wuzhu, Iron Floating Tower. Pay respects to the master. My subordinate, Tian Ci, Heavenly Net, pays respects to the master. My subordinate, Zhong, pays respects to the master. Before Lu Yuan stood four powerful figures, each kneeling on one knee, paying their utmost respect. The fervor of loyalty shone brightly in their eyes. Excellent, excellent. You all may rise. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, swiftly moving forward to assist each of them to their feet. Thank you, master. After standing, the four bowed their heads in deference. Though Lu Yuan's cultivation was significantly inferior to theirs, in their eyes, he was a deity. Lu Yuan quietly assessed the four. Zhong the Great was a middle-aged man with sharp brows and a fierce gaze, exuding an air of authority. Tian Ci, shrouded in black garments, possessed an even colder demeanor than Mo. Just a glance from his solitary exposed eye sent chills down one's spine. Zhong was a jovial, elderly man. Yet after his encounter with the unparalleled emperor, Lu Yuan no longer dared to underestimate such seemingly unassuming figures. Who could tell if they were merely wolves in sheep's clothing? Among the four, Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on Jin Wuzhu, for he was a renowned figure in the annals of Blue Star's history. Although he belonged to a different ethnicity from the Central Plains, his heart was bound to be different. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan felt little aversion. After all, he too was a being from a later era, educated in the virtues of national harmony and unity. Moreover, the loyalty of the powerful summoned by the system was unwavering. Thus, his reservations dissipated. Now, you four should familiarize yourselves with my other subordinates, for you shall soon be comrades in arms. Yes, master. The four nodded respectfully. At that moment, the leaders of Lu Yuan's legions approached him. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, as soon as Yuan Zhuozong and the others arrived, they immediately knelt before him. What's this? Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling before me? He hurried forward, wishing to help them up. To his dismay, Yuan Zhuozong and the others were determined to kneel, and Lu Yuan's modest cultivation was insufficient to lift them. With reddened eyes, Yuan Zhuozong spoke. Thank you, Master, for your great kindness. You have summoned back my fallen brothers. I thought I would never see them again. And for the other injured comrades. Master, your grace is a debt I shall never forget. We are willing to follow our Lord unto death, pledging our unwavering loyalty. The words of traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire have been spoken too often. Now, Yuan's Zhong finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, he cannot suppress his emotions any longer. For this time, our Lord has summoned back those brothers who have fallen in battle, though they are characters conjured from a system. They possess the depth of sentiment and loyalty. Beside him, the commanders of other legions are equally moved to tears, sharing profound bonds with their subordinates. What General Yuan expressed is precisely what we all wish to convey. Henceforth, should you issue any command, we shall serve you unto death. The several commanders bowed deeply before Lu Yuan. Such emotion can only be truly felt by those who have experienced the rigors of military life. At this moment, the legions, restored to full formation, began to chant in unison. We, your subordinates, thank you for your blessings. Your great grace shall remain etched in our hearts forever. We pledge our loyalty unto death. The resounding voices of hundreds of thousands soared to the heavens. Meanwhile, those who had just been summoned looked on in astonishment at this display. The momentum was overwhelming. The hearts of the myriad soldiers had returned. They gazed deeply at Lu Yuan, realizing they had encountered a worthy leader. Enough, enough. Rise. Lu Yuan felt somewhat bemused. He wondered what all the fuss was about. After all, it was merely the use of an Imperial-level restoration card. Eventually, after much soothing, he managed to persuade Yuan's Zhong and the others to rise. There will be plenty of battles to come. If you wish to repay me, then kill the enemy with fervor. Lu Yuan patted the shoulders of the crowd. Indeed, rest assured, my lord, we shall never betray your trust. Yuan's Zhong and the others nodded in unison, their eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Words have become redundant. Let their actions convey their resolve. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally had the opportunity to examine the rewards he had drawn. First was the map of mountains and rivers. To think I would draw such a treasure. Lu Yuan was somewhat astonished. It is well known in my past life as one of the renowned innate treasures. How could it have fallen to the status of an extreme imperial weapon now? Indeed, upon further inspection, Lu Yuan discovered that this reward bore some disparity compared to the innate treasure of his memory. Perhaps this version of the map of mountains and rivers may require the addition of a prefix indicating its lesser status, although its functions bear some resemblance. However, the power pales in comparison to the legendary innate treasure of Chang'an. What a pity. I wonder when I shall acquire that true existence. Lu Yuan shook his head and then turned his attention to the next treasure, the primordial ascension Emperor pill. Hiss. When Lu Yuan glimpsed the description of the primordial ascension Emperor pill, he immediately gasped in astonishment. To achieve the status of an emperor in an instant. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Lu Yuan murmured in sheer disbelief. That is an emperor. Although, upon attaining the status of emperor, one's potential for further cultivation would be exhausted, rendering any advancement impossible. But this, can it truly be deemed a side effect? Throughout history, how many astonishingly gifted geniuses have failed to reach the pinnacle of emperor? Just imagine, if this elixir were to be cast aside, how many would scramble to seize it? What a pity. It is precisely this side effect that I cannot accept. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan shook his head in regret. Even though he was merely a weakling of the martial emperor rank, he found this elixir beneath his notice. Let us not forget, he possesses the existence of a system. The heights he shall reach in the future cannot be confined to the realm of an emperor. However, at present, this elixir lacks a suitable recipient. Very well. I shall keep it for now and reconsider later. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. Ultimately, he decided to stow the elixir away. There was no other option. Lu Yuan truly had no fitting candidates at this moment. As for Jiang Qianning and the others, Lu Yuan found it difficult to place his trust in them. Regarding his loyal subordinates, they are not mere mortals. His subordinates are indeed formidable beings of the emperor rank. Of course, with a few exceptions, but that is of little consequence. For those particular individuals, the forthcoming items shall aptly address this concern. The emperor-level force upgrade card. Lu Yuan squinted, directing his gaze towards the final reward. This time, in the lottery, Lu Yuan had directly drawn 3 emperor-level force upgrade cards.